Reborn, the archer Lin Chen's gaze was icy cold. In his previous life, a wrong approach left him with intelligence but powerless to change fate, and the beloved girl Su Wanning perished right before his eyes. This time, I understand. Power, agility, all the wrong paths. An archer should max out constitution and luck. Ultimate luck triggers godlike effects, and a Blood Bowl physique withstands all damage. He will use this revolutionary understanding to crush all enemies and save the one who once told him, "I like you." He will ascend to the peak of China, and in the future, even gods, the Tower of Babel, will dare to face him in battle. No! Lin Chen suddenly woke up with a start from his desk, drawing the attention of the whole class. Even the school beauty and his deskmate Su Wanning looked at him in surprise. The familiar classroom, familiar faces. He was reborn. Ignoring the ridicule, he urgently asked Su Wanning, "What's the date today?" January 4th, 2024. Lin Chen's heart jolted as he glanced at the clock, 2:13 p.m. Only 1 minute left. At 2:14 p.m., the strange event would begin, the nationwide job change, and Su Wanning would mutate into a weird evil spirit driven only by killing. In his past life, he watched helplessly as she was killed, but before dying, he heard her hidden confession. This heart-wrenching regret must never happen again in this life. I have to save her. She's a hidden class with limitless potential. He recalled the key. The evil spirit mutation originated from a pus-filled blister that suddenly formed on her chest. Only 30 seconds left. Lin Chen's eyes locked onto the pen in Su Wanning's hand and snatched it away. "Lin Chen, what are you doing?" Su Wanning was stunned. No time to explain. Lin Chen counted down in his heart, 3, 2, 1. Boom! The world suddenly changed. The sky darkened, wild winds howled, and a towering giant tower rose from the ground. Endless knowledge flooded his mind. At the same time, blood mist erupted from Su Wanning's chest as the mutation began. A cold system voice sounded, "Welcome to the era of nationwide job changes. Newbie task, resist the evil spirit. Remember, beware the red." Before the voice ended, another prompt forcefully interrupted, "Song, congratulations to Dark Hunter Lin Chen for achieving the first kill server-wide. Reward title, First Blood." All players were stunned. The system hadn't even finished speaking before the first kill? Who is Lin Chen? Almost simultaneously, Lin Chen's mind rang with, "Ding, pro-level cheat activated. Newbie gift pack, rapid arrow knocking technique. First kill shocks the entire server. Earned 1000 admiration points. Successfully exchanged for curved arrow, top-tier version." In reality, the pen in Lin Chen's hand precisely pierced the pus blister just appearing on Su Wanning's chest. Su Wanning's red hair and red eyes gave off a strange aura, but her gaze was terrified yet clear. "Don't be afraid," Lin Chen quickly approached, gently stroking her trembling back, his voice steady, "You're no longer an evil spirit. Leave it to me." "What the hell? I've turned into a bloodthirsty warrior?" Leingi, the sporty guy in the front row, shouted excitedly, then seeing the mutated Su Wanning, he jumped back in fright. "Ghost! Sinister evil spirit!" The whole class erupted in chaos, staring fearfully at Su Wanning, who was covered in crimson, retreating one after another while pulling out their novice weapons from their backpacks. Lin Chen drew a pen and shielded Su Wanning behind him, coldly glaring at everyone. "Lin, you useless dog. Kill her quickly." Leingi shouted tremblingly, "The system said if she doesn't die, we will." "The sinister evil spirit is dead," Lin Chen said calmly. "Su Wanning now is human." "Bullshit." Leingi, influenced by the system prompt, became even more determined. "Today I'll be the one to carry out justice." "Right. Kill her. She'll still harm people. If you protect her, you're an evil spirit too." Mei Lian, a girl who usually envied Su Wanning, shrieked to incite. The crowd was enraged, their ugly faces fully revealed. Lin Chen sneered, these people were just as selfish in his past life. Su Wanning looked despairingly at her crimson nails and whispered, "Lin Chen, step aside, don't risk yourself for me." "Trust me." Lin Chen interrupted her, focusing his mind, and 4 blood-red characters appeared above his head. "First blood. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. I am Lin Chen, who made the first kill. System certified, the evil spirit is eliminated, so why do you still want to kill?" Everyone was momentarily speechless. Mei Lian incited again, "Who knows if there will be a second mutation? We can't risk our lives. Kill Su Wanning, kill the sinister evil spirit." The frenzied slogans rang out once more. The chubby kid in the corner tried to reason, but was rudely interrupted by someone nearby. Leingi sneered as he approached, his long blade pointing at Lin Chen. "Last chance, step aside." "Classmates' kindness? You don't deserve to mention it," Lin Chen sneered, secretly opening his attribute panel. Lin Chen level, 1 free talent points, 2. Luck, 0 in his past life, archers, dark hunters, mainly invested in strength and agility. Idiots. Disdain flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The real core was the passive skill black mark. Base chance 20%, damage 3 points/second, lasts 10 seconds. Looks trash? Dead wrong. Lin Chen's past research found, luck can raise black mark trigger rate to 100%. Black mark damage is boosted by Constitution, max HP. Later, combined with the level 30 divine skill infinite black mark, it can stack DOT damage infinitely. That's the true form of an archer. Luck cannot be upgraded normally, only gained through precious free points. Sacrificing output early for luck is a gamble, but Lin Chen had the confidence and foresight. Allocate points, Constitution 1, Luck 1. Confirmation successful. Base HP 100 plus Constitution 20 plus Title First Blood 10%, all attributes equals 132 points. At least 3 hits more resistant than others. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. A novice longbow appeared in his hand. Novice longbow attack, 5. Yo, an archer? Lei Jingyi laughed heartily at the sight. A fragile one dares to block me? Let's see how I torment you up close. My great blade has been starving for this. He activated charge, his speed surging as he lunged at Lin Chen with a wild laugh. Lin Chen, run! Su Wanning cried out, trying to push him away but couldn't move an inch. Lin Chen stood firm, his gaze locking onto Lei Jingyi's right leg. He activated swift arrow knocking technique. Whoosh! A blur. Ordinary people could barely see the process of him drawing and knocking the arrow. Swoosh! The first arrow struck Lei Jingyi's right leg precisely. The massive impact halted his charge. Ah! Ha! Not hurting? Lei Jingyi looked down, seeing no wound on his leg. Ha ha ha! Lin the useless dog, haven't you eaten? This is all the strength you have. He completely ignored the floating -6, 5 attack plus 1 title bonus, damage numbers and system alerts. The classmates also mistakenly thought Lin Chen's attack was ineffective and cheered for Lei Jingyi. Lin Chen sneered, his hands never stopping. Swoosh! 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 Arrows rained down like raindrops, each hitting its mark. Lei Jingyi, relying on no pain, laughed wildly and endured the arrow storm, continuing his charge, his mind filled with fantasies of becoming a hero after beheading Lin Chen. System alerts piled up in his ears, blurred and unclear. Warning, you have lost 11 HP. Warning, you have lost 33 HP. In the blink of an eye, Lei Jingyi reached Lin Chen, raising his great blade high. Die for me. Lin Chen silently counted in his heart, 8th arrow. Lei Jingyi's remaining HP was less than 20. 2 more arrows were needed, but the blade was already at his head. /no. Su Wanning closed her eyes in despair, tightly hugging Lin Chen's back. A critical moment. Lin Chen shot the 9th arrow. Ding! A crisp clang of metal. Lei Jingyi's great blade was forcibly knocked aside. The whole class fell silent. What happened? The blade slipped from his hand? Lei Jingyi was stunned. No one understood. They didn't see that the 9th arrow Lin Chen shot was not straight. That arrow precisely struck the blade, then traced an incredible perfect arc in the air, bypassing Lei Jingyi's block and hitting the back of his head again. Curved arrow. 1 arrow, 2 hits. A stunning move. Taking advantage of Lei Jingyi's distraction, Lin Chen calmly shot the 10th arrow. Lei Jingyi tried to bend down to pick up his blade, but his fingers passed right through the hilt. His body began to turn ethereal. What? My body. Strength and vitality rapidly drained away. He looked at Lin Chen in terror. What did you do? HP is your life. Lin Chen said calmly. Not feeling pain doesn't mean you're uninjured. Your HP is empty. Why didn't you tell me? Lei Jingyi screamed in despair. I told you the evil spirit was dead. Did you believe me? Lin Chen retorted. Lei Jingyi turned to his classmates. Help me. No one answered, only fear and coldness. Goodbye. Lin Chen looked at this foolish troublemaker. Don't be a fool in your next life. As his words fell, Lei Jingyi turned to ashes in unwillingness and regret. Ah. Screams and fainting filled the classroom. A living person was just gone. Mei Lian trembled, pointing at Lin Chen. You dare to kill someone? Didn't you see? Lin Chen's eyes were cold as knives, sweeping toward Mei Lian. If you point your filthy finger at me again, you'll be the next to die. Mei Lian was terrified, immediately retreating into the crowd, her eyes filled with resentment. The whole class looked at Lin Chen with fear and awe. Lin Chen didn't care at all. In this era of universal job changes, survival of the fittest, he had his own bottom line. If others don't offend me, I don't offend them. If they offend me, I will wipe them out completely. 5 minutes ago. What no one knew was that atop the suddenly appearing Sky Tower, a group of survivors was intently watching the live broadcast on the walls, engaged in discussion. They came from other parallel worlds and had similarly experienced the era of universal job changes that Lin Chen was currently undergoing. They had ultimately fought their way up the Sky Tower, becoming survivors. A blonde, blue-eyed woman from the Lighthouse Nation was watching the monitor with great interest, popping a grape into her mouth as she asked, "Which server do you think will get the first kill in the 44th parallel world?" A man from the Bear Nation replied decisively, "It must be our Bear Nation youth server. A strange evil spirit is nothing to us, right?" A man from the Cherry Blossom Nation scoffed and interjected, "Ridiculous. How could you big, brainless oafs from the Bear Nation possibly discover the fatal weakness of a strange evil spirit? I say it has to be our great Cherry Blossom Empire." At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly echoed throughout the sky. "Tower. Congratulations to the Huaxia Youth Group server for achieving the first kill. Time taken 0.87 seconds. Record broken. Huaxia region receives a score reward 100 points. Less than 1 second? The first kill took less than 1 second? How is that possible?" Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the Huaxia Youth Group server. The woman from the Lighthouse Nation's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe her ears. The announcement from the sky tower felt like a slap to her face. What? Impossible. It must be a mistake by the sky tower. She suddenly lunged toward the monitor, wanting to confirm. Again. But when she saw Lin Chen pulling the pen out of Su Wanning's festering wound on the monitor, the woman from the Lighthouse Nation felt dizzy. It's actually Huaxia. Could it be that they are about to have someone like Long Yanqiu appear? The man from the Bear Nation held his head in disbelief, his face reflecting utter astonishment. The man who had just been boasting about his great Cherry Blossom Empire now looked pale as he flipped through the records of other parallel worlds. Before today, the record for the first kill was 3 minutes. Everyone thought that this achievement was already the limit. But now, the facts lay before everyone. Huaxia had created a number that was almost impossible. 0.87 seconds. It was simply a dimensional strike. Wait. Ha ha ha. Look, Huaxia is actually having an internal conflict. The defeated woman from the Lighthouse Nation suddenly pointed at the monitor and screamed. What she referred to was the scene of Lin Chen confronting Leingi. The woman from the Lighthouse Nation arrogantly said, "So what if he kills quickly? Surrounded by a group of people, he is bound to die." Unfortunately, before she could gloat for a few minutes, Leingi died right before her eyes. The once proud woman from the Lighthouse Nation instantly turned ashen. What did she just see? Her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with disbelief. This is impossible. She couldn't imagine that a novice dark hunter cornered by a bloodthirsty warrior could actually achieve a counter kill. Every mocking word she had thrown at Huaxia felt like a slap back to her own face. The Bear Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation cast scornful glances at her. Arrogant? Let this be your comeuppance. All along, the Bear Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and even other countries had held a certain respect for Huaxia, the dragon kingdom that had been passed down for thousands of years. But this woman from the Lighthouse Nation was clearly getting ahead of herself. Bang! Inside the Huaxia floor, Long Yanqiu, the leader of the Huaxia survivor team, slammed the table and suddenly stood up. At this moment, Long Yanqiu's head was almost touching the live broadcast monitor. The monitor in front of him displayed the scene of Lin Chen's bizarre arrow. Long Yanqiu watched clearly, but for the first time he doubted his own eyes. He swallowed hard in disbelief and said hoarsely, "Did Lin Chen just use a curved arrow?" No one could answer him. All the surviving Huaxia members present fell into silence. They had seen it too. 1 arrow, 2 kills, 1 arrow completed 2 attacks. Lin Chen used just 1 arrow, not only interrupting Leingi's attack but also shooting away 11 points of Leingi's health. It was simply spectacular. A textbook example of a curved arrow. Some were amazed, but others expressed disdain. It is indeed a curved arrow, but for experts at our level, a curved arrow probably isn't a skill worth praising. Long Yanqiu, however, shook his head excitedly. You said it yourself, for experts like us. How many battles have we experienced? And what about him? This Lin Chen has only just awakened as a dark hunter for 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Long Yanqiu held up 3 fingers, shaking his hand in disbelief. He has only just shot 8 arrows. And he comprehended the curved arrow. You, I, or anyone present who can do that. A top genius. Those 4 words were all that filled Long Yanqiu's mind. The other survivors nodded subconsciously as they listened to Long Yanqiu. Long Yanqiu turned his head and shouted at the teammate beside him, who was still in a daze. What are you still doing? I want all the information on this Lin Chen. From the moment he was born, everything. The more detailed, the better. Right now. This time, Huaxia might just produce a ruthless character. Perhaps we can raise our ranking again. Soon, Lin Chen's information was sent to Long Yanqiu. Long Yanqiu furrowed his brows, flipping through the information in front of him. The Tower of Babel was all-knowing and omnipotent. As long as one paid trading points, anyone's information could be easily obtained. But Long Yanqiu was somewhat confused. It wasn't that he couldn't read, but from this information, Lin Chen appeared to be quite ordinary in most aspects. Physical ability, agility, shooting talent, none of these showed any remarkable qualities based on his 18 years of performance. If there was anything special, it was only his talent in mathematics. The college entrance examination math paper was no challenge for him. Now he was studying advanced mathematics at the university. But could mathematics help him clear dungeons in the era of universal job changes? He just used a curved arrow, and I thought he had practiced it specifically, but it turns out he hadn't. He hasn't even practiced archery, unless that time when he was 7 and played with a toy at the amusement park counts. How could such an ordinary person possess that kind of calm decision-making ability in the heat of battle? And how did he shoot such a beautiful curved arrow with such a relaxed expression? Could it be that he calculated it using mathematics? Long Yangqiu rubbed his throbbing temples. Just as he was feeling a headache, the vice-captain of the Huaxia survivors, Yuan, called up Lin Chen's data using the system and suddenly discovered an anomaly in the distribution of Lin Chen's talent points. She quickly pointed this out to Long Yangqiu. Brother Long, look at Lin Chen's point allocation. Long Yangqiu hurriedly looked at the allocation data on the information, his eyes widening in shock, momentarily dumbfounded. Others saw this and quickly gathered around. When they saw the text on the information, they were all stunned. Constitution? Luck? Why Constitution? And why the hell luck? Even Long Yangqiu, a well-informed survivor captain, was bewildered. Have other players in history ever chosen to allocate points to luck? Long Yangqiu asked in astonishment. Soon, Yuan provided the answer. Yes. But most people couldn't survive more than 5 dungeons due to the significant differences in their initial attributes, so we don't have much data on the luck attribute. Based on my guess, luck is probably related to the probability of skill release in opening chests, right? Unfortunately, the survival difficulty in the early stages is too high, and the sample size is too small. Long Yangqiu couldn't help but frown. High survival difficulty? He still had high hopes for Lin Chen. Could it be that Lin Chen would also suffer because of the attribute gap? What is this guy doing? Does he really think this is a game? This is a matter of life and death, a purgatory. Meanwhile, on other floors of the Sky Tower, although there aren't many floors open above the Sky Tower, basically every country has its own floor, equipped with various facilities. On days without dungeon runs, the lives of all survivors are relatively comfortable. Besides the floors of each country, there is also a public floor for all nations. Since Lin Chen appeared, all the survivors scattered on the public floor have returned to their respective floors to begin tracking and studying Lin Chen. Although there are currently no competitive dungeons among the countries in the Sky Tower, who can say for sure about such things? Therefore, preparations must be made in advance. And this Lin Chen, within the short 3 minutes since the onset of the nationwide job change era, has already made a name for himself twice, naturally attracting the attention of all countries. At this moment in the Kimchi Nation, is this Lin Chen really not one of our kimchi people? Jin Shunghua said expectantly while eating kimchi. Below the Kimchi Nation, in the Cherry Blossom Nation, the survivor team leader of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Mei Chuan, stared coldly at the screen in the monitor and said, "Is that a curved arrow? Good, Lin Chen, right. I remember you. Everyone listen up, lock the live broadcast on this Lin Chen. I want to know all his subsequent actions. This person could very well be the biggest enemy of our Cherry Blossom Nation in the future. Even more troublesome than that Andrew Fu." Lin Chen was unaware that many people were watching him at this moment in the Sky Tower. In his previous life, he had been killed before he even reached that level. At this moment, Lin Chen was listening to the system's announcement. Notice for the era of universal job change: 1. Your bodies have been completely gamified. Health, attack power, all your attributes will be presented in data form. 2. Please always pay attention to your health status as it represents your life. 3. All players can check tasks, attribute panels, weapon, data, etc. in the system interface. Infinite possibilities await your exploration. 4. All items can be stored in your backpack. The same type of item occupies the same slot, with a maximum of 9,999 items per slot. Currently, the backpack has 20 slots, which can be expanded later by spending trading points. 5. Attention. Death means permanent death. There is no resurrection, so cherish your life. 6. You are trapped in a certain area and cannot leave at will. 7. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, everyone will enter the first universal disaster dungeon. Please prepare accordingly. The announcement concluded, and everyone was advised to enjoy what might be their last night. With the inexplicable experience of Lei Zhengyi being killed by Lin Chen, everyone began to carefully examine the system interface's introduction, fearing they might miss any information related to their lives. They certainly did not want to die as mysteriously as Lei Zhengyi. Lin Chen was well aware of these things, so he took this opportunity to briefly check the only new thing within him: an external tool. Originally, his astonishment value had been completely spent after exchanging for the curved arrow. However, Lin Chen was shocked to discover that he still had 150 points of astonishment value. What was going on? Lin Chen quickly checked the details of the astonishment value. He found that a group of people he did not know had expressed astonishment at his actions. Most of these people had a strange prefix such as Survivor of Huaxia, Survivor of Sakura Country, Survivor of Lighthouse Country, and so on. But who were these people? Why were they astonished by him? Lin Chen scrolled to the end of the details and found the names of Su Wanning and other classmates. However, their contributions were minimal, only 1 point of astonishment value. Among them, one person named Team Leader of Huaxia Survivor Squad, Long Yangqiu, had contributed a whopping 10 points of astonishment value. Lin Chen was bewildered. Could it be that there were things even he, as a reborn person, did not know? Was it because of the awakening of the external tool that he could catch a glimpse of this? Soon, Lin Chen abandoned the thought of this question. After all, it was not the time to research this. He should focus on what else he could gain from this amazing external tool. The composition of the external tool was quite simple. Aside from the interface displaying the number of astonishment values, there was only an exchange shop left. Lin Chen opened the exchange shop and was immediately stunned. There was just too much. Moreover, many of them were tasks he did not recognize and skills he could not understand. For example, Andrew's cleaving technique required 130 astonishment values. Another example, Jinxing's blue control technique required 200 astonishment values. These were the cheaper ones. There were also expensive ones. For instance, Andrew's famous skill blood-soaked guillotine required 50,000 astonishment values. It was simply dazzling. However, these skills were clearly not very suitable for Lin Chen at the moment. There were not many exchanges he could make, but finally, Lin Chen found something he was interested in. Invincible evasion technique. Success rate up to 99%. If it doesn't work, you can chop me. The name made Lin Chen's mouth twitch. But it had to be said that the evasion technique was indeed a necessity. Moreover, this evasion technique only required 150 astonishment values. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly chose to exchange. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming Invincible Evasion Technique Level 1. Lin Chen? What's going on? Why is the product not what I expected? Lin Chen quickly checked and was immediately infuriated. Invincible Evasion Technique Installment Level 1, 150 all points PvE. Player versus environment can evade attacks from level 1 to 10 small monsters. Success rate 80%. PvP. Player versus player can evade simple attacks from 2 or fewer players. Success rate 80%. Unlock next level 300 all points. Isn't this a scam? 150 all points and it's still a stripped down version? This is too much. Unfortunately, this cheat clearly has no customer service channel for rights protection. Lin Chen could only choose to swallow this bitter loss. After calming down, Lin Chen thought carefully. Actually, this first level is sufficient for him right now. At this moment, he should consider his next step. He heard the rules announced by the system just now, and among the other basic rules, the 6th rule made Lin Chen's mind stir. 6th, you are trapped in a certain area and cannot leave at will. What exactly is the range of this certain area? Is it the classroom, the school, or the city? Lin Chen quickly opened the map, and at this moment, the map was very different from the one in his previous life. Besides the campus, other places were all gray. Lin Chen instantly understood. The certain area mentioned by the system must be the school. This point, perhaps only Lin Chen could think of. Even if others saw the map, it would be hard for them to know what it meant. After all, they had never seen a normal version of the map. Since that's the case, Lin Chen suddenly had a crazy plan. Lin Chen snapped back from his thoughts, and beside him, Su Wanning was curiously looking at him. His face instantly turned red. Why are you looking at me? Seeing Lin Chen like this, Su Wanning immediately laughed. Who would have thought that the cold, ruthless killing machine Lin Chen had such a cute and shy side? Before Su Wanning could respond, Lin Chen had already pulled her over, ignoring Mei Lian and the fearful gazes of other classmates, and directly walked towards the window. Lin Chen always kept Su Wanning protected on the inside of his body, ensuring that even if there were other dark hunters or flashy mages in the class attacking, they couldn't harm Su Wanning. Through the window, Lin Chen could vaguely see that the outside of the teaching building was crawling with strange and gigantic ants. These ants seemed to be covered in spikes and hard shells, and were 100 times the size of ordinary ants. If one of them stood up, it would probably be taller than a person. Naturally, Su Wanning, being pulled by Lin Chen, also saw this scene and was immediately horrified. Ah, what are those things? The moment Lin Chen saw the ants, his eyes lit up. His luck was surprisingly good. The monsters that had spawned near the teaching building were actually stabbing soldier ants. Stabbing soldier ant level 5 health, 50 attack power, 30 skill, pounce and bite, can deal 150% of attack power damage each time. This was an extremely weak early stage monster, very suitable for them to farm experience right now. Lin Chen quickly scanned the classroom. Some were studying the system interface data, some were crying loudly, and some were staring blankly with vacant eyes. Even more surprisingly, at this moment, someone confessed to the girl they secretly liked. The two thought they probably wouldn't survive until tomorrow anyway, and they actually started to embrace and nibble on each other, wanting to enjoy this last moment. In his previous life, Lin Chen spent this night crying over Su Wanning's corpse. But in this life, with the previous experience, he definitely wouldn't waste time. Moreover, he had a compelling reason to become stronger. Now, Su Wanning has no job, just a walking shell, a half-dead, eerie evil spirit. Although Su Wanning is alive, as soon as she is attacked or touched, she will die immediately. Anyone who sees her would probably think she won't last a few days. However, as a reborn person, Lin Chen had seen a special item on the systems forum in his previous life. The job transfer lock. The job transfer lock allows players to undergo a second job transfer, evolving from a basic profession to a more powerful advanced profession. More importantly, this job transfer lock can help eerie evil spirits transfer to a hidden profession. A necromancer. A powerful profession that can summon the dead and devour souls. But the difficulty of obtaining the job transfer lock is also extremely high. As far as Lin Chen knows, the only way to get it is to achieve the top evaluation in the first 3 dungeons across the server. Each time a dungeon is completed with the top evaluation, there will be rewards, and one of those rewards includes a component of the job transfer lock. Collecting 3 components of the job transfer lock will grant the complete lock. Note, it must be the first 3 times, not just 3, because starting from the 4th time, the rewards will change. Although those items are also extremely precious to Lin Chen, they are like scrap metal. Therefore, to achieve the top evaluation in the first 3 dungeons, he must improve his strength. This overlooked calm before the storm cannot be wasted either. But if Lin Chen relies solely on himself, having to kill monsters and protect Su Wanning at the same time, he will be somewhat stretched thin. So Lin Chen needs to find a teammate. He already has someone in mind. That is the chubby boy who speaks for him. The chubby boy is named Tang Junren, who is usually an unnoticed presence in the class. In fact, a group of boys led by Leingi even gave him the nickname Tang Ugly Person. The reason, of course, is his unremarkable appearance and the stark contrast of his name. But Lin Chen knows very well that in the era of universal job transfers, the most useless thing is looks. At this moment, Tang Junren is sitting dazed in the corner, studying the content of his newly transferred profession. Lin Chen weaves through the crowd, still keeping Su Wanning protected by his side, and walks towards Tang Junren. All the students who noticed Lin Chen's movements hurriedly dodged, fearing that this murderous maniac would suddenly erupt and kill them all. This is exactly the effect Lin Chen wanted. He wants everyone to fear him and keep their distance so he can better protect Su Wanning. Su Wanning just follows Lin Chen in a daze, still not understanding what has happened, what kind of dramatic changes this world has undergone. Tang Junren notices Lin Chen's arrival and looks up in surprise. Lin Chen doesn't waste words, he directly reaches out to Tang Junren, grinning as he says, "I want to invite you to join my team." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Tang Junren is slightly taken aback, his chubby face showing a bit of confusion as he trembles and points to himself, confirming, "Me? Are you sure? I'm very fat and not very agile, will I hold you back?" Lin Chen decisively shakes his head. "You will become a very powerful person in the future. If you cooperate with me, we will live more smoothly." This is not Lin Chen painting a rosy picture for Tang Junren, but stating a fact. In Lin Chen's previous life, Tang Junren later became the strongest exiled knight in the entire Huaxia youth server. He was the most solid shield in the entire server. As long as Tang Junren stood in front, everyone behind him could output with peace of mind, making him a sought-after teammate. But he always remained alone, never having a fixed partner. Lin Chen knows that this is because, when he was weak, he experienced too much deception and exclusion, leaving him with a shadow of fear. Now, Lin Chen wants to prevent this situation from happening. Lin Chen would help Tang Junren build his confidence better when he had the least faith in himself, helping him to quickly become the strongest exiled knight of his past life. Moreover, with Tang Junren around, Su Wanning's safety would be more assured. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Tang Junren's face was filled with disbelief. No one had ever said such things to him. From childhood to adulthood, he had always been a self-deprecating person. Hearing the conversation between Lin Chen and Tang Junren, those classmates who had been watching Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Has Lin Chen's brain become a bit unclear after the mutation? He actually wants to team up with this dead weight? It seems the stronger the mutation, the more it affects the brain. I think he wants to trick Tang Junren into getting killed because Tang Junren is fatter. More meat to eat, ha ha ha. The derisive voices around continued, and those insulting words made Tang Junren start to doubt himself again, lowering his head in disappointment. Lin Chen turned around with a fierce gaze, scanning the room, and those gossiping classmates immediately shut their mouths. If I hear anyone gossiping behind my back again, I won't hesitate to send you to meet Leingi. Lin Chen's voice echoed coldly in the classroom. Although those classmates looked down on Lin Chen from the bottom of their hearts, the strength he had displayed earlier indeed made them feel fear. Therefore, no one dared to refute Lin Chen's words anymore. The classroom fell silent once again. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, turned his head, and looked at Tang Junren again. His hand was still stretched out in the air. He knew very well that for someone like Tang Junren, who had always been overlooked and was sensitive, a strong dose of encouragement would be very effective. Lin Chen directly poured out all the motivational phrases he could think of. Do you really want to curl up in a dark, damp corner for the rest of your life? What you feel here is not a sense of security, but retreat. It's avoidance. It's cowardice. But if you open your eyes and take a good look at this world, they are not worth your fear. The world is already pouring rain, so you must hide your weakness well and keep moving forward. I hope that the disdain and attacks like a torrential downpour will not harm you. I want to be the person you can trust to have your back, and you will be my most trusted partner in this bizarre world of job transitions. Let's live well together. Sure enough, Lin Chen's motivational speech had an effect. Tang Junrun was stunned. Lin Chen's words were deeply imprinted in Tang Junrun's heart. He had never thought that someone would extend a hand to him so firmly, not a fist. He had never imagined that someone would want to be his partner. A partner. Okay. Finally, Tang Junrun reached out his chubby hand and firmly grasped Lin Chen's palm, revealing a shy, silly smile. A handshake that would change the future of the entire job transition era quietly happened in this classroom. Inside the Tower of Babel, Long Yangqiu's brows had been tightly furrowed without relaxing. What lay before him was Tang Junrun's information. A teammate beside him sympathetically reminded Long Yangqiu while handing him a cup of coffee. Stop looking, Captain. Long, you've gone over this information 3 times already. I don't understand what's so interesting about it. This Tang Junrun has no highlights, not a shred of talent displayed, and even has obvious flaws in his character. He's weak and easily influenced by others to believe in such empty platitudes. And he's too overweight. I see him struggling to move. A person like this probably won't survive 3 dungeons. Long Yangqiu waved his hand in displeasure, rejecting the coffee offered by his teammate, and coldly snorted, "Do I not know these things? But precisely because of this, I can't understand why Lin Chen would choose this little fatty as a teammate." In the era of job transitions, partners are the most important thing. The key to surviving the thrilling and challenging dungeons is having a good partner. Yet Lin Chen's choice was so hasty. Long Yangqiu truly did not want the flickering hope he had just ignited to be extinguished again. The Lighthouse Nation had the brilliant and extraordinary blood warrior Andrew Fu. The Kimchi Nation had the magically gifted and spellbinding sorcerer Jin Shenhua. The Cherry Blossom Nation had the hidden darkness, an invisible killer, the shadow assassin Mei Chuan Kucha. The Grey Bear Nation had the astonishingly nurturing and sharp-eyed glory, Priest Evelinsky. And what about Huaxia? They say Huaxia has Long Yangqiu, who can slash the snow-winged eagle with his furious blade, but Long Yangqiu knew in his heart that he was still a level below Andrew Fu. No matter how hard Long Yangqiu tried, he could not catch up to Andrew Fu's talent. This was an innate gap, and there was nothing Long Yangqiu could do about it. So Long Yangqiu understood that Huaxia urgently needed a true genius. He thought Lin Chen would be that person, but now he was starting to waver. The scene where Lin Chen could intimidate the entire class with just one sentence fell into the eyes of a boy in the corner. However, in that boy's eyes there was not fear or envy, but jealousy and madness. This boy's name was Pu Huai, and he had been classmates with Lin Chen since middle school. At this moment, Pu Huai had already figured out the friend system within the interface and was frantically adding classmates as friends, constantly sending messages as if plotting something. Meanwhile, his gaze never left Lin Chen. His eyes were like a wild beast searching for food, filled with wildness and bloodlust and a mad intent to kill. Pu Huai believed that if he killed Lin Chen right now, he would surely gain the support of the entire class. In this bizarre situation, only by gaining the support of the masses could one survive better. Pu Huai prided himself on being a smart person, and he was very satisfied with his plan. Moreover, his profession could perfectly align with his plan. This was destiny. Lin Chen, of course, was unaware of Pu Huai's thoughts at this moment. He was also adding friends. Lin Chen had already taught Su Wanning and Tang Junrun how to add friends, and the 3 successfully added each other. Lin Chen, private chats within our team will not be overheard, so I will choose to discuss some important matters in the team channel. Tang Junrun, got it. Su Wanning, okay. Lin Chen saw that the 2 could smoothly receive and send private messages, and he nodded in satisfaction, continuing to speak. Within the team, Lin Chen, now, I want to briefly introduce you to the era of universal job changes. There are a total of 6 types of professions. Lin Chen, they are Dark Hunter, Exiled Knight, Bloodthirsty Warrior, Glorious Priest, Shadow Assassin, and Radiant Mage. Each profession has its own characteristics, such as Tang Junrun's Exiled Knight. Upon hearing this, Tang Junrun quickly sat up straight and listened attentively. To be honest, he hadn't quite understood what his profession was all about. Lin Chen, the greatest function of the Exiled Knight is protection. It is a tank profession. Its passive skills are also very powerful. When the Exiled Knight raises his shield, he can gain damage reduction based on the number of teammates behind him, up to 20%. Tang Junrun, brother, isn't 20% a bit low? Lin Chen slowly shook his head. Lin Chen, not at all. Never underestimate this 20%. In the later stages, almost no profession can quickly take down a shield-wielding Exiled Knight. Although the Exiled Knight leans towards protection, this profession is not completely without offensive capabilities. However, it is indeed the weakest in melee combat. Tang Junrun, then which profession has the strongest offensive capability? Lin Chen's answer came without hesitation. Lin Chen, Shadow Assassin. Lin Chen, among the 3 melee professions, the Shadow Assassin has the strongest close combat ability, followed by the Bloodthirsty Warrior, and lastly the Exiled Knight. However, in terms of defense, the order is reversed. Lin Chen, among the 3 ranged professions, the Radiant Mage has the strongest attack capability and possesses very strong area attack abilities, followed by the Dark Hunter and finally the Glorious Priest, who has the strongest support abilities. Tang Junrun and Su Wanning nodded slowly, gradually accepting this knowledge they had never encountered before. In their eyes, Lin Chen seemed like an all-knowing encyclopedia, crazily clearing the unknown obstacles ahead for them. Lin Chen also guided Tang Junrun in completing his talent allocation. Based on Tang Junrun's performance in his previous life, Lin Chen chose to allocate all points to vitality for him. As a result, Tang Junrun's health instantly surged to 140 points, 8 points more than Lin Chen. Lin Chen thought that since Tang Junrun was not good at offense, he should maximize his defense, which was also one of the reasons he became the strongest tank in his previous life. Lin Chen noticed a hint of loneliness flashing in Su Wanning's eyes. Perhaps it was because she saw that others had their own professions, while she was just a detestable and despised evil spirit. Lin Chen raised his hand and gently patted Su Wanning's shoulder, softly saying, "You can definitely change your profession. I promise. And don't worry, you'll become incredibly strong in the future, and maybe you'll even need to protect me then. I believe in you." Su Wanning's previously despondent mood was instantly swept away by Lin Chen's words. A sweet smile reappeared on her face. "Thank you. You saved me. If it weren't for you, I might." At this moment, Su Wanning had already recovered somewhat from her initial confusion and finally expressed her gratitude to Lin Chen. Her feelings for Lin Chen had always been a bit different. It was a special feeling, one that could be noticed at a glance among the crowd. Unfortunately, due to some past events, Su Wanning dared not show her emotions, let alone have more contact with Lin Chen. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, his smile like a spring breeze. He didn't tell Su Wanning how difficult it would be for her to change her profession. After all, even if Su Wanning knew she couldn't help much in her current state, it would only add to her worries. Now that the simple introduction was over, it was time to start leveling up by defeating monsters. "Let's go, we need to go out and practice now." Tang Junrun and Su Wanning exchanged a glance filled with confusion. Practice? At that moment, Lin Chen had already taken the initiative to pull Su Wanning up. Lin Chen still carefully protected Su Wanning in front of him. Then he led Su Wanning and Tang Junrun towards the wooden door of the classroom, where no one dared to gather. His actions quickly drew the attention of other classmates. Some girls trembled and asked, "What are you going to do? Didn't the system say that we are all restricted here and can't leave? Leaving could very likely lead to death." Lin Chen glanced at the girl, not paying her any mind. She might have meant well, but unfortunately, good intentions were not enough without brains. Lin Chen yanked open the wooden door and stepped outside, with Su Wanning and Tang Junrun following closely behind. Although the two of them didn't know what Lin Chen was planning, their subconscious told them that following Lin Chen was always the right choice. In the corner of the classroom, Pu Huai's lips curled into a strange arc, and then he quickly bent down to follow. Outside the classroom, Lin Chen listened carefully to the sounds behind him. When faint footsteps sounded, Lin Chen sneered, pretending not to hear, and continued walking forward. As expected, that guy was still unwilling to give up, just like in his previous life, wanting to kill him. Since that was the case, Lin Chen wouldn't hold back. Although Lin Chen was not a random killer, he wouldn't spare anyone who held a grudge against him. Leaving the classroom was not only because Lin Chen wanted to grind monsters and level up, but also because it was a terrifying trap he had quietly set. Lin Chen's actions also caught the attention of all the survivors inside the Tongtian Tower. What is he trying to do? Is he really choosing to grind monsters and level up right now? Is he crazy? Can we actually go out to grind levels on the first night? I still don't know. Does this kid really think he can handle those bizarre mutated creatures? Level 1 is still too weak, he doesn't even have an active skill. The first active skill requires level 5 to unlock. In the live broadcast room of Huaxia, many survivors gasped in surprise. Long Yangqiu was also shocked by Lin Chen's actions. He looked at his deputy captain, Yuan, his lips slightly dry, and said with difficulty, "If I remember correctly, it seems that no one has ever done this in the 43 parallel worlds, right?" Yuan quickly flipped through the information in her hands, and after a moment, she nodded in confirmation, replying, "That's right. He is the first in the world." After all, on the first day of the universal job change, the original intention of the Tongtian Spirit Tower was just to let everyone understand their profession and passive skills and to familiarize themselves with their weapons. The first universal dungeon wouldn't have too difficult monsters, mainly to help newly transitioned players get accustomed to the whole process. Long Yangqiu naturally understood this and nodded slowly. However, the Lin Chen in front of them seemed determined to break this norm. At level 1, not only was his health low and attack weak, but he also didn't have an active skill. How could he deal with those monsters? Was he truly fearless out of ignorance, or did he possess extraordinary talent? Could Huaxia really produce a genius to turn their fortunes around? At this moment, Lin Chen was actually feeling quite relaxed. It was just grinding a monster. What was so difficult about it? It was just right to use the small monsters to practice his invincible dodging skills. Grinding monsters before the storm was indeed a sudden whim of Lin Chen. He believed that since the system had not restricted them from entering the monster activity area, didn't that prove it was possible to grind? Passing through the dim and silent corridor, Lin Chen and the other two could only hear their own footsteps echoing softly in their ears, while ahead, a series of shrill cries began to emerge. The entire campus was eerily quiet, all the classes isolated within their own rooms, and no one dared to leave the classroom as casually as Lin Chen did. Lin Chen was actually quite pleased with the tranquility. He preferred not to be disturbed while grinding monsters. Su Wanqing had at least just seen those mutated giant ants, but at this moment Tang Junren was filled with an unknown fear. He had tightly held the shield in his left hand in front of him, while his right hand trembled as it gripped the short sword. This was the knight's exclusive weapon, the shield and the short sword. Egu, where are we going? I've never felt the school was this eerie before. What are those shrill cries about? At this point, Tang Junren's teeth had begun to chatter, and his gaze towards the front was filled with dread. Lin Chen spoke to reassure him. Don't be afraid, you are already a job changer now. You must remember, your profession is actually very powerful. You shouldn't fear those monsters, rather, they should fear you. We're heading to the school playground. There's some good stuff there. Tang Junren swallowed hard, feeling even more uneasy. He had a strong sense that it definitely wouldn't be anything good. Finally, they arrived at the playground. The shrill cries were now deafening, and Tang Junren finally saw the group of giant ants. Each of those ants had legs that were possibly thicker than Tang Junren's thighs, and their antennae resembled bull horns, with dark barbs glistening ominously in the night. Tang Junren had never seen such a scene before and took a step back, wanting to flee. Just as Tang Junren was about to scream, Lin Chen covered his mouth. Keep it down. If you don't provoke them, they won't come over. Have you never played online games? Small monsters have fixed activity ranges. As long as you don't step into their attack range, they won't attack you. Tang Junren finally calmed down a bit, signaling to Lin Chen that he wouldn't scream anymore. Lin Chen then released his hand. Egu, since they won't attack us, let's hurry up. What if we accidentally walk into their attack range? That would be dangerous. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, bringing Su Wanqing behind Tang Junren, and said, leave? I'm here for them, why would I leave? Old Tang, protect Su Wanqing and absolutely do not let her suffer even the slightest harm. Do you understand? Lin Chen pressed on Tang Junren's shoulder, looking at him with utmost seriousness. Tang Junren was stunned. He had never encountered such a gaze in his 18 years. That gaze was filled with trust. Just now, Tang Junren had seen how much effort Lin Chen had put in to protect Su Wanqing. Even when Lei Jinyi's blade was swung above his head, he did not retreat. Tang Junren naturally understood how important Su Wanqing was to Lin Chen. So instinctively, Tang Junren wanted to back down. I can't do it, can I? Lin Chen shook his head slightly, his expression extremely serious, and then said, I believe in you, old Tang. You can definitely do it. Do you remember what I said? We are partners who can trust each other's backs, so I trust you. Tang Junren suddenly felt his eyes moisten. He held back his tears and nodded firmly. Then he realized and quickly asked, then Ego, what are you going to do? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Me? I'm going to grind monsters. Lin Chen's words nearly dropped Tang Junren's jaw. You want to farm monsters? Tang Junren couldn't even dare to imagine what it would be like to face such terrifying giant ants. Lin Chen nodded slightly, no longer explaining much, his gaze turning towards the spiked soldier ants. We are in a team state now, so don't stay too far from me, but also don't get too close. Just stand here. If there's any danger, don't worry about me, just take Su Wanqing and leave immediately. Do you understand, old Tang? Tang Junren nodded firmly. However, Su Wanqing seemed a bit uneasy and hesitated before speaking up. I feel like it's very dangerous here. Maybe you shouldn't go. Lin Chen turned back and smiled gently. He was cold and indifferent to others, but looking at this girl, it felt as if a moment of warmth existed in his heart, which had been wrapped in slaughter in his previous life. Don't worry, after the era of universal job change begins, everyone will always be in danger. If you don't bravely break through the dangers in front of you, you definitely won't survive for long. With that, Lin Chen walked towards the swarm of spiked soldier ants. Without looking back, there was actually something Lin Chen hadn't said. In his previous life, he had been muddled, lacking the belief to strive and break through dangers, but in this life, he was determined to make a change. Su Wanqing was somewhat stunned by Lin Chen's words. To walk towards dozens of giant ants required immense courage. Tang Junren was equally shocked by this scene. In their eyes, at that moment, Lin Chen's back looked weak, but his courage was enough to overturn this perilous world. Of course, Lin Chen was not just a reckless fool with blind courage. He was carefully observing the activity range of the spiked soldier ants. If he approached recklessly, he could easily trigger multiple soldier ants at once. Moreover, it was important to note that the triggered spiked soldier ants could also trigger other soldier ants. Therefore, Lin Chen not only had to pay attention to his own positioning but also to the positioning of the spiked soldier ants. This was the most difficult part. However, due to the exclusion he faced in his previous life, Lin Chen had practiced leveling up alone quite a bit. Coupled with his extreme sensitivity to data calculating, The activity range of small monsters was a piece of cake for him. Lin Chen stood still, observing for just 2 or 3 minutes, and he figured out the activity range of the soldier ants and found a relatively safe spiked soldier ant. Lin Chen took out his novice weapon, a longbow, from the system's backpack and cautiously approached the edge soldier ant. He had already observed that this group of spiked soldier ants could only move diagonally within a square, so the soldier ants closer to the edge were less likely to trigger others. Just when the spiked soldier ant was farthest from the others, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and stepped directly into the attack range of that soldier ant. Buzz! The eyes of that spiked soldier ant instantly turned crimson. Its antennae began to vibrate wildly, and its 2 front legs excitedly lifted before charging directly at Lin Chen. Seeing this scene, Tang Junren and Su Wanning were nearly scared out of their wits. What kind of monster was this? Was this really the kind of small ant they could casually step on? Why did it feel like their identities had swapped? Now they were the ones who could be casually stepped on. Pu Huai, who had been hiding in the darkness, was also startled, but he quickly became excited and began frantically sending messages in his system interface. Only Lin Chen remained unfazed in the face of the spiked soldier ant. He had seen far more terrifying and bizarre creatures in his previous life. This was just an ant and posed no threat to him. Lin Chen carefully observed the path of the stabbing soldier ant charging towards him. Once he was sure it hadn't triggered any other soldier ants, he let out a sigh of relief, knocked an arrow, and shot it at the soldier ant. The life value of this soldier ant was actually quite low, even lower than Leingi's. However, their attack power was extremely strong, and their speed was very fast. If hit by a stabbing soldier ant, it would directly cause 30 points of health to disappear. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of the stabbing soldier ant was its skill. The stabbing soldier ant truly lived up to its name, as its skill was indeed a stab. The speed of the stab was almost impossible to react to, and its power would increase to 150% of their attack power, instantly deducting 45 points of health. Lin Chen only had 132 points of health in total, and he couldn't withstand several of the stabbing soldier ant's skills. Therefore, positioning was particularly important. Fortunately, Lin Chen now had the invincible dodging technique. Lin Chen's arrow struck the hard shell of the stabbing soldier ant, causing no significant damage, but a -6 appeared above the soldier ant's head. Lin Chen frowned at this. How could it be -6? Normally, his attack power was 11, so it should have deducted 11 points of health from the stabbing soldier ant, right? Soon, Lin Chen understood. It was due to level suppression. This stabbing soldier ant was level 5. At this moment, Lin Chen's level was too low, and his attack would be weakened to varying degrees. Lin Chen finally realized the tricky part of grinding monsters on the eve of a storm. No worries, just shoot a few more arrows, Lin Chen said with a faint smile, still appearing calm and unruffled. Almost instantly, the stabbing soldier ant was right in front of Lin Chen, raising its massive foreleg and kicking towards him. Be careful. Su Wanqing nearly lost her mind at this sight. If Lin Chen was hit by that kick, how could he possibly survive? If it weren't for Tang Junren holding her back, Su Wanqing would have rushed over. Tang Junren still remembered Lin Chen's words. He would definitely protect Su Wanqing well. However, Tang Junren didn't dare to look at what would happen next and tightly closed his eyes. Long Yangqiu stared at the scene on the monitor and sighed softly. Sigh, Lin Chen is too impulsive. Facing this stabbing soldier ant at level 1 is really a bit too dangerous. He probably won't be able to dodge that kick from the stabbing soldier ant. While it won't be fatal, Lin Chen will be very passive afterward. Don't forget, there's a lurking Pu Huai nearby, watching closely. On the playground, Pu Huai, hiding quietly in the shadows, revealed a delighted smile. His fierce gaze was fixed on Lin Chen, and he was roaring madly in his heart. Come on, big ant. Just crush him, then I can reap the benefits. This idiot Lin Chen definitely didn't expect that I would be lurking here, ready to steal his monster. Ha ha ha, you're still too naive. When I was dominating online games, you were still doing those trash math problems. Even as the attack was almost upon him, Lin Chen maintained his archery stance. At this moment, the terrifyingly large foreleg of the stabbing soldier ant was already hovering above Lin Chen's head, its hard, steel-like hairs seemingly brushing against the tips of Lin Chen's hair. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He gently released the fingers binding the bowstring and simultaneously took a slow step to his right. This step was like a dancer gracefully moving, stepping into a rhythm that stirred the heart of the world. Boom! The front leg of the soldier ant slammed down, crashing onto the playground, and the thunderous sound echoed throughout the campus. In the darkness, a single word slowly floated through Lin Chen's mind. Miss. The soldier ant's attack was actually dodged by Lin Chen, because Lin Chen had already taken a small step. A small step, light as a cloud. This step seemed simple, but it was actually a combination of Lin Chen's exquisite calculation ability and the invincible evasion technique granted by his cheat. When the soldier ant raised its front leg, the invincible evasion technique immediately provided an evasion plan. After quickly calculating and verifying, Lin Chen soon concluded that the invincible evasion technique was correct. Just a simple small step was enough to escape the attack damage range of the soldier ant. This invincible evasion technique was truly useful. Seeing this scene, some were delighted while others were dismayed. Pu Huai, who thought Lin Chen would be kicked to death by the soldier ant, was filled with disappointment and his hidden body involuntarily clenched his fists. This stupid ant can't even hit him? Suwon stared in disbelief at the scene, then immediately showed a joyful expression. She hurriedly nudged Tang Junren beside her and said with a trembling voice, "Look, Lin Chen, he's still alive." "Really?" Tang Junren suddenly looked up and indeed saw Lin Chen safe and sound. Tang Junren and Suwon exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Lin Chen was simply amazing, right? Where did he get the confidence and courage to be so certain he wouldn't be hit? This scene left all the survivors in the Tongtian Tower watching Lin Chen completely stunned. What the hell? What did they just see? Long Yangqiu snapped back to reality from a moment of confusion. His fist slammed down onto the table in front of him, directly smashing a hole in it. This kid is so awesome? He was actually able to accurately judge the attack range of the soldier ant and was incredibly confident in his own judgment. A small step to dodge the ant's attack, and he didn't forget to shoot an arrow back at the soldier ant. Not one step too many, not one step too few, just a small step. Such calmness, such determination, such judgment. So impressive. The female sorceress behind Long Yangqiu seemed to have stars in her eyes, murmuring simply, "Too elegant. Is this really a new player on their first day of class change? Why do I feel he's more seasoned than some veteran players? I've never seen anyone fight a monster so elegantly. Look." Even from start to finish, Lin Chen's expression hasn't changed. He has immense confidence in his own judgment. Usually, if Yuan saw Long Yangqiu damaging the facilities in the Tongtian Tower, she would definitely scold him. Last time, Long Yangqiu nearly broke a chair and was chased by Yuan for an hour of scolding. After all, damages need to be compensated. But this time, Yuan couldn't care less about scolding, and excitedly said, moreover, when he calculated the attack range of the soldier ant just now, not only was he fast, but he was also very bold. Or rather, he was very confident in his calculations. I just thought of something. His math grades. He probably has a natural sensitivity to various data, but even so, it's still terrifyingly accurate. I just calculated it on the computer. Look. Yuan displayed the activity range of the soldier ant on the computer. Everyone saw that Lin Chen had made full preparations before stepping into that range. He knew his next step would definitely trigger the soldier ant. He was very confident. Long Yangqiu curiously looked at Yuan and asked, "If it were you, how long would it take you to calculate all of this?" Yuan was taken aback, immediately putting herself in Lin Chen's previous state. Moments later, Yuan reached a terrifying conclusion. His calculation speed is no weaker than mine now, but I have hundreds of battles worth of experience. And at that time, the me who had just awakened was definitely far weaker than the Lin Chen of now. The others instantly turned their shocked gazes towards Yuan upon hearing this. Yuan was the strongest in calculation among the survivors, and her words undoubtedly elevated Lin Chen to another level. At this moment, the mistakes made by Lin Chen and his point allocation and his teammates' choices had all been cast aside by everyone. They only wanted to know what astonishing moves Lin Chen would make next. Not only the survivors from Huaxia were focused on Lin Chen, but every floor of the Tower of Heaven was brightly lit. The team leaders and analysts from every country were frantically recording Lin Chen's data and his various actions since the era of universal job transitions began. The team leader from the Lighthouse Nation was named Andrew Fu, a genius who had been mentioned repeatedly. At this moment, he was frowning deeply, repeatedly watching the step Lin Chen took with such ease. He is just an ordinary person who has just awakened his profession. How on earth did he figure all this out? It's simply amazing. A blonde, blue-eyed girl was closely leaning against Andrew, her mountainous chest brushing against Andrew's strong arm, seemingly hinting at something. "Oh, Andrew, don't mind that. Kid, why don't we go do something fun?" Andrew impatiently pushed the girl aside and turned to another man behind him, asking in a low voice, "Is this parallel world the last one?" The man behind him had a full beard, was extremely scruffy, and had pizza sauce from yesterday or the day before hanging at the corner of his mouth. However, the bearded man's eyes were exceptionally bright, as if nothing in the world could escape his calculations. After calculating on the tablet in his hand, the bearded man nodded affirmatively. "The Tower of Heaven has already gone through 43 parallel worlds." "That's right. This is the last one, the 44th. After the 44 disaster instances of this parallel world are over, the Tower of Heaven will likely undergo another mutation. At that time, there is a high possibility that competition instances between countries will emerge." Upon hearing this, Andrew's frown deepened. If Lin Chen survives until the end, how dangerous will it be for Huaxia? The bearded man lowered his head to calculate again. As he calculated, a dazzling light even burst forth from his eyes. Soon, he provided an answer. Nightmare level. Andrew's expression changed drastically in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Chen had no time to feel the thrill of having escaped death. Taking advantage of the stabbing soldier ant's moment of stiffness after its attack, Lin Chen instantly shot 2 arrows. In fact, given his speed of knocking and drawing, Shooting another arrow wouldn't be difficult, but he couldn't stay here any longer. The stabbing soldier ant's attack methods were not limited to just its front legs. It could even use its antennae for sweeping attacks. If Lin Chen got too close, it would be extremely dangerous. Lin Chen quickly created distance. He ensured he wouldn't exceed the stabbing soldier ant's activity range while also not getting too close to give it an opportunity. If he left the stabbing soldier ant's activity range, it would quickly turn back to its original position, restoring the health he had painstakingly taken away. Lin Chen didn't want his efforts to be in vain. However, just as Lin Chen nocked an arrow and prepared to attack the stabbing soldier ant, again an unexpected change occurred. The stabbing soldier ant suddenly raised its head, shook its head, and bent its front legs. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The soldier ant is about to unleash its skill. If I get hit by this soldier ant, I will instantly lose 45 health points. This means the difficulty of farming monsters will significantly increase. I must avoid it as much as possible. Lin Chen immediately gave up shooting arrows and put his longbow into his backpack. This would slightly increase his movement speed. Although not obvious at this moment, it's better than nothing. The attack range of this skill is much wider than that of the soldier ant's normal attack, making it absolutely not easy to dodge. Moreover, this thrusting skill can slightly change direction, which further increases Lin Chen's difficulty in dodging. However, this soldier ant is ultimately a mindless monster. Lin Chen still has a strategy. Although the odds are slim, he has to give it a try. Finally, the soldier ant is ready, and its massive figure suddenly charged towards Lin Chen like a ghost. Its long antennae shot towards Lin Chen's chest like a giant spear. In the moment before the soldier ant charged out, Lin Chen pretended to dodge to the right. This scene was naturally captured by the soldier ant's crimson eyes. So, the soldier ant's front legs slightly shifted towards the direction Lin Chen was pretending to dodge, and then it charged out instantly. But in that moment, Lin Chen suddenly changed direction, leaping in the opposite way, curling his body in midair like a ball, landing, and rolling away a distance. This scene was as if a rolling animation in a game was performed by a real person. Of course, this was thanks to the help of the invincible dodging technique. Lin Chen was incredibly grateful that he chose to exchange for this reward. Tang Jun and the others widened their eyes in shock. Could it be that Yi Ge practiced martial arts? He actually knows this move? That's amazing. The shock Lin Chen brought them was like waves of the sea, one after another, never ceasing. However, it must be said that if it weren't for his baiting that caused the soldier ant's direction to shift, combined with the roll to dodge, he would have absolutely not had time to evade the soldier ant's skill. After all, the distance was just too close. If the small step he took to dodge the soldier ant just now demonstrated Lin Chen's precise calculation ability, then this time's baiting and rolling showcased his strong psychological quality and strategy, along with agile body control. This was not something an ordinary high school student could achieve. Sure enough, this scene instantly ignited the atmosphere. Inside the Tower of Heaven. Terrifying. Simply too terrifying. Lin Chen is impressive, that roll was so cool. But there's still a bit of a problem. If he shot a soul pursuit arrow while rolling, he could dodge and attack at the same time. Are you an idiot? He's only level 1. You want him to use a level 10 skill, the soul pursuit arrow? That's cheating. Damn. I was so engrossed that I forgot. Mainly, his control is just not like that of a level 1 newbie. A survivor from Huaxia slapped his forehead in regret, realizing he had almost forgotten that he was watching a level 1 newbie who had just awakened for less than half an hour. At this moment, some newbies haven't finished their class introductions, while others can already challenge a mutated monster alone. This is the disparity of the world. Yeah, so Lin Chen's ability to adapt is really strong. Long Yangqiu, hearing his teammates' discussion, suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He wanted to slam the table in excitement but remembered that he had already broken his table. But that didn't stop him from standing up excitedly and exclaiming, I know what Lin Chen's talent is. It's an unparalleled ability to adapt. Everyone was puzzled by Long Yangqiu's words. Long team, what do you mean? Long Yangqiu was somewhat excited, pointing at the unremarkable reports of Lin Chen in his hands. In the originally ordinary world, he indeed appeared to be extraordinarily ordinary because the rules of that world were set from the moment everyone was born. Everyone knows from a young age that they need to study and take exams to get into college, so Lin Chen's ability to accept things cannot be well reflected. But now, with the sudden arrival of the universal job change era, everyone's plans have been shattered and the rules have changed. At this moment, Lin Chen's abilities are highlighted. Yuan, who was beside him, also understood Long Yangqiu's meaning and continued, so he discovered the abnormality of his deskmate before the broadcast. Even ended, quickly took action to destroy the pus-filled sack, becoming the first person to achieve a first kill in the entire server. Perhaps he didn't even know there was a reward, it was just that this thing appeared in front of him, and he instinctively chose to destroy it. Then he quickly accepted the fact of the universal job change era's arrival, ignored the confusion of others, and swiftly analyzed that strength was the most important thing to clear the dungeon at that moment, so he chose to grind monsters. What others take a day to understand and accept, he can grasp in an instant. This is his talent. Is this what you mean, Long Team? Listening to Yuan's analysis, which was even more detailed than his, Long Yangqiu shamelessly nodded, his face full of excitement as he said, "That's right, that's exactly what I mean." Yuan was still not finished, her emotions were equally excited as she continued, "Besides, there's also what we've just discovered, his calculation ability. With the help of his mathematical talent, he can quickly discern the rules of the universal job change era and apply them. This kind of data flow can easily lead to becoming a strong player." Long Yangqiu nodded repeatedly, uncontrollably clapping his hands in praise. "This Lin Chen is truly a surprise to me. No, I want to report to the leader right now," Long Yangqiu said excitedly. However, Yuan, who had always supported Long Yangqiu, quickly calmed down, and her rationality made her slowly shake her head and say, "It might not be appropriate to alert the leader right now. This is only the first day. We should continue to observe. Inside the Tower of Heaven, there are several types of people. One is survivors like Long Yangqiu. They are all strong individuals who have survived through 44 disaster dungeons in their respective parallel worlds. Besides them, there are the leaders. The leaders are incredibly mysterious and usually do not appear unless there are important decisions to be made. It is said that the leaders are selected from the survivors by the Tower of Heaven. As for what lies above, there are only the legendary decision makers. But no one has ever seen them." I was impulsive. After hearing Yuan's words, Long Yangqiu calmed down and his gaze fell back on the screen. He hadn't even experienced the first disaster dungeon yet, so it was indeed a bit early for him to say these things. However, he now held great hope for Lin Chen. Long Yangqiu turned his gaze to the other screens of the Huaxia server. At this moment, most of the other screens were similar, filled with crying, confusion, and despair. Only on the screen where Lin Chen was located was there intense fighting. However, this time Long Yangqiu was not watching Lin Chen but the lurking Pu Huai not far away. "Do you think Lin Chen can survive this ambush from Pu Huai?" After dodging the skills of the stabbing soldier ant, Lin Chen's pressure can be said to have drastically decreased. Although he could only deal 6 points of damage with each attack, the stabbing soldier ant itself didn't have much health. Now, Lin Chen just needed to shoot one more arrow to successfully kill this stabbing soldier ant. Logically, Lin Chen should be able to relax a bit at this point. Tang Junrun and Su Wanning thought the same. The two of them looked at the health bar of the stabbing soldier ant and let out a sigh of relief. Lin Chen really succeeded. "Brother E is amazing. If it were me, I would have died long ago," Tang Junrun said sincerely. Su Wanning nodded in agreement. However, Lin Chen, who was drawing his bow, curled his lips into a cold smile. "Amazing? This is just the beginning. Now I'm going to give you both another lesson. In the era of universal job changes, what is more terrifying than monsters is always the human heart." When faint footsteps sounded behind Lin Chen, he sneered and said softly, "I've been waiting for you, good brother." Lin Chen's arrow suddenly shot through the air. But this time, his target was not the stabbing soldier ant, but a void. Just when Tang Junrun and Su Wanning thought Lin Chen had missed, a figure unexpectedly appeared. Pu Huai. That was their classmate. Pu Huai. He had suddenly appeared in the night, looking horrified as he watched Lin Chen's arrow shoot straight at him. "Impossible. How did you know I was here?" Lin Chen scoffed. "There are too many impossible things, but this one is possible. The Shadow Assassin's invisibility skill is not invincible. The Shadow Assassin's passive skill is called invisibility, which lasts for 5 minutes and only reappears when attacked or when it actively attacks." In Pu Huai's eyes, this skill was undoubtedly the strongest for ambushes. He couldn't understand how Lin Chen managed to predict his location. The next moment, after the arrow hit Pu Huai, it arced again, shooting towards the stabbing soldier ant with low health. The stabbing soldier ant's health was instantly depleted. At that moment, a golden light flashed around Lin Chen, Tang Junrun, and Su Wanning. They leveled up. Frustrated at failing to steal the kill, Pu Huai's eyes turned crimson with anger as he glared fiercely at Lin Chen, his gaze filled with rage. "Lin Chen, you're still so self-righteous. Do you really think that just because I couldn't steal the monster, I can't kill you? I swear, you and that bitch Su Wanning will soon go to hell together." Lin Chen looked at Pu Huai before him, his expression still calm, but his eyes were as cold as ice. The ancient hatred surged back into Lin Chen's mind like a tide. He and Pu Huai had a long-standing grudge. The reason was Su Wanning. During middle school, Pu Huai and Lin Chen were actually good brothers who talked about everything. Pu Huai naturally knew that Lin Chen liked Su Wanning. However, Pu Huai still secretly confessed to Su Wanning. After being rejected, Pu Huai, in a fit of rage, publicly slandered Su Wanning, even cursing her as a fake pure bitch. This incident infuriated Lin Chen, who beat Pu Huai up badly, and their relationship was completely severed as a result. Although they ended up in the same class again in their senior year, they never spoke to each other again. In his previous life, Pu Huai had caused Lin Chen a lot of trouble, and if it weren't for Lin Chen's good luck, he might have been killed by Pu Huai back then. This time, Lin Chen would not give Pu Huai that opportunity again. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, first confirming Su Wanning's safety, then coldly looking at Pu Huai across from him, sneering, "Just you? You're still level 1, while I'm already level 2. Do you understand the difference?" Pu Huai, holding a dagger, revealed a sinister smile. "Lin Chen, don't pretend to be tough. What's the point of being level 2? Can you fly to the sky? Do you think I'm that fool, eh? Jingy, who only knows how to fight alone. Do you really think a few words can scare me? You might as well look behind you. Lin Chen's peripheral vision was fixed on Pu Huai while he glanced back. To his surprise, 7 or 8 of his classmates were standing behind him. Among them was Mei Lian, who had previously expressed her dissatisfaction with Su Wanning. Aside from the minor conflict he had just had with Mei Lian, Lin Chen had hardly interacted with the others. Yet, although there was a hint of fear in their eyes, what was more prominent was hatred and malice. Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. Why did they harbor such intense hatred towards him? Pu Huai looked at Lin Chen's astonishment with satisfaction. He sneered and shouted at the few classmates who had just arrived. Classmates, do you want to live under the same roof as a heartless demon who kills without blinking? Moreover, this demon is protecting the evil spirits that the system allows us to kill. His selfish actions will ultimately push us into the abyss of death. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. How can we coexist with such evil spirits? Although she was once our classmate, she has changed now. We can no longer have compassion. Tell me, should we kill Lin Chen and Su Wanning? Pu Huai was still inciting those classmates. Inciting people's hearts had always been Pu Huai's forte. Just now, he had been privately chatting with each of them through the friend-adding function in the system space, secretly gathering a team to kill Lin Chen. Although those classmates were somewhat afraid, they were outnumbered, and with Pu Huai's constant agitation, they all gripped their weapons tightly and shouted in anger, "Kill! We must eliminate the evil spirits! Kill Lin Chen!" They trusted Pu Huai's brainwashing completely. Pu Huai looked at all of this with satisfaction. See, Lin Chen? Everyone hates you and wants to kill you. You really are quite a failure. What does being level 2 matter? There are 9 of us here. Wanting to kill the 3 of you is more than enough. Pu Huai's narrow eyes turned to the trembling Tang Junren, who was still holding up his shield, and he sneered, "You fatso, not only do you look bad, but your judgment is poor too, choosing to side with this demon. However, we can give you a chance to redeem yourself. If you turn around and kill that worthless woman behind you, we will let the past be the past. What do you say?" Tang Junren's heart raced as he looked at the sinister and frenzied faces of his classmates, feeling genuine fear. He didn't understand why everyone had turned out like this. Pu Huai's coaxing words stirred no waves in Tang Junren's heart. He still remembered Lin Chen's encouraging words from just moments ago. He believed Lin Chen was definitely not a bad person. Suddenly, Tang Junren's hand holding the shield stopped trembling. "Give it up. I am AGI's partner." Seeing this, Pu Huai lost interest in continuing to speak to Tang Junren and merely scoffed disdainfully. "Partner? I see you are just Lin Chen's loyal dog." Lin Chen looked at the clamoring Pu Huai in front of him and suddenly felt a bit amused. 9 people, is that a lot? Lin Chen chuckled to himself, too lazy to pay attention to Pu Huai. He opened the attribute panel in his mind and allocated the newly acquired attribute points to his constitution and luck. At this moment, due to the level up, Lin Chen's data panel changed once again. Lin Chen, wearing the first blood title, level 2 health, 193, 175 plus 18, attack power, 17, 15 plus 2, magic power, 11, 10 plus 1, mana, 83, 75 plus 8, agility, 20, 18 plus 2, luck. 2 Lin Chen didn't forget to remind Tang Junren. "Old Tang, don't forget to allocate your attribute points after leveling up." A nervous Tang Junren was taken aback, then quickly reacted, opening his panel and allocating both of his free attribute points to Constitution. In an instant, Tang Junren's health became 215 points. Lin Chen had just caught a glimpse and confirmed it. Behind him were a total of 8 classmates, including 2 dazzling spirit mages, 2 bloodthirsty warriors, 1 dark hunter, 1 glorious priest, and 2 shadow assassins. Adding to that, Pu Huai in front of Lin Chen was also a shadow assassin. A total of 9 enemies, 4 ranged classes and 5 melee classes. Lin Chen's current health was 193 points, which wasn't too little. However, if each of the 9 hit Lin Chen twice, he would probably die on the spot. To kill these people, he still had to rely on wits. Although his situation was very dangerous, Lin Chen knew he couldn't panic or lose his composure. He had to stay calm. The more dangerous it was, the more he needed to calm himself down. At that moment, Lin Chen caught a glimpse of Tang Junren wanting to step forward to help and quickly admonished him in a low voice, "Old Tang, don't forget what I said, just focus on your own business and don't worry about me." Tang Junren's foot, which had just stepped forward, paused and then retreated again. However, Su Wanqing behind Tang Junren kept urging him, "Hurry up. How can he possibly fight against so many people alone? You don't have to worry about me. This is all because of me." Su Wanqing's face was streaked with crimson tears that hadn't stopped, looking quite unsettling. But Tang Junren remained unmoved, firmly protecting Su Wanqing behind him, stubbornly saying, "Brother E told me to protect you, so I will definitely protect you. If they want to hurt you, they have to step over my corpse. Don't worry, Brother E is so powerful, he will definitely be fine. The 2 of us just need to try not to cause trouble." Seeing Tang Junren obediently protecting Su Wanqing, Lin Chen felt relieved. He began to think about strategies to confront the enemies. As for these classes, the dazzling spirit mages at level 1, aside from using their staffs to shoot magic balls, didn't have any special skills, so they were relatively easy to deal with. The Dark Hunters had high requirements for archery skills, and for newcomers, hitting the target wasn't easy. As for the Glorious Priest, this class basically had no combat ability. So the only ones Lin Chen really needed to be cautious of were the 2 bloodthirsty warriors and the 2 shadow assassins. Lin Chen provocatively looked at Pu Huai in front of him and chuckled. "Are you all planning to attack together?" It seemed that Pu Huai felt Lin Chen's mocking gaze, and his heart became even more hysterical. He couldn't understand why, with death looming, Lin Chen could still smile. Pu Huai hated Lin Chen's demeanor of being so confident and calm in everything he did. His desire to kill Lin Chen grew even more frenzied. With a darkened face, Pu Huai gripped his dagger tightly, veins bulging on his right hand, and gritted his teeth as he roared. "Hasn't anyone ever told you that you're so full of yourself? Everyone, charge at me. Today, you and that wretched woman will both die. Lin Chen, this is the price you pay for offending me." With a command from Pu Huai, everyone instantly rushed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen reacted quickly, creating some distance from the nearest Pu Huai while using his peripheral vision to observe the positions of several other melee fighters. Pu Huai sneered, disdainfully saying, "Run? Do you think you can outrun us?" The dagger in Pu Huai's hand glimmered ominously as he charged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen saw the ruthlessness and killing intent in Pu Huai's eyes. "Fool!" Lin Chen mocked, skillfully using his rapid arrow drawing technique, and shot an arrow. Pu Huai immediately felt threatened and tried to dodge the arrow, but what he didn't expect was that the arrow didn't hit him. Instead, it veered off to the side. Seeing this, Pu Huai was overjoyed, a mocking smile spreading across his face. "Oh, what's wrong with you? Can't even see where I am? Your hand is shaking like this." Pu Huai thought Lin Chen was definitely scared. Lin Chen was just pretending to be calm. But not far away, Mei Lian pointed at Pu Huai's back in terror, trembling as she said, "Pu Huai, be careful. The monster behind you is moving." Lin Chen sneered. "That's right." From the very beginning, Lin Chen's arrow was never aimed at Pu Huai, but at the soldier ant not far behind him. The soldier ant, struck by the arrow, instantly turned its eyes blood red, its massive antennae waving as it turned to look in the direction the arrow had come from. After shooting the arrow, Lin Chen didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately ran in the opposite direction. He also dodged an arrow shot by an enemy Dark Hunter that went awry. And it wasn't just one. Countless arrows and magic balls were instantly shot at Lin Chen. These people had just changed jobs and couldn't properly control the flight speed of the magic balls and crossbow bolts, failing to predict their trajectories, resulting in almost all of them missing. It was thanks to Lin Chen's decisive running. When the soldier ant turned its head, Lin Chen had already run out of its attack range. Thus, the soldier ant, with its confused and blood-red gaze, scanned the area before settling on the nearest Pu Huai. This was Lin Chen's first step in the plan, diverting the disaster. When Pu Huai was reminded by Mei Lian to look back, the stabbing soldier ant was already charging towards him. As the massive stabbing soldier ant thundered towards him, Pu Huai nearly had his soul scared out of him. "What the hell? You big idiot. I didn't even hit you. Why are you charging at me?" Fortunately, he had just been secretly watching Lin Chen's response method, so he had some understanding of the stabbing soldier ant's attack patterns and quickly dodged its front legs. However, looking at the terrifying front legs of the stabbing soldier ant, Pu Huai felt his legs go weak. Moreover, what seemed simple when Lin Chen dodged became a realization for Pu Huai when he faced the stabbing soldier ant himself. Lin Chen was simply a monster. How did he clearly judge the landing point of the stabbing soldier ant's front legs in the dark? In his panic, Pu Huai couldn't dodge in time and was directly swept by the stabbing soldier ant's front leg. In an instant, Pu Huai was sent flying by the stabbing soldier ant. Fortunately, just before being swept away, the dagger in his hand happened to stab into the stabbing soldier ant. 1534. The two numbers floated above Pu Huai and the stabbing soldier ant's heads. The smaller number was above the stabbing soldier ant, while the larger one was above Pu Huai. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at this scene, somewhat astonished. Pu Huai actually managed to deal 15 points of damage? That was more than double Lin Chen's. It should be noted that this was after the reduction due to level suppression. Lin Chen quickly calculated that Pu Huai's attack power should be 20 points. To achieve such a high attack power, there was only one possibility. That was Pu Huai had put both of his talent points into strength. This guy really is reckless. With 2 points in strength, his health must be too fragile. He doesn't have much of a speed advantage either, losing the strong pulling ability of an assassin. Pu Huai, who was knocked to the ground, was quite surprised to see that his strike had actually taken away nearly 30% of the stabbing soldier ant's health. Just now, he saw Lin Chen's arrow only dealt 6 points of damage. That meant, with about 3 more strikes, he could kill this monster? If he could level up, his chances of killing Lin Chen would be even higher. Thinking of this, Pu Huai felt a surge of excitement. Lin Chen was digging a pit for himself. Pu Huai quickly got up and glanced at the battle situation over there. The 4 melee class players needed a bit more time to catch up to Lin Chen, but the ranged classes could already attack Lin Chen thanks to their longer reach. Although the previous attacks had all been dodged, Pu Huai didn't believe Lin Chen could maintain this state forever. Lin Chen was just a turtle in a jar. Quick! All melee classes come over, let's take down this big guy together. One strike each and it's done. The others keep chasing Lin Chen. Pu Huai shouted excitedly to the other 8. The melee classes raised their eyebrows. At his words, somewhat confused but still abandoned their pursuit of Lin Chen to charge at the stabbing soldier ant in front of Pu Huai. They were still a bit fearful, facing this giant ant. However, Pu Huai impatiently urged them on. Go! Together, as long as we hit this monster 3 times it will die and then we can level up. Lin Chen, who was dodging the ranged attacks, subtly curled his lips into a smile. Go ahead, over there is the trap I set for you. Lin Chen turned to look at the 4 ranged classes. Not far away, a dazzling spirit mage, a dark hunter, and a glory priest. His gaze locked onto the glory priest. She was a short girl, and if Lin Chen remembered correctly, she was an athlete named Han Ran. You, a glory priest, have no effect at all before level 5. Your damage output is low. Why are you even here? Isn't it better to stay alive? Han Ran's eyes were fierce. Why didn't you say to let Leingi live when you killed him? He was my boyfriend. You killed him. I must avenge him. Lin Chen was taken aback. So they were a couple. He could understand now. Lin Chen smiled. It's okay, don't rush. I'll take you to see him right now. With that, Lin Chen swiftly knocked an arrow and suddenly shot it out. The arrow flew straight towards Han Ran. Han Ran, startled, tried to dodge but was caught off guard and was hit directly by the arrow. This infuriated Mei Lian. There were 4 of them attacking Lin Chen, yet he managed to hit 1 arrow first. Mei Lian shouted in exasperation, are you all useless? He's just standing there, why aren't you killing him? The dark hunter beside her quickly mimicked Lin Chen's stance to draw and shoot, but unfortunately his arrow was neither as fast nor as accurate as Lin Chen's, and Lin Chen easily sidestepped it. Lin Chen didn't care, leisurely retreating while shooting another arrow. The target was still Han Ran. But this time, the arrow Lin Chen shot underwent a transformation. The originally wooden arrow suddenly turned pitch black, as if wrapped in a layer of dark mist. Lin Chen was delighted. Wow! The black seal was triggered. What luck! With the increase in health, his black seal damage had now risen to 4 points, lasting a total of 10 seconds, which meant 40 points of damage. To know, Lin Chen's regular arrow only dealt about 17 points of damage. The passive skill triggering was equivalent to him shooting 2 arrows. And then some. Han Ran was only level 1, and she definitely wouldn't enhance her physique, so she now had 66 health points left. It only looked like 66 points. After 10 seconds, once the black seal damage was fully deducted, she would only have 26 left. 2 arrows. Lin Chen smiled and continued to draw and shoot. He didn't care about the others, as long as he shot arrows, they were definitely aimed at Han Ran. While attacking Han Ran, he was also able to dodge attacks, and until now, Lin Chen's health was still full. After shooting another arrow, Lin Chen's gaze turned towards Pu Huai. At that moment, several melee classes that had rushed over just got close and suddenly raised their large knives and daggers to slash at the soldier ant. After getting up from the ground, Pu Huai charged forward as well. Pu Huai's eyes lit up. If all of this hit, it would be an instant kill. Lin Chen sneered. A bunch of fools. Do they really think this big ant is an idiot? Sure enough, the next moment, the soldier ant's antennae began to thrash wildly, and the entire ant stomped towards Pu Huai. Pu Huai was instantly horrified. What the hell? Is it crazy? Why is this soldier ant attacking him? That's right, what Pu Huai didn't know was that this stabbing soldier ant had a hate value system similar to online games, and its attack target would always be the one with the highest hate value. No matter how close others were, the stabbing soldier ant would not attack. If Pu Huai remained still from a distance, it might have actually been hit. Unfortunately, Pu Huai was still too arrogant. He even wanted to try to kill this stabbing soldier ant himself. The stabbing soldier ant suddenly stood up, its antennae sweeping back, directly knocking 2 melee classes flying from the side. The 2 in front were fortunate to escape, successfully striking the stabbing soldier ant. -15. -15. 2 sets of numbers floated above the stabbing soldier ant's head. Pu Huai, who was hurriedly dodging, was overjoyed. Hurry! It only has 5 health points left. Just one more hit and this big ant would be dead. But at that moment, an arrow he never expected pierced through the air, instantly penetrating the body of the stabbing soldier ant. Pu Huai was stunned. He didn't level up. All the experience was actually stolen. Who stole his monster? Pu Huai's eyes turned blood red as he looked around, and the next moment he saw Lin Chen's brilliant smile. Thanks a lot. At that moment, 2 golden lights flashed over Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen leveled up twice. Pu Huai's face was filled with disbelief. No, Lin Chen, you won't die a good death. He roared in anger, wishing he could rush up and tear Lin Chen to pieces. Pu Huai's chest heaved up and down, his face quickly turning red, his eyes bloodshot. Monster stealing. He had been robbed of a monster. That's right, he hadn't even been able to steal Lin Chen's monster while invisible, but now he was watching Lin Chen steal his monster right in front of him. So casually. But just as Pu Huai was about to rush up, a terrified voice suddenly came. Not good. I triggered another stabbing soldier ant. Pu Huai abruptly turned his head. It was the shadow assassin who had been knocked away. He had actually been knocked right in front of another stabbing soldier ant. That stabbing soldier ant certainly wouldn't go easy on him, raising its thick front leg and stomping down on the shadow assassin. 35. A high amount of damage floated above the shadow assassin's head. Help me, Pu Huai. Save me. The shadow assassin had never seen such a situation and immediately began to scream for his life. Pu Huai was also stunned and could only shout, urgently, run. The shadow assassin also wanted to escape the stabbing soldier ant's attack range. But with that stomp, the shadow assassin was almost embedded into the ground. How could he escape so easily? He desperately clawed at the ground, trying to crawl out. But the stabbing soldier ant's next attack was already upon him. Boom! Another stomp came down. 35. Still the familiar numbers. After enduring 2 attacks from the stabbing soldier ant, the shadow assassin's health was suddenly at 0. At this point, tears were scared out of the shadow assassin, who desperately tried to get up. I was wrong. I'm scared. Don't kill me. Unfortunately, no matter how tragic the shadow assassin's cries were, the stabbing soldier ant would not show mercy. This stabbing soldier ant had no intelligence. It only knew one thing: to kill all the humans in front of it. Boom! In front of everyone, the stabbing soldier ant brutally stomped the shadow assassin to death. 3 attacks. It only took 3 attacks. The shadow assassin turned to dust, dissipating in this world. He had wanted to kill Lin Chen, but unexpectedly, before he could kill Lin Chen, he lost his own life first. Pu Huai and several other melee classes were left dumbfounded. The few closest to him even felt their legs starting to tremble. The more terrifying thing was that the soldier ant, after killing the shadow assassin, did not stop there but instead turned its gaze towards the remaining few, shaking its massive body and charging at them. This nearly scared everyone out of their wits. It was Pu Huai who reacted the fastest, quickly shouting, "Don't panic. This thing isn't that scary. Let's work together to kill it." The terrified few could hardly hear him. 2 of them desperately tried to escape, rushing towards Lin Chen. Again, Pu Huai, leave this monster to you guys, we're going to kill Lin Chen. To them, killing Lin Chen seemed much easier than killing the monster. Pu Huai was about to grind his teeth in frustration. These 2 bastards. They actually left the soldier ant to Pu Huai and another bloodthirsty warrior. The 2 exchanged glances, both looking somewhat at a loss. Pu Huai took a deep breath and slowly said to the bloodthirsty warrior, "Old Zhang, don't panic. Let's cooperate well. Killing this monster shouldn't be a problem." Old Zhang nervously nodded. He had no choice. It was too late for him to run now. The soldier ant had already set its sights on him. This scene was all witnessed by Lin Chen not far away. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Sure enough, they are all fools. Actually, as long as they run out of a certain range, they can shake off the monster's aggro. They are still too young. If they're young, then let them suffer a bit. Although Lin Chen's attention was on Pu Huai, he had not given up on attacking. Just now, by stealing that one monster, Lin Chen had directly leveled up by 2 levels. Now Lin Chen was already at level 4. The reason he could level up so much was that Lin Chen had already cancelled his party with Tang Junren and Su Wanning in advance. The first monster was shared among the 3, with each person leveling up once. The experience from the second soldier ant was solely Lin Chen's, so he directly leveled up twice. At this moment, Lin Chen's attack power had risen to 30 points. At this time, Han Ran looked at her dwindling health bar. She only had 20 points left. Now she was really a bit scared. Han Ran looked at Lin Chen, who was still calm and collected not far away, and shouted, "Lin Chen, why do you keep attacking me?" Lin Chen smiled, "Aren't you missing Lei Zhengyi? I thought I'd send you to find him quickly. But since you don't like me hitting you, then I won't hit you anymore." Saying this, Lin Chen's next arrow really shot straight towards the dazzling mage beside Han Ran. Seeing this, Han Ran let out a breath and quickly turned to run. Mei Lian, witnessing this scene, was almost driven mad with anger. This Han Ran actually ran away. "Han Ran, what are you doing? Come back." But Han Ran didn't. "Look back, I'm not killing anymore. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I'm still a virgin." Mei Lian was furious. "Han Ran, once we kill Lin Chen, I will definitely expel you from our class." While dodging the magic ball attacks, Lin Chen sneered disdainfully. "Want to leave? It's not that easy." The damage from the black mark hadn't even finished calculating. It had only just been 3 seconds. Han Ran's health was only 20 points left, and she didn't have any potions to restore health. In less than 5 seconds, she would undoubtedly die. Lin Chen was just too lazy to waste another arrow. Those 2 melee classes were coming over. He had to finish this quickly. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, 2 screams echoed across the playground. One was Han Ran, who hadn't had time to run back to class, and the other was the dazzling spirit mage beside him. Both of their health points were simultaneously drained by Lin Chen, and their shrill howls couldn't prevent them from turning to ashes. On Mei Lian's side, 2 more had fallen, and Lin Chen was still in peak condition. Out of the 9 participants in the siege, only 6 remained. Pu Huai and another bloodied warrior were still entangled with the stabbing soldier ant, unable to break free. This meant they only had 4 left to attack Lin Chen. It could be said that their advantage was completely gone. Seeing this scene, all the students involved in the hunt felt a bit scared, their footsteps halting in place, not daring to pursue any further. Mei Lian glanced at them and angrily said, "Don't be afraid. I've called for some reinforcements, they'll be here soon." Moreover, the two melee players are already closing in on Lin Chen. The only reason he's still alive is that we're all ranged classes. If two melee classes attack him together, he will definitely die. Just as Mei Lian finished speaking, three ranged players ran out from the classroom, looking bewildered as they approached. Seeing the three of them, Mei Lian's eyes lit up and she quickly used a voice sweet enough to make one sick to act cute. "Come here quickly. Why did it take you so long? I'm about to be bullied by Lin Chen." The three newcomers were all boys who usually pursued Mei Lian, and at this moment, as she acted cute with them, they were practically melting. One of them quickly patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. We'll protect you." "Are we going to hunt Lin Chen now?" Mei Lian didn't respond but instead glanced at their classes. One was a dark hunter, one a glory priest, and one a dazzling spirit mage. All ranged classes. Mei Lian didn't care about this. She quickly turned her gaze to the corner of the playground, where Su Wanning was pitifully hiding behind Tang Junren's shield. A deep disgust appeared on her face. Damn bitch. Mei Lian wasn't bad-looking, but unfortunately, she and Su Wanning were in the same class. As the saying goes, why was there a bright light when there was already a jade? Su Wanning's naturally gentle aura completely overshadowed her. This made the jealous Mei Lian extremely envious. Even her boyfriend at the time had pursued Mei Lian only after failing to win over Su Wanning. After learning this, Mei Lian developed an almost extreme jealousy and hatred for Su Wanning. She wished for her death. This was also the reason she cooperated with Lei Zhengyi to incite others to kill Su Wanning. She thought Su Wanning was just a green tea bitch pretending to be pitiful. Thinking of this, Mei Lian gritted her teeth and shouted, "Forget about Lin Chen for now, let those two melee classes deal with him. All other ranged classes follow me. We'll first kill Lin Chen's accomplices and this wicked, strange evil spirit." Mei Lian's suggestion was instantly agreed upon by the other four, and they immediately turned their weapons toward Tang Junren and Su Wanning. Among them, the new Dark Hunter even directly drew his bow on the spot, shooting an arrow at the unsuspecting Su Wanning. What he didn't expect was that this guy actually had some skill. The arrow cut through the long night, accurately heading toward Su Wanning. Moreover, the direction he shot from was a spot that Tang Junren's shield couldn't cover. The arrow flew at high speed, almost instantly reaching Su Wanning. If this arrow hit, Su Wanning would undoubtedly die. A sinister smile appeared on Mei Lian's face. This despised bitch was finally going to die. Ding! But just at this critical moment, a large shield suddenly blocked the arrow, keeping it from reaching its target. It was Tang Junren. It turned out that Tang Junren had been keeping an eye on everyone, so he immediately noticed Mei Lian and the others' movements. His peripheral vision was fixed on the weapons in everyone's hands, afraid of missing any attack. In his highly concentrated state, the suddenly appearing arrows seemed to come at him in slow motion. Tang Junren raised his shield directly, easily blocking the arrows. This scene shocked the Dark Hunter. It was clearly a sneak attack, and the arrow was so fast. How did this fat man react in time? Mei Lian, seeing this brilliant shot being blocked, was even more disappointed. All was in vain. She was furious and shouted at Tang Junren, "You fat man, are you really going to tear your face apart for this killer demon and strange evil spirit against your classmates?" Tang Junren ignored her. He still wore that resolute expression. This infuriated Mei Lian. "Fine. Since you refuse to drink the wine offered and choose the punishment wine instead, don't blame us for being merciless. Everyone, listen to me, spread out." The others immediately understood Mei Lian's meaning. Her gaze towards Tang Junren was filled with mockery as she sneered, "Even if you, Tang Junren, have a shield, it can only defend one direction. We will all stand in a circle and attack you. I want to see how you dodge." Upon hearing this, Tang Junren's heart sank, realizing the situation was dire. This Mei Lian was truly ruthless. Su Wanning's face turned pale, her hands trembling slightly, fear rippling in her heart. If these 5 people attacked them simultaneously, let alone Su Wanning with only 10 health points, even Tang Junren with 215 health points wouldn't last long. She didn't want to drag Tang Junren down with her to death. "Tang Junren, you should run. Or go find Lin Chen. Don't stay with me, my health is too low, I can't survive. Becoming this kind of monster is my own fate, I can't blame anyone else. Even if I die, there's nothing to be done. Please tell Lin Chen that I really appreciate him." Tang Junren's somewhat plump hand tightly gripped the shield, the handle pressing into his flesh until it turned red. He glanced nervously at the 5 people in front of him. 5 in total, and even if each one deducted over 10 health points, it would only take about 4 attacks for him to die. Their expressions were so fierce. Almost instinctively, Tang Junren wanted to retreat to a quiet corner. He remembered the shadow of being bullied by bullies in his childhood. Since then, he found that corners could provide him with infinite security. He wanted to throw away the shield, hide in a corner, and bury his head in his pants, becoming a turtle again. But then he recalled Lin Chen's words. Tang Junren slowly shook his head. He threw away the short sword in his right hand, gripped the shield tightly with both hands, his gaze firm, and said in a deep voice, "No, Igu said to protect you well, I will never abandon you. We are partners. Trust me. Today, I will not take a single step back." Tang Junren had never been trusted like this before, so he didn't want to let Lin Chen's trust down. He certainly knew the difficulty of protecting Su Wanning, but since Lin Chen could create miracles in dire situations, why couldn't he? Tang Junren. Since Lin Chen trusted him, he had to live up to that trust. Tang Junren's chubby face was filled with determination, his gaze fixed firmly on everyone around him. At this moment, Mei Lian and the others had already taken their positions, their eyes wickedly fixed on the clown-like Tang Junren and Su Wanning in the center. Mei Lian noticed the change in Tang Junren. He was no longer trembling, and his eyes were no longer filled with panic and fear. At this moment, there was light in his eyes, but Mei Lian didn't take it to heart at all. She didn't believe that Tang Junren and Su Wanning could survive under the assault of the five of them. Seeing Su Wanning so terrified filled Mei Lian with immense satisfaction. "Everyone, attack!" Mei Lian ordered without a moment's hesitation. At the same time, a beam of light shot from her wand towards Tang Junren. The other four raised their weapons, and in an instant, arrows mixed with magic balls flew towards Tang Junren from all directions. To an ordinary person with so many attacks coming at once, how could one possibly block them all with just a shield? Sweat beads had already formed on Tang Junren's forehead. But, in Tang Junren's gaze, all the flying objects gradually slowed down. Again. Moreover, he realized that the speeds of these attacks were actually different. Even among the same profession of dark hunters, the two of them shot arrows at different speeds due to the varying strength of their pulls. The magic ball from the radiant priest was faster than the beam from the shining mage. Therefore, the first to arrive was the arrow from the northeast. After calculating, Tang Junren placed the shield in his right hand and raised it towards the northeast. Ding! A crisp sound came from the shield. But Tang Junren had no time to rejoice, instantly using his left hand to horizontally block the second arrow coming from the north. Then, he released the shield with his right hand, letting it drop, and quickly lifted it with his left hand, turning south. The magic ball from the radiant priest had arrived. Whoosh! The magic ball accurately landed on the shield. It sounds long, but the time Tang Junren took to block these three attacks was almost instantaneous. Su Wanning only saw a shadow flash before her eyes. But the crisis was not yet averted. Next, two beams from the shining mages arrived almost simultaneously, and they were coming from completely opposite directions. Even more terrifying was that both directions could hit Su Wanning. What to do? Tang Junren was a bit flustered. Was he really going to disappoint Lin Chen? Just as Tang Junren was at a loss, a pair of hands suddenly supported his shield, helping him raise it towards the west, while at the same time, an arrow shot towards the last eastern direction. The arrow collided with one of the beams, causing it to explode prematurely. The last beam was firmly blocked by the shield. All crises were averted. Tang Junren was stunned, staring blankly upwards. He happened to see Lin Chen smile, radiant like the warm sun. "Well done, but sometimes don't overexert yourself. Don't forget, you have me as your teammate." At this moment, the Sky Tower was utterly silent. All the survivors stared dumbfounded at the monitor in front of them, unable to speak. Long Yangqiu felt like he was going crazy. Everyone was going crazy. What had they just seen? These survivors had all lost their minds. Long Yangqiu slammed the armrest of his chair and stood up with a crash. The chair beneath him was instantly shattered by his slap. Long Yangqiu was simply too excited. He simply couldn't control the power that erupted from within him. He turned around, his face serious, and said in a deep voice, "What did we just say? That this little fatty is cowardly? Clumsy? It's simply ridiculous. How the hell can we call this cowardice? Did you all see that? Did all my predecessors who sacrificed themselves for our country see that? He truly deserves the words loyalty and bravery. With just one person and a shield, he dared to face 5 people attacking him, not retreating a single step. And we call this cowardice? He could have easily escaped. With over 200 health points, getting away would have been a piece of cake. Even if he is an exiled knight, even if he has damage reduction, even if he has 215 health points, how can he withstand several attacks from 5 people? And those 5 are all maxed out. But he didn't even have the thought of retreating. If he is cowardly, then how many in our survivor team can be called resolute? This little fatty calculated the minuscule differences in the trajectories of various attacks precisely, and swung his shield as if dancing, blocking attacks from all directions. How could we, a bunch of ruthless killers, actually call this clumsy? Our eyes, we should really donate them. We almost missed such a talented individual. At this moment, Long Yangqiu was already very excited. How long had it been since he had seen someone willing to sacrifice their life for their partner? In the era of universal job changes, killing was not prohibited, and everyone prioritized their own survival. To others, people like Tang Junren might seem like fools. It was precisely because no one was willing to be a fool that our country became increasingly timid, with no one daring to charge into battle, no one daring to fight bravely. So, what just happened before them was simply shocking. The impact of this scene on all survivors in our country, and even on survivors worldwide, was unparalleled and beyond description. Suddenly, Yuan spoke up. So, Lin Chen saw it all along? His insight even surpasses all of us? Yuan's words instantly silenced the entire hall again. That's right, Yuan reminded everyone. They were so caught up in lamenting how they had misjudged the situation, so focused on marveling at the miracle created by Tang Junren. But they forgot. It was Lin Chen who helped Tang Junren make the choice, completing the final shield raise. It was also Lin Chen who shot an arrow like thunder to resolve the last beam. And it was Lin Chen who, when Tang Junren showed no special qualities, firmly chose him as his only teammate. All of it was because of Lin Chen. At the time, we laughed so heartily, now the slap in the face is just as severe. We have questioned Lin Chen's actions many times, and the fact proves that we were all wrong. Long Yangqiu finally added hoarsely, let's not forget, he must have calculated that the last two beams were something Tang Junren couldn't handle. He might have just taken a glance while dealing with the enemy in front of him and came up with a counter-strategy. We all underestimated Lin Chen. His abilities are far more terrifying than we imagined. The entire Huaxia floor fell silent. A male radiant priest behind Long Yangqiu suddenly spoke up, trembling. Did you see that? Just now, Lin Chen's operation? Long Yangqiu was taken aback. They had all been watching that little fatty Tang Junren's actions and hadn't noticed what Lin Chen had done, only seeing him suddenly appear beside Tang Junren, helping him lift the shield in his hand. The radiant priest swallowed hard, wanting to describe it, but hesitated for a long time, fidgeting without speaking. Long Yangqiu frowned in displeasure. This male radiant priest was always a bit slow. But since there was no urgent matter before, it was fine, but now he was keeping everyone in suspense and still not speaking, so he hurriedly urged, what operation? Hurry up and say it. The male radiant priest sighed, patted his chest, and said helplessly, I want to say it, but I feel I can't describe what he did in that moment. How about you all just watch the replay? Now everyone wished they could beat him up immediately. Fortunately, just as the male radiant priest finished speaking, Yuan had already pulled up the replay footage and projected it onto the display screen. Everyone's gaze instantly turned to Lin Chen. Just as Mei Lian had said, at this moment, Lin Chen indeed had no time to pay attention to these ranged professions. He was currently playing with those two melee professions. One of the bloodthirsty warriors roared and charged at Lin Chen. I want to avenge my classmate. You murderer. I still have plenty of health left. You can't kill me. You should just give up resisting. Lin Chen almost laughed out loud. This guy really took himself seriously? With Lin Chen's current speed, even if that bloodthirsty warrior had a speed boost, he couldn't catch up to him at all. However, at this moment, Lin Chen had noticed the situation on Tang Junren's side. Those shameless Mei Lian actually started to gang up on Tang Junren and Su Wanning. Lin Chen's expression turned cold. He didn't have time to waste with these two melee professions. It had to be a quick battle. Lin Chen deliberately slowed down his speed, and in an instant, the bloodthirsty warrior had already charged right in front of him. The bloodthirsty warrior still didn't know what awaited him. Die for me. The bloodthirsty warrior suddenly raised his steel knife and swung it down at Lin Chen. What he didn't expect was that at the moment he swung the knife down, Lin Chen actually stopped in his tracks and charged right between the two of them. The bloodthirsty warrior saw this scene, his mouth curling into a sinister grin, and he roared, "You're looking for death." The bloodthirsty warrior was not willing to give up such a good opportunity. He quickly adjusted the direction of his steel knife, wanting to follow the moving Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen charge over, the shadow assassin's first reaction was joy. Wasn't this a death wish? Lin Chen actually dared to get this close. The two were about to collide face to face. Wasn't this the attack distance the shadow assassin dreamed of? His attack power is extremely high. If he gets close, he could probably kill Lin Chen in just 3 or 4 seconds. And Lin Chen, as a ranged dark hunter, has almost no ability to fight back in close combat. He can only let himself be slaughtered. The shadow assassin thought of this and quickly excitedly waved the dagger in his hand, stabbing towards Lin Chen in front of him. However, at that moment, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. He took advantage of the shadow assassin's speed and momentum to quickly close the distance between them. Just as they were about to collide, Lin Chen stepped forward with his right foot. Following that, he used his right foot as an axis to dodge the dagger thrust by the shadow assassin, then pressed his body tightly against the shadow assassin and swiftly turned around. Students who love basketball would probably be familiar with this move. Now, this turn was unexpectedly used by Lin Chen in such a thrilling confrontation. With his body pressed against the shadow assassin, Lin Chen raised his elbow fiercely and smashed it towards the shadow assassin's back. This elbow strike truly caught the shadow assassin off guard. Although this elbow strike couldn't cause damage, the force behind it was still present. The shadow assassin's body uncontrollably lunged forward, and the dagger in his hand was raised in a panic. When the bloodthirsty warrior saw the shadow assassin charging towards him with the dagger, it was too late to retract his long knife. 19. A scarlet number floated above the shadow assassin's head. It directly deducted 1/5 of his health. At the same time, the dagger in the shadow assassin's hand also stabbed towards the bloodthirsty warrior's chest. 20. Another shocking number, startling the bloodthirsty warrior. Lin Chen not only escaped their encirclement but also made them turn on each other? This operation was incredible. Inside the Tower of Heaven, Long Yangqiu felt numb. The others inside the Tower of Heaven began chattering excitedly. I can only say, we must activate teammate damage exemption. They're all newbies, how would they understand team play? You're overestimating them. Just a passerby, am I watching a newbie's livestream? I'm really not watching. A highlight reel of a master? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Long Yangqiu's mind. He slapped his head and quickly said, wait. Yes. Why don't we activate the highlight reel in advance? Highlight reel? All the other Chinese survivors were taken aback. This is a feature in the Tower of Heaven system interface within the leaderboard. When a player's operation is selected, all players on the server can see and learn from this master player's actions. Yuan frowned slightly. Activate in advance? That requires 10 points. Is it worth it? Long Yangqiu became excited about his idea and quickly explained to everyone, the highlight reel feature normally activates after the first dungeon. If we activate it in advance, Lin Chen's chances of receiving rewards will be higher, making him even stronger and increasing the probability of survival. As long as Lin Chen can survive through 44 disaster dungeons, the benefits for us will definitely exceed 10 points. Moreover, Lin Chen just earned 100 points for China. We're just giving back. As Long Yangqiu's words fell, everyone fell into silence. What Captain Long just said seemed very right. Although points are precious, talent is even more valuable. Moreover, without Lin Chen, Huaxia wouldn't have gained such a huge sum of 100 points at all. And if Lin Chen's actions were truly selected, it would definitely be extremely beneficial for him. Yuan furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and finally nodded slowly. The other survivor team members also did not raise any objections. Long Yangqiu, without a hint of hesitation, directly activated the highlight reel feature. Then, Long Yangqiu asked Yuan to edit and upload the actions of Lin Chen and Tang Junren to the highlight reel. Although the Huaxia survivors could decide when to activate the highlight reel feature, they had no say in whether this operation could be selected for the highlight reel. That could only be judged by the Tower of Heaven. Long Yangqiu and the others could only wait for the results to be announced. Unlike the excitement of the Huaxia survivors inside the Tower of Heaven, the bloodthirsty warrior stared wide-eyed at the health points floating above his head. What the hell? Are you crazy? Why did you stab me? I didn't mean to hit you. You have to know that this is not just a simple health point, it represents a life. How could the bloodthirsty warrior not be anxious? The shadow assassin, who was already furious from being toyed with by Lin Chen, was even more enraged when the bloodthirsty warrior indiscriminately accused him, nearly exploding with anger. But fortunately, he was still a rational person. He suppressed his anger, quickly got up from the ground, and hurriedly said to the bloodthirsty warrior, I didn't do it on purpose. Let's deal with Lin Chen first, he's just too strange. The bloodthirsty warrior also realized and quickly searched for Lin Chen's figure. At this moment, Lin Chen knocked an arrow and shot again at the shadow assassin, who had just stood up. The shadow assassin still held the dagger in front of him, and just as he was about to turn around, the tremendous force pushed his body forward again. The dagger held in front of his chest stabbed toward the unsuspecting bloodthirsty warrior once more. 2-1. Another crimson number floated above the bloodthirsty warrior's head. The bloodthirsty warrior was really going crazy. After 2 stabs from the shadow assassin, his health points had already hit rock bottom. The fear of death instantly enveloped his entire body. He raised his head, trembling all over, looking at Lin Chen not far away, his lips slightly parted, just about to plead for mercy. Lin Chen naturally did not give him this opportunity. A single arrow took the life of the bloodthirsty warrior. No hesitation, because there could be no hesitation. No mercy, because there was no need for mercy. In his past life, after countless battles, he had been backstabbed and betrayed more than once. He had long since honed his character. Anyone who showed hostility towards him would be killed on the spot. The remaining shadow assassin still had some health left, but at this moment, Lin Chen had no time to pay attention to him. He quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow, instantly killing the shadow assassin, then ran towards Tang Junren and Su Wanning without looking back. Then, what happened next was known to everyone. At this point, the recording ended. The Tower of Heaven fell into silence. If it weren't for that male blurry priest, they might have really missed this shocking scene. Long Yangqiu sighed. In that split second, could you have done all of this? Or, would you dare to do these things? I'll say at first, I wouldn't dare. The longer I live in the Tower of Heaven, the more I fear death. Even in the later stages of the 44 disaster dungeons, I only dared to rely on my own hard strength to push through, not daring to take any risks. We seem to have lost that spirit of struggle while excessively pursuing stability and cooperation. This is also one of the reasons why we are not as strong as the Bear Nation and the Lighthouse Nation. Perhaps this newcomer Lin Chen has something we need to learn from. The other survivors nodded slightly, looking thoughtful. Suddenly, the Tower of Heaven popped up a prompt, and the review of the 4 video clips had ended. Almost simultaneously, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly echoed within the Tower of Heaven. Not only in the Tower of Heaven, but also in Lin Chen and the others' ears, the mechanical voice of the Tower of Heaven rang out. Hua! Xiad Youth Mode has now opened the exciting Operation Highlight feature. Congratulations to the Dark Hunter Lin Chen for having 3 operations selected for the server's exciting Operation Highlights. Ratings B, A+. Congratulations to the exiled Knight Tang Jun for having 1 operation selected for the server's exciting Operation Highlights. Rating B+. All players can enter System Leaderboard Exciting Operation Highlights interface to view. Tang Jun blinked in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Lin Chen, however, furrowed his brows in surprise. What was going on? He clearly remembered that this feature would only be activated after entering the first nationwide disaster dungeon, so why was it activated early? It was different from his previous life? Lin Chen inexplicably thought of that Huaxia survivor team leader Long Yangqiu. Could it be that someone was manipulating things? Was there really someone he didn't know about? Lin Chen's gaze instinctively turned towards the Tower of Heaven. If survivors truly existed, then the Tower of Heaven was the most likely place for them to hide. But this matter was still too distant for Lin Chen, and he retracted his thoughts. Naturally, Lin Chen was overjoyed that 3 of his operations had been selected, because Lin Chen knew very well that there would be rewards to claim after being selected for the exciting Operation Highlights. This would greatly assist him in achieving the goal of obtaining the first place in the dungeon evaluation in the early stages. However, Lin Chen didn't have time to check now. He still had to kill. Mei Lian clearly didn't expect Lin Chen to resolve those 2 melee classes so quickly. Now, looking at Lin Chen, who was still in full condition, Mei Lian finally felt fear. But she didn't show it. Instead, she shouted again, "Quick! Let's all attack together and kill him." The 3 newcomers had not yet witnessed Lin Chen's strength and, thinking they could easily kill him, confidently launched an attack towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold as he easily dodged those few attacks, raising his hand to shoot an arrow into the crowd. This arrow was aimed directly at that Dark Hunter. This guy was named Li Lei, who had played with a bow and arrow before and had gone hunting a few times with his dad, so his archery skills were decent. He was considered the best shooter in the class. Unfortunately, he was still far too lacking compared to Lin Chen. The arrow shot straight towards Li Lei. To Lin Chen's surprise, this arrow triggered the black mark effect again. This was the second arrow of the night. Li Lei's gaze sharpened as he assessed the arrow's trajectory, suddenly sneering, "Ha, it's off target. Idiot." Indeed, in his eyes, Lin Chen's arrow was severely off target and absolutely could not hit him. He believed in his judgment. Therefore, Li Lei even stood still, not moving at all. Lin Chen sneered, "You really have a short memory." In the next moment, that originally misaligned arrow actually curved through the air, grazing Li Lei's back after dealing some damage, and shot straight towards the nearby flashy spirit mage. Another curved arrow. Once again, it was a 2-for-1 deal, directly stacking 2 layers of the black mark effect. Li Lei clearly forgot that Lin Chen could shoot such illogical arrows, and he was shocked. Lin Chen's damage was so high. A single arrow dealt 30 points. Wait a minute, what is this layer of black mist on me? Before he could react, Lin Chen shot another arrow, once again achieving a 2-for-1. At this point, Lin Chen no longer cared about the 2 of them. 2 arrows meant 60 points of health, and 1 layer of black mark dealt 40 points, just enough to whittle down their health. Lin Chen turned his gaze to Mei Lian and the others nearby. At that moment, Mei Lian finally understood that they simply could not defeat this demon. No matter how many people there were, they were just being slaughtered. Mei Lian gritted her teeth and suddenly pushed the 2 people in front of her forward, then turned and ran wildly. Even Lin Chen was stunned by this scene. Wow, what a ruthless person. Pushing others up to use as cover, this woman, is quite interesting. But Lin Chen was not in a hurry. He would kill them one by one, they would all die. The 2 people pushed out by Mei Lian certainly did not expect that their most trusted partner had actually betrayed them from behind. By the time they thought of running, it was already too late. Lin Chen walked behind them, shooting arrows as he went, and soon the 2 turned to dust. Li Lei, who had long been marked with black mark and was waiting for death, could only watch helplessly as his health slowly dwindled, with no way to stop it. "Lin Chen, I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm really begging you." Li Lei was truly panicking. He threw down his longbow and fell to the ground, kowtowing to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, somewhat puzzled, said, "You guys, if you had known it would come to this, why did you bother? In the first place? You can only blame your poor judgment for choosing a woman like Mei Lian. Look, she threw you all away, didn't she? Unfortunately, I can't save you. Take my advice, buddy, don't be a sycophant in your next life. Even if you have to, at least choose someone normal." With that, Lin Chen ignored them and turned his gaze towards Pu Huai. All the ranged classes were dead. Only Mei Lian had run away quickly and was already out of sight. But there was no rush. Once back in the classroom, Lin Chen would have to kill her too. Now only Pu Huai and the bloodied warrior remained. When Pu Huai saw that all the others had been killed one by Lin Chen, he felt utterly despondent. At this moment, Lin Chen was already level 4 and Pu Huai had no capital to fight him. Not to mention, Pu Huai's health was not in optimal condition. He looked at the bloodied warrior old Zhang, who was already low on health from enduring the attacks of the piercing soldier ants and then at the not-so-healthy piercing soldier ants. Pu Huai's heart hardened. Suddenly, he stood behind old Zhang and murmured, "Old Zhang, I'm sorry, there's only one chance left to turn the tide. Old Zhang, goodbye." Old Zhang turned back, somewhat confused and terrified, to look at Pu Huai. He had already guessed what Pu Huai intended to do. No, but it was too late. Pu Huai suddenly raised his dagger and looked at the current Old Zhang. Old Zhang's already low health was instantly reduced to 0. In the next moment, Pu Huai struck at the piercing soldier ant again. A flash of cold light passed, and the piercing soldier ant twitched before turning to dust. 2 golden lights suddenly flashed across Pu Huai's body. He leveled up to level 3. What Pu Huai didn't expect was that a green light flashed and a piece of equipment actually dropped in front of him. It was a piece of clothing. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous little monster would drop equipment? Pu Huai was momentarily stunned, then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Heaven does not abandon me. Lin Chen, my life is not meant to end. The one who is going to die is you. Pu Huai quickly picked up the short shirt dropped by the spiked soldier ant and looked at the data panel of the shirt in his hand. Ordinary short shirt, level 1 quality, excellent. Health 50. Pu Huai's eyes lit up. This short shirt actually added a full 50 points to his health. That was quite a lot. Not far away, Lin Chen was also somewhat astonished. This kid really had good luck. He had just killed 2 spiked soldier ants and didn't see any equipment drop, yet this kid killed one and actually got equipment? What was even more ruthless was that he actually killed his own companion just to monopolize the experience. Lin Chen felt a bit emotional. You and Mei Lian are indeed a match made in heaven, both ruthless. In this era of universal job changes, perhaps it really suits your survival. If you don't provoke me, maybe you could really carve out a piece of heaven for yourselves. Pu Huai quickly equipped a short shirt and looked at Lin Chen with a cold smile. Stop bragging. Are you still pretending when death is at your doorstep? Now I'm already level 3. With this piece of clothing, I will definitely kill you. You have no advantage in health. My attack power far exceeds yours, and I still have the advantage over your assassin class. What do you have to fight me with? At this moment, Pu Huai had allocated all his attribute points to strength. At level 3, he had a total of 6 free attribute points plus 3 points from leveling up, making a total of 9 points, all in strength. With the 5 points of attack power from the novice dagger, his attack power had reached a staggering 50 points. Pu Huai was following the extreme route. The downside of this route was also very obvious. His health was very low. For example, at this moment, Lin Chen, who was level 4, had added 1 point of constitution attribute for each level, so he now had 285 points of health without counting title bonuses. Meanwhile, Pu Huai only had 170 points, a gap of over 100 points. Now, with the equipment, Pu Huai had somewhat narrowed the gap. With Lin Chen smiled, holding his bow and arrow, standing still, watching Pu Huai with great interest. I don't know where you got your confidence from, but if I were you, I wouldn't continue standing in the monster pile right now. Upon hearing this, Pu Huai shivered all over and quickly turned to look behind him. Fortunately, this time his position did not attract the spiked soldier ants. Pu Huai, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, turned to look at Lin Chen, but suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Lin Chen, you don't think I'm chatting with you, do you? Fool. I'm stalling for time. You don't play online games, so you probably don't know about battle states, right? I just finished fighting the spiked soldier ant and I'm still in battle state, so I can't go invisible. But now, thanks to you stalling for time. Ha 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 ha. Goodbye. After saying that, Pu Huai's figure actually dissipated right there. This startled Tang Junrun and Su Wanning from a distance. Tang Junrun anxiously shouted, "Brother E, come hide with me. This guy can actually turn invisible." Lin Chen smiled and did not move, instead turning to Tang Junrun and Su Wanning behind him, saying, "Watch closely, I will teach you how to find an invisible shadow assassin. The shadow assassin's passive skill is just invisibility, not complete disappearance. Pu Huai, I just said this skill is not invincible. For example, in the next second, you will run to here." After saying that, Lin Chen raised his hand and shot an arrow, but the arrow did not hit, it landed on the ground. Tang Junrun and Su Wanning were a bit confused. However, Pu Huai, in his invisible state, was nearly scared out of his wits. The arrow landed right in front of him. If it hadn't fallen, he would have been standing there in 1 second. Cold sweat trickled down Pu Huai's back. Impossible, fake, it must be fake, he must be bluffing. Pu Huai muttered, moving again, trying to circle around to the other side. At that moment, Lin Chen's calm voice rang out again. "Oh, changed places?" After saying that, he shot another arrow. It still landed in front of Pu Huai. Pu Huai finally confirmed that Lin Chen could detect his invisible position. Now Lin Chen was completely toying with him. This is impossible. Pu Huai's mindset collapsed. He had just reached level 3 and picked up a common short shirt dropped by a small monster. He couldn't believe he would lose. He pushed his speed to the limit and charged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen grinned, anxious? "Forget it, I won't play with you anymore, I still have to take them to level up." After saying that, he raised his hand and shot an arrow into the empty void. The next moment, Pu Huai's figure appeared. "I will kill you." Pu Huai, disregarding the decrease in his health, desperately charged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen leisurely knocked an arrow, pulled the string, and shot, all in one smooth motion. Every arrow hit its mark, not a single one missed. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Pu Huai finally reached Lin Chen. With a fierce look in his eyes, he suddenly raised his arm, the dagger slicing through the night sky, aiming for Lin Chen's neck. Lin Chen smiled, lightly sidestepping, easily dodging Pu Huai's strike. The neck is too small a target, too easy to dodge, that's not a very good choice. While speaking, Lin Chen took advantage of Pu Huai's moment of retracting his knife, instantly knocking another arrow and shooting. Pu Huai, furious, shouted, "Shut up!" This time, Pu Huai aimed for Lin Chen's body. In his view, this strike was unavoidable. But what he didn't expect was that Lin Chen did not dodge. This time, instead, he suddenly raised his leg and kicked at Pu Huai. Pu Huai's knife couldn't reach Lin Chen's long leg. Before Pu Huai could hit Lin Chen, he was kicked away, crashing to the ground and landing in a muddy mess, his face covered in dirt, looking miserable. Usually, Pu Huai was considered a dashing young man in class, but at this moment he was in such a sorry state. However, none of the three present felt any pity. Lin Chen, needless to say, whether in his past life or this one, Pu Huai had been constantly preparing to kill him, harboring an extremely firm hatred, so firm that it was somewhat inexplicable and obsessive. Su Wanning felt no sympathy either. It was this Pu Huai who had caused her to be scrutinized with strange eyes for many years. If it weren't for her strong will, she might have already broken down. Tang Junren had no particular thoughts, he simply thought that whoever dealt with Brother Yi was the villain and deserved to die. Pu Huai awkwardly got up from the ground, seeing that Lin Chen had leisurely created more distance between them. At this moment, Pu Huai realized that his health was down to less than 100 points. A terrifying black mist was still wrapped around him, continuously draining his health. At that moment, Pu Huai finally panicked. He felt he was going to die. He threw away the dagger in his hand and looked at Lin Chen in the distance with a face full of despair. "Lin Chen, I was wrong. I was blinded by hatred. I shouldn't have targeted you, and I definitely shouldn't have targeted Su Wanning. I clearly knew you liked Su Wanning, yet I still went after her because I was momentarily overwhelmed by jealousy." A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. "Jealousy?" Pu Huai nodded eagerly. "Yes, at that time your math grades were excellent, you could achieve scores I didn't even dare to dream of without any effort, so I..." Lin Chen's gaze turned even more sinister. "So you fabricated such a lie, making Su Wanning live in blame and scorn during middle school?" Not far away, Su Wanning had clearly heard their conversation and couldn't help but recall the events of that year, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. Those days had been very difficult for her. Pu Huai knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Lin Chen, constantly apologizing, his face covered in tears, sobbing uncontrollably, no longer resembling the arrogant figure from before. "I really know I was wrong, it's all my fault. Can you forgive me? AE? Aren't I your best friend?" Lin Chen suddenly smiled. The moment Pu Huai saw Lin Chen smile, he thought Lin Chen had truly chosen to forgive him. Just as Pu Huai was about to stand up, he saw Lin Chen nodding at him with a radiant smile, saying, "No, not goodbye." With that, Lin Chen relaxed his fingers, and a pitch-black arrow shot towards Pu Huai. 30. The crimson number floated above Pu Huai's head. Pu Huai looked at the arrow embedded in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. In the next moment, rage instantly filled Pu Huai's chest. "Are you playing me? I've already apologized, what more do you want from me?" Lin Chen did not stop shooting arrows, quickly knocking another arrow and shooting it at Pu Huai again. Each arrow was even faster than the last. The smile on Lin Chen's face gradually disappeared, replaced by ferocity. "Apology? Do you think this light-hearted apology is of any use? After others suffer misunderstanding and attack because of your thoughtless joke, do you think your apology means anything? Save your ridiculous apologies for the king of hell." Finally, the last arrow flew through the air, and Pu Huai's body transformed into dust, taking with it the sins he had committed, completely vanishing in this era of universal job change. Lin Chen lowered his bow and arrow, looking back at Tang Jun, Ren and Su Wanning not far behind, smiling gently. "It's okay now. We are temporarily safe." Upon hearing this, Tang Jun, Ren finally relaxed his grip on the shield, his hands, which had been overexerted, trembling continuously. The heavy shield fell to the ground with a clang, just like the stone that had been hanging in the hearts of the three finally dropping. Tang Junren sat down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, wiping away the sweat that was pouring down his body. "Egu, I completed the task you assigned, I protected Su classmate." At this moment, Su Wanning beside Tang Junren was already in tears. She felt she had just gone through so much. It felt as if she was constantly skirting the edge of life and death, witnessing the most terrifying aspects of human nature and the bloodiest slaughter in this world. It was almost too much for her to bear. She had already almost cried out countless times. Even though she still had only a vague understanding of the era of universal job change, she could still see how perilous Lin Chen's survival had been. She had felt more than once that Lin Chen was undoubtedly doomed. But, fortunately, Lin Chen had stubbornly survived. He walked over and gently comforted the two. He had indeed experienced many such things in his past life, so he felt little. However, Tang Junrun and Su Wanning had just transitioned into their new roles, and being suddenly pulled into this entire vortex would surely be hard for them to accept at first. After comforting them for a moment, Lin Chen once again shouldered his longbow and walked towards the stabbing soldier ants. He still needed to continue leveling up. The calmness and tirelessness of his heart instilled a sense of fear among the people in the Tower of Babel. After such a great battle, did they not need a moment to catch their breath? Lin Chen almost instantly threw himself back into the fight. Was he a machine that wouldn't tire? Inside the Tower of Babel, regardless of which country's floor it was, the lights were all bright. The information laid out on everyone's table was all about one person, Lin Chen. From this moment on, this name echoed throughout the entire Tower of Babel. All of his actions tonight were turned into a continuous animated replay for study. Everything he did was being watched by the Tower of Babel. His upcoming performance in the Instance Dungeon was also eagerly anticipated by the entire tower. Everyone was guessing what kind of world-shocking actions this genius boy from Huaxia could possibly perform. Naturally, Lin Chen was unaware of all this. In his eyes now, there were only the stinging soldier ants in front of him. With the level 4 data boost, Lin Chen found it much easier to kill monsters. He just needed to pay attention to the occasional skills that the stinging soldier ants would unleash. With the help of the invincible dodging technique, the soldier ants' normal attacks barely touched the sleeves of Lin Chen's clothing. Soon, Lin Chen had slain about 10 stinging soldier ants, and the experience gained finally allowed the three of them to level up to level 5 simultaneously. Just as they leveled up, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in their minds. Your current level has reached the limit, you can unlock subsequent levels. After completing the first disaster instance, Lin Chen was not surprised by this prompt. He had seen it in forums in his previous life. Not only level 5, but there were also level 10 and level 20 limits, which Lin Chen had encountered before. Since he had already reached the limit, his goal for tonight was accomplished. Lin Chen directly stowed away his longbow and prepared to return to the classroom with Tang Junman and Su Wanning. None of them could leave the school, nor could they be away from it, so they could only spend the night in the classroom. After the instance dungeon ended tomorrow, based on Lin Chen's previous life experience, the Tower of Babel would open a new safe zone. At that time, Lin Chen and the others could look for a new stronghold. On the way back to the classroom, Lin Chen began to check his current data. At this moment, Lin Chen's data had undergone a tremendous change. Compared to when he was at level 1, Lin Chen, wearing the first blood title, level 5 health, 374 attack power, 38, including weapon plus 5, magic power, 28 mana, 165 agility, 30 luck, 5. All these data were after the title bonuses. With the increase in health, Lin Chen's passive skills had also improved. Black Mark, the arrows of the Dark Hunter have a certain probability of adding a dark corrosion effect, dealing 8 damage per second to enemy units, lasting for 10 seconds. Don't underestimate this seemingly small 8 damage. In 10 seconds, that adds up to a total of 80 points. At least now, if Lin Chen encounters level 1 enemies attacking him again, as long as this passive skill triggers once, the level 1 enemies would undoubtedly perish. Lin Chen allocated a luck talent point at every level, and it had now reached 5 points. However, this amount of luck talent points was still too few to show a significant difference. Lin Chen had calculated in his previous life that at least 10 points of luck talent were needed to start showing effects, so Lin Chen was not in a hurry. Besides these numerical improvements, Lin Chen's greatest enhancement should be unlocking his first active skill. Level 5 skill Darkened Shroud, mana cost 10 points, cooldown 30 seconds. The next arrow of the Dark Hunter will transform into a cloud of black mist, enveloping the first enemy hit, dealing 120% physical damage and applying a 15% slow effect, with a 100% chance and a certain probability of applying a 30% slow effect, lasting for 5 seconds. This was exactly what Lin Chen wanted. With this skill, the Dark Hunter could truly master the art of kite fighting. The so-called kite fighting is a common term in online games. It refers to the tactic where ranged players, while being chased by enemies, use control methods like slowing or stunning to create a speed difference, allowing them to deal damage to the enemy while ensuring their own safety from attacks. If Lin Chen were to encounter a situation similar to when Pu Huai was chasing him, even without using the stinger ant to create distance, he could still turn the tables and kill Pu Huai. Calculations like this were Lin Chen's forte. Not only was Lin Chen improving, but Tang Juanren's stats were also skyrocketing. At this moment, Tang Juanren's health had reached a terrifying 440 points. This was naturally due to Tang Juanren's extreme physical attribute allocation. However, Su Wanning had not seen any improvement. Although her level had risen to 5, her health remained at 10 points. There was no way around it. Before successfully changing classes, while levels could increase normally, Su Wanning could not gain even the slightest enhancement. She still needed to be protected within the team. Lin Chen noticed that Su Wanning's delicate face seemed a bit downcast, so he patted her shoulder and said softly, "Don't worry, I and classmate Tang will take good care of you." Su Wanning nodded gently, suddenly recalling the conversation between Lin Chen and Pu Huai just now. It was only today that she realized that her classmate from elementary, middle, and high school had been silently harboring feelings for her all along. Did he know that she actually had feelings for him too? Since middle school, Su Wanning has felt the strange gazes of others upon her. But Lin Chen did not. The way Lin Chen looked at her was always so clear and natural. Perhaps this is one of the reasons Su Wanning has feelings for Lin Chen. Suddenly, Su Wanning recalled something that had been buried in her heart. She clearly remembered that during the forum uproar, when everyone was criticizing her, there was one account that spoke fervently in her defense. Later, that account even spent a large sum to buy the school forum's administrator rights, deleting all posts about her rumors and banning all accounts spreading those rumors. Even one early morning at 2 o'clock, when Su Wanning was crying over the forum, that account was still busy banning. It could be said that those nights were spent with that account accompanying her through the network. She had always tried to contact that account but never received a reply. The account's name was Y, and Lin Chen's name E also starts with Y. Su Wanning felt her heart skip a beat. She raised her head to look at Lin Chen, who was protecting her beside her, just like that account had silently protected her back then. Could it be him? Su Wanning's heart was in turmoil. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic voice echoed in everyone's mind within the server again. Congratulations to the Dark Hunter Lin Chen for a gameplay moment selected for the server's highlight reel. Rating S. Congratulations on the first S-rated gameplay in the server. All players, bow down in reverence. The Tower of Babel will reward the first player, Lin Chen, who demonstrates S-level gameplay. Congratulations to the Dark Hunter for successfully obtaining the weapon Epic Bow of Eternal Night's Ruin. Bow of Eternal Night's Ruin quality, Epic usable level, 10 attack power, 20-25 skill 1 Arrow of Dawn. The user's arrows have a chance to transform into the Arrow of Dawn. Effect of Arrow of Dawn, 100% adds a black mark effect and detonates instantly. Bonus, infinite quiver. After a moment of confusion, everyone erupted in excitement. Under the comments of Lin Chen's latest video in the highlight reel interface, the number of comments quickly surpassed 999 plus. Although players did not yet know the value of this S-rated evaluation, they understood the worth of this weapon. Countless players were drooling over the weapon's stats. After looking at others' weapons, they glanced at their own novice weapons. It was simply a comparison that made them want to throw theirs away. Right below Lin Chen's new video, players immediately began discussing, who is Lin Chen? Who the hell is Lin Chen? He can't be a beta tester, right? How is he so amazing? Upstairs, don't be ridiculous, he's definitely not a beta tester. In a certain sense, Lin Chen really was a special kind of beta tester. This weapon is incredible. Such high attack power? I don't understand. Can someone tell me what epic means? You don't even know what epic is? There's an introduction on the forum. Epic is the standard for weapon levels. In the era of universal job changes, levels are divided into 5 categories: ordinary, fine, epic, legendary, and peerless. Right now, everyone's weapons are of ordinary level. This epic level weapon is simply too tempting. I have a master's degree, and after careful research, I can conclude that this weapon is definitely a huge boost for the currently somewhat weak Dark Hunter, directly compensating for the lack of burst damage. This Lin Chen is probably the strongest Dark Hunter in the entire server right now. A friend of mine asked me to check if you can kill and loot upstairs. It's clear you didn't watch Lin Chen's video carefully, right? This is definitely a master. If you dare to attack him, how many lives do you have? This comment almost instantly received tens of thousands of likes. Many people then realized and hurriedly opened the video above. In the next moment, they felt as if they had been transported to a virtual battlefield where everything was so vivid. Quite a few were startled by this sudden scene. The setting where Lin Chen was located was also restored to the maximum extent by the Tower of Babel. The players watching the video felt as if they were a teammate right behind Lin Chen, closely admiring his moves. This maximized the immersive experience of the video. Soon after, everyone saw the protagonist of the video, Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen held a longbow, his expression calm, exuding an air of a master. Opposite Lin Chen stood a dark figure, holding a dagger in hand. Behind the figure, several large ants were moving back and forth. What the hell? What is this big ant? Where did he encounter it? If it were me, I would probably be scared to death on the spot. What is this dark figure? In the video, the Tower of Babel had blacked out the villain's figure, presumably to protect the privacy of those antagonists. In the next moment, the villain's figure suddenly turned semi-transparent, and the audience instantly realized that the shadow assassin had entered stealth mode. Oh my god! A fragile archer facing an invisible assassin? It's over. But then Lin Chen's actions perfectly slapped a barrage in the face. Lin Chen accurately predicted the shadow assassin's movements after going invisible, as if he had hacked the game, shocking all the viewers. What the hell? How is this possible? You can see even when invisible? Reported. Cheating. I guess there must be some hidden details that can reveal the position of the invisible, right? But I have to say, this guy's eyesight is really impressive. Like a demon descending from the heavens, truly a god among men. This Lin Chen. Awesome. Instant, these two words flooded the bullet screen. Everyone's eyes were filled with these two words. No one expected that such a move was even possible. When Lin Chen kicked away the shadow assassin that was close to him, the bullet screen erupted in laughter. What an accurate shot! What long legs! Unfortunately, everyone suddenly lost their eloquence, staring in awe at such astonishing moves, and could only shout those two words, awesome. Lin Chen's name and the image of his actions were deeply etched in the minds of these people. The Dark Hunters, who had originally felt a bit disheartened by their weak profession, seemed to have found their backbone in an instant, their confidence soaring once again. They wanted to be like Lin Chen. The number of likes on the video kept climbing, surpassing 100,000 in just a few minutes, and the momentum of growth showed no signs of stopping. Lin Chen's previous 3 moves were being studied repeatedly, his calm thinking and effortless positioning instantly winning over a large number of fans. Though Tang Juanrun's moves were equally spectacular and incredible, they were far less enjoyable to watch compared to Lin Chen's. Countless people were captivated watching Lin Chen confidently and effortlessly take that step against the massive beast. Countless people marveled at Lin Chen's agile rolls and bizarre change of direction techniques. More were amazed by how Lin Chen toyed with the shadow assassin and the bloodthirsty hunter with his turns and elbow strikes. At this moment, Lin Chen gained a new title, a title given by everyone who had witnessed his moves, God of the Eternal Night Arrow. At this moment, Lin Chen was still unaware of the new nickname players had given him on the forum. He was returning to the classroom with Su Wanning and Tang Junrun. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open. In the classroom, everyone's gaze instantly turned towards the door. Who had returned? Just moments ago, Pu Huai and Mei Lian had left with a group of people, and the classmates had all seen it. They speculated that they must have gone to take revenge on Lin Chen. Now that someone was back, the final outcome was clear. The wooden door slowly opened, and the bright lights in the classroom quietly illuminated the newcomer. A calm face appeared before everyone, contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere in the classroom. It was Lin Chen. A wave of shock surged in the hearts of all the classmates. Could it be that Pu Huai and the others? Lin Chen glanced at the crowd in the classroom, searching around, somewhat surprised. Oh, where's Mei Lian? She hasn't come back? I was thinking of killing her too. Never mind, let's not worry about her for now. Lin Chen muttered a few words casually, but this statement sent chills down everyone's spine. Kill her too? What does that mean? Have the others already died? A bolder person trembled and spoke up. Lin Chen, where are they? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Them? You mean Pu Huai and those people? They went to find Lei Jingyi. He smiled, rubbed his hands, and continued, they are all deeply bonded classmates, missing Lei Jingyi quite a bit. So I just helped out and sent them all over. If you all miss Lei Jingyi too, I can help you as well. Everyone shivered in fear, taking a step back in unison, not daring to look at Lin Chen's terrifying smile. Damn it, who would miss Lei Jingyi? That means death. For some reason, at this moment, the classmates suddenly felt that Lin Chen had changed. No longer was Lin Chen the frail body they usually thought of, who spent all day studying incomprehensible numbers and formulas. At this moment, Lin Chen truly resembled a god of archery walking in eternal night. In fact, Lin Chen had not changed. What had changed was their attitude towards him, from disdain to fear. Lin Chen smiled and ignored everyone. At this moment, the lives under his command had already exceeded a dozen, and this intimidation made the entire class dare not approach him. Lin Chen and Tang Junrun protected Su Wanning as they entered the classroom, searching for a corner. Since their school had no dormitories, Tang Junrun arranged a bit, using desks to piece together a large bed. It could accommodate 3 people lying on it. In reality, with such a strange occurrence, both Tang Junrun and Su Wanning felt that they definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. However, Lin Chen insisted that they must have enough rest. Tomorrow's instance could not be taken lightly, otherwise there would be no place to bury them. Everyone watched the actions of the 3 with trepidation. Finally, a girl named Yimeng, who felt she had a decent relationship with Lin Chen before, gritted her teeth. She first adjusted her clothes, tightening her uniform to accentuate her impressive figure, then put on a sweet smile and approached Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen was sitting on the desk, alert to everything around him. Su Wanning leaned against the 2 walls of the corner, reducing the directions from which she could be attacked, making it a bit safer. Lin Chen naturally noticed Yimeng's actions, his right hand instantly gripping his longbow, watching Yimeng warily. Lin Chen, I want to team up with you, do you think that's okay? As Yimeng spoke, she continuously twisted her body, her smile so sweet it seemed as if she had eaten an entire bag of candy. You can't. It's best if you keep your distance from me, or I might accidentally hurt you. Yimeng didn't expect her proactive approach to be met with Lin Chen's decisive rejection, and her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. She thought perhaps her figure wasn't obvious enough, so she quickly tightened her school uniform, feigning a weak demeanor as she said, look at me, a girl. What will I do in that dungeon? Can you protect me, please? You're so strong. Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. And weren't we on good terms before? You even helped me with math problems. At this point, Yimeng's insinuation was quite clear. This scene made the other boys nearby swallow hard, their faces filled with envy. However, Yimeng didn't expect that Lin Chen not only remained unmoved but his expression grew even more disdainful as he coldly replied, "No need. If you come any closer, I will take action. I won't tolerate any of you anymore. As for you, just fend for yourself in tomorrow's dungeon, I can't help you. And about our good relationship. If I remember correctly, after I explained that formula to you, you went around saying I was just pretending to understand. Also, just now, you were one of those who were furious and wanted to kill me. You call that a good relationship?" Lin Chen's cold gaze swept over Yimeng's guilty eyes as he continued, "And let me add, in this era of universal job changes, you have no one to rely on but yourself. The beauty you pride yourself on will be worth nothing." Lin Chen's harsh words instantly made Yimeng's face turn beet red. Coupled with her lies being exposed, she became furious and embarrassed. But suddenly, recalling Lin Chen's strength, she could only suppress her anger, huffing in frustration before turning to leave. Lin Chen scanned everyone with a detached gaze and said softly, "I advise all of you to stay at least 3 meters away from me, or I might misunderstand your intentions. There's no need to say any words of goodwill, requests for help, or apologies. Just take care of yourselves. Consider me just a stranger you met by chance. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. Of course, unless you want to invoke Leingi." Lin Chen's cold words immediately drew low curses from many. They felt Lin Chen was too cold-hearted. To these doubts, Lin Chen paid no mind. He couldn't be bothered to argue with these fools. After today, it was likely the last time they would meet. In his thoughts, Lin Chen had already opened the forum and the system interface. The overwhelming number of likes and comments instantly stunned him. "Congratulations! Your brilliant performance has garnered a total of 470,000 likes. Lin Chen had never seen so many likes in his previous life. Although he had once received a B-level rating for his precise calculations, by that time, the masters had emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain, with all sorts of godly performances flooding in. His mere B-level performance hardly attracted anyone to watch the video, let alone the likes. However, Lin Chen was different after this rebirth. First, at this point in time, other former masters were probably still familiarizing themselves with the game settings and no one could compete with him. Secondly, with the extraordinary operation Cheat and his own powerful brain, the extreme operations he performed were absolutely stunning. How could it not attract attention? Lin Chen roughly scanned the comments, most of which were worshipping the great god. Of course, there were also some people being sarcastic, saying it might all be an act, that it was just a scam. For these irrelevant speculations, Lin Chen chose to ignore them outright. If it were face-to-face, Lin Chen might have retorted. But for these frogs at the bottom of the well on the internet, Lin Chen had no interest in arguing with them at all. The first S-level evaluation reward in the entire server was currently lying in Lin Chen's backpack. Lin Chen's level was not high enough to use this weapon yet. However, regarding the weapon's skills and attributes, Lin Chen's evaluation was priceless. Although this weapon was only level 10, its attributes could easily be considered appropriate even at level 30, in Lin Chen's opinion. Everyone felt that this weapon increased the burst capability of the Dark Hunter. But Lin Chen thought, not just that. The most terrifying aspect of this skill was actually its clearing ability. This clearing included the existing dark mark on the enemy. It should be noted that before level 30, the Dark Hunter could not stack the passive skill Dark Mark multiple times. This meant that if Lin Chen triggered the passive skill with the first arrow, no matter how many arrows Lin Chen shot within 10 seconds, the passive skill would not trigger again until the 10 seconds were over. But with the bow of Eternal Night's Destruction, if Lin Chen triggered the passive skill with the first arrow and then triggered the weapon skill with the second arrow, the passive skill triggered by the first arrow would be cleared. If the enemy did not die, Lin Chen could trigger the passive skill again with the third arrow. This was the true terror of this weapon. It seemed that after tomorrow's dungeon ended, Lin Chen needed to quickly improve his strength to use this artifact of the Dark Hunter as soon as possible. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze from the weapon and focused on the exchange shop interface. He clearly remembered that after selecting the exciting operation highlights, rewards could be exchanged in the shop based on the number of likes. So what good things could his 470,000 likes exchange for? Will you exchange 47.59 W likes for 47 points of divine points? Listening to the prompt in his ear, Lin Chen unhesitatingly chose yes. Congratulations, exchange successful, remaining unexchanged. Likes are 0.59 W. In the next moment, the dazzling array of the store almost left Lin Chen momentarily dazzled. In this store, there were many things Lin Chen could exchange for. For example, weapons, armor, shoes, accessories, potions, and so on. Almost everything needed could be exchanged in this redemption store. The exchange prices varied, with some reaching up to 100 divine points, while others required as little as 5 divine points. All items were neatly categorized, and the first thing that caught Lin Chen's eye was the weapon area. Whether it was the bloodthirsty warrior's greatsword or the glamorous mage's magic wand, weapons from various professions were available. However, Lin Chen did not linger long in the weapon area. There was no need to look at weapons for now. Lin Chen should soon level up to level 10 and then start using the bow of Eternal Night's Destruction. For now, this bow of Eternal Night's destruction was the weapon Lin Chen was most satisfied with. So, Lin Chen first turned his attention to the armor. The armor in the Redemption Store was divided into two types, light armor and heavy armor. Light armor could be worn by all professions without affecting movement speed, but correspondingly, the defense provided by light armor was less than that of heavy armor. Heavy armor could only be selectively worn by the exiled knight and bloodthirsty warrior professions. The advantage was stronger defensive capabilities, but the downside was a significant impact on the wearer's movement speed, allowing players to choose based on their different needs. With Lin Chen's current level, he could exchange for equipment of levels 5 to 10 in the Redemption Store. As for the level 1 trash equipment, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to even glance at it. He could also accumulate divine points and wait until he leveled up to exchange for higher level equipment. However, Lin Chen did not choose that path. He understood very well that he had to give his all in the first 3 dungeons, otherwise he wouldn't obtain the job change lock and Su Wanning would have to remain in her current state for life. Not to mention the uncertainty of buying from others, Lin Chen couldn't afford to gamble. This was unacceptable to Lin Chen. Therefore, he would not give up any resources he could currently utilize. After looking through all the armor equipment, Lin Chen's gaze turned to the shoes. There was only one type of shoe, and all professions could wear the same shoes without distinction. The higher the quality of the shoes, the faster the speed increase, and naturally, the price was also higher. Finally, there were the accessories. The main function of weapons, armor, and shoes was to provide a large amount of basic attributes. Accessories, on the other hand, were different. The most important part of an accessory was its skills, with the basic attributes being secondary. If the skill of an accessory was suitable, some people even used level 10 accessories at level 50. Lin Chen studied each piece of equipment one by one, calculating how to maximize the cost-effectiveness of his divine points. While Lin Chen was deep in thought, Long Yangqiu and the others in the Tower of Heaven had just calmed down from their agitated emotions. They looked back at Lin Chen and noticed he was hesitating in the Redemption Store, so they started chatting. Long Yangqiu was the first to ask, even taking out a cigarette for the first time in ages, lighting it up and taking a puff. He hadn't smoked in a long time, but today he was happy, and Long Yangqiu felt the urge to have one. What do you think he will buy? Yuan lightly pushed up her glasses and analyzed. 47 divine points is actually quite a lot. I guess Lin Chen will exchange for a level 5 weapon, armor, and shoes. These would probably require about 30 divine points, and besides that, Lin Chen could also exchange for some potions. This will be the most balanced way to enhance his strength. As soon as these words were spoken, many people expressed their agreement. However, the previous Shadow Assassin Master voiced a different opinion. He already has a rewarded weapon. Isn't it a bit wasteful to buy another one? I think he should buy a better pair of shoes to improve his agility. After all, he hasn't allocated points to agility. The wise female priest frowned as she waved away the smoke in front of her and began to analyze. I think he would buy a better accessory. With his strength and the skills from those accessories, he would definitely become stronger. While everyone was discussing animatedly, Lin Chen, sitting in the classroom, had already made his choice. The first item Lin Chen chose to exchange was actually an accessory. Almost at the first glance of this accessory, Lin Chen immediately decided to exchange it. The wise female priest raised her eyebrows in delight. I guessed right. Long Yangqiu chuckled softly and said, "Did you carefully read the description of this accessory?" The wise female priest was taken aback and quickly looked at the description of the accessory. Psycho Energy Amulet level, excellent usable level 5, forms a psycho energy shield that lasts for 3 seconds when taking damage, blocking all attacks within those 3 seconds, up to 200 health points. This amulet can only be used once and shatters upon activation. Exchange price 15 divine points. Long Yangqiu took another puff of smoke and said teasingly, "It's obvious that this is what Lin Chen prepared for Su Wanning. With this amulet, Su Wanning's safety will be greatly enhanced, and with the protection of Lin Chen and Tang Junrun, getting through tomorrow's dungeon should be no problem." Lin Chen is truly infatuated with Su Wanning. It's a pity that Su Wanning is unlikely to survive until the end. There has never been a record of a strange evil spirit surviving. Others nodded in regret. So, next, he should exchange equipment for himself. Lin Chen looked at the faintly glowing spiritual talisman in his backpack with great joy, a satisfied smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. Soon, Lin Chen selected the second piece of equipment to exchange. However, what surprised everyone was that the second item turned out to be heavy armor. Purple Gold Lion armor level, excellent usable level 5 health increase. 120 armor, 5 exchange price, 15 divine points. When the priestess of the Great Path saw this piece of equipment, she was clearly taken aback, murmuring to herself, "Wait a minute, isn't Lin Chen a dark hunter? He can't wear heavy armor at all." Beside her, Long Yangqiu took a deep drag on his cigarette, his gaze becoming profound as he put away his earlier mockery and slowly said, "He isn't exchanging for himself. This heavy armor should be prepared for Tang Junrun." Everyone fell silent. They had all been speculating on how Lin Chen would enhance his own strength, but no one had thought that the second piece of equipment he bought was still for his teammate. Riches and honor do not forget each other. Many people knew this saying, but few could truly live Buy it. Lin Chen's earlier statement about treating Tang Junrun as his best partner was not just empty words. Even now, Lin Chen himself did not have a single piece of light armor, let alone an accessory. The weapon he had just obtained could only lie in his backpack, temporarily unusable. The 2 pieces of equipment he chose were all selected for his teammates. Even when faced with the dazzling temptations in the entire exchange shop, Lin Chen showed no signs of wavering. Could this be the legendary spirit of sacrifice? Everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lin Chen was unaware of the sentiments of everyone in the Tower of Heaven at that moment. He was still seriously selecting the equipment he wanted to exchange. So far, Lin Chen had spent 30 divine points, and there weren't many left. At this moment, Lin Chen stopped in the weapon area, but he wasn't looking at the longbow specifically for Dark Hunters. Soon, he exchanged for the 3rd piece of equipment. Crimson Gold Shield and Short Sword level, excellent usable level 5 shield defense, 10-15 short sword attack power, 8 exchange price, 10 divine points. It was clear that this was also equipment belonging to Tang Junrun. Now, with only 7 divine points left, Lin Chen did not waste any. First, he spent 5 divine points to buy himself a pair of shoes. Swift cloth boots. Level, ordinary usable level 5 agility, 5 exchange price, 5 divine points. These were a very ordinary pair of white shoes, and the 5 points of agility barely compensated for the balance reduction between ranged and melee professions. But for Lin Chen, it was enough. With the last 2 divine points, Lin Chen chose to exchange for potions. Beginner Combat Recovery Potion can be used in battle, restores 5 health points per second, lasts for 10 seconds. Exchange price, 1 divine point. Lin Chen exchanged for 2 bottles in total, just in case. By now, all 47 divine points had been spent, and Lin Chen was very satisfied. However, at this moment in the Tower of Heaven, the silence of everyone was deafening. Out of a total of 47 divine points, Lin Chen had truly used only 5 for himself, and it was just a pair of the most ordinary white shoes. He had bought excellent equipment for Su Wanning and Tang Junrun, while he himself was just plain ash from Long Yangqiu's cigarette fell onto his leg, and he remained completely unaware. He truly began to doubt whether someone like Lin Chen really existed. With 47 divine points, he only bought himself a pair of shoes. This kid is too foolish. How can someone like this survive in such a bizarre era of universal job changes? Long Yangqiu didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He only felt that Lin Chen was a bit foolish. In the era of universal job changes, everyone would think that surviving was the most important thing. Even the captain, Long Yangqiu, would never sacrifice his own resources to exchange equipment or other items for his teammates. To survive, everyone should rely on their own efforts. Help only makes people more dependent and complacent. So, after everyone got used to this kind of selfishness, they suddenly saw someone like Lin Chen. They felt a shock from the bottom of their hearts and genuinely thought Lin Chen was foolish. The wise female priest quietly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled brightly, saying, "He is indeed a bit foolish, but if given the chance, I would really like to be his teammate, his partner. Only someone like him can I truly trust to watch my back. We priests have no self-defense ability. When I participated in dungeons, many people would use protecting me as an excuse to make excessive demands on me. I don't know how many dungeons I've crawled through and hidden in. If it weren't for my good luck, I might have died long ago. I thought that such teammates, such partners, completely didn't exist." By the end, the wise female priest was already choked with emotion. The other survivors were also silent. They were all pondering, was Lin Chen really foolish? If someone asked Lin Chen this question, he would definitely roll his eyes in response. Foolish? Lin Chen was certainly not foolish. How could someone with the strongest brain like Lin Chen be foolish? He had calculated that with his intellect and skills, relying solely on a level 5 attribute advantage, he could easily pass through dungeons without the need for equipment. Tang Junrun, new to the era of universal job changes and still unfamiliar with everything, naturally needed better equipment to protect himself. With Tang Junrun around, Su Wanning's safety could be guaranteed to a greater extent. This way, Lin Chen could confidently complete the tasks within the dungeon. This was the reason why Lin Chen wanted to enhance Tang Junrun's equipment attributes. Everything was prepared to become the number 1 in the server's dungeon rankings. In the classroom, the moment Lin Chen took out these pieces of equipment from his backpack, Su Wanning and Tang Junrun were left dumbfounded. How can there be so much equipment? Where did Lin Chen get it from? The classmates who noticed this scene instantly cast jealous glances. Their desire to become teammates with Lin Chen grew even stronger. However, with Yimeng as a cautionary tale, they didn't dare to approach and could only watch enviously from a distance. Lin Chen handed the shield and heavy armor to Tang Junrun. Tang Junrun trembled as he received the shield and heavy armor. He could see that the shield and heavy armor were shimmering with a faint green light. This was an equipment effect that only high-quality gear possessed. It formed a stark contrast with the novice shield in his hands. When he saw the attributes of this shield, he was even more shocked and speechless. The novice shield he held had a defense value of only 5. Yet this exquisite shield had a defense value of 10 to 15. It was a full 3 times more. Lin Chen had already explained to him that this range meant the defense value would fluctuate each time. The minimum was 10 and the maximum was 15. Regarding the probability of this fluctuation, Lin Chen had also researched it in his past life, and it generally followed a normal distribution. The probabilities for very low and very high values were quite small, and in most cases, the defense value was around 12 to 13. This must be very valuable. Tang Junrun looked at the shield and heavy armor in front of him, feeling deeply moved. Even if Tang Junrun was dull, he could understand how important good equipment would be in an era of universal job changes. Important things would definitely not be cheap. Tang Junrun felt an inexplicable warmth welling up in his eyes. Brother Yi was really too good to him. This is what it means to be a partner. Hearing Tang Junrun's words, Lin Chen chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not valuable. As long as it can enhance our strength, nothing is valuable. Here, this accessory is for Su Wanning." Lin Chen's gentle gaze turned to Su Wanning as he handed her the accessory. It was a piece somewhat similar to a jade pendant, intricately carved with beautiful patterns, definitely considered a fine piece of art in the eyes of girls. Su Wanning was captivated by the accessory at first sight. However, Lin Chen had saved her so many times, how could she still have the face to accept his things? She couldn't bring herself to accept Lin Chen's kindness so easily. Lin Chen was naturally very aware of Su Wanning's character. He had liked her for 12 years and knew her personality inside out. He could almost understand every thought she had. So, Lin Chen decisively pulled Su Wanning's arm and directly stuffed the accessory into her hand, saying seriously, "Classmate Su, remember, this accessory is just borrowed from me. I'll keep track of the expenses. Your situation is special right now, and when you successfully change jobs in the future, you must remember to return it to me. How about that?" As if afraid Su Wanning would refuse, Lin Chen added, 9 out, 13 back. Su Wanning looked at the accessory in her hand, still a bit hesitant, murmuring, "Change jobs? When will I be able to change jobs?" Lin Chen smiled brightly and said, "Very soon, trust me." Su Wanning was taken aback, raised her head, and looked at Lin Chen's serious face. Lin Chen's tone was very certain, just like when he answered the teacher's questions. In math class, unwavering. He firmly believed his answer would never be wrong. This confident tone warmed Su Wanning's heart, and she smiled brightly, accepting the accessory, and said, seriously to Lin Chen, "Okay, then it's a promise, I will definitely return it to you." 9 out, 13 back. Lin Chen looked at Su Wanning's smile, slightly lost in thought. Every night in his past life, he had recalled this smile countless times. At that time, he had once frantically questioned himself why he hadn't confessed his feelings earlier. Lin Chen didn't know. Perhaps it was his obsession with mathematics that made him want to wait until he solved the unique solution in Su Wanning's heart before revealing the answer. Heaven had given Lin Chen a chance to be reborn, and this time he would not give up. Tang Junrun and Su Wanning had already donned their gear. The faint green glow of Tang Junrun's heavy armor and shield made him appear more composed, and the self-doubt and weakness that had once lingered in his brows seemed to have vanished. At this moment, due to the equipment, Tang Junrun's attributes had also changed. Tang Junrun level 5 health 560, including heavy armor plus 120, attack power 28, including weapon plus 8, magic power 20, mana 150, agility 32, luck 0. Tang Junrun's health was quite terrifying. It should be noted that most people were still level 1 with health around 100, while Tang Junrun's was nearly 6 times that. Even Lin Chen, also at level 5, only had 374. With the defense from Tang Junrun's shield and the passive skill of shield raising to reduce damage, Tang Junrun was now a genuine tank. Now, he could withstand around 150 attacks from Mei Lian and the other 4. He could truly stand there and let them hit him without dying. Su Wanning's stunning beauty paired with the psychic talisman was indeed a perfect match. The psychic talisman hung on Su Wanning's chest, shimmering with enchanting light. Lin Chen also put on the swift cloth boots he had exchanged for, raising his agility to 35. Lin Chen hadn't forgotten that Tang Junrun had also been selected for a highlight reel of impressive operations, and Tang Junrun's performance should have received quite a few likes as well. After checking, Tang Junrun told Lin Chen that there were a total of 53,000 likes. Lin Chen nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied, and then had Tang Junrun exchange for 5 potions. With that, all the rewards for the 3 of them had been fully exchanged. Next, they would wait for the arrival of the first disaster instance tomorrow, waiting for the storm before the calm. Lin Chen had already explained the general setting of this dungeon to Su Wanning and Tang Junren in the team chat channel. Both Tang Junren and Su Wanning were curious about how Lin Chen knew this, and he casually explained that he saw it in the system introduction. The scenes in the disaster dungeon mostly come from common places in life. However, like the current Blue Star, these places have also experienced a bizarre disaster, where any object or animal could turn into an extremely dangerous monster. The ultimate goal of the dungeon is to defeat the final boss. In addition to defeating the boss, there are various side plots, and players will encounter various puzzles and NPCs. The more side plots unlocked, the higher the final dungeon rating. Tang Junren and Su Ning, who had never experienced a dungeon before, were very nervous, especially Su Ning. She was too fragile, her health could hardly withstand any attack. Even with the spiritual energy talisman, she only had one chance. It was already late at night, and Lin Chen urged Tang Junren and Su Ning to go to sleep and rest well, while he would keep watch during the first half of the night and wake Tang Junren at 3 o'clock. Tang Junren quickly nodded and lay down on the table, forcing himself to sleep to avoid delaying the watch after 3. But in fact, Lin Chen had no intention of waking Tang Junren. He would keep watch all night. Tang Junren and Su Ning needed better rest to face tomorrow's dungeon. The 3 tables were pushed together to form a bed, with Su Ning lying in the innermost part, Lin Chen in the middle, and Tang Junren on the edge. Lin Chen looked at the time displayed by the system. It was 11 o'clock at night. However, the classroom environment was still very noisy. Everyone in the class was filled with pessimistic emotions, filled with fear of the unknown dungeon, making their nerves tense and unable to calm down. It must be said that people can be quite crazy when waiting for death. For example, right now, Lin Chen could clearly hear the sounds of a couple breathing heavily in the upper right corner of the classroom. This made Lin Chen feel embarrassed. That couple was enjoying things they had never experienced before, taking advantage of the apocalypse. This situation was not unique. There was also a couple in the upper left corner, another couple in the lower right corner. Lin Chen and the others occupied the lower left corner. These strange sounds mixed with other chaotic noises formed the final movement before death. On this cool summer night, with the night breeze blowing through his hair, Lin Chen listened to the noisy sounds that pierced his ears, feeling somewhat irritable. Lin Chen was anxious. He didn't know whether tomorrow's dungeon would be random or follow the order he experienced in his previous life. After all, too many things had changed since his rebirth. For example, the early activation of the highlight reel feature, which he didn't have in his previous life, coupled with the strange prefixes displayed by the Tianqiu operation plugin on his impressive operations, all of this made Lin Chen doubt everything he was currently experiencing. He seriously suspected that everything they were going through was being observed and manipulated by someone. But right now, Lin Chen felt powerless to stop any of it. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and looked at the Tianqiu operation plugin in the corner of the system interface. He didn't know how much admiration value he had gained during this time. Since binding this Tianqiu operation plugin after his rebirth, he had already acquired the skills of Godspeed Arrow Pulling Technique, Arc Arrow, Top Version, and Invincible Evasion Technique. These 3 skills had brought Lin Chen tremendous help. Otherwise, he would have probably died long ago. Without Lin Chen's protection, Su Ning would definitely not survive. Everything would be over. Lin Chen sincerely thanked this Tianqiu operation plugin. Thanks to the help of the Invincible Evasion Technique, many of Lin Chen's operations had almost always been completed by narrowly escaping death. So Lin Chen felt that this time the astonishment value would definitely not be low. At least it should be around 500 points, right? Forget it, I shouldn't be so greedy, 300 points would be fine. While Lin Chen was guessing, he opened the interface for the Tianqiu operation plugin. The next moment, the plugin's announcement echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You have successfully obtained 1050 points of astonishment value. Lin Chen felt a buzz in his head. How could this be? How could it be so much? Over 1,000? This is amazing. Without time to be surprised, Lin Chen quickly opened the acquisition record, which would log the reasons for obtaining the astonishment value. It was then that Lin Chen understood. He had received an S-level evaluation for his spectacular operation, which had shocked many players on the Huaxia server. His actions had been seen by more people, causing astonishment and thus earning him a lot of astonishment value. In addition, Lin Chen discovered that his equipment purchase had actually shocked a few people. Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. Was his equipment change process really that shocking? Upon closer inspection, the people who were astonished were precisely those survivors whom Lin Chen found strange. He hadn't expected that they could see his equipment exchange interface. Could they see his plugin interface as well? Lin Chen guessed they couldn't. But it didn't matter now. What Lin Chen should consider was what to exchange for with this over 1,000 astonishment value. Currently, only 2 major categories were unlocked in the plugin's exchange interface. One was basic skills, the other was signature skills. The signature skills were characterized by being quite expensive, and he didn't know any of those people, so Lin Chen didn't plan to exchange for them. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen first spent 300 astonishment points to upgrade his invincible dodge skill to the 2nd level. Invincible Evasion Technique, 2nd layer, 300 AW points, PvE, Player vs Environment, 1. Can evade attacks from level 1 to 15 small monsters, success rate 90%. 2. Can evade skills from level 1 to 15 small monsters, success rate 80%. 3. Can evade attacks from level 1 to 5 boss, success rate 80%. PvP, Player vs Player, can evade simple attacks from 4 players or fewer, success rate 80%. Unlock next layer, 600 AW points. The 2nd layer of the Invincible Evasion Technique has indeed seen quite an improvement. The 3rd enhancement in PvE is exactly what Lin Chen urgently needs. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Spending these 300 AW points was worth it. As for the next layer, it actually requires 600 AW points. Lin Chen shook his head, deciding not to exchange for it for now, because Lin Chen had his eye on something else. Precise shooting technique exchange. Price 300 AW points. Lin Chen's archery accuracy could only be described as above the passing line. It was better than some but not quite up to the mark of true precision. Therefore, Lin Chen decided to exchange for this technique. After all, every arrow is extremely important at critical moments. Moreover, some bosses have special weaknesses, and if he can hit those weaknesses, it will deal double damage. In any case, the precise shooting technique is definitely worth 300 AW points. With 400 AW points remaining, Lin Chen still did not plan to keep them. He continued to browse through other techniques. Suddenly, two techniques caught Lin Chen's eye. Double arc arrow technique, an enhanced version of the arc arrow technique. Arrows can bend twice in an arc, making them harder to dodge and more elusive. Exchange price 300 AW points. Double bow technique can shoot 2 arrows at once, but the accuracy of both arrows will be significantly reduced and needs to be used in conjunction with other skills. Exchange price 300 AW points. At first, Lin Chen was very fond of the double bow technique, but if he exchanges for it now, he would also need to pair it with the precise double arrow shooting technique, which requires 400 AW points. This means that to fully master the double bow technique, he would need at least 700 AW points. Lin Chen couldn't afford that. He could only choose to exchange for the double arc arrow technique first, spending 300 AW points. The remaining 150 AW points, Lin Chen couldn't find anything to exchange for, so he decided to save them for later. Lin Chen looked at the items he exchanged for with 900 AW points with satisfaction. Double arc arrow technique, precise shooting technique, invincible evasion technique. Second layer. With these techniques, Lin Chen would have more confidence in tomorrow's dungeon. Lin Chen exited the system interface and turned to look beside him. At this moment, Tang Junrun was sleeping particularly soundly. Even the rhythmic snoring sounded like a symphony echoing in the air. Lin Chen really couldn't connect the current Tang Junrun with the strongest knight from his past life. What had Tang Junrun experienced in his previous life? Lin Chen didn't want to think about it. He turned his head to the other side, looking at Su Wanning. At this moment, Su Wanning was lying on her side, her body curled up, her fair little face facing Lin Chen's direction. Looking at Su Wanning's profile, Lin Chen's anxiety seemed to vanish in an instant. Lin Chen, driven by an impulse, reached out his hand towards Su Wanning's delicate face. Just as Lin Chen's fingertip was about to touch Su Wanning, he suddenly came to his senses and stopped his finger. What was he doing? Acting like a rogue? Was he also disturbed by their voices? Lin Chen mocked himself. Just as he was about to retract his hand, he was suddenly grasped by a soft, boneless hand. He was stunned. It was actually Su Wanning. Su Wanqing actually didn't fall asleep. For some reason, Lin Chen's heart began to pound wildly. Lin Chen felt that he was even more nervous now than when he had just fought to the death with Pu Huai. What would she say? Would it be a confession like in their past life? Su Wanqing slowly opened her eyes, her shining gaze looking up at Lin Chen in front of her. She had never looked at Lin Chen so seriously before. She suddenly realized that Lin Chen's eyes were like fireflies on a midsummer night, shining with a faint light that belonged to him in the dark night. This light made Su Wanqing feel incredibly at ease. Are you that Wai from back then? Su Wanqing asked the question that had been in her heart. Lin Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect Su Wanqing to suddenly ask this question. Lin Chen fell silent. Su Wanqing had her answer. If Wai was not Lin Chen would not show the current silence. Su Wanqing suddenly yanked Lin Chen's hand down, and in a moment of distraction, Lin Chen was pulled down. Before Lin Chen could react, a pair of cold yet warm lips came close. Lin Chen's eyes widened instantly. The sensation in that moment almost swallowed his consciousness, making him sink deeper and deeper. After experiencing the pain of Su Wanqing's tragic death, Lin Chen never thought that one day he could be so entwined with Su Wanqing. The fiery emotions and primal desires were constantly crashing in his mind. He wanted to fiercely meld the body in front of him into his own. That was the longing of over 300 days and nights in his past life and the bits and pieces of love over the 12 years. Lin Chen felt warm tears sliding down his cheek. They were not his, but Su Wanqing's. As their lips parted, Su Wanqing looked at Lin Chen with gentle eyes. Su Wanqing gently bit her red lips as if she had made a very significant decision and said, "It has always been you who accompanied me through my most difficult times. You helped me hide all the dark clouds, and it was you who shielded me from all the torrential rain, but it wasn't until now that I realized. Now it's you again. Saving me, allowing me to see more of this world. I know you lied to me. I just checked all the system's introductions, and it never mentioned that strange evil spirits could change jobs. My 10 health points could never survive in this bizarre world. I would only hold you back. I am just a child abandoned by this world. I am glad to know everything before I die. You don't have to pretend anymore." Su Wanqing's words were like a bucket of cold water poured directly over Lin Chen's head. All the romantic thoughts and ideas he had just moments ago vanished in an instant. Lin Chen could see that at this moment, Su Wanqing's eyes no longer held the desire to survive. She had always loved beauty. Perhaps she couldn't bear to live on in such a terrifying state. She feared the words and gazes of others the most, so she didn't want to endure the terrified looks and malicious comments from others. Lin Chen propped himself up, his gaze fixed on Su Wanqing in front of him. He had never looked at her so closely before. Her skin was as white as cream, her nose was straight and delicate, her lips were a vibrant red, and her eyes were lively. All of these captivated him. But his expression was extremely serious at this moment. Su Wanqing, do you like me? Su Wanqing was about to nod, but Lin Chen added again, being moved is not the same as having feelings. If you remove the emotions brought by what I've done for you, do you still like me? Lin Chen's words left Su Wanqing stunned. She felt her mind was in a chaotic mess. She couldn't understand the question Lin Chen was asking. Was her feeling for Lin Chen really just gratitude, or was it love? She indeed had always had a good impression of Lin Chen, and after realizing he was why, that good impression had surged forth, so Su Wanqing thought she should like Lin Chen, right? I like. But just as Su Wanqing was about to continue, Lin Chen looked at her seriously with an incredibly deep gaze. But why can't I feel your affection? Perhaps you are just moved. You don't really like me. All your actions are nothing more than your last act of charity towards me. If you really want to repay me, then please truly fall in love with me, okay? Let me feel your affection so that we can both move towards each other. You are not my burden, you have always been my salvation. Without you, I wouldn't know how to survive in this world. I really don't want to experience those days again. Live well, and let me feel your affection, okay? Su Wanqing looked at Lin Chen's somewhat pleading gaze, stunned. Because of what happened in middle school, Su Wanqing had never expressed her feelings. Even if she had a good impression of Lin Chen, she mostly showed indifference in her daily life. This indeed seemed unfair to Lin Chen. Perhaps she really should learn how to express her feelings. After a moment, she slightly nodded. Okay. Lin Chen quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed that a spark of life had once again ignited in Su Wanqing's eyes. Lin Chen straightened up, staring blankly at the night outside the window. He didn't explain that he hadn't lied to her. No matter what he said, Su Wanqing wouldn't believe him. She would never accept the idea of his rebirth. Lin Chen could only help her slowly find hope and try to buy time. The next day, Tang Junren suddenly woke up in shock. When he saw the system time, he immediately slapped himself twice. This startled Lin Chen, who was beside him. Old Tang, what are you doing? Tang Junren quickly put on a mournful face, hitting himself while apologizing. Egu, I actually overslept. I promised to get up at 3 in the morning to hand over my shift, but I slept through it. I'm really sorry. Did you call me and I didn't wake up? I really should be dead. Egu, you should sleep for a while. Lin Chen, both amused and exasperated, stopped Tang Junren and said with a smile, it's fine, I didn't plan to wake you up yesterday anyway. I'm used to staying up late. One day without sleep is no big deal. But you guys can't do that. Today is our first time participating in the dungeon, and you all need to be alert. At this moment, Su Wanqing had also woken up. She looked at Lin Chen with a bright smile, completely free of the gloom she had shown last night. Lin Chen also tacitly avoided mentioning what happened the previous night. Only 5 minutes remained until the start of the first dungeon. Lin Chen scanned the classroom and noticed some people were still sound asleep, while others, like him, hadn't slept all night. But none of that mattered anymore. After clearing the dungeon today, they would be assigned to a safe zone. Everyone in the safe zone would have their own rooms. It was likely that they wouldn't all be placed in the same safe zone. Time passed, and finally, the announcement echoed in everyone's minds. Congratulations, you have safely survived the first night in 1 minute. The first nationwide disaster dungeon will begin crying on the 3rd floor. Countdown begins. Remember, the condition to clear the national disaster dungeon is to defeat the final boss. But don't forget to look for every side quest, as this will determine the completion rate of the dungeon. Learning to utilize your profession and cooperating with your teammates is the key to clearing the dungeon. I hope everyone can successfully clear this disaster dungeon and unlock the true era of national job change. The teleportation begins. The world around everyone started to spin. Many instinctively reached for the tables and chairs nearby, only to find their bodies had become ethereal. Lin Chen had experienced this feeling countless times, so he felt no novelty or fear. He tightly held the hands of Tang Junren and Su Wanqing beside him, ensuring they would be on the same team. However, this method had its limitations. Each team could only have one of each profession. The participation in the National Disaster Dungeon was in teams of 6, consisting of players from 6 different professions. Players could form teams in advance or wait for the random allocation from the Tower of Heaven. What Lin Chen was actually curious about was what profession Su Wanqing, as a strange evil spirit, would be classified as, or whether she could even enter the dungeon. As the dizzying scene faded, a dark and eerie corridor appeared before Lin Chen, a damp atmosphere hitting him. The first thing Lin Chen did upon regaining consciousness was to confirm Su Wanqing was beside him. Thankfully, Su Wanqing was still there. This meant that the strange evil spirit could indeed enter the dungeon. Next, Lin Chen began to survey the environment before him, and his heart leaped with joy. the order of the dungeon had not changed. This was the first disaster dungeon he had participated in during his previous life. Lin Chen had no impression of the name of this dungeon. Just a second before being teleported, he had been crying while holding Su Wanning's corpse. He had no time to pay attention to the name of the dungeon. So it was only in this life that he learned this dungeon was called the Weeping Third Floor. After confirming the safety of the dungeon and Su Wanning, Lin Chen turned his gaze to his side. "Is it you?" Before Lin Chen could get a good look, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Lin Chen found the voice familiar and irritating. He turned to see that the source of the voice was actually Mei Lian. This woman had ended up in the same team as them. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. He had thought she had escaped and that he would have to expend some effort to find her, but unexpectedly, even the Tower of Heaven didn't want her to survive and had assigned her to his team. At this moment, the other members of the team were gradually waking up, looking at Mei Lian in surprise. Lin Chen didn't pay attention to Mei Lian first but looked at the other teammates. Mei Lian's profession was glamour mage, a man with tattoos all over his arms but thin as a rail was a blood warrior. A stout, bearded man was surprisingly a glory priest. In stark contrast to him was a woman in work attire, her legs wrapped in alluring black stockings, whose profession was clearly a shadow assassin. Lin Chen had no particular reaction to this. The distribution of professions had no absolute correlation with gender or personality, it was entirely random. In his previous life, he had seen a fitness coach turn into a priest. The contrast was astounding. Lin Chen noticed the number of other profession players. There were actually 4 of them. Adding Lin Chen and the other 2, that made a total of 7. They had 1 more person than the normal 6-person team. This meant that Su Wanning's presence was not counted in the original team composition. This discovery made Lin Chen slightly excited. However, Lin Chen's silence and disregard had thoroughly enraged the needle-sized Mei Lian. She still remembered what had been mentioned in the announcement: learning to utilize your profession and cooperating with your teammates is the key to clearing the dungeon. She believed that every profession was crucial in the dungeon. Lin Chen absolutely dared not kill himself again, otherwise he would be unable to clear the level and it would be a dead end for him as well. Thinking of this, Mei Lian's confidence grew stronger. She raised an eyebrow provocatively at Lin Chen and Su Wanning, saying, "I really must have been incredibly unlucky to be teamed up with you two. Now that we're in the instance, I don't believe you can kill me, Lin Chen. If you kill me, you won't be able to clear this instance either." The other 3 naturally did not know the grievances between Lin Chen and Mei Lian. However, when they noticed Su Wanning beside Lin Chen, they were all taken aback. The tattooed man even let out a loud shout, quickly distancing himself from Lin Chen and the others, trembling as he pointed at Su Wanning, exclaiming, "Isn't she a strange evil spirit? Why is she standing with us? Is this our first mission?" The fat man awkwardly twisted his belly and slowly moved towards the tattooed man. He felt that the tattooed man looked very reassuring. The black stockings female white-collar worker hesitated, glancing between the 2 clear sides. One side was filled with bloodthirsty strange evil spirits, while the other was a somewhat lewd duo. She truly didn't know how to choose and could only inch a little closer to Mei Lian. At least Mei Lian was a girl. Regarding Mei Lian's arrogance, Lin Chen really didn't want to pay her any mind, simply explaining to the tattooed man and the others, "She is not a strange evil spirit, she is just like a normal person, so you don't need to worry." Obviously, Lin Chen's light words were hard to convince the tattooed man. The tattooed man raised the long knife in his hand with a fierce expression, saying viciously, "Forget it. I saw several strange evil spirits appear in that square yesterday, and many people were bitten to death by them. It was simply terrifying. In the end, it was me who led the charge to barely kill all the strange evil spirits. So I advise you to stay away from that strange evil spirit, or just kill her directly." Mei Lian chimed in, fanning the flames, "That's right. He is actually a strange evil spirit too. Otherwise, how could you have seen someone acting alongside a strange evil spirit?" Mei Lian clearly wanted to use the tattooed man to squeeze out or even kill Lin Chen and his companion. At this moment, Su Wanning, who had been hiding behind Lin Chen, suddenly gathered her courage and stepped forward, looking generously at the few people opposite. The tattooed man was startled by this scene, nearly dropping his large knife to the ground. Su Wanning tried hard not to fear their gazes, took a deep breath, and spoke, "Hello, my name is Su Wanning. Although I have transformed into a strange evil spirit, the pus-filled sore on my chest has been destroyed by Lin Chen, so I now have human consciousness. I won't attack you, you can rest assured." The tattooed man was still trembling all over. The fat man in the black stockings female white-collar worker, however, showed thoughtful expressions. This Su Wanning was indeed quite different from the strange evil spirits they had encountered. The Dark Hunter and the exiled knight had been standing beside the strange evil spirit without being attacked. It should be noted that the strange evil spirits they encountered would indiscriminately attack surrounding creatures. Lin Chen glanced at the system timer and found that the instance timer had already started. The speed of clearing the instance was also one of the scoring criteria, and he didn't want to waste time here. Ignoring Mei Lian and the tattooed man, he looked at the fat man and the black stockings white-collar worker, asking, "What will you choose?" When Mei Lian saw Lin Chen speak, she quickly opened her mouth again to tempt the 2 men, saying, "Don't believe him. Do you really dare to team up with a strange evil spirit? Aren't you afraid that this strange evil spirit will suddenly lose its sanity? The tattooed man quickly nodded and said, "That's right. The strange evil spirits I've killed are terrifying. Such monsters must not be left alive." The woman in black stockings frowned, glancing back and forth at Lin Chen and the other three, finally making a decision and walking directly towards Lin Chen. Mei Lian was furious and shouted, "You filthy bitch, what are you doing? Are you looking for death?" Mei Lian's roar only made the woman in black stockings quicken her pace, her expression of disgust becoming more apparent. "I think this strange evil spirit is indeed different from the ones we've encountered, and as a salesperson, I know how to read people's eyes. The eyes of the three of them are very pure, while that tattooed man's eyes have been on my thigh from the start, filled with greed. I don't like that. He also claims to have led a team to kill strange evil spirits, but look at him, scared to death. He can't even watch from the sidelines, let alone kill. I can't trust someone who lies so easily. As for you, you give me a feeling of impatience and impulsiveness. My intuition tells me you're not suitable as a teammate. So, sorry." Saying this, the woman in black stockings had already walked up to Lin Chen and the others. Her eyes were quietly sizing Lin Chen up. What kind of gaze, what purity? It was just an excuse from the woman in black stockings. In fact, she just found Lin Chen more pleasing to the eye. As a salesperson, she certainly knew how to flatter her potential clients. Moreover, in such a strange place, she didn't want to be with a lecherous thug and a crazy woman who was loud from the start. Hearing this, Mei Lian was almost driven mad with anger. Just as he was about to curse, the fat man beside him actually jogged over to Lin Chen's side. "I'm a seasoned player of the game. These three are level 5, while I'm only level 1. I definitely need to find a strong ally. Dying at the hands of a strange evil spirit and dying in a dungeon seems to be no different." The fat man chuckled awkwardly, running directly to Tang Juanren's side, looking at Tang Juanren's equipment enviously and saying, "Hey brother, your armor looks really nice." Tang Junren smiled honestly and didn't say anything. The two of them, whether by chance or design, chose to move away from Su Wanning. Mei Lian watched this scene, his face twisted with rage. Good. Since you want to see death, then go ahead. With 2 fewer people, let's see how you get through this dungeon. Don't expect me to lift a finger. I'll be right behind you, watching how you get killed by these 2 monsters. After saying this, Mei Lian pulled the still trembling tattooed man and walked back, cautiously distancing themselves from Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen didn't care where they were, walking straight down the corridor. At this moment, the corridor was extremely dimly lit, and looking out the window, it was pitch black outside, with only the pale moon hanging overhead, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Su Wanning hadn't noticed it when she didn't look closely, but now, upon seeing it, she felt a chill run down her spine. She instinctively tightened her grip on Lin Chen's arm. Lin Chen chuckled softly, ruffling Su Wanning's hair, and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, it's fine. This is just the first dungeon, it should be very simple." Ever since Lin Chen realized he might be under surveillance, he had been careful not to reveal any traces of his rebirth to avoid being captured for research. The short and narrow corridor ended, and everyone suddenly walked into a vast hallway. The entire corridor presented a shape, with several rooms arranged in a staggered manner. All the doors and windows of these rooms were tightly closed, and not a sound could be heard. To the left of the group was the nearest room to them. Above the door, it boldly stated Class 3-1. "It seems this is a classroom," Tang Junren said softly, looking at the sign. At that moment, the old light bulb above the corridor flickered slightly, emitting a buzzing sound as it lit up. The fat man followed behind Tang Junren, muttering to himself, "I didn't expect it to be a horror instance?" At this time, Lin Chen did not respond but quietly covered Su Wanning's ears. The next moment, a sudden, intense crying sound came from the left side of the group. Except for Lin Chen, who was prepared, and Su Wanning, whose ears were covered, everyone else was quite frightened. The fat man was even patting his chest repeatedly, looking as if he were still in shock for a long time. Tang Junren instinctively raised his shield towards the left, his small eyes alert to everything around. Su Wanning looked up in surprise at Lin Chen, somewhat puzzled by his foresight. Lin Chen merely chuckled lightly. "Coincidence. Isn't this instance called crying senior year building? So I guess there might be crying sounds, and I didn't expect to be right." The woman in black stockings hid behind Tang Junren's shield and asked, "Should we go into this room?" A glimmer of anticipation flashed in the fat man's eyes. "Are we going to fight monsters next? Will there be equipment drops?" Lin Chen thought for a moment, glancing back, and suddenly said, "I think it's very likely. After all, this is just the first instance, and the initial monsters must be very simple." Mei Lian and the tattooed man, who had been following Lin Chen, were also startled by the crying sound, but when they heard about the equipment, their expressions brightened. Equipment? With equipment, perhaps they could compete with Lin Chen and the others? They had to grab it. Thinking of this, the two hurriedly rushed towards that room. The tattooed man led the way, with Mei Lian following behind. "All the equipment is mine." He usually didn't play online games much, but loved playing PUBG, and at this moment he probably still thought it was time to land and pick up equipment. Lin Chen noticed the actions of the tattooed man and Mei Lian but did not stop them, only coldly watching their movements. "Fools, do you believe everything I say? Such greedy and cowardly people were not qualified teammates. Sometimes, having such people alive could even be a burden to the entire team. The tattooed man directly opened the iron door of the classroom and rushed in. The crying stopped abruptly, and soon a man's painful wail echoed. Ghost! It's a ghost! He desperately tried to escape from that classroom but was utterly unable to do so. His health was instantly depleted. In an instant he turned into a void. A voice echoed in everyone's minds. Your teammate In Long has been killed by the final boss. The fat man was stunned, saying with lingering fear, "What the hell? What's going on? There's actually a final boss in this room. Luckily we didn't go in. In fact, it wasn't impossible for Lin Chen to cooperate with Tang Junrun to kill this final boss. After all, the two of them were already level 5 and their equipment was decent. But he hadn't explored even a bit of the side story yet, and even if they cleared it, they wouldn't be able to get the top instance rating in the whole server. So he wasn't planning to choose to enter the door on the left. Lin Chen also noticed a detail. The tattooed man had only lasted 2 seconds before dying. This meant that the boss's attack power was at least above 50. But in Lin Chen's memory, the boss he encountered in his past life was not this strong. So Lin Chen speculated. No, Lin Chen was certain that unlocking more side quest items could weaken the final boss's strength. The fat man swallowed hard, his face full of fear, then turned to Lin Chen and asked, "What should we do next?" Both the fat man and the woman in black stockings could see that Lin Chen was the leader among the three. Without hesitation, Lin Chen said, "Since the classroom on the left is the final boss, we should start from the right and make a complete circle back to this classroom on the left. I think this is the correct path for this instance." No one objected, preparing to follow Lin Chen's arrangements completely. At this moment, Mei Lian had just recovered from the death of the tattooed man. Her only partner had died tragically before her eyes, which was hard for her to accept. She shouted hoarsely, "Lin Chen, you know there's danger over there, right? I just saw your gaze, it was the look of watching him die. You are the murderer. Do you really want to keep following someone like him? He will get you killed." Mei Lian's voice, combined with the eerie howling wind outside, made it all the more desolate, as if the souls of the dead were recounting their grievances from a past life. As Lin Chen stepped forward towards the corridor on the right, he sneered, "I'm not a prophet, how would I know there's danger? It's not that I didn't save him, but he sought death himself. I'm not a savior, I can't save everyone. If you continue to incite the crowd here, I won't mind killing you." Lin Chen's words drove Mei Lian even more insane. She recklessly raised her staff. "You dare to kill me? With 2 fewer people, you think you can clear this instance? Dream on. You want me to speak? I'll say it. Not only will I speak, but I'll also take action." With that, a beam of light surged from Mei Lian's wand, instantly rushing towards the crowd. As soon as Mei Lian roared, Tang Junren's gaze was fixed on her. The moment Mei Lian made her move, Tang Junren stepped forward, raised his shield, and blocked Mei Lian's attack. The next second, A-2 appeared above his head. Tang Junren's shield had triggered a defense value of 12, and with the passive damage reduction of 20% from the exiled knight, Mei Lian's attack felt like a mere tickle to him. However, Lin Chen's gaze had turned completely cold. Very good. Mei Lian finally couldn't hold back and took the initiative to attack. After all, there were outsiders here, and Lin Chen didn't want to leave behind any evidence or impression of actively killing someone, but since Mei Lian struck first, he couldn't be blamed. Moreover, Lin Chen saw clearly that Mei Lian's target was Su Wanning. If Mei Lian was just a bit foul-mouthed, Lin Chen could choose to ignore her for now and slowly find a chance to get rid of her, but if she had the intention to attack a teammate, Lin Chen would definitely not spare her life. Although with Tang Junren and Lin Chen around, Su Wanning would not be harmed no matter what. This behavior was intolerable to Lin Chen. "It seems you really choose to be obstinate. Everyone, get out of the way." The fat man and the woman in black stockings were sensible. They didn't speak to Mei Lian and quickly moved aside, running behind Lin Chen. It was now clear that Mei Lian's state had threatened them all. Lin Chen had already knocked an arrow, aiming it at Mei Lian. Seeing the arrow shooting towards her, Mei Lian screamed like a madwoman. "Are you crazy? How dare you attack your teammate?" At this moment, Mei Lian had completely forgotten that she was the one who struck first. The woman in black stockings couldn't bear to watch any longer and sarcastically said, "Weren't you the one who attacked us first? How can you say that?" Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Mei Lian realized that he truly dared to kill her. Did he really not fear that the instance would fail? Mei Lian had seen Lin Chen kill before, and at this moment, she finally understood fear. She put on a weak facade and pleaded, "I was impulsive, I didn't really want to kill you. I was just jealous that Su Wanning became a strange evil spirit and still had people protecting her. I will definitely behave from now on. I just wanted you to protect me too. I really have no ill intentions. I don't want to die." As Mei Lian tried to dodge Lin Chen's crossbow arrows, she attempted to act cute and beg for mercy. She thought that as a girl, if she lowered her head and admitted her mistake, Lin Chen would surely forgive her. However, Lin Chen showed no signs of listening, still knocking arrows and shooting them one by one at Mei Lian. Mei Lian turned her gaze to the female office worker and the fat man, pleading for them to speak up for her. But the black-clad female office worker merely curled her lip and coldly snorted, "Green tea bitch." The fat man was also looking around, ignoring Malian's gaze. Soon, Malian fell into despair. She had only 10 health points left, and if Lin Chen shot one more arrow, she would truly be dead. Malian tore away her last disguise, grinning maniacally at the 5 people in front of her, acting as if she had gone mad. Kill me. You will definitely face retribution. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen. Su Wanning. I'll be waiting for you in hell. The last arrow struck Malian's chest and Lin Chen, without a hint of hesitation, put away his bow and turned to leave. It seemed as if he had just killed a minor monster, not a living person. Although the fat man and the female office worker felt that Malian deserved her fate, they couldn't help but shiver at Lin Chen's cold-blooded demeanor. Thankfully, they had chosen to team up with Lin Chen. This person truly eliminated threats without hesitation. Having already wasted some time, Lin Chen felt the need to speed up. The group stopped in front of the first room in the right-hand corridor. Lin Chen looked up and wiped the dust off the sign in front of him, finally seeing the name of the classroom. Language classroom. The fat man murmured in surprise, "What a strange name." But Lin Chen decisively pushed the door open. Tang Junrun did not follow him in but stood at the back of the group, carefully ensuring Su Wanning's safety. This was Lin Chen's instruction before entering the instance. Seeing Lin Chen push the door open without any caution, the fat man and the black-clad female office worker immediately took on a defensive stance, raising their weapons. The fat man quickly hid behind the black-clad female office worker. "Sister assassin, protect me." The black-clad female office worker. Moonlight poured into the classroom, allowing everyone to see the interior. The next moment, the black-clad female office worker let out a sharp scream, because she saw, standing on the podium in this classroom, a massive language textbook. The textbook was splattered with blood, and the originally gentle characters appeared extremely sinister under the moonlight. The wrinkled pages seemed to open like a gaping, crimson abyss, ready to swallow Lin Chen and the others whole. Disaster Language Textbook, Level 1, Health 150, Attack Power 20, Skill 1, Forced Q&A. If answered incorrectly, 50 health points will be forcibly deducted. Lin Chen, however, wore an expression of calm indifference. That's right, this was the disaster monster in this instance. Lin Chen did not hesitate for a moment as he knocked an arrow and shot directly at the monster on the podium. This kind of minor monster required almost no attention in the dungeon. Moreover, Lin Chen was now highly skilled and at a high level. Killing a minor monster was simply a piece of cake. In this dungeon, all the monsters are common items or animals from daily life that have undergone a disaster, categorized into minor monsters, elite monsters, and the final boss. Clearly, this is just a minor monster, so you don't need to panic. The fat man hiding behind the female office worker cautiously poked his head out to look at Lin Chen. He saw Lin Chen's graceful movements as he knocked and shot arrows, and what was even more terrifying was that each of his arrows almost hit the same spot. "Wow, dude, are you an archer?" The female office worker in front of the fat man was taken aback and asked, "Why do you say that? And take your hand off my leg." The fat man then realized that his hand had accidentally rested on the female office worker's long black stockinged leg, and he quickly awkwardly pulled it back, saying, "Look, every arrow this guy shoots hits right above that Chinese textbook." In shooting games, there is a certain recoil setting. Hitting the same spot repeatedly increases the feeling of recoil, and the monster's head is the place with the strongest recoil sensation. So now you can see that this monster can hardly take a step. With the fat man's reminder, everyone finally noticed. Even though this disaster-stricken Chinese textbook was frantically trying to surge forward, every step it took was met with an arrow that knocked it back. The disaster-stricken Chinese textbook angrily flipped its pages. Suddenly, it tore a page from itself and hurled it at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was already prepared. He did not move from his position but shot an arcing arrow. At that moment, Lin Chen's method of dealing with Leingi re-emerged. Lin Chen not only did not waste any attacking efficiency but also shattered the Chinese textbook's attack into pieces, saving a lot of time. The fat man was stunned at this scene. This operation, why did it look so familiar? He stood there in a daze, operating his system panel, and opened the highlight reel feature. Then he was completely frozen in place. The female office worker noticed something was off with the fat man, poked him, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you dumbfounded? That operation was so cool, did we really latch onto a big shot?" The fat man did not reply. At that moment, the fat man's lips were trembling uncontrollably. He remembered. The deceased Mei Lian had called out the name Lin Chen. The dark hunter in front of him was actually Lin Chen. The fat man was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. "Of course he's cool, he's Lin Chen," the fat man said with a face full of excitement. The female office worker did not know much about the game. She was completely confused by the server-wide announcement and had no idea what it meant. So she was very unfamiliar with the name Lin Chen. "You actually don't know this?" The fat man was instantly shocked, and while guiding the female office worker on how to open the highlight video interface, he said, "Lin Chen, the first person in the entire server to kill the bizarre evil spirit. He even produced 4 amazing highlight reels in one night. A godlike man. You should watch his plays, none of them are anything less than stunning. Perfect awareness, unbeatable skills, and a calm demeanor, he's simply invincible." The fat man did not hold back his praise, looking at Lin Chen in admiration from a distance. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had successfully killed the disaster-stricken Chinese textbook in front of him. After the disaster-stricken textbook let out a painful wail when its blood volume hit rock bottom, a wisp of black smoke emerged from its body and then it instantly shrank, transforming into a tattered textbook of normal size, quietly lying on the ground. It was completely devoid of the fierce demeanor it had just displayed. In his previous life, Lin Chen had teamed up with his companions to kill this disaster-stricken textbook. He still remembered how much effort they had expended at that time. Because he, as a dark hunter, had poor aim, he wasted a lot of output. But now, it was just him, and in merely 4 or 5 seconds, he effortlessly killed this monster. He was so much stronger now than he had been in his previous life. Lin Chen stepped forward, picked up the shrunk textbook, and directly placed it into his backpack. Tattered textbook level. Quest item attributes. None. This textbook was indeed a quest item. In his previous life, Lin Chen's team was led by a bloodthirsty warrior, a kind-hearted college graduate. It was he who reminded everyone that this might be an item. To kill this textbook, he had even lost quite a bit of health, which ultimately led to him being brutally killed by the final boss due to insufficient health. Lin Chen still remembered the young man's appearance and the unwilling expression on his face when he died. After a moment of reflection, Lin Chen did not waste any more time and prepared to head out the door. Just as he stepped outside, a fat man followed him from behind, wearing a flattering smile as he asked, "Hey there, are you Lin Chen?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Had he been recognized? He did not deny it and nodded slightly. This made the fat man overjoyed, exclaiming, "You really are? Oh my god. I can't believe it, my luck is just too good. I actually get to hold on to such a big thigh. I was a bit worried earlier. With 2 people missing from our team, we lost 2 combat powers, and I was completely unsure if we could clear the level. But after seeing your archery performance just now, I immediately became full of confidence in our team. Those 2 unfortunate souls could have safely clung to the thigh to get through, but they had to go and see death." Sigh. Lin Chen looked at his expression and found it somewhat amusing. At this moment, Tang Junren had already brought Su Wanning to stand beside Lin Chen. Hearing the fat man's compliments and admiration for Lin Chen, even Tang Junren felt a sense of pride rising within him. He was Lin Chen's partner. Su Wanning's gaze also fell on Lin Chen, her eyes hiding a faint smile. At this moment, the female white-collar worker in the room turned off the video on the screen, her face showing complete shock. She never expected that this seemingly sunny and cheerful young man had such strength. She hurriedly caught up with the group that had just walked away, and her gaze towards Lin Chen was now filled with admiration. She was very glad she had made the right choice. As a salesperson, she understood how to leverage her advantages to seek benefits for herself. The white-collar worker's eyes swept over Su Wanning, who had been following Lin Chen closely. From her gaze, it was clear that Su Wanning's relationship with Lin Chen seemed unusual. But why did Su Wanning appear as a strange, evil spirit? And she hadn't lost her sanity yet? The white-collar worker found it puzzling. However, she didn't care about that. Sometimes, it was easier to tempt a man to achieve her goals if he had a wife. After all, men always think that a flower at home is not as fragrant as a wildflower. The corner of the white-collar worker's mouth curled into a disdainful arc, and her body unconsciously leaned closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not notice the change in the white-collar worker. He was quickly heading towards the second room. The fat man was now extremely enthusiastic about Lin Chen, his fear of the dungeon almost completely gone. It was a joke. With such a great god following him, how could there be any possibility of failure in this dungeon? The fat man was the first to run over, looking up at the name of the classroom. Math classroom. The fat man slapped his forehead. I got it. These classrooms are all named after high school subjects. I haven't been to school in so long, I couldn't remember for a moment. Lin Chen nodded slightly, still not hesitating, and directly pushed the door open. Inside the math room, there was still just a small monster, so there was no need to worry. The wooden door creaked as it was pushed open, and a huge compass suddenly lunged at Lin Chen, who was opening the door. The sharp steel tip of the compass was incredibly sharp, even shimmering with a terrifying light under the moonlight. Ah! Be careful! The fat man, closest to Lin Chen, was naturally startled and shouted loudly. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. Invincible evasion technique activated. Just as the fat man screamed the first word, Lin Chen simply tilted his head slightly and easily dodged the sharp point of the compass. The fat man was utterly amazed by this scene. From the moment Lin Chen saw the compass's attack to the moment he dodged it, it only took a few seconds. Lin Chen's reaction speed was terrifying. Was he really human? Can a person have such reaction speed? The reason Lin Chen reacted so quickly was that he already knew there was a compass that would ambush players here. In his previous life, he was the one responsible for opening the door. At that time, Lin Chen couldn't dodge and was directly stabbed in the head by the compass, losing 20 health points. This experience had haunted him for a long time afterward. Lin Chen quickly knocked an arrow, his calm gaze fixed on the compass in front of him. Mutated compass level, 1 health, 150 attack power, 20 skills, none. After all, this was the first disaster dungeon, meant only to help everyone adapt to their professions and cooperate. Others hadn't even unlocked a single skill, only passive skills. If a monster too difficult appeared, they wouldn't be able to handle it at all. Even so, the number of teams that would perish in the first disaster dungeon would likely exceed half. After the first disaster dungeon ended, the true era of class change for everyone would begin. Lin Chen effortlessly dealt with the monster in front of him and set off towards the next room. Inside the Tower of Babel, Long Yangqiu was sipping coffee, observing Lin Chen's actions. Yuan, how is the progress of other teams in Huaxia? Upon hearing this, Yuan quickly checked on the computer and soon replied, currently, over 12,000 teams have been wiped out. Basically, the whole team chose to enter the room on the left. The teams that chose the right direction, most of them are still battling it out in the language classroom. Long Yangqiu nodded, feeling no ripple in his heart. Indeed, Lin Chen's progress was terrifying. This was understandable. After all, Lin Chen had a high level and good skills, so dealing with these small monsters was probably not difficult at all. Long Yangqiu focused his mind and continued to watch seriously. At this moment, Lin Chen had already killed his way to the sixth room. This classroom was called the chemistry classroom. This time, the mutated creature was a beaker. The data was almost indistinguishable from the other small monsters. Once again, it was Lin Chen acting alone, quickly taking it down without wasting a moment. At this time, Tang Junren and Su Wanning were standing in the corridor, with Tang Junren still alert to his surroundings. The woman in black stockings and the fat man leaned against the doorframe, enjoying Lin Chen's performance in the classroom together. The difference was that the fat man was admiring the expert's skills. Meanwhile, the woman in black stockings was admiring her prey. The more she looked, the more she felt that Lin Chen was fair-skinned and clean-cut, definitely a handsome guy scoring above 90. Most importantly, he had great skills. In this era of universal job changes where everyone was on edge, he was definitely a perfect match. The woman in black stockings even found herself experiencing some strange physiological reactions as she watched. She quietly rubbed her legs, trying to ease the restlessness in her heart. This scene was just caught by the fat man beside her. The fat man was taken aback and then chuckled softly. What the hell? What's going on? The woman in black stockings blushed, quickly rolled her eyes, and scolded, "Shut up." The fat man chuckled and continued, I understand. Who wouldn't love a guy like this? But you probably don't have a chance. He has a girlfriend. The woman in black stockings snorted coldly, flicked her hair, and sneered, I've been dominating the scene for so many years, and I've never missed. Besides, that girlfriend of his is a weird, evil spirit, and at first glance, she looks like a novice girl with no experience. The fat man turned to look at the woman in black stockings and nodded in agreement. Compared to the woman in black stockings, Su Wanning naturally lacked much of the mature charm. Then the fat man shifted his gaze back to Lin Chen and the mutated beaker he was battling, shouting, Ego, take down that beaker. The woman in white stockings felt like she was being subtly mocked. While the two were talking, Lin Chen had already easily completed the kill on the mutated beaker. Lin Chen still didn't forget to pick up the shrunk beaker and quickly scan the surroundings, carefully checking for any missed items. He did this after every kill, because now these 6 items were also obtained by their team in his previous life. But Lin Chen clearly remembered that at that time, their side quest completion rate was only 46% and the score was not high at all. So Lin Chen was always paying attention to the surrounding situation, fearing he might miss the development of other side quests. No matter what, this time, he had to secure the first place in the dungeon ranking. After a careful inspection, Lin Chen indeed found no other items. To avoid wasting more time, he quickly headed to the next classroom. As he walked towards the door, the woman in black stockings immediately approached him, her face full of astonishment as she said in a sweet voice, Ego, you are simply amazing. The sound nearly gave Lin Chen goosebumps. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that the woman's collar had become low, or was it just his illusion? Before Lin Chen could respond, the woman in black stockings extended her fair little hand first and cheerfully said, Ego, we haven't properly introduced ourselves yet. My name is Ji Iba, and I'm very happy to be on the same team as you. I just sent you a friend request. Could you accept it when you have time? Lin Chen responded with an awkward smile, then symbolically shook Ji Iba's hand before letting go. Nice to meet you all, but we should hurry and continue with the instance. At that moment, the chubby man squeezed over, excitedly saying, Ego, my name is Wang Lei, and I've also sent you a friend request. If I could have AGI's name in my friend list, my brothers would definitely be envious of me. Ji Iba shot an unhappy glance at Wang Lei beside her, blaming him for interrupting her rhythm. Otherwise, she would have continued to get closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen slightly nodded in a perfunctory manner and walked past the two, coming to Su Wanning's side, continuing to lead everyone forward. Lin Chen had no interest in such hypocritical flattery. The two of them currently had no standout qualities that Lin Chen could remember. Naturally, they had no qualifications to become his regular teammates. As for friends, Lin Chen chose to accept the request while walking. More friends mean more paths. He wasn't going to isolate himself in this era of universal job changes. When Lin Chen opened his friend interface, he found that his friend requests were almost overflowing. Tens of thousands of requests awaited his response. They were likely from players who had seen his highlight reel. Lin Chen found Ji Iba and Wang Lei's names at the top of the request. list, accepted them, and then cleared the other requests. If he had to accept them one by one, he didn't know how long it would take. Jiba quickly received Lin Chen's friend acceptance request, her expression brightening as her gaze involuntarily darted towards Lin Chen ahead. Good, at least the first step had been taken. Just being able to add him as a friend meant Jiba had already surpassed many others. Next, she would have to showcase her abilities. Lin Chen soon arrived in front of the 7th classroom. This corridor had a total of 9 classrooms, and with the experience from his previous life, Lin Chen knew that starting from the 7th classroom, the monsters would no longer be so easy to deal with. Lin Chen looked up at the classroom sign. Evening study classroom. Lin Chen remembered that starting from this classroom he would face monsters that were slightly stronger than the small ones, elite monsters. Compared to small monsters, elite monsters had much stronger attributes. In addition, the biggest difference between elite monsters and small monsters was their skills. The small monsters in the instance had no skills. In contrast, elite monsters had at least one skill. The final boss would have at least 2 skills. The number of skills somewhat determined the strength of a monster. This time, Lin Chen did not choose to push the door open directly but instead patted Tang Junren beside him. Old Tang, from now on, you need to take the lead. I'll protect Su classmate. You need to practice fighting monsters. Tang Junren, holding the shield, was taken aback. Him? Facing monsters? Tang Junren immediately became nervous. Can I do it? Lin Chen chuckled lightly. How will you know? If you don't try? I can still solo the small monsters, but when there are too many of them, only with the knight holding the shield at the front and others assisting with attacks can the whole team hope to survive. Saying this, Lin Chen turned his gaze to Ji Ba and Wang Lei behind him. It's not just old Tang, you two need to step up this time too. If we don't practice now, we'll definitely die later. After all, no one can protect you for a lifetime. Wang Lei nodded, his expression serious. Ji Ba, however, seemed somewhat distracted. At this moment, she cared more about how to cling to Lin Chen, this big tree, rather than how to kill those terrifying monsters herself. This is already the 7th classroom, and the 6 subjects of language, math, English, physics, chemistry, and biology have already concluded. I suspect the upcoming monsters won't be as simple as before. It's very likely that elite monsters will appear. So, old Tang will push the door open, and once inside, he will stand at the front to absorb the attacks. Wang Lei, although you are a glory priest, you haven't unlocked any skills yet, so you can't heal. Just stay at the back and keep casting magic balls with your staff. As for Ji Ba, you are an assassin, you need to find an opportunity to sneak behind the monsters to attack. This way, you won't delay others' output and won't get accidentally hurt. But if there are other monsters behind the first one, you need to coordinate with Old Tang. Old Tang is already level 5, so he has unlocked his first skill, Shield Sweep. Lin Chen signaled Tang Junren to demonstrate his level 5 skill. The next moment, the skill description appeared before everyone. Shield Sweep, mana. Cost 10, cooldown 30s. The exiled knight sweeps his shield in a circle, dealing 60% attack damage plus 2% health damage and causing ones of stun ineffective against the final boss. This skill mainly enhances the control ability of the exiled knight. In fact, Lin Chen's intention was not just to train Wang Lei and Ji Ba. He wanted Old Tang to become familiar with his role in the team and how to cooperate with other classes. Just because they could rely on their strong stats to push through now doesn't mean they could always do so in the future. Therefore, Old Tang must gradually learn how to survive in the era of universal job changes. To unleash Old Tang's potential, it's obvious that this skill will cause ones of stun, so Ji Ba, your task is to rush behind the monster during that ones of stun. Remember, you must not stand in front of Old Tang. Otherwise, you will be accidentally hurt by the monster, which will also cause aggro imbalance. Do you understand? Lin Chen instructed. Ji Ba pretended to listen earnestly in front of Lin Chen, wanting to leave a good impression, but in reality, it was just a matter of her left ear in and right ear out. She unbuttoned another button on her white shirt and leaned closer to Lin Chen, asking, "What if someone gets scared?" Lin Chen looked disdainfully at Ji Ba, completely ignoring her open chest, and coldly reprimanded, "Afraid? Then are you afraid of dying? In the era of universal job changes, if you're afraid, you're bound to die. You must always remember, if these monsters don't die, you will. Old Tang, get ready to open the door." Lin Chen's straightforward behavior instantly infuriated Ji Ba, but she had no way to vent her anger. She could only reluctantly nod and walk towards Tang Junren ahead. At that moment, under Lin Chen's command, Tang Junren suddenly pushed open the classroom door. The dim light flickered inside the classroom, and with the help of the light, they could see a person's back at the podium, facing away from everyone, writing on the blackboard. "Students, remember, there are only 100 days left until the college entrance examination. No pain, no gain, high school is meaningless. No struggle, no fight, high school is wasted. You must remember, you are not students right now, but learning machines. Your purpose is the exam." The teacher was passionately delivering motivational speeches while writing on the blackboard. Only then did everyone notice that motivational slogans were almost everywhere around the classroom. The eye-catching red font constantly stimulated everyone's senses. Wang Lei looked around and muttered, "Oh my, do kids today have this much pressure?" Even I, an adult, can't stand it in this room. Suddenly, the teacher, who had his back to everyone, turned around sharply and shouted, Who is talking? The moment the teacher turned his head, everyone except Lin Chen gasped in shock. Ji Ba even took half a step back in fright, trembling as she raised her arm and pointed at the teacher. It's a ghost. The teacher actually had only one eye. This one eye occupied his entire face. The teacher's enormous eye spun wildly, then fixed its gaze on the direction of the door. Talking is not allowed during self-study, don't you know that? Self-study is learning time. Children who don't study will die. Tang Junren didn't even know where the teacher was speaking from, but the moment he was locked onto by that enormous eye, he felt a chill run down his spine and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. However, Tang Junren still held tightly onto his shield, not retreating an inch. Lin Chen watched this scene with satisfaction, nodding quietly. Behind him, Su Wanning peeked her little head forward, also frightened. Looking at Lin Chen, who was focused on protecting her, Su Wanning bit her lip and said, Lin Chen, you really don't have to keep protecting me. You can help Tang Junren. I should be fine here. Lin Chen gently shook his head, his gaze falling on Wang Lei and Ji Ba. You can never let your guard down. We can't afford to lose. Don't worry, old Tang can handle it, and I won't be a hindrance to shooting arrows here. Hearing this, Su Wanning no longer insisted, her big eyes blinking as she continued to look ahead. Elite monster. The catastrophic homeroom teacher level 5 health, 260 attack power, 40 skill, forced questioning. The locked target will be forced to answer questions. If the answer is wrong, 150% of their health will be forcibly deducted. When they saw the data of this homeroom teacher, everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Lin Chen was indeed right. Starting from this 7th classroom, the strength of the monsters had suddenly increased significantly, becoming elite-level monsters. The next moment, the catastrophic homeroom teacher coldly shouted, Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. He raised both hands, and in the next moment, the 3 desks in front of everyone suddenly twisted. In an instant, these tables actually stood up and walked towards the crowd. Disaster tables and chairs, level 1, health 80, attack power 15. At this moment, Lin Chen reminded everyone, Old Tang, focus on attracting the aggro of those 3, everyone else, hold off on attacking for now. Right now, behind the small monsters is an elite monster. Assassins, don't go around. It's easy to trigger the elite monster's attack range. Wait for the stun and then take the opportunity to attack from behind. Lin Chen had already explained the accumulation of aggro to Tang Junren in detail. In the era of universal job changes, the aggro calculation method is very simple. The first person to attack a monster will generate a large amount of aggro. The first hit usually triggers the Exile Knight class, which stabilizes the aggro, allowing other damage-dealing classes to start attacking. Taking damage also accumulates aggro. Besides the first attack, others accumulate aggro based on the actual damage dealt. Disaster. Monsters will always attack the person with the highest aggro, so damage-dealing classes must not attack recklessly. In his past life, Lin Chen often heard of teams being wiped out due to aggro issues. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Tang Junren took a deep breath, then raised his short sword in his right hand, first stabbing at the monster closest to him. 28. A bright red number instantly appeared above the monster's head. Although Tang Junren's class was not good at offense, his level 5 attribute boost was significant, and he dealt considerable damage. After being attacked, the tables and chairs immediately locked their gaze onto Tang Junren. Raising its steel arm, it struck down fiercely. Fortunately, Tang Junren was prepared and raised his shield to block the damage. 2. Seeing this number, Tang Junren breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he repeated the process, attracting the aggro of the other 2 monsters as well. He single-handedly bore the attacks of 3 monsters. Lin Chen watched Tang Junren's actions, nodding in satisfaction. At least Tang Junren understood his class's role. Lin Chen then spoke, Everyone, you can start attacking. After saying that, he was the first to draw his bow, shooting an arrow accurately at the monster. Wang Lei also nervously raised his staff and shot a magic ball at the monster. But perhaps too nervous, his magic ball veered off course, heading straight for Tang Junren. Wang Lei was startled and hurriedly tried to shout a warning. Watch out. But the next moment, a pitch-black arrow shot towards his magic ball, shattering it and curving dazzlingly past Tang Junren, heading towards the monster again. It was Lin Chen. Lin Chen had reacted the moment the magic ball was launched, shooting an arrow. Wang Lei quickly turned his head apologetically to Lin Chen and said, Sorry, Egu. Lin Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't mind. After all, he was a newcomer, which was understandable. At this moment, Tang Junren didn't know what had happened, but he seized the opportunity when 2 of the monsters raised their hands simultaneously and executed a shield sweep, launching it instantly. When the skill was activated, the player involuntarily performed the action of the skill. At that moment, Tang Junren's short sword in his right hand was instantly retracted into his backpack. Then, in the next moment, Tang Junren gripped his shield with both hands and swung it vigorously, smashing it towards the 3 mutated tables and chairs in front of him. Bang! The shield collided violently with the mutated tables and chairs, producing a loud crashing sound. 19. All the mutated tables and chairs staggered back a step, with crimson numbers floating above them, along with a symbol representing dizziness. Now's the time. Lin Chen quickly reminded Ji Ba loudly. Ji Ba shivered and took a step forward. However, as Ji Ba looked at the twisted forms and menacing arms of the mutated tables and chairs in front of her, she hesitated halfway through her step. A second is not long, and the mutated tables and chairs quickly recovered from their dizziness. Ji Ba, who originally intended to move behind the mutated tables and chairs, was suddenly blocked in the middle. Lin Chen frowned upon seeing this. An unexpected situation had arisen so quickly. He had clearly explained the key points to Ji Ba, yet this foolish woman still made a mistake. Lin Chen truly felt a bit frustrated. The awakened mutated tables and chairs immediately continued to attack Tang Juanren's direction. But at that moment, the stunned Ji Ba happened to be standing between Tang Juanren and the mutated tables and chairs, and the arms of the three mutated tables and chairs instantly struck her. 60. A terrifying number popped up above Ji Ba's head. Ji Ba was so scared that tears streamed down her face. Wang Lei anxiously shouted, "What are you doing? Hurry back. You're about to die. Quickly run back." Indeed, Ji Ba's health was now down to a mere 40 points. If she was attacked by these three mutated tables and chairs again, she would really die here. After one attack, the next attack from the mutated tables and chairs was already slowly lifting. In fact, this was the norm for other teams. Other teams did not have levels as high as Lin Chen and the others, and many could only withstand one or two attacks from the mutated tables and chairs, which tested the cooperation between teams even more. The first 6 rooms were manageable. Players with some online game experience or better skills could get through. However, the difficulty increased sharply in the 7th room. Many players were wiped out in the 7th room. Seeing this scene, both Lin Chen and Tang Juanren reacted quickly. Lin Chen's speed in knocking an arrow was so fast it was almost invisible. He instantly shot an arrow at the mutated table and chair farthest from Tang Juanren. Tang Juanren held the shield in his left hand and quickly pulled the stunned Ji Ba behind him with his right hand, then hurriedly raised his shield. However, due to the angle, facing 3 attacks that almost landed simultaneously, Tang Juanren could only block the 2 on the right. He had to choose to take the hit from the leftmost one with his body. Just as the attack from the leftmost mutated table and chair was about to land, Lin Chen's speeding arrow arrived. The arrow even grazed Tang Juanren's scalp, accurately hitting the head of the leftmost mutated table and chair. Boom! The remaining health of that mutated table and chair was already low, and Lin Chen's arrow directly took it down. Nice shot! Wang Lei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon seeing this. Even though Lin Chen's angle wasn't great, he still skillfully hit the leftmost mutated table and chair, successfully preventing Tang Juanren's health from decreasing. This skill, this vision, truly worthy of the eternal night arrow god. While resisting the attacks of the remaining 2 mutated tables and chairs, Tang Juanren turned back and smiled foolishly at Lin Chen. With ego around, Tang Juanren felt completely at ease. Ego would definitely not let him get into trouble. Lin Chen also responded to Tang Juanren with a smile. Then Lin Chen's gaze turned to the still crying Ji Ba, and he frowned. Although Lin Chen understood the newcomer's fear and panic, he had no obligation to protect everyone. If they couldn't grasp the survival rules of the universal job transition era early on, their demise wouldn't be far off. Lin Chen had already seen Tang Juanren's abilities, so there was no need for team coordination. With a swift motion, Lin Chen shot arrows and quickly eliminated the remaining 2 disaster tables and chairs. Seeing all the monsters wiped out, Wang Lei let out a sigh of relief, looking at Lin Chen and Tang Juanren with admiration, and said, "Ego, your coordination with Tangu is just too good. It feels like you two could solo the entire dungeon. We really are holding you back. Have you two been good buddies for years?" Tang Juanren scratched his head innocently and didn't answer. Lin Chen chuckled lightly and said, "Coordination also depends on talent. We only really met yesterday." Wang Lei's face instantly showed shock. They had only met yesterday. To have such a skilled coordination after just one day was simply terrifying. After some casual chatting, Lin Chen's gaze fixed on the disaster homeroom teacher in front of them, and he said seriously, "Alright, assassin, go cry somewhere else. Wang Lei, take your position. Old Tang, get ready to pull the monster. This elite monster is the strongest we've encountered so far, and it will use skills, so everyone must be careful. This skill won't activate based on threat levels. Anyone could be targeted. Old Tang, pull the monster." Tang Juanren nodded slightly, looking at the motionless disaster homeroom teacher not far away, and stepped forward. As he entered the attack range of the disaster homeroom teacher, the teacher's body suddenly twisted, and its terrifying eyes spun wildly before locking onto Lin Chen and the others. Its eerie, hoarse voice echoed again. "You are so stubborn. How can you expect to get into a good university if you only care about playing? It seems I must teach you a lesson to make you remember." In the next moment, the disaster homeroom teacher charged forward, directly rushing at Tang Juanren. Tang Juanren had seen some big scenes. When Lin Chen faced the massive stabbing soldier and without changing his expression, he couldn't lose face in front of Lin Chen. Tang Juanren didn't advance but retreated, raising his shield and charging at the disaster homeroom teacher. Seeing Tang Juanren approach, the disaster homeroom teacher sneered and suddenly raised the ruler in his hand, smashing it down. However, his attack couldn't trouble Tang Juanren at all. Tang Junren easily drew the disaster homeroom teacher's aggro. Lin Chen continuously knocked arrows and shot them, giving the disaster homeroom teacher no chance to breathe. Wang Lei's attacks were weak, but better than nothing, as he kept waving his staff. Under Lin Chen's level 5 attack output, the disaster homeroom teacher's health rapidly decreased, soon dropping below half. At this point, the disaster homeroom teacher stopped attacking, standing still, its eyes on its head spinning wildly. Lin Chen knew that the disaster homeroom teacher was about to unleash a skill. In the next moment, the disaster homeroom teacher's gaze fixed on one person. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Just as Ji Ba had stopped crying and lifted her head, she suddenly saw those enormous scarlet eyes staring at her. At that moment, she still didn't know what it meant. It's over, the disaster class teacher has chosen Ji Ba. Wang Lei shouted in terror. The skill damage of this disaster class teacher reached a staggering 60 points of health. If Ji Ba was hit by the skill, she would undoubtedly die. Hearing this, Ji Ba's tears instantly streamed down her face again. Why was it always her? Why was her life so miserable? Ji Ba anxiously shouted ahead, "That big fat guy, hurry up and help me block it, quick." Ji Ba was referring to Tang Junren. However, her way of addressing him made Lin Chen feel a bit uncomfortable, and his impression of her diminished further. Wang Lei sighed and said, "It's useless. The skill has already made it very clear. This is a locking skill, no one can help you block it." Upon hearing this, Ji Ba's vision went dark and she collapsed to the ground, covering her face and crying. "Then am I doomed? I don't want to die, woo woo woo." Seeing this, Lin Chen could only hurriedly scold her, "Calm down. Just because the skill is locked doesn't mean it will definitely activate. You need to answer the question posed by the disaster class teacher. If you answer correctly, you won't lose any health." Ji Ba was taken aback, and excitement immediately surged onto her face as she turned her gaze to the disaster class teacher. "Really? What question?" At that moment, the disaster class teacher twisted his head, shook it around, and shouted, "Now, please answer the question, Ji Ba. If you answer correctly, I will let you off the hook, but if you answer incorrectly, don't blame me. I don't like students who don't study. Please listen to the question." As soon as the disaster class teacher said this, everyone perked up their ears, listening intently to the question. "Please tell me, what is the line in Su Shi's Red Cliffs that reflects the insignificance of humanity and the brevity of life? You have 10 seconds to answer, starting now." When the disaster class teacher posed this question, everyone was stunned. Ji Ba's face turned red with panic as she frantically searched her mind for the answer to this question. She had some impression of Red Cliffs and she knew Su Shi, but what was that line? She had no recollection at all. Ji Ba was already 26 years old this year, and the college entrance examination was nearly 10 years ago. Naturally, she couldn't remember the answer to this question. Wang Lei also looked like he was pulling his hair out, hating his past self for not studying hard. Ji Ba looked at Lin Chen with a pleading gaze, hoping he could help her answer the question. But even if you let the current Lin Chen take on a level 20 boss, he could still create miracles. But this question, Lin Chen couldn't answer. Aside from math, he barely passed all his other subjects. Moreover, after experiencing such a long period of fighting in his previous life, he had no capacity left to remember Su Shi's Red Cliffs. Was Ji Ba really going to die here? Although Lin Chen had a mediocre impression of Ji Ba, he also didn't want to see her die unjustly in front of him. Just as everyone fell silent, Su Wanning suddenly spoke up. To place a mayfly in the universe, a mere grain in the vast sea. Ji Ba's grateful gaze instantly turned to Su Wanning. But at that moment, the disaster class teacher had already counted down to 3, and she could no longer hesitate, quickly reporting Su Wanning's answer. Then, she nervously awaited the result. After hearing the answer, the disaster class teacher let out a cold laugh and revealed a look of disdain in his enormous eyes. "Could it be that you answered incorrectly?" Ji Ba's heart sank. In the next moment, the disaster class teacher slowly spoke. "I didn't expect that you actually got it right. I'll let you off this time. But I still can't let go." After the skill ended, the disaster class teacher returned to the previous appearance of attacking with a ruler. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at this scene. Thanks to Su Wanning. If it weren't for her, we might really have lost another person. Wang Lei wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and chuckled. Lin Chen also turned back and smiled slightly at Su Wanning. He had just suddenly forgotten. Su Wanning was the top student in the class. Such poetry was not difficult for her. Fortunately, Su Wanning was there, otherwise Lin Chen and Tang Junren, 2 idiots in classical poetry, might really not have been able to save Ji Ba. Ji Ba quickly thanked Su Wanning. Su Wanning's pretty face turned slightly red as she waved her hand, feeling a bit shy. "We are all teammates, this is what we should do." Ji Ba, who had never spoken to Su Wanning before, took this opportunity to strike up a conversation with her. Lin Chen and Tang Junren quickly launched an attack on the disaster class teacher. After using the skill, the disaster class teacher posed no significant threat. With Lin Chen, the main damage dealer, the disaster class teacher's health rapidly declined. Just as Su Wanning, who had been quietly standing behind Lin Chen, suddenly heard a ding from her system interface. Curious, Su Wanning looked and found it was a friend request from Ji Ba. Surprised, she glanced at Jieba, who was avoiding Lin Chen and secretly sticking out her tongue, signaling her to agree. Su Wanning didn't think too much and directly chose to accept. Jieba, hello, little sister. Su Wanning, hello. Jieba, hee, I actually wanted to ask you something in private. It's a bit awkward to ask. Face to face, Su Wanning looked at the message from Jieba, feeling a bit strange, but still replied politely. Su Wanning, go ahead and ask. Jieba, that Lin Chen, he must be your boyfriend, right? I see how he protects you so carefully. You're really lucky. Su Wanning immediately felt a bit shy and lowered her head, quickly replying, Su Wanning, no, he's not my boyfriend. We're just classmates. For now, Jieba felt a surge of joy upon seeing this message. It seemed these two were only in the ambiguous stage and hadn't clarified their relationship, so her chances were greater. After chatting a bit more, Jieba finally asked her most concerned question. Jieba, little sister, why do you always stand at the back? It seems Lin Chen is having a hard time fighting because he's protecting you. Su Wanning looked at Jiebo's words, her eyes slightly lowered, and her mood suddenly sank. Indeed, Lin Chen had been delayed by such a self for a long time. Otherwise, with his skills, he could have already showcased his talents. In the dungeon, why would he need to stay by her side all the time? Su Wanning, because I only have 10 health points, Lin Chen can only protect me. It's all my fault. Su Wanning lowered her head. If Lin Chen knew about this, he would definitely stop Su Wanning from revealing her situation. Whether Jiebo was an enemy or a friend and what her true intentions were, Su Wanning had no idea. She had so easily trusted her and had calmly shared her biggest secret. It could only be said that before the era of universal job changes, as a good student, Su Wanning had too little understanding of the treacherous nature of people. Jiebo, who read this passage, was shocked. Only 10 points? Wouldn't that mean she would die with just one hit? No wonder. A hint of gloom flashed in Jiebo's eyes. If she caused Su Wanning's death, wouldn't it be easier for her to charm Lin Chen? In the next moment, Jiebo quickly shook her head, throwing that thought out of her mind. That idea was too dangerous. Although Jiebo would go to any lengths to achieve her goals, she absolutely could not bear to let such a lovely girl die. Wouldn't that make her a murderer? Moreover, Su Wanning had just saved her. Jiebo fell into deep thought. At the same time, the disaster class teacher let out a wail, convulsed all over, and finally collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Lin Chen handed Su Wanning over to Tang Junren and, as usual, walked towards the dead monster, searching for any dropped items. Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed a white piece of paper sticking out from the teacher's pocket. This was something Lin Chen had never discovered in his previous life. He quickly bent down to pick up the white paper. Leave request, student on leave, Zhang Yuan, reason for leave, too tired from studying, feeling depressed, unable to stop crying, so I want to take leave to relax, hoping the teacher can approve. Teacher's opinion, agreed. Principal's opinion. At the end of the leave request, in the principal's opinion section, there was a glaring blank. When Lin Chen saw the reason for Zhang Yuan's leave, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Was this reason really not afraid of being scolded by the teacher? But what Lin Chen didn't expect was that this seemingly strict teacher actually wrote agreed. At this moment, Wang Lei and others also gathered around, and when everyone saw the reason for the leave, they couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Lei casually said, today's kids are all too pretentious. What's so tiring about studying? They'll know once they enter society that studying is the easiest thing. Lin Chen turned his head and glanced at Wang Lei. Didn't you just say students have a lot of pressure? Wang Lei smiled awkwardly, then argued, it's definitely more stressful than when I was in school, but I wouldn't have the pressure of earning a living, right? In my student days, I played games, just wanted to be the center of attention, wanted to win the game with my own strength, but now I work myself to death every day, and when I get home, I have no energy to play the center role. I can only choose support roles and cling to someone else's leg. As he spoke, a hint of a melancholic expression appeared on Wang Lei's face. However, Su Wanning, who was behind Tang Junren, suddenly spoke up, actually, that's not the case. I think that whether it's studying or working, the pressure shouldn't be generalized. In studying, there is pressure from teachers, pressure from parents, and pressure from the students themselves. It's definitely not just the simple pressure of doing a few exercises or memorizing a few words that you adults think of. That kind of pressure of not wanting to disappoint others' expectations is intangible. This teacher, although he seems extremely strict and treats students as mere tools for answering questions, still, he signed the leave request with the word approved. Su Wanning's words were heartfelt. Before the era of universal job changes, she was seen as a good student by everyone, with excellent grades and outstanding appearance, a proud child of heaven. But perhaps only she knew how great her pressure was. Su Wanning's words left Wang Lei in silence. Lin Chen also looked at Su Wanning, recalling the days when she studied late into the night. If it weren't for the era of universal job changes, perhaps Su Wanning's future would have truly been something she could only aspire to but never reach. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Chen and the others had already arrived at the door of the 8th classroom. This classroom was the principal's office. This reminded Lin Chen of the blank principal's opinion on the leave request. Could this be one of the hidden side quests? But now, with the principal in a state of disaster, how could he still have the sanity to sign a leave request? Lin Chen pondered, keeping Su Wanning behind him, signaling Tang Junren to open the classroom door. With a creak, the door to the principal's office opened. The room was not very large. An old wooden desk was placed by the window, and a middle-aged man was sitting at the desk carefully reading the materials laid out before him. A slightly yellowed thermos was filled to the brim with hot water, steaming gently. Since everyone entered this instance, this classroom was the most normal one they had encountered. In a daze, they almost felt as if they had returned to their youth, filled with respect and fear, prying open the principal's door. Hearing the creak of the wooden door, the principal looked up, saw Lin Chen and the others, and revealed a kind smile. "Students, is there something wrong?" At this moment, all of the principal's actions seemed no different from an ordinary person. Even the principal's data interface appeared normal. Principal level 5 health, 50 attack, 5. Wang Lei and Tang Junren looked at Lin Chen in surprise, somewhat confused by the situation before them. But Lin Chen knew that this principal would soon go mad. "Old Tang, be ready, don't forget, we are in an instance now." Tang Junren nodded slightly, raising his shield, his face serious as he continued to move forward. Only Jiba, with 40 health, did not follow Tang Junren but stood at the lower right corner of the team, though lower left corner was occupied by Lin Chen and Su Wanning. Soon, Tang Junren stepped into the principal's attack range. "You, don't come over." Suddenly, the principal showed a pained expression, trembling all over. A mass of pitch-black energy flew from his desk and surged into his body. The principal's previously normal complexion suddenly turned dark, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and his fists slammed down, smashing the desk in front of him into pieces. Fortunately, Tang Junren reacted quickly, immediately raising his shield to blot the scattering debris. At the same time, everyone noticed that the principal's data interface had undergone a dramatic change. Principal of Catastrophe level 5 health, 300 attack, 40 skill. Arrange makeup classes. Summons a makeup class of Catastrophe at the start of the battle, then resummons it every 3 minutes. If the previous makeup class of Catastrophe has not been defeated, its health will be restored to full. When everyone saw the principal's skill, they were instantly stunned. This skill is too overpowered, right? Fortunately, we have Igu, otherwise, this level would be a bit difficult. Wang Lei swallowed hard, speaking in disbelief. The current players were already weak, and many teams would choose to kite and pull the monsters to wear them down. But this skill almost completely cut off their idea of dragging it out. This classroom was also the one with the highest death rate in the entire server in the previous life. It was even easier to die in this classroom than against the final boss. However, for Lin Chen and the others, this most difficult level posed no challenge at all. The principal stood up menacingly, stomping down on the floor with a loud crash, cracking the floor in several places. He casually grabbed a piece of paper from the documents on the ground and suddenly threw it at everyone. The white paper gradually expanded in the air, and the previously motionless text on it seemed to twist, transforming into the outlines of eyes and mouths, exuding terror. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He could see the writing on the makeup class notice. 1 class each for Chinese, mathematics, and physics. Makeup class of Catastrophe. Level 1 health, 200 attack, 10. This makeup class had a lot of health, but its attack power was relatively low, and it was not very agile. In Lin Chen's calculations, the correct way to pass this level designed by the Sky Tower should be for the Blood Warrior to lure the makeup class away, while the rest of the team surrounds the principal and kills him. Once the principal was dead, the makeup class would be no problem. Even if the makeup class had infinite health, as long as the Blood Warrior did not die, it wouldn't be a big issue. This level mainly tested all players' ability to respond flexibly in battle. Unfortunately, the Blood Warrior in their team had long since died. Moreover, that was just the correct way to pass for other teams. Lin Chen did not intend to do that. His team only needed to push forward madly. Tang Jun, having trained earlier, knew exactly what he needed to do now. He stepped forward, using the short sword in his hand to attract the makeup class's hatred. Wang Lei did not hesitate either, waving his staff and contributing his output. This time, Lin Chen's luck was quite good. The second arrow triggered the black mark. The makeup class's health suddenly plummeted. Lin Chen's arrows flew, and in just 7 or 8 seconds, everyone had focused fire and taken down the makeup class in front of them. Without the makeup class, the principle of catastrophe was like a tiger without claws. And under the cooperation of Lin Chen and Tang Jun, the principal's health quickly dropped to the bottom. At this point, the principal's health was only 15 points left. With just one more arrow, Lin Chen could kill the principal. Seeing this, Wang Lei even happily put away his staff. As expected of Ego, we're done here. This principal is nothing much. But at that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. 1-4. After Lin Chen shot an arrow, the principal's health dropped to 1 point. He did not die. Lin Chen was surprised and exclaimed, "Eh?" Wang Lei, seeing this, quickly raised his staff. Again, excitedly saying, "Ego, let me finish him off. Let me feel what it's like to kill a catastrophe monster." Lin Chen, however, furrowed his brows deep in thought. Soon, he understood. He hurriedly shouted at Wang Lei, who was about to strike, "Stop!" Wang Lei was startled, quickly retracting his staff, looking at Lin Chen with a bewildered expression. "Everyone, don't attack yet. I want to confirm something." After saying this, Lin Chen had Tang Junren come over to protect Su Wanning while he walked towards the principal. Wang Lei quickly shouted, "Be careful, Yigu. You don't have a shield. And it seems like 3 minutes is almost up." Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling him not to worry. At this moment, the principal, with only 1 HP left, was pitifully kneeling on the ground, his hands trembling slightly, his head bowed deeply. Tick-tock. Lin Chen seemed to hear the sound of water dripping. Strangely, the principal had not attacked Lin Chen for a long time. He just sat there quietly. Lin Chen crouched down and was shocked to find that the principal's originally dark face and crimson pupils had disappeared. He had returned to the amiable appearance everyone first saw. The principal's data panel had reverted to its previous state. The word disaster had vanished. Seeing the scene, Lin Chen knew he was right. In his past life, he had never noticed the oddity of the principal's blood. They were just immersed in the tension of racing against time. They feared that once the 3 minutes were up, the disaster's makeup class would come back again. But this time, the vastly different values caught Lin Chen's attention. Only then did he discover the principal's transformation. He actually returned to his original undisturbed state at the end. How I wish to help these children a bit more. I know your pressure, but this narrow bridge is your only shortcut to success. Lin Chen heard the principal's murmurs. As he got closer, Lin Chen noticed that beneath the principal's black hair were several strands of white hair, and on the side of his right hand there was a thick layer of calluses. This was caused by long-term writing. Behind the damaged wooden desk there was not a chair but a wheelchair. Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. This principal truly dedicated himself. If all principals in Huaxia could be like this, how could there be so many conflicts between students and schools? He took out the leave request from his backpack, held it up in front of the principal, and picked up a pen from the ground, softly saying, "Old principal, this is my leave request. Could you please approve it?" The principal raised his tear-streaked face, and when he saw the reason for the leave on the request, he took the pen without hesitation and signed his agreement on the form. "Are you tired, child? If you're tired, go out and rest. We will always be your support." The principal looked up, his gaze gentle as he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded steadily, putting the leave request back in his backpack. "Thank you." The crowd behind him had witnessed the entire process and fell into silence. Perhaps makeup classes would make students complain, but if children in a small city didn't attend makeup classes and didn't work hard, how could they catch up with those born in Rome and those with exceptional talents? Lin Chen didn't linger, directly leading everyone towards the last classroom. This was the classroom where the tattooed man had met his tragic end. But at that moment, Lin Chen suddenly stopped. "No, this value is wrong." The crowd beside them was filled with questions. They had finally prepared themselves mentally to confront the final boss. After all, just a short while ago, a teammate had died right before their eyes in this room. For them, who had just experienced the era of universal job changes, this was undoubtedly a psychological barrier that was hard to overcome. Fortunately, Lin Chen had already explained to them that he suspected the dropped items could lower the final boss's strength. Otherwise, with the boss's stats, being able to kill someone in 1 or 2 seconds, how could a level 1 team possibly succeed? Wang Lei and the others thought it made sense. They finally mustered the courage to enter the last classroom. However, just as everyone was about to charge in, Lin Chen suddenly stopped. This feeling of being stuck was truly hard to accept. Wang Lei, hearing Lin Chen's murmurs, asked in confusion, "Yigu, what are you saying? What stats are wrong?" Lin Chen realized he had exposed something he shouldn't have, so he avoided the topic and silently calculated in his mind. In their previous life, they had obtained 6 items, and the completion rate of the final dungeon side quest was 46%. On average, each item had a completion rate of only 7.7%. Now, aside from those 6 items, they had only 1 more leave slip obtained from the homeroom teacher. Could this leave slip account for 54% of the completion rate? Lin Chen didn't think so. The gap between 7.7% and 54% was simply too large. This made Lin Chen sense something was off. Moreover, in the principal's office just now, no items had dropped. This was even more inconsistent with the previous classroom's tone. His intuition told him that there was definitely a problem. Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered the 3 subjects on the makeup class slip: Chinese, mathematics, physics. Lin Chen was unwilling to overlook any clues. He now seriously suspected that when the makeup class slip appeared, a new monster would respawn in the classrooms of these subjects. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen turned around and headed back. This action left Wang Lei and the others puzzled. Wang Lei looked blankly at Tang Junren and Jiba, surprised. "Why are we leaving? Yigu isn't scared, is he?" Tang Junren ignored Wang Lei's words and silently followed Lin Chen's pace. Tang Junren had unconditional trust in Lin Chen. Moreover, he believed that someone who dared to face a level 2 assassin and a disaster-level giant ant at level 1 could not possibly be afraid. Jiba scoffed at Wang Lei. "You talk too much." After saying that, he turned around, swaying his hips and striding forward with his alluring black silk long legs following suit. Wang Lei could only pat his belly and hurriedly catch up. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the door of the physics classroom. Without hesitation, he pushed open the wooden door. Sure enough, The monsters that had been eliminated before reappeared. Wang Lei was shocked at this scene, exclaiming, "What's going on?" Lin Chen handed Su Wanning to Tang Junren for protection while drawing his bow and explaining, "It's the makeup class slip. Since the principal has issued the makeup class slip, we naturally need to have class again. So we have to hunt these monsters again." Lin Chen's words left Wang Lei and the others in shock. Lin Chen's thoughts were so meticulous. He could even figure this out? Truly worthy of being Ishin. Wang Lei muttered to himself. Little did they know, their team was the only one among all 44 parallel worlds that had noticed the makeup class slip. Long Yangqiu stared at the monitor in front of him, completely astonished. This, Lin Chen had once again surprised him. After all, no one in all of Huaxia knew that after the makeup class slip appeared, it was necessary to hunt the monsters again. The fact that leave requests need to be signed has been discovered by many teams around the world, but the makeup class form, really, no one can see through it. After everyone walked out of the principal's office, they all proceeded in an orderly manner towards the last room, and Lin Chen saw through it. Or rather, Lin Chen truly immersed himself in the instance. In his eyes, he was no longer a player in an instance, but a senior high school student caught in the midst of it. This powerful sense of immersion was quite advantageous in exploring the instance's side quests. Yuan Wan, what is the record for the completion rate of the first disaster instance in the world? Long Yangqiu turned his head and spoke to Yuan Wan beside him. Soon, Yuan Wan found the data. The record is a completion rate of 54%. It was set by a team from the Cherry Blossom country in the 37th parallel world. They completed 6 classrooms, allowing the principal to sign the leave request. Most teams only achieved 46%, including the one I was in at the time. Long Yangqiu slowly nodded and said softly, "Perhaps Lin Chen is about to create a new record. I wonder if they can achieve a perfect clear." Yuan Wan frowned slightly. "Although I know Lin Chen's strength is formidable and his thinking is meticulous with clear logic, but a perfect clear is too difficult." Long Yangqiu did not refute but continued to stare at the screen in the monitor. At this moment, Lin Chen and the others had already completed the defeat of 3 makeup class subject monsters. Lin Chen took action and swiftly killed the 3 monsters without taking any damage. The scene, with arrows flying, was simply a feast for the eyes. This time, in addition to the items obtained from the monsters' deaths, they also received 3 torn makeup class forms. Their items instantly increased to 13. Calculating at a rate of 7.7% for each, they had already reached a 100% completion rate. Seeing this, Lin Chen also felt relieved, smiling as he led everyone towards the final boss again. At this time, the continuous sound of crying was still ongoing. Having experienced battles with various monsters, everyone had become somewhat accustomed to this eerie crying sound. However, the fear of facing the final boss remained unchanged. Just as Tang Junren was about to approach and trigger the monster, he was stopped by Lin Chen. Lin Chen instructed Tang Junren to protect Su Wanning while he pushed open the door to the room first. This shocked Tang Junren. This was the boss. Was Lin Chen really going to solo it? Wang Lei was even more stunned, speechless. This Ishin, so terrifying? Lin Chen was certainly not that foolish. Although his strength was enough to solo the final boss, why would he want to do such a thankless task? The reason he did this was simple. After his calculations and analysis, with 13 items, the final boss's strength would be directly reduced to 0. That is, it would exit the disaster state. Lin Chen wanted to see if this situation would indeed occur. When Lin Chen pushed open the door, a pungent smell of blood rushed towards him. The entire classroom was almost drenched in a scarlet hue. Lin Chen felt his shoes becoming sticky, and when he looked down, he realized he had stepped into a river of blood. This scene nearly stunned Ji Ba and Wang Lei behind him, who quickly took a few steps back, distancing themselves from the classroom. Only Lin Chen remained unfazed, continuing to move forward. With the help of the moonlight, Lin Chen saw the scene inside the classroom. A boy was sitting on a chair, crying uncontrollably. What he was shedding was not tears, but blood. Final boss, the catastrophized senior student, level 5, health 650, attack power 65, status full status. Even Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by this stat panel. It seemed this was the original panel of the boss. As if hearing Lin Chen's footsteps, the boss turned to look at him. To his eyes, there was no terrifying monster, no mutated fangs, just an ordinary-looking boy. His gaze seemed capable of piercing through Lin Chen's backpack, seeing how many items he carried. "You helped me complete the course? And you even got me the leave request?" The final boss counted the items in Lin Chen's backpack one by one, and his strength visibly weakened. After he named 3 items, health 500, attack power 50. After he named 6 items, health 350, attack power 35. This was the final boss data that Lin Chen and his team encountered in their previous life. "Ha! You even helped me eliminate the makeup class slips?" The final boss looked at the 3 torn makeup class slips, a hint of shock flashing in his crimson pupils as he raised his head to look at Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed that his data had been cleared. The final boss's name had also changed. Crying senior student Jiang Yuan. Lin Chen knew that his guess had succeeded. By collecting all the items, they had successfully rescued the final boss from his catastrophic state. Wang Lei and the others behind him stared at this scene in disbelief. When they saw the final boss data, they were all dumbfounded. How could they fight this? 650 health points plus 65 attack. No wonder that tattooed man died so quickly at the beginning. It only took 2 attacks for him to die. How could it not be fast? However, as the final boss named the items they had obtained, their expressions began to turn excited. The weaker the final boss became, the greater their chances of survival. Gradually, they finally realized something was wrong. The final boss's strength was decreasing, even weaker than the elite monster principal next door. Then, it was directly cleared to 0. Is this a joke? Who would have thought we wouldn't even have to fight the final boss? Wang Lei murmured as he watched this scene. The shock in his heart was beyond words. This final boss, which made others tremble in fear, was actually bypassed under Lin Chen's leadership? They skipped a level? In this crisis-ridden era of universal job changes, they skipped a level? Ji Ba's eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, her gaze shimmering with unmasked desire and greed. If she could really get close to Lin Chen, her safety would be guaranteed to the highest degree. Tang Junren and Su Wanning wore proud expressions. This was Lin Chen. Their partner, Lin Chen, was unaware of how many people were astonished by his actions. His gaze lingered on the tears of the final boss. At this moment, although the final boss had stopped the disaster, his tears had transformed from crimson blood to clear, normal tears. However, he still did not stop crying. Lin Chen looked at the boy in front of him, who was about the same age as himself, and softly said, "Can you come with me to a place?" The final boss was taken aback, looking at this person who had helped him greatly, and instinctively nodded. Seeing that the final boss agreed, Lin Chen stood up and walked outside. The final boss slowly followed him. As the final boss walked past the crowd, everyone felt as if their breath was about to pause. This was the final boss who had killed one of their teammates. Although he now appeared as a frail youth, the tragic image of the tattooed man was still etched in everyone's hearts. Wang Lei tightly closed his eyes, afraid to meet the boy's gaze, fearing that his look might trigger some mechanism and cause the boy to erupt again, killing everyone with a single slap. Everyone was filled with astonishment at Lin Chen's actions. Since the final boss was no longer resisting, why not just kill him and end the dungeon? Even those like Long Yangqiu, who had gone through many dungeons and battles, were now at a loss. The female priest of great wisdom looked puzzled. What is he trying to do? Yuan shook her head, indicating that she was also unclear. By calculation, their side quest completion rate has now reached 100%. They should be able to clear it smoothly. I also find his actions a bit puzzling. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Chen led the final boss into the principal's office next door. At that moment, the principal was still kneeling on the ground, in pain, repenting. The final boss seemed very surprised to see this scene, and hurriedly ran over to help the principal up. Lin Chen stood aside, pointing at the principal's wheelchair and his head full of white hair, and said, "Actually, the principal has also given a lot for you. Your leave request," he approved without a second thought. "And your homeroom teacher, although strict with you, also cares about your growth." The principal raised his head and saw the boy in front of him with tear-streaked cheeks, and he reached out gently to wipe away his tears, softly saying, "Child, if you're tired, go out and take a breather. This road is difficult, but life is not just this one path. Although it is the first shortcut you encounter, perhaps when you take a detour you will see different scenery. I was too harsh on you before. I hoped too much for you to succeed." At this moment, the final boss cried even more violently, stammering, "I have let down your expectations." The principal listened to his words, gently shook his head, and smiled. "No, child, you are already very good. You who can walk on this narrow bridge are already very brave. I was also wrong. I shouldn't have been so strict, so demanding that you make up classes, which brought you too much pressure." While the principal was still speaking, the final boss's tears gradually stopped. The despair and depression in his eyes vanished. Lin Chen knew he had awakened. The principal's guidance was far more impactful than the homework and makeup classes Lin Chen had helped him with. The final boss, no, the high school senior Jiang Yuan, had reconciled with himself. The crying boy no longer existed. The scene before Lin Chen and the others gradually changed. They also heard the system's announcement. Congratulations to Lin Chen, Tang Junren, Su Wanning, Wang Lei, Ji Ba, and others for completing the first nationwide disaster dungeon. Dungeon side quest completion rate 120%. Rating S+ calculating dungeon rewards. Looking at this clearance announcement, the entire server and the Tower of Heaven fell into silence. Long Yangqiu stared blankly at the monitor in front of him, even dazedly reaching out his finger to tap on the words 120%. He suspected the monitor was broken. I didn't see it wrong, did I? 120% completion? How can it exceed 100%? This must be a bug, right? Yuan, have there been any similar situations in the other 43 parallel worlds? As soon as the announcement appeared, Yuan had already lowered her head and started frantically searching for information. Soon, she shook her head seriously and said softly, "No, there has never been." The previous highest record was the 100% record set by Andrew from Lighthouse Country, which was the first time a 100% completion rating appeared in any dungeon. As for this 120% completion, I suspect Lin Chen discovered a hidden ending. All the survivors present cast curious glances at Yuan. They had never heard of what a hidden ending was. Yuan pushed up her glasses on her nose and continued, if you've played some single-player games, you should know that some single-player games present different endings based on the player's choices. Under normal choices, only the ordinary ending will be triggered, but under certain special circumstances, an additional hidden ending can be triggered. I think it was Lin Chen's final action that made the crying senior high school student stop crying, perfectly resolving this disaster dungeon, which successfully triggered the hidden ending. In Lin Chen's ending, the final boss does not die. Only then did everyone realize, looking at Lin Chen with even more shock. This newcomer had already brought them so many surprises. Yuan felt her cheeks burning a bit. Just a moment ago, she had rationally analyzed that it would be too difficult for Lin Chen and the others to achieve a perfect clearance. Indeed, it was somewhat difficult for Lin Chen to obtain a perfect clearance rating, because Lin Chen was no longer satisfied with a mere perfect clearance rating but was pursuing a hidden ending that others had never even seen. A 100% completion rating had appeared in previous parallel worlds, but exceeding 100% was a first. Who would have thought that a newcomer would trigger the hidden ending of the dungeon on their first entry? In fact, even Lin Chen himself hadn't expected it. In his previous life, he had never seen a 120% dungeon completion rating. Of course, none of this mattered. At this moment, Lin Chen's anxious heart finally settled down. It's stable. Whether it's 100% or 120%, as long as they can achieve the top rating in the entire server, that would be the best. Unlike Lin Chen's calmness, Wang Lei felt like he was going crazy. God, what did he just see? An explosive completion rate and an S+ rating. This big shot is simply terrifying. Last time, Lin Chen achieved the first S rating in the entire server, and the Tower of Heaven rewarded him with a heaven-defying weapon. At that time, Wang Lei had drooled over that weapon for a long time. As someone who often mingled in online games, he certainly knew the importance of a powerful piece of equipment. In the early stages, now their dungeon rating was actually S+, even surpassing the record set by Lin Chen at that time. The Tower of Heaven would surely have even better rewards, right? With good equipment, Wang Lei could slowly build momentum and establish himself during the era of universal job changes, becoming a legendary figure. Thinking of this, Wang Lei excitedly rushed towards Lin Chen, wanting to give him a big hug. Fortunately, Lin Chen was agile and stepped back to dodge, while protecting Su Wanning behind him. Surprised, "What are you doing?" Wang Lei snapped back to reality from his excited state, scratching his head and awkwardly saying, "Sorry, Ishan, I'm just too excited. You're simply amazing. We actually managed to get an S+ rating. This is something I never even dared to imagine. I'm just so thrilled." Seeing Wang Lei jumping with excitement, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Lei looked at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes and asked, "Ishan, can we team up for the next dungeon?" Jiba, hearing this question, quickly chimed in. "Can I join too, please?" Ishan. Jiba's coy tone sent shivers down Lin Chen's spine. He quickly took a step back to distance himself from the two, chuckling lightly. "If fate allows, we will meet again." "I'll consider the teaming up," Lin Chen said. He wasn't wrong, he would indeed consider it, but the outcome of that consideration would likely be not continuing with Wang Lei and Jiba. They hadn't shown any traits that satisfied Lin Chen for now. Wang Lei was manageable, although he didn't contribute much, at least he didn't cause trouble and was somewhat obedient. As for Jiba, Lin Chen could only say that some pampered girls really weren't suited to survive in an era of universal job changes. Wang Lei's greatest strengths were his acceptance of fate and self-awareness. Although he felt disappointed by Lin Chen's rejection, he understood. This was different from online games. In a dungeon, a mistake could truly lead to a grave end. Even if Lin Chen was a god, he needed stronger teammates. Wang Lei wasn't qualified yet. Meanwhile, a flicker of malice flashed in Jiba's eyes, but she hid it well. Just then, the system's voice rang out again. "Congratulations! Your team's dungeon completion speed ranks 1SA. Now announcing the dungeon completion rewards. Please wait for all teams to complete the dungeon before the ranking rewards are issued." Hearing this, excitement flickered in everyone's eyes. 2 rewards. Given their completion rate and speed, it was needless to say they were definitely in first place. Everyone suppressed their excitement and looked at the details of the rewards. "Congratulations, you have received experience reward 500 points. Your completion speed bonus 20% total 600 points. As soon as the system's voice fell, a dazzling golden light flashed around the 5 of them. However, Wang Lei and Jiba flashed 4 times in succession, ultimately stopping above level 5. Lin Chen and the other 3 only flashed 3 times, successfully leveling up from 5 to 8. This was because the experience required for each level up was different, and the difficulty increased the higher the level. Seeing their levels rise, Wang Lei and the others immediately excitedly opened the system interface to check their stat changes and newly unlocked skills. "My goodness, is this level 5? It's terrifying." Wang Lei marveled at his stat panel. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was looking forward to the subsequent rewards. After all, experience rewards were the most mundane part of dungeon rewards. Sure enough, the system's voice soon continued to broadcast. Congratulations! You have received a large number of item rewards. At the same time, a golden shining sphere floated in front of everyone. The current item distribution mode is the contribution point auction distribution mode. Contribution points can be freely traded or gifted. Contribution point rankings: Lin Chen 80 points, Tang Junren 15 points, Wang Lei 5 points, Ji Iba 0 points, Su Wanning 0 points. Looking at these contribution points, Wang Lei couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. It was too obvious that he and Ji Iba were slacking off. Lin Chen and Tang Junren accounted for 95% of the total, while he barely managed to get 5 points with just a little output. Ji Iba didn't earn any contribution points at all. Although Su Wanning also had no contribution points, she was under the protection of the God Yi, which was not something Wang Lei could compare to. So Wang Lei took the initiative to speak. God Yi, without you in this dungeon, I probably wouldn't have made it through. You can take all the equipment. Hearing this, Ji Iba quickly nodded obediently. Ji Iba's goal was Lin Chen, not these pieces of equipment. If she could get Lin Chen, even without any equipment, she would definitely live very well. However, Lin Chen just smiled and shook his head, saying, "Let's see what we have first." Under the excited gazes of everyone, Lin Chen reached out and touched the golden shining sphere. In the next moment, Lin Chen's hand seemed to disappear into a pocket, vanishing at the surface of the light sphere. Lin Chen rummaged inside the sphere, and soon he pulled out the first reward. Everyone's eyes lit up. It was equipment. And it was a weapon. Shilin dagger rating, fine usable level, 10 attack power, 15-18 redemption value, 10 contribution points. When Ji Iba saw this piece of equipment, she was directly stunned. No one expected that the first piece of equipment rewarded would actually belong to Ji Iba, who had 0 contribution points. After all, she was the only shadow assassin in the team. Lin Chen wasn't surprised by this. The equipment rewards from the dungeon were completely random and had no connection to how much contribution one made in the dungeon. Ji Iba timidly looked at Lin Chen, appearing weak, and said, I have no contribution points, so maybe I should just give it up. But Lin Chen waved his hand and said casually, "It's okay, since it's suitable for you, you can take it. Just remember to transfer me 5 trading points." After saying that, Lin Chen spent his contribution points to directly auction the dagger and threw it to Ji Iba. It was just a piece of equipment, and a low-level fine equipment at that, which Lin Chen didn't see as having much value. The speed of changing equipment in the early stages was too frequent, and the prices of equipment couldn't go up, so 5 trading points was a fair price, and Lin Chen even made a small profit, saving time from selling the dagger. Unless it was something like the destruction of Eternal Nightbow that Lin Chen obtained, which had a high rating and strong skills. However, Lin Chen's actions led Ji Iba to misunderstand. She thought this was a sign that Lin Chen was interested in her. Just a hint from a clueless guy. Asking for money was just his way of covering up. She excitedly accepted the equipment and treasured it in her backpack. Perhaps this was the token of love between her and Lin Chen. Ji Iba couldn't help but start to daydream. Lin Chen, of course, didn't notice her actions and once again reached his hand deep into the light sphere, pulling out the second item. The second item was still equipment. Heavenly Dragon. Scale armor, heavy armor, rating, excellent usable level, 10 health increase, 215 armor, 12 contribution point requirement, 10 points. It is a piece of heavy armor. There is no doubt that this equipment fell into the hands of Tang Junren. Tang Junren was equally delighted to accept this new heavy armor, planning to equip it once he reached level 10. This level 10 heavy armor is significantly stronger than the level 5 heavy armor he was currently wearing. The health increase is nearly 100 points more, and the armor has risen to 12, almost matching the shield he holds. This means that now, when he has no teammates behind him and does not trigger the Exile Knight passive, there is almost no difference between raising his shield and not raising it. Lin Chen did not pause and continued to move towards the glowing orb. It was still equipment. Even Lin Chen felt a bit astonished. Perhaps because he was the first to complete it, this dungeon actually dropped so much equipment. Moreover, this time Lin Chen actually saw a blue glow. This was the glow of epic equipment. Wang Lei beside him was even breathing heavily. This time it was an accessory. When everyone saw the attributes of this accessory, they were all stunned. Ring of Radiance rating, epic usable level, 10 health, 50 skill, 1 agile shield. Provides a 20% acceleration effect to all teammates within a 3-meter range of the skill user for 3 seconds. At the same time, grants the user a shield of 100 health points and other teammates a shield of 50 health points, lasting for 5 seconds. Exchange price, 20 contribution points. As soon as this accessory appeared, Wang Lei immediately gasped. Even Lin Chen felt somewhat shocked. Lin Chen quickly assessed that the value of this accessory was very high. It absolutely deserved its epic rating. Beside them, Ji Iba seemed a bit confused and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with you? Is this equipment very strong? It only adds 50 health points, and this skill doesn't seem very useful, all with time limits." Wang Lei sighed and remarked, "That's because you don't understand. This equipment is very strong for a team. There's no doubt about it, this equipment definitely belongs to Yi Xin. Only Yi Xin is worthy of such equipment. Lin Chen had no reason to be modest, as this equipment was indeed very suitable for him. The strength of an accessory is not really related to the attributes it mainly depends on the skill effect of the accessory. And this skill has a very broad application range. Almost all professions can use it to achieve different effects. Ranged professions can use it for survival, while blood warriors and shadow assassins can use it to suddenly accelerate and close the distance. The 5-second shield can also be used to avoid a small wave of damage, increasing survival probability. In fact, a 20% burst in movement speed is already considerable. 3 seconds is enough to create a distance of 3 to 4 meters. 3 seconds and 5 seconds are enough to change the outcome of a battle. This equipment is definitely an extremely excellent support item. No one had any doubts. This epic accessory smoothly fell into Lin Chen's hands. With the excitement of having epic equipment, everyone looked forward to the rewards that followed even more. The next fourth reward was actually equipment. Lin Chen was stunned. Could it be that they had really stumbled upon a treasure trove of equipment? In his previous life, he had only seen a maximum of 3 pieces of equipment through a dungeon run, but unexpectedly, they had already dropped 4 in a row this time. The fourth piece of equipment didn't continue the trend of stunning epic gear but instead dropped a level 10 fine staff, suitable for Wang Lei, so Lin Chen directly gave the fine staff to Wang Lei. Wang Lei was naturally grateful to the point of almost kneeling down to Lin Chen. The fifth reward was still equipment. However, by this time, everyone had become numb. This time, they dropped a fine weapon exclusive to bloodthirsty warriors, a large knife. It was no different from the previous fine equipment. It was the kind of weapon that was much stronger than beginner weapons, but lacked any special features. Lin Chen took it and planned to find an opportunity to sell it in the trading market later. Within the safe zone, there were places for players to trade. In the era of universal job change, the trading points used for transactions between players were called trading points. The currency people used before had lost its circulation ability after the era of universal job change arrived and could only be exchanged for trading points in the system at a certain ratio. Therefore, wealthy players still had an advantage in the era of universal job change. In the previous life, there were plenty of cases where rich second-generation individuals relied on their wealth to exchange for a large number of trading points, then purchased powerful equipment and reached the peak of their lives. Besides the additional trading points exchanged, everyone now had 100 trading points in their inventory. Completing dungeons and defeating wild monsters would drop trading points. Starting from the 6th item, the rewards finally were not finished equipment. Lin Chen pulled out a scroll from the light orb. Wang Lei scratched his head and asked in surprise, "Yi Xin, what is this?" Lin Chen displayed the attributes of the scroll, and everyone suddenly realized this was actually a piece of equipment blueprint. Skyward Spirit. Armor blueprint rating unforged level requirement 10 materials required for forging ironstone times 10 gold spirit stone times 5 earth spirit stone times 5 required contribution points 5. Wang Lei was astonished and quickly asked, "So, does this mean there are life professions in the era of universal job change?" Lin Chen nodded slightly and explained, "That's right, life professions can be unlocked after level 10 and currently there are only 2 types, blacksmiths who forge equipment and alchemists who brew potions. However, to change to such a life profession, not only is there a level requirement of 10, but you also need a special item, a recommendation letter." Seeing that everyone looked confused, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. In fact, knowing this wasn't because Lin Chen was a reborn player with cheats, this information was clearly introduced in the system's forum, but perhaps everyone hadn't looked closely? After all, just the introduction of the 6 major professions was already over 1,000 words, along with various equipment origins and settings. Even Lin Chen back then felt a headache halfway through and didn't continue reading. The so-called recommendation letter is a type of item. It randomly drops from wild monsters and it can be used personally or traded with others. After obtaining a recommendation letter, you can successfully change to a life profession at the blacksmith shop or herb shop. After Lin Chen finished speaking, everyone finally showed a look of realization, and Wang Lei didn't forget to flatter him, as expected of Igu, "You really know a lot." In the end, Lin Chen and the others consecutively opened 6 equipment blueprints, all of which Lin Chen collected. Wang Lei was already very excited to get a staff, while Ji Ba was unwilling to be a smelly blacksmith and had no interest in the blueprints at all. Since they were so understanding, Lin Chen was also happy to comply, cheerfully putting all the blueprints into his bag. By now, they had already collected 11 different rewards, a number that Lin Chen had never seen in his life. After the 6 blueprints, there were only a few bottles of potions and some trading points left. There was no dispute over the potions and trading points. Lin Chen directly chose to divide them equally, 1 bottle for each person, and since Lin Chen had the greatest contribution, he received the remainder. After the last bottle of potion was taken out, the golden orb in front of everyone slowly disappeared. They understood that this proved that all the rewards for this dungeon had come to an end. Although they felt a bit unsatisfied, they also realized that these rewards were already quite generous. Before anyone could speak, the system's voice rang in their ears again. "Attention, players, S+ rating rewards are now being issued. S+ rating reward default distribution mode highest. Contribution points distribution mode. In the next moment, a light green cloak suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's hand. This cloak was also a type of accessory. In the era of universal job changes, accessories were divided into 3 types: rings, pendants, and cloaks. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that in the era of universal job changes, there were no separate pants. Instead, corresponding lower garments would be generated based on the armor. When Wang Lei saw the light green glow, he immediately pouted. Is this system really that stingy? An S+ reward only gives a refined level piece of equipment? I think this equipment doesn't need any discussion, just give it to Yigu and be done with it. Without Yigu, we wouldn't have been able to pull off the S+ operation, right? Wang Lei nudged the nearby Jiyiba with his elbow. Jiyiba quickly sweetly nodded at Lin Chen, sending him a flirtatious glance. Unfortunately, Lin Chen did not respond to her. Lin Chen decisively put the refined level cloak into his backpack. In fact, even if Wang Lei and Jiyiba wanted to contest for this cloak, Lin Chen would not give it to them. In a sense, this refined level cloak was even more beneficial to Lin Chen than the epic ring he had just received. Giving 1 piece of equipment each to Wang Lei and Jiyiba was already Lin Chen's great kindness, and he had done all he could. Cloak of the God of Forging. Type: accessory. Rating: refined. Usable level 10. Passive skill: when forging equipment, increases the probability of forging epic quality equipment by 5%, increases the probability of forging refined quality equipment by 15%. This was actually the god-level equipment that Lin Chen had seen on the forum in his previous life, praised as the ultimate gear for blacksmiths. Not to mention epic equipment. Even if someone wanted to trade a mythical piece for this equipment, they might not find anyone willing to do so. This equipment's enhancement for blacksmiths was absolutely terrifying. All the equipment quality that players can forge roughly falls into 5 categories: ordinary, fine, epic, legendary, and unparalleled. However, the Tower of Babel has not disclosed the success rates for forging various equipment qualities. According to Lin Chen's not-so-rigorous statistical analysis from his previous life, the probabilities for these qualities are approximately ordinary 60%, fine 35%, epic 4%, legendary 0.999999%, unparalleled 0.000001%. Why is it said to be not so rigorous? Because within the profession of forgers, there is another variable that affects the success rate of forging. That is proficiency. Just like gaining experience points from defeating monsters, forging equipment can also yield proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the greater the chance of creating good equipment. The data Lin Chen gathered in his previous life came partly from himself, and partly from observing the results of others forging, making this variable impossible to standardize. If he only counted his own data, it would lead to too few experimental results, making it difficult to form effective patterns. Therefore, Lin Chen could only calculate these probabilities vaguely through some algorithms. As for unparalleled equipment, he had never heard of anyone being able to forge it, so that probability is merely his guess. Thus, it can be seen how significant the impact of this God of Forging's lucky cloak is on forgers. The success rate for forging epic equipment has nearly doubled. The combined probability of epic and fine equipment has already exceeded half. It should be noted that if an ordinary person can produce fine equipment, they have already made a profit. If they can forge epic equipment, they are truly lucky. You ask what level it is to forge legendary equipment? That's the level of their ancestors' grave smoking. Do you know what it means to have a legendary piece of equipment? It almost signifies a terrifying increase in stats. Plus, it comes with at least 3 skills. It can completely compensate for a person's operational flaws, transforming them into a war god among their peers. Unfortunately, the probability of forging good equipment is simply too low, coupled with the fact that during the era of universal job changes, equipment blueprints are not readily available and materials are not so easy to collect. The number of equipment that can be forged each time is not much. Naturally, the chances of hitting the jackpot are greatly reduced. Low probability, few attempts. You can imagine how rare good equipment must be. Therefore, the timely appearance of this God of Forging's lucky cloak is undoubtedly one of the great aids for Lin Chen in creating the strongest dream team. Perhaps in a good mood, for the next half hour, Lin Chen answered all of Wang Lei and Jiyiba's questions without reservation. Lin Chen also took the time to guide Tang Junrun on some techniques for the exiled knights. Su Wanning stood quietly beside Lin Chen, blinking her eyes and watching him. She had been watching Lin Chen's combat style and Tang Junrun's defensive methods. She had read all the content in the system forum. To put it this way, Lin Chen, who has lived a second life, may not necessarily understand certain settings better than Su Wanning. After all, Su Wanning is an all-round academic genius in the class. Lin Chen is at most a math prodigy. In other subjects, he is far behind Su Wanning. Just as the few were chatting, the system's voice finally sounded again. Congratulations! All surviving players have completed the first Universal Disaster Dungeon. According to statistics, the number of teams that were wiped out in the first Universal Disaster Dungeon was 13.5 million, with an additional 19.02 million casualties. This Second announcement immediately shocked all the survivors. 13.5 million teams. With 6 people in a team, that's not 81 million people? Adding the additional 19.02 million who died, the number of casualties in the first instance alone is nearly 100 million? This is too terrifying, right? Everyone who managed to survive couldn't help but feel extraordinarily lucky. Wan Lei and Jiiba were so shocked that their tongues almost fell out. They had been coasting along with Lin Chen the entire time, never experiencing the difficulty of the instance, and only now, upon hearing the casualty numbers, did they realize just how hard this instance was for ordinary people. This made the two even more grateful. Su Wanning and Tang Juanren's expressions also changed slightly upon hearing the number. Only Lin Chen remained unfazed. What does this number even mean? By the end of the instance, perhaps only a few tens of thousands of young people from Huaxia would remain from several hundred million. This was just the beginning. The subsequent instances would be even more difficult. The era of universal job changes had arrived, and only true strong individuals could survive. The system couldn't hear everyone's exclamations, it would only report in an orderly manner. The top 3 teams for instance completion are now announced. The complete list of the top 100 can be viewed in the newly unlocked leaderboard. First instance disaster completion team ranking. First place, Lin Chen, Tang Junren, Su Wanning, Wang Lei, Jiiba team. Instance completion time, 1 hour 32 minutes 5 seconds. Side quest completion rate, 120%. Rating, S+. Second place, Yan Hao, Wei Xi, Deng Jie team. Instance completion time, 4 hours 53 minutes 34 seconds. Side quest completion rate, 54%. Rating, B. As soon as the top 2 were announced, the minds of players across the entire Huaxia server exploded, shock flooding everyone's thoughts. What did they just see? Wasn't the gap between the first and second place a bit too large? The first place's completion time was only an hour and a half? Everyone began to recall where their team was at the 1.5 hour mark. Soon, everyone felt a bit embarrassed. At 1.5 hours, they seemed to still be entangled with the monster in the first language classroom. And at that moment, the first place team had already completed the instance? This gap was just too huge. Even if the first place's speed wasn't compared to them, the difference with the second place was still terrifying, right? They finished over 3 hours earlier. What does that even mean? After the first place completed, they could have watched 2 movies, while the second place was still lagging behind. This was pure dimensionality reduction. Besides this completion time, what on earth was the first place's completion rate of 120%? Everyone was a bit confused by this announcement. How could it exceed the maximum? Isn't the highest normal completion rate just 100%? As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. When everyone saw that the second place's completion rate was only a pitiful 54%, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although a completion rate of 54% was still much better than most ordinary players, when placed alongside a monster team like the first place, it was instantly crushed to pieces. Originally, achieving second place should be a very honorable thing. After all, just surviving is not easy, let alone ranking second among tens of millions of teams. But now, because of this outrageous first place, the second place must feel as if they've eaten something disgusting, right? Since there is a U, why is there a Liang? The system's forum interface exploded with posts about the rankings of this dungeon. What the hell? This gap? How can the second place show their face after this? I seriously suspect that the first team is cheating. Don't you think the name of the first place team sounds familiar? Isn't that the Eternal Night Arrow God? What the hell? The person above reminded me. It really is. Lin Chen, the God of Easy. God of Easy, please take me. I'll be quiet, talk less, and behave well. Get lost. Get lost. Do you have any decency? What's so great about the big shot? The big shot is obviously my dear old dad. Burying my comrades, I can't get my 40-meter-long big knife back anymore. Everyone's admiration for Lin Chen reached a new peak. Countless people were shouting the name of the God of Easy, and many who had never seen Lin Chen's amazing gameplay videos rushed to the video interface, opening a door to a new world. After watching Lin Chen's gameplay, they realized, so this is how you can play with a bow and arrow? Those who had seen the video couldn't help but watch it a few more times, trying to learn some of Lin Chen's flashy moves from it. Bang! A big knife was slammed hard on the ground by Yan Hao. Damn! How is this possible? Unlike the other shocked players, Yan Hao from the second place team had a twisted face, staring fiercely at the system's announcement. Throughout his life, the word second place had never appeared before his name. These 3 words were a disgrace to him. He absolutely could not accept it. Next to Yan Hao, the exiled knight Deng Jie also wore a face of disbelief. Only the shadow assassin Wei Xi stood to the side, slightly furrowing his brows, lost in thought. Yan Hao's face was filled with rage. If Lin Chen and the others were in front of him now, he would probably rush forward without a care and beat them up. In Yan Hao's dictionary, there was nothing that a punch couldn't solve. Wei Xi ignored the furious Yan Hao and seriously pondered in his heart. He found it hard to understand. How could their trio, such a powerful combination, not defeat that first place? Who exactly is this Lin Chen? They had been either killing monsters or on their way to kill monsters since they entered the dungeon. According to Wei Si's calculations, even if they weren't first, they shouldn't be that far behind, right? But reality gave them a hard slap. The completion time differed by 3.5 hours, and the completion rate was over 60% apart. This was a complete crushing situation. Among their team, all three had impressive backgrounds. Before the era of universal job changes, Yan Hao was the youngest gold belt holder in China. He was well known in the boxing world of China, nicknamed China's Tyson. Among boxing enthusiasts in China, Yan Hao was almost a household name. His agile footwork was one of the secrets to him becoming the youngest gold belt holder. When fighting monsters up close in the dungeon, his knife struck true every time, while those clumsy monsters found it hard to hit him. His stunning knife skills were simply breathtaking. Even Long Yangqiu, who was in the Tower of Heaven at the time, gave Yan Hao absolute praise. He also made Yan Hao a key observation target. This showed his terrifying strength. Shadow assassin Wei Si was a former member of the national gymnastics team of China, known for his extreme flexibility and agility. Had it not been for certain circumstances that led to his expulsion from the national athlete status, he could have very well become a champion representing the country. The profession of shadow assassin suited him perfectly, as if he were a fish in water. Wei Si's incredibly supple body granted him a ghostly stride, a bizarre approach, and a terrifying explosive power that surpassed that of ordinary people. As long as Yan Hao could draw the monster's hatred, Wei Si would be the most fearsome output machine. A dagger danced like the Grim Reaper in the night, crazily weaving in and out of the monster's body, harvesting its already dwindling health. Exiled knight Deng Jia, one of the most famous rich second-generation individuals in Beijing, was wealthy enough to rival nations. However, his character was inexplicably weak, and Yan Hao's presence perfectly compensated for this flaw. Thus, Deng Jia became Yan Hao's most loyal little brother. Wei Si and Yan Hao were childhood friends, having grown up in the same courtyard in Beijing. Yan Hao had never been fond of studying and would often seek Wei Si's opinion when faced with problems. Later, it was Wei Si who recommended that Yan Hao practice boxing. Watching the furious Yan Hao, Deng Jia timidly comforted him. "Brother Hao, it's okay, this is just the first disaster instance, we still have chances. And don't forget, what Deng Jia, have the most is money. Once we get out, I'll buy you that Maserati you've been wanting for so long." Before the era of universal job changes, Deng Jia often used his terrifying financial power to comfort Yan Hao. Yan Hao shot him a glance, somewhat impatiently saying, "Little Jia, do you still think this is Beijing? We can't buy a Maserati now. This is the first time in my life I've gotten second place." Deng Jia scratched his head, confused. "Then what can we buy? And last time when you competed with brother Si in math, didn't you lose?" Just as Yan Hao was about to explode, Wei Si suddenly spoke up. "No need to argue, old Yan is right, surviving is our only goal now. A higher ranking definitely means better rewards, which can make us stronger in a short time. However, I've just finished reading the system introduction. After this instance ends, we can enter the safe zone. In the safe zone, currency can be exchanged for trading points. Trading points can be used to purchase various items. Since old Deng is so rich, we might still be able to buy other good equipment and arm ourselves quickly." Wei Si's words astonished Yan Hao and Deng Jia. Yan Hao looked at Wei Si as if he were a ghost, surprised. "You actually read all that?" Deng Jia also nodded slightly, his expression one of disbelief, agreeing, "Exactly, and the descriptions are so obscure and difficult to understand, it's not as enjoyable as reading a light novel." Wei Si rubbed his temples, ignoring the two illiterates. "As for why Lin Chen's team is so fast, I guess it's because of their levels." Upon hearing this, Yan Hao and Deng Jia immediately looked shocked again. Just as they were about to express their astonishment at their own ignorance, Wei Si quickly interrupted them and continued, "Because in Lin Chen's impressive highlight video, we can see that he had a conflict with a level 3 player. So before the first disaster instance, there must be a way to level up. The monster he fought with is probably the source of his level increase. Lin Chen's level cannot possibly be level 1. We have almost maximized our output. If they were level 1 like us, they could never have set a record of an hour and a half. I suspect they are at least level 5. Therefore, it is clear that Lin Chen not only has top-notch skills but also an exceptional understanding of the era of universal job changes, making him a formidable opponent." Upon hearing this, Yan Hao curled his lip in disdain and said, "Is that so-called skill really top-notch? Isn't it just a highlight reel? I've been in it too. And I even got 2 A+ ratings. I watched Lin Chen's performance. If he were to challenge me to a boxing match, with his 2-bit skills, I could take him down in no time. He's just relying on a level advantage. In the next instance, I will definitely crush them." Yan Hao grimaced and waved his fists menacingly. Beside him, Deng Jia quickly clapped excitedly in support. Wei Si ignored his words and searched for Lin Chen's name in his friend system, choosing to add him. Now Wei Si was somewhat interested in Lin Chen. If they could join forces, wouldn't the instance in this era of universal job changes be a piece of cake for them? Lin Chen, on the other hand, was unaware that he had been thoroughly analyzed by others. He was currently eagerly awaiting the reward for achieving first place in the instance evaluation. He had long anticipated. "Congratulations! Your team has achieved first place among all teams that cleared the instance. Item distribution method, highest contributor. Distribution mode, reward item, mysterious item, part 1, rating, unknown function, unknown. Upon seeing the attributes of this reward, Wan Lei, who had been full of excitement and anticipation, suddenly frowned as if he had swallowed a fly. What the hell is this? Why is everything unknown? How am I supposed to use this? Tang Junrun also curiously scratched his head and analyzed. This is the reward for ranking first in the instance. It should be something good. But it looks like we need to gather the other parts. Wang Lei nodded, fully agreeing with Tang Junrun's view. From my experience in online games, the more mysterious something is, the more terrifying its value might be. So even if this thing were given to me, I probably couldn't gather the other parts. You should keep it, Egu. If one day you really gather them all, just let me have a look. I guess this must at least be a legendary rated piece of equipment. Wang Lei stroked the stubble on his big face, analyzing. Unfortunately, he was wrong in his analysis. Lin Chen knew very well that this mysterious item was a job changelock, because in his previous life, a big shot had gathered it and boasted about it on the forum. Lin Chen only learned of the existence of this job changelock then, and that big shot from his previous life was none other than Yen Hao, who ranked second in this life. However, in his previous life, Yen Hao's team was first. It was Lin Chen's rebirth that changed this outcome. Lin Chen had heard of Yen Hao. In his previous life, Yen Hao was renowned alongside Tang Junrun, known as the strongest bloodthirsty warrior in the entire server. His team had almost always ranked in the top 3 of every dungeon, and most of the time they were first. Lin Chen knew that this time he had taken advantage of an information gap, successfully stepping on Yen Hao's team due to the level difference. The next dungeon might not be so easy. So, Lin Chen couldn't afford to be complacent. He had to continue working hard to improve his team's strength. This mysterious reward ultimately landed smoothly in Lin Chen's hands. All players, congratulations on successfully completing the first nationwide disaster dungeon. In 5 seconds, everyone will be teleported to their respective main cities. The main city will unlock more rich gameplay, so please explore diligently. Within the main city, players can communicate through teleportation portals, and the main city will gradually merge as the number of players decreases. Please note, private fights in the main city will come at a cost. Good luck to everyone. The second nationwide disaster dungeon will open in 3 days. Wang Lei looked at the announcement on the system interface in front of him, and his expression instantly turned bitter. What the hell? Do they want us to live? We have to go into a dungeon again in 3 days? They really don't give us a chance to catch our breath. However, judging by the system's description of the main city, it should be a safe zone, right? At least we can survive for 3 more days. As Wang Lei spoke, he suddenly realized that his body was starting to become ethereal. And it wasn't just him, Lin Chen and the others were also gradually becoming ethereal. He understood that this meant they were starting to be teleported to the main city. Wang Lei looked at Lin Chen, respectfully bent at the waist and waved with a smile, saying, "Goodbye, Gotti. I hope to see your name in the system announcements next time." Ji Ba was even more exaggerated. She was already in tears. If one didn't know better, they might think her previous job was as an actress. Wiping her tears, Ji Ba looked at Lin Chen with deep emotion and shouted, "Brother E, will we meet again? I will come to your main city to find you. Goodbye, Sister Su, Brother Tang." Ji Ba waved her arms emotionally at Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen, it's just a distribution of the main city, not a life and death separation. What's going on? This woman, I really can't understand her. At first, I thought she was rational and smart, but it seems I was mistaken. Lin Chen awkwardly touched his nose and nodded slightly as a response. Su Wanning smiled sweetly and gracefully nodded, saying, "Goodbye, Sister Ji, Brother Wang." Tang Junren scratched his head, feeling a bit at a loss, but still politely waved goodbye to Ji Ba and Wan Lei. Their temporary little team had come to a conclusion. In the next moment, the scenery before everyone changed. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in everyone's minds again. "Attention all players in the Huaxia server. The Huaxia leaderboard has opened a new ranking. The level ranking has successfully opened. The equipment ranking has successfully opened. The elixir ranking has successfully opened." Hearing the system announcement, many people immediately opened the newly appeared heavenly ranking feature in the system interface. Wang Lei was one of those who couldn't wait. He first opened the equipment ranking, but unfortunately, there were no items listed on it. The equipment ranking only counts the gear crafted by players, and currently, no player has successfully crafted any equipment, so this ranking was naturally empty. Not only the equipment ranking, but the elixir ranking was also completely vacant. Finally, Wang Lei clicked on the level ranking and suddenly widened his eyes. There, the first place was a familiar name. 1SD place, Lin Chen, level 8 24% 2ND place, Tang Junrun, level 8 3% 3RD place. Su Wanning, level 8 1%. Wang Lei couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It was indeed Ishan. Wang Lei might have gotten used to it, but the other players were all shocked to see Lin Chen's impressive level of 8. The experience gained from dungeons is fixed, and everyone else is basically around level 5. But how did Lin Chen manage to reach level 8? The forum was once again buzzing with discussions about Lin Chen's level. This was already the umpteenth time Lin Chen had sparked intense discussions on the forum. The great god is indeed a great god. Ishin is always so unexpected. Wherever there is a ranking, there is my Ishin. Sigh, I really envy him. At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware of the astonishment of others. He had already appeared in a room. The room was simply decorated with only a large bed, a set of tables and chairs, a private bathroom, and other necessities, with almost no extra items. Lin Chen was not surprised by the room's arrangement. After all, in his previous life, he had lived in such rooms for a long time. Now, returning to this safe house, he felt a bit sentimental. Congratulations, you have been assigned to Main City 1125, Room 416. The system's cold voice rang in Lin Chen's ears, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he directly opened the friend chat interface and sent a message to Tang Junrun and Su Wanning, telling them his room number so they could teleport to him. Tang Junrun and Su Wanning had not replied yet, but Lin Chen was not in a hurry. They might not have noticed his message or were still immersed in their astonishment. At this moment, Lin Chen's casual glance caught sight of his friend requests being full again. Lin Chen opened the friend request interface and was about to click to clear all when a name suddenly caught his attention. Wei Ci. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, he should be one of Yan Hao's teammates and his class should be, yes, an assassin. He was the strongest assassin in the entire server in his previous life. Wei Ci. Why was he adding him? Lin Chen suddenly recalled his plan to form the strongest dream team. To survive in this era of universal class changing, he certainly couldn't rely solely on himself. He needed to meet other equally powerful teammates. Only by combining strengths could they survive better. A lone wolf definitely had no good ending. If he could team up with Yan Hao and Wei Ci, who dominated the rankings in his previous life, it would be a significant boost for him. With this in mind, Lin Chen directly chose to accept Wei Ci's friend request. Almost the moment he accepted the request, Wei Ci immediately sent a message. Wei Ci, hello, I am Wei Ci, a shadow assassin player. Lin Chen, hello. Wei Ci, you are the Lin Chen who got first place, right? Wei Ci, I'm curious, how did you think of leveling up in advance? Wei Ci skipped the complicated pleasantries and went straight to the point. After the level ranking was announced, he was already able to confirm that his guess was absolutely correct. Indeed, Wei Ci's directness still surprised Lin Chen a bit. However, this is not really a secret, especially since after the ranking list was published, many people should be able to guess how the first place managed to create such a large gap from the second place. It all relies on levels. As for the second place's nearly 5-hour result, although it seems far behind the first place, Lin Chen knows that this is still a terrifying achievement. In his previous life, his team took a full 8 hours to clear the level. This is enough to prove the strength of Yan Hao and the others' team. Lin Chen. Maybe it's because I've played a lot of online games, so I quickly thought of using levels to enhance attributes. After a brief contemplation, Lin Chen directly gave an official response. After replying, Wei Ci fell silent for a moment. He seemed dissatisfied with this answer. However, he did not continue to press but decisively asked the next question. Wei Ci, are you interested in teaming up with us? Lin Chen, you guys? What professions do you have? Wei Ci, shadow assassin, bloodthirsty warrior, exiled knight. When Lin Chen saw the profession of exiled knight, he couldn't help but frown. In a small team, professions cannot be repeated. Old Tang is already an exiled knight, so there can't be a second one. It seems that he might not be able to team up with them. Although it's a pity, Lin Chen believes that with his experience from his previous life, he can still find teammates who are not weaker than them. Lin Chen, sorry, I already have an exiled knight in my team. Wei Ci, what professions do your teammates have? Wei Ci was not surprised that Lin Chen had teammates. It was easy to see this from the ranking list. Tang Junrun and Su Wanning were definitely in the same team as Lin Chen. Lin Chen, exiled knight and eerie evil spirit. Eerie evil spirit? Wei Ci was stunned. Lin Chen has an eerie evil spirit by his side? How is that possible? Wei Ci, eerie evil spirit? Why do you keep an eerie evil spirit around? Does it have a profession? Does it have skills? Wei Ci, my exiled knight teammate is a well-known rich second generation in Yanjing. He has nothing but money. With him, our equipment is not a problem at all. Wei Ci, your teammate, is he called Tang Junrun? I watched his gameplay. To be honest, although he was rated, he is really quite average, completely useless. Wei Ci, so, you just need to kick out both of your teammates and then join our team. I guarantee that as long as the four of us join forces, this trivial dungeon will be a piece of cake. Wei Ci, think about it? Looking at Wei Ci's words, Lin Chen frowned in displeasure. Wei Ci's condescending remarks made him feel somewhat repulsed. Lin Chen has absolute confidence in his partners. At this point, he has completely lost the idea of teaming up with the other party. Such an arrogant person is probably not suitable to be a teammate. Lin Chen, sorry, I don't want to abandon my teammates. Lin Chen's message left Wei Ci somewhat puzzled. Does this Lin Chen not understand the value of a rich second generation? Is he an idiot? Although Wei Ci's heart was boiling with anger, he still maintained a calm facade and continued speaking. Wei Ci, am a former national gymnastics athlete, and Yan Hao is the youngest champion. I think you should understand the strength we possess. Wei Si, I hope you can think seriously about it. However, these two sentences seemed to sink like a stone into the sea with no further response. As time passed, Wei Si's expression grew darker. Although Wei Si usually appeared indifferent to everything, he was actually an extremely proud person inside. Lin Chen's level of disregard was like a hard slap to his face. A sinister gaze suddenly appeared in his eyes. Good. It seems you prefer to drink the punishment rather than the toast? Since you are so stubborn, I can only show you our strength. I hope you won't regret it then. Lin Chen was not intentionally ignoring Wei Si. After Wei Si finished speaking, Tang Junrun and Su Wanning happened to see Lin Chen's message and immediately initiated a teleport to room 1125 in main city 416. Teleportation between main cities can be done freely. However, if one wants to teleport specifically to a certain room, the room owner's consent is required. Moreover, if they are not friends, they cannot submit a request. Ding! Your friends Tang Junrun and Su Wanning have requested to teleport to your room. Do you agree? Just as Lin Chen was about to continue rejecting Wei Si, he was interrupted by this prompt. Lin Chen decisively chose to agree. In the next moment, Tang Junrun and Su Wanning appeared in Lin Chen's small room. Tang Junrun and Su Wanning, upon landing, were both astonished. They had never experienced such a magical operation. Tang Junrun scratched his head and said in disbelief, "It really can be teleported at will? This is too incredible." Lin Chen realized that Tang Junrun's habit of scratching his head would probably be hard to change. Whether it was surprise, astonishment, or embarrassment, Tang Junrun would instinctively scratch his head. Sooner or later, he would wear his hair thin. Regarding the two's astonishment, Lin Chen chuckled and said, "With such mysterious things as universal job changes happening, what else is impossible? I called you all here because I want to take you to grind monsters and level up together. We need to reach level 10 as soon as possible to unlock life profession job changes, and while grinding monsters, we should also pay attention to whether we can obtain the recommended books." Tang Junrun looked a bit puzzled and asked, "Are there still monsters outside?" Lin Chen nodded slightly. "Of course. Outside the main city, there are leveling areas of different levels, all marked in the system's map function. We can also teleport directly using the map." As he spoke, Lin Chen pulled out a parchment from the void, and upon unfolding it was indeed a map. Tang Junrun stared in awe at Lin Chen's actions. He had just been amazed by the suddenly appearing small room and hadn't started to explore the newly unlocked system functions. Su Wanning, however, had already figured out most of the new features and was not surprised by Lin Chen's ability to pull out a map from thin air. Lin Chen pointed to the school playground levels 1 to 5 on the map and said, "Let's go to the old place to level up and reach level 10 as soon as possible. Don't forget, we just obtained 6 equipment blueprints. We only have 3 days, so it's a bit tight." Tang Junrun naturally had no objections to Lin Chen's plan and nodded eagerly. However, Su Wanning looked at the map in front of her and slightly furrowed her brows. Wait a minute. Lin Chen had actually been keeping his eyes on Su Wanning. He was waiting for her to speak. From the start of the universal job change to entering the first universal disaster instance, almost all decisions had been made by Lin Chen. Of course, this was because Lin Chen had the experience from his previous life. With him around, many decisions could avoid a lot of detours. Moreover, many times his decisions were correct. But Lin Chen did not want Tang Junrun and Su Wanning to develop a habit of relying on him. Even though he currently had the strongest brain and the best external aid, he still could not guarantee that he would definitely survive until all instances ended. He did not want Tang Junrun and Su Wanning to be like two headless flies, just bumping around when he was not there. So he deliberately stated the wrong best leveling location, hoping someone would point out his mistake. Sure enough, the academic overachiever Su Wanning did not disappoint him. After a brief moment of confusion, the confident academic overachiever Su Wanning that Lin Chen liked was coming back. "Wait a minute. I feel like there's something wrong with this leveling spot." Su Wanqing's voice was a bit soft, as if she was still hesitating about whether what she said was right. Lin Chen didn't urge her, just gently echoed, "Oh? What's the problem?" Su Wanqing stared at the map, increasingly convinced that her thoughts were absolutely correct, and her voice grew more spirited. "We shouldn't choose the Yi School Playground, level 1 to 5, as our leveling location." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly and continued to ask, "Why not?" Su Wanqing's expression became serious as she looked up at Lin Chen, clearly beginning to analyze. This look resembled the time when Su Wanqing was questioned by the teacher and answered easily. "I've read the setting introduction of the era of universal job change. Our current level is 8, and if we go hunt monsters at level 1 to 5, the experience we gain will be reduced to varying degrees. Moreover, everyone is probably realizing they should start leveling up now. There will likely be many players at the He School Playground, which is not conducive to us quickly farming monsters. If you really want to level up quickly, I suggest going here. Most other players are around level 5, and there should be very few who choose to enter the leveling area of 6 to 10, while we have a higher level of 8, so we can." As she spoke, Su Wanqing pointed to the map. Lin Chen and Tang Junrun looked towards where Su Wanqing was pointing. They saw her fair, slender finger indicating a location on the map. School Art Gallery, level 6 to 10. Upon seeing this location, Lin Chen's joyful smile was almost impossible to hide. But to prevent Su Wanqing from noticing anything, Lin Chen still pretended to be surprised and asked, "Why here of all places? If you chose this based on level, then why not choose here?" As he spoke, Lin Chen pointed to another location on the map. School Backyard, level 6 to 10. The monster levels at these two locations were the same. Su Wanqing answered Lin Chen's question without any hesitation. "Because I've already checked all the map introductions, the monsters in the school art gallery have a certain chance to drop gold spirit stones and earth spirit stones, while the monsters in the school backyard, although at the same level, drop wood spirit stones and fire spirit stones. The equipment blueprints we need mostly require gold spirit stones and earth spirit stones. That's why I chose this place." At this point, a bright smile blossomed on Su Wanqing's face, radiating warmth like the sun, gradually spreading to her brows and reaching the corners of her slightly upturned mouth. The smile made Lin Chen's heart skip a beat, and he hurriedly averted his gaze, not daring to look directly any longer. Realizing he had lost his composure, Lin Chen quickly coughed twice and then smiled affirmatively, saying, "Su classmate is right, it was my oversight. If it weren't for Su classmate pointing out the mistake, the progress we worked so hard to achieve might have been caught up by others. It's still early, let's hurry and set off." Hearing Lin Chen's praise, Su Wanqing's smile grew even more joyful, and she eagerly nodded, saying, "Okay." With that, the three entered team mode and simultaneously chose to teleport to the school art gallery. In the next moment, the scene before the three distorted, a slight dizziness washed over them, and then their surroundings changed. The warm and cozy little room disappeared, replaced by a spacious, dimly lit corridor. Weak lights illuminated the limited scene. The once familiar art gallery now felt like a strange hell, devouring people's reason and courage. Paintings that resembled black holes hung quietly on the walls. These frames, originally meant for decoration, now appeared particularly eerie, especially the portraits. The sinister smiles seemed to be fixated on the suddenly appearing Lin Chen and the others. "You have arrived at the art gallery." Tang Junren and Su Wanning found it hard to accept the eerie environment around them. Tang Junren warily watched the strange paintings, fearing they might suddenly come to life, like the disaster monsters in the instance, and attack them. Su Wanning instinctively grabbed Lin Chen's sleeve. Among the three, only Lin Chen remained calm. He knew very well that at least at their current levels, these paintings would not come to life just yet. The monsters they needed to eliminate were the sculptures not far ahead. "Let's go, we might need to move forward a bit," Lin Chen said softly, yet his voice still echoed. In the empty art gallery, Tang Junren raised the shield in his hand, swallowed hard, and hoarsely asked, "What kind of small monsters are we going to kill this time?" Su Wanning, who had already studied the map, carefully answered his question. "They are art sculptures. But we need to be careful and avoid 3 types of sculptures." Tang Junren was taken aback. How could there be different situations among sculptures? Why? In response to Tang Junren's inquiry, Su Wanning showed no impatience. Just like before the era of universal job changes, she never refused other classmates' questions. In the map, there are a total of 2 types of monsters. One is the big ants we encountered yesterday. They are the weakest and most common monsters, referred to as small monsters. Their advantages are that they are easy to kill, numerous, respawn quickly, and pose low danger. But they also have a significant drawback: their drop rate is too low. It's hard to find any precious weapons or items. At this moment, Lin Chen, who was walking at the front, turned back in, surprised to look at Su Wanning. Was it really that terrifying? He remembered that the introduction given by the Tower of Babel was not so concise. Just the introduction to small monsters took 1,000 words. It was a master of filler. Now Su Wanning's summary made it instantly understandable. This must be the power of a top student. Su Wanning was unaware of Lin Chen's astonishment and continued her introduction. The second type is the elite monsters. Elite monsters are divided into 3 levels from weak to strong: 1 star, 2 stars, and 3 stars. In this map, the sculpture of the 1-star elite monster is Michelangelo's David. Tang Junren widened his eyes in surprise. The sculpture of Michelangelo's David could be considered a household name. Unexpectedly, in the era of universal job changes, it has been transformed into a 1-star elite monster. The 2-star elite monster is the armless Venus. As for the most powerful 3-star elite monster, it is the more familiar Terracotta Warrior. Tang Junren was even more surprised. However, a sense of pride for the Huaxia nation arose within him. As expected of Huaxia, even our sculptures are stronger than those of other countries after the disaster. Su Wanning did not expect that Tang Junren, who usually appeared so honest and kind, could think so quickly. She hadn't noticed this point during her research. After a light laugh, Su Wanning continued to advise, "The attributes of these 3 elite monsters are probably beyond what we can contend with right now. So, I think if we encounter an elite monster, we should avoid it." However, Lin Chen in front secretly curled his lips into a smile. Avoid? Encountering an elite monster, only a fool would avoid it. Today, Lin Chen's goal is to hunt an elite monster. Because Lin Chen clearly remembers that the first kill of an elite monster can be announced in the system. This way he can gain more astonishment points to exchange for more incredible operations in his ultimate operation cheat. Just when Su Wanning was introducing the monsters, Lin Chen chose to open his cheat. The astonishment points gained during this dungeon run left Lin Chen dumbfounded. Congratulations! You have successfully obtained 1530 astonishment points, even more than last time? Lin Chen quickly checked what he had done to earn so many astonishment points. The first shocking event was naturally ranking first in the dungeon with a huge gap from the second place. This shocking event must have dropped the jaws of countless Huaxia onlookers, contributing a massive amount of astonishment points to Lin Chen. So Lin Chen realized that events like this, which could be announced server-wide, easily garnered a lot of astonishment points. This was what sparked Lin Chen's idea of killing an elite monster. In addition, his spectacular operation was selected by the Tower of Heaven, entering the highlights interface. This way, he could gain a lot of astonishment points and exchange likes for god points, then exchange for more equipment and items. The second shocking event was his dungeon side quest completion rate of 120%. This also shocked many Huaxia players. To this, Lin Chen could only say, "Sigh, you can't handle my swagger." Besides these two major events, Lin Chen also discovered a few minor things that shocked those mysterious survivors. These survivors were indeed watching him at all times. For now, Lin Chen didn't mind, and he couldn't stop them. Anyway, it was fine for them to keep watching. It could also increase his astonishment points. After closing the astonishment points acquisition details, the first thing Lin Chen did was exchange the long-desired dual bow technique and the accompanying precise dual arrow shooting skill. Before he could exchange for anything else, the three of them had already arrived in front of a group of sculptures. The moment he saw these sculptures, Tang Junren instinctively stepped forward, shielding Lin Chen behind him. Then, his narrow eyes began to carefully discern the shapes of the sculptures, wary of any elite monsters mixed in among them. This expression made Lin Chen find it quite amusing. There's no need to be so nervous. Elite monsters will have a very obvious glow flickering on them, so you can spot them at a glance. Moreover, don't think that encountering elite monsters is an extremely unlucky event. You should know that the rewards from elite monsters are quite generous. Tang Junren nodded and walked towards a group of statues in front of him. The moment he stepped into the attack range of the statues, those that had been idly wandering suddenly turned their heads. With this sudden movement, some of the plaster on their necks even crumbled and fell, clattering to the ground. Strange sculpture level, 6-10 health, 280 attack. Power, 35 skill, gaze. The sculpture remains still, recovering 100 health over 3 seconds, triggered at 50% health. Looking at the lifelike sculptures, Tang Junren couldn't help but tremble slightly. But he quickly raised the shield in his hand, protecting himself in front. This time, he had summoned 3 sculptures, which marched uniformly towards him. Following the previous strategy, Tang Junren would tank the monsters first, while Lin Chen protected Su Wanning and dealt damage. Now that their levels had increased, dealing with such minor monsters was a piece of cake. The 3 minor monsters were wiped out by Lin Chen and Tang Junren in just over a minute. The difficulty of killing them had decreased significantly, but the experience required for leveling up was now much greater. When Lin Chen was at level 1, he only needed to kill 1 monster to level up. Now, he would probably need to kill at least 30 or 40 to barely gain a level. The group followed this method, taking down 3 at a time, progressing steadily. At least this leveling map was as Su Wanning had analyzed. For now, there were no other players around. No one was competing with Lin Chen and the others for monsters, so they were grinding quite comfortably. These sculptures dropped a small amount of trading points, and occasionally some equipment would drop, but all of it was of ordinary quality. Just white gear. It had little practical value, so Lin Chen directly tossed it into his backpack, planning to sell it to the main city shop later for some trading points. While grinding, Lin Chen also took the opportunity to train Tang Junren in various exiled knight techniques, rapidly enhancing his strength. After all, an excellent exiled knight was incredibly important in a team. Lin Chen's understanding of the exiled knight skills mainly came from the impressive highlight reels he had watched in his past life. Many of these techniques were invented by the later strongest exiled knight, Tang Junren. Little did Tang Junren know that he was learning the techniques he would create in the future ahead of time. Lin Chen's understanding of the exiled knight's professional skills caused the survivors in the Tower of Heaven to furrow their brows in surprise. Lan Yangqiu stroked his stubble, puzzled, and asked, "How do you think Lin Chen discovered these techniques? This is simply too strange." Yuan pushed up her glasses and calmly analyzed. There's probably only one possibility. That is, during this time, he observed Tang Junren's operations and combined them with the Tower of Heaven's introduction to the exiled knight profession to summarize these techniques. Just like when he first touched the bow and arrow, he was able to discover the use of curved arrows. The female pastor of great principles gazed obsessively at Lin Chen on the monitor, exclaiming, "This is just too amazing." Although her infatuated demeanor was quite off-putting, one had to admit that Lin Chen's creativity was truly remarkable. The male assassin beside the female pastor crossed his arms and said in a low voice, "It's been almost a day since the era of universal job changes has arrived, and other talented players are starting to shine. Take Yan Hao and Wei Ci, who were also featured in the highlight reel. Their skills have plenty of impressive moments as well, and their luck seems to be better than Lin Chen's. Indeed, in the era of universal job changes, luck is also a crucial indicator. The monitor next to Lin Chen displayed Yan Hao, Wei Xiai, and Deng Jia, who had already reached level 6, surrounding and killing a monster. Their skills had also caught the attention of the people from the Tower of Babel, placed in the most prominent position. Strangely, the monster they were surrounding seemed different from the small monsters Lin Chen and his group had encountered. This monster was shimmering with a faint blue light. It was actually a 2-star elite monster. 2-star elite monster, steel armored beetle level, 1-5 health, 1200 attack power, 45 skill, frenzied roll. The steel armored beetle wraps itself tightly in its sturdy shell and then rolls rapidly. Damage taken during the roll is reduced by 80% for 5 seconds. Damage caused by the roll is 50% of its attack power and can be calculated repeatedly. Regarding the male assassin's words, Long Yanqiu slowly nodded and commented, "This Deng Jia has quite the background. In just a few minutes, he managed to gather so many people to protect them." Indeed, at that moment, there were more than a dozen people surrounding Yan Hao and the others, vigilantly guarding against other players trying to approach. This elite monster was not discovered by Yan Hao and the others but was instead a lead provided by Deng Jia's lackey. After discovering this elite monster, the lackey naturally did not dare to kill it himself and quickly informed his boss, Deng Jia. Once the second dungeon ends, they will probably be the first team to form a guild. Yuan, what exactly is their background? Just as Long Yanqiu asked this question, Yuan, already looking at the information in her hands, quickly replied, Deng Jia is one of the most famous rich second-generation heirs in Yanjing, and these people are all his former subordinates. What's even more interesting is that despite having so many subordinates, he is a loyal fan of Yan Hao. His greatest ability is his financial power. Just now, he exchanged 100 million coins for 100,000 trading points through the trading point exchange system. Yuan's words left Long Yanqiu stunned, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. How much? 100 million? Damn, what level of rich second-generation heir is this? It's just too extravagant. Yuan chuckled lightly and continued to read the information in her hand without any surprise. The data shows that this might not be all of his assets, this 100 million, he still has some reserved. At this moment, Long Yanqiu was completely at a loss for words. Truly, comparing people can be infuriating. When he initially wanted to use trading points to buy a level 20 fine equipment, he had to grind monsters for several days, barely managing to gather enough trading points for the equipment requirements. It is well known that the equipment sold in the Tower of Heaven has 3 major characteristics: expensive prices, poor quality, and limited choices. But there was no other way. In the era of universal job changes, equipment is crucial, but the means to obtain it are not many. The first is the rewards for clearing dungeons. Generally speaking, a dungeon can reward at most 3 pieces of equipment, and with 6 people, at least half of them won't get any equipment. The second is equipment blueprints. The quality of equipment crafted from blueprints varies greatly, and some materials are not so easy to obtain. Crafting fine or better equipment is truly fraught with difficulties. The third is through trading points, exchanging with other players at the trading center. This entirely depends on luck and whether the price offered by the other party is acceptable. In the early stages of universal job changes, more people would choose to barter to sell equipment. For example, if he obtained a shield of the exiled knight but the person was a bloodthirsty warrior, then that person would likely want to directly exchange the shield for a bloodthirsty warrior's great sword. All of this led to some unfortunate souls having to spend expensive trading points to buy some shabby equipment from the system mall just to get by. After all, one can't still be using a level 5 novice equipment at level 20, right? Unfortunately, Long Yanqiu was one of those unfortunate souls back then. Yuan clearly knew about Long Yanqiu's dark history and forced herself to suppress her laughter as she continued. After exchanging the trading points, he waved his hand and bought 13 sets of fine equipment from the system mall, distributing them to all his subordinates in Yanhao and CI. So now you can see this terrifying green halo. At first, they were a dozen people attacking the elite monster together. Even if this elite monster had high health and thick defense, it couldn't withstand so many people attacking. Now that the elite monster's health is low, the others have formed a circle to guard while the 3 of them take it down. At this rate, in less than 2 minutes, this elite monster will be killed. Yuan analyzed the scene in the monitor. At this moment, the female priest with a god's eye view, who had been watching the situation on Lin Chen's side, suddenly pointed at the monitor in front of her and exclaimed, "Look, Lin Chen's side has also refreshed an elite monster." Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. They saw a terracotta warrior shimmering with a faint orange glow, quietly waiting behind the corner in front of Lin Chen. Once Lin Chen and the others cleared the 3 small monsters in front of them, they would inevitably encounter this terracotta warrior. Long Yanqiu's face instantly turned extremely dark. This is bad. We can only pray that Lin Chen and the others don't continue forward. Why is it a 3-star elite monster? Lin Chen, please don't act impulsively. Unlike Long Yanqiu and the others, who had a god's eye view, Lin Chen and his group had no idea what awaited them ahead. Lin Chen drew his bow, and with one precise shot, the curved arrow passed through 3 small monsters after 2 turns. One arrow caused 3 instances of damage. Such a maneuver could probably only be done by Lin Chen, right? With Lin Chen's operation, the speed at which they were grinding monsters soared. While drawing the arrow, Lin Chen calculated, "We've been grinding monsters here for 2 or 3 hours now, and all 3 of us are over 90% at level 9. Everyone, let's put in some effort. We just need to kill 1 or 2 more small monsters, and we can level up to 10. Su, how's the item drop situation?" Su Wanqing stood cautiously behind Lin Chen, keeping a safe distance from all the monsters, then smiled sweetly and said, "The number of gold spirit stones and earth spirit stones we've dropped is at least enough to craft 2 equipment blueprints. Not bad. Luck." Lin Chen nodded slightly, but then his expression turned bitter. "It's a pity we still haven't found the recommendation book. It's really too difficult to get the recommendation book from small monsters. If it doesn't work, we can only check the trading market to see if anyone is selling it. But there's a high probability we won't be able to afford it." Another arrow was shot, and a small monster fell to the ground. All the small monsters in front of them had been cleared. To continue hunting, they could only wait for respawns or move forward. Tang Junren turned back to look at Lin Chen, who signaled him to turn right. So, Tang Junren happily stepped toward the dark corner, eager to level up, and he was still thinking about that piece of level 10 heavy armor he had just obtained. Suddenly, he seemed to see an orange light flash before his eyes. "Ha!" Tang Junren scratched his head, moved his shield that was blocking his view, and looked closely. He saw a terracotta warrior quietly standing in the darkness, its eyes lifeless yet seemingly fixated on Tang Junren not far ahead. The intricately carved armor clung tightly to its body, and a mighty spear was firmly gripped in its hand. The moment Tang Junren saw the terracotta warrior, he couldn't retract the step he had just taken, and it heavily landed on the ground. Bang! His shoe collided with the ground. Tang Junren instantly stepped into the terracotta warrior's alert range. The war god, which seemed to have been asleep for a long time, slowly raised the spear in its hand. The spear tip glinted sharply under the dim light of the gallery. "Warning! Your teammate has discovered a 3-star elite monster. Imperial Guard Terracotta Warrior." The system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Chen and Su Wanqing's ears. Their reactions were vastly different. Su Wanqing was taken aback, instinctively wanting to pull Lin Chen away. Lin Chen, on the other hand, instantly revealed a delighted smile. "Here it comes. The elite monster has really appeared." At that moment, Tang Junren's voice, tinged with a hint of crying, came through. "It's over, Egu. I've caused trouble. The elite monster is around the corner. I didn't notice, and I've triggered it. You guys run. I'll hold it off." Tang Junren was still thinking about letting Lin Chen and Su Wanqing, who were farther away, escape first. Lin Chen turned his head to look at Su Wanqing and seriously instructed, "Su, from now on, you need to keep at least 5 meters away from me and find a wall to stay close to. Otherwise, you might accidentally trigger newly respawned small monsters. Do you understand?" Su Wanqing was taken aback, looking at Lin Chen's serious face, a hint of astonishment rising in her heart, and she hurriedly asked, "Why? Aren't we running? Can we defeat this elite monster?" Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile. "We won't. No, unless we try to fight. This is a 3-star elite monster. If we win, we'll profit." Lin Chen's greedy and expectant gaze slowly turned toward the terracotta warrior not far away, like a starving wolf eyeing a delicious fat sheep. Seeing this, Su Wanqing no longer tried to persuade him and quickly obeyed Lin Chen's instructions, pressing against the wall and creating distance from the corner. Although she didn't know how Lin Chen determined that staying close to the wall wouldn't trigger the small monsters, she felt a deep trust in him. After confirming that Su Wanqing had found a safe position, Lin Chen hurriedly approached Tang Junren. Seeing that Lin Chen not only didn't run away but was actually running towards him, Tang Junren panicked. At that moment, his legs trembled uncontrollably, and he no longer believed he would live to see the sun tomorrow. The reason was simple: the data and skills of the 3-star elite monster in front of him were terrifying. 3-star elite monster, Imperial Guard Terracotta Warrior. Level 10 health, 3500 attack power, 200 skill 1 sweep thousands. The Imperial Guard Terracotta Warrior sweeps its spear after a brief charge, sending all enemies within a 3-meter radius, flying and dealing 80% of its attack power as damage. Skill 2 Fearless Charge. Under the command of the First Emperor, the Imperial Guard Terracotta Warrior charges at the enemy, reaching the locked target in an instant. Not to mention the high health, just look at that terrifying attack power. 200. Even with a shield, Tang Junren would still take around 170 to 180 points of damage. Right now, Tang Junren could only withstand about 5 attacks at most. Not to mention Lin Chen, who had no shield. Just 3 hits, and the terracotta warrior could take him down. Moreover, the skills of this warrior were incredibly frightening, with 2 skills, 1 large area damage skill and 1 charging skill, leaving no way for players to survive. As soon as the charging skill got close, Lin Chen would be dead in a matter of seconds. So, Tang Junren was so agitated to see Lin Chen approaching. Good, don't worry about me, you all run. This 3-star elite monster is definitely not something we can kill. Go quickly. Lin Chen didn't waste any more words with Tang Junrun and directly said, "It's okay, follow my lead, we can give it a try. This time, you assist me and I'll attract its aggro." Tang Junrun hadn't even recovered from Lin Chen's first sentence when the second one nearly dropped his jaw in shock. "What? You'll attract aggro? Ego, are you crazy? This monster can squash us with a few slaps. It's my fault for not paying attention to the environment and dragging us into this dangerous situation. You all don't worry about me." But Lin Chen interrupted Tang Junrun's confession directly, quickly saying, "Stop whining like a girl, hurry and move aside, then press against the wall, go around the corner and attract the aggro of a small monster. Then kill it. I'll draw the terracotta warrior away so it won't disturb your farming, ensuring your safety. You must be quick, you can let the small monster attack you, but you must kill it fast. I'm not sure how long I can hold it off. After you finish, I still need your help." Lin Chen fixed his gaze on the slowly advancing terracotta warrior, hurriedly arranging his plan. He trusted that Tang Junrun would definitely understand his meaning. Sure enough, seeing that Lin Chen was determined, Tang Junrun suppressed his cowardly thoughts and looked at the small monster Lin Chen mentioned. Stepping forward with a firm gaze, Tang Junrun understood Lin Chen's intention. Lin Chen wanted to level up to 10. With new equipment and unlocked new skills, the two of them might just be able to kill this 3-star elite monster. Seeing that Tang Junrun was in position, Lin Chen didn't draw an arrow from his quiver but directly pulled back the bowstring. In the next moment, a mist shaped like an arrow appeared hazily above the longbow, and Lin Chen released his fingers, sending the black mist arrow shooting towards the terracotta warrior with a whoosh. The black mist arrow exploded the moment it made contact with the terracotta warrior, wrapping around its body. 4-5. This was Lin Chen's first time using his level 5 skill Dark Envelopment. Unexpectedly, this first use triggered a critical hit, applying a 30% slow debuff for 5 seconds to the terracotta warrior. The attacked terracotta warrior's gaze instantly shifted from Tang Junrun to Lin Chen, its sculpted narrow eyes coldly fixating on him. It raised the spear in its hand and thunderously moved its feet. However, it was ensnared by the large mass of black mist, slowing its speed. "Oh, my luck, not bad." Lin Chen suddenly realized that not only now, but even when he was just farming small monsters, he often triggered his passive skill, Black Mark, greatly enhancing his farming efficiency. In a moment of clarity, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something. He quickly looked at his attribute panel. Luck 10. The initial 1 point of luck talent attribute, plus the 1 free attribute point he allocates every time he levels up. Now his luck talent points finally reached 10. Research from Lin Chen's previous life indicated that when luck talent points accumulate to an integer, the improvement becomes quite noticeable. The increase in his skill hit probability now is likely due to this. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy, and his arrow shooting frequency remained unchanged. His gaze not only focused on the terracotta warrior in front of him but also kept a close watch on Tang Junrun's progress. He even used curved arrows to assist Tang Junrun. With such a strong enemy ahead, he still dared to be distracted, truly seeking death. As the 5 seconds of slow ended, the terracotta warrior's speed suddenly increased. Perhaps Lin Chen's pressure over the past few seconds had angered it, as it directly activated its second skill, Fearless Charge. This caught Lin Chen off guard. Although this Fearless Charge wouldn't deal damage, closing the distance would significantly increase Lin Chen's danger level. In the next moment, the terracotta warrior's stiff face suddenly appeared before Lin Chen. Lin Chen decisively put away his bow and arrow, fixating intently on the spear in the terracotta warrior's hand. Although the terracotta warrior had high attack power, its attack speed was moderate, and Lin Chen still had a certain level of confidence in dodging it. After all, he had the most outstanding external aid. To be on the safe side, Lin Chen had just instantly exchanged for the 3rd level of the invincible evasion technique. With a whoosh, 600 astonishment points were deducted from him. Originally, Lin Chen did not plan to exchange for this, but now that a strong enemy was at hand, surviving first was the way to go. Invincible evasion technique, 3rd level, 600 astonishment points, PvE, player versus environment. 1. Can evade attacks and skills from level 1 to 20 small monsters, success rate 90%. 2. Can evade attacks from level 1 to 20 elite monsters, success rate 85%. 3. Can evade attacks from level 1 to 10 boss, success rate 80%. PvP, player versus player, can evade attacks and skills from 4 or fewer players, success rate 80%. Unlock next level, 900 astonishment points. Lin Chen heard the announcement from the cheat and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Not bad. After this upgrade, Lin Chen's combat ability against elite monsters had greatly increased. However, he still needed to quickly find a way to create distance. Otherwise, once the terracotta warrior unleashed its skill to sweep through the army, he would fall into extreme passivity. In a moment of distraction, the terracotta warrior thrust its spear like a dragon, the long spear in its hand cutting through the air with a whoosh, suddenly stabbing towards Lin Chen. The speed of this thrust was far faster than Lin Chen had anticipated. Moreover, this thrust was aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen's mind raced, and with just a glance, he knew that he could only lean back to evade this thrust. No matter whether he moved left or right, it was already too late. As the spear tip was about to poke Lin Chen's nose, he suddenly leaned back. Perhaps the most exquisite operation of the cheat had given him unparalleled flexibility. His waist bent down directly, and he almost instantly folded over, narrowly avoiding the spear tip. This scene made Su Wanning, who was watching Lin Chen closely from the side, have her heart racing wildly. That was really close. She even thought Lin Chen wouldn't be able to dodge this thrust. The terracotta warrior seemed clumsy when raising its hands and feet, but unexpectedly, when it truly launched an attack, it was so swift. Truly, it was as still as a virgin and as agile as a hare. Although he had dodged this first strike, Lin Chen did not let his guard down. Taking advantage of the terracotta warrior's moment of retraction, his bent body sprang up like a spring and dashed backward. But soon, Lin Chen's expression darkened, because just 7 or 8 meters ahead was a dead end. He had no way to escape. There were only 2 directions left. One was to the right where Su Wanning was, and the other was straight ahead where Tang Junren was. Neither direction was an option. Lin Chen furrowed his brows tightly, and behind him, the thunderous sound of the terracotta warrior's pursuit came again. The heavy body of the terracotta warrior crashed heavily onto the ground, each step creating violent tremors. But the terracotta warrior's speed was still incredibly fast. In just a few steps, it was about to catch up to Lin Chen. At this moment, the cooldown time for Lin Chen's skill, Dark Envelopment, was up. Without hesitation, Lin Chen took out his longbow from his backpack and shot an arrow backward. Unfortunately, this time he did not trigger a critical hit, only slowing the terracotta warrior by 15%. However, that 15% was still enough for Lin Chen to create a few more steps of distance. At this point, Lin Chen felt very fortunate. It was a good thing he had exchanged for a pair of shoes for himself, otherwise his movement speed would have really struggled to create distance from the terracotta warrior. The 7 or 8 meters of distance was quickly covered. Now Lin Chen had nowhere to run. Although the terracotta warrior's steps were slightly slower, it was still closely following behind him. To escape, Lin Chen had to circle around in front of the terracotta warrior. Unless Lin Chen was already very close to the wall, but he still showed no signs of slowing down. He even desperately charged towards the wall. Unbeknownst to others, they might think Lin Chen was too nervous to see the wall clearly, but that was not the case. When Lin Chen dashed to the wall, he suddenly jumped, stepping directly onto the wall, using the momentum to flip backward. At the same time, the terracotta warrior behind him had just finished its deceleration, and its originally clumsy body suddenly charged forward. By the time the terracotta warrior realized it was facing a thick wall, it was too late to react and crashed into it, falling into a brief stupor. This was a common tactic in his past life, using terrain to inflict damage or control disaster monsters. After all, disaster monsters were not human. Their reactions to various situations could not be as swift as those of humans. In his past life, there were some masters of movement who would use walls or corners to block the line of sight and toy with disaster monsters. When disaster monsters collided with walls or pillars, they would trigger a 1-second stun. It seemed brief, but for Lin Chen at that moment, it was an invaluable opportunity. After landing from a backflip, Lin Chen wasted no time and immediately sprinted in the opposite direction. Just then, a system announcement suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. It was a server-wide announcement. However, this time, it was not Lin Chen who made it to the announcement. Ding! Congratulations to the team of Yenhao, Weici, and Deng Jie for achieving the first kill of the 2-star elite monster. All players in the server, please stand in respect and congratulate the great players on their achievement. In such a life and death moment, Lin Chen couldn't care less about these chaotic matters and could only run wildly, waiting for the cooldown of his next skill. But at that moment, Lin Chen was unaware that a post targeting him had quietly appeared on the system forum, unveiling the secret of Lin Chen's first place in the dungeon rankings. He is not as strong as everyone thinks. A master? Nonsense. This post was almost published simultaneously with the system announcement, and the poster was none other than Yan Hao. Players who were casually browsing the forum saw the title of this post and thought it was written by some attention seeker, but when they saw the name of the poster, they were all stunned. Oh wow, there's gossip. Isn't this Yan Hao who just killed the 2-star elite monster? Can a team of 3 take down an elite monster at this level? That's terrifying. Moreover, if memory serves, Yan Hao's team was originally ranked 2nd in the dungeon, right? Now he was personally stepping in to tear apart Yi Shen. Such a clash of titans was bound to attract everyone's attention. So almost instantly, the number of comments on this post exceeded 999 plus, making it the hottest post on the forum, pinned to the top. Many people curiously clicked on the post. On the first floor of this post, there were no words, only an image. A data screenshot of the 2-star elite monster. Everyone who saw this terrifying data gasped in shock. What the hell? How was this killed? Over 1,000 health points, 45 attack power? If it were me, I could slap him into a fool with just 2 hits. And this beetle, it looks so terrifying. How did they manage to fight against such a giant creature? Just looking at the pictures makes me tremble with fear. 3 people killed a 2-star elite monster? You guys are impressive. I doubt even the God of Easy could do that, right? Hey, I'm a seasoned fan of the God of Easy. My god can take down the final boss with a single arrow. Wei Si looked at the wildly bouncing comments in the forum, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Although the poster was Yan Hao, all the content of the post was designed by Wei Si. The reason for having Yan Hao posted was that his name was more famous. Moreover, Yan Hao himself loved to show off. He greatly enjoyed the feeling of being praised. At that moment, Yan Hao was sucking on a cigarette bought from the system store, and after a moment he blew out a smoke ring and said slowly, "So you're saying that kid rejected your invitation? And said that we few losers are just trash among trash?" Wei Si nodded nonchalantly, throwing dirt on Lin Chen. Yan Hao's facial muscles instantly twisted, his strong arms bulging with masculine explosive power. As the youngest gold belt holder, Yan Hao was not only agile in movement but also possessed immense strength. It was definitely no problem for him to punch a normal person to death. Due to his abilities, after changing jobs, his strength attribute points were also higher than those of ordinary people. Damn! The only reason we can look up to him is that he's had the luck of 8 lifetimes. How dare he look down on us? If I see him in the main city, I'll have to chop him to death. Wei Si chuckled lightly at this and replied, "It might be a bit difficult to chop him to death in the main city. Private fights in the main city are punishable. Even if we want to make a move, it absolutely cannot be us who strike first. Private fights in the main city will generate evil points, and those evil points will cause the NPCs maintaining order in the main city to come after you, even throwing you in jail. To eliminate evil points, you can only gradually clear them by grinding monsters in the wild, but it's quite troublesome." Yan Hao had no idea about these main city rules. He couldn't even read the system's introduction. He could only furrow his brows tightly and ask, "So what do you suggest we do? We can't just swallow this anger, can we?" Wei Si pointed to the post in the system forum. "Isn't this our revenge?" Wei Si's words left Yan Hao somewhat confused. How is posting insults considered revenge? Isn't that just like a shrew on the street? It's completely ineffective. We can't do anything to that bastard. Deng Jia, standing nearby, also didn't quite understand Wei Si's actions, but he knew that Wei Si must have his reasons for doing this. The few brothers had been dominating in Yanjing for many years, doing plenty of illegal things, but they had relied on Wei Si's wisdom and Deng Jia's family background to escape danger. It was Wei Si who had been expelled from the national team, becoming a stain on his life. After this incident, both Yan Hao and Deng Jia felt somewhat guilty and always thought about making it up to Wei Si. Yet Wei Si still maintained that calm demeanor, as if he had never cared about his identity in the national team. Wei Si revealed a mysterious smile and continued, "Of course, it's not as simple as just insulting him, it's about messing with his mindset and making his reputation stink. To ruin a person is very simple, just let them rise to a high position and then fall hard. He has already achieved that high position himself, now what we need to do is make him plummet to the bottom instantly." Unbeknownst to them, Yan Hao and Deng Jia felt that Wei Si smile at that moment seemed so sinister and terrifying. As the few of them conversed, the heat of the post continued to rise. There were loyal fans of Lin Chen coming to insult the poster for talking nonsense, and there were also Lin Chen's haters flaunting their bravado. After all, since the game's launch, Lin Chen had garnered so much attention that it was normal for some to dislike him. More were curious onlookers. Under the urging of the countless spectators, Yan Hao finally posted again. And this time, the content was even more explosive. "I think everyone should know me, Yan Hao, right? I am the captain of the team that placed second in the first disaster instance. In the highlight reel feature, there are also many of my gameplay videos. Everyone can go take a look at what true professionalism looks like. If you are familiar with boxing, you should know me even better. That's right, I am the youngest golden belt in Huaxia." Yan Hao started by introducing himself. One reason was to raise his own profile, and the second was to enhance the credibility of the revelations he was about to make. When Yan Hao mentioned his golden belt status, thousands of boxing enthusiasts suddenly reacted. "What the hell? It's actually Yenshin. At first, I didn't notice, thought it was just a namesake. Is it really him? No matter what Yenshin says, I believe it. Yenshin is truly someone who brings glory to the country. What the hell? I just remembered, Yan Hao's resume is simply amazing. Compared to him, Lin Chen really seems like a nouveau riche, originally unknown." Yan Hao's post instantly sparked heated discussions again. This time, people were even more eager for Yan Hao's upcoming revelations. Yan Hao seized this hot topic and continued to post at the moment everyone was most anticipating. "First, I will reveal why Lin Chen's team was able to lead by so much. Many people think they relied on their absolute strength. I can only say that this idea is simply too ridiculous. What they relied on was merely level suppression. When they entered the first instance, they had already reached level 5. Just think about it, if you were to clear the first instance with your current level 5 stats, what would that feel like?" As soon as this post came out, the entire server was in an uproar. They stared at the question in the post, all falling into deep thought. What the poster said seems to make a bit of sense. My current attack power and health are more than double what they were at level 1. Killing those few monsters, each person in the team takes a few hits, almost one every few seconds. Calculating like this, it seems it wouldn't even take an hour. Surprising. So it turns out Ishin is just me after level 5. If I had known, I wouldn't have idolized him, thought he was some kind of god. What a letdown. But some weren't so easily swayed and quickly asked, on what basis do you say they reached level 5 in advance? For this question, Yen Hao didn't even need to answer. Many people quickly replied. It's simple, the level leaderboard. The experience rewards from instances are fixed, yet they were able to reach level 8, so they definitely weren't level 1 when they cleared the instance. In an instant, the public's respect for Lin Chen could be said to have plummeted. But soon, someone realized something was off and quickly posted a question. Then how do you explain the highlight reel? That's an S level rated by the system, and the first S level in the entire server. It can't just be because of the level, right? This doubt quickly garnered support from many of Lin Chen's fans. After all, they liked and admired Lin Chen because of his extraordinary skills and miraculous feats. If Lin Chen were truly kicked off his pedestal and all the shocking achievements were merely due to a simple information gap from leveling up in advance, then all the fans would feel deceived. No one likes to be deceived. At worst, they would unfollow him. At worst, they would turn against him. That's right. God was the first to appear in the highlights of amazing plays. Even if his level is high, he earned it himself, which represents his strength. Exactly. God remained calm in the face of a giant ant, elegantly dodging and resolving the crisis. Can you do that? In response to such doubts, Wei Ci sneered, feeling that his opponent was too weak. Wasn't this just handing over free kills? Without any hesitation, Wei Ci instructed Yen how to repost his highlight reel. Although his video had quite a few views, it was nowhere near the massive influence of Lin Chen. Is this what you call skill? Isn't it just about having legs? Can this even be considered praiseworthy? In the video, Yen Hao was battling the final boss of a dungeon. Everyone who survived had faced this final boss and understood how troublesome it was. But under Yen Hao's blade, that weeping high school senior seemed like an elementary school student toyed with at Yen Hao's whim. He dodged all attacks more than a dozen times. At least, the youngest gold belt contender, Yen Hao, was not just boasting. His nimble footwork made it impossible for the final boss to catch his rhythm and path. Every strike from Yen Hao landed precisely on the final boss's head, each cut drawing blood, extremely ferocious. It perfectly showcased a kind of violent aesthetics that left people exhilarated. Once this video was released, those fans who had spoken up for Lin Chen turned their guns around again. I admit, your footwork is indeed agile, but what about God's calm reaction in the face of danger and his life-saving decisions? What do you say to that? The reactions of these fans were all under Wei Ci's control, unhesitatingly directing Yen how to post again. It's simple, because all of that was staged. All his moves look thrilling, but they were just battles against players. The substance of such skills is simply too inflated. If you ask me, Lin Chen isn't a god, he's an actor. Yen Hao's contemptuous attitude completely enraged Lin Chen's loyal fans. Countless replies surged in like a swarm. The onlookers exclaimed that it was simply too enjoyable to watch. The feeling of one person tearing apart a group was simply too satisfying. At this moment, within the Huaxia server, aside from Lin Chen's diehard fans, most bystanders and haters had begun to believe Yen Hao's claims. There were indeed loopholes to exploit in player battles. Among the replies, one stood out with the highest support. You say Lin Chen is acting, but why would he do that? What does he gain from it? Indeed, why would Lin Chen risk his life to shoot such a video? Was it just for fame? But in this era of universal job changes, even if he became famous, what would it matter? Could he hold a concert, or could he act in a movie? Wouldn't he still have to obediently run dungeons? What was the point? Lin Chen's fans thought they had grasped a key point for a comeback, each one filled with fighting spirit, waiting for Yen Hao to be left speechless. Yen Hao, however, replied leisurely with an emoji. Truly foolish. Because after being selected for the highlights, all your likes will turn into god points, bringing stronger equipment to your idol. After finishing his words, Yen Hao took screenshots of the exchange shop and the points that could be exchanged for likes, posting them on the thread. Those who had never been selected for the highlight reel could not see the exchange shop. So, for many, it was the first time they realized that likes could be exchanged for points. Everyone stared at the dazzling array of equipment in the exchange shop, the high-level potions available for selection, and the bewildering items, all feeling dazed. They looked at the tattered beginner gear in their hands. A feeling of being deceived and toyed with surged in their hearts. At this moment, Yen Hao was not ready to let everyone off the hook. He posted again. If Lin Chen isn't feeling guilty, why hasn't he come out to speak up? Until now? This sentence was a killer blow. Just a second ago, the Lin Chen fans who had been full of spirit were all deflated. Indeed, with the post's popularity so high, it was unreasonable for Lin Chen not to see it. Right? Even if he couldn't see it, what about his teammates? His friends? At this time, most people were lying in bed getting ready to rest. Normal people would scroll through the forum, right? This was also the reason why this post could become so popular in just half an hour. All the Lin Chen fans fell silent. For the first time, they began to doubt themselves and Lin Chen. Could it be that what Yen Hao said was true? But there was one exception. Wang Lei. Wang Lei was now anxious as if he were on fire. He desperately wanted to contact Lin Chen, urging him to come out and say something quickly. But at this moment, Lin Chen had no time to respond to him. After a difficult struggle, Lin Chen finally managed to hold on until Tang Junren killed the two small monsters. Whoosh! A golden light flashed across Lin Chen's body, and he suddenly leveled up to level 10. At the same time, the system's announcement echoed in his ears. Your current level has reached the limit. You can unlock the subsequent levels after completing the second disaster dungeon. Lin Chen was taken aback. Level 10 was actually the limit for the second dungeon. In 3 days, it was not impossible to level up from level 5 to level 10. It seemed that his level advantage in this dungeon was about to vanish. The difficulty of obtaining the first place in the dungeon ranking had increased. But Lin Chen knew that this was not the time to think about that. He quickly took out the Vow of Eternal Night's Destruction that he had longed for in the Ring of Radiance he had just obtained from his backpack. At this moment, his body was no longer surrounded by the desolate white light but was instead shimmering with a mysterious light of pale blue. This was the unique glow of epic equipment. At the same time, he instantly communicated with the system and decisively allocated his free talent points. At this moment, Lin Chen's stats had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. Lin Chen, wearing the first blood title, level 10, health 615 plus 50, equipment plus 67, title, attack power 50 plus 20, equipment plus 7, title, magic power 50 plus 5, mana 275 plus 28, agility 41 plus 5, equipment plus 5, title, luck 11. In addition to the changes in data, Lin Chen successfully unlocked a new level 10 skill upon reaching level 10. Combined with his level 5 skill and the active skill of the Radiant Ring, Lin Chen now possesses as many as 3 active skills. Level 10 skill, Soul Pursuing Arrow, mana cost 15, cooldown 45 seconds, automatically fires an arrow that tracks and locks onto enemies without the need for the Dark Hunter to draw the bow, dealing 120% attack damage, cannot be dodged, and can trigger passive skills and other arrow attributes. This skill was considered somewhat useless by many in Lin Chen's past life as a Dark Hunter. Although it guaranteed a 100% hit rate with increased damage, being able to shoot only one arrow every 45 seconds offered little improvement for a Dark Hunter with low accuracy. It was still considered low. But for Lin Chen, it was completely different. The appearance of this skill allowed Lin Chen to avoid wasting any output time. If he was focused on dodging and unable to draw the bow to attack, he could use this skill to make up for the output during that gap. Therefore, this skill was truly a boon for Lin Chen. At this moment, Tang Junren had also reached level 10 and was anxiously rushing towards Lin Chen with his shield, wanting to protect him. But how could Lin Chen allow him to confront the clay soldier head-on? Lin Chen could still maneuver around the clay soldier with his agile positioning, but if Tang Junren entered the fray, it would be a pure hard clash leading to death. No matter how thick Tang Junren's health was, he couldn't withstand a few shots from the clay soldier. So Lin Chen quickly shouted, "Don't come over. Step back 3 paces and wait for my command at the corner of the wall. If I don't tell you to move, you must not move. As soon as I shout charge, you use the charge shield I taught you, got it?" The so-called charge shield is a clever use of the Exiled Knight's level 5 skill. Shield Sweep and level 10 skill Shield Charge. Exiled Knight level 10 skill, Shield Charge, mana cost 10, cooldown 60 seconds. The Exiled Knight raises the shield and quickly charges towards a teammate in front, granting a 5% health shield to himself and teammates within a 1 meter radius, lasting for 3 seconds. The Shield Sweep can cause a control effect, while the Shield Charge is a displacement skill that provides a shield. In the past life, top players combined these two skills to create the technique known as Charge Shield. If the Exiled Knight uses Shield Sweep 1 second before the end of Shield Charge, they can enhance the power and control duration of Shield Sweep due to the relationship with Shield Charge, and if used properly, it can even interrupt a monster's skill. If executed well, it could save a life that would otherwise be lost. It was an essential little trick for every Exiled Knight in the past life. When leveling up earlier, Lin Chen had already introduced this technique in detail to Tang Junren. Tang Junren was momentarily stunned by Lin Chen's words, subconsciously doubting himself, murmuring, I just reached level 10, I haven't practiced at all, what if I can't do it? At this moment, Lin Chen chuckled lightly, while creating distance from the clay soldier behind him. He ran towards his anticipated position and said, I currently have about 700 health, which can withstand 3 shots from the clay soldier, so you can make 3 mistakes, don't worry. Tang Junren was immediately frightened by Lin Chen's words, his face turning pale. In other words, if he made more than 3 mistakes, Lin Chen would die? Lin Chen had no time to worry about Tang Junren now, but he trusted that Tang Junren would be able to do it. After all, in the past life, it was Tang Junren who had popularized this charge shield technique. Now, Lin Chen slowed his pace, tightened his grip on the Bow of Eternal Knight's Destruction, drew 2 arrows from his quiver, and fixed his determined gaze on the clay soldier that was chasing him not far away. You've chased me for so long, now it's my turn to strike. During the time waiting for Tang Junren to kill the minions, Lin Chen spent most of his time running away, keeping his distance from the terracotta warrior. Before level 10, his attack efficiency was simply too low, and he couldn't use the equipment skill, Dawn Arrow. So Lin Chen decided to avoid fighting altogether, just dodging until he reached level 10. Now, Lin Chen was about to unleash his hunting moment. He could no longer hide the dual bow arrow. Technique he exchanged from the most exquisite operation cheat. If he wanted to kill this terracotta warrior as quickly as possible, he had to give it his all. This hunting feast that belonged solely to Lin Chen was about to begin. Seeing Lin Chen actually pull out 2 arrows at once, Tang Junren, who was always ready, was a bit confused. The next moment, he was even more astonished to see Lin Chen knock both arrows on the bowstring. Simultaneously, completely stunned. What is he trying to do? Lin Chen's actions also left the people on the Tower of Heaven puzzled. At this moment, the Daoli female priest was continuously pointing at Yan Hao's screen and cursing. Naturally, they could see everything happening on the forum. The Daoli female priest was now definitely Lin Chen's biggest fan in the Tower of Heaven. She couldn't stand the slander from Yan Hao and the others. Having watched the entire process, she was absolutely clear that most of what Yan Hao said was baseless slander. Long Yangqiu and the others didn't care much about such matters. When someone becomes famous, there are bound to be rumors. It was normal for someone as talented as Lin Chen to be misunderstood. If Lin Chen could be easily affected by such things, then he indeed wouldn't be very suitable to survive in the era of universal job changes. The enemy's slander was actually the greatest compliment to oneself. However, Long Yangqiu and the others looked down on Yan Hao and Wei Xiai a bit. Lin Chen had never suggested that they abandon their teammates, yet they came in with an air of superiority, which made Long Yangqiu somewhat disgusted. Even though Long Yangqiu knew that if Yan Hao and Lin Chen teamed up, they could definitely set even more terrifying records. Unfortunately, an unsuitable teammate would only lead to the collapse of the entire team. It wasn't necessarily true that a strong alliance would always be the strongest. This was vividly demonstrated in both the NBA and the field of esports. The most suitable is the best. But right now, what puzzled them the most was Lin Chen's actions. Have you ever seen someone knock 2 arrows at the same time? Long Yangqiu turned to the people behind him. Everyone slowly shook their heads. A Dark Hunter player decisively spoke up. To shoot 2 arrows at the same time, that's too difficult. Or rather, it's completely a fantasy. No matter how strong the Dark Hunter player is globally right now, he can't do it. Even in the era of universal job changes, the power of the bow and arrow relies on the energy generated by drawing the string. Firing 2 arrows simultaneously is equivalent to splitting the energy that would normally act on 1 arrow in half. The energy acting on each arrow significantly decreases, and thus the speed must also drop drastically, followed closely by a substantial reduction in range and lethality. What could originally shoot 200 meters now can only shoot 100 meters. Moreover, when 2 crossbow arrows are shot together, they will affect each other, making it impossible to ensure accuracy. If the 2 arrows fly wildly everywhere, it would be better not to shoot at all. Lin Chen probably has some unrealistic expectations. Listening to the words of this Dark Hunter, everyone fell silent. He spoke very clearly and decisively. Before the era of universal job changes arrived, he was a physics graduate student with a deep understanding of the principles of archery. In his view, shooting 2 arrows at the same time was simply impossible. But clearly, he did not know that Lin Chen was an extraordinary existence. To some extent, Lin Chen's actions could no longer be described by simple science. He would soon be slapped in the face by his own dogmatic statements. For a long time afterward, this physics graduate student would deeply doubt the physics he had studied for a full 10 years. Inside the school art gallery, Lin Chen gently released the bowstring, and with a deft motion, the 2 arrows he shot were completely unaffected by each other, zipping through the air like precision-guided missiles, heading straight for the terracotta warrior. Moreover, Lin Chen's luck attribute erupted with power again. This first arrow using a new weapon unexpectedly triggered the skill Arrow of Dawn. Among the 2 arrows, the left one behaved normally, while the right one suddenly shone with a blazing light at the moment of release. Even the dark art gallery was instantly illuminated. Wow! So lucky? Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, both arrows struck the bewildered terracotta warrior simultaneously, dealing a high amount of damage. 252. In an instant, Lin Chen calculated the specific source of this 252 points of health loss. First and foremost was the effect of the Arrow of Dawn. The Arrow of Dawn would 100% trigger a black mark effect and explode instantly. Lin Chen's passive damage was currently 13 points, lasting for a total of 10 seconds, which meant 130 points of damage. Lin Chen's attack power was now 77 points, but this elite monster would have a certain amount of armor value and ranged damage reduction, so Lin Chen only dealt 61 points of damage. This is also why the Dark Hunter's talent points choose to increase strength, which becomes weaker in the later stages. In the later stages, both small monsters and bosses have high ranged damage reduction, and the higher the Dark Hunter's attack power, the greater the value that gets reduced. Therefore, the cost-effectiveness of increasing strength quickly diminishes. However, the damage from passive skills is a fixed value, no matter how high the opponent's ranged damage reduction or armor value is, as long as the black mark triggers, the damage will absolutely be the panel damage. Although 252 points is a lot, in front of the Terracotta Warrior's several thousand points of health, it seems a bit lacking. Lin Chen was not anxious. This was just the first arrow. Without hesitation, Lin Chen knocked 2 arrows again, drew the string, and shot. This time, he couldn't trigger the Arrow of Dawn skill again, but the Goddess of Luck still favored Lin Chen. One of the arrows was pitch black. It successfully triggered the black mark. After shooting these 2 arrows, the Terracotta Warrior still had 3010 points of health left, but due to Lin Chen's slowed speed, the Terracotta Warrior had already caught up again. However, Lin Chen was not flustered. A dark shadow shot out, and then he turned and ran again, not forgetting to launch a soul pursuit arrow as he fled. Since reaching level 10, Lin Chen's output had not stopped. Although, in the face of the massive health of the Terracotta Warrior, each arrow seems no different from a mere tickle. But quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The Terracotta Warrior's health was still plummeting wildly. Inside the Huaxia Tongtian Tower, at this moment the monitoring screen was so quiet it was eerily silent. The physics graduate student stared wide-eyed, incredulously watching the scene unfold before him. 2 arrows were fired simultaneously, striking with pinpoint accuracy. He now felt his throat was hoarse, and even speaking was somewhat difficult. Yet he still expressed his astonishment. This is Newton reincarnated? Has Newton given up on Huaxia? Beside him, the female priest of great principles waved her pink fist and cheerfully shouted, "Yay! As expected of Lin Chen. What physics? Nothing can limit my brotherly." This shout of brotherly sent shivers down the spines of the previously silent crowd. Long Yangqiu couldn't help but turn around and retort, "Si Chu Chu. Be normal for once." The reprimanded Si Chu Chu stuck out her tongue and continued to gaze at the monitor. Meanwhile, Yuan sighed, "How many times have we misjudged him? It seems Lin Chen is always going against us. The more we think he can't do something, the more he wants to show us he can. Such a creative person who can turn his creativity into reality is simply too rare." At this moment in the art gallery, the Terracotta Warrior seemed to be getting a bit angry. As Lin Chen kept playing with it and finally unleashed its skill again, the Terracotta Warrior once more assumed a diving posture, clearly preparing to activate its fearless charge skill. The instant Lin Chen saw this, he immediately shouted, "Old Tang, get ready!" Hearing Lin Chen's call, Tang Junren, who was always prepared, instantly focused his attention on Lin Chen. At this moment, he understood what Lin Chen needed him to do. He had to interrupt the Terracotta Warrior's fearless charge skill. Lin Chen was still frantically adjusting his position and angle relative to the Terracotta Warrior, his mind racing with calculations. The Terracotta Warrior couldn't give Lin Chen that much time. The initiation time for the fearless charge was only 1 second. Lin Chen had to find the most suitable position within that time. Just as the Terracotta Warrior was about to charge out, Lin Chen shouted again, "Charge!" At the sound of this call, Tang Junren activated his level 10 skill, Shield Charge, and charged towards Lin Chen. Now, the 3 of them, Tang Junren, Lin Chen, and the Terracotta Warrior, formed a Y shape. Lin Chen was at the bottom of the Y, while Tang Junren and the Terracotta Warrior were at the left and right tips, respectively. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen calculated the speeds of both and the time they would meet. During Tang Junren's charge, he suddenly saw that he was about to collide with the Terracotta Warrior, which was also rushing towards Lin Chen. Tang Junren was instantly amazed. Brother Yi's terrifying calculation ability, if he miscalculated by even 1 second, he wouldn't meet the Terracotta Warrior. This was not the time for astonishment. Tang Junren decisively used his level 5 skill, Shield Sweep, to interrupt the shield charge, and a shield directly struck the Terracotta Warrior's head. He forcefully halted the Terracotta Warrior's fearless charge. "We did it!" Beside them, Su Wanning, who had been watching the two, could hardly contain her excitement, waving her little hands in celebration. At that moment, not far from Su Wanning, several sculptures were pacing back and forth. However, none of them launched an attack on her. The position she stood in was just outside the attack range of the sculptures. Su Wanning couldn't help but marvel at how powerful Lin Chen truly was. At this moment, Su Wanning had already activated the recording function in the system when Lin Chen began to tug at the Terracotta Warriors. This would allow her to review Lin Chen's actions later at her own pace. Ever since Lin Chen had pulled her out of her previous state of despair, Su Wanning not only began to observe Lin Chen's strengths but also sought to understand the Lin Chen she had never known. She also started to study Lin Chen's various maneuvers. Although Su Wanning couldn't personally step onto the battlefield to fight the monsters, she wanted to play her part. She wanted to catch up to Lin Chen's progress quickly so as not to hold her team back. As for Lin Chen's talk of changing classes, Su Wanning felt that was still just a beautiful excuse. At this moment in the arena, because Tang Junren had interrupted the Terracotta Warrior's fearless charge, the warrior was unable to close the distance with Lin Chen and was instead knocked off balance by Tang Junren's shield. This caused a stunning effect lasting up to 1.5 seconds. This gave Lin Chen a great opportunity. "Old Tang, well done. You truly are a genius. Trust me, you can definitely become the strongest exiled knight in Huaxia. Now, temporarily fall back to ensure your safety. Don't let the Terracotta Warrior lock onto you. Leave the rest to me." Lin Chen chuckled lightly while once again knocking 2 arrows and shooting furiously at the Terracotta Warrior. He generously praised Tang Junren. Tang Junren scratched his head, seemingly a bit embarrassed by Lin Chen's words. Then he realized and hurriedly prepared to retreat from the attack range of the Terracotta Warrior. Unfortunately, Tang Juanrun's movement speed was a bit too slow under the influence of heavy armor. 1.5 seconds was not enough for him to escape. The first thing the terracotta warrior did upon waking from its stunned state was to unleash its skill again, a sweeping attack. Not good. Old Tang, be careful. Lin Chen shouted a warning, but it was still a bit too late. The terracotta warrior swung its spear horizontally, its carved face devoid of expression, and then suddenly swept the spear, the glimmering silver tip cutting through the day and night like a bright moon. Unfortunately, it was a deadly moon. Caught off guard, Tang Juanrun was swept down by the spear's edge, flying backward. Above his head, the words 160 appeared prominently. Coupled with the damage he had taken earlier while farming monsters, although there was automatic health recovery, Tang Juanrun's health was still below half. Even more critically, the terracotta warrior had now locked onto Tang Juanrun, slowly approaching him as he lay on the ground. Tang Juanrun had directly entered the attack range of 3 or 4 sculptures, which began to rise from the ground and slowly walk towards him. One sculpture, which was farther away, slowly turned its hollow eyes towards Su Wanning, who was not far away. The originally favorable situation was suddenly shattered by this one skill from the terracotta warrior. At that moment, Lin Chen felt his heart skip a beat, but he did not lose his composure. He immediately nocked an arrow and shot 2 arrows at the terracotta warrior, pulling its aggro back. Although the immediate crisis with the terracotta warrior was temporarily resolved, the 4 sculptures were still watching closely from the side. Old Tang, hurry! Tang Juanrun, who had just gotten up from the ground, instantly saw the situation on the field and understood what Lin Chen wanted him to do. Tang Juanrun couldn't pay attention to the statue approaching him and rushed madly towards Su Wanning, who was leaning against the wall. He decisively raised his shield in front of Su Wanning, protecting her firmly behind him. The statue in front of Su Wanning immediately began to attack Tang Juanrun. It angrily raised its pure white fist made of plaster and slammed it down onto Tang Juanrun's shield. Crimson numbers popped up above Tang Juanrun's head. 21. Despite the shield's defense and the passive effect of the exiled knight, the small monster's attack still dealt 21 points of damage. Although the damage from a single statue wasn't high, one must not forget that 3 more statues were approaching, ready to attack Tang Juanrun. If all 4 statues attacked, they could deal 84 points of damage to Tang Juanrun every second. With Tang Juanrun's current health, he wouldn't last more than a few seconds. The crisis was far from over. Su Wanning saw the scene and realized that Tang Juanrun might not be able to hold on much longer, so she quickly said, "Tang, hurry, drink the potion." Only then did Tang Juanrun react. He still had plenty of combat recovery potions in his backpack. Basic combat recovery potion can be used during battle, restores 5 health points per second for 10 seconds. However, just this one bottle of potion was far too little. Even with the potion, Tang Juanrun wouldn't last more than 5 seconds. Despair filled Tang Juanrun's heart at that moment. Just then, an arrow cut through the night sky, shooting towards the statue in front of Tang Juanrun's shield. Tang Juanrun suddenly turned his head to look. It was actually Lin Chen. Lin Chen was able to maneuver with the terracotta warriors while also assisting Tang Juanrun. Tang Juanrun was truly moved to the point of tears. At least Lin Chen hadn't given up on them. Lin Chen shot 2 arrows each time. One arrow struck the terracotta warrior, hindering its advance and dealing damage, while the other arrow supported Tang Juanrun, helping him quickly eliminate the statue in front of him. Moreover, Lin Chen activated his soul-pursuing arrow, further reducing the statue's health. Otherwise, Tang Juanrun would really be worn down by the statue. Although Tang Juanrun's melee damage was extremely low, he continued to swing the short sword in his hand, attacking the statue in front of him. With the cooperation of Tang Juanrun and Lin Chen, the nearest statue was instantly destroyed by the two, giving Tang Juanrun a moment to breathe. The combat recovery potion slowly restored Tang Juanrun's health. On Lin Chen's side, the terracotta warrior was closing in on him, and he would probably have no time to help Tang Juanrun next. What to do? Lin Chen's gaze swept across everything in the field, and countless numbers instantly appeared in his mind. He was seeking a way to break the deadlock. 3 sculptures. Tang Juanrun with 425 health points can at least hold on for over 7 seconds. Now, these 3 sculptures are about 2 seconds away from Tang Juanrun. In other words, Lao Tang can hold on for a maximum of 9 seconds. The level 5 skill, Dark Envelopment, has just been used and can no longer slow down the terracotta warriors. The terracotta warriors are still 4 meters away, and they will catch up in about 5 seconds. Once the terracotta warriors catch up, they only need 3 attacks, which means 3 seconds, to kill him. That said, he only has 7 seconds left. He must kill the terracotta warriors within 7 seconds. After analyzing, Lin Chen's gaze quickly locked onto the terracotta warriors not far away, which still had 1080 health points. Countless numbers combined in Lin Chen's mind, and he formed an extremely bold plan. In the dimly lit art gallery under the night, the terracotta warriors, unstoppable, stepped forward with their long spears towards Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly stopped, standing still, quickly drawing 2 arrows from his quiver, and without any hesitation, knocked the arrows and drew the bowstring. Then, with a whoosh, he shot directly at the terracotta warriors. The 2 arrows accurately struck the head of the Terracotta warriors producing a clanging sound. Although the terracotta warriors paused slightly, this minor obstruction had no real impact. Lin Chen had already accounted for this brief pause in his calculations. The distance between the terracotta warriors and Lin Chen was closing in. Lin Chen's expression was calm as water, showing no intention of dodging, still standing in place, his gaze firmly fixed on the terracotta warriors, and shot 2 more arrows. He actually chose to stand and shoot. The so-called standing and shooting is a gaming term opposite to the previously mentioned kiting. It refers to a ranged player giving up all movement and choosing to stand still while continuously attacking. Generally, this method is only chosen when there are no monsters aggroed. But now, Lin Chen disregarded the terracotta warriors charging at him and chose to stand and shoot. This was undoubtedly a shocking choice. At this moment, inside the Tower of Heaven, everyone had already begun to debate Lin Chen's actions. The male assassin frowned and analyzed. Isn't Lin Chen giving up? If he continues to kite, he could definitely wear down this monster. But now he's standing still, and he'll soon be stabbed to death by the terracotta warriors. What kind of squishy Dark Hunter stands still to shoot? Si Chuchu looked at the scene of Tang Junrun and Su Wanning trapped in a predicament and slowly shook her head, rebutting. If Lin Chen chooses to continue kiting, moving will affect his bow drawing action, and Tang Junrun won't be able to hold on for that long. Even if he kills the elite monster, his teammates will undoubtedly die. He probably can't accept such a blow. I can see that. He values his teammates extremely highly. At this moment, Si Chuchu even had tears welling up in her eyes. She understood the despair in Lin Chen's heart. The male assassin, however, was even more confused and asked, so can he solve the problem by standing still? If he doesn't want his teammates to get hurt, he could first help them clear the 3 small monsters. But Yuan, in front of the monitor, suddenly spoke up. In that case, he has a high chance of being killed by the terracotta warriors. To kill those 3 small monsters, it would take at least 5 seconds. If Lin Chen chooses to attack while kiting, it might take even longer. 5 seconds is enough for the terracotta warriors to close the distance. Once they get close, Lin Chen will be completely passive. At that point, even a deity couldn't save him. Yuan's words left everyone stunned. The male assassin scratched his head, still somewhat puzzled as he asked, isn't it the same result if he just stands there waiting to die? Long Yangqiu, who had been staring at the monitor in silence, suddenly chuckled lightly. If I'm not mistaken, he's taking a gamble, right, Yuan? You should have calculated this already. I'm not good at these calculations, but I have a hunch that he's gambling on the only way to have it both ways. The others were all confused. Why did everyone's conversation sound like riddles that were hard to grasp? What was Lin Chen betting on? How could he ensure that he and his teammates all survived? Yuan pushed up her glasses on her nose, and the reflection of the lenses illuminated the manuscript she had just frantically calculated. That's right, he is indeed gambling, betting that among 10 arrows, at least one will be a dawn arrow. Right now, the terracotta warrior has 1080 points, and each of his arrows can average 61 points of damage. Lin Chen shoots 2 arrows per second, which means 122 points of damage. Tang Junrun can last a maximum of 9 seconds. If Lin Chen can take down the terracotta warrior in 7 seconds, then he can save Tang Junrun. In those 7 seconds, he must trigger the dawn arrow twice, or 1 black mark and 1 dawn arrow. That way, Lin Chen's total damage can reach 1114, enough to kill the terracotta warrior. This is Lin Chen's gamble. Yuan's calculations left many people present dizzy. With all those numbers, it was hard for an average person to keep up. Sure, Chuchu, not caring about the details, raised her tear-streaked beautiful face and quickly asked, so, does that mean Lin Chen and the others will definitely survive? Before Yuan could answer, someone immediately voiced a doubt. But the dawn arrow, it probably isn't that easy to trigger, right? And it has to be twice. This is simply a fantasy. Long Yangqiu turned back to look at everyone, forcing a smile onto his face as he said, you haven't forgotten Lin Chen's attribute points, have you? He invested in luck. Triggering the dawn arrow twice might not happen for us, but for Lin Chen, it's not impossible. But I have to say, his attribute points have given him a chance to turn the tide at this moment. Now, it just depends on whether heaven will favor him. Everyone suddenly understood. But there was still one last question. 2 seconds, is that really enough to save Tang Junrun and the others? But no one dared to voice that question. They didn't want to let the little hope they had slip away again. After watching the surveillance for the past 2 days, they had already regarded Lin Chen and the other 2 as their teammates. In their hearts, they absolutely did not want anything to happen to the 3 of them. Everyone turned their hopeful gazes toward the monitor, waiting for a miracle to happen. Lin Chen, he can definitely do it. At this moment in the art museum, 3 seconds had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen was still continuously shooting arrows, his gaze fixed on the increasingly close terracotta warrior and the Tang Junrun who was already under attack. It was as if fate was playing a joke on Lin Chen. After 3 full seconds, he had shot 6 arrows, triggering a black mark once but failing to activate the dawn arrow. The slow damage of the black mark, without the help of the dawn arrow to trigger an explosion, was indeed a drop in the bucket in this race against time. Lin Chen's forehead even began to bead with cold sweat. At this moment he was far from as calm and confident as he appeared. Lin Chen knew that he was gambling with the lives of 3 people on a probability. He couldn't afford to lose. He desperately suppressed the trembling of his hands, forcing himself to calm down. No matter what, he could not make any mistakes. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 more arrows. Still no activation of the dawn arrow. It was as if the passive effect of the dawn arrow had vanished. 8 arrows had been shot in total without a sound. The terracotta warrior had now charged right in front of Lin Chen. Tang Juanrun's health was plummeting, but he still did not give up, defending against the attacks while wielding his short sword. His trust in Lin Chen supported him as he gritted his teeth and continued to resist. Tang Junren chose to ignore the changes in his health. All he wanted was to kill the monster in front of him. At this moment, time had reached the 5th second. Lin Chen knocked another arrow and drew the string, 2 arrows shooting straight out. Still nothing. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen knocked another arrow and drew the string again. Everyone's eyes were on the arrows on the longbow, waiting for a miracle to happen. The terracotta warrior standing in front of Lin Chen had no expression on its face. Its bronze-colored hand suddenly tightened around the spear, thrusting it forward. Lin Chen, possessing the invincible evasion skill, chose not to dodge. If he dodged, the draw of his bow would be interrupted, and the chance to save Tang Junren and the others would become even more remote. Explode. For me. The usually calm Lin Chen could no longer contain the impatience in his heart and let out a roar. As the spear pierced Lin Chen's body, he released his fingers, and the arrows flew from the bowstring. A bright red number appeared on Lin Chen's body. -204. Just this one spear had caused Lin Chen's health to drop by a third. And Lin Chen's 2 arrows still did not succeed. Is it that even starting over is a step behind? Is the lucky boost perhaps wrong? Have I been too confident since my rebirth? It seems I haven't fully grasped the strength of the situation. In that moment, Lin Chen's mind was in chaos. He had only 2 arrows left. Life or death would be decided on these last 2 arrows. 10 seconds ago, Su Wanning had already noticed the motionless Lin Chen. Although she did not know what Lin Chen's plan was, she knew that he was in great danger. She had hated her powerlessness in this crisis-ridden era of universal job changes more than once. At such times, she could only hide, and could not help Tang Junren and Lin Chen at all. She could see that what Lin Chen needed now was time. Her mind was racing, thinking of how she could help Lin Chen. Create time. Equipment skills? No, the ring skill she had obtained earlier had already been used when Lin Chen first engaged the terracotta warrior, and the cooldown had not yet ended. If only Tang Junren's skill could cool down faster. And faster? Suddenly, Su Wanning remembered the system introduction she had read. Among them, there was a basic cooldown potion that, when consumed, could instantly reduce the cooldown by 45 seconds, usable once every 3 hours. She quickly grabbed the corner of Tang Junren's clothes in front of her and asked anxiously, "Tang, is there a beginner combat cooldown reduction potion in your exchange shop? Quick, exchange for it. Then go save Lin Chen. He might not be able to hold on any longer." Tang Junren, who was fighting off the small monsters, was taken aback and hurriedly entered the exchange shop, and to his surprise, he immediately spotted the potion. The price of the potion wasn't expensive, and with the newly added likes, Tang Junren quickly exchanged for it and used it without hesitation. After using it, Tang Junren timed it perfectly. Just as the statue's attack was about to land, he immediately used his level 5 skill, Shield Sweep. This not only interrupted the statue's last attack but also stunned it for a second. The combination of the two instantly bought Tang Junren 2 seconds of time. At this moment, those 2 seconds were crucial for Tang Junren. He excitedly glanced at the cooldown time of his level 10 skill, but his expression suddenly darkened. Only 2 seconds left on the level 10 skill. Igu, get out of the way. While pulling Su Wanning behind him, Tang Junren shouted urgently. He ran frantically towards Lin Chen's direction, because Lin Chen's health was already at its lowest. Su Wanning reacted quickly and immediately shouted, "Take off your heavy armor." Tang Junren was taken aback but quickly understood. There was no time to be surprised at how fast Su Wanning's mind worked. He shouldered his shield and rushed towards Lin Chen. 1 second earlier, on Lin Chen's side, the last 2 arrows had already been shot. What filled him with despair was that it still hadn't triggered. He had lost the gamble. The price of losing the gamble was death. The first arrow, the dawn arrow, seemed like a cruel joke from the heavens, a punishment for a gambler. A bitter smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. He could only blame himself. He had never conducted an experiment and had no idea what the probability of the dawn arrow was. How could such a miraculous skill possibly have a high probability? Moreover, his luck was only 11 points, hardly enough to truly influence the outcome. With such impulsive betting, what other possibility was there besides a complete loss? It was a pity for Su Wanning and Tang Junren. They would also be doomed by Lin Chen's arrogance. In this era of universal job changes, I, Lin Chen, have lost again. But at that moment, the sound of a shield being swung suddenly rang in Lin Chen's ears. This was the level 5 skill of the exiled knight. How could it be? Old Tang had just Lin Chen suddenly realized the potion he had forgotten. Beginner Combat Cooldown Reduction Potion. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Chen saw Tang Junren charging towards him with a shield, with Su Wanning following closely beside him. Lin Chen suddenly smiled. It seemed he hadn't lost yet. He still had teammates. Lin Chen's gaze turned to the terracotta warrior in front of him, and confidence returned to his face. Facing the spear that was rushing towards him, Lin Chen calmly twisted his body and dodged the deadly thrust. In the next moment, Tang Junren's skill cooldown ended and he charged forward with his shield, a resolute figure appearing in front of Lin Chen. At this moment, Tang Junren's health was only 97 points. Even though his health was low, even though he might die from this thrust, he still came. Because his teammate needed help. Igu, stand behind me. Tang Junren raised his shield, turned back, and smiled brightly at Lin Chen. Beside them, Su Wanning chose not to evade this time. Don't forget, she had a spiritual talisman on her. This talisman could withstand 200 health points. In other words, it could block one attack from the terracotta warrior. This was the best she could do for Lin Chen. The final delay. Su Wanning ran madly towards the terracotta warrior, wanting to help Lin Chen intercept its next attack. After all, she couldn't change her class. If she could protect Lin Chen just once and let him continue to live, she would be satisfied. She stopped in front of Tang Junren, suddenly spread her arms wide, and resolutely looked at the terracotta warrior. Before her, big monster, come at me. Don't you dare hurt my partner. Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. He never expected that one day Su Wanning would stand in front of him to protect him. Tang Junren was even more dumbfounded, wanting to pull Su Wanning away from in front of him. At this moment, Lin Chen had once again drawn the bowstring. As he pulled back the arrow, Lin Chen suddenly felt a wonderful sensation. His fingers relaxed slightly, and a light from dawn broke through the darkness before everyone, taking away the fear of death. The terracotta warrior's final spear ultimately failed to thrust out, clanging as it fell to the ground. Its sculpted face seemed to reveal a trace of regretful sorrow. In the end, its entire body of clay turned to dust and completely dissipated into the night. At the same time, the system's announcement sounded. Ding! Congratulations to Lin Chen, Tang Junren, and Su Wanning's team for completing the first kill of a 3-star elite monster, level 10. All players in the server bow down and congratulate the great players for their achievement. Inside the Tower of Heaven, everyone erupted in excited shouts. Lin Chen and the others had really survived, and they had killed this 3-star elite monster. Dao Li Si Chu Chu was still crying incessantly, the Dao Li in front of her swaying back and forth, enough to show her excitement. At this moment, she was crying tears of joy. Su Wanning, whoa, this sister is so brave. She dared to stand in front of that huge monster with her fragile body. I still remember at the beginning, she was afraid of even a single spiked soldier ant. Now, I'm really crying to death. The seemingly composed male assassin quietly wiped away his tears at this moment. Old Tang was also very impressive. His shield charge at that time was clearly a charge with a death wish. This is the true exiled knight. I remember those exiled knights I met back then. Each one was more afraid of death than I was. Some even deliberately pulled me to block the blades. Having seen so much scheming, looking at Lin Chen and the three of them, I really feel deeply moved. Long Yangqiu was also laughing heartily, slapping his thigh. They had truly struck gold in Huaxia. At first, they thought Lin Chen was the strongest. They believed Lin Chen was strong because of his unbeatable awareness, exceptional skills, rapid calculations, and that kind of reckless courage. But now Long Yangqiu felt that Lin Chen's greatest strength was his vision. He had chosen the two best teammates. Long Yangqiu didn't know when he pulled out a cigarette again, puffing away. I have to say, this time, the one who performed the worst was actually Lin Chen. The fact that the three of them could survive is inseparable from Su Wanning and Tang Junren. If it weren't for Su Wanning reminding Tang Junren to take the potion, perhaps all three of them would have already perished. This Su Wanning, we had never paid attention to her before, and no one thought she could survive. Now, she has given us a surprise. Just like Tang Junren back then. Calm, rational, brave, and with a strong memory. If she can really survive 3 dungeons, if Lin Chen can really obtain the class transfer lock for him, this girl might just give us a miracle. The class transfer lock. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It was, in fact, the desire in everyone's heart. Lin Chen was right. The class transfer lock could indeed allow the eerie evil spirits to become necromancers. But the function of the class transfer lock was not limited to that. The other 6 major classes could also be transferred. Transferring to advanced classes. Each class had its unique advanced class, and the attributes of advanced classes would be even more powerful, even more extraordinary. Most importantly, advanced classes were the necessary path to becoming a leader. The male assassin swallowed hard inside the class transfer lock. It probably won't be that easy. It requires getting first evaluation in all 3 dungeons. Some dungeons don't just reward you for being strong. You can't achieve a higher completion rating just by strength. In the 47 parallel worlds before, no team has ever managed to get first evaluation in all 3 dungeons. Long Yangqiu extinguished the cigarette he had just finished, chuckling lightly. Lin Chen and the others might really be able to The art gallery was silent, only a few distant sculptures were still slowly moving, making a scratching sound. Lin Chen drew his bow and shot, and in just a few seconds he eliminated all 3 sculptures. Ironically, one of those arrows triggered a dawn arrow. The effect of this lucky attribute point was indeed unpredictable. At this moment, Su Wanning was still in a daze, watching the terracotta warrior that had vanished before her. She could almost feel the wind created by the long spear as it lunged toward her. But now, this fierce terracotta warrior had turned into a puff of dust and dissipated before her. Hearing the announcement in her ear, Su Wanning finally understood what had happened. She turned her head to look at Lin Chen behind her. Lin Chen, who had just put away his longbow, was also looking at Su Wanning. "Egu, we survived again." Tang Junren, caught in the middle, was excited and just about to cheer, but suddenly noticed the look in Lin Chen and Su Wanning's eyes. He quickly covered his mouth, a face full of ant smiles, and hid to the side. He, Tang Junren, was always on the front line of getting candy. He wasn't stupid, he could naturally see the unusual bond between his 2 teammates. In his eyes, Lin Chen and Su Wanning were definitely a match made in heaven. No one was more suitable for each other than they were. Lin Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but suddenly a series of urgent notification sounds rang in his mind. It was a friend calling him frantically. Lin Chen frowned and directly opened the system interface, wanting to see which brat was ruining his good fortune. After opening the interface, he found it was actually Wang Lei. What did he want? Lin Chen was a bit confused and opened Wang Lei's chat box. "Wang Lei, Yishin, are you there? Wang Lei, Yishin is in trouble. You need to check the posts on the forum. Wang Lei, are you there? Reply quickly. I'm really furious. This person is clearly slandering, throwing dirt. Wang Lei, Yishin, if you don't come back soon, you'll be acting guilty." Messages like this, Wang Lei had crazily sent dozens of them. And it wasn't just to Lin Chen, he had sent them to Su Wanning and Tang Junren as well. The 2, who had just calmed down from their tense emotions, clearly noticed his messages. The 3 exchanged glances, frowning slightly, and all opened the forum, immediately seeing the posts made by Yen Hao and others. Just a few glances, and the usually good-tempered Tang Junren was actually trembling with anger. "This is simply too much. Did we provoke them just to be slandered like this? Brothery, we can't let them frame you like this." Su Wanning's tightly furrowed brows showed her silent indignation. She was clearly also infuriated by the content of this post. Under Yen Hao's influence, the subsequent replies from players became increasingly harsh. They took Lin Chen's lack of a direct response as an admission of guilt. Some called Lin Chen a fraud, playing all the players in the server for fools. Even worse, some shamelessly insulted Lin Chen's parents. Su Wanning, having experienced the terror of being endlessly slandered and insulted by everyone, knew just how horrifying that feeling was. Empathizing with him, she quickly raised her head to look at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, don't pay attention to them. They're just keyboard warriors who dare to talk big on the forum. They're just jealous of you." Tang Junren quickly chimed in to comfort him. "Exactly. Brothery, these people are clearly being led by that guy. Yen Hao, don't take it to heart." Lin Chen remained silent, scrolling through the system interface in front of him. After a moment, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "Childish, instead of slandering me, they should focus on improving their own skills." With that, Lin Chen boredly closed the system interface and walked towards the golden light sphere that had fallen from the terracotta warrior. "Our health is too low right now. Let's teleport back first and open the treasure ball later. This 3-star elite monster is being killed for the first time. The drop rate must be extremely high. We could get a lot of good stuff." At this moment, Su Wanning and Tang Junren thought Lin Chen was just putting on a brave face. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Junren spoke up. "Brothery, if something's bothering you, don't keep it to yourself." Lin Chen chuckled, lightly kicking Tang Junren. "What could I be holding in? I just survived a near-death experience. Am I really going to be afraid of their insults? Let them curse, it won't cost me a piece of flesh. But I will remember their names if we match with them in any dungeon. They were the first to be unkind, so I can't be blamed for being unjust, right?" Lin Chen's smile was still bright, but Tang Junren couldn't help but shiver. He suddenly stopped worrying about Lin Chen. Instead, he began to worry about those loudmouthed players. Surviving this dungeon was already difficult enough. If they were unlucky enough to encounter Brothery Sai, they could only say they brought it upon themselves. Lin Chen's words reminded Su Wanning of the Lin Chen who had helped her fight back on the forum back in the day. Yes, he had always been the type who didn't care about what others said. How could she worry that these petty tricks would affect Lin Chen? It seemed she didn't know him well enough. At this moment, after a brief pause, Tang Junren spoke again. "Brothery, so we won't respond?" Lin Chen's smile grew even brighter. "Of course. We will respond, why wouldn't we?" Soon, a post appeared with just 2 simple words, yet it was instantly pinned to the top of the forum. Because the poster was Lin Chen, and the content of the post was straightforward and brutal. Idiot. The trolls who had been frantically insulting Lin Chen were stunned. What the hell? This guy actually dared to fight back? In fact, just moments ago, Lin Chen's announcement of killing the 3-star elite monster had already shocked many people. After all, this was a level 10 3-star elite monster. Yan Hao and his group had only killed a level 5 2-star elite monster, which was simply not comparable. Although no one has seen the specific attributes of the elite monster that Lin Chen killed for the time being, those who have played online games can guess that this 3-star elite monster is definitely much stronger than a 2-star elite monster. Countless of Lin Chen's diehard fans immediately gained confidence. So that's why Ishin has been silent. He was killing an elite monster. You were so proud over a 2-star elite monster while our Ishin was quietly taking down a 3-star elite monster, showing you what true strength is. Now, can anyone still say our Ishin isn't strong? Can anyone still say our Ishin is looking for actors? In almost an instant, the situation turned around for Lin Chen, regaining the upper hand. After Lin Chen's response, all of his fans seemed to have found their backbone, straightening up instantly. During the previous verbal battle, Lin Chen's reluctance to respond had always been a breakthrough point for the haters' relentless attacks. No matter how Lin Chen's fans argued, as long as the other side threw out a line, then why doesn't your Lin Chen dare to speak up? All of Lin Chen's fans would be left speechless. Many even began to harbor faint doubts about Lin Chen in their hearts. However, Lin Chen's reputation took a sharp turn. The number of people insulting Lin Chen could be said to have skyrocketed. Under the initial post by Yan Hao, there even appeared so-called classmates of Lin Chen. These classmates not only refused to speak up for Lin Chen but also crazily smeared him, claiming he was just a demon who killed indiscriminately. The speed at which the situation escalated was something even the instigator, Wei Ci, had not anticipated. 10 minutes ago. At this moment, Wei Ci and the others were excitedly distributing the rewards dropped by the 2-star elite monster. To their surprise, they had an incredible stroke of luck this time, dropping a level 5 epic grade greatsword of the Blood Warrior. This made Yan Hao's mouth nearly stretch to the back of his head. Who would have thought there could be such a terrifying reward? Now, he wanted to see what Lin Chen would use to compete with him for the top rating in the second dungeon. The dropped equipment was not just this one, there were also 3 pieces of fine equipment. The attributes of these 3 fine pieces were much better than those they bought from the system store. The 3 of them quickly and joyfully equipped their new gear. However, only 2 pieces could be used by Yan Hao and his companions. The remaining piece was left for Deng Jie to casually reward other little brothers. Wei Ci was currently browsing their posts, feeling very satisfied with Lin Chen's current reputation. As he watched everyone insult Lin Chen, he muttered to himself, I said, if you go against me, you should be prepared to pay the price. Even those big shots in Yanjing back then might not be able to compete with me. What makes you think a little brat like you can fight us? When your fame falls to its lowest point, I will extend my olive branch to you again. At that time, I will become a saint who forgets past grievances, while you will just be a laughingstock, a rat scurrying across the street. Before Wei Ci's fantasies could even begin, the announcement of Lin Chen killing the 3-star elite monster instantly shattered his mind like a storm. How is that possible? How could Lin Chen and the 3 of them possibly kill a 3-star elite monster? This is absolutely impossible. Wei Ci's mind was filled with question marks. According to the data on 2-star elite monsters, the health of a 3-star elite monster must exceed 3,000, and its attack power could even exceed 200. Lin Chen definitely couldn't rely on the 3 of them to kill such a monster. Suddenly, Wei Ci remembered what Lin Chen had said at the time. One of his teammates was a strange evil spirit. Wei Ci had already checked all the introductions in the system and found no records about the strange evil spirit. Aside from the system's announcement on the first day of class change mentioning that players should kill the strange evil spirits around them, there was no other mention of strange evil spirits. On their first day, Wei Ci and the others had also encountered a strange evil spirit, and with the cooperation of Yan Hao and the others, they had managed to kill that strange evil spirit quite easily. Could it be that Lin Chen and the others could kill the 3-star elite monster because of this strange evil spirit? Was this strange evil spirit a bug? After thinking it over, Wei Ci could only come up with this possibility. However, given Wei Ci's cautious nature, he needed to confirm this matter. Anyway, he absolutely did not believe that Lin Chen could kill a 3-star elite monster with just 2 people. Lin Chen was just an unknown ordinary person. How could he compare to them, the chosen ones? A glint of malice flashed in Wei Ci's eyes. Just as Wei Ci was astonished, the storm of public opinion on the forum began to change. After the server-wide announcement appeared, Lin Chen's fans started to retaliate in droves. Soon after, Lin Chen himself stepped in, leaving behind a powerful remark, idiot. Just 2 simple words, yet they seemed to carry immense weight. It gave off an aura of righteousness that made one fearless of shadows. This immediately turned the tide of public opinion. Watching the Lin Chen fans become lively again, Wei Ci furrowed his brows tightly. He naturally couldn't let Lin Chen turn the tables so easily. Now they were on opposing sides, and if Lin Chen gained the upper hand, he would receive more fan support and become even stronger with ease. For example, under the celebrity effect, more people would be willing to like Lin Chen's highlight videos, allowing him to exchange for more equipment and items. In addition, Wei Ci also noticed the upcoming guild formation in the system introduction. Although he didn't know the specific process yet, Wei Ci firmly believed that the guild would be key to bridging the gap between top-tier and bottom-tier strength. So now, whoever could gain more fan support would have a greater advantage. Thinking of this, Wei Ci quickly called over Yan Hao, who was still showing off his new equipment, and asked him to post again. Yan Hao, who was in high spirits, frowned slightly. Post again? Didn't Lin Chen already get insulted enough? Yan Hao was so excited that he didn't even pay attention to the system announcement. Wei Ci didn't want to explain much and directly showed him Lin Chen's response and the system's announcement. Seeing these two screenshots, the already hot-tempered Yan Hao instantly exploded with rage. What the hell? He actually dares to insult us? Even in Yanjing, how long has it been since anyone dared to talk to me like that? He's really asking for it. Yan Hao quickly followed Wei Ci's instructions and edited another post to send out. 3 people killing a 3-star elite monster? Are you kidding? Do you really think all the players in the server lack judgment? Next time you fake something, please consider the reality, okay? A 3-star elite monster has over 3,000 health and over 200 attack power, and you think 3 of you can kill it? Ridiculous. I guess you, useless piece of trash, probably gathered a dozen people to gang up on it, right? Isn't it a bit embarrassing to use such a clumsy tactic? The first 2 lines were arranged by Wei Ci, while the last 3 were sent up by the furious Yan Hao without permission. This really made Wei Ci furious. Even the usually calm and composed Wei Ci was struggling to hold it together at this moment. It's not the godlike opponent that scares you, but the pig-like teammates. Are you crazy? Have you forgotten that we used this method to encircle and kill the 2-star elite monster? Aren't you afraid we'll get exposed? Yan Hao waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. At that time, there were hardly any people in that leveling area. Most of them were driven away by us, and the rest were our own people. How could we get exposed? Yan Hao's arrogant demeanor truly left Wei Ci speechless. However, at this point, if they deleted the post now, it would seem suspiciously guilty, so they could only pray that no one had evidence to prove this matter. Unsurprisingly, Yan Hao's response once again caused a huge uproar in the entire forum. Fans from both sides argued fiercely. After responding with those 2 words, Lin Chen and the others had already teleported back to Lin Chen's small room. In the era of universal job change, there is the concept of combat state. This means that after a player attacks or is attacked, they quickly enter a combat state. In this state, only combat potions can be consumed, automatic health recovery is reduced, teleportation and other skills are disabled, and friend messages in the system are muted. It is precisely because the teleportation skill can only be used in a normal state that it cannot be used at any time when danger arises. In the small room, Lin Chen and Tang Junrun, whose health had already been depleted, were slowly recovering. Lin Chen was unaware of and unconcerned about Yan Hao and the others clamoring on the forum. He was only focused on what good things this golden light ball could produce. In the second disaster dungeon, the advantages they could gain from their levels were diminishing, so they had to enhance their strength in the equipment field. Moreover, Lin Chen had a premonition that the 3-star elite monster might drop the recommendation letter he was currently pursuing. Not only was Lin Chen excited, but Tang Junrun was also eagerly rubbing his fists in front of the light ball. Looking at Lin Chen with anticipation, Su Wanning stood quietly beside them, waiting for Lin Chen to open the light ball. Even with her bright red hair at this moment, Su Wanning exuded a unique beauty. Lin Chen did not choose to open the golden light ball immediately. Instead, he looked up at the 2 and cleared his throat, saying seriously, "Before I open the light ball, I think I need to admit my mistake to both of you." Lin Chen's sudden words left Tang Junren and Su Wanning stunned, looking at Lin Chen in confusion. This time, it was my arrogance that put the 3 of us in such a dangerous situation. If something really happens this time, This incident indeed gave Lin Chen a profound reflection. No doubt, he is indeed very strong now. However, the arrangement of the dungeon teams during the era of universal job changes has already told all players that this is a team game. If it were not so, there would be no need for the Tower of Babel to force team participation in dungeons. Whoever is strong can just go and kill. This time, due to his misjudgment, the entire team fell into danger, and as the decision-maker of this team, he is absolutely to blame. Some decision-makers may be concerned about their pride, and even when mistakes occur, they never admit their errors or apologize, which ultimately leads to increasing gaps within the team, resulting in disintegration. In his previous life, Lin Chen had indeed seen such posts on forums. Originally teammates who entrusted their lives to each other ended up hurling insults online and becoming enemies who no longer interacted in reality. Lin Chen did not wish for that, so he sincerely reflected on his mistakes. Su Wanqing reacted a bit faster than Tang Junrun, quickly smiling and softly comforting him. "It's not your fault. In fact, if that terracotta warrior hadn't used the skill sweeping the army, Tang could have completely retreated unscathed. Since your skills could have allowed us to kill that monster, why didn't we?" From the system's introduction, it's not hard to see that this era of universal job changes is one where the law is diluted to the extreme, and everyone is striving to survive. If we don't strive to run faster, even if we don't die this time, we will eventually die. Tang Junren, listening to Su Wanqing's words, nearly dropped his jaw. "Su, no, Sister Su. When did you become so knowledgeable about the era of universal job changes? Just yesterday, you were shivering with me. Lin Chan also felt this way. He didn't expect that the surviving Su Wanqing would adapt so well, gradually grasping the essence of the era of universal job changes. Truly a versatile academic genius. Su Wanqing chuckled softly, continuing, "Aren't we partners? Partnership isn't about one person giving everything, but about working together as a team. Of course, it can't just be you protecting us, we can protect you too." Tang Junren nodded repeatedly, scratching his head. Sister Su is right. Ego, I think the same. Lin Chen looked at the two in front of him, and the days of struggling alone in his previous life seemed to fade away. In this life, Lin Chen also has true partners. Suppressing the sourness in his eyes, Lin Chen smiled and changed the subject. "Let's see what we have gained this time. How about each of us touch one item? Let's compare and see who has the best luck." With the support of the two, Lin Chen swept away. The previous gloom and the blood feuds of his past life were temporarily cast aside. Since he was living again, he would live in the present. Tang Junren hesitated upon hearing this. I'm really unlucky. Su Wanqing teased, "That was before, all your luck was used up when you met us. Now you must be turning your luck around." Lin Chen encouraged him, "You have to believe in yourself, not just in your abilities but also in your luck. Let old Tang go first this time." Su Wanqing nodded in agreement. Seeing that both suggested he go, Tang Junren could not refuse and had to reach into the golden light sphere. The next moment, he grabbed an item and slowly took it out. Lin Chen and Su Wanqing eagerly awaited the result. A blue light flickered in front of the three. They were all delighted, their excited gazes colliding. The first item turned out to be a good one. The blue light represents epic equipment. Lin Chen exclaimed, "Old Tang, not bad. Is your luck really that bad? The first item is an epic equipment?" Su Wanqing smiled and echoed, "Exactly." Tang Junren scratched his head awkwardly and quickly showcased the equipment in his hand. Wind Spirit Boots rating, epic usable level 10 agility, 12 health, 80 skill, agility, passive when the wearer is under attack, movement speed +3, lasts 10s, cooldown 30s. Tang Junren's understanding of the era of universal job changes was still not very deep, so he couldn't judge the value of this equipment. However, Lin Chen knew at first glance that this was definitely an equipment that suited him perfectly. Before Lin Chen could speak, Su Wanqing turned her gaze over, her smile radiant. "Congratulations, this equipment is very suitable for you." Lin Chen nodded slightly. "Su classmate is right, this equipment is indeed very suitable for me. Its skill allows me to increase my speed when I am attacked, creating distance. But if we talk about the most fitting profession, I think it's the bloodthirsty warrior. It can help the bloodthirsty warrior close the distance faster, and with the bloodthirsty warrior's passive, it's simply a walking fire wheel." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Su Wanqing's eyes lit up. That's right. How did she not think of that? She had just considered the defensive use of this equipment but hadn't thought that this passive could also be used to initiate an attack. It seems there is still a gap in their judgment of equipment, and she still needs to learn. The attributes of this equipment indeed match its epic rating. Without further ado, I will gladly accept this first piece of equipment. As for my plain white shoes, let old Tang use them for now. I'll replace them when I find something better. Lin Chen directly put on the pure white boots. In the next moment, a pair of boots glowing with a faint blue light appeared on Lin Chen's feet. Compared to the previous pair of straw sandals, these were indeed much more stylish. However, Lin Chen didn't care about such superficial things. Even if it were an incredibly ugly piece of equipment, he would undoubtedly equip it without hesitation. At this moment, Lin Chen was probably one of the players with the most epic equipment in the entire server, right? He now had 6 equipment slots, and surprisingly, 3 of them were epic level. It was simply enviable. Getting a good item right off the bat was quite an encouragement for the 3 of them. Lin Chen gestured to Su Wanqing, indicating that it was her turn next. Su Wanqing nodded, extending her delicate, fair hand, and without hesitation, grabbed an item. Ding! Lin Chen's eyes widened. When he saw that item, he wished he could pick up Su Wanqing and give her a big kiss. Recommendation book item. With this item, you can go to the main city's blacksmith shop or herbal hall to awaken the corresponding life. Profession, it disappears after 1 use. This item is tradable. It really dropped. What Su Wanqing took out was exactly the recommendation book that Lin Chen had been dreaming of. And it was a full 3 copies. Lin Chen had never heard of anyone being able to drop 3 recommendation letters at once. You should know that this item is extremely rare in the early stages. The probability is at least 1 in 1,000. This means that killing 1,000 small monsters might not even yield one. Of course, this doesn't mean that killing 1,000 small monsters will definitely drop a recommendation letter. This number of 1,000 small monsters is calculated across the entire server. Those with good luck might drop 1 after killing just 1, while those with bad luck might kill 10,000 and still just be making clothes for others. Lin Chen looked at the recommendation letter in Su Wanning's hand and excitedly said, "It seems that Su classmate's luck is also quite good. I was still worried about how to get this recommendation letter, but now I don't have to worry anymore. I can even change to an alchemist along with the blacksmith." Once an alchemist has the recipes, the potions they can create are even more useful than what we can buy in the exchange shop. It's a pity that I don't have any recipes for now. By the way, we now have an extra recommendation letter. Are you two interested in changing to a crafting profession? Suwon Ning and Tang Junren both shook their heads. Suwon Ning wasn't particularly interested in these things, and Tang Junren couldn't make heads or tails of them. Anyway, among the three of them, Lin Chen had already changed professions, so it didn't matter much whether the other two did or not, and Lin Chen had no objections. The job of a blacksmith to forge equipment is inherently thankless and troublesome, with a low probability of creating good gear. However, in a team, the blacksmith profession is indispensable, because in the mid to late stages of the universal job change era, most powerful equipment is crafted by players. The earlier one changes to a crafting profession, the sooner they can gain more proficiency, which leads to a higher probability of forging equipment later on. To gain proficiency, one must forge more blueprints. The difficulty of obtaining blueprints is also not low, so most teams choose to concentrate all the blueprints in one person's hands, with 6 people supporting one blacksmith. Since you two aren't interested in changing, let's find an opportunity to sell this recommendation letter, Lin Chen said as he reached out toward the light orb. Both old Tang and Suwon Ning had good luck, and as a player with added luck attributes, he couldn't possibly be worse than them, right? Lin Chen thought to himself, then reached his hand into the light orb. The next moment, a white light appeared in the trio's field of vision along with Lin Chen's palm. Lin Chen? What the hell? Are you kidding me? A 3-star elite monster can drop a whiteboard equipment? The probability of that is probably not high, right? How could he encounter this? Is this good luck or bad luck? Lin Chen helplessly revealed the attributes of this whiteboard equipment. As expected, all the attributes were very ordinary, completely fitting this ordinary rating. Light armor woven from grass rating, ordinary level, 10 health, 50 armor, 5 Lin Chen side. Tang Junren scratched his head in confusion. Suwon Ning covered her mouth and chuckled, comforting him. It's okay, luck is always built up over time. Lin Chen adjusted his mindset quickly and didn't mind putting on this equipment at all. However, now Lin Chen's entire outfit looked quite strange. He held a longbow as black as ink, wore a delicate ring on his finger, had a cloak full of texture and mystery draped over his back, and wore a pair of long boots as white as jade. But he was wearing a light armor made of weeds on his body and legs. This style even made Tang Junren and Suwon Ning unable to hold back their laughter. Lin Chen was used to it from his past life and didn't care about his appearance at all. The light sphere had not yet finished opening, but Lin Chen declared that he would never open it again. The chances of encountering a 3-star elite monster were already rare. If he wasted a few more opportunities, it would be a disaster. Tang Junren began the next round of the lottery. This 3-star elite monster seemed to have a fondness for various items, and this time Tang Junren also drew an item. Mysterious treasure map, attribute, item, content, unknown. The ancient text on it is clearly something you cannot decipher. You need to wait for a fated person to appear, someone with profound knowledge to help you crack this treasure map. Seeing the description of this item, even Lin Chen was taken aback. He had never encountered an item called a treasure map in his previous life. He racked his brain to remember and seemed to recall someone asking about this treasure map on a forum in his past life. Clearly, this kind of thing had not caught Lin Chen's attention. He merely glanced at it and moved on. Tang Junren scratched his head again, hesitating as he said, "Did I just draw a useless item? This thing has nothing, how do I use it?" Lin Chen slowly shook his head. "No, this is most likely a good item. But the probability of deciphering the treasure map and finding something is not high. If we really can find something, it must be extremely precious. Of course, if we can't find anything, then it's just a useless item. Let's keep this for now. From now on, each of us needs to pay attention to the phrase on this treasure map, a person of profound knowledge. Whether it's an NPC in the main city or one in the dungeon, we can't let any of them slip by." Tang Junren and Suwon Ning both nodded, committing this matter to memory. Next, it was Suwon Ning's turn to draw. This time, a parchment scroll appeared. Lin Chen's eyes lit up again. Goodness! It was Suwon Ning again. Could it be that the eerie spirit profession inherently boosts luck? What Suwon Ning drew was actually a prescription. Just a moment ago, Lin Chen had said they didn't have any prescriptions, and now Suwon Ning had drawn one? Lotus Spirit Potion, prescription, effect, quickly restores health totaling 200, affected by quality, points, consumes 2s in normal state, 5s in combat state. Drinking cooldown, 600s, affected by quality, crafting level, level 10, crafting requirements, white grass times 10, ink grass times 5, white shin grass times 1. Alright, now Lin Chen wanted to hug Suwon Ning and give her a kiss. What? You ask why he didn't want to kiss Tang Junren? I don't know either, but he definitely didn't want to take advantage. He was just too excited. Really? How could such a righteous person like Lin Chen take advantage of a girl at a time like this? This prescription came just in time. If we had this potion when we were fighting the 3-star elite monster, we probably wouldn't have been so passive. This potion is way stronger than the basic combat potions sold in the shop. And the two types of potions don't conflict with each other. Using both together greatly increases our chances of survival in the dungeon. Wanting You're simply amazing. Lin Chen, in his excitement, accidentally shouted out the nickname he had for Su Wanning in his heart. He didn't even notice it himself. Su Wanning, however, blushed slightly, opened her mouth but said nothing. Tang Junren chuckled. And also congratulated Su Wanning, saying, Sister Su is amazing. Sister Su is the hero of the whole team. Both of them made Su Wanning feel a bit shy. The result of this was that all the rewards that followed were solely for Su Wanning. However, after reaching this point, there were no more rare items left. They had obtained 2 pieces of fine equipment that the 3 of them couldn't use, along with a bunch of materials. Not only were there spirit stones needed for the equipment blueprints, but also the herbs required for that prescription, which were quite practical and solved their material shortage. When Su Wanning finally took out a bag of trading points from the light orb, the orb slowly disappeared into the air. Lin Chen and the others suddenly felt a sense of loss. But Lin Chen knew they should be satisfied. The rewards from defeating the 3-star elite monster were already extremely generous. 1 epic equipment, 2 fine equipment, 1 prescription, 3 recommendation letters, a mysterious treasure map, and a large amount of materials in trading points. After collecting the trading points, Lin Chen suggested that everyone exchange all their coins for trading points. The system had automatically bound all players' accounts before the arrival of the universal job change era and had tallied all assets. After counting, Lin Chen had 10,000 coins. Among these, his previous phone was probably worth 5,000. The other miscellaneous pocket money and New Year's money amounted to about 4 or 5,000, making a total of 10,000. Tang Junren, due to his average family conditions, only had 1,000 coins. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, Tang Junren was the only student in the class without a phone. This was also one of the reasons he was often isolated. As for Su Wanning, she was a hidden little rich girl. She actually had 50,000 in assets. Lin Chen and Su Wanning carefully considered Tang Junren's feelings and didn't discuss their assets too much, directly exchanging them for trading points. The exchange rate for coins to trading points was 1:1000, so their assets could only be exchanged for a meager 61 trading points. But better than nothing, right? Adding the initial trading points of 100 for each person, along with the rewards from today's monster hunting in dungeons, they now had a total of 892 trading points. This amount could only be considered average. If they were in the system exchange mall, they probably couldn't even trade for a piece of ordinary fine equipment. The use of trading points was not limited to player-to-player transactions. All expenses in the main city would also deduct trading points. This included the cost of this room. The daily amount was 5 trading points. If the trading points were insufficient, they would be expelled. Thus, the Sky Tower forced everyone to go out to level up and hunt monsters, making everyone adapt to this lifestyle. Lin Chen established a small team fund and stored all the trading points in the fund. This way, each member of the team could withdraw trading points from the fund for convenience. Small amounts could be withdrawn at any time, while larger amounts required the consent of all team members to be withdrawn, ensuring the safety of the trading points. After arranging everything, Lin Chen glanced at the time displayed by the system and found that it was already past 10. Wow, time really flies. It's already so late? You two should hurry back to rest. Tomorrow we still have to go for our job change and live our new professions. Everyone is quite tired today. Su Wanning and the others also didn't realize it was already so late. They seemed to have been immersed in the excitement of the rewards. Then, good night. Su Wanning tilted her head, looked at Lin Chen, and said with a smile before disappearing from the spot. Tang Junren also waved at Lin Chen. See you tomorrow, brother E. Then, with a whoosh, he vanished into thin air. Lin Chen watched as the once lively room instantly fell silent, a void forming in his heart. When he realized this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle softly at himself. Haven't I always endured this loneliness before? Why can't I accept it now? Lin Chen shook his head, clearing the clutter from his mind. He walked to the table and sat down, lost in thought. For now, he was quite satisfied with his progress since his rebirth. Moreover, he had successfully secured the top evaluation in the first nationwide disaster dungeon. His goal was about 1/3 complete. However, moving forward, after a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen opened the leaderboard. On the current leaderboard, the names of the 3 of them naturally occupied the top spots. But in 4th place, several familiar names appeared. 4th, Yen Ha level 7 23%, 5th, Wei Ci level 7 19%, 6th, Deng Jia level 7 18%. It was Yen Hao and his group who had posted slanderous comments about him on the forum. Although Lin Chen didn't quite understand their motives for disparaging him. Aside from refusing their invitation to team up, he hadn't done anything else, right? For such baseless malice, Lin Chen felt nothing but annoyance. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to reply to Wei Ci's message. Could it be that they were upset over this? That would be too petty. Lin Chen had no interest in participating in the doubts raised by Wei Ci on the forum. He felt that engaging in meaningless online battles would only waste time without any benefit. In this era of universal job changes, Lin Chen didn't need any fans. If the Tower of Babel had an anonymous feature, he would probably choose to enable it right away. All Lin Chen wanted was to live well with his partners in this chaotic world. to strive to return to his original world. However, while Lin Chen could ignore their attacks on the forum, he couldn't overlook their abilities. They were already level 7, and with 2 days of safety days ahead, it seemed enough for them to reach level 10. This would put them on the same starting line in terms of levels. According to AGI, this Deng Jia should be the rich second generation, right? In his previous life, Lin Chen didn't have much impression of Deng Jia, but since he was a rich second generation with his financial resources, it would probably be no problem for him to gather a group of underlings through trading points. In terms of equipment, they likely wouldn't be much worse than Lin Chen. In terms of operation, to become the strongest bloodthirsty warrior, Yan Hao's skills would definitely not be lacking. Moreover, their team also had the strongest assassin, Wei Ci. A strong alliance, it was simply a dream combination. Analyzing this, Yan Hao and his group would undoubtedly be a major competitor for Lin Chen in the second nationwide disaster dungeon. Lin Chen took a deep breath. No matter who it is, I must secure the top evaluation in this dungeon. However, aside from equipment, there's a simpler and quicker way to enhance team strength. That is to find teammates. Lin Chen's first target was naturally the strongest professional players from his previous life. For example, Tang Junren was the strongest exiled knight in his past life, excluding the strongest bloodthirsty warrior and the strongest shadow assassin who had already become enemies. His choices were left with the Glory Priest and the Radiant Mage. Glory Priest. Lin Chen looked at the name of this profession and fell into deep memories. He indeed had a profound impression of the strongest Glory Priest from his past life. Moreover, it was an extremely deep impression. Not just him, almost everyone from his past life hated this person to the bone. That person was absolutely infamous in his past life, because he was the most notorious profiteer, a second-hand dealer. In the later stages, he even controlled the entire server's trading market, becoming the richest person on the server. No exceptions. Not only did he have a brilliant mind for wealth, but he was also skilled in operations, and with the best equipment, it was no surprise that he became the strongest Glory Priest. It was rumored that teaming up with him would cost a fortune. With him around, it was difficult for anyone in the team to die. And now, as the era of universal job changes had just begun, this biggest profiteer in Huaxia had definitely not yet risen, making it a great opportunity for Lin Chen to dig him out. Lin Chen's gaze suddenly turned to the recommendation letter in his backpack. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, this recommendation letter was quite outrageous in price. During the early to mid-game, at first, everyone didn't understand the importance of life job changes, thinking it was just working for others for free. Working before the job change and then still making me work after the job change? I won't do it. Moreover, equipment drops from monsters, so why forge it myself? It's definitely a capital scam. So they simply sold the recommendation letter. Although the price was not cheap, after a few more dungeons, everyone would realize one thing: the necessity of players crafting equipment and brewing potions. A profiteer is not a profession that just anyone can take on. They must have a keen sense and sharp vision. Otherwise, by the time you realize the value of an item, everyone else will have seen it too, and how can you buy low and sell high? Therefore, Lin Chen believed that this big profiteer would definitely buy the recommendation letter. Perhaps he started his business by reselling recommendation letters. His own recommendation letter might just be the bridge connecting him to this profiteer. If you ask why Lin Chen didn't choose to directly add him as a friend and clarify his identity and purpose, the reason is simple. Lin Chen couldn't remember the profiteer's name at all. He only remembered his nickname, Profiteer Ma. Hopefully, when he sees his name later, he can recall it. While thinking, Lin Chen logged into the system's trading market interface. In this trading market, you could choose to set up a stall in the main city, or choose to sell online, similar to a certain treasure platform. You could even choose to auction at the auction house. Lin Chen chose the online sale with the highest exposure. As for the price, Lin Chen thought for a moment and cautiously set it at 10,000 trading points. At least for now, he felt that no one could possibly come up with that 10,000. It was only the second day of the job change era. How could anyone have saved up 10,000 trading points? What? You say to exchange it for currency? That's even more of a fantasy, right? You should know that 10,000 trading points converted to currency is 10 million. Who could take out 10 million to buy this broken thing? The reason Lin Chen set the price so high was to pretend to be someone who knew nothing. This would attract that profiteer Ma to contact him. Finally, after setting the seller information to anonymous, Lin Chen closed the trading market interface. What he didn't know was that the recommendation letter he had just listed was immediately targeted by someone in room 45 of Main City 120. Hey, brother Ci, come quickly. Look at this. Deng Jia, who was sitting on the ground, suddenly stood up excitedly. Wei Ci, who was studying the system introduction nearby, raised an eyebrow and looked in Deng Jia's direction. At that moment, Yan Hao was lying on the bed, grinning while watching the heated argument between two fan groups on the forum. Brother Ci, someone is actually selling a recommendation letter? Although the price is a bit high, it's not unacceptable. Wei Ci had just analyzed that since the life profession skill had a requirement for proficiency improvement, the earlier one transitioned, the greater the advantage. Although he didn't believe in the importance of life professions as clearly as Lin Chen did, he felt that the Tower of Babel would definitely not create a useless profession. Moreover, there was a separate equipment ranking. If all the equipment crafted by players was garbage, then why would there be a separate ranking for player-crafted equipment? This logic should be correct, right? That's why Wei Ci asked Deng Jie to hang around the trading market. Did he really get there so quickly? But this price, Wei Ci frowned. Too expensive. After thinking for a moment, Wei Ci asked Deng Jie, how many people are selling this recommendation letter now? Deng Jie didn't hesitate, just this one, and it just went up for sale. I've been looking for a long time. Most are selling a bunch of junk equipment. There's really nothing good. Wei Ci nodded in understanding. After all, it was only the first day after the first dungeon ended, and most people hadn't gotten good items, or they likely kept the good items for themselves. It was normal for there to be nothing good in the trading market. As for the person who posted the recommendation letter, they probably didn't understand the value of this life profession, which is why they were willing to part with the recommendation letter. In thought, Wei Ci said, Xiao Jia, you contact this person first and try to negotiate the price down. My psychological bottom line is 5,000. You start by bargaining down to 2,000. Forget it, I'll handle it myself. Originally, Wei Ci wanted to instruct Deng Jie to take care of this matter, but considering Deng Jie's terrible bargaining skills, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Soon, he found this standout item in the trading market. Others were priced in the tens, at most a few hundred trading points. But this person? 10,000. If it's not a standout, then who is? Wei Ci ignored the seller's anonymous identity and directly edited a message to send. Buyer, Wei Ci, hello, this price is simply impossible to sell it right now. Buyer, Wei Ci, for this recommendation letter, I can offer up to 1,000 trading points. If you can accept, I'll buy it immediately. After sending, Wei Ci quietly waited for the seller's reply. If the other party really was a clueless newbie, then he might just score a big deal. Lin Chen did not see Wei Ci's message right away. After closing the trading market, Lin Chen directly opened the highlight operation system, preparing to check if the number of likes had increased during this time. But when he opened the system interface, he was surprised to find that he had a new operation selected again. The rating was A+. The content of the selected video was very simple, Lin Chen holding a bow and arrow, knocking 2 arrows, and then shooting them accurately. In the video, the appearance of the terracotta warriors was not revealed, and for some reason it was processed with a black mosaic. Perhaps the elite monsters had thin skin and forced the system to blur them? Lin Chen naturally did not care about these unimportant details. He was more concerned about whether he looked handsome in the video. After a simple confirmation, Lin Chen nodded, expressing his satisfaction. He still looked so cool while drawing the bow and shooting. Then Lin Chen opened the comments section. Lin Chen is trash. Here to trick us into liking him to get rich? Dream on? I declare here, whoever likes Lin Chen is a dog. Caught a rich dog upstairs. Family army, charge. This system is blind, just shooting an arrow can be selected for the highlight operation? Ridiculous. Those upstairs don't understand. Don't talk nonsense. I'm also a dark hunter. I just tried it. It's not as simple as it looks. Isn't the rich dog saying that Ishin is all acting? Show me your act. Unexpectedly, even the comments section here had fallen. After casually reading a few comments, Lin Chen exited the video interface and opened the exchange shop. The system's announcement sounded in his ears. Would you like to exchange 115,000 likes for 11 points of divine points? Confirmation successful. Congratulations, exchange successful. Remaining unexchanged likes are 5000. Perhaps influenced by public opinion, the number of people liking Lin Chen had indeed decreased significantly compared to before. The latest video had only about 70,000 likes, and with the additional likes from previous videos, it barely reached the new total of 115,000 likes. After Lin Chen leveled up, the equipment in the exchange shop also underwent a batch of level updates. A large number of level 10 equipment emerged. However, the prices of these equipments were also very high, far beyond what Lin Chen could afford now. Lin Chen glanced at his current equipment bar. In the era of job change, everyone had 6 equipment slots: weapon, armor, shoes, amulet, cloak, and ring. Currently, Lin Chen's weapon was the epic level Bow of Eternal Night, and he probably wouldn't consider changing it until level 30, unless a more powerful skill appeared. As for armor, he had just obtained a plain light armor, and Lin Chen should consider finding a way to replace it before entering the second dungeon. His shoes were the epic level Wind Spirit boots, with no plans for replacement. The ring was the epic ring of Radiance, dropped in a dungeon. The cloak was the lucky cloak of the god of forging, which was quite special as it leaned more towards life professions. So if he obtained other cloaks, Lin Chen could wear the lucky cloak only when forging equipment and wear cloaks that enhanced combat during other times. Therefore, he could consider getting another cloak. As for the amulet, Lin Chen currently did not have one. This meant that before the second dungeon, he needed to find 3 pieces of equipment for himself. While considering himself, Lin Chen naturally did not forget about his teammates. Tang Juanren's 3 accessory slots were all empty, and his shoes were also a pair of plain shoes that needed replacement. Looking at it this way, Lin Chen rubbed his temples. This amount of divine points was simply not enough. Lin Chen then browsed through the exchange shop, but there was nothing that excited him enough to exchange. In other words, the equipment that makes his heart race is something he can't afford right now. Let's save this 11-point God's point for now. After we finish getting the equipment in the next couple of days, we can see what everyone is missing and fill in the gaps. Lin Chen muttered as he closed the exchange shop and then chose to open the interface for the most impressive operation sheet. Congratulations, host, you have gained 470 points of astonishment value. Opening Thunder Strike. This newly added astonishment value truly took him by surprise. How could it be so little? Lin Chen seemed to have gotten used to gaining 1 or 2,000 astonishment points every time he opened the cheat, but this time, it only increased by 470 points, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Lin Chen quickly clicked to check the details of how the astonishment value was obtained. Most of the astonishment value this time came from the audience that had always existed, while a small portion came from the server-wide announcement after Lin Chen killed a 3-star elite monster. This contradicted the pattern Lin Chen had previously summarized. Logically speaking, making it to the server-wide announcement should shock more people and gain more astonishment value, right? But why this time? Lin Chen suddenly realized. Perhaps due to the influence of the posts on the forum. Many haters had a disdainful and questioning attitude towards this system announcement, which led to fewer astonishment points being generated. Looking at it this way, I really can't let my reputation just fall like this. It not only affects my likes but also my astonishment value. These two things are crucial for me to continue getting stronger. Lin Chen stroked his chin, preparing to think about how to salvage his reputation. But for now, he decided to exchange his astonishment value. After the last exchange, he still had about 230 astonishment points left, and with this time's addition, he would have around 700 points. Lin Chen browsed through the exchange interface of the cheat, contemplating how to spend these 700 points. During his scan, he noticed an interesting cheat skill. 100% skill precision release. Unlock this skill to not waste any active skills. Mastering the best timing for various skill releases to maximize their effects. Exchange price 500 astonishment points. Currently, Lin Chen only had 3 active skills. They were a level 5 skill, a level 10 skill, and the active skill of the Radiant Ring. The reason Lin Chen was particularly interested in this cheat skill was that during the battle with the Terracotta Warrior, he felt that he hadn't maximized the release of his skills. For example, the active skill of the Radiant Ring, Light Shield. If he could have properly utilized the acceleration skill of the Light Shield, perhaps the situation of the battle would have changed. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and decisively exchanged for this skill. Although the price was a bit steep, Lin Chen felt that this skill would definitely be of great benefit as he acquired more and more skills in the future. With only 200 AW points left, Lin Chen felt it would be difficult to exchange for any quality skills, especially since most of them required over 500 AW points. Just as he was about to close the exchange interface, he suddenly spotted a cheat skill. Ultimate Teacher's Teaching Skill, Level 1. After exchanging for this skill, when a player teaches skills or guides others, it increases their comprehension ability by 60%. Exchange price 200 AW points. When Lin Chen saw the skill, his mind exploded. With a bright idea, he thought of a brilliant operation. Lin Chen quickly excitedly closed the basic skill category and opened the famous skill category interface. Instantly, a multitude of skills named after people Lin Chen didn't recognize filled his view. The prices of these skills varied greatly. Some were cheap, requiring only 100 AW points, while others were outrageously expensive, needing tens of thousands of AW points. Moreover, these skills encompassed 6 different professions. When Lin Chen first unlocked this cheat, he had a question. As a Dark Hunter, why would he spend all points to unlock skills from other professions? For example, this Andrew's cleaving skill was clearly a skill exclusive to Blood Warriors. Could he really learn it and then use a longbow to cleave someone? Obviously not. Moreover, using a longbow to hit someone wouldn't cause any damage assessment. Now Lin Chen finally understood. He could exchange for it and then use the Ultimate Teacher's Teaching Skill to explain it to his teammates, teaching them. This way, he could turn a situation where only he was powerful into one where everyone was strong. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. If he exchanged for all the famous skills in the system and taught them to his teammates, what kind of terrifying team would he have? Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly exchanged for the Ultimate Teacher's Teaching Skill. Although it was only the first level, at least this time it wasn't a scam. To this day, Lin Chen still remembered that experience of receiving something completely different. Thus, all his AW points were exchanged. Although he now had the Ultimate Teacher's Teaching Skill, Lin Chen still didn't want to casually find a few players to be teammates. While Lin Chen could teach skills, he couldn't teach talent and personality. Choosing teammates was something Lin Chen needed to be cautious about. Just as he was about to research which famous skills to exchange for, a friend request suddenly interrupted him. Lin Chen was surprised to open it and found it was the black stockings wearing white collar worker, Jiba. Jiba, Ishin, are you there? Jiba, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Can I teleport to find you? This abrupt message left Lin Chen stunned, and after hesitating for a moment he replied with just one line. Lin Chen, what is it? At that moment, Ji Ba was sitting on her bed at home, facing the system's chat interface. Interestingly, she had opened 2 chat windows. One was Lin Chen's. The other was Yan Hao's. Just a few minutes earlier, Wei Ci had instructed Yan how to contact Wan Lei and Ji Ba in succession. Wang Lei had a very bad attitude towards Wei Ci and the others, directly cursing a couple of times before deleting them as friends. But Ji Ba, looking at the message from Yan Hao, fell into deep thought. After a long while, she finally took a deep breath, opened Lin Chen's chat box, and edited the 2 short messages she had just sent. Looking at Lin Chen's reply, Ji Ba cursed under her breath at the dense man. How could he not understand such an obvious hint? I'm really fed up. After calming herself down, she sent another message. Ji Ba, it's hard to explain in writing. How about we talk face to face? After saying that, she directly sent a request to teleport to Lin Chen's room. Lin Chen looked at the request that popped up in front of him, even more confused. What on earth could be so important that it had to be said in person? Moreover, in the era of universal job changes, no one was obligated to guide others. Lin Chen scratched his head like Tang Junren and ultimately chose to agree. When she came over this time, he would just clarify things with her. From now on, they would essentially be strangers, and she should just work hard on her own. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of Lin Chen. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes widened in shock. What? What are you doing? At that moment, Ji Ba was not wearing the work uniform from the instance but was draped in a bathrobe. Her hair was damp, clearly just out of the shower. Beneath the bathrobe, a fair calf was exposed, her barefoot resting on the ground, with her toenails meticulously painted red. Her face was full of seductive smiles. What am I doing? Can't you tell? As she spoke, Ji Ba began to pull down the bathrobe in front of her, revealing the sensuality hidden beneath. Lin Chen was completely flustered at this point, quickly stepping forward to grab Ji Ba's wrist, scolding, What on earth are you doing? We don't seem to know each other very well, do we? Ji Ba immediately put on a delicate act, tears welling up in her eyes. She raised her pitiful face and sobbed, This era is just too dangerous. As a girl, all alone, I feel like a floating weed. How can I survive in such a stormy time? But I really don't want to die. Saying this, Ji Ba began to cry even more. Lin Chen felt overwhelmed. He even thought that this Ji Ba was more troublesome than the 3-star elite monster he had just faced. What should he do? Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, Ji Ba suddenly rushed over, directly hugging Lin Chen, her red lips crazily trying to get closer. Her hands were also drawing circles on Lin Chen's back. She lightly grazed Lin Chen's skin with her nails, creating a strange sensation. Lin Chen reacted quickly, extending a hand to block between him and Ji Ba, preventing her from kissing him. At that moment, Ji Ba's gaze was soft like a pool of spring water. Staring at Lin Chen, she said sweetly, How about you take me? I'll be your lover, and no one will know about it. You just need to protect me. In this world, okay? You're interested in me too, right? You were so thoughtful when you assigned me equipment, you were hinting at me, weren't you? I'm so beautiful, don't you want to give it a try? Ji Ba stuck out her tongue and began to lick Lin Chen's palm. To tempt Lin Chen, Ji Ba was using all her charms. Lin Chen felt the moisture on his palm, and his whole body trembled. He couldn't care less about being a gentleman anymore and directly pushed Ji Ba away. Calm down. Ji Ba, pushed away by Lin Chen, fell directly to the ground. Due to inertia, she fell backward, exposing a large area of her spring light. Lin Chen quickly averted his gaze and said, I will not agree to your request, nor will I make this deal with you. In the era of universal job changes, if you want to survive, aside from the teammates you rely on, you can only depend on yourself. Don't think that your beauty is an invincible weapon. Others may protect you because of it, but they can also abandon you out of boredom. Only your own strength is the most reliable. Moreover, the equipment I assign to you is because we are temporary teammates. Logically, the equipment you can use should indeed be allocated to you. I have no interest in you. I already have someone I like. So now, I hope you can leave. By the end, Lin Chen's tone had turned cold. After a brief moment of confusion, Ji Ba looked at Lin Chen with disbelief in her eyes. How is it possible for a man to resist such temptation? Clearly, I have always been successful. Why is it like this time? You like that Su Wanning, right? She's just a little girl who hasn't even grown up. What's so good about her? At this moment, Ji Ba, rejected, was somewhat angry and embarrassed. Ignoring her disheveled bathrobe, she glared at Lin Chen, her tone filled with confusion and resentment. Lin Chen still turned his head away, speaking coldly, If it weren't for the fact that this is the main city, and I don't want to take the risk of making a move, you would already be dead. I don't want to hear any insults against her. Also, even if I didn't have someone I liked, I still wouldn't accept you. I truly feel disgusted by women like you who will do anything for their own purposes. Since the mask had been completely torn off, Lin Chen no longer needed to consider others' feelings when speaking. He was just stating the truth. Ji Ba felt as if she had been slapped hard across the face. She had always been extremely confident in her beauty, and as a salesperson, she had taken this advantage to what she believed was its peak. It's was precisely this advantage that had brought her a high success rate in sales. As for what others said about her behind her back, she didn't care. As long as she could live better, why should she care about others' opinions? But this time, she had actually hit a wall with Lin Chen. She was even starting to doubt whether Lin Chen had an abnormal orientation. Ji Ba awkwardly grabbed her bathrobe, got up from the ground, and looked at Lin Chen without a hint of charm. Her voice became sharp, and she appeared hysterical. Lin Chen, you will definitely regret this. You just wait. With that, Ji Ba's figure disappeared from the room, leaving only a faint scent of shower gel, proving that she had indeed been there just now. After Ji Ba left, Lin Chen took a long time to regain his composure. What was this all about? Once he came to his senses, Lin Chen quickly deleted Ji Ba from his friends list, fearing that he might encounter such a situation again. Lin Chen had experienced many thrilling life and death situations in his past life, but this was truly the first time he had encountered such an overt advance. Just now, Ji Ba's bare body kept lingering in Lin Chen's mind, stirring his blood. After all, Lin Chen was also a young man full of vigor. Glancing at the time, Lin Chen realized it was already nearly 11:30. At this moment, he had no intention of sleeping. Since that's the case, why not take advantage of the quiet night and directly change my job at the blacksmith shop? This way, I can gain an extra day of proficiency, which is better than nothing. Thinking this, Lin Chen directly chose to teleport. He did not choose to call Su Wanning and Tang Junren to join him. It was already so late, and perhaps they had both gone to rest. Changing jobs and living a career was not like leveling up together as usual. If the two of them did not come, he would not be able to gain experience points. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the blacksmith shop. At this time, it was midnight, and as Lin Chen had expected, the blacksmith shop was indeed empty. Lin Chen did not linger and walked towards the NPC inn, the blacksmith shop, with ease. In his previous life, he had often come to this blacksmith shop to forge equipment. However, in his past life, he was a lone wolf, with no one to help him, let alone accumulate proficiency. Relying solely on himself to gather blueprints and materials, his progress was extremely slow. Therefore, most of his equipment was just whiteboard trash that he had forged himself. After entering the blacksmith shop, the NPC, Wang Dachui, stood diligently by the forging table, smiling as he looked at Lin Chen, who walked in. Welcome to the blacksmith shop. How can I assist you? Lin Chen directly took out the recommendation letter from his backpack and displayed it in front of Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui immediately put on an exaggerated look of astonishment. My goodness, is that the legendary recommendation letter? Then my friend, do you wish to change your job to become an honorable blacksmith? Lin Chen nodded. A hint of approval flashed in Wang Dachui's eyes, but he still hesitated and said, however, to become a blacksmith, you need to undergo a small test. After all, an honorable blacksmith is not a position just anyone can hold. The content of the test is very simple. I will first demonstrate the process of forging equipment for you. You need to remember the order of operations and perfectly replicate all my actions. Later, I will evaluate your performance. As he spoke, Wang Dachui even threw a flirtatious glance. This was all part of the plot arranged by the Tower of Babel, and this NPC Wang Dachui would continuously trigger the same plot with different players. But if it was a first-time experience, it might indeed provide a good sense of immersion. Unfortunately, Lin Chen had already gone through it once, and at this moment he was clearly a bit weary of Wang Dachui's greasy actions. Finally, after Wang Dachui finished his introduction, Lin Chen did not dare to waste a moment, fearing he would start the introduction all over again, and quickly nodded, saying, I understand, let's get started. Wang Dachui nodded, looking as if he had a teachable child, then walked to the forging table and began his demonstration. In the job-changing era, forging had to be done according to specified steps. The speed of completing the steps determined the speed of forging completion. Any mistake in a step would lead to forging failure. The faster the forging speed, the quicker the accumulation of proficiency. However, the Tower of Babel had already made it clear that forging speed had nothing to do with forging quality. When Wang Dazue stood before the forge, he transformed completely. No longer the exaggerated and comical figure from just moments ago, he was now filled with seriousness. Next is the first step of forging. Wang Dazue slowly began, bending down to pull the bellows with all his might. The purpose of pulling the bellows was to complete the first step, igniting the fire. Once the flames roared to life, he could throw in iron blocks and other materials. The materials here varied for each weapon. The only one Wang Dazue used for demonstration was the most ordinary iron stone. After tossing the iron stone inside, the flames instantly enveloped several pieces of iron stone, and the crackling sounds echoed throughout the blacksmith shop. At this moment, Wang Dazue picked up a forging hammer from the side. Next is the second step. The forging hammer looked small but was quite heavy. When Wang Dazue grasped it, his body noticeably sank. Then, using the inertia of his body and the explosive force, he swung the hammer and struck the glowing red iron block with great force. This second step was called forging. Forging was the most crucial step in the weapon-making process. The efficiency of forging determined the efficiency of the entire process. Many people, at the beginning, might only land 2 or 3 strikes out of 10 in the right place, so this step required diligent practice. As an NPC, Wang Dazue naturally made no mistakes, each strike landing precisely on the iron material. While he hammered, he explained, and soon, the forging was complete. Next comes quenching and tempering. These two steps are not difficult, just follow the instructions, and once the tempering is done, this weapon will be considered complete. Wang Dazue spoke casually, deliberately slowing down his movements for Lin Chen to see clearly. Before the era of job transitions arrived, forging a weapon was not so easy. However, at the forge in the blacksmith shop, all steps were accelerated, so Wang Dazue completed the entire forging in just 5 minutes. During the forging process, the iron material would automatically be shaped into the design of the weapon, requiring no player control. Whether it was light armor, boots, or even a longbow, they could all be shaped through forging, making it convenient for players of various professions. The only operation left was the identification step. When the weapon was forged, its rating and attributes were not displayed. One had to purchase an identification potion at the blacksmith shop to activate the equipment's attributes. The price of a basic identification potion at the blacksmith shop was 5 trading points. Wang Dazue casually picked up a bottle of identification potion from beside him and sprinkled it on the long sword in front of him. The long sword instantly flashed with dazzling light. It was actually an orange glow. This was the exclusive glow of legendary level equipment. Many who were watching Wang Dazue forge for the first time couldn't help but want to snatch this weapon. But Lin Chen knew well that trying to steal something from an NPC? Dream on. Wang Dazue looked harmless, but Lin Chen had seen him in action in his previous life. With a single kick, he sent a newly leveled 10 player flying, leaving that player with just 1 hit point, causing him to flee in terror. There was no choice but to run. If he didn't, his life would be in danger. Wang Dazue looked at the orange glow of the long sword in his hand, seeming a bit disappointed, and tossed it aside, saying, "Alright, I've finished my demonstration. Now it's your turn." Lin Chen nodded and walked directly to the forge. Other newcomers might still feel a bit nervous and restrained, but Lin Chen had rich forging experience from his previous life, so completing the forging was not a big problem. However, he still needed to take it seriously, because for this first forging, Wang Dazue would determine the initial proficiency based on the player's performance. The higher the initial proficiency, the higher the starting point. Just as Lin Chen took a deep breath, preparing to bend down and pull the bellows, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding! The most outstanding operation cheat has unlocked a new skill. Recommended. For the host to exchange for top-level forging skills, exchange price 100 astonishment points. Would you like to exchange? Lin Chen was taken aback. Top-level forging skills? This was indeed a very practical skill at the moment. Unfortunately, he had just spent the 700 astonishment points he had obtained, and now he couldn't come up with 100 astonishment points. Moreover, he was already standing at the forging table, and leaving now would be considered a surrender by Wang Dazue. His proficiency would drop back to 0. That would truly be a loss. Sighing, Lin Chen casually opened the cheat interface to see what other new skills had been unlocked. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 109 astonishment points. The sudden announcement once again stunned Lin Chen. What was going on? Why had he suddenly gained astonishment points? Lin Chen quickly opened the details of how he obtained the astonishment points. Huaxia Survivor Team Leader Long Yangqiu, 10 points. Reason for astonishment: the host rejected the advances of a beautiful woman. Others had similar reasons, but the degree of astonishment varied, and the amount of astonishment points gained was different. Lin Chen was bewildered. What the hell? This actually works? And what's so astonishing about it? Just Long Yangqiu's astonishment points alone gave a full 10 points. How surprised was this guy that he rejected a beautiful woman's advances? Perhaps he couldn't do it himself and was so astonished to see someone actually reject it? Lin Chen was speechless. However, he was still very happy to have this sudden influx of astonishment points and quickly exchanged for the top-level forging skills. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt that standing in front of the forging table was a completely different experience. Wang Dazue, seeing Lin Chen dazed at the forging table, kindly reminded him, "If you haven't learned it yet, I can teach you again." Lin Chen shook his head, smiled lightly at Wang Dazue, and bent down to pull the bellows, the flames roaring to life in the forging table like a giant dragon emerging from its lair. Then Lin Chen threw all the iron stones provided by the system into the forging table and began forging. When he grasped the forging hammer, his entire demeanor changed dramatically. Then, Lin Chen swung the forging hammer, which seemed to carve through the air like a series of full moons, moving extremely fast yet with great precision. Each strike landed accurately on the iron stone. The red-hot iron stone quickly changed shape. Wang Dazue had just used 15 strikes to completely shape the weapon, but Lin Chen only needed 12. Is this the terror of the cheat? Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart. His hammering, both in strength and speed, had already surpassed Wang Dazue's just moments ago. After finishing the forging, Lin Chen proceeded with the quenching and tempering process, and a large knife identical to the previous one appeared in his hand. In total, Lin Chen had only consumed 2.5 minutes. That was a full 3 minutes faster than Wang Dachui. Lin Chen picked up a free identification potion provided by the blacksmith shop and sprinkled it on the large knife. A flash of light appeared, it was white light, indicating that this was a blank equipment. However, Lin Chen didn't care, this was just the entry-level assessment for a forger. Even if he crafted an extraordinary weapon, it wouldn't belong to him and would definitely be reclaimed by the system. After completing the forging, Lin Chen immediately turned his burning gaze towards Wang Dachui. Because the grade of the weapon was not important, what mattered was Wang Dachui's evaluation. Witnessing the entire forging process, Wang Dachui was utterly shocked. His lips trembled in disbelief. Although Wang Dachui was an NPC, the NPCs in the era of universal job changes were not as rigid as those in ordinary online games. They resembled intelligent AIs. They still experienced simple emotions like shock. My God, you are truly a forging genius bestowed upon us by the heavens. I can hardly believe my eyes. Congratulations. You have been rated by me as a master craftsman. Initial proficiency is 500. You have now officially become a forging apprentice. Congratulations to player Dark Hunter Lin Chen for becoming the first forging apprentice to successfully change jobs in the entire server. Lin Chen did not expect that as soon as Wang Dachui spoke, the system would also issue an announcement. It was already past 11:50 at night, and the other players in the server had been cursing in the forums, preparing to rest. But just as they lay down, this sudden system announcement excited them. Once again, what the heck? Is Ishin stirring up trouble again? Not resting at this late hour? He actually succeeded in becoming a forging apprentice? In an instant, Lin Chen's fans welcomed a new spring on the forum. Our Ishin is indeed wholeheartedly dedicated to his career. He doesn't care about you haters at all. It's the middle of the night and Ishin is still working hard. I'm really crying. No one succeeds without effort. Have you ever seen a blacksmith shop at 11 at night? By the way, where are your hedgehogs? They must be fast asleep by now, right? Ha ha ha, no one has a higher starting point or works harder, and you dare to challenge Ishin like this? So what if he reached level 10 first? I also have a recommendation letter, I just haven't reached level 10 yet. Is that something to brag about? The two sides of fans began to argue fiercely again. Lin Chen was unaware and temporarily unconcerned, but Wei Ci was concerned. At that moment, Wei Ci was so furious that he could almost bite his back teeth to pieces. How did this guy get ahead again? Wei Ci felt like he was going to go crazy. He knew that the sooner one became a forger, the sooner they could improve their proficiency. He didn't want to be left behind by Lin Chen, and no one had ever dared to ignore Yan Hao in their group like this. Lin Chen was the first. Wei Ci opened the trading market interface and found that the seller still hadn't replied to him. This only fueled the fire of anger in Wei Ci's heart. He didn't want Lin Chen to always be ahead of him. Wei Ci got up from his chair, walked to the bed, and woke up Deng Jia, who was snoring away, then contacted Yan Hao, who had already returned to his room. Wei Ci, wake up quickly. Yan Hao, what's wrong? What happened? Wei Ci, we need to level up. This time we're going to the 6 to 10 level map. Hurry up and reach level 10. Yan Hao, are you crazy? Why the rush? We're not going into a dungeon tomorrow. Wei Ci didn't want to say much and, as before, just sent a screenshot. He sent the system announcement and the mocking comments from Lin Chen's fans on the forum. Wei Ci, Lin Chen has already successfully changed jobs to a forger. He can gain a day's worth of proficiency more than us. Little by little, do you really want him to stay ahead of us? Yan Hao, damn. Of course I don't want that. I'll put on some clothes. I'll be right there. Seeing Yan Hao's message, Wei Ci didn't reply again. However, his tightly furrowed brows still hadn't relaxed. He turned to Deng Jia and instructed, Xiao Jia, you continue to contact that seller. If we can't get the recommendation letter before reaching level 10, just buy that 10,000 trading point recommendation letter directly. 10,000 for a day's worth of proficiency, that's barely worth it, right? Besides that, go acquire the equipment blueprints and materials. This time, I must step on Lin Chen. Lin Chen was unaware of these events. He was still standing in front of the forge. If Lin Chen knew of Wei Ci's thoughts, he would probably feel pity for him. With an initial proficiency of 500, this value meant that as long as Lin Chen maximized his proficiency every day, Wei Ci would almost never be able to surpass him. Even if Wei Ci finished using all his energy before the 8 o'clock reset, it would be of no use. Ignoring the server-wide announcement, Lin Chen took the forging apprentice badge from Wang Dezue and pinned it to his chest. This represented that he had officially become a blacksmith. Lin Chen glanced at the time. 11:53. Lin Chen opened his system interface again. A new interface appeared next to his data, life profession. This interface displayed Lin Chen's life profession data. Level, Forging Apprentice, 500/1000, Energy, 100. The so-called Forging Apprentice is the first level of a blacksmith, with further levels being Official Blacksmith and Master Blacksmith, and so on. Each forging would cost 10 energy points, indicating that forging is not endless. At Lin Chen's current level, he could forge a maximum of 10 weapons per day. Energy points would reset every morning at 8 o'clock. Although the energy consumed for crafting equipment is the same, the proficiency rewards for crafting different levels of equipment vary. This is related to the equipment's level. Crafting a level 10 item grants a 10-point proficiency reward, crafting a level 15 item grants 15 points, and so on. Additionally, crafting items of different grades can provide different proficiency rewards. If an epic item is crafted, the proficiency reward is multiplied by 2. For a legendary item, it's multiplied by 3, and for a peerless item, it's multiplied by 5. For example, if a level 10 peerless item is crafted, that would yield 50 points of proficiency. Player job changes are limited, with only one change allowed per day. Therefore, changing to an alchemist can only wait until after the reset at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Tonight, Lin Chen decided to focus on being a blacksmith. Currently, Lin Chen had 6 blueprints in hand, 4 of which were usable by him and the remaining 2 were for other professions. The materials obtained today were all in the small team warehouse of Lin Chen and his 2 companions. Lin Chen counted and realized that to complete all 6 blueprints he still needed a bit more material. No problem, I should be able to farm a few small monsters to get enough. Lin Chen opened the map and began to select the corresponding leveling location. He wasn't intimidated by the absence of Tang Junrun and Su Wanning. After all, leveling up was something he did every day in his previous life. Without having to worry about the safety of Tang Junrun and Su Wanning, Lin Chen could instead be more carefree. This time, he did not continue to the school art gallery. The missing materials were not available there, so Lin Chen chose the school backyard instead. The monsters on this map were also level 6 to 10. After making his selection, Lin Chen directly chose to teleport. In the next moment, he arrived in a vast, desolate land. This so-called school backyard was actually a neglected dirt playground. Originally, there were plans to build a new teaching building here, but due to funding issues, it was temporarily shelved. Over time, it became an abandoned backyard. Now, it was overgrown with weeds, and at a glance, there was almost nothing except for sparse dead trees. The small monsters in the backyard were the mutated deadwood branches. In reality, a normal school backyard wouldn't be this large. This was a map enlarged by the Tower of Babel, designed to accommodate more players for leveling. Even so, a single map couldn't hold all players from the entire server at once, so there were actually many copies of the same map. Here, it's necessary to explain the setting regarding leveling maps. When no players enter, each leveling location has only one map, numbered 001. The number of players each map can accommodate varies. For example, the school backyard can hold 100 people. The first 100 players to teleport here would enter map 001. When the 101st player appears, the Tower of Babel would immediately create a copy, map 002, and teleport this extra player there. Maps 002 and 001 are identical. The system opens different numbers of copies based on the influx of players into the map. So even if they are all in the same leveling location, they may not be assigned to the same map. Lin Chen was in map number 001. It seemed that in the middle of the night, very few people were leveling up, so Lin Chen was directly assigned to map 001. As Lin Chen stepped into the attack range of the small monsters, the deadwood that had been entwined around the tree trunks quietly fell, twisting and expanding into several deadwood tree spirits, blocking Lin Chen's path. Mutated deadwood, level 6 to 10, health 265, attack power 38, skill entangle. The deadwood self-severs, losing 50% of its health, and shoots out a segment of deadwood to entangle the enemy for 3 seconds, immobilizing them but allowing them to use skills. This mutated deadwood skill was quite interesting, with a vibe of inflicting 1000 damage to the enemy while self-harming 800. But if hit, the consequences could be quite severe. Those with lower health might not withstand a wave of attacks from the small monsters and could very well die on the spot. Lin Chen had no such concerns. The deadwood's entangle skill was very slow, and with his current agility, dodging the deadwood's attack was a piece of cake. Lin Chen directly lured 3 mutated deadwoods. At once, with 2 arrows drawn, he could kill one monster in just a few seconds. Soon, Lin Chen had killed over a dozen small monsters, and the entire area became empty. However, he still needed 2 more Earth Spirit Stones. How unlucky. I've killed so many and only got 3 Earth Spirit Stones. Is this luck attribute really reliable? Lin Chen couldn't help but frown and complain. Although the monsters he had killed would continue to respawn, it would take about 10 minutes. Lin Chen didn't want to waste time, so he could only head towards the next area. A map is too large, so it is divided into many areas. There are teleportation portals between each area. Suddenly, Lin Chen's figure vanished from the spot and entered the next area. What Lin Chen didn't know was that shortly after he left, 3 figures teleported to the area he had just occupied. It was Yan Hao and his companions. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground killed by Lin Chen, Yan Hao cursed, "What the hell? At this time, there are still people daring to compete with me for monsters? This is really bad luck. Having one Lin Chen tonight is already annoying enough, I can't even level up comfortably." Beside him, Deng Jia quickly suggested, "How about I call some little brothers over? Then we can kill together, it will be faster." Yan Hao certainly wouldn't refuse such a proposal. Just as the three were preparing to head to the next area, the 10-minute respawn timer for the monsters Lin Chen had killed was up, and new monsters reappeared in the same spot. The three of them stayed in this area and began to fight fiercely. With Yan Hao and Wei Ci there, their monster killing speed was also quite fast. Now their levels had all surpassed level 8. They were getting closer to level 10. On Lin Chen's side, Lin Chen's figure appeared in the next area. This area was no different from the previous one. It was still desolate. But just as Lin Chen was about to take a step forward, he was surprised to find that there were actually scattered corpses of withered trees all over the ground, still not disappeared. It was obvious that someone had just been leveling up here. The map is public, and it's not unusual for someone to level up here. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention and prepared to head to the next area. There would always be an area with monsters to kill. But just then, Lin Chen heard a strange sound not far from him. It seemed to be the roar of some kind of monster. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This seemed to be the roar of an elite monster? Could it be that his luck was manifesting here? He actually encountered 2 elite monsters in a row today? Unfortunately, since this elite monster had already roared, it meant that someone was definitely fighting it, and he probably had nothing to do with this elite monster. However, after hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen quickly headed in the direction of the sound. Since he had encountered it, he might as well try his luck. What if these people couldn't deal with this elite monster? Then he could step in to help and legitimately qualify for the reward. Of course, if the other party could handle it, then Lin Chen wouldn't need to intervene. He still looked down on the act of stealing monsters. Lin Chen passed through layers of withered trees and finally arrived at an open area, but the scene before him left Lin Chen stunned. He thought that at least a small team of 3 or 4 people would be fighting the elite monster, or even a team of 10 or more. But he didn't expect that there was only one person fighting the elite monster. He was a male blood-soaked warrior. The faint moonlight illuminated his face, revealing that he seemed quite young. Opposite the boy stood a 1-star elite monster, Catastrophic Giant Tree Johnson. This elite monster was formed from a half-decayed tree, and the massive stump was likely too large for 2 or 3 people to embrace. On the surface of its bark, there seemed to be a strange, dark green slime, the origin of which was unknown. The enormous branches formed the giant tree Johnson's arms, and at that moment it was wildly swinging its branches to launch fierce attacks on the boy in front of it. Although the strength of the 1-star elite monster was considerably weaker than the 3-star elite monster that Lin Chen and his companions had encountered earlier, it was still an elite monster. Its power was not something those small monsters could compare to. Not to mention, the boy was alone. The boy's level was only 7. Lin Chen saw that the boy's health bar was only about 1/3 full. Meanwhile, the 1-star elite monster still had more than 2/3 of its health remaining. At this rate, the boy was surely doomed. Right now, he was completely in a state of being beaten. Even if he desperately tried to run, he couldn't escape this area. Because he was in combat mode, he couldn't teleport. This 1-star elite monster also had a very special skill. Skilled Slime. All players attacking this elite monster will receive a 15% slow effect, lasting until either the elite monster or the player dies. A 15% slow might not seem like much, but this boy was only level 7 and his movement speed was already slow. This slime skill only made things worse for him. After analyzing the boy's situation, Lin Chen decisively spoke up. If this continues, you'll die. Invite me to your team and I'll help you kill it. We'll split the rewards. The sudden voice of Lin Chen startled the boy, nearly causing him to stumble and fall. Then the boy looked at Lin Chen with a terrified gaze. For some reason, Lin Chen felt that the boy looked more afraid of him than of the monster. Could it be he thought he was being friendly enough? He hadn't attacked directly, had he? Did he misunderstand? The boy seemed to open his mouth in response to Lin Chen's question, but his voice was too soft for Lin Chen to hear. What did you say? Lin Chen was a bit confused. He didn't know what the boy meant. Was he rejecting his suggestion? Could it be that the boy didn't know how to add friends face to face? Lin Chen felt that this guess was possible. So, he focused his gaze on the boy and silently thought team invitation. The system would automatically send a friend request along with the team invitation. This was to facilitate communication among players in a team voice chat. If players were not friends, they couldn't use team voice chat. As soon as the application was successfully sent, Lin Chen saw the boy dodging the attacks of the elite monster behind him while glancing at Lin Chen again, slightly evasively. To be fair, Lin Chen thought the boy's movements were quite good. Moreover, he showed no fear when facing the elite monster, his gaze fierce and determined. Even with his health so low, he still dared to trade blows with the elite monster. The so-called trading blows was a term in online games, meaning to suppress the enemy's health at the cost of one's own. As long as there was an opportunity to attack, regardless of the cost, the boy would bravely slash at it, exuding a magnificent aura. Unfortunately, his attack power was far too weak compared to the elite monsters, and continuing to trade blows like this would surely lead to his death. Fortunately, shortly after Lin Chen sent the invitation, the boy agreed. But what puzzled Lin Chen was that he agreed to the team application and then rejected the friend request? What kind of strange person is this? At that moment, Lin Chen had no time to think too much. After successfully forming the team, he quickly drew his bow and shot at the elite monster. 2 arrows cut through the night, one of which was pitch black and with a whoosh pierced into the elite monster's body. Black mark triggered. The moment the 2 arrows were fired, without wasting a second, Lin Chen activated his level 5 skill, Dark Envelopment. Moreover, he utilized the recoil from the previous shot to save the action of raising the bow, making it 0.5 seconds faster than usual to release the skill. This is the guidance of the 100% skill precision release technique. Do not underestimate this 0.5 seconds, it could be a lifesaver at a critical moment. This time, the dark mist enveloped and critically hit, instantly applying a 30% slow buff to the elite monster. Lin Chen quickly shouted to the boy, "Run over here, keep your distance from it, your health is too dangerous." During the team formation, Lin Chen had already learned his name, Yang Kailang. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Yang Kailang still had his mouth slightly open as if he wanted to say something, but under the cover of the elite monster's loud roars, Lin Chen couldn't hear what he said. But it didn't matter, at least he listened to Lin Chen. Without hesitation, he turned and retreated. The elite monster naturally wouldn't let Yang Kailang escape so easily, its massive trunk twisted, and the roots beneath it quickly crawled towards Yang Kailang's direction. Unfortunately, the 30% slow made its movements sluggish. And let's not forget, Lin Chen was right in front of him. As Lin Chen retreated, he continuously knocked arrows, still shooting 2 arrows each time. This time, it seemed his luck had returned. Just 10 arrows in, he triggered the dawn arrow twice. Along with the initial black mark, the health of this 1-star elite monster, Giant Tree Johnson, was rapidly declining. After escaping to Lin Chen's side, Yang Kailang looked back and was astonished to see that Lin Chen had managed to hold back the massive elite monster by himself, his eyes widening in disbelief. He glanced at the teammates' name displayed on the system interface and was shocked to see the name Lin Chen. He is actually Lin Chen? Yang Kailang had also followed the forum and the server announcements, so he was naturally familiar with the name Lin Chen. He had seen the post questioning Lin Chen's skills on the forum. He had never expressed any opinions on the forum. He didn't like to showcase his thoughts. He was afraid someone would catch his mistakes and subject him to online bullying. Such things had happened before. No matter how cautious he was, he would always be caught out. Over time, he had grown to dislike expressing any opinions. However, it seemed that post was definitely not true. He knew all too well how difficult this elite monster was, but now Lin Chen was able to suppress it easily, his sharp arrows even making it hard for the elite monster to advance a single step. Yang Kailang felt a bit of sweat in his palms. How should he communicate with Lin Chen later? He was socially anxious, and his second greatest fear was talking to people. As for his greatest fear, that was talking to strangers. Lin Chen was still unaware of the concerns that Yang Kailang had behind him. At this moment, he was fully focused on the giant tree monster, Johnson, in front of him. In addition, Lin Chen was also cautiously wary of Yang Kailang, who was not far behind. After all, this was the era of universal job changes, and one must always be on guard. If Yang Kailang were to suddenly attack when the elite monster was close to death, being on high alert would allow Lin Chen to respond more quickly. This was an experience Lin Chen had summarized from his past life. The slime skill of the giant tree monster significantly increased the difficulty of kite flying for Lin Chen. However, with the help of the skill Precision Release cheat, Lin Chen continuously utilized his level 5 skill Dark Envelopment and the active skill of the Radiant Ring, Light Shield, to maintain distance from the giant tree monster. Coupled with the epic level Wind Spirit boots he had just acquired, his movement speed had greatly increased. The giant tree monster posed almost no threat to Lin Chen now. After all, this giant tree monster did not have the force charge skills like the previous terracotta warrior. As long as Lin Chen could maintain the current kite-flying rhythm, killing this giant tree monster was just a matter of time. Lin Chen's performance left Yang Kailang, who was standing not far behind, dumbfounded. A true expert reveals their skill at a glance. He was socially anxious, so he usually stayed at home playing games. Having played countless online games, he could naturally see how superb Lin Chen's skills were. For ranged professions, the ability to kite determines their upper limits. A player with strong kite-flying ability may not necessarily be a master, but a master's kite-flying level is certainly very high. As the saying goes, survive to deal damage. From his perspective, Lin Chen's control of distance and speed was nothing short of perfect. When the giant tree monster changed its speed, Lin Chen would adopt different attack methods. The transitions between each skill and basic attack were incredibly smooth, wasting no output space or skill control time. So this is the man who has received multiple server-wide announcements. Truly terrifying. Most importantly, someone with such strength actually had people daring to criticize him. The internet is indeed a strange place. While Yang Kailang was seriously studying the battle between Lin Chen and the giant tree monster, he was also consuming potions to recover his dwindling health. Just moments ago, he had less than a third of his health left. If Lin Chen hadn't suddenly appeared, he would likely have already perished at the hands of the giant tree monster. Initially, he was a bit worried about whether Lin Chen could handle it alone, but now he realized he might be unnecessary. If he rushed in recklessly, he would probably just complicate things for Lin Chen. But if he didn't take action, would Lin Chen suspect he was slacking off? What if, when it came time for reward distribution, he ended up with nothing? Thinking this way, Yang Kailang decided to cautiously stand aside, observing Lin Chen's demeanor. If Lin Chen showed even the slightest displeasure, he would rush in immediately. But what if they needed to communicate? How would he even start? While Yang Kailang was lost in his thoughts, the giant tree monster's health had dropped to less than half. It seemed that the giant tree monster could not hold on much longer. Lin Chen was getting into the groove, shooting arrows at the giant tree monster at a dazzling speed, continuously whittling down its health. Yang Kailang was still hesitating on the side, unsure of what to do. Would rushing in now be seen as stealing the kill? No. They were teammates, so it seemed that it didn't matter who got the kill, right? Then I should go help out. After going back and forth in his mind, Yang Kailang finally made up his mind. He raised his gaze towards the giant tree monster. Not far away, and his expression changed instantly. He had just carefully observed the attack methods of the giant tree Johnson. If he were to face the giant tree Johnson in a one-on-one fight now, he would definitely not be as embarrassed as he was earlier. After all, he once had a nickname in the online gaming world, the Silent Reaper. The reason is simple. The term silent is easy to explain. Most people like to use their microphones to communicate while playing online games, chatting and joking with teammates while enjoying the game. However, Yang Kailang never used a microphone. No one knew his gender, age, or even whether he was human or a dog. How could you be sure that your teammate on the other side of the computer was definitely a person? After all, some teammates' skills were worse than a dog's. They only knew that Yang Kailang was very skilled. As long as it was a boss or dungeon he had his eyes on, there was almost no challenge he couldn't overcome. And he did it all with a crushing style. Therefore, he was the first choice for many guilds, but strangely, he had never participated in any guild or team, remaining incredibly mysterious. The title Reaper came from his fierce and decisive fighting style, relying on relentless attacks that left enemies no time to breathe. Those who faced him in one-on-one battles almost felt suffocated. Once Yang Kailang started attacking, there was hardly any pause, chaining combos from start to finish until death. Of course, he wasn't mindlessly reckless, he was best at gaining advantages from exchanging blows. For example, if a boss swung a punch at him, after taking the hit, he could quickly use the boss's moment of vulnerability to land 3 or 4 strikes, or even more. The main reason he had just been pressured by the giant tree Johnson was that the appearance of the giant tree Johnson was too sudden, and Yang Kailang was unfamiliar with its attack patterns, putting him at a disadvantage from the start. Moreover, the gap between them was simply too large. At this level, trying to solo an elite monster was almost a fantasy. By the way, the Lin Chen in front of him didn't count, he was a freak. But Lin Chen's ability to control the giant tree Johnson so smoothly was also related to the fact that the giant tree Johnson had no charge skills. Otherwise, a single charge skill could break all of Lin Chen's pulls. Just as Yang Kailang got into the zone, gripping his great sword, ready to charge forward with a whirlwind slash, he suddenly heard a sound of footsteps. Lin Chen also heard the sudden footsteps. Moreover, Lin Chen could tell that there were probably quite a few of them. Lin Chen frowned slightly, glancing at the boss's dwindling health, a hint of worry flashing in his heart. Just because he couldn't pull the monster didn't mean others couldn't. But now, it was probably too late to pull the elite monster away. At that moment, a fawning voice came through. How good, I just heard a sound over here, maybe we can encounter an elite monster. Another voice scoffed, do you think elite monsters are that easy to find? We can't even get a broken recommendation letter and you're still thinking about elite monsters. The next moment, the person at the front pushed aside the thorns blocking the way and was shocked to see Lin Chen fighting the elite monster. He was stunned for a moment. Then, with an excited face, he shouted, How goo? How goo? There really is an elite monster. Wei Ci, who was walking behind, raised an eyebrow. What? Did they really encounter it? He quickly squeezed out of the crowd, pushed aside the thorns in front of him and looked ahead. Yan Hao, who was walking in the center, like a star surrounded by the moon, was also taken aback. Wow, such good luck? I really am the chosen one. I killed 2 elite monsters in one day. Let's see how Lin Chen can compare with me now. That's right, the team that suddenly appeared here was indeed Yan Hao's, but they were no longer just a small team of 3. They had called in 7 more helpers. In just a few minutes, they had wiped out dozens of small monsters. At this moment, the 3 of them were already level 9. They were just one step away from level 10. The reason they could kill so quickly was due to their method of hunting monsters. They had a total of 10 people, divided into 2 teams. Yan Hao's 3 formed one team, while the other 7 formed another. The 7-person team was purely a support team. This leveling method was discovered by Wei Ci. While the 3 of them killed small monsters, they would let the other team finish off the remaining monsters, allowing them to gain an additional 50% experience and level up faster. Meanwhile, the support team worked hard to kill small monsters but had to share 50% of their experience with Yan Hao's team, so they were still not even level 7. There was no way around it. All their equipment was given by Deng Jia and his underlings. This was what they had to do. When Wei Ci saw that only 2 people were surrounding the elite monster. He was slightly taken aback. Yan Hao, excited, showed no hesitation and shouted loudly, "You two over there, if you don't want to die, get lost quickly. This elite monster is mine." Hearing this, Lin Chen, who was struggling with Giant Tree Johnson, furrowed his brow tightly. Yan Hao, the one who slandered him on the forum? This person was acting so domineering? Without hesitation, he was going to snatch the monster? Would Lin Chen let him? Of course not. Lin Chen glanced at the number of people on the other side, a total of 10. On his side, even counting the strange bloodthirsty warrior behind him, there were only 2. It seemed there was no advantage to be had. Lin Chen was about to send a message to Tang Junren, but then thought that at this time, Tang Junren was probably already fast asleep and wouldn't receive his message. Besides, there were 10 people on the other side. Calling old Tang over would only drag him into the mess. Lin Chen's heart sank. In terms of numbers, he was unlikely to gain any advantage, so if he wanted to survive, he would need to find another way. Lin Chen quickly scanned the entire wasteland. In outdoor battles, terrain was definitely a crucial factor. In this wasteland, the most common sight was probably the dead trees, right? But how could he utilize these dead trees? Suddenly, Lin Chen had an idea. But he needed to adjust the position of Giant Tree Johnson. Perhaps no one noticed that Lin Chen's shooting method had changed from 2 arrows to 1, and each of his arrows was now a curved shot. Lin Chen was utilizing the slight knockback effect of the arrows on Giant Tree Johnson. By using these slight knockback effects, he was adjusting Giant Tree Johnson's position at a certain angle. Yan Hao, seeing that the Dark Hunter remained silent, frowned in displeasure. When he was in Yanjing, who dared to treat him this way? Are you mute? I'm talking to you, and you dare not answer? Damn it, brothers, go for it. Kill them. I was already in a bad mood today, and now I run into someone here to seek death. Wei Ci, who had been carefully observing Lin Chen, suddenly spoke up to stop everyone. Wait a minute, don't act yet. He had already noticed something was off. The level of this Dark Hunter is actually level 10. He had just checked the leaderboard, and at this moment there was only one level 10 Dark Hunter. That is Lin Chen. It's easy to see that aside from Lin Chen, who else could single-handedly draw an elite monster? Yan Hao looked in surprise at Wei Ci beside him, not understanding why Wei Ci had stopped the other's actions. Wei Ci ignored Yan Hao and instead fixed his intense gaze on Lin Chen not far away, saying in a deep voice, "You were Lin Chen, right? I didn't expect to meet you here. I am Wei Ci. I think we can talk." As soon as Wei Ci said this, everyone, including Yan Hao, was stunned. They never expected that their greatest enemy, Lin Chen, was right in front of them. Yang Kailang was also taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He really didn't expect Yan Hao to appear here. These two were sworn enemies on the forum. At this moment, the fierce expression on Yang Kailang's face had vanished, replaced by confusion and fear. The next moment, a system message popped up in front of him, leaving Yang Kailang stunned. "You have been kicked out of the team by Lin Chen." At this time, Lin Chen was maneuvering his position while shouting to Yang Kailang, "You should leave quickly. You're not in combat mode now, you can teleport. They are coming for me." Lin Chen could naturally sense that Yan Hao and the others were not friendly. He didn't want to drag Yang Kailang into the whirlpool between him and Yan Hao, especially since bringing a burden would likely complicate his plans. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Yang Kailang stood there in a daze. He wasn't stupid, he could see that Lin Chen was trying to protect him. After speaking with Yang Kailang, Lin Chen's archers kept firing, and he looked up at Wei Ci and the others at the edge. "It's me." As soon as Yan Hao heard that this person was indeed Lin Chen, he instantly exploded with rage. "Damn it! It's you, trash! You think you can compete with me? I'll show you who is the strongest in this era of universal job changes." Yan Hao's temper was already volatile, and his pampered upbringing in Beijing had fostered a sense of superiority over the world. Whenever someone thwarted his wishes, Yan Hao would fly into a rage. Lin Chen, who had repeatedly overshadowed Yan Hao, was something he could not tolerate. At this moment, Yan Hao's face was flushed. Don't get it wrong, this was not shyness. Yan Hao turned red when he was angry. He let out a roar and was about to lift his big sword in charge at Lin Chen. Wei Ci once again grabbed Yan Hao. At this point, Yan Hao, on the verge of fury, had no patience for his teammates and angrily turned to scold. "Wei Ci, why do you always stop me? This is a leveling area, not the main city. Is killing not allowed? Are you really going to show mercy to this Lin Chen?" Wei Ci was too lazy to explain too much to the brainless Yan Hao. He stared directly at Lin Chen and continued, "Join us, and I will spare your life. I admire your strength. Although we have had some unpleasantness, if you are willing to apologize, I can consider accepting you." Yan Hao, hearing this, widened his eyes in confusion. "Are you crazy? We don't lack teammates. Why do you want this guy?" Wei Ci coldly glanced at him, "Because he is very strong." To be honest, Wei Ci, like Yan Hao, despised Lin Chen, but he was also somewhat wary of him. Wei Ci appeared to be kind on the surface, but his inner pride was definitely no less than Yan Hao's. Lin Chen's indifference to them was something Wei Ci could not accept either. However, aside from his anger, Wei Ci still had some rationality. He originally did not believe that Lin Chen could take two burdens to kill a 3-star elite monster, but now he was witnessing Lin Chen single-handedly take on a 1-star elite monster. he was starting to believe. Thus, he became even more wary of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's skills were far ahead of other Dark Hunters in the same server. If this Lin Chen could really be of use to them, it would definitely be a great asset. If Lin Chen chose to submit, he wouldn't mind using him. Of course, if Lin Chen chose to refuse, then today they must make him pay for it. He absolutely could not be allowed to leave alive. Hearing Wei Xi's words, Lin Chen curled his lips into a disdainful smile. He could learn anything, but he was afraid he could never learn to bend his back. Lin Chen was the kind of person who would be 100 times kinder if others were kind to him, but if others were cruel, he would be 100 times crueler. Yan Hao and the others first made him abandon his teammates, then slandered and insulted him on the forum, so Lin Chen naturally could not just laugh it off. While pulling on the giant tree Johnson in front of him, adjusting its position, he coldly said, "You want me to apologize? Forgive me? You really think of yourselves as a dish, huh? Just 10 people. Do you really think I'm doomed?" Yan Hao and the others were taken aback. Lin Chen's arrogant demeanor made them doubt who really had the numerical advantage. Moments later, Lin Chen's words ignited Yan Hao and the others' anger. At this point, even Wei Xi could not stop Yan Hao, who broke free from Wei Xi's arm, raised his big knife, and charged forward. Yan Hao's #1 fan, Deng Jia, was also furious, shouting loudly, "Everyone, listen up. We must kill this Lin Chen today. Charge!" The other lackeys naturally did not hesitate, raising their weapons and charging directly at Lin Chen. But Lin Chen's expression showed no signs of panic. He even looked at Yang Kailang beside him in surprise, asking, "Why aren't you leaving? If you don't leave now, you really won't be able to." Yang Kailang did not speak, but instead initiated a party request and a friend request for the first time in his life. Lin Chen, puzzled, accepted it. Soon, a line of text appeared in the dialogue box. The socially anxious Yang Kailang was too shy to speak, so he could only type. Fortunately, the system's typing was done through thought, so it was very fast. "Yang Kailang, I want to help you." Yang Kailang's thought was simple: an eye for an eye. Just now, Lin Chen had helped him when he was on the verge of death, so he could not just leave Lin Chen to suffer an attack while he himself left without a care. Moreover, having one more person meant one more chance of survival. Although there were many people on Yan Hao's side now, Yang Kailang, who had been playing online games for many years, understood that having more people did not necessarily mean having the advantage. Skills could sometimes make up for the difference in numbers. He believed his skills were decent, and there was no need to say much about Lin Chen in front of him. So, perhaps with their combined efforts, there was still a glimmer of hope. Lin Chen looked at the message Yang Kailang sent, and his first reaction was not one of gratitude or anything like that. Instead, he realized that Yang Kailang had just been typing without speaking. Could he be a disabled person? Lin Chen certainly would not pry into someone else's wounds to ask. He was quite happy that Yang Kailang wanted to help him. If Yang Kailang could cooperate with his commands, perhaps he could turn from a burden into a killing machine. Lin Chen, sure. But you must listen to my commands. We need to use the terrain to outsmart them. If we don't operate carefully, we might be in great danger. Lin Chen, your health is too low. Don't get close to the giant tree, Johnson. Leave the boss to me. Yang Kailang didn't say anything and quickly nodded, following Lin Chen as they ran towards the back. Lin Chen's movement was clearly misunderstood by Yan Hao and the others. A sneer appeared on Yan Hao's face. "I thought you were impressive? Aren't you just running away from me like a scared little rat? This map is only this big. I want to see where you can run." The other lackeys charged forward with great confidence, eager to show off in front of their boss. In their eyes, surrounding and killing a mere fragile Dark Hunter was a piece of cake. As for the level 7 bloodthirsty warrior nearby, they didn't even consider him a threat. He was probably just a passerby, right? Once they took down Lin Chen, they could even loot an elite monster. What a great day it would be. Hopefully, their boss would reward them with some good gear from the elite monster since they were being so proactive. One of the Dark Hunters greedily set his sights on the equipment Lin Chen was wearing. That Destruction of Eternal Night bow was a great item. Among the 10 of them, 9 wore expressions of arrogance and greed. Except for Wei Xi. Wei Xi felt that Lin Chen's actions were very unusual. The direction he was running seemed a bit strange. He could have easily turned around and run back, but he chose to run diagonally, making it easier for Yan Hao and the others to catch up. What was he trying to do? Yan Hao and the others didn't think much of it, they only knew they were about to catch up to Lin Chen. Soon, Lin Chen, with Yang Kailang beside him, dashed between 2 massive dead trees. This peculiar escape route left Yang Kailang puzzled, and he quickly asked in the friend channel, "Yang Kailang, why are we here? Isn't this a dead end? We'll be trapped here." Indeed, about 7 or 8 meters behind the 2 massive dead trees, there was a crimson boundary line. This represented the system's air wall boundary. Although there seemed to be a path behind, all players were unable to cross the crimson line. On either side of the massive dead trees were tangled thickets of thorns. While not completely sealed off, it was difficult to enter or exit. In other words, Lin Chen had run into a dead end, sealing himself in. Wasn't this a death sentence? So, even Yang Kailang, who was most afraid of social interaction, had to voice his doubts. Lin Chen had no time to explain much and could only quickly type with his mind. Lin Chen, trust me. At that moment, Yan Hao also noticed Lin Chen's escape route and burst into laughter. Is this it? Is this it? This is our famous first kill across the server, the eternal night arrow god Lin Chen? Look at him. He's already panicking and running blindly. He's probably scared stiff by my reputation. How ridiculous. With someone like you, I don't even consider you my enemy. Why don't you kneel and bow a few times? I might consider letting you go. How about that? Turtle Lin Chen? Yan Hao felt that he hadn't been so unrestrained in a long time. It seemed he had regained the days of his childhood when he could fight gods and Buddhas alike in the alleys of Yanjing. Yan Hao even paused his pursuit out of sheer boredom. Forget it, just kill him. I really can't be bothered to lift a finger against such trash. With that, Yan Hao crossed his arms and coldly watched Lin Chen, who was about to meet his death. The boss stopped, and of course his fanboy Deng Jie stopped as well. Wei Ci stood silently beside Yan Hao, feeling that the current turn of events was somewhat strange. Only 7 little brothers still had to charge forward. However, the corners of their mouths were almost stretching back to their ears. 7 people surrounding one, even if that person was level 10. So what? Could he really take on 7? Moreover, in such a small space, he couldn't even dodge. The fastest among the 7 was named Li Yi. He had been hanging out with Deng Jie since middle school, and thanks to Deng Jie, his family had reaped many benefits, making him a prominent figure in school. So, he was quite loyal to Deng Jie. At that moment, he saw the best opportunity to prove his loyalty. If he could kill Lin Chen, his status in Deng Jie's eyes would definitely rise significantly. Perhaps he could even join Deng Jie's small trio. Thinking of this, Li Yi looked at the halted Lin Chen with eyes full of malice and fervor. Soon it would be his day to rise. Watch out. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind. Li Yi scoffed inwardly. Among their little brothers, there was also competition. For instance, in this case, whoever could kill Lin Chen or injure him first would have the capital to take credit later. So, Li Yi instinctively thought that this shout was someone trying to snatch his first place. After following Deng Jie for so many years, how could he not know these tricks? Li Yi sneered and showed no signs of slowing down. But suddenly, he felt something collide with him from behind, and he was sent flying. He crashed to the ground in front of Lin Chen like a dog being tossed aside. A huge damage number floated above his head. 92. Li Yi was a blood warrior, only level 6. Although he invested a talent point in physique at each level, his health combined with his equipment was just over 400. This hit alone took a chunk out of his health. Who the hell was that? Li Yi turned around in terror but saw none of his teammates. Only a massive, twisting tree stump. Green slime was continuously dripping down from the stump. It was Giant Tree Johnson. This Giant Tree Johnson was stuck between 2 giant trees. Shocked, Yang Kailang was stunned. What the hell? It could be like this? Dumbfounded, Wei Ci was bewildered. What the hell? It works like this too? Now that the enormous Giant Tree Johnson was wedged between the giant trees, they were all blocked outside, unable to attack Lin Chen from between the 2 dead trees. And Li Yi, having run too fast, didn't dodge when he heard watch out and was directly slammed by the massive stump of Giant Tree Johnson. The originally 7 against 2 situation instantly turned into 1 against 2. Li Yi felt like crying but had no tears. He trembled as he raised his head to look at Lin Chen in front of him, wanting to beg for mercy. He was only level 6, while Lin Chen was level 10, and he was a renowned expert who had appeared on the server announcements multiple times. How could he fight? Moreover, there was a blood warrior beside him, eyeing him hungrily. In this situation, with his teammates unable to come in and him unable to escape, it was a certain death for him. But before Li Yi could speak, Lin Chen had already coldly said, Yang Kailang, you come and kill him, I'll assist you. I still need to keep adjusting the position of the giant tree, strong sun. That's right, although the giant tree, strong sun, was currently stuck. If it remained still for too long, it would abandon its hatred for Lin Chen, quickly recover its health, and return to its initial position. This was a setting of the sky tower to prevent the situation of getting stuck while killing a boss. Once the giant tree, strong sun, triggered its recovery mechanism, Lin Chen and the others would have wasted their efforts. Therefore, Lin Chen had to ensure that the giant tree, strong sun, kept moving to prevent it from triggering the recovery mechanism. The method was simple. Lin Chen just needed to keep attacking the giant tree, strong sun, and constantly change positions. This way, the giant tree, strong sun, would keep trying to squeeze into the dead wood in various ways, instead of standing there foolishly taking hits. But no matter how the giant tree, strong sun, moved, it could never get in. Lin Chen had just made meticulous calculations. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Yang Kailang didn't dare to look at Lin Chen's face, quickly nodded, and hesitantly stepped toward Li Yi with his big knife. His steps were even a bit timid. Seeing this, Li Yi felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. What kind of waste is this? He can't even walk properly? And Lin Chen needed to draw the boss's attention, unable to attack him. Perhaps he still had a chance? Li Yi looked fiercely at the timid young Kailang approaching him and sneered coldly. Looking for death. Then Li Yi directly got up from the ground and charged forward with his big knife. Strangely, at the moment Li Yi showed hostility, Yang Kailang also changed. First to change was Yang Kailang's gaze. In that gaze, confusion and fear were gone, replaced by ferocity and ruthlessness. What's going on? Li Yi inexplicably shivered. At this moment, behind the giant tree, Strong Sun Wei Ci frowned tightly. So this is Lin Chen's plan? Using the terrain to trap the monster and isolate our people outside? Interesting. No wonder it's Lin Chen. But unfortunately, the thicket next to these two dead trees can be passed through. Your plan is likely to fall through. Thinking of this, Wei Ci quickly shouted to the 6 confused people, go to the side. Get through the thicket. You 3 form a group and act separately. Lin Chen's actions are just his own cleverness backfiring. He has trapped himself in this thorny cage. The 6 people were jolted by Wei Ci's words. That's right. They didn't have to enter from this one spot. There were clearly other places they could go in. Although it would be a bit troublesome, Lin Chen was like a turtle in a jar, with nowhere to escape. As long as they could get in, Lin Chen would be within their grasp. Moreover, in such a confined space, the Dark Hunter's abilities would be severely restricted. Even if Lin Chen's skills were exceptional, he couldn't possibly control 7 people in such a small area. All that awaited him was a brutal death by a flurry of blades. Thinking of this, the remaining 6 brothers gradually shifted from shock to wild joy. Yan Hao, who had been momentarily stunned, also reacted, laughing heartily and continuously mocking Lin Chen, who was trapped in the thorny cage. After being reminded by Wei Ci, the 6 no longer hesitated and quickly divided into 2 teams, rushing towards the thorn bushes on either side. The thorny bushes entwined around the 2 massive dead trees, blocking most of the paths, leaving only a small space for players to squeeze through. However, it was completely sufficient for one person to pass at a time. This was also why Wei Ci had them enter from both sides. This would greatly shorten the time it took for them to get in. But before the first person could squeeze through, they heard a piercing scream. Just hearing that sound sent chills down their spines. What happened? Ah, a devil. Don't come over. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. The screams abruptly stopped. Following that, a voice echoed in their minds. Warning, your teammate Li Yi has been killed by Yang Kailang. Boom. All 6 were frozen in shock. It hadn't even been a minute. Li Yi was actually dead? Li Yi's skills were quite good. Moreover, Lin Chen was a dark hunter. He shouldn't have been able to fight back if he was approached. Wait. The announcement said that it was Yang Kailang who killed Li Yi. Where the hell did Yang Kailang come from? Just now, everyone's attention had been solely on Lin Chen, completely ignoring the bloodthirsty warrior beside him. But they didn't expect that the first kill would actually come from this unknown bloodthirsty warrior. Wei Ci immediately checked the leaderboard. Right now, this leaderboard was the only way to quickly assess a person's strength. However, after a quick glance, Wei Ci did not see Yang Kailang's name. He wasn't even one of Lin Chen's teammates. Could he be just passing by? Wei Ci's expression darkened. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. The 2 little brothers who were crawling through the thorns also hesitated. Should they go in or not? After a brief moment of hesitation, the 2 made completely different choices. The little brother on the left side of the thorn bush was named Wang Er. Wang Er was a tough character. He had been one of the fiercest fighters during a brawl in Yanjing. Li Yi had been attacked by an elite monster. His health wasn't very high, and since he was alone inside, being focused down and killed wasn't surprising. The other 6 were all at full health, and 2 could enter at once, with the rest of the teammates arriving soon. Lin Chen would definitely struggle to cope. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and resolutely continued to push forward. The other one, Chen San, clearly wasn't as determined. Li Yi's screams filled him with fear. After all, this wasn't a real online game. In an online game, you could respawn after dying, but that wasn't the case in the real world. This moment of hesitation left Chen San frozen in place. Meanwhile, Wang Er had already squeezed in. When he saw the empty thorn bushes on the other side, his heart suddenly sank. Chen San, you bastard! How dare you betray me? Wang Er shouted angrily, and then he was met with a pair of ferocious eyes. Having mingled in Yanjing for so many years, he had never seen such a menacing gaze. Even though he considered himself fearless, at this moment he felt fear. At that moment, Lin Chen, who was still dealing damage to the elite monster, suddenly reminded him, use Whirlwind Slash. The Whirlwind Slash that Lin Chen mentioned was a level 5 skill of the Blood Warrior. Anyone who had played League of Legends in their past life would probably be familiar with this skill. Whirlwind Slash, 15 mana cost, 45's cooldown. The Blood Warrior charges towards the target up to 3m, dealing 60% attack damage to all enemies in the path of the charge. In the past life, this skill was initially used by Blood Warriors as a dashing skill. After all, the distance of this displacement is 3m, which is not short. It is one of the most annoying skills for many ranged professions. The damage of this skill was often overlooked. After all, 60% attack damage is not much. However, few people knew that there was a situation where the damage of Whirlwind Slash could be extremely explosive. As the name suggests, when used, the Blood Warrior spins like a top, charging forward while rotating. From start to stop, it spins 4 times. Each of these 4 spins can deal damage. Its damage can stack. Suddenly hearing Lin Chen's words, Yang Kailang was a bit confused. Why use whirlwind slash? But the reputation of Lin Chen made Yang Kailang choose to trust him. Unconditionally and without hesitation, he launched whirlwind slash directly at Wang Er in front of him. Although Wang Er was furious at Chen San's betrayal, at this point he could only desperately buy time. But he didn't expect that Lin Chen would have this terrifying-eyed blood warrior use whirlwind slash on him. Wang Er couldn't help but snicker. Wasn't this foolish? Wang Er's profession was shadow assassin. The long knife in the blood warrior's hand had a longer attack range than the dagger of the shadow assassin, so a skilled blood warrior could even kite a shadow assassin. Yang Kailang's action of charging at the shadow assassin was certainly extremely foolish. One must know that the shadow assassin was the king of melee burst. In close combat, no one could kill a shadow assassin. Not to mention that Wang Er's shadow assassin was maximally optimized. A cruel smile crept onto Wang Er's lips. This is truly a death wish. But the next moment, Wang Er was stunned. 2-4. 2-4. 4 consecutive 2-4 popped up above his head. That was a total of 96 health points gone. Wang Er had not invested in constitution points and now his health was just over 300. Did Yang Kailang just take away a third of his health with a single skill? Not only was Wang Er stunned, but Yang Kailang was also stunned. This whirlwind slash could actually be used like this? His path was blocked by a thicket of thorns, so he could only spin in place. Thus, his skill transformed from whirlwind slash into spinning slash. Wang Er in front of him suffered all 4 segments of damage, his health plummeting. Just as Wang Er was still recovering, 2 arrows shot towards him. It was Lin Chen. What made Wang Er even more desperate was that among these 2 arrows, one was flashing with a blinding light. Dawn arrow. 130. 140. 2 massive damage numbers appeared above Wang Er's head. Wang Er didn't even have the chance to scream in pain before he turned to nothingness, disappearing from this world. Lin Chen clearly didn't expect that this arrow would trigger the Dawn arrow. At that moment he only felt relieved. Thankfully, he hadn't shot this arrow at the elite monster. Lin Chen had gradually slowed down the pace of killing the elite monster since he started changing its direction. Now, the elite monster was a form of protection for Lin Chen and his companion. If the elite monster fell, the gap between the 2 dead trees would open up, and at that time, Lin Chen would truly be like a turtle in a jar. But he couldn't stop attacking. If he stopped for too long, the elite monster would also trigger its recovery mechanism. So he had to buy time, delaying the elite monster's death as long as possible, trying to reduce the number of Yen Hao's team. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen surprisingly chose to temporarily put away the bow of eternal night and switch back to the beginner's weapon. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about killing too quickly. Yang Kailang beside him didn't notice Lin Chen's actions. He was currently staring in shock at the fallen Wang Er. This was already the second person to die in front of him. Lin Chen's high damage truly terrified him. But what was even more astonishing was Lin Chen's various understandings of the game. He actually thought of using whirlwind slash in a dead angle to deal multiple segments of damage. This technique, though simple, could achieve unexpected results. Truly the number one. At this moment, Lin Chen also looked at Yang Kailang with new eyes. Just now, Li Yi was completely soloed by Yang Kailang. Yang Kailang swung his big knife with great force, not giving his opponent a moment to breathe. Li Yi was almost suppressed by Yang Kailang from start to finish, dying in frustration. This operation made Lin Chen's eyes light up. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, Yang Kailang was leveling up on his own. A melee bloodthirsty warrior could eliminate so many small monsters by himself, which showed he definitely had strength. Why not try to invite him to team up? This thought arose in Lin Chen's mind. But he knew that now was not the time to discuss this. First, let's survive. At this moment, a rustling sound came again from the thicket. On the right, more people were coming. It was Chen San who had been hesitating earlier. He heard Wang Er's roar and naturally understood that Wang Er had already gone in, so he quickly abandoned his hesitation and crawled in. The time consumed in this was probably only 2 or 3 seconds. Chen San was still calculating in his heart. With Wang Er drawing fire, perhaps he could sneak attack quietly, as long as he passed through this thicket of thorns. He could activate his passive skill, becoming invisible to ambush Lin Chen. If he could get behind Lin Chen, he could unleash the level 5 skill of the Shadow Assassin. Level 5 skill Backstab. Mana cost 10 points, cooldown 60 seconds. If the next attack of the Shadow Assassin strikes from behind, it will deal 180% damage. This skill perfectly matched the identity of the Shadow Assassin. If an optimally built Shadow Assassin used this skill for a backstab, he would unleash terrifying damage in an instant. But when Chen San crawled out from the thicket, everything that happened was clearly not what he had imagined. He actually didn't see Wang Er's figure. Could it be that Wang Er ran away first? This doesn't seem like Wang Er's character. But it can't be that he was killed, right? It's only been a few seconds. At this moment, Chen San's mind echoed with the system's voice. Warning, your teammate Wang Er has been killed by Lin Chen. He really is dead. Chen San's mind instantly became a mess. As a result, when he revealed himself, he hadn't even had time to activate his passive skill before a cloud of black mist enveloped his head. It was Lin Chen's skill, Dark Envelopment. Chen-san immediately felt as if he was struggling to move. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was that in the next moment, a bloodthirsty warrior wielding a large knife suddenly charged at him. The blade was aimed straight at his face. Chen-san wanted to raise the dagger in his hand to counterattack, but the darkness envelopment skill restricted him, making his movements slow. Before he could even lift his arm, the bloodthirsty warrior's next attack had already arrived. Relentless and oppressive. Coupled with the fierce gaze of the bloodthirsty warrior, Chen-san completely lost the ability to resist, ultimately vanishing into nothingness like Wang Air. Warning! Your teammate Chen-san has been killed by Yang Kailang. The continuous broadcast echoed in Yan Hao and the others' ears. Wei Ci was almost driven mad. 7 against 2 and they actually got 3 killed? Can't they play properly? Can't these idiots handle such an easy situation? That damn Chen-san even hesitated halfway. If it weren't for that, how could Lin Chen and the other two easily focus fire on Wang Air? Charge in! Don't stop! Anyone who dares to hesitate can forget about following me! Wei Ci shouted angrily, his words revealing his fury. The little brothers rarely saw Wei Ci this angry, and one by one they fell silent, no longer daring to have any cowardly thoughts. Frantically rushing into the thicket, Lin Chen listened to the sounds coming from the thicket and knew that more people were coming. You stay here and guard the left cave entrance, I'll take care of the right. Also, use this potion, your health is a bit dangerous. If your health drops below 1/3, don't hesitate, just retreat, leave the rest to me. Lin Chen quickly instructed and handed Yang Kailang a basic combat potion. Although it didn't restore much, it was better than nothing. Yang Kailang took the potion and nodded to himself. Having been in online games for so many years, although he had never been a commander, his vision was definitely not lacking. He understood very well what elite monsters meant right now. But he was curious, the elite monster's health was already low, so why didn't Yan Hao and the others focus fire to take it down first? Lin Chen seemed to see the confusion in Yang Kailang's eyes, chuckled lightly, and explained, What? Are you confused? It's actually very simple. The kill of an elite monster is based on contribution points. When multiple teams kill an elite monster at the same time, only the team with the highest contribution points is eligible to receive the distribution rights of the items. Right now, you and I hold more than half of the contribution points. Even if they manage to kill the monster, they won't get the distribution rights. So they want to kill you and me first to reset our contribution points to 0 and then go after the elite monster. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Yang Kailang suddenly felt a cold sweat break out on his back. So that's how it is. No wonder Yan Hao and the others hadn't made a move, they had been waiting for this. It's not surprising he hadn't thought of it. Because in online games, even if a team is wiped out, contribution points won't reset to 0. But here in the real world, when someone dies, that's the end of it, there won't be any contribution points left. Yang Kailang's thoughts were still stuck in the realm of online games. Lin Chen's words were like a sudden awakening for him. Just as Yang Kailang fell into contemplation, a rustling sound beside him interrupted his thoughts. Yan Hao's people had already come in. Yang Kailang quickly pulled his thoughts back and raised his large sword again, swinging it at the person in front of him. At the same time, another person burst out from the right cave, which Lin Chen was responsible for. Lin Chen swiftly switched back to his bow, gripping the bow of Eternal Night, and knocked 2 arrows on the string, shooting them out with a thunderous sound. The person from the right cave was Zhao Si, who was feeling panicked. The moment he emerged, he looked towards the opposite cave. He wanted to quickly regroup with his teammates and stall for time, waiting for the main force to arrive. The 3 who had died already had thrown them all into a state of panic. They had lost the initial courage and confidence to charge into battle, leaving only fear. However, what Zhao Si saw was a teammate already entangled in combat with Yang Kailang. Zhao Si's heart sank again. Regrouping would probably be difficult now. He could only fight. He was also a bloodthirsty warrior, wanting to use his passive skill to rush towards Lin Chen, who was not far ahead. Unfortunately, he underestimated Lin Chen too much. At that moment, Lin Chen was like a true god of death. Anyone who dared to crawl in from that cave would only meet death. Arrows flew towards Zhao Si's forehead. It didn't hurt, but the rapidly decreasing health made Zhao Si tremble in fear. He knew those weren't just simple numbers. That was Zhao Si's life. Finally, Zhao Si was scared out of his wits. He screamed and tried to turn and flee. But it was already too late. Perhaps it was when he heard Deng Jie summon him to this leveling area. Or perhaps it was when he relied on Deng Jie's power to bully others in Yanjing. It was already destined. Zhao Si's last bit of health was harvested by Lin Chen's arrows. Lin Chen didn't even glance at Zhao Si's gradually vanishing body. He quickly switched to a crossbow arrow and shot a curved arrow at the elite monster in front of him. Then he switched back to the bow of Eternal Night, knocked an arrow, and went to assist Yang Kailang. The curved arrow flew past the giant tree Johnson and headed towards Yang Kailang. Yang Kailang's opponent was a dazzling spirit mage. For such a ranged class to dare to come in was practically asking for death. The combined output of the two meant that the dazzling spirit mage couldn't last more than 2 seconds. although he shot out a few magic balls before dying. All those magic balls were shattered by Lin Chen's precise arrows. In the era of universal job changes, the ordinary attack of a dark hunter is arrows, while the ordinary attacks of dazzling spirit mages and glory priests are all magic balls. The judgment between them is that strong shatters weak. Lin Chen's attack power far exceeded that of the dazzling spirit mage, so Lin Chen's arrows could easily shatter the spirit mage's magic balls. Warning: your teammate Zhao Si has been killed by Lin Chen. Warning: your teammate Qian Wu has been killed by Lin Chen. The mechanical alarm sounded, reporting the most terrifying outcome in the calmest tone. 5 people. It had already been 5 people. The entire map seemed to fall silent. Aside from the sharp sounds of the giant tree Johnson rubbing against the dry wood and its occasional roars, the whole map seemed to quiet down. The 2 little brothers still crawling through the thorns were stunned by the broadcast in their ears. The 5 in front had all died. If they went in, was there any outcome other than death? They were truly scared. The fear of death almost instantly enveloped their entire bodies, and their legs trembled involuntarily. One of them even broke down and cried on the spot. Brother Jia, I can't. I'm out. I'm not doing this anymore. That person's figure vanished from the spot. He teleported away. The other person, without hesitation, turned around and rushed out like a madman, as if there was something 1,000 times more terrifying than death behind him. Soon, he teleported as well. Even while teleporting, he directly deleted the friends of Deng Jia and the others. They were done. They had followed Yan Hao and the others to enjoy the good life, standing at the peak of the entire server. Not to die. Yan Hao, who had been laughing wildly, suddenly seemed to have his throat grabbed by someone, and his laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at the scene before him in disbelief. There were 10 of them in total, and 5 had been killed, 2 had fled, and they hadn't even touched a hair on Lin Chen? A sense of shame from being slapped in the face surged in Yan Hao's heart. Damn, they're all useless. I'll go myself. Saying this, he raised his knife and was about to walk towards the thorns, but was stopped by Wei Si once again. This was already the 3rd time Wei Si had stopped Yan Hao today. Yan Hao turned back with a fierce look. His patience with Wei Si was quickly running out. Yan Hao coldly shouted without any regard for feelings. What do you want? So many of us have died. Are you just going to let it go? Wei Si's expression was serious. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Going in now is too risky. Lin Chen and their position is easy to defend and hard to attack, and his level advantage is too great. He has 1 more skill than us, and his equipment is better. I just overlooked this. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, his helper is probably not weak either. This time, we messed up. Yan Hao was furious. Bullshit. I could never lose to Lin Chen again. Isn't he just level 10? I'm level 9 now. I want to see where the difference lies between us. Seeing Yan Hao's impulsive demeanor, Wei Si's eyes gradually turned cold. Surpassing Lin Chen is only a matter of time. Do you really have to show off here? Are you really not going to listen to my advice? Do you remember what happened back then? You already suffered once because of your impulsiveness. Do you want to risk your life this time? If that's the case, go ahead, I won't stop you. Wei Si's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Yan Hao's head. He almost instantly calmed down, and some fragmented images from the past jumped into Yan Hao's mind. Yan Hao held his head, desperately trying to shake those memories out of his mind. Those images he least wanted to recall made him calm down. Deng Jia beside him didn't dare to speak at all. After a moment, Yan Hao completely calmed down and spoke again. I'll listen to you. Tell me, what should we do now? Wei Si coldly nodded slightly. It's too late now. We can't call more people for the time being. So, we can only give up. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Deng Jia, go by that recommendation letter. Wei Si seemed to calmly give orders, but his gaze was fixed on the giant tree Johnson not far ahead. However, what Wei Si wanted to see was Lin Chen behind the giant tree. Lin Chen, this time I remember. Next time, I will make you pay in blood. Yan Hao and the others left. They came in with great momentum, but in the end, they could only leave in disgrace. Yan Hao's arrogant words ultimately only slapped him in the face. To be honest, seeing them leave made Lin Chen feel a bit lost. Deep down, Lin Chen actually hoped that Yan Hao would irrationally charge in through the thorns. If that were the case, Lin Chen would have over 90% confidence in keeping all 3 of them here, once and for all. After all, these 3 were his major competitors for the top evaluation in the dungeon. If he could suppress them in their cradle here, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Unfortunately, there was still someone among the 3 who retained their rationality. Well, since they had already left, Lin Chen decided not to dwell on it anymore. After all, they would meet again sooner or later. Lin Chen no longer concealed the longbow in his hand but instead shot every arrow with all his might. The health of the giant tree monster Johnson plummeted, and before long, it crashed to the ground. A shining golden orb floated between 2 massive, dead trees. Yang Kailang also looked excitedly at the golden orb. But in fact, this orb had little to do with Yang Kailang. At least 90% of the damage output was done by Lin Chen alone. Saying that Lin Chen soloed this 1-star elite monster was not an exaggeration. With the giant tree monster down, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. He had been on guard against a sudden appearance of an assassin. If Wei Ci had made a comeback, it could have caught Lin Chen off guard. Fortunately, the demoralized Wei Ci hadn't thought of that at all. Moreover, even if he had thought of it, he probably wouldn't do something so thankless that could even cost him his own life. Why fight for an elite monster? There was no equipment to split. Was it for the experience? Wei Ci wasn't that foolish. Lin Chen noticed that young Kailang was standing still, and just as he was about to go open the golden orb himself, he suddenly remembered today. No, it was already past midnight, it was yesterday. Lin Chen suddenly recalled that he had drawn white equipment from the golden orb yesterday. He halted his steps and looked at young Kailang beside him. How about you open it? My luck with draws isn't great. This sentence made young Kailang instantly tense up. He would open it? What if he didn't do well? Would he be scolded? Would he embarrass himself? Young Kailang hesitated, wanting to refuse, but didn't know how to voice it. So he could only brace himself and step forward. At this moment, Lin Chen spoke again. Don't worry, we'll split the equipment evenly. A warm current flowed through young Kailang's heart. Yi Shin was really approachable. In his previous life, when young Kailang was immersed in online games, he had encountered many so-called gaming masters, and none of them were not self-serving. They would never let go of any equipment or items they could use, keeping everything for themselves and selling what they couldn't use. They would never share with teammates. If you raised any doubts, they would look down on you with a cold snort. Could you win without me? This was not uncommon in the online gaming world, and young Kailang understood their behavior. After all, they were masters, needing more resources to secure their status. So when Lin Chen mentioned splitting the equipment, young Kailang was a bit surprised. Approaching the orb, young Kailang no longer hesitated, silently pulling out equipment one by one from the golden orb. A 1-star elite monster was destined to be inferior to a 3-star elite monster. The first item young Kailang pulled out was a fine piece of equipment. Unfortunately, it was a fine weapon for a glory priest, which neither Lin Chen nor Yang Kailang could use. Young Kailang directly handed the equipment to Lin Chen without saying a word. Everything was unspoken. Young Kailang's life motto: if you can say less, then don't say anything. If you can communicate less, then don't communicate. Lin Chen nodded slightly and did not refuse the weapon, because Lin Chen noticed that although it was just a fine weapon, the increase in magic power was quite good, already approaching epic level. It should have been a damage boost. Some equipment is like this, although rated as fine, the attributes it enhances far exceed those of the fine quality, which is referred to as a boost. Such fine equipment tends to be a bit more expensive than ordinary ones. The second item young Kailang offered was a fine dagger, which was also not usable by Yang Kailang. It seems young Kailang's luck isn't much better than his own, Lin Chen thought to himself. Young Kailang didn't even dare to look up at Lin Chen now and stopped his hand reaching for the light orb. Young Kailang, my luck is too bad. Suddenly, a message from young Kailang popped up in the team. Lin Chen quickly waved his hand. No worries, continue. If he let young Kailang back off now, wouldn't it really seem like Lin Chen thought young Kailang's luck was poor? Lin Chen was still very warm-hearted. Caring for the vulnerable group starts with Lin Chen. Young Kailang had no choice but to continue. The next items were not equipment but equipment blueprints. Perhaps he had turned his luck around, as young Kailang actually obtained 3 level 10 blueprints from this 1-star elite monster. Among them, 2 were blueprints for the bloodthirsty warrior's long sword. There was even a level 15 cloak blueprint. A total of 4 blueprints. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled. Not bad, how about this? I'll craft a weapon for you, and consider it your allocated item, how about that? As soon as Lin Chen spoke, young Kailang was so startled that he trembled all over. He quickly shook his head, wanting to say that Lin Chen didn't need to trouble himself, as he hadn't contributed at all. But while young Kailang was still trying to find the right words, Lin Chen continued, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Anyway, I need to craft equipment to boost my proficiency. Is that settled then? But I can't guarantee the quality of what I craft. Thus, young Kailang ended up agreeing to Lin Chen in a dazed manner. Young Kailang really wanted to complain. You didn't even give me a chance to speak. But young Kailang's personality made it impossible for him to voice it. He could only lower his head in silence and continue to draw prizes from the light orb. The next item was also a good one. It was unexpectedly a letter of recommendation. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the probability of this elite monster dropping a letter of recommendation was quite high. Although it wasn't needed right now, it represented money. Seeing the letter of recommendation reminded Lin Chen of the one he had posted online yesterday. He wondered if the unscrupulous merchant Ma had contacted him. While thinking this, Lin Chen opened his trading hall interface and was immediately stunned. Lin Chen could hardly believe his eyes. The recommendation letter he had priced at 10,000 trading points had actually sold? What the hell? Who was this lucky person? It was absolutely impossible to accumulate 10,000 trading points in just one day, so this person must have exchanged currency for trading points. The system's exchange rate was 1:1000, which meant that 10,000 trading points represented 10 million coins. Who was this wealthy person? Lin Chen quickly glanced at the buyer's name. In the trading hall, both sellers and buyers were defaulted to anonymity. For example, Lin Chen was using an anonymous identity. However, if players said it intentionally, they could display their names publicly. This buyer had flamboyantly displayed his name. Deng Jie. Deng Jie? That name sounded so familiar. Lin Chen muttered it in his heart and suddenly realized it was the wealthy teammate of Yen Hao, Deng Jie. It turned out to be this big fool who bought his recommendation letter. Lin Chen also noticed that both Wei Ci and Deng Jie had sent him many messages. Lin Chen took a quick glance. They were all about bargaining. The price had risen from 1,000 to 5,000 trading points. But at that time, he hadn't paid attention to those messages, so he hadn't responded at all. Shortly after Wei Ci and the others left, Deng Jie didn't raise the price again but generously spent 10,000 trading points to buy the recommendation letter outright. Lin Chen was really taken aback. They must have been stimulated by him, right? Lin Chen had changed his profession to a blacksmith, so did they want to follow in his footsteps and also change to a blacksmith? If Yen Hao and the others knew the seller was Lin Chen, what would they think? That scene would definitely be interesting, right? Lin Chen was quite happy about this sudden influx of trading points, because Lin Chen knew that as the system's functions gradually unlocked, the uses of trading points would become more and more diverse. For example, he could use trading points to buy extremely expensive delicacies in the original world or to renovate and expand his safe house. Lin Chen had once seen the luxurious mansion of the swindler Ma on the forum. Speaking of the swindler Ma, just now, a few people in Lin Chen's trading hall had sent messages. One of them, named Manhwa, sent a message that was quite different and caught Lin Chen's attention. Manhwa, brother, are you dreaming with this price? Lower it a bit and I'll take it. Manhwa, are you there? Are you there? Don't pretend to be a master and not talk. Manhwa, forget it, I give up. How about this? I see we have a good connection. Why don't we cooperate? We can definitely grow big and strong. Manhwa, I know you're definitely watching. Don't you believe what I'm saying? Let me tell you, if you give me this recommendation letter, I'll let you invest. Manhwa, what the hell? It actually sold? Manhwa. Lin Chen was chewing on this name in his heart, and vague memories from his past life rushed back. He was now about 80% sure that this was the swindler Ma from his previous life. It seemed he had indeed discovered the business opportunity in the recommendation letter. However, from his words, it was clear that he didn't seem to have much money on hand right now. It looked like this was the best opportunity to pull him onto the pirate ship. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly opened the chat box, thought for a moment, and typed out his message. Lin Chen, cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Why don't we discuss it in person? After sending it, Lin Chen thought again that it was so late. Manhwa should have already gone to sleep, right? He probably wouldn't reply until tomorrow. Lin Chen directly closed the chat interface and turned his gaze back to Yang Kailang in front of him. At this moment, Yang Kailang had completed the exploration of the golden orb. There wasn't much good stuff left in the blueprints. Mostly just some materials. However, there happened to be some materials that Lin Chen was missing. Although he had just obtained 4 new blueprints, one of which was even a level 15 blueprint, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that some materials dropped by the 3-star elite monsters he had hunted were exactly what was needed for this level 15 blueprint. With plenty of time before the reset at 8 o'clock, Lin Chen decided to finish crafting all 10 pieces of equipment before going to sleep. He looked at Yang Kailang with a beaming smile. Let's go, we're going to craft some gear. At that moment, after 3 or 4 minutes of contemplation, Yang Kailang finally thought of a reason to refuse. As soon as Lin Chen spoke, he quickly sent a message. Yang Kailang, I'm really tired, how about we skip it? Yang Kailang felt a bit proud inside. He believed this reason was flawless. Sure enough, Lin Chen was taken aback upon reading the message. The physically weaker group really shouldn't stay up late. He had indeed overlooked that. Alright, then I'll go craft the equipment first, and I'll contact you again tomorrow. I'll give you the gear then. I remember your name, your skills are quite good, keep it up. Lin Chen patted Yang Kailang on the shoulder and vanished from the spot, leaving Yang Kailang dumbfounded. What? He'll look for me tomorrow? I'll have to find a way to refuse tomorrow? Yang Kailang truly felt a bit like crying without tears. He thought this was a foolproof excuse. Luckily, he had been careful to only sneak out to level up after 11 o'clock. He was afraid of running into too many people. In the leveling area, it was common for strangers to team up to level. But he never expected to encounter Lin Chen here in the middle of the night. After being saved by Lin Chen, he had fought alongside him, and now they had even arranged to meet tomorrow. What kind of karma had he created? Yang Kailang felt a dull ache starting in his head. Little did he know, he wasn't the only one with a headache at that moment. Manhwa was originally lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. That recommendation letter had truly pained him. How could someone really buy a recommendation letter for 10,000 trading points? Why wasn't he the one selling it? After analyzing, Manhwa knew that recommendation letters were a necessity for every team, yet their drop rate was so low that it would definitely skyrocket in the near future. Moreover, Manhwa had already prepared a complete plan regarding the hype around this recommendation letter. Although he understood the importance of the recommendation letter, many others had not yet grasped it. So he first needed to make everyone understand. Then he would create anxiety or, in other words, create demand. His planned approach was to post on forums, making everyone anxious about obtaining the recommendation letter. He wanted the public to feel that if they didn't hurry to get the recommendation letter to craft equipment, they would soon perish in the dungeons. The threat of death was often the most effective. Of course, before doing all this, Manhwa must stockpile recommendation letters to the maximum extent. Only then can he act quickly and sell at a high price after the public becomes anxious. He believes that this time he will definitely succeed. Unfortunately, his starting capital is not much. He only has 2,000 trading points. This is all his wealth. That's why Manhwa wants to partner with this person. If this person knows nothing, he can easily deceive him and turn his bitter tea upside down. If this person is knowledgeable, then he can still deceive him with a few serious words. Manhwa is confident in himself. However, damn it, his plan's first step has already failed. No matter how eloquently Manhwa speaks, the seller doesn't reply a word. Before Manhwa could exert all his strength, this recommendation letter was actually sold? Manhwa really can't accept it. So he was so angry that he couldn't sleep. At this moment, a message suddenly rang out in the trading hall. Manhwa, already irritated, became even more furious when he realized he had forgotten to mute his phone. Who the hell is messaging me in the middle of the night? I will definitely not let you off. My mouth can not only make money but also curse people. Today I will let you see. Manhwa suddenly sat up in bed, his face full of anger as he opened the system interface. Then opened the chat box of that unlucky guy. Just as he was about to curse, he suddenly saw the previous chat history. He had been like a dog licking, sending over a dozen messages while the other person hadn't replied at all. That's right, the one messaging Manhwa was the lucky guy selling the recommendation letters. Manhwa was really envious of him, even jealous. If he could have those 10,000 trading points, he could definitely earn hundreds or thousands of times more. So, he really didn't want to reply. But, this person is now saying he wants to meet him to discuss cooperation? Could it really be possible? Manhwa's face was filled with excitement. He almost instantly replied to Lin Chen's message. Manhwa, sure. Where are you? I'm coming over now. What a dog. But Manhwa didn't mind. A minute quickly passed. 5 minutes also went by. Manhwa's excited smile froze on his face. What the hell? Not saying anything again? Is he sick? Manhwa really felt a headache now, a kind of explosive pain. Yes, that's right. Manhwa hurts. At this moment, the instigator causing Manhwa's pain, Lin Chen, was already sweating in the blacksmith shop. Upon re-entering the blacksmith shop, the NPC Wang Dazue warmly welcomed Lin Chen again. Lin Chen casually waved his hand in response to Wang Dazue's enthusiasm, then walked directly to the forging table to start forging. With the help of top-level forging skills, Lin Chen quickly completed the forging with a clanging sound. Today's energy was completely exhausted. Lin Chen looked at the 10 semi-finished products which were just one step away from identification, thought for a moment and decided to identify them tomorrow. He tossed the 10 semi-finished products into his backpack and directly teleported back to his small house. After a simple wash, he lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The influence brought by Jiba had long since disappeared. As for the forgotten Manhwa, he was still grinding his teeth and tossing and turning. If I see you, if I don't trick you out of your bitter tea, I won't be surnamed Ma. On the other side, in a small room, Yang Kailang was curled up in the corner, awkwardly rehearsing his refusal for tomorrow. In a certain leveling map, Yen Hao and the others were staring at each other while killing small monsters, and Deng Jia's twitching mouth expressed his helplessness. Wei Ci frowned, his eyebrows shaking with anger. Damn it! Is this system doing it on purpose? They hadn't reached level 10 yet, so they had to tidy up their mood and come back to level up again. The result was that among these mere 10 little monsters, 2 recommendation letters dropped. 2 little monsters. But they had just spent 10,000 trading points to buy one. In a team, having 2 life professions is enough, so the recommendation letter they bought was essentially a waste. 10,000 trading points down the drain. Even if Deng Jia had money, he wouldn't spend it like this. Moreover, now the currency would only decrease, because Deng Jia's father could no longer send him money. Damn it, it must be that Lin Chen. Meeting him is never a good thing. Yen Hao cursed angrily. Wei Ci could only helplessly wave his hand. Forget it, I'll sell this recommendation letter in the trading hall. Let's see if we can recover some losses. I was impulsive before, I apologize. Let's go, we need to change jobs. What Lin Chen can do, we can do too. Just as he was speaking, Wei Ci paused, then froze in place, quickly revealing a sly smile. Deng Jia was surprised. Ci go, what's wrong? Why are you smiling so lewdly? Wei Ci glared at him. Is that the only adjective you know? But it really is a good thing. That Jiba, who was Lin Chen's teammate in the first dungeon, agreed to speak up in our post. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up naturally. Although he had slept very late last night, he still woke up naturally at 7. This had become Lin Chen's biological clock. Why? 7 o'clock? It's simple. The opening time for the National Job Change Dungeon is 8 in the morning. Waking up at 7 allows him to do some simple warm-up activities and wake his body up. Lin Chen spent 1 trading point at the system to buy a delicious breakfast, and the moment he placed the order, the breakfast appeared on his table. The craftsmanship of the Tower of Babel isn't exactly great, but at least it's edible. While eating, Lin Chen browsed through the forum messages. After 2 days of adaptation and the selection from the first dungeon, the players who remained were those more accepting of new things, so discussions about the era of national job changes were increasing. However, the hottest topics were still Yan Hao and Lin Chen's posts. Just as Lin Chen was browsing, Yan Hao's post suddenly erupted in popularity again. Surprised, Lin Chen clicked in directly to see what kind of trouble Yan Hao was stirring up this time. What caught his eye were several striking big words. Lin Chen's teammate personally identifies that all his honors actually come from cheating. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Damn, am I being hammered? If I say I didn't cheat, will I get banned? Lin Chen didn't notice that he had inexplicably stood up, continuing to scroll through the post, looking down. My name is Jiba, you can see my name on the leaderboard. I am a member of Lin Chen's team, so you can completely trust what I say next. Kiki Bo? Seeing the beginning of the post, Lin Chen frowned slightly. The previous enchanting images surged uncontrollably before his eyes again. Lin Chen quickly shook his head in frustration, trying to expel those images from his mind. However, Lin Chen was still somewhat puzzled. How did Kiki Bo end up with Yan Hao and the others? Why did she choose to speak out under Yan Hao's post? Lin Chen hurriedly continued reading. I had no intention of occupying public resources, but I really can't accept that hypocritical person being idolized. In fact, Lin Chen's skills are not as good as everyone thinks, nor is he as exceptionally smart as everyone believes. He toyed with my feelings. He's just a scumbag. Everything about him is just a facade. Upon reading this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Yan Hao and the others were really lacking in creativity, right? They started using Kiki Bo to attack him as a scumbag? If Lin Chen were a scumbag, then are there any good men left in this world? Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head, not taking any of this to heart. As long as his friends knew who he was, that was enough. Although reputation affects the points and awe value of a great god, such slander was something Lin Chen could hardly defend against. It was better not to argue at all. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. All his advantages actually come from a loophole in the era of universal job changes. Lin Chen continuously obtained information about the dungeons from this loophole and then relied on this information to lead us to complete the first disaster dungeon. That's why our completion rate was so high. And then they took all the rewards from the dungeon, leaving nothing for me. And this loophole is his teammate, Su Wanning. This Su Wanning's profession is different from all of ours. She is a bizarre evil spirit. Surprised? Everyone? That's right, she's the bizarre evil spirit we all encountered when we just changed jobs. Lin Chen's eyes widened suddenly. He could remain indifferent to everything that had come before, but he never expected that Kiki Bo would turn her attacks towards Su Wanning. They actually started to smear Su Wanning? Lin Chen knew without thinking that this was definitely Yan Hao and the others' instructions. They were truly going to any lengths to bring him down. Good. Very good. A raging fire gradually rose in Lin Chen's eyes. Yan Hao and the others could slander Lin Chen at will, and Lin Chen actually didn't care much. But Lin Chen knew Su Wanning's past. She had been nearly driven to depression by the violent rumors among classmates. Lin Chen absolutely did not want such a thing to happen again. Under this post, many players who were unaware of the truth had already expressed their sudden realizations. Even more people began to launch verbal attacks against the bizarre evil spirit Su Wanning. So that's how it is. I was wondering how Lin Chen achieved a 120% completion rate, exceeding 100%. It's simply outrageous. I was just a bystander, but after reading the OP's revelations, I've turned into a hater. This Lin Chen, did he just copy the answers directly? Didn't he change a few questions? Has he never copied homework? My god, a bizarre evil spirit? How did she survive? Will she harm us? Toying with your feelings? Tell me more. After seeing the sister's profile picture, I think I can let her take revenge on me. Boycott Lin Chen. Kill the evil spirit. Besides these, there were countless other unsightly comments, and some even found Su Wanning's profile picture from who knows where, posting it in the comments along with many derogatory remarks. It was definitely the kind of thing that would raise anyone's blood pressure to dangerous levels. But among the thousands of comments, there were also those speaking up for Lin Chen and the others. For example, Wang Lei. Wang Lei was furiously arguing with Ji Ba. Did a dog bite you? Do you want to see what you're saying? Sister Su saved you, and you treat her like this? Do you have a conscience? Still playing with your feelings? Are you sure Ishin is interested in you? Not giving you equipment? Where did that fine dagger of yours come from? Wang Lei kept posting, but Ji Ba didn't respond to him at all. His posts didn't attract anyone's attention. People only wanted to see what they wanted to see. The current onlookers and Lin Chen's haters only wanted to see Lin Chen's downfall. Such things might give them a bit of enjoyment in the era of universal job changes. What could be more entertaining than a top star's scandal? Right now, Lin Chen was like the first generation of internet celebrities in the era of universal job changes, and the number of people wanting to see him get hammered was countless. Besides Wang Lei, Tang Junrun was also helping to explain. But Tang Junrun's name was already tied to Lin Chen. Any post he made would instantly be bombarded by countless people. Tang Junrun was already dull and honest. How could he argue with those keyboard warriors? Lin Chen's pupils had completely ignited. The endless rage made him want to scream out loud. But he had more urgent matters to attend to. Lin Chen immediately opened Su Wanning's chat box and said, "Lin Chen, don't look at the posts online, don't pay attention, leave it to me." Lin Chen didn't know if Su Wanning had seen those comments or what her current state was. He also didn't know how to comfort her, so he wanted to solve the problem at its root. Then Lin Chen directly opened Wei Xi's friend chat box. Strangely, Lin Chen hadn't deleted Wei Xi, and Wei Xi hadn't deleted Lin Chen either. "Lin Chen, I have to say, if you want to anger me, then you succeeded. Rest assured, I will make you pay the price. I will kill you." After sending that, Lin Chen switched the chat box again and sent a message to Tang Junrun. "Lin Chen, no need to explain, no need to post anymore, leave it to me to handle." The first to reply to Lin Chen among the three was surprisingly Wei Xi. "Wei Xi, what's wrong? Are you anxious?" "Wei Xi, I didn't expect the fearless Lin Chen to have such a weakness. I really have to thank Miss Ji for telling me this." "Wei Xi, want me to delete the post?" "Sure. Wei Xi, as long as you die, I'll delete the post immediately. How about that? Quite a bargain, right?" Lin Chen's eyes were icy as he looked at the words in the chat box. Wei Xi's actions had completely enraged Lin Chen. Yan Hao and the others had already climbed onto Lin Chen's death note. Wasn't it just the strongest blood warrior and the strongest assassin from his past life? Lin Chen wanted to see if they really had that kind of ability. At this moment, Wei Xi rarely showed a triumphant smile. He now had a large dark circle under his eyes, but he was very happy. He hadn't slept a wink last night. After changing his profession to a blacksmith, he worked through the night to forge all his equipment, exhausting all his energy. Now his proficiency had reached 300. His initial proficiency was rated as Elite Craftsman by Wang Dezue, earning him 200 proficiency points. Wei Xi believed that his proficiency was definitely higher than Lin Chen's now. His operations were precise and flawless, and his speed was nearly on par with Wang Dezue. That was why he received the evaluation of an elite craftsman. Even the NPCs were astonished by his performance, which showed how outstanding he was. Therefore, he did not believe that Lin Chen could do better than him. So what if he was the first to change professions in the entire server? Could Lin Chen afford to buy so many blueprints? No. Could Lin Chen have such a high initial proficiency? No. After finishing the equipment, Wei Xi hadn't even had time to identify it before he started helping Jiba plan how to use Jiba's identity to bring down Lin Chen. It was still at Jiba's suggestion that they decided to turn their attention to the side character, Su Wanning. They would dump a basin of dirty water that couldn't be cleaned onto Su Wanning. Wei Xi felt like a genius. This time, the public opinion would definitely be something Lin Chen couldn't withstand. Sure enough, Lin Chen could no longer contain his furious heart and actually took the initiative to send a message. This indicated that Lin Chen was already panicking. This made Wei Xi feel that all his sleepless nights were worth it. Although Lin Chen had not yet replied, Wei Xi could already imagine Lin Chen scratching his head in frustration over there. He was in pain. Wei Xi felt great. And of course, Wei Xi would not let Lin Chen off so easily. Since there was a wound, he might as well sprinkle more salt on it. So Wei Xi began to mutter to himself in a somewhat deranged manner. "Wei Xi, now, you know the consequences of opposing us, right? Wei Xi, what a pity. It's too late for you to regret now. Wei Xi, this time, I want to see what you have to turn the tables. What will you use to respond? Wei Xi, just wait for your reputation to be ruined and then die in the dungeon. Wei Xi, by the way, you probably don't know, right? After the next dungeon, the system will open the guild function, and with our current reputation, we will definitely be the largest guild in the entire server. Wei Xi, by then, you really won't be able to survive. I will make our guild members kill you every time they see you. Unless you stay in your little house every day. Ha ha ha. Wei Xi, are you curious why I target you? It's simple, you're too arrogant, and I don't like people who are more arrogant than us. Wei Xi, moreover, stepping on you to rise will gain me higher reputation. Reputation is what truly belongs to the powerful. Wei Xi, you are not worthy of having it. Lin Chen had not replied, seemingly rendered speechless and flushed by Wei Xi's taunts. Wei Xi was very satisfied with this. But what Wei Xi didn't know was that the reason Lin Chen didn't reply was that he wasn't even looking at the messages Wei Xi sent. At this moment, Lin Chen was deep in thought. He was contemplating how to find that damned Wei Xi. If Yan Hao and the others really established their own guild, it might become even more troublesome. No matter how strong Lin Chen was, it would be difficult to take on 100 opponents, right? He knew that Wei Ci and Yan Hao's gang were very powerful. In his previous life, Yan Hao founded a guild that ranked among the top 3 in overall strength in the entire server. Yan Hao's influence spread throughout the server, with most of the veteran members being his underlings from when he was in Yanjing. It was their reckless, gangster-like style that allowed Yan Hao's power to expand rapidly. But it was also this mixed bag of members that caused the average strength of Yan Hao's guild to be not very strong, so the overall strength ranking was not the highest. It all relies on the strongest bloodthirsty warrior and the strongest shadow assassin to hold the fort. Although it is not the legendary strongest guild in the entire server, it is definitely one of the most prominent guilds. Lin Chen originally had no intention of establishing a guild. He just wanted to live well with a few of his teammates in this chaotic world. However, now that Lin Chen wants to continue fighting against Yan Hao and others, it seems that a guild has become a necessary existence. Only power can counter power. Lin Chen temporarily noted this idea in his mind. After all, given the current situation, let alone forming a guild, he hasn't even managed to gather a 6-person team yet. Counting carefully, among the 6 classes, he has only confirmed one teammate, Tang Junren. He already has a direction for the bloodthirsty warrior, which is Yang Kailang he met yesterday. With little guidance, his strength should be able to improve rapidly. The glory priest is the merchant Ma. However, this one cannot be confirmed yet, as he hasn't met the merchant Ma and doesn't know what the other's character is like. Lin Chen's criteria for choosing teammates are very simple. Your skills can be a bit lacking, as long as your talent isn't ridiculously poor. Lin Chen can rely on external help to guide you slowly. But if your character is lacking, that's something that external help cannot change. If these 2 can be confirmed, then he still has 2 vacant spots for teammates. One is a dazzling spirit mage and the other is a shadow assassin. The strongest shadow assassin from his previous life has already become an enemy of Lin Chen, no need to say more. As for the strongest dazzling spirit mage from his previous life, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. A mad figure intruded into Lin Chen's mind, making him shiver involuntarily. That woman, maybe it's better to forget it. If she really became a teammate, the whole team would probably be in chaos. It seems that finding teammates cannot be rushed. Lin Chen pulled his thoughts back and looked at the chat box in front of Wei Ci. He knew there was probably nothing to say to such a rogue. The 2 had long officially become mortal enemies. Saying more useless words would be less satisfying than just shooting him down with 2 arrows when the time comes. Lin Chen had already opened the forum, preparing to personally speak out to refute the rumors. Aren't you questioning me? Didn't you say I was all acting? Then as you wish, you fight me to the death. I'll take on all 3 of you. Do you dare? Just as Lin Chen was about to send it out, Tang Junren's chat box suddenly lit up. Tang Junren, brother-y, sister-in-law actually stood up and posted. Lin Chen's heart raced. Sister-in-law naturally refers to Su Wanning. Su Wanning actually posted? Has she gone mad? She was already the target of everyone's criticism. Standing up now would only drown her in a sea of scorn. Didn't he say to let him handle it? Why did she have to stand up? Lin Chen's mind was in turmoil. He quickly exited the post-editing page and looked towards the trending posts. Sure enough, he soon saw Su Wanning's name at the 5th spot on the hot list. I am Su Wanning. I saw the post by Jieba. That's right, I have indeed transformed into a strange evil spirit, but I have my sanity. I am different from those irrational evil spirits. Do you think I am a loophole in the system? That I can know the tricks to pass in advance? Actually, I would quite like to have that ability, then I could contribute my part to the team. But unfortunately, I do not. Whether you believe it or not, I don't care. We don't like to harm others, but unfortunately, countless malice always comes our way. I have also experienced similar online bullying before. Back then, I chose to escape, and it was Lin Chen who protected me. Now both Lin Chen and I are being bullied online, and I think it's my turn to stand up and protect him. This time, I will not back down. This video should let everyone know the truth. Below the post was a video. Lin Chen opened the video in confusion and suddenly realized that it was the entire process of him killing the 3-star elite monster. The recording perspective was from Su Wanning. Su Wanning must have started recording during the monster farming, so the video began from when Tang Junren discovered the terracotta warrior. Then came Lin Chen's calm deployment. He instructed Su Wanning to hide and let Tang Junren farm the monsters. Then there were clips of him playing with the terracotta warrior. In a certain main city, Gu Xuerong lay on her bed with a serious expression, frowning as she looked at the forum. Even her exquisite magic wand was casually tossed aside. She was frantically typing with her mind. She was arguing with someone, typing while cursing. Her manic appearance was quite unbefitting of her beautiful face. They're all damn haters, all trying to smear my brother, they can all die. Gu Xuerong was Lin Chen's #1 fan. From the moment Lin Chen's first highlight video appeared, she was deeply attracted to that handsome figure. Especially when Lin Chen took that calm step facing the giant ant. Elegant. So elegant. Gu Xuerong had a background in dance. Although she later went off track and attended police academy, she had almost no resistance to such elegance that could be likened to a dance step. So from that moment on, Gu Xu Erong became a die-hard fan of Lin Chen. Even when Yan Hao later appeared, constantly throwing out dirt on Lin Chen, she never wavered. But the emergence of Ji Ba made Gu Xuerong feel like she was facing a formidable enemy. After frantically posting, just as she was about to catch her breath, a post from Su Wanning suddenly caught her attention. She was naturally familiar with the name Su Wanning. Isn't this the strange evil spirit that Ji Ba mentioned, Lin Chen's teammate? She actually spoke up? How is she going to prove that she is not a loophole? She better not become a liability, making things worse. Gu Xuerong quickly and nervously clicked on the post. Read the post very quickly. Su Wanning's sincere emotions did move Gu Xuerong a little. In response to various doubts, Su Wanning surprisingly did not choose to clarify too much for herself, but casually left a line, "Whether you believe it or not, I don't care." This made Gu Xuerong nod slightly. Sometimes, it's better not to explain. Then, Gu Xuerong clicked on the video and soon, she noticed Lin Chen in the center of the frame. Wow, he really is handsome. Gu Xuerong had a lovesick expression. But soon, the terracotta warrior appeared aggressively, startling Gu Xuerong, followed by a series of actions from Lin Chen. When Lin Chen performed a backflip using the wall, Gu Xuerong even forgot to breathe. It was simply too thrilling. No wonder he's the man I admire. He really is handsome. Next came the scene where Tang Junren successfully killed the small monster. Lin Chen leveled up and changed equipment and then began to press the terracotta warriors. Tang Junren wanted to help but was even stopped by Lin Chen. He actually wanted to solo this elite monster? Solo is a term that Gu Xuerong is accustomed to. When they practice dancing, they often use this word, meaning a solo dance. Here, soloing the elite monster means killing the elite monster alone. Upon seeing this, Gu Xuerong was already amazed, especially after seeing the data of this terracotta warrior. 3,500 health points, 200 attack power. My god, if it were me, just being poked twice would mean certain death. How could Ishin dare to do this? Suddenly, Gu Xuerong finally understood the meaning of this video. This video not only proved that relying on a swarm tactic to kill a 3-star elite monster was absolutely unfounded, but also directly and blatantly showcased Lin Chen's skills. Who would still dare to say that Lin Chen's brilliant maneuvers were fake? That it was all an act? Do you think this is a film studio? Lin Chen couldn't possibly find a terracotta warrior to cooperate with him, right? Gu Xuerong loved to play online games during her dance practice breaks, and she could be considered an esports girl, so she could see the terrifying aspects of Lin Chen's maneuvers and awareness. With just this one video, Lin Chen could rid himself of all doubts. This was filmed in its entirety. Although Su Wanning occasionally shifted the angle to look at the sculptures moving back and forth beside her, it did not affect Gu Xuerong's view of Lin Chen's various stunning maneuvers. On the contrary, this shifting perspective added a sense of tension and immersion. It felt as if she were right there in the scene recorded by Su Wanning. But suddenly, a twist occurred. In the video, Tang Junren, who went to help Lin Chen, was actually knocked down by the terracotta warrior. Being knocked down wasn't the main issue, but Tang Junren actually triggered a group of small monsters. This made an already dire situation even more severe. Gu Xuerong's heart tightened. Then came Tang Junren's unwavering support, Lin Chen's desperate struggle, and Su Wanning's sudden inspiration. It could be said that without any one of these links, none of them would have survived. In the end, the scene of Su Wanning pouncing towards the terracotta warrior struck Gu Xuerong hard. From Su Wanning's perspective, this moment was truly suffocating. That long spear was even thrusting towards Su Wanning. Fortunately, in the end, it was still Lin Chen who acted and saved everyone. Thus, the 3-star elite monster fell. After watching, Gu Xuerong couldn't calm down for a long time. Her chest rose and fell, breathing heavily, as if she were the one who had just escaped death. After a long time, Gu Xuerong came back to her senses, and a sense of grievance suddenly surged in her heart. Lin Chen and the others fought so hard to survive, yet in the end, they were pinned down by those with ulterior motives, accused of relying on a swarm tactic. A swarm? 3 people as a swarm? 1,000 accusations, 100 defenses. Unknowingly, tears had already formed in the corners of Gu Xuerong's eyes. Gu Xuerong wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and opened the post by Yan Hao and Ji Ba again. At this moment, she had returned as a champion. At this moment, there were not a few people who shared the same experience as Gu Xuerong. Many fans who had been somewhat wavering chose to dry their tears and stand up to fight again after watching this video. Yan Hao said he relied on his level? But that level was something he had risked being crushed by the giant ants to improve himself. Yan Hao said he was outnumbered. Now the facts proved that this was still something Lin Chen had exchanged. For with his life in a deadly trap, Lin Chen had never relied on anyone else, let alone on cheating and deception. What he could rely on was only his exceptional skills and his courage to face death. In just half an hour, the video's view count had already exceeded 100 million. The previously one-sided public opinion was instantly reversed. Countless fans of Lin Chen, who had been depressed for a long time, erupted. There was video. There was proof. What else could Yan Hao say? Yet some of Yan Hao's fans stubbornly posted, "Fine, Even if Lin Chen's skills are genuine, this video cannot prove that the 120% completion of the dungeon was achieved by Lin Chen himself. If there were no hacks, how could Lin Chen possibly do it? That's right. How do you explain the 120% completion? Before such questioning voices could grow louder, Su Wanning posted again. Actually, the 120% completion isn't as unbelievable as you think. It was another video from Su Wanning's perspective, and the scene in this video was one everyone was all too familiar with. This was the crying senior year building. Countless people now had psychological shadows over that corridor. The content of the video was set in the principal's office, and the principal's health was already at its lowest. At this moment, Su Wanning was studying the various functions of the system, and by chance, she tried the recording function, finding it quite interesting, so she didn't turn it off. Oh, it can still record. Su Wanning's soft murmuring voice rang out. Then the screen lit up, initially a bit chaotic and shaky, but it seemed that Su Wanning adapted to the situation and stabilized it. She timidly hid behind Lin Chen, watching all of his movements. Soon, with the principal's health at its last drop, Wang Lei wanted to deal the final blow, but Lin Chen refused. Then came the scene of Lin Chen stepping forward to have the rational principal sign. At this point in the video, the barrage of comments instantly surged. Wow, the principal actually didn't go into disaster mode? So it was at this moment he signed. We didn't sign at all back then. When we signed, it was indeed this operation. What? Leave of absence. Form? Where did that come from? Everyone was astonished by this scene, but Lin Chen's various operations and analyses that followed left everyone in awe and suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. Lin Chen's analysis was correct. The makeup class form appeared, of course the classes had to increase, and of course they had to be killed again. What the heck? The final boss after finishing all classes actually reset its data? This is possible? But it does make sense. The leave of absence was approved, the classes were gone, they should be happy. Where is Lin Chen going? This is a reconciliation. He's not crying anymore. No one is crying in the senior year building, so it's naturally a perfect clearance. So that's how it is. Lin Chen truly immersed himself in this dungeon, genuinely thinking about how to solve the problems. Sometimes violence isn't the only way. Didn't this GE boss say Lin Chen was playing with her feelings? I see he didn't even pay her any mind. Didn't he give her equipment? Clearly, the first exquisite dagger was given to that GE boss. She did nothing, yet she could still get equipment. This dungeon was all thanks to Ishin carrying her, and this woman still has the nerve? So she's a green tea. Damn, we got tricked again. Once the video was released, even the last shred of doubt vanished. Everyone has gained a deeper understanding of how the great god navigates through dungeons. Immerse, contemplate, be meticulous, be bold. None can be missing. No wonder others can achieve a 120% completion rate while they can only manage 40%. A significant reason is that they haven't truly immersed themselves in thought. 2 videos allowed Lin Chen to return to the top tier in a dazzling manner. Many of Yan Hao's die-hard fans finally fell silent. There was no way around it. The enemy's offensive was too fierce. The once dominant Yan Hao's side was almost destroyed in a crushing manner, and the reputation he had painstakingly built plummeted. At this moment, Wei Ci, who had just insulted Lin Chen, was still feeling smug. This turtle, apart from playing dead, has no other abilities. Forget it. In just a few days, Lin Chen will be completely forgotten, and the 3 of us will stand on Lin Chen's shoulders, becoming the latest top tier. With billions of supporters, Wei Ci cheerfully opened the forum to enjoy how her supporters were attacking Lin Chen. At this time, Yan Hao's post still held the top spot on the popularity chart. Surprisingly, the second place was a post by Su Wanning. Wei Ci raised an eyebrow but didn't take it to heart. Just a futile resistance. Boring. Then Wei Ci clicked on Yan Hao's post. However, the content of the post was completely different from what Wei Ci had imagined. At a glance, the entire post was filled with Lin Chen's supporters, and even the occasional comments defending Yan Hao and the others were quickly drowned out. Most importantly, at this moment, Yan Hao's fans no longer knew how to compete with Lin Chen's fans. I was originally a fan of Ishin. I believed Yan Hao's nonsense and even doubted Ishin. But with these 2 videos, it's no different from a royal flush. Only now do I realize how ridiculous I was before. Ishin has been wronged for so long. Without thinking of releasing this video, but he didn't expect that his former teammates would also come out to slander him, which is why he couldn't bear it any longer. Ishin is upright and unafraid of shadows, but the toad doesn't bite, it just disgusts people. Ishin just wants this farce to end. Yan Hao is just a clown. Videos? Wei Ci suddenly had a bad feeling. She quickly opened Su Wanning's post and the 2 videos she had shared. When Wei Ci finished watching the first video, she realized that it was probably over. They wanted to turn the tide, but it seemed quite difficult. Single-handedly defeating a 3-star elite monster with such an honor, who could still say Lin Chen's strength was lacking? Although Tang Junrun also provided some help in the video, it still didn't affect Lin Chen's absolute dominance. Moreover, Lin Chen, as a Dark Hunter, was actually able to maneuver and pull elite monsters with charged skills just by positioning. With just this, Lin Chen could be called the strongest dark hunter in the entire server. This man, is he really that terrifying? Wei Ci suddenly felt a bit bitter, but he still opened the second video with a hint of disbelief and began to watch it seriously. After a long time, Wei Ci silently closed the video. All the rumors had already collapsed. On their own, they really had no chance of turning the tables. Wei Ci asked himself, were these details from the first instance really that hard to think of? Actually, no. It was like when you were a student, sometimes you racked your brain over a problem, but once you saw the answer, it all clicked. They were just blinded by their own perceptions. Wei Ci sighed softly. They lost. Not only did they fail to step on Lin Chen to rise, but they also became a stepping stone for Lin Chen to ascend even higher. This was the first time the great strategist Wei had failed after so long in Yinjing. But Wei Ci didn't expect that this was not the final blow. The fatal strike came from a former underling of Deng Jia, one of the two who had fled in disgrace last night. Yishen, I have no intention of opposing you. What happened last night in the schoolyard map was not my intention. I was also coerced. Please forgive me. The post began with an apology letter, but the accompanying video was quite explosive. The content of the video showed a group of people surrounding and killing a 2-star elite monster. That very 2-star elite monster was the one that Yan Hao and others had first killed. Countless underlings rushed towards the elite monster, while the protagonist Yan Hao stood by with a knife, watching all of this with great interest. Everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that the human wave tactic was employed by Yan Hao and his group. They actually dared to bite back and accuse others of using a human wave tactic? Countless players suddenly felt like they were being toyed with by Yan Hao like a dog. It turned out Yan Hao had always just been a petty person wanting to step on Lin Chen to rise. The already weak fanbase of Yan Hao completely vanished. Yan Hao's post was abandoned, replaced by another one. We all owe Lin Chen an apology. This post almost instantly shot to the top of the trending list. The second was Su Wanning's post. Lin Chen's name echoed once again in the hearts of all players in the server. Many players spontaneously went to like Lin Chen's highlight video and left messages of apology. Lin Chen's like count was skyrocketing. However, the main character of all these events was unaware of it. At this moment, Su Wanning and Tang Junrun had already teleported to Lin Chen's room. Lin Chen only felt relieved after repeatedly confirming that Su Wanning was indeed fine. It seemed that Su Wanning was indeed much stronger now than she was back then. This time they could turn the tables, and it was truly thanks to Su Wanning. As for how the online public opinion would continue to develop, Lin Chen no longer cared. He was currently contacting Yang Kailang. Lin Chen, Yang Kailang, are you awake? What's your room number? Should I teleport over? Or will you come here? Lin Chen, forget it, let's go to the blacksmith shop together. There are identification potions there, we can identify it directly. Hurry up, I'm waiting for you at blacksmith shop 007. Yang Kailang, actually, Lin Chen, don't even think about refusing, this is what you deserve. If you don't come, I'll have to hunt you down. You should know my influence, right? I just don't like owing others. Yang Kailang felt that even if he had 10 mouths, he might not be able to outtalk Lin Chen. Yang Kailang could only choose to yield and directly teleported to the outskirts of blacksmith shop 007. While waiting at the blacksmith shop, Lin Chen also noticed Ma Hua's reply from last night. Lin Chen never expected Ma Hua to be awake so late and could reply instantly. Lin Chen, sorry, I didn't see it yesterday. I'm at the blacksmith shop 007, you can come find me. After sending the message, Lin Chen casually sat down in the blacksmith shop, waiting for the two to arrive. Tang Junrun, beside him, was full of curiosity about the blacksmith shop, looking around and engaging in an interesting conversation with Wang Gachui. Lin Chen had briefly shared his experiences from the previous night with the two of them, and the thrilling events left Tang Junrun and Su Wanning feeling quite frightened. However, Lin Chen had omitted the story of Ji Yiba. Lin Chen did not think that being able to resist temptation was something to boast about. In fact, wanting to survive was not a bad thing, but Ji Yiba had taken a wrong path from the very beginning. Lin Chen felt powerless. At this moment, Ji Yiba was still unaware that the mountain she had newly allied with had already collapsed. She was still squandering her own sweat. After a moment, she tiredly got up, while Yan Hao beside her lit a cigarette for himself. That's impressive. How good, I'll be your person from now on, right? Hearing Ji Yiba's murmur, Yan Hao smiled proudly, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and said, you performed well, don't worry, in this era of universal job changes. I'll take care of you. Although you can't be on my team, I'll make sure they look after you. Upon hearing this, the originally charming Ji Yiba suddenly changed her expression, her voice sharp as she asked, didn't you say you would let me be on your team? Yan Hao exhaled a smoke ring, his face indifferent. Our team already has a shadow assassin, we don't need another one. Do you think you can replace Wei Ci? Woman, you think too much. Yan Hao's cold words struck Ji Yiba hard, her eyes filled with confusion, a feeling of being toyed with rising in her heart. At that moment, Yan Hao seemed to remember something, murmuring, speaking of Wei Ci, he just kept applying to teleport to my room. I was busy at the time, how could I let him teleport over? I don't even know what it was about. Yen Hao opened Wei Si's chat window. There were a dozen unread messages. What's so urgent? Is the sky falling? Is this what he calls being steady? Ridiculous. Yen Hao sneered coldly in his heart, opened the messages and was immediately stunned, exclaiming, "What? How is that possible?" Ji Ba suddenly had a bad premonition. Not bothering to cover her body, she quickly got up and grabbed Yen Hao's shoulder, asking, "What's wrong?" Yen Hao had no mood to care about her, roughly shaking off Ji Ba's arm, staring in astonishment at the system screen in the void. Ji Ba, having her arm shaken off, looked at Yen Hao's expression and realized that there must be a problem with the forum, quickly opening it. Not wanting to look was one thing, but after seeing it, Ji Ba's face instantly turned pale. It's over. Everything is over. Her support had collapsed. Ji Ba looked at the one-sided insults directed at her on the forum, a chill rising from her heart. Perhaps she could have been friends with Lin Chen, but now they had become enemies standing on opposite sides. Fatigue and fear surged in Ji Ba's heart, and coupled with her poor rest from the night before, she fainted directly. Lin Chen and the others were unaware of all this. At this moment, they were still chatting idly in the blacksmith shop. After hearing Lin Chen's experience, Tang Junren said with some trepidation, "Ego, that was too dangerous. Right? Next time, you could send a message to wake me up forcibly." Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. "Actually, in that kind of situation, your presence wouldn't have helped much." Su Wanning, however, looked at Lin Chen with a worried gaze. She was genuinely happy that Lin Chen was fine. Su Wanning found it hard to believe how Lin Chen could recount such a thrilling experience so casually. Just listening to him made her feel a chill run down her spine. Su Wanning looked at Lin Chen seriously and murmured, "Don't be so impulsive alone in the future. If something happens to you, what should we do?" What should I do?" Lin Chen was taken aback by Su Wanning's words. Tang Junren, not catching the deeper meaning in her words, chimed in loudly, "Exactly. Sister. Su classmate still needs Ego to protect her. You can't have any accidents." Lin Chen chuckled and nodded. "Don't worry, it won't happen again." Su Wanning smiled brightly, her eyes filled with joy. Lin Chen changed the subject and talked about the gains from yesterday and the 10,000 transaction points. Even more interesting was the person who bought the recommendation letter. Such a huge amount of transaction points made Tang Junren and Su Wanning's eyes widen in disbelief. Tang Junren scratched his head. "Ego, if they knew the one selling the recommendation letter was you, they would probably go crazy, right?" Su Wanning covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "Consider it their compensation for our mental distress, not a loss." Just as the three of them were chatting leisurely, Yang Kailang finally arrived. In fact, Yang Kailang had arrived a long time ago. However, he had hesitated at the door for a long time, unsure of how to enter, what to say first, and had gone through a detailed rehearsal. But now that Yang Kailang came in, it wasn't because he had practiced well. It was because someone had followed him in. That person was somewhat thin, with a hooked nose and shrewd eyes. Compared to him, Yang Kailang, with his fair and round skin and slightly dull gaze, looked like a fool. Yang Kailang instantly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. To avoid this person, he had no choice but to step into the blacksmith shop. Yes, this thin, hook-nosed man was Manhwa. Manhwa, who had barely slept all night, received the news early in the morning and was almost driven mad. Damn it! Just a simple apology and it's over? I'm not going. Do they really think I would bow down for a measly amount of transaction points? Dream on. Wait, if I don't go, wouldn't that be a bargain for this fool? No way, I not only have to go, but I have to go in a fierce manner because this time, I'm not going to negotiate business, I'm going to scold them. So Manhwa teleported in with great momentum. As Manhwa was about to reach the blacksmith shop, he saw a sneaky kid outside, not knowing what he was doing. Could this kid be the seller? So stupid? It really is. True that foolish people have foolish blessings. Thinking of this made Manhwa even angrier, and he quickly walked towards Yang Kailang. It was his fierce demeanor that scared Yang Kailang inside. Still dare to run? Feeling guilty now? Too late. Manhwa snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain, following closely behind Yang Kailang as he stepped inside. Seeing Yang Kailang suddenly appear, Lin Chen was first taken aback, then he chuckled and stood up. You're here? Just as Lin Chen was about to introduce Su Wanning and Tang Junren, Manhwa stormed in. And Lin Chen recognized Manhwa almost instantly. Sharp eyes and a hooked nose. This was the most commonly used description of the unscrupulous merchant Ma on the forums in his past life. Now that Lin Chen has really seen the real person, he knows how accurate this description is. You must be Manhwa, right? Lin Chen asked without thinking. Manhwa, who was originally striding aggressively towards Yang Kailang, was taken aback. Who is this person? How does he know who I am? Ah, it's me, and you are? Lin Chen chuckled and extended his hand. My name is Lin Chen. I'm the one who invited you here. Only then did Manhwa realize. Damn. So it's you, kid. Now smiling and looking quite friendly, but why is he not doing anything online? Just as Manhwa was about to scold him, he remembered Lin Chen's self-introduction and was instantly stunned. What did he just say his name was? Lin Chen? Even young Kai Lang, who has social anxiety, knows Lin Chen. How could he, someone who is keen on surfing the internet and collecting various information, not know? After all, a person's fame means traffic, and traffic means wealth. Lin Chen? Manhwa's expression changed instantly, and the anger in his heart dissipated almost immediately. Are you kidding? This is the god of easy. So what if the great god has a bit of a temper? Isn't that too normal? What? Double standards? In front of the trading point, let it be double standards. Manhwa slightly leaned forward, respectfully, grasping Lin Chen's hand with both of his, enthusiastically shaking it up and down, looking as if they had met too late. So you are Lin Chen? Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. I am Manhwa, please give me your guidance. God of easy. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised by Manhwa's enthusiasm but didn't say much. After shaking hands, he looked at Yang Kai Lang and Manhwa. Let me introduce, this is Tang Junren, he is an exiled knight. This is Su Wanning, she is a strange evil spirit. Yang Kai Lang and Manhwa had both seen posts online, so they didn't show too much surprise at Su Wanning's identity, but their reactions were worlds apart. Yang Kai Lang lowered his head in silence, even afraid to look at Tang Junren and Su Wanning. Manhwa, on the other hand, stepped forward with a familiar demeanor, first enthusiastically shaking Tang Junren's hand, his face full of excitement as he said, "So it's you, Mr. Tang. I've also watched your amazing operation videos, your use of the shield is simply extraordinary. Having an exiled knight like you in the team is truly something to dream of." Manhwa's enthusiasm left Tang Junren bewildered. Before Tang Junren could react, Manhwa had already walked over to Su Wanning. When shaking hands with Su Wanning, Manhwa was polite and brief, a gentlemanly display, but his attitude was equally excited. "Miss Su, I've watched the posts and videos you posted. The god of easy's counterattack against you is absolutely commendable. Your relationship with the god of easy is also very touching. And to be honest, your red hair looks great." Manhwa sincerely praised. Lin Chen, on the side, showed a look of admiration. Success indeed has always favored those who are prepared. Apart from his unique vision, Manhwa's handling of interpersonal relationships in his past life also made people feel comfortable. Since they are all choosing to cooperate, why not choose a collaborator who makes one feel comfortable? It must be said that Manhwa is well versed in the ways of the second party. As for Yang Kailang's situation, Lin Chen had already explained it in advance, and Su Wanqing and the others knew that Yang Kailang was part of a vulnerable group, so they were not surprised by his silence. Instead, they felt a bit regretful. How could such a sunny and handsome young man be? Sigh. Heaven, you are unfair. Manhwa understood the importance of keeping small talk brief. His greetings made people feel close without being overly bothersome, which is quite rare. After the pleasantries, Manhwa returned to his original spot and looked at Lin Chen. "Ishun, about the cooperation you mentioned." Lin Chen chuckled lightly. "Before we discuss our collaboration, let's first appraise a few pieces of equipment. These are what I crafted last night. Among them are 2 Blood Warrior greatswords, which I promised to Yang Kailang. How about we appraise these 2 greatswords first?" Naturally, Yang Kailang would not voice any opinions, and Su Wanqing and Tang Junren both nodded slightly. Manhwa, on the side, showed great interest. "Ishin is quite interested in crafting equipment? I was also thinking of changing my profession to a blacksmith because I believe that blacksmithing has good earning potential, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to get a recommendation letter. However, after careful analysis, I found that while blacksmithing can be profitable, it really tests one's luck. If luck is bad, one can only produce low-quality equipment every time, then balancing income and expenses becomes very difficult." After hearing Manhwa's words, Lin Chen nodded slightly. Manhwa's insight and analysis in the economic field were indeed impressive. Manhwa's guess was not wrong. In his previous life, as he said, forging equipment could earn money, but very few could make more than they invested. Most people were just satisfied with ensuring their team could be self-sufficient. It was a case of droughts killing the crops and floods drowning them. Lin Chen in his previous life was one of those who perished from drought. However, this time, with the initial 500 proficiency bonus and the lucky cloak of the god of forging behind him, Lin Chen had a bit of expectation for his forging results. At that time, Wang Dachui had praised him as a master craftsman. Could he really become a master craftsman? Lin Chen thought darkly. If not, he would just give Wang Dachui a good beating. Lin Chen had already purchased 10 appraisal potions from Wang Dachui. Among the 10 blueprints, they covered most equipment categories. There were 2 Blood Warrior greatswords, which belonged to Yang Kailang. There was also a staff, a wand, 3 light armors, 2 pairs of shoes, and finally, a level 15 cloak blueprint. The staff and wand seemed a bit hard to distinguish. The staff was exclusive to the Glory Priest, while the wand was exclusive to the Shining Mage. Lin Chen still remembered the order of his forging from yesterday. Since proficiency affects equipment attributes, Lin Chen prioritized crafting the least useful equipment for everyone. Yang Kailang's 2 greatswords were ranked 8th and 9th. So, let's appraise the 8th one first. Lin Chen took out all 10 semi-finished products from his backpack and then picked up an appraisal potion, directly pouring it over the greatsword. In the next moment, a crystal-clear green light flashed. Lin Chen was taken aback. "Oh, not bad. The first one is excellent. This green light instantly attracted everyone's attention. Apollo's devout longsword quality, excellent. Usable level 10 attack power 16-18 blacksmith. Lin Chen Su Wanqing pondered for a moment, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lin Chen noticed and chuckled. Wanqing, if you want to say something, go ahead. Su Wanqing nodded, staring at this excellent piece of equipment and said, this seems to have a bit more damage? Lin Chen nodded in affirmation. The normal attack power increase for a level 10 excellent greatsword should be around 15. This one can reach a maximum of 18, which is already quite good. You know, anything above 20 is considered epic. Not bad, at least it didn't turn out to be a blank. How about it? Kai Lang, are you satisfied? Suddenly being called out, young Kai Lang shivered and quickly nodded. He had been comfortably staying in the corner, with everyone focused on the equipment, which made him feel much better. But as soon as Lin Chen mentioned his name, all eyes turned to him, making young Kai Lang feel quite uncomfortable. When did he become Lin Chen's brother? At least there's a guaranteed quality item, so I fulfilled my obligation. Now let's see the next one. At this moment, Lin Chen was in a relaxed mood, taking out another bottle of identification potion and pouring it over another piece of equipment. At this time, in the 007 blacksmith shop, there were actually more than just Lin Chen and a few others. A group of boys and girls were surrounding a boy who had just completed his class change to a blacksmith. Wow! Now I'm also a dual-class player. The boy, named Lu Rinjia, felt that today was definitely the peak of his life. After grinding levels yesterday and this morning, he finally reached level 10, got a recommendation letter, and even made it into the top 100 on the leaderboard. After 9 o'clock this morning, the first batch of players who reached level 10 began to appear one after another. Therefore, more and more players were able to change classes. Most of these players had been grinding monsters yesterday and this morning. Those who were slacking off were mostly still around level 8. Lu Rinjia was one of those players who was quite enthusiastic about leveling up, and he was the first among all his friends to reach level 10. As soon as he hit level 10, he rushed to the blacksmith shop to change classes. After Lu Rinjia excitedly called out, a boy next to him, who was a bit jealous, spoke up. What's there to show off about just changing classes? Look at them, they're already identifying equipment and it's a quality one. Lu Rinjia shrugged indifferently, just luck. Just wait, the next one will definitely be a blank. The boy, already annoyed by Lu Rinjia's smugness, retorted angrily, what if it's not? Shall we make a bet? Lu Rinjia glanced at a few girls in the crowd and naturally wouldn't back down at this moment. Let's bet, I bet the next one is a blank. The boy decisively said, that person was able to change classes so early, so they must have some skills, so I bet it's a quality item. With the stakes raised by the two, everyone's gaze turned towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, however, was unaware that the identification potion in his hand had already been poured out. Although this piece of equipment was the 9th one in line, Lin Chen didn't have high expectations for it. After all, forging was inherently a test of luck. Having a guaranteed quality item was already satisfactory for him. But as the identification potion soaked into the semi-finished product, a terrifying light suddenly illuminated everyone's eyes. Blue. This is actually blue. Manhwa was stunned. Su Wanning was dazed. Tang Junren scratched his head. Young Kai Lang didn't look up. Next to them, Lu Rinjia went crazy. What the hell? Is this for real? Epic equipment? Am I seeing things? Lu Rinjia suddenly rubbed his eyes, as if trying to shatter the illusion. But the announcement that suddenly rang in his ears completely crushed his doubts. Listen. This is the sound of a divine weapon being born. Congratulations to player Dark Hunter Lin Chen for forging the first epic equipment in the entire server. Congratulations! Weapon Epic Corrosive Plague Blade has topped the weapon rankings. In an instant, all players in the server were stunned. Lin Chen again. Igu actually forged an epic weapon? And it directly topped the entire server's weapon rankings? What the hell? Is this the god E? Always ahead of everyone in the server. Epic, another epic. God has so many epics he can't even hold them all, while I, a useless player, don't even have a decent one. It's really infuriating. Yen Hao, what do you think of this wave? Some players were calling out to Yen Hao in the forum. This cheeky move amused other players. No reviving washed-up internet trolls. Hey, what are you doing? Yen Hao, this wave can't be hammered. Lin Chen once again set the entire forum ablaze, with countless people discussing the equipment he had just forged. On the server announcement, the specific stats of the Epic Corrosive Plague Blade could be seen. Corrosive Plague Blade. Quality, Epic, usable level, 10, attack power, 23 to 25, skill Corrosive Poison, passive the blade is poisoned, causing a 5% slow effect on units damaged by this blade, stacking up to 2 times, each lasting 5 seconds. Forged by Lin Chen, equipment rating, 10, level score, plus 41, evaluation score, equals 51 points, current ranking on equipment list, 1, anyone who understands equipment knows that this is definitely a blade extremely suitable for bloodthirsty warriors. The passive of Bloodthirsty Warriors already has a charge effect, and with the slow effect of this blade, it can be said that once a Bloodthirsty Warrior gets close, escape is basically impossible. If you are a melee class, you might still have a chance to fight back, but if you are a ranged class, you might as well wait to die. This is the terrifying aspect of epic equipment. Even Lin Chen had to admit that this corrosive plague blade was really strong. Lin Chen also didn't expect that this blade would actually be of epic quality. This is simply astonishing. It was only his first day forging. Lin Chen's gaze turned to the cloak behind him. Could it be because of it? Manhwa excitedly patted Yang Kai Lang beside him, almost scaring him into turning around. Brother, you've hit the jackpot. An epic equipment. With this equipment, you will definitely become the absolute main force in your team. Yang Kai Lang nodded in a daze. He could naturally see the power of this equipment. But did his contribution in killing a 1-star elite monster yesterday really deserve this equipment? To be honest, even if Lin Chen wanted to back out now, Yang Kai Lang could understand. He knew that if Lin Chen wanted to sell this equipment, buyers would probably line up from Yanjing to Sakura Country. Sure enough, after a brief moment of confusion, Lu Renjia immediately reacted. What the hell? This person is Lin Chen. His idol Lin Chen was right in front of him. He had just cursed him for forging a whiteboard. Equipment. Lu Renjia didn't have time to think much and hurriedly ran over. God. My name is Lu Renjia. I'm your fan. I never expected to see you here. I am also a blacksmith. I'm sorry, I'm just too excited. Lu Renjia was so thrilled that he was almost incoherent. His sudden appearance left Lin Chen and the others momentarily stunned. Finally, Lu Renjia gathered his thoughts and continued. It seems you can't use this weapon. I wonder if you could sell it to me. You can name your price. 500 trading points. How about that? Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, Lu Renjia quickly realized that he had probably offered too low a price. Although he only had 500 trading points, his friends were quite generous, so borrowing some money shouldn't be a big issue. Thus, Lu Renjia doubled his offer. 1,000. Manhwa, who was listening nearby, felt his eyebrows twitch violently. What did he just hear? 1,000 trading points? That's 1,000,000 coins. To earn 1,000,000 from just this piece of equipment? It should be noted that while this equipment was strong, it was only level 10 and would soon become outdated. Definitely not worth that price. Some friends might wonder, what about Deng Jia, who spent 10,000 trading points on a recommendation letter? Without a doubt, he was a big fool. According to Lin Chen's calculations, even 1,000 trading points was already pushing it, which was why he casually set the price at 10,000. He thought surely no one would be willing to buy it. As a result, seeing Lu Renjia's sudden appearance, Yang Kailang felt a sense of relief. It seemed Lin Chen would sell this piece of equipment, right? Then he could get that fine long sword for himself. That would match the contribution he made. If Lin Chen gave this epic long sword to Yang Kailang, he would actually feel uneasy. But before Yang Kailang could finish his thought, Lin Chen decisively gave his answer. Sorry, I'm not selling this sword. I made it for my friend. Yang Kailang was stunned. He instinctively raised his head, which he had been keeping down, to look at Lin Chen. What did Lin Chen just say? Not selling? That was 1,000,000. Lin Chen said it was made for his friend. A friend? Yang Kailang pondered that word in his heart. He believed he had never had a friend. Beside him, Lu Renjia seemed a bit unwilling to give up and continued to raise his offer. How about 1,500 trading points? Lin Chen chuckled lightly and shook his head, choosing not to speak further. Once he said he wasn't selling, he definitely wouldn't sell. Lu Renjia sighed, recalling that fine long sword from earlier. In fact, he didn't lack for fine weapons. He was quite confident he could forge one himself. But this was his idol, Gadi. Equipment crafted by Gadi could be collected even if it wasn't used. It would definitely be a great conversation starter when showing off to friends. Could you sell me that fine sword? I want to keep it for collection. Hearing Lu Renjia's words, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. What was so collectible about a mediocre fine piece of equipment? However, he didn't outright refuse. Instead, he pointed to Yang Kailang and said softly, that fine long sword also belongs to him. You can ask him. Lu Renjia's gaze instantly shifted to Yang Kailang. Yang Kailang suddenly felt awkward. After hesitating for a moment, he mustered the courage to type, Yang Kailang, sorry, I'm not selling. I want to collect it too. Although Yang Kailang had not made many friends due to his social anxiety, he still knew what it meant to be a friend. He would never sell the gifts his friends gave him. Otherwise, that would be disrespectful to them. Lu Renjia was clearly very disappointed, but there was nothing he could do to force it. He could only make one last effort. So, Ishin, can I add you as a friend? If you have any unwanted equipment after crafting, can you sell it to me? Lin Chen nodded. Because he had too many friend requests, which were almost constantly increasing, Lin Chen chose to actively add Lu Renjia in front of him. This left Lu Renjia flabbergasted. He had another achievement to boast about, having Ishin as a friend. And it was Ishin who added him first. Just ask, who else could do that? After adding him, Lin Chen pointed to the batch of equipment on the ground that had not yet been identified and said, maybe there will be one soon. Hearing this, Lu Renjia naturally stayed by Lin Chen's side, waiting for the results of the other equipment identifications to be announced. Being so close to his idol, Lu Renjia was extremely excited. His little friends all gathered around, waiting for Lin Chen to continue the identifications. Lin Chen didn't rush to identify but first handed the two already identified pieces of equipment to Yang Kailang. Here you go. Yang Kailang hesitated as he looked at the two long swords being handed to him. Lin Chen seemed to see what Yang Kailang was thinking. Being part of a vulnerable group, it's normal to be a bit sensitive. Actually, this equipment isn't just given to you for free. I want to invite you to join our team. My team currently doesn't have any blood warriors. I wonder if you're interested in joining us? Wow. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Renjia was envious to the point of dying. They were both blood warriors. Why didn't Ishin invite him? Yang Kailang fell silent. Teammates. Should he agree? It must be said that since meeting Lin Chen yesterday, although Yang Kailang hadn't been able to speak formally, he had a good impression of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was different from the great players Yang Kailang had encountered before. Moreover, Lin Chen had just said they were friends. If they were friends, then becoming teammates seemed quite normal, right? Yang Kailang originally thought he would be leveling up alone until he died, but unexpectedly, just the second day, he met Lin Chen. Su Wanning beside him chimed in, yes, let's team up and play together. Tang Junrun also scratched his head with a silly smile. We're all easy to get along with. Since Lin Chen thought Yang Kailang could be their teammate, Tang Junrun and Su Wanning had no objections. Finally, Yang Kailang nodded, revealing a genuine smile. He slightly opened his mouth and, for the first time without rehearsal, spoke. Okay. His voice was very low, but Lin Chen heard it clearly. Lin Chen was shocked. This guy actually could talk? You? Seemingly knowing what Lin Chen wanted to ask, Yang Kailang typed a response. Yang Kailang, I can talk. I have a bit of social anxiety, so I didn't speak yesterday. Upon seeing this message, Su Wanning couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tang Junrun also held back a laugh, looking quite embarrassed. So it was social anxiety. Lin Chen suddenly understood. He had misunderstood. However, Yang Kailang probably wasn't just a bit socially anxious, right? Forget it, social anxiety was no big deal. As long as they often leveled up together and went on dungeons, they would eventually become familiar with each other. As long as they could successfully form a team, that was enough. Lin Chen really appreciated Yang Kailang's skills. Moreover, Yang Kailang had a distinctive technical style, that feeling of chaining combos until the enemy died. Don't forget, it is now only the third day since the era of universal job changes has arrived, and to have such a level of skill shows that Yang Kailang's talent is extremely high. Lin Chen believes that with Yang Kailang's talent combined with his upcoming guidance, he will definitely not be inferior to the strongest blood warrior Yan Hao from his previous life. At this moment, Lin Chen is still very happy. Their trio has finally turned into a quartet. As for this Manhwa, as the strongest glory priest from his previous life, Lin Chen is certainly not going to give up on recruiting him. But how to recruit him? Lin Chen already has a preliminary plan. For now, let's continue with the identification. After identifying the equipment for Yang Kailang, the remaining equipment isn't that important anymore. The first forged magic wand. Identification result, whiteboard. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this is more like it. Just starting out and identifying a fine item followed by an astonishing epic quality piece of equipment really makes Lin Chen feel a bit unreal. Now creating a whiteboard equipment instead makes Lin Chen feel much more familiar. The others naturally do not know Lin Chen's thoughts. The moment the whiteboard appeared, the fastest to react was Manhwa, followed by Su Wanning. Hey, Ishin, don't be discouraged. It's normal to get a whiteboard when forging equipment. I believe you can definitely do it next time. Su Wanning looked at Lin Chen with gentle eyes, comforting him. Don't mind it. Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling that he didn't care about this matter at all, and began to continue identifying. The next item is light armor, identification result, whiteboard. The third item is also light armor, identification result. Surprisingly, it's fine. At this moment, Manhwa really couldn't help but gasp in surprise. So far, Lin Chen has identified a total of 5 pieces of equipment. Among these 5 pieces, there is actually 1 epic, 2 fine, and 2 whiteboards. The probability of a whiteboard is only 40%. This is too terrifying. Manhwa suddenly realized that for others, relying on forging equipment to make money might be a bit difficult. But Lin Chen is different. First, Lin Chen's unparalleled luck. Out of the 5 pieces, only 2 whiteboards are losses. Among them, that 1 epic level is a huge profit. Even if we don't say that there is an epic every time, Manhwa knows that this is definitely impossible. But as long as 2 or even 3 fine items can come out of 5, it will definitely be a windfall. And let's not forget, this is Lin Chen. This is also the second point Manhwa wants to make. Lin Chen has the celebrity effect. It's a simple principle. A regular person's signature isn't worth much, but a celebrity's signature can even fetch a high price. This is the celebrity effect. It can be seen from Lu Renjia's performance just now. The more Manhwa thinks about it, the more excited he becomes. He now understands that as long as he follows Lin Chen, he will definitely be able to make money. In this collaboration, no matter what, Manhwa is determined to make it happen. Thinking this way, Manhwa looked at Lin Chen with even more eagerness. Lin Chen, of course, did not notice this. He was still continuing his identification. It seemed that all his luck had been exhausted, as the next 3 pieces of equipment were a light armor and 2 pairs of boots, and not a single one was of good quality. Having grown accustomed to excellent and epic gear, everyone felt a bit disappointed when they saw 3 consecutive pieces of plain equipment. Lin Chen, however, was used to it. What were 3 pieces? He once had 10 consecutive plain items just to get a sense of it. Yang Kailang and Manhwa, who had some understanding of online games, might still comprehend, but the boys and girls behind Lu Rinjia had already begun to look down on it. A few even started discussing in the team chat. A. This seems not that great. B. Yeah, all plain items, I could do that too. C. Lin Chen is just like this. I thought he could get all excellent or epic. Lu Rinjia looked at these messages, frowning tightly. He was a fan of Lin Chen and absolutely did not want to see such comments. Lu Rinjia, everyone shut up. What do you know to say anything? Lu Rinjia, crafting equipment is inherently a test of luck, just that one epic item is enough to crush the competition. Lu Rinjia, if every piece were excellent, then Ishin would really be cheating. The boys and girls curled their lips, not rebutting Lu Rinjia. After all, Lu Rinjia was considered a leader in their small group. Anyway, there were still 2 pieces left. If they were also plain, then Lu Rinjia's face would be swollen. Indeed, only 2 pieces of equipment remained. One was the staff for the Glory Priest. The other was a level 15 cloak. The staff was the 7th item Lin Chen forged, while the cloak was the grand finale, the last one crafted. Looking at the unfinished staff that had yet to be identified, Manhwa's sharp eyes turned, and a sudden idea struck him. If he wanted to collaborate with Lin Chen, he naturally had to make Lin Chen happy. Now that Lin Chen had crafted 3 plain items, his mood must be quite low. This was Manhwa's opportunity to step in. Just as Lin Chen was about to drop the identification potion on the staff, Manhwa suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. Lin Chen was taken aback, raising an eyebrow slightly. What's wrong? Manhwa smiled broadly, his not-so-old face full of wrinkles. I'm just a glory priest, and this weapon happens to be useful for me. How about we play a blind box game? I'll buy this unfinished equipment right now. If it turns out plain, I'll consider myself unlucky, but if it's excellent, then I make a profit. If it's above excellent, haha. Manhwa chuckled, not continuing further. The blind box idea was something Manhwa had just thought of, a way to potentially make a big profit. With Lin Chen's reputation, selling such unfinished equipment would be incredibly easy, and this way, he could minimize losses or even avoid them entirely. However, this premise relied on Lin Chen's forging skills being exceptionally high. Otherwise, even with Lin Chen's celebrity effect, people's money wasn't just blown in the wind. How could they always be the big fools? He suddenly proposed this blind box idea, partly to cheer Lin Chen up and partly to subtly showcase his business acumen. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Lin Chen also became interested. Blind box sounds interesting. Let's do it. Your way. But how do you price this blind box weapon? Truly the greatest merchant of his past life, Manhwa. Although Lin Chen already had an answer in mind, he still asked tentatively. Without hesitation, Manhwa replied. Price it slightly lower than the finished excellent equipment. According to my analysis, the current level 10 whiteboard equipment is worth at most 50 trading points. As for the refined equipment, it can reach around 150 trading points. The system's pricing for refined equipment is 800, which belongs to unscrupulous merchants. So I think the price of 150 trading points is generally acceptable to everyone. Therefore, pricing the blind box equipment at 100 trading points is quite reasonable. If the reputation is big enough, we can raise the price to 120 trading points. After all, Ishin has experience in crafting epic equipment, so many people will probably try their luck. If they happen to buy an epic quality blind box, it would be a huge profit. When it came to the topic of making money, Manhwa was full of energy. Lu Rinjia, who was beside him, immediately became interested upon hearing this. I want to buy one too. The boys and girls behind Lu Rinjia clearly wanted to stop him, and many had already sent messages in private chat. Hey, are you crazy? 100 trading points is 100,000. Are you going to buy a whiteboard equipment that you know nothing about? Do you have money to burn? B. This Manhwa looks like a scheming merchant. Maybe they are all in cahoots trying to trick you. C. How many days of grinding small monsters do you need to earn 100 trading points? From yesterday until now, I think I've only picked up 30 or 40 trading points. But Lu Rinjia chose to ignore all these messages. He knew that this blind box was unreliable. But this was a blind box crafted by Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at the suddenly excited Lu Rinjia, hesitating a bit. Because aside from the staff, he didn't want to sell that cloak. Tang Junren didn't even have a cloak yet. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen said, Do you have the blueprint? You prepare the materials and I'll craft one for you. Upon hearing this, Lu Rinjia quickly nodded. Yes, I have it. Lu Rinjia hurriedly took out his large sword blueprint from his backpack, which he had originally planned to keep for crafting today. Lin Chen took the blueprint and materials handed over by Lu Rinjia, walked directly to the forging table, and skillfully started the process. Initially, Lu Rinjia didn't pay much attention to Lin Chen's forging posture. He thought that the posture was arranged by the system, and as long as he followed the steps, it wouldn't affect the quality of the forging. However, when Lin Chen began to swing the hammer, Lu Rinjia was stunned. What the heck? What is this operation? Is he really swinging a hammer? How can he be so fast that even he can't see clearly? Lu Rinjia originally thought that the NPC Wang Dazue's level was already outrageous, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to be even faster than Wang Dazue. Speed aside, every strike was so precise. Is this what Ishin is like? To be the strongest in every aspect. While Lu Rinjia was staring blankly at Lin Chen's movements, Lin Chen had quickly completed the forging and handed the semi-finished product to Lu Rinjia. What's wrong? Why are you standing there in a daze? Lin Chen looked at Lu Rinjia, who was lost in thought. Lu Rinjia finally reacted. Lin Chen had already finished forging and quickly took the equipment. It's nothing. I just got fascinated watching. Lin Chen was even more surprised. The forging process was monotonous. What was there to be fascinated by? Could it be that he wasn't watching the forging process at all, but rather the forger? Lin Chen suddenly shivered all over. This kid couldn't possibly be that, right? With this thought, Lin Chen instinctively moved away from Lu Rinjia and closer to Su Wanning. Su Wanning had always been within Tang Juanren's protective range and was a bit surprised to see Lin Chen suddenly approach. At this moment, Manhwa had already sent a trade request to Lin Chen. The trade content was 100 trading points. Lin Chen chuckled lightly and chose to return the trading points. No need for that, I'll just give you this equipment. Unexpectedly, Manhwa replied seriously, sending another trade request and saying, even brothers need to settle accounts clearly, and with something like a blind box, there has to be a cost to feel the thrill. If Ishin gives it to me for free, it loses the fun of being a blind box. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect Manhwa to have such principles. Hearing this, Lu Rinjia immediately realized why he always felt something was off. That's right, there was no thrill. So, he quickly sent a trade request to Lin Chen as well. This left Lin Chen dumbfounded. Manhwa paying was one thing, after all, the equipment blueprint was Lin Chen's, and the materials were also provided by Lin Chen, which all had costs. But for Lu Rinjia's equipment, Lin Chen had only spent a bit of energy and a few seconds of time. Wasn't he just giving himself money? Before Lin Chen could ask, Lu Rinjia said seriously, Ishin, I also want the thrill. Lin Chen. The boys and girls behind Lu Rinjia began to wildly mock his foolish behavior. Lin Chen felt both amused and exasperated but ultimately accepted the trading points. The trade completed, and it was time to open the blind box. Manhwa and Lu Rinjia simultaneously held their identification potions ready to pour them out. At this moment, many people in the blacksmith shop had noticed the situation and gradually gathered around. Most of these people were players who had just reached level 10 and were preparing to change jobs at the blacksmith shop. Upon discovering that someone was identifying equipment, they curiously approached. Some latecomers only saw a crowd gathered but didn't know what was happening, so they could only curiously tiptoe to look inside. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Are they fighting? The spectators in front replied irritably. Don't push, brother. If you push forward, you'll say I'm harassing him. Fighting? You don't know that private duels aren't allowed in the main city? Who dares to fight here? Do you really think that Wang Dachui's eyes are just for show? The person behind was still curious and asked, then what are you watching? The people in front patiently explained, two big fools bought a half-finished blind box and I heard they spent 100 trading points. Everyone's here to watch them make fools of themselves. The person behind was shocked. A half-finished blind box actually costs 100 trading points? He only had a little over 160 trading points in his pocket, and 100 of that was the initial trading points given by the system. The price of this blind box was almost on par with that of a fine piece of equipment. So this is what it means to be rich. With this thought, the person behind became even more interested. Lin Chen and the others didn't expect to attract so many onlookers. Lin Chen felt indifferent, only becoming more cautious in protecting Su Wanning. Yang Kairang had long hidden in a corner. Such a crowded scene was even more uncomfortable for him than being killed. Manhwa was much more nervous than Lin Chen. So many people are watching. If both of them are really novices, it won't be easy for them to build a reputation in the future. At first, he suggested opening the blind box just to make Lin Chen happy and to showcase his own abilities, but he didn't expect it to turn into such a difficult situation. However, on the contrary, if Lin Chen's two pieces of equipment really turn out to be good, then he wouldn't even need to work hard to promote it. Lin Chen, the master blacksmith's name, would instantly resonate throughout the entire server. Manhwa could only pray sincerely in his heart. At least one good quality item would be fine. Please. Next to him, Lu Rinjia clearly didn't share Manhwa's anxious feelings and directly asked, who goes first? Manhwa replied, I'll go first. Lu Rinjia nodded. Manhwa took a deep breath and poured the potion he held directly onto the half-finished blind box in his hand. The surrounding crowd immediately focused their gazes on him. Come on, big loser. Soon, there would probably be a flash of white light. Ha ha ha. Most people had some dark thoughts in their hearts. After all, people generally don't want others to do better than themselves. The next moment, the identification potion soaked into the equipment and the light began to shine. Manhwa stared intently at the weapon in his hand. Please, at least a good quality item. Finally, the color revealed in the air. It's green light. It's a good quality piece of equipment. Great prophecy. Staff quality, good usable level, 10 magic power, 17-18 blacksmith, Linshen. Wow, it really is good quality. Ha 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 ha, I made it. And it's a good weapon with a little extra damage. To buy such a good quality equipment for 100 trading points, I'm simply making a fortune. The heavy stone in Manhwa's heart fell with a thud. After a moment of surprise and daze, he began to act wildly. He had to use this attention to promote Linshen, the master blacksmith's name. The onlookers, seeing that Manhwa had actually opened a good quality piece of equipment, couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Buying a novice equipment for 100 trading points is a loss, but buying a good quality equipment is a small profit. Someone muttered softly, it's just luck. Whoever buys this blind box is bound to lose. Nearby spectators nodded in agreement, clearly supporting this view. At this moment, Manhwa had quickly entered the zone. He turned to Linshen with tearful eyes, looking deeply moved. I really didn't expect it. Besides being skilled, Mastery is also such a high-level blacksmith. It's simply astonishing. You have to know, Mastery just identified 5 weapons, and 2 of them were good quality, and 1 was epic. Manhwa deliberately omitted the part about the 3 consecutive novice items. After all, as a businessman, when advertising, he should only highlight the good content. Upon hearing this, the people around were immediately stunned. They hadn't paid attention to the name of the blacksmith just now, but now that Manhwa mentioned it, they suddenly realized the blacksmith was actually Linshen. Linshen, who in the entire server doesn't know him? But Linshen, while being exceptionally skilled, is also a lucky master blacksmith? What window did God close on Linshen? At this moment, the meaning of the blind box suddenly changed. To buy the equipment crafted by Linshen for just 100 trading points? This is simply too worth it. Even if it's a plain item, it wouldn't be too much of a loss, right? Not to mention that this blind box is likely to yield quality equipment. Everyone quickly began searching for Linshen's location. Soon, the only dark hunter in the venue was locked onto by everyone. God, I'm your fan. God, I love you. I can't believe I would run into you here. God is my favorite idol, and if you feel the same way as I do, then I think this is simply too awesome. God, are there any more blind boxes? I want one too. Linshen looked at Manhwa, who was still silently crying, with a bewildered expression. He thought, is it really necessary to be this dramatic? Linshen greeted the enthusiastic fans with a stiff smile. Fortunately, these people were relatively rational and didn't rush up recklessly. Linshen chuckled, thank you all for your support. Let's have Lu Rinjia identify the equipment first. Only then did everyone remember that there was still a big fool standing next to them. No, at this moment, Lu Rinjia could no longer be considered a big fool in everyone's eyes. After all, this was equipment crafted by Linshen. At the very least, it had collectible value. Now, Lu Renjia's identity had transformed from a big fool to a lucky one. All the envious gazes turned towards Lu Rinjia. Lu Renjia excitedly nodded slightly at Linshen, then directly dripped the identification potion onto the equipment. He had no particular requirements for the quality of the equipment. After all, he was planning to store it in his warehouse as a collectible. So at this moment, Lu Renjia's mindset was very relaxed. Manhwa, who had been crying, quietly wiped away his slightly exaggerated tears and seriously focused on the identification results of the equipment in Lu Renjia's hands. Under the gaze of everyone, a hint of blue quietly appeared. Time seemed to pause for a moment. Everyone's breath seemed to stop at that instant. The next moment, boom! What the hell? Another epic item. It's an epic item. Am I seeing things? The crowd went wild. They had all just heard the system announcement that the first epic equipment in the entire server was crafted by Linshen, and now he had crafted another epic item? Lu Renjia's companions looked as if their mouths could fit an egg. This actually produced an epic item? Their earlier doubts and mockery now seemed like a joke. Buying a blind box for 100 trading points? Is he an idiot? Don't you think Lu Renjia now looks like a sycophant? Does he really think things are still the same as before? Just because he has a little money at home, he dares to squander like this? Such remarks felt like a loud slap on their own faces at this moment. Was it worth it? It was simply a windfall. Spending 100 trading points to buy an epic item worth thousands. Not only that, but with this powerful weapon, Lu Renjia's survival probability in dungeons would definitely increase significantly. That was the most important thing. If it weren't for Lu Renjia's sycophantic behavior just now, how would Linshen have agreed to forge a weapon for him? How would he have obtained an epic quality weapon for just 100 trading points? At this moment, it felt like a victory for the sycophants. Lu Renjia himself was still standing there, looking completely at a loss. Quick, show us what it is. Some impatient onlookers, seeing Lu Renjia's dazed expression, couldn't help but urge. Only then did Lu Renjia come to his senses. He hurriedly displayed the equipment. Blade of Destruction and Blazing Heat quality. Epic usable level 10 attack power 20-22 skilled blazing flame cooldown 300s. A large blade slashes forward, creating a blazing flame up to 3 meters long, dealing 120% attack power damage to all units in its path, and leaving a molten trail that inflicts 15 damage per second for 10 seconds if any enemy units walk over it. Blacksmith Lin Chen equipment score 10, level score plus 38, evaluation score equals 48 points. Current ranking on equipment list 2. As soon as this equipment was displayed, every player present gasped in awe. Truly an epic piece of gear. This is essentially like having an extra skill. Although the cooldown for this skill is long, it doesn't consume mana, and if used well, it can be a terrifying weapon in dungeons. Everyone noticed that this equipment made the list. Currently, there are only 2 weapons on the entire server's weapon list, and both are crafted by Lin Chen. At this moment, countless blood warriors present cast envious and jealous glances at Lu Rinjia, except for Yan Kailang. The commotion outside seemed to have nothing to do with him. Yan Kailang was staring at his toes, having suddenly realized how pointy they were during this time. Suddenly, someone in the crowd noticed a highlight while checking the weapon list. Hey, did you guys notice? The 2 epic pieces crafted by God E today are both the Blood Warrior's large blades. As soon as this was said, everyone recalled, and it was true. Wow! Isn't God E the Blood Warrior's own father? The Blood Warriors present suddenly became excited. God E, are there any blind boxes left? I'll take them all. Nonsense. You think you can take them all? Leave. Me too. I'm not greedy, I just want one. Watching the lively scene, it was clear that the excitement was escalating. Moreover, with the word of mouth among these players, more and more people were teleporting to the blacksmith shop, map 007. This blacksmith shop, which was not originally small, was now becoming increasingly crowded. Tang Junren, beside Lin Chen, quietly swallowed, just about to scratch his head when Lin Chen stopped him. Don't scratch it, if you do, it really will be gone. I feel like the situation is a bit dire. Should we retreat first? Tang Junren and Su Wanning immediately nodded in agreement. Although Yang Kailang didn't speak, he silently shouted 1,000 times in his heart, "Long live Brother E." As for Manhwa, he not only felt no panic but began to shout hoarsely, "Today's forging. Master Yi's battle report. Identified 10 pieces of equipment. 2 epic quality, 3 fine quality. Among them, the first epic piece is the first epic equipment on the entire server. In today's battle, E has been completely crowned as the forging master." Countless newcomers who had just rushed into the blacksmith shop trembled at this news. 50% are fine quality or above? This is too terrifying. Now, all weapon blind boxes are personally crafted by the God of Easy, and it only costs 150 trading points. You are only 150 trading points away from an epic piece of equipment. Manhwa truly understands the art of advertising. With just 2 simple sentences, he ignited excitement in everyone, making their trading points seem like they would sprout wings and fly out of their wallets. Just as Manhwa managed to maintain order, he turned to discuss the weapon blind boxes with Lin Chen, only to find that Lin Chen and the others had already disappeared. After coming back to his senses from the excitement, Lu Rinjia rejected the numerous offers from people around him and began searching for Lin Chen's figure. At that moment, both of them received a message from Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, there are too many people, you can teleport to my safe house." Seeing this message, Manhwa felt a bit helpless. In fact, this was a great opportunity to make a lot of money while the iron was hot. However, since Lin Chen had already left, there was no point in him staying here. Moreover, he hadn't even discussed the cooperation issue with Lin Chen in detail. He didn't even know if Lin Chen wanted to cooperate with him. He could only shout to the crowd, "That's it for today. Please pay attention to the forum for updates on the God of Easy's equipment blind boxes." After saying that, he directly applied for teleportation. Lu Rinjia quickly explained to his teammates in the team channel and also chose to apply for teleportation. In the next moment, Lin Chen agreed to their teleportation. Their figures gradually disappeared from the spot. As for the other players, they were still crowded in the blacksmith shop. By the time they realized Lin Chen was gone, it was already more than 10 minutes later. Inside Yan Hao's house. At this moment, Ji Yibo was wrapped in a blanket, sitting on the floor with her fragrant shoulders partially exposed, her gaze filled with dead silence. Wei Xiai and Deng Jia were both in the room, while Yan Hao was furiously smashing things. "Record it. I fucking told them to record it. All of you die." Yan Hao overturned the table and stomped on a wooden table leg, as if this was the only way to vent his inner frustration. Wei Xiai looked on with indifference. Watching Yan Hao, who could only rage helplessly, Deng Jia sat silently beside him, looking dejected. The items destroyed by Yan Hao would return to their original state in a few minutes. Of course, this restoration would deduct Yan Hao's trading points. Clearly, at this moment, Yan Hao no longer cared about those trading points. After watching coldly for a while, Wei Xiai finally couldn't take it anymore and said coldly, "Are you just going to keep smashing things? And then run out of your trading points? Waiting for the system to kick you out of the safe house?" At that moment, Deng Jia suddenly chimed in, "I have trading points." Wei Xiai shot him a glare. Instantly, Deng Jia was scared into lowering his head again. Is this a matter of trading points? Are you just going to let him wallow in despair? Deng Jia rarely retorted Wei Ci. What else can we do? We lost so badly. Wei Ci sneered. Is it like this after one loss? When I was expelled from the national team for you. Guys, I didn't act like this. As soon as Wei Ci mentioned this, Yan Hao, who had calmed down a bit, instantly exploded with rage. It's always like this. Always. Is this the only thing you can bring up? Am I indebted to you for life? Did I want it to be like that back then? Yan Hao's nearly hysterical roar echoed in the safe house. Wei Ci remained indifferent. No reaction at all. After shouting those few sentences, Yan Hao slumped down helplessly on the floor. The safe house fell into silence. After a long while, Yan Hao weakly spoke up. Wei Ci, what should we do next? Yan Hao didn't bring up the earlier matter again but shifted the topic. This indicated that Yan Hao had softened. In fact, Wei Ci also knew that his earlier words were just said out of anger. A single failure really doesn't mean much. This time in the war of public opinion, we indeed lost, and I bear a great responsibility. Of course, none of us expected that they would have such terrifying evidence as video recordings. However, from the system's introduction, we know that after the second instance assessment ends, the guild function will be opened. That will be our second chance. Yan Hao raised an eyebrow. A guild? Are we going to establish a guild? Wei Ci nodded gently and explained, of course we are going to establish a guild. Although there are a few useless traitors among us, Deng Jia's subordinates have a solid foundation, and with Deng Jia's financial resources, it won't be difficult to pull together a force. However, right now, Yan Hao's identity is not suitable for exposure. Your reputation has already suffered. I am still considering the follow-up plan, but this time, I will definitely make Lin Chen pay the price. He is just a bit lucky, whether it's the video or the equipment crafting. Wei Ci's eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the leaderboard in the void. The equipment he crafted last night had all been identified. Only one was of fine quality. He hadn't even seen an epic one. Yet Lin Chen had forged 2 pieces of epic quality equipment. This was simply unacceptable to Wei Ci. Yan Hao and Deng Jia, sitting on the ground, suddenly felt a chill rise behind them as they looked at Wei Ci. They both knew that although Wei Ci seemed the most cultured and rational, deep down, he was actually the most insane and twisted one. Compared to him, Yan Hao was just a rookie. Unlike the oppression on Yan Hao's side, Lin Chen's side, although somewhat crowded, was filled with laughter and joy. Manhwa was still pondering how to approach Lin Chen for a collaboration. In Manhwa's eyes, Lin Chen was not only a capitalist but also a capitalist with a money tree on his head. Lu Renjia was constantly thanking Lin Chen, making Lin Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Ishan, if you ever need my help, please don't hesitate to ask. With the equipment you crafted for me, I can now be considered a significant force. Hearing Lu Renjia say this, Lin Chen actually thought of something. Perhaps he could include Lu Renjia in the plans. After all, an epic piece of equipment would definitely be a considerable boost in combat power. His active skill, Blazing Flame, could be a great weapon if used well. So Lin Chen directly said, after the second instance ends, the system will open the guild function. I plan to build a guild, are you interested? Lu Renjia was momentarily stunned. As a second-generation rich kid who never liked studying as a child, he naturally wouldn't check the lengthy system introduction. So he didn't know about the guild. His family was the kind that had a bit of money, not requiring Lu Renjia to achieve anything significant, but they also didn't reach the level of Deng Jia. Lu Renjia immediately nodded vigorously. I am willing. I am simply too willing. Being able to join the guild of the God of Easy is definitely my honor. Although he didn't know much about guilds since Lin Chen said so, it must be right. The God of Easy wouldn't need to lie to him, right? Moreover, joining Lin Chen's guild? What was there to hesitate about? He didn't even know where Lu Renjia, a pampered rich second generation, learned so many sycophantic skills. At this moment, he was fully displaying his sycophantic techniques, elevating the profession of a sycophant to a new height. Even Manhwa, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but secretly memorize his classic quotes. Finally, Lin Chen managed to persuade this big sycophant, no, the future guild member, to leave. Lin Chen was still thinking about one thing, which was Manhwa. At this time, Manhwa had already taken the initiative to approach. God of Easy, does our guild still need people? I also want to join your guild. Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head. This action left Manhwa in shock. Did he do something wrong that made the God of Easy angry? Even Lu Renjia could join, so why did he only get a shake of the head from the God of Easy? Wait, could it be because he wasn't as sycophantic as Lu Renjia? So the God of Easy likes sycophants? Isn't it just being a sycophant? Who can't do that? Manhwa took a deep breath just as he was about to showcase the sycophantic quotes he had just stolen from Lu Renjia and refined. Lin Chen continued to speak. I don't hope you only join my guild, I hope you join my team. This time, Manhwa was stunned again. What? What did he just hear? The God of Easy was inviting him to join the team? This time, Manhwa hesitated. During the first dungeon, he, as a glory priest, basically just coasted along, doing almost nothing except casting a few spells. Several times, he almost hit his own teammates. With his kind of talent, could he really become the god of Easy's teammate? Moreover, he was actually more interested in making money. My talent probably isn't worthy of being the god of Easy's teammate, right? I performed very poorly in the first dungeon. Manhwa's words made Lin Chen slightly dazed. Manhwa's skills were poor? Impossible. In his previous life, Manhwa was the strongest glory priest in the entire server. How could his skills be poor? That title of the strongest in the entire server couldn't just be earned with money and equipment. Moreover, Lin Chen had also seen Manhwa's operations a few times. The most important way to showcase a glory priest's strength is through the use of healing spells. Manhwa's healing spells perfectly reflected his miserly character. Precise, not wasteful. The release of various skills was also quite perfect. How could someone like him have poor talent? After a moment of doubt, Lin Chen suddenly realized, damn it, during the first dungeon, the glory priest was indeed the least noticeable profession. Because everyone was only level 1 at that time, without even a skill, how could the glory priest showcase his advantages? He couldn't. Of course, he could only be a slacker. But now it was different. A level 10 glory priest had successfully unlocked 2 skills, and these 2 skills were the foundation for the early glory priest. Level 5 skill, Minor Healing, mana cost 20, cooldown 30s, can only be cast on friendly units, providing 180% spell power for health recovery. Level 10 skill, Glory Baptism, mana cost 25, cooldown 60s, can only be cast on friendly units, providing 10 plus 3% spell power, percent attribute blessing, excluding health, lasting 5s. These 2 skills, one is for healing and the other is for buffing. It can be said that for a team, this is a tremendous improvement. Thinking of this, Lin Chen spoke to comfort him. It's nothing, trust me, your talent is definitely not lacking. And I know you have a heart. Hua was somewhat surprised and instinctively asked, what heart? Lin Chen said seriously, a heart to build a business empire. Buzz. In an instant, Manhwa felt as if the whole world had become both noisy and quiet. It was as if he had been struck in the chest by a javelin. Business empire. These 4 big words floated in Manhwa's heart. For the first time, he felt that his future was so clear and distinct. All along, Manhwa had been seen by others as nothing more than a shrewd businessman, a middleman, someone who only cared about profit. In fact, when he was in elementary school, Manhwa had already shown a completely different business mind compared to his peers. He noticed that the school-designated practice books were both expensive and scarce, so he bought one and then made a large number of copies, selling them to his classmates at half the price of the original. That was his first pot of gold in life. In middle school, while his peers loved reading novels, a legitimate book was too expensive, so he used his first pot of gold to buy new books and then rented them out to classmates who wanted to read. Classmates could finish the novels they wanted to read for just a few bucks. At its peak, the reservation list for borrowing books had more than 10 people waiting. In this way, it seemed, he had been dealing with money since he was young. However, this inevitably left people with the impression that he was greedy for money. After graduating from university, many classmates had clear career plans, but Manhwa only wanted to continue making money. However, due to a lack of initial capital, Manhwa had always been involved in small-scale ventures, which made people feel he was just a shrewd businessman. Everyone knew he wanted to make money, but no one really understood what he truly wanted to do. Yet now, this young man in front of him had articulated the deepest part of Manhwa's heart, a dream that even Manhwa himself had never discovered. That was to build a business empire of his own. Manhwa truly felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Even if the world changed drastically now, entering an era where everyone was switching careers and people began to fight desperately for survival. So what? Manhwa, still wanted to create his own business empire in this era. Manhwa took a deep breath. He looked at the somewhat excessive young man in front of him, a smile blooming on his face. Ishin, from now on, I will follow you. From now on, you eat meat and I drink soup. Lin Chen shook his head again, chuckling lightly. My business mind is not as good as yours. I am only good at calculations, while you are better at understanding people's hearts. When it comes to making money, it should be you eating meat and all of us drinking soup. However, we are a team. So within the team, there will be different roles. I will find a way to provide you with the initial capital and you will be fully responsible for the business landscape. As long as you become successful, just don't leave us brothers behind. Manhwa was once again stunned. Responsible for everything himself? Ishin actually trusted him so much? A deep sense of emotion surged within Manhwa's heart. As for what Ishin said about abandoning the brothers, Manhwa firmly believed that he could never do such a heartless thing. Manhwa looked seriously at Lin Chen in front of him and nodded heavily. Lin Chen chuckled and continued, it seems you want to get into the blind box business? As soon as business was mentioned, Manhwa immediately became interested. That's right. From what I see, this is definitely a fast way to make money. Ishin, you can forge equipment 10 times a day, and if we sell them all, we can earn 1,500 trading points every day. That amount is quite terrifying. If your reputation continues to grow, that price might even increase. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said, it's probably impossible to sell all 10. Because we all urgently need equipment right now. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the few people in front of him. Su Wanning was not to be mentioned, her health was locked at 10 points. And aside from the active shield skill she currently had, she didn't urgently need other equipment. Tang Junren, apart from his level 10 heavy armor, had almost no equipment above level 10. The shield was a level 5 shield that Lin Chen had exchanged from the store. Now that Tang Junren was level 10, he definitely needed to change it. Yang Kai Lang didn't need to be mentioned. Aside from the epic great sword Lin Chen had just forged for him, he was still in beginner gear. Manhwa, like Yang Kai Lang, only had a newly forged fine staff. The entire team's equipment could be said to be quite shabby. On the other hand, Lin Chen's equipment looked the most luxurious. Epic bow and arrows, epic shoes, epic ring. Although the light armor was plain, it was at least level 10 equipment. The cloak was even a godly artifact. Lin Chen only had one empty charm slot. After being reminded by Lin Chen, Manhwa suddenly realized he had fallen into a misunderstanding. He forgot that this was no longer a normal time. First, they had to survive to continue making money. They needed to forge everyone's equipment first. At the very least, each person should have 2 fine pieces, right? If others heard Manhwa's idea, they would probably be driven mad with jealousy. Others might only pursue having 3 or 4 fine pieces in a team. Lin Chen continued, yesterday the Tongtian Tower said that the second nationwide dungeon would take place 3 days later, so we have 3 days of safety. Yesterday doesn't count, today is the first day. Counting the day of the first dungeon, there was a total of 3.5 days. In 3.5 days, reaching level 10 could be said to be quite easy. Perhaps because the era of nationwide job changes had just begun, the Tongtian Tower left everyone ample time to level up and adapt to life. I only used my energy today once, I can still forge 9 times. Adding tomorrow and the day after, that's a total of 29 times. I believe we can forge everyone's equipment. Let's prioritize forging the 3 iron pieces. Tang Junren was taken aback and instinctively asked Ego, what are the 3 iron pieces? Lin Chen then realized he had unconsciously used a popular term from his past life. The 3 iron pieces refer to the weapon, armor, and shoes. The importance of these 3 pieces of equipment is greater than that of the 3 accessory pieces, so I call them the 3 iron pieces. Tang Junren nodded in understanding. Su Wanning and the others also found Lin Chen's term quite interesting. As for Yang Kai Lang, he was still studying his toes. After explaining the terms, Lin Chen continued, once everything is completed, we can consider selling blind boxes with the remaining chances. However, I think this blind box business can only be a side venture. Relying on it to start a business might be a bit difficult. Manhwa nodded in agreement. At that moment, he remembered the original reason he contacted Lin Chen. The recommendation letter. The recommendation letter was the most profitable project in the early stages. I just remembered. Captain, we need to return to the recommendation letter industry. Then, Manhwa elaborated on his insights regarding recommendation letters from analysis to planning, speaking in great detail. Su Wanning listened more intently as he spoke. With her exceptional intelligence, she could naturally discern the foresight and professionalism in Manhwa's plan. Su Wanning suddenly understood why Lin Chen had brought Manhwa into the team. In the era of universal job changes, the importance of trading points was undoubtedly significant. Whether living in a safe house, crafting equipment, refining pills and potions, or purchasing anything, it all revolved around trading points. With Manhwa in their team, it was unlikely they would ever face a shortage of trading points. Lin Chen's ability to judge people was simply terrifying. Su Wanning grew increasingly in awe of Lin Chen. As for Tang Junren, he became more and more confused as he listened, eventually scratching his head and glancing around, leaning towards Yang Kai Lang beside him. It seemed that Yang Kai Lang, like him, hadn't understood anything, right? In fact, Yang Kai Lang did understand. He was socially anxious, not foolish. He just didn't like face-to-face communication. Having been in online games for several years, he naturally knew how those experts made money by exploiting information gaps. He could tell that Manhwa was one of those experts. However, Yang Kai Lang's train of thought was soon interrupted, because Tang Junren leaned closer to him and started chatting. Yang Kai Lang felt like he was going crazy. While Manhwa was speaking endlessly, Lin Chen felt increasingly alarmed. Almost all of Manhwa's predictions about market development were correct. No wonder he established such a terrifying business empire in his previous life. After listening, Lin Chen nodded slightly and said softly, very well, let's do as you say. If you need trading points, just find me, I have over 10,000 here. At that moment, Su Wanning suddenly raised a few questions, and after a brief pause, Manhwa began to answer seriously. But during the process, Manhwa surprisingly discovered some issues he hadn't thought of before. He looked at Su Wanning in astonishment. The way she examined problems in her perspective were so unique and impressive. No wonder she was the woman who easily turned public opinion around with just 2 videos. Manhwa even began to suspect that Su Wanning had intentionally withheld the videos at first to let the situation escalate to its peak before decisively stepping in. This Su Wanning would probably become the intellectual backbone of the team in the future. After everyone discussed Manhwa's business plan, they turned their attention back to Lin Chen. Lin Chen had naturally made arrangements in his heart. Among the large batch of equipment just crafted, there is a fine light armor that can be used. Let's give it to Kai Lang first. Saying this, Lin Chen took out the fine light armor from his backpack and handed it to Yang Kai Lang. Yang Kai Lang received it with a face full of terror. Lin Chen felt helpless. It seemed that Yang Kai Lang, with his social anxiety, needed a bit more time to integrate into the team. How could someone with such a sunny name be such a severe social phobic? Kai Lang and Manhwa are still below level 10, so now we need to level up. While leveling up, we can also get to know each other better. In the future, we will be partners going into dungeons together. Lin Chen smiled broadly, looking around at the gradually growing team. Tang Junrun and Manhwa nodded seriously. While leveling up, Wanning, you have a task too. Lin Chen turned to Su Wanning, who was standing nearby. You should keep an eye on the trading market, mainly to acquire the blueprints for the 3 iron pieces of equipment. There should be players selling blueprints in the current trading market. Su Wanning quickly nodded, indicating that she would take the task seriously. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Manhwa, asking, Old Ma, what do you think the price of a level 10 blueprint should be to not be a loss? Manhwa pondered for a moment and replied, at most 20 trading points, any more would be unacceptable. If Miss Su finds any sellers with blueprints, you can tell me, and I'll negotiate with them. Perhaps we can get a good price. Su Wanning did not refuse. Professional matters should be left to professionals. When Lin Chen had just handed the equipment to Yang Kai Lang, he noticed that there was still an unidentified level 15 cloak in his backpack, but at that moment, Lin Chen had no identification potions left. He had bought 10 before, but later gave one to Lu Rinjia to identify equipment, so now he had no potions. Forget it. I'll identify this equipment next time. It's not suitable for me to appear at the blacksmith's shop now. Thinking this, Lin Chen directly led all the team members to start the teleportation. The map they chose was still inside the school art museum. After all, most of the materials dropped here were usable for Lin Chen and the others. The leveling area was crowded, as everyone had realized the importance of levels and started grinding monsters. Seriously, grinding monsters could drop equipment, trading points, and gain experience. Why not? Lin Chen chose not to go to the crowded areas but led Tang Junrun and the others deeper into the art museum. As they passed the place where they had discovered the terracotta army, Tang Junrun couldn't help but shiver, fearing they would encounter monsters around the corner again. Lin Chen was the exact opposite. With the current strength of their team, encountering a 3-star elite monster again would be like having equipment and money delivered to them. Unfortunately, they weren't that lucky this time. However, Lin Chen didn't mind. Elite monsters were something that could be encountered but not sought after. It was already rare to encounter them twice in one day, so it was natural not to push for more. Lin Chen and the others casually found a less populated area and began to grind monsters officially. This time, their goal was no longer the speed of grinding monsters but to train the cooperation among the group. Although Lin Chen had been part of many teams and had coordinated many times in his past life, he had never had a fixed team of his own. So, for a moment, Lin Chen was somewhat at a loss as to how to train the team's cooperation. The crowd tried to kill a few small monsters, but Lin Chen always felt that the entire team wasn't truly cooperating. The current number of professions among them wasn't complete, so they mostly relied on everyone's individual strength. For example, Yang Kailang and Tang Junrun. If Yang Kailang went to kill the small monsters alone, with Lin Chen providing support from the back, their cooperation would be very smooth. Lin Chen's high damage combined with Yang Kailang's suppressive fighting style left the small monsters with almost no chance to fight back. It was only when everyone witnessed Yang Kailang's fighting style for the first time that they realized an astonishing fact. The Yang Kailang in a fight was almost a different person from the usual Yang Kailang. When it came to fighting, Yang Kailang was not socially anxious at all. He was really hammering down on the small monsters the entire time. At this moment, Su Wanning and Tang Junrun also understood why Lin Chen had recruited him. However, when Yang Kailang and Tang Junrun began to cooperate, the situation changed. Tang Junrun wanted to help Yang Kailang fend off attacks, but Yang Kailang was trying to use the monster's attack to regain health and then seize the monster's attack interval to unleash a fierce combo. This ultimately led to Yang Kailang's big sword striking Tang Junrun. Although they had teammate damage immunity now, Tang Junrun wouldn't take damage in the dungeon. That strike would definitely deduct health. Lin Chen rubbed his head in annoyance. Both of their ideas weren't wrong, but when these two teamed up, mistakes were bound to happen. This was related to their habits. It seemed that getting the whole team to integrate would be quite a headache for Lin Chen. Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered his ultimate operation. Cheat. Would the cheat provide him with some help? While pondering, Lin Chen opened the cheat interface. The others saw Lin Chen's silence and thought he was troubled by the cooperation issue between Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang. Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang buried their heads deeply, caught in self-blame. Tang Junrun scratched his head, leaned over to Yang Kailang, and said apologetically, "It's my fault, I shouldn't have interrupted your attack." Yang Kailang quickly took a step back and waved his hand. Yang Kailang, "No, it's my fault. You were trying to protect me, but I got too carried away." While they were pulling at each other, Lin Chen was fully focused on checking various skills in the cheat. During this time, Lin Chen's astonishment value surged again. At this moment, Lin Chen's astonishment value balance had reached a terrifying 2,198. Lin Chen had already seen that most of the astonishment value came from the 2 videos released by Su Wanning. Another part came from forging 2 pieces of epic equipment. Besides that, the astonishment value from those survivors had also been continuous. It seemed those people were indeed still paying attention to his operations. He wondered when he would be able to meet those survivors. Lin Chen was really looking forward to that day. However, the most important thing now is to find a way for the 2 of them to work together. Lin Chen continued to search through various techniques. His plan was to find a technique that could guide teammates in cooperation. But unfortunately, even after Lin Chen scoured all the techniques, he did not find the kind he wanted. Lin Chen sighed quietly in his heart. It seems that this cheat is not invincible after all. The issue of cooperation probably still requires him to think of a solution himself. But if he wants them to work together, one of them must inevitably make a change. It's really tricky. Lin Chen sighed again and was about to exit the cheat interface when he unconsciously caught sight of a technique. Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly and he suddenly realized his way of looking at the problem seemed a bit one-sided. Helping them to cooperate is not limited to just one method. Lin Chen decisively exchanged for this technique. At this moment, Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang were still blaming each other. However, Tang Junrun was using words while Yang Kailang was using the bizarre method of typing face-to-face. Su Wanning and Manhwa, who were nearby, wanted to advise them but didn't know how to do so. At this moment, Lin Chen, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly raised his head. Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang were startled, thinking Lin Chen was about to explode and start scolding them. Yang Kailang hurriedly buried his head deeper. Tang Junrun was so stiff that he even forgot to scratch his head. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen raised his head and looked at Manhwa. "Old Ma, come here." Manhwa was confused. What was going on? But he still quickly approached. Lin Chen asked, "Can you draw a circle with one hand and a square with the other?" This question left Manhwa even more bewildered. He thought for a moment, but since he had never tried it, he couldn't easily say whether he could or couldn't. Manhwa decided to try it on the spot. The first time he drew 2 circles, the second time it started off well, but later his left hand became increasingly strange, and a once perfect circle suddenly had corners. Manhwa sighed. "It seems I can't." Lin Chen nodded, not surprised. "Then for the next period of time, I will teach you the technique of dual tasking." That's right, this was the technique Lin Chen had just exchanged for in the cheat. Dual tasking technique. The cheat host can directly obtain this ability and can also teach others a highly effective dual tasking practice method which can only be mastered after persistent practice. Exchange price 400 astonishment points. Remember when Lin Chen exchanged for the strongest mastered teaching technique? Some techniques exchanged in the cheat can be taught. For example, the curved arrow and this dual tasking technique. Some cannot be taught, such as the invincible dodging technique, etc. The reason Lin Chen exchanged for this dual tasking technique was for the level 15 and level 20 skills of the Glory Priest profession, Basic Guardian Puppet and Advanced Guardian Puppet. These are 2 very practical skills, but they also require extremely high operational skills. The role of the Basic Puppet is relatively simple. Its greatest use is to guard a small area, making all invisible units visible within that area. It is a very effective skill against shadow assassins. The Advanced Guardian Puppet is even more powerful. It truly embodies the concept of a puppet. It can be regarded as a substitute with 70% of the Glory Priest's attributes. It can use all the skills of the Glory Priest and the cooldowns do not share. This means that all of the Glory Priest's skills can be used twice in an instant. However, controlling the puppet is not that simple. If you want the puppet to act like a real person, then this dual tasking technique becomes extremely important. Dual tasking? After hearing Lin Chen's words, Manhwa repeated in surprise, "But isn't the problem now about the cooperation between Tang and Yang?" Manhwa clearly didn't understand the follow-up skills of his profession well enough. However, Su Wanning beside him suddenly had a bright idea. She looked at Lin Chen excitedly and asked, "Are you planning to use the level 20 skill of the Radiant Priest? You didn't choose to change the personal habits of classmate Tang and Yang Kailang, but instead chose to let them coexist?" Lin Chen looked at Su Wanning in surprise. I have to say, Su Wanning's reaction was really quick. Even more terrifying was that she understood the Radiant Priest profession better than Manhwa. In fact, if Lin Chen hadn't seen the operations of the Radiant Priest Master in his previous life, he wouldn't have thought of this approach. And that Radiant Priest Master was none other than the future Manhwa. Well, Lin Chen was doing this again, allowing the current Manhwa to master future skills in advance. Lin Chen referred to this operation as advanced broadcasting. It should be noted that in his previous life, Manhwa didn't have Lin Chen's guidance. He only figured out this operation when he was at level 40 or 50. But now, with Lin Chen's guidance, he might complete this operation on the day he unlocked the skill at level 20. This would be a terrifying improvement for the entire team. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. Actually, no one stipulates that there can only be one tank in a team. Since Yang Kailang's style is like this, we can actually adopt a double tank formation. The so-called double tank formation means having both a Forsaken Knight and a Bloodthirsty Warrior as tanks, while the Radiant Priest and his puppet operate on two lines, ensuring the safety of both tanks. Manhwa was confused. What is this? Why do I have to operate on two lines? However, Manhwa quickly went to check the full introduction of the Radiant Priest in the system. The text introduced the follow-up skills of the Radiant Priest. Only then did he understand. So that's how it is. At least for now, it did seem like a better solution. But before Manhwa unlocked level 20, this double tank formation seemed difficult to achieve. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. No worries, I have a way to help young Kailang transition. As he spoke, Lin Chen took out a still-warm piece of equipment from his backpack. It was something Lin Chen had just exchanged at the exciting Operations Systems exchange shop. Due to the reversal of public opinion, Lin Chen suddenly received a lot of likes. Everyone quickly looked over. It was a ring that shimmered with green light. Bloodthirsty magic ring quality, excellent usable level 10. Skill basic bloodthirst, passive the wearer can gain 5% lifesteal from attacks. When everyone saw the passive skill of this ring, their eyes lit up. It actually had a lifesteal function. Everyone instantly understood Lin Chen's intention. In this way, young Kailang could use the lifesteal passive to gain recovery. Although the effect was weak, combined with the Radiant Priest Manhwa's support, it would be enough to handle most situations. Here, it needs to be explained that in the era of universal job changes, the skills on equipment are mostly not unique. Especially for passive skills, they are highly compatible, almost fitting all types of equipment. Therefore, many pieces of equipment may have the same passive skill. For example, the Bloodthirst skill that Lin Chen selected. In the God Points exchange shop, there are many pieces of equipment that come with this skill. Lin Chen chose the only one he could afford. This single accessory cost him 20 God Points. His recently accumulated savings were instantly wiped out. Lin Chen remembered that in his previous life, someone on the forum had even showcased a complete set of lifesteal equipment. The lifesteal effect was extremely terrifying. Lin Chen looked at everyone and chuckled. From now on, young Kailang's choice of equipment can completely follow this direction, prioritizing those with bloodthirst. This passive skill indeed fits young Kailang very well and can alleviate the pressure on Glory Priest Manhwa. I will also work hard to find the most suitable equipment for you. Su Wanning nodded in agreement, thinking that Lin Chen's ideas were far quicker than hers, always coming up with the optimal solution a step ahead. It seemed that her understanding of the era of universal job changes was still not deep enough, and she needed to continue to work hard. Su Wanning secretly clenched her fist. Tang Junren was quite happy, as this also solved the issue of coordination. Manhwa was secretly astonished. Was this Ishin too generous towards his teammates? This exquisite accessory could easily sell for over 200 trading points. Yet Ishin didn't even blink and gave it to Yang Kailang, who had just become a teammate on the first day. Was Ishin not afraid that Yang Kailang was a scammer? He certainly didn't look like one. This kind of boldness was indeed something Manhwa could learn from. As for Yang Kailang, he was currently staring at the equipment that had suddenly appeared in front of him, his face full of confusion. Soon, he reacted and quickly typed, Yang Kailang, this is too precious. Social anxiety, patience, fear. Such sudden kindness the most. Lin Chen didn't say much to him, directly stuffing the equipment into his hands. I've already changed this equipment, and there's no way to return it. If you don't use it, wouldn't that be a waste? Yang Kailang opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Yang Kailang would probably never be able to outtalk the eloquent Lin Chen. He lowered his head, looking at the ring in his hand, lost in thought. He couldn't ponder for too long, nor could he come up with any profound reasoning, because Lin Chen soon suggested that everyone continue leveling up and practicing their coordination. After finding the most suitable way for the entire team to cooperate, their leveling speed increased significantly compared to before. During the process, Lin Chen also took the time to teach Manhwa the practice method of multitasking. Soon, Manhwa and Yang Kailang successfully reached level 10. Their rankings on the level leaderboard had already fallen to the 8 or 9 million range. It seemed that tomorrow, the entire server would likely reach level 10, excluding those who completely slacked off and didn't level up at all. Unfortunately, even after Lin Chen and the others farmed monsters for an entire afternoon, they didn't encounter another elite monster. However, they did drop 3 equipment blueprints from the regular monsters. Su Wanning, who was watching the trading market, also had a bountiful harvest unexpectedly, finding a total of 3 recommendation letters. Each time, they were listed for no more than 5 seconds before being discovered by Su Wanning. One player wanting to sell a recommendation letter probably didn't have a thorough understanding of the era of universal job changes, as they priced it at 500 trading points. Manhwa wasted no time, not even communicating with the seller, and directly snapped it up. This price was practically like picking it up for free. The other two, however, set their prices extremely high. One set a deal for 5,000 trading points, while the other was asking for a whopping 15,000. Manhwa, tireless and with a silver tongue that could talk about the explosion of the universe, crazily bargained, leaving the two players stunned. In the end, he secured the deals for 800 trading points and 1,000 trading points. There were also great gains in blueprints, with a total of 15 pieces of iron gear obtained. Lin Chen glanced at the time displayed by this system. It was getting late, so he let everyone go back to rest. After a day of training, everyone was indeed a bit tired, and after bidding farewell to Lin Chen, they each teleported back to rest. However, Su Wanning remained in place, not teleporting away. Lin Chen looked at Su Wanning in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Wanning chuckled lightly and tilted her head. "Are you going back to rest now?" Lin Chen shook his head. "I'm not tired yet. I'm planning to craft some equipment. Besides, I still have a job change to complete." Su Wanning said earnestly, "I want to go too." Lin Chen was taken aback. "You want to go too?" Su Wanning wanted to join him? Would that mean it was just the two of them? Was this a date? In an instant, Lin Chan's thoughts drifted far away. Su Wanning feigned disappointment inside. "Can't I go? I'm not tired, and I don't want to go back so early." Su Wanning's thoughts were quite simple. The more she followed Lin Chen, the more she could learn. And for some reason, she felt very at ease whenever she saw Lin Chen. Even when surrounded by various monsters while leveling up, Su Wanning felt no fear at all. Is this what it means to like someone? Su Wanning couldn't be sure, but she knew this feeling was definitely part of liking. It seemed she was slowly starting to like Lin Chen. Hearing Su Wanning's words, Lin Chen quickly waved his hand. "Of course you can go. I was just worried you might be too tired. Since that's the case, let's set off. Let's go to the blacksmith first." Seeing Lin Chen's flustered expression, Su Wanning couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time she noticed that Lin Chen had a bit of cuteness to him. Watching Lin Chen hurriedly turn away, she murmured in a voice only she could hear, "Actually, you must be the most tired one. If my strength is enough in the future, I can help share the burden, you fool." In the next moment, Lin Chen and Su Wanning teleported away at the same time. The forging at the blacksmith's was no challenge for Lin Chen. He used up all 9 remaining energy points for the day. This time, Lin Chen chose to identify the equipment directly. The final result was acceptable. Out of 9 pieces of equipment, 3 were usable. Although there were no epic items, 4 were of fine quality. Unfortunately, among them, Tang Juanren's shield turned out to be 2 fine pieces. So Lin Chen could only select the better one that suited Tang Junren and plan to sell the other at the trading square later. In addition to the 2 fine shields, there were also a pair of fine boots and fine light armor. Lin Chen planned to allocate the boots and light armor to Yang Kailang. This way, Yang Kailang's iron gear set would be complete. As the team's off-tank, Yang Kailang indeed needed better equipment. During the forging process, Lin Chen and Su Wanning were recognized by quite a few fans. Of course, it was not Lin Chen who was recognized. After all, dark hunters were everywhere. The eerie evil spirit was the only one of its kind. So, it wasn't hard to guess the identity of the dark hunter accompanying the eerie evil spirit. Many players discovered Lin Chen after he left the blacksmith shop and frantically called their friends. Millions of players surged into a small blacksmith shop, all in search of a blind box equipment. Fortunately, the number of people the blacksmith shop could accommodate was fixed. No matter how many more people came, they couldn't teleport in. At this moment, on the forum, the news that someone had obtained an epic equipment from Lin Chen's equipment blind box had already spread. One of the biggest beneficiaries, Lu Renjia, even personally posted, directly sharing a screenshot of the weapon on the forum to confirm the matter. This instantly attracted countless envy and jealousy from players. "Listen to me, if you can't handle this equipment, give it to me, I'll use it. I advise the person above to hurry up and delete that comment. Then let me post. TSK. With this weapon out, a team's leveling efficiency might skyrocket. Poor me still stuck with a novice knife with 5 attack power. Epic equipment is still an unattainable existence for many players. Its allure is incomparable to anything else. It is worth mentioning that a few hours after Lin Chen identified 2 pieces of epic equipment, the equipment rankings also began to liven up. After all, with so many players, there were plenty of lucky ones. Dozens of epic equipment hung on the level rankings, making people envious. At this time, the trading market had not yet seen a single epic equipment listed for sale. However, the epic equipment that appeared later had not yet surpassed the first knife forged by Lin Chen in terms of ratings. Only one shield stood out, scoring 49.3 points, surpassing the knife in Lu Renjia's hands, ranking second. Thus, Lin Chen's 2 knives were ranked first and third, respectively. Opening the weapon rankings, one could clearly see Lin Chen's name twice. Rank 1, Corrosive Plague's Frenzy Blade, score 51, forged by Lin Chen. Rank 2, Golden Fury Shield, score 49.3, forged by Zhang Quan. Rank 3, Blade of Destruction and Heat, score 48, forged by Lin Chen. Lin Chen was also the only player to forge 2 pieces of epic equipment. Coupled with Lin Chen's previous fame, the two factors combined made Lin Chen seem unstoppable. This also explains why those players were so excited upon seeing Lin Chen. But what Lin Chen and the others didn't expect was that a portion of players were actually there for Su Wanning. Su Wanning's earlier composed responses on the forum and her striking beauty even after transforming into a strange evil spirit attracted a large number of fans. Even with her bizarre red hair, it couldn't hide her inner charm. This charm appealed to both genders. Some girls were even crazier. Sister loves me. Sister is just too cool. The excited fans scared Lin Chen, who quickly pulled Su Wanning behind him to protect her. Eventually, Su Wanning had to spend 50 trading points to buy a decorative hood to cover her strange evil spirit features. Otherwise, it was just too eye-catching. It must be said that the money was well spent. The effect after covering up was indeed much better. The hood completely concealed Su Wanning's red hair, making it impossible for other players to recognize her identity at a glance. At least this way, they wouldn't be swarmed by a bunch of players, trapping them in a tight spot. After regaining their freedom, Lin Chen and Su Wanning were in the herbal shop. Unlike the bustling blacksmith shop, the herbal shop was surprisingly quiet. Perhaps it was because the epic equipment forged by Lin Chen had stimulated a large number of players to change their professions to blacksmiths. Even more players, unable to obtain recommendation letters themselves, could only bring their blueprints and materials to seek forging help. However, the players' enthusiasm for the herbal hall is not that high. The reason is simple: the allure of elixirs for players is not great. Most players only have a few impressions of elixirs. The first type is the health recovery elixir. There are two kinds of health recovery elixirs, one for use during combat and one for use outside of combat. The non-combat health recovery is not needed, as teleporting back to a safe house will quickly restore health. As for the elixirs usable during combat, the amount of health restored is simply too little. They are somewhat useless. The second type is the mana recovery elixir. This type is mostly used by spellcasters and priests, as without mana, they are no different from wooden dummies. The third type is the cooldown reduction elixir. Although this elixir is useful, it has many restrictions on use and is expensive. Currently, few players can afford it. Thinking of this, Lin Chen opened the elixir leaderboard. To his surprise, the elixir leaderboard was not empty. 5 names were already prominently displayed on the elixir leaderboard. Lin Chen was not too surprised. After all, at least half of the players had reached level 10 today, and surely some players had already advanced to become elixir masters before him. Lin Chen seemed to have some impression of the previous system announcement. However, this number is still quite disparate compared to the weapon leaderboard. To be on the elixir leaderboard, one must at least have elixirs. Similar to the quality levels of weapons such as normal, fine, and epic, elixirs also have quality levels. Elixirs include 2 types, pills and potions. The quality level classification of elixirs is also quite simple, from low to high: mortal, spirit, immortal, holy, and emperor. Like equipment quality, there are 5 types. The rarity of elixirs corresponds to that of equipment. Equipment forging relies on blueprints, while the refining of pills and potions relies on recipes. However, recipes are quite different from equipment blueprints. First, recipes can be refined repeatedly. Equipment blueprints become invalid after one use. To continue forging, one must seek blueprints from monsters or dungeons. But recipes, as long as players choose to learn them, will permanently exist in the system, allowing for repeated refining at any time. However, each recipe can only be learned once. Recipes appearing in the trading market are likely from someone who obtained duplicate recipes. Second, the number of elixirs that can be refined from a recipe is limited. Unlike equipment blueprints, even a level 5 blueprint has a chance to produce legendary quality equipment. But some elixirs can only reach the immortal level at most, so no matter how many times you refine, even if your proficiency is off the charts, you can only produce immortal elixirs. Third, the drop rate of recipes is much lower than that of equipment blueprints. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why there are fewer elixir masters than blacksmiths? Without recipes, what's the point of becoming an elixir master? In the herbal shop, Su Wanning was staring wide-eyed at the NPC, Chi Baichao. Unlike Wang Dachui from the blacksmith shop, Chi Baichao was an extremely aloof NPC. Since Lin Chen and Su Wanning entered the herbal shop, Chi Baichao had not spoken a word, nor had he even glanced at the two. He was solely focused on handling the herbs in his hands. This was in stark contrast to the enthusiastic Wang Dachui from earlier. It was unclear whether the Tower of Babel had intentionally set up 2 NPCs with such vastly different personalities, but it was quite interesting. Su Wanning turned to Lin Chen and asked, "Why isn't this guy talking?" Lin Chen chuckled lightly, stepped forward, and said, "I want to learn to refine herbs." Upon hearing this key phrase, Chi Baichao finally reacted, turning his cold, frosty face towards Lin Chen, sizing him up from head to toe, and snorted, "Just you? Do you think refining herbs is like a child peeing and playing in the mud? If you want to refine pills, you must learn with me." Su Wanning was greatly surprised. They actually had to trigger a conversation. But it wasn't necessarily this phrase. If you said something else, Chi Baichao would still respond and gradually guide you to say the key phrase. In the past life, some players had even bored themselves by teasing Chi Baichao. Because Chi Baichao was quite good-looking, he had the vibe of an ice-cold beauty. The phrase Lin Shen had just said was the quickest way to trigger the job change quest. This was something a player in the past life had figured out after chatting with Chi Baichao for 10 minutes. Sure enough, a semi-transparent panel suddenly appeared in front of Lin Shen. You have successfully accepted Chi Baichao's quest, learning to refine. After the quest began, Chi Baichao started explaining and demonstrating on his own. Chi Baichao's explanation was nothing like Wang Dachui's detailed approach. If it was your first time hearing it, you would likely not understand. Players could only ask questions, and Chi Baichao would disdainfully glance at you before impatiently explaining again. Lin Shen paid no attention to Chi Baichao's explanation. In his past life, he had also refined spiritual herbs. So, of course, he had completed this quest before. Just thinking about this herbalist made Lin Shen's mouth twitch uncontrollably. Su Wanning glanced at Lin Shen in surprise, thinking that Chi Baichao's laid-back explanation had left Lin Shen feeling helpless. This expression made Su Wanning cover her mouth and stifle a laugh. So there were things Lin Shen couldn't handle too? But in reality, Lin Shen's mouth twitched not because of the difficulty of the quest, but because of his past experiences. In his previous life, when he changed jobs to become a herbalist, he was already over level 40. At that time, Lin Shen had prepared the second recommendation letter early on when he was around level 20, but unfortunately, he didn't have a recipe. Lin Shen originally thought that a mere recipe could be obtained quickly, as long as he kept grinding monsters. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Heaven showed Lin Shen through actions that everything was unknown. Even if Lin Shen spent every day grinding monsters without entering dungeons, and dozens of equipment blueprints dropped, he had not seen a single recipe. Lin Shen even doubted that this world had any recipes at all. Just when Lin Shen was about to gather enough to buy an exorbitantly priced recipe in the trading market, he finally found a recipe on a low-level monster. Every time he thought of this experience, Lin Shen felt incredibly frustrated. Back to the present. Chi Baichao's quest was not difficult, it was similar to the tasks. When forging equipment, still guided by Chi Baichao through a set of official complex processes. After the player completed it, Chi Baichao would grant initial proficiency based on their performance. The process of refining spiritual herbs was actually simpler than forging, it just required more attention to detail. The refinement of spiritual medicine requires the use of a cauldron, and controlling the temperature of the cauldron is the key to whether the spiritual medicine can be successfully refined. It must be mentioned that the refinement of spiritual medicine can fail. This is known as an explosion of the cauldron. After an explosion, all the materials used for refining are wasted, and progress is lost, forcing everything to start over. Therefore, one must be careful and cautious during the refining process. Lin Shen did not rush to complete the task but instead opened his most outstanding external interface. Since there was an external tool for forging, there must be one for refining medicine as well, right? Sure enough, Lin Shen quickly found the refining skills and unhesitatingly chose to exchange for them. Just then, Chi Baichao's demonstration had also ended. She walked back to her original spot with an icy demeanor and fixed her cold gaze on Lin Shen. Su Wanqing was worried that Lin Shen's hasty attempt would lead to a low initial proficiency and was about to speak. You can come again. Before she could finish, Lin Shen quickly interrupted her. No need to come again, I already know how to do it, let me try. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Shen with suspicion. You know how? Lin Shen's earlier state did not seem like someone who knew how at all. However, at that moment, Lin Shen had already swiftly seated himself in front of the cauldron. The so-called cauldron is the container for refining spiritual medicine. By pulling the bellows beneath the cauldron, one can control the size of the flame, thus regulating the temperature. Su Wanqing knew that Lin Shen was not someone who acted recklessly. Although she was puzzled, she still calmed down and quietly watched Lin Shen complete the task from the side. With the experience from his past life and the support of the external tool, Lin Shen's ability to control the flame was simply extraordinary. The temperature, which was mischievous in others' hands, was like a well-behaved piece of clay in Lin Shen's hands. Whatever shape he wanted to mold, the clay would take that form. Even Chi Baichao, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. The icy frost in her eyes gradually revealed other emotions. Soon, Lin Shen completed the refinement. His speed was even faster than Chi Baichao's. Lin Shen lightly tapped the cauldron, and a round pill fell into his hand. Surrounding the pill were faint white gas clusters. This was the way to distinguish the quality of spiritual medicine. White represents common grade. The quality of the spiritual medicine itself is not very important. What matters is the proficiency in refining it. Chi Baichao glanced at the timer, then incredulously raised her head, her voice trembling as she said, 80 seconds? I didn't expect you, an unremarkable person, to be a reincarnation of the pill saint. I truly didn't expect that such a talented alchemist would appear in this world. It is indeed our fortune. You will surely lead us through the eternal night. Su Wanqing also looked at Lin Shen in astonishment. Although she knew Lin Shen would be fine, she didn't expect him to be this terrifying. Chi Baichao had taken a full 150 seconds. Yet Lin Shen, with just a glance, improved by 70 seconds on his first attempt, nearly half. Is this talent? It's too frightening. After a long string of flattery from Qi Baichao, Lin Chen's task was officially declared complete. You have completed Qi Baichao's task, learning alchemy. Congratulations on successfully changing your profession to alchemist. Your initial proficiency is 500 this time. Lin Chen's proficiency gained was the same as that from forging, both being 500 points. It seems that this 500 is already the limit for initial proficiency. Lin Chen looked at the system's task pop-up and suddenly remembered something. He had been so busy leveling up and gathering materials that he had forgotten to take a good look at the task system. Lin Chen opened the task interface in the system. A long list of completed and uncompleted tasks appeared before him. The task system was one of the features unlocked for all players after the first National Dungeon was completed. The main storyline tasks are a way for all players to understand the changes in their lives during the National Job Change era, and completing the system's main storyline tasks would grant some trading point rewards. It was somewhat similar to a beginner's tutorial in an online game. Players like Lin Chen, who were internal players, naturally did not need to be bound by the arrangements of the main system tasks. Opening the task interface, the first thing that caught his eye was the main storyline task. Please raise your level through various means. 10 out of 10. Task status, completed task reward, 50 trading points. Only then did Lin Chen remember that he hadn't claimed the rewards for these system tasks yet. Although 50 trading points wasn't much, even a small mosquito was still meat. Lin Chen happily selected claim. Besides the main storyline tasks, there were many optional side tasks. Side tasks generally help players enrich their lives and find more ways to enhance their own strength. By completing tasks, all players would gain a deeper understanding of the National Job Change era. The number of side tasks was quite large. Side task 001, please change to any life profession, completed. Side task 002, please change your equipment once, completed. Side task 003, please use a teleportation skill once, completed. And so on, many side tasks. The rewards were mostly similar, ranging from 20 to 30 trading points. However, little by little, it added up to a considerable fortune. After selecting Claim All, Lin Chen closed the task interface. At this time, the task system was still in the beginner teaching phase, with low task difficulty and correspondingly low rewards, making it not very meaningful to grind tasks. Once the task interface unlocked the challenge tasks, the rewards would become substantial. After closing the task interface, Lin Chen did not linger on his thoughts and directly took out the recipe from his backpack to start learning. The recipe Lin Chen took out was naturally the Lotus Spirit Potion that Su Wanning had drawn from a 3-star elite monster. This Lotus Spirit Potion is a recovery potion that can be used in battle, and its healing effect is much stronger than the basic combat recovery potion purchased from the system store. With it, the survival rate of everyone in the next dungeon would surely increase significantly. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Chen was so eager to change his profession to alchemist. During the learning process, the recipe gradually turned into wisps of ash in Lin Chen's hands, floating into the air and disappearing. There was a certain broken beauty to it. After completing the learning, a new function was successfully unlocked in Lin Chen's system interface: alchemy recipes. From now on, Lin Chen could check the recipes he had learned at any time in this interface. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly continued with the alchemy. He skillfully took out the required materials from his backpack and tossed them into the cauldron. Then he controlled the flame temperature, melting the materials into potion liquid. Then changed the temperature again, gradually thickening the potion to form the elixir. This is considered complete. It sounds simple, but if the temperature deviates too much during the operation, it will be ruined. Clearly, Lin Chen would not make such a mistake. With the elixir successfully refined, Lin Chen took out the small jade bottle gifted by the system and filled it with the potion. Soon, the color of the small jade bottle changed, a faint green hue swirling around it. Oh, not bad. The first refinement is at the spirit level. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Having a high initial proficiency is a good thing. Su Wanning also leaned over, curiously asking, "How is it?" Lin Chen directly displayed the attributes of this spirit potion. Lotus Spirit Elixir. Quality: Spirit level. Effect: rapidly restores health, total of 250 points, consumes 2s in normal state, 5s in combat state. Drinking cooldown 500s compared to the basic combat. Recovery potion: the restored health skyrocketed to 250 points. The recovery speed only takes 5s. As expected of a spirit level potion, very good. Lin Chen was very satisfied. He directly stored this bottle of Lotus Spirit Elixir in his backpack and continued to refine. Refining spirit potions, like forging equipment, requires energy points. Refining spirit potions is also limited to 10 times a day. At Lin Chen's speed, he quickly completed the 10 refinements. In the field of refining spirit potions, Lin Chen's God of Forging's lucky cloak was of no use. Therefore, compared to the gains from forging, the gains from spirit potions were much smaller. However, among the 10 bottles, there were 3 spirit level, while the rest were ordinary level. The ordinary level Lotus Spirit Elixir could only restore 200 health points and the cooldown time increased to 600s, but it was still very useful. Lin Chen stored the potions away, planning to distribute them to the other team members tomorrow. After finishing the potion refining, Lin Chen's tasks for the day were complete. After bidding farewell to Su Wanning, Lin Chen teleported back to his room. See you tomorrow. Su Wanning seemed a bit reluctant but still smiled and waved at Lin Chen before her figure vanished from the spot. After returning to his room, Lin Chen did not wash up or rest. Instead, he sat at the wooden table in the small room, spending 5 trading points in the system store to buy a notebook and some paper and pens, starting to write and draw inexplicably. However, what he wrote was incomprehensible to anyone. Lin Chen also did not wish for anyone to understand it, because he was recalling the details of the second national dungeon. From the details of the astonishment values, he had seen too many strange names, and Lin Chen always felt that someone was watching his every move, so he couldn't expose too much. Tomorrow would be the second to last safety day, and Lin Chen's plan was to continue honing everyone's cooperation and skills in preparation for the next dungeon. Because of the simple difficulty of the first dungeon, many players seemed to have become a bit complacent. It was common to see posts from players expressing their laxity on the forum. The difficulty of this dungeon is too low, even the small monsters are easy to kill. It seems this national job transition era isn't that difficult. I'm just lying flat. There's no way anyone is still grinding monsters and buying equipment with all their might, right? Are they out of their minds? For these people, Lin Chen could only mourn for them in silence. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, the difficulty of the second dungeon compared to the first seemed to be a crazy increase. So Lin Chen must be well prepared. Moreover, he must know that his goal is not just to survive, he must obtain the first place in the dungeon. He has already acquired one piece of the job transfer lock, and the next 2 pieces are also within his grasp. Some might ask, why not choose to kill and loot? First of all, in the era of universal job transfers, killing does not drop equipment, and items in a person's backpack cannot be stolen at all. A person's backpack is the safest place. If a person dies, all their items will disappear. The possibility of killing and looting simply does not exist. Therefore, if Lin Chen does not obtain first place, he can only seek a trade with the owner of the fragments. If the owner of the fragments refuses to trade, Lin Chen will never be able to acquire that piece. Rather than relying on others, Lin Chen prefers to depend on himself. He spent the night writing and drawing at the table until late, then went to bed to rest. 2 days later, at 7 in the evening, after 2 busy days, Lin Chen gathered everyone in his room. However, it was a bit crowded. It seems that once Manhwa earns his first gold, he should expand the house a bit for easier meetings in the future. Everyone has been working hard these past 2 days, collecting blueprints, gathering recommendation letters, constantly honing teamwork and practicing operational skills. It must be said that the training has been effective. Lin Chen's guidance on Manhwa's multitasking skills has shown initial results. Lin Chen also exchanged for several basic skills of the Exiled Knight and Bloodthirsty Warrior, teaching them all to Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang. It can be said that the strength of these 3 has undergone a tremendous change. Tang Junrun's defense has become completely flawless, and Yang Kailang's offense is now unstoppable. Manhwa, the glorious priest, has also greatly improved his overall perspective. He can allocate his skills more reasonably now. Although everyone's skills still have flaws, they have clearly begun to resemble a real team. Su Wanning has seen all these changes and is filled with immense waves in her heart. Lin Chen is truly too strong. The newly joined Yang Kailang and Manhwa have long been convinced by Lin Chen. It seems that Ishin is not only strong in the Dark Hunter profession, he has his own insights into every profession. He can instantly spot the combinations and usage techniques of skills. This ability is simply terrifying. Everyone has been busy these past 2 days, and Lin Chen has been working non-stop. Not only has he been training with everyone, but after the training, he also has to forge equipment, identify equipment, and concoct potions. Upon returning to his room, he must continue to formulate plans for the dungeon. It can be said that he is working extremely hard. In Lin Chen's eyes, everyone still has a lot of room for improvement and needs to keep working hard. He demanded the same of himself in his previous life. That's how he managed to survive for so long. The few of them are currently tallying their gains from the past 2 days. Lin Chen looked up at Manhwa and asked, "How many recommendation letters do we have now?" Manhwa chuckled lightly. "Today everyone was lucky. We dropped a recommendation letter while honing our teamwork to kill the small monsters. Adding to the 32 recommendation letters I received in the trading market over the past 2 days, we now have 32 letters in hand." "How many? 32? At this number, even Lin Chen was shocked. "Old Ma, how did you do it?" Seeing the surprised expressions of everyone in Ishin, Manhwa seemed a bit proud and raised his head, recounting his operations over the past 2 days. It turns out that on the first night, Manhwa had already started arranging for people to spread rumors on the forum. Those people were friends recommended by Lu Renjia. Lu Renjia guaranteed Manhwa that he would absolutely not let anything slip. In fact, Manhwa didn't care whether they would be exposed later, as long as their trading points were secured. It didn't matter whether they were exposed or not. The rhetoric of these people on the forum was all arranged by Manhwa. The general content was to complain that crafting equipment was too much of a loss, that crafting 10 pieces of equipment yielded not a single fine one, and that the blacksmith profession was simply a scam. It wasted time and energy, and good equipment couldn't be crafted. Once the post was made, quite a few people shared similar experiences. Count me in. Seeing Ishin and others crafting some decent equipment, I was so excited that I changed my profession and bought a lot of blueprints, but sigh, I really regret it. Crafting by oneself is indeed unreliable. Everyone's proficiency is generally low. It's better to spend a little money to have someone else forge it for you. I know a blacksmith who can help you craft for just 10 trading points. His proficiency is very high. He once crafted 3 fine pieces of equipment. Upstairs, how to contact. I was planning to change professions, and I even have a recommendation letter, but now that I think about it, forget it. Crafting equipment inherently involves an element of luck. Lin Chen's ability to stand out had many determining factors. For example, his high initial proficiency, his lucky cloak of the god of forging, and his high luck attribute. Of 11, all 3 were probably indispensable. Thus, the huge psychological gap left countless disappointed players. Even if some players had incredible luck, they were ultimately just a minority. Other players who hadn't changed professions saw these posts and abandoned the idea of changing, choosing instead to sell their recommendation letters at a low price. Within a few hours of the post being made, Manhwa had acquired many recommendation letters at a very low price. Up until now, Manhwa was still negotiating incessantly. Tang Junren scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, and asked Lin Chen, "Ego, isn't Ma doing this going to end up with all the recommendation letters in his hands?" Lin Chen chuckled and shook his head. No, public opinion is too easily controlled. Manhwa will naturally turn the tide of public opinion. Lin Chen recalled an incident from his past life when the price of recommendation letters skyrocketed. Perhaps that incident was Manhwa's doing in his previous life? This unscrupulous merchant indeed had some tricks. After a chuckle, Lin Chen stopped paying attention to the matter. Instead, he took out all the equipment he had refined today and yesterday. A total of 29 pieces, excluding the blank equipment, leaving 17 fine pieces and 1 epic piece. The room was instantly filled with a sparkling green light, making everyone widen their eyes. Manhwa was practically drooling. The earlier pride vanished in an instant. Good, did you rob the crafting system? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. But he also knew that the results of his forging were indeed somewhat astonishing. Among the 29 pieces of equipment he had crafted, more than half were of excellent quality or higher. If this number were to get out, it would surely leave many people dumbfounded. Moreover, among these 29 pieces of equipment, there was once again an epic item. So far, Lin Chen had forged 3 epic items. No one in the entire server could match him. Manhwa murmured, "It seems our pricing for the equipment blind boxes needs to go up." Manhwa quickly took a picture of this scene, as it would serve as material for his future promotions. Next came the highly anticipated equipment distribution phase. The only epic item was a piece of light armor. Blackwing Fire Bath Armor Quality, Epic Usable Level, 10 Defense 15 Health. 250 Skill Fire Rebirth. When the wearer takes damage, 2% of the deducted health can be converted into an increase in attack power, up to a maximum of 20 points. Forged by Lin Chen. Rating 10 plus 35.5 equals 45.5. Weapon ranking 9. When Lin Chen saw this piece of equipment, he knew it had to belong to Yang Kailang. Although Lin Chen could also wear light armor, he never considered keeping it for himself. The skill of this light armor, Fire Rebirth, was more suitable for Yang Kailang. With this equipment, Yang Kailang could truly become a meat grinder on the battlefield, possessing terrifying power. This is the allure of epic equipment. Even though Yang Kailang frantically typed to decline, this piece of equipment ultimately ended up in his hands. The remaining excellent equipment was more than enough to outfit everyone with their iron 3-piece set. In addition to the iron 3-piece set, there was also an excellent ring and an excellent amulet. Finally, based on the skills of the ring and amulet, they were distributed to Manhwa and Tang Junren, respectively. With that, everyone's equipment was completely renewed. The novice gear previously gifted by the system had all been replaced. After changing their equipment, the entire team looked completely different at a glance. Each person was shimmering with a faint green light. Lin Chen and Yang Kailang, in particular, were radiating a noble blue light that complemented each other. The most luxurious equipment in the team belonged to Lin Chen. He had a total of 3 epic items and 2 excellent ones, with only 1 accessory slot empty. Next was Yang Kailang. He had 2 epic items, 2 excellent ones, and 2 accessory slots empty. The others also had at least 4 excellent items. It could be said that Lin Chen's team was definitely one of the most splendid teams in the entire server. As everyone looked at their newly refreshed equipment, they finally realized how terrifying it was to have a forger like Lin Chen in the team. But that wasn't all. Lin Chen took out 30 bottles of Lotus Elixir to distribute to everyone, except for Su Wanning. Lin Chen and Manhwa, as ranged professions, had a smaller demand, each receiving 6 bottles, all of common quality. Tang Junren and Yang Kailang, as the main tank and off-tank, Of the team, each received 8 bottles, 4 of which were spirit quality. Tang Junrun also had one particularly special bottle. It was the only one Lin Chen had crafted after 3 days of work, a celestial quality elixir. This bottle was already ranked 3rd on the Spirit Elixir leaderboard. Lotus Spirit Elixir quality, celestial effect. Rapidly restores health totaling 400 points, consuming 2 seconds in normal state, 5 seconds in combat state. Drinking cooldown 350 seconds. Crafted by Lin Chen. Rating 10 plus 32 is equal to 42 points. Ranked 3rd on the Spirit Elixir leaderboard. This bottle of elixir, if used at a critical moment, would be no different from a resurrection. After all, at this moment, without considering equipment, Tang Junrun's health was only a little over 800 points, and this 400 points was already half of his total health. This was just a potion. Yang Kailang and Manhwa had not seen the recipe at that time, so when they saw the introduction of the Lotus Spirit Potion, their eyes widened in shock, especially the one at the level. It nearly made Manhwa's eyes pop out. 400 points. His healing spell could only restore a little over 100 points of health. This one potion was equivalent to 4 of his healing spells? Terrifying. Manhwa also instantly recognized a business opportunity. So this is how terrifying the potions made by spirit alchemists are. If this potion were to be sold, it would probably sell like crazy. After all, having one more potion is like having one more life. However, Manhwa also understood that the current quantity of potions was too low, and the teammates didn't have enough to use, so how could they sell it? In the era of universal job change, it was more important to survive steadily. Otherwise, there would be money to earn, but no life to spend it on. After distributing the equipment and potions, Lin Chen told everyone to go back and rest well, as the second universal job change dungeon would start at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and everyone needed to be prepared. Lin Chen looked at everyone seriously. I don't know if anyone feels complacent, but I can responsibly tell you all, we absolutely cannot be complacent. Don't think that our equipment and strength are strong now, but in the era of universal job change, there are still undercurrents flowing, and our current strength is completely insufficient. Everyone must be in high spirits to face every dungeon. Everyone nodded seriously. After everyone left, Lin Chen opened the cheat interface and found that he still had over 1,100 points of astonishment value. During this time, Lin Chen had exchanged for quite a few basic skills of other professions to guide Tang Junrun and others, so the astonishment value had been consumed quite a bit. With the remaining astonishment value, Lin Chen originally planned to upgrade the invincible evasion technique to the 4th level, but his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a technique that made him stop his exchange action. Weakness Insight Technique, 1st level. The 1st level can reveal the weaknesses of all level 5 and below small monsters, elite monsters, and final bosses. Attacking weaknesses can produce critical hit effects. The weaknesses of monsters are not fixed and will change with the monster's state. Exchange price 500 points of astonishment value. Price to upgrade to the next level 600 points of astonishment value. Just right. Lin Chen still had over 1,100 points of astonishment value left. This technique, like the invincible evasion technique, was also an upgradable technique. The 1st level was obviously not suitable for Lin Chen. If he wanted to exchange it, he would at least need to exchange it to the 2nd level in one go, because all the disaster monsters in the 2nd dungeon should be around level 10. Unlike the invincible evasion technique, this technique could enhance the attack efficiency of Lin Chen's entire team, so Lin Chen felt that the price of 1,100 astonishment value was acceptable. Moreover, the invincible evasion technique 3rd level was clearly still sufficient. Without hesitating for too long, Lin Chen decided to exchange for this weakness insight technique 2nd level. After completing the exchange, Lin Chen closed the cheat interface and checked again to see if there were any other resources that had not been utilized. First was the master points for the exciting operation highlights. Last time, Lin Chen had cleared the master points to exchange for Yang Kailang's blood-sucking ring. In the past few days, Lin Chen had only been leveling up, and there hadn't been any remarkable operations, so there were no new likes coming in. Satisfied, Lin Chen nodded slightly, then washed up, took a shower, and lay on the bed. After going through the process of tomorrow's dungeon in his mind, he fell into a deep sleep. In his plan, he had a bold attempt for tomorrow's dungeon. A bold idea that he came up with after repeated research and contemplation. As for whether it will succeed, the current Lin Chen still does not know. The next day, Lin Chen's team consisted of 5 people already prepared to welcome the arrival of the dungeon. As 8 o'clock struck, the long-awaited mechanical voice finally echoed in their ears. The time has come, please prepare all players. In 1 minute, you will enter the 2nd nationwide disaster dungeon. The name of this dungeon is called the Eerie Apartment number 13. Please remember, the condition to clear the nationwide disaster dungeon is to defeat the final boss. But first, you need to find the final boss. Also, do not forget to explore every side quest, as it is key to increasing your completion rate. Teleport countdown 00:00:05. Teleportation begins. As the mechanical voice ended, Lin Chen and the others began to fade into a blur. Everyone tightly held onto the hands of their teammates beside them. Only in this way could they be assigned to the same team. Then came the familiar feeling of dizziness. This dizziness was no different from the first time they teleported, and since they had experienced it once, they were clearly much more accustomed to it this time. As the dizziness receded, everyone slowly opened their eyes and found that the scene before them had completely transformed. From the brightly lit safe zone, they had shifted into a dimly lit room. The room was empty, furnished only with a few old iron-framed beds, the bedding on them in disarray. Not far behind the iron-framed beds was a door crack through which eerie green light shone in. Su-Wan Ning, beside Lin Chen, instinctively tightened her grip on his hand. Even someone as academically gifted as Su-Wan Ning could not escape the fear of a dark, unfamiliar environment. Just as Lin Chen was about to comfort her, a piercing scream suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Ah, what kind of place is this? Lin Chen turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw a frail boy covering his eyes and hurriedly retreating. Perhaps too frightened, he tripped over his own foot and fell to the ground. It seemed this was one of the teammates matched by the system. When Lin Chen had just opened his eyes, he had already taken a quick glance. This dungeon still had 7 people. Su-Wan Ning's presence was still counted as an exception by the system. Lin Chen's small team had 5 people, and with this boy, there should be one more teammate. Lin Chen turned his head, his gaze searching for the other teammate. But strangely, he couldn't find anyone. Creak! Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, a sharp metallic scraping sound echoed in the room. Lin Chen quickly turned his head back to look towards the iron-framed bed. Sure enough, a girl was shaking the edge of the iron-framed bed with a look of disdain. What is this thing? It creaks every time you touch it. And this bedsheet, has it not been washed in years? This is too disgusting, right? There's even red blood on it. Did the last person not clean up after their period? Damn! The girl had a delicate face, and even in the dim environment, her fair skin and lively eyes were evident. But what shocked Lin Chen next was her action. The girl actually took a bedsheet out of her backpack and spread it on the iron-framed bed, then lay down on it. The iron-framed bed had clearly not been lain on for a long time, and the creaking sound echoed throughout the room, making it extremely eerie. Lin Chen was truly dumbfounded. This person, this move, why does she look so familiar? No way? He hadn't paid much attention to the previous voice, but it really did sound a bit like that person. The creaking of the iron-framed bed continued to echo, but the girl seemed completely unconcerned. She was still adjusting her comfortable lying position, even stretching lazily and saying, so comfortable, standing all day is just too tiring, I need to lie down for a bit. You guys don't need to worry about me, just keep studying. Call me when it's time to fight the monsters. The girl didn't even lift her head, just waved her hand towards Lin Chen and stopped talking. At this moment, Lin Chen was completely certain. It was her. The strongest flashy spirit mage from his previous life. Gu Shuerong. This Gu Shuerong was definitely a unique flower. Her biggest characteristic was laziness. If she could sit, she wouldn't stand. If she could lie down, she wouldn't sit. No matter where she was, as long as she saw a bed, she would immediately lie down. And the second characteristic was madness. Lin Chen had a deep understanding of this. He never expected to encounter this Gu Shuerong again in this life. Lin Chen's heart was filled with mixed emotions. At this moment, the system's mechanical voice sounded again. In this instance, your identities are the professional security team of the mysterious number 13 apartment. Your task is very simple: protect all innocent residents within 6 days, fend off the daily beast tide, and clean every floor of the apartment. This apartment has a total of 6 floors. The first floor is where you are now, and there are no residents on this floor. From the second to the 6th floor, each floor currently has at least 1 resident. Among these residents, someone has committed a crime. Your goal is to expose the criminal on the 6th day, eliminate the wrongdoer, and take the innocent residents away. Today is the first day. Today's tasks are 1. Defend against the beast tide from 9 to 10 o'clock. 2. Clean the 2nd floor. The continuous announcements left all the teams participating in the instance stunned. They had already realized that this instance was completely different from the first one. The first instance was straightforward. Just kill monsters to clear it. But this time, they actually had to find the criminal? What would happen if they got it wrong? Not only that, they even had to survive in this strange apartment for a full 6 days. This was too terrifying. Moreover, the system mentioned the beast tide, and it happened every day. Many people began to feel a bad premonition in their hearts. The difficulty of this instance seemed to be much higher than the first one. Before all the teams participating in the instance could think too much, the door in front of them suddenly creaked open. It was an iron door, and the creaking sound was particularly pronounced and eerie in the silent environment. It was like a mournful howl. On Lin Chen's side, the sound of the door opening startled a few people. The frail boy was so frightened that he rolled and crawled on the ground, running backward in fear of some strange creature suddenly emerging from outside the door. Only Lin Chen and Gu Shuerong, who lay calmly on the iron bed, were not scared. Gu Shuerong even sneered, another cheap trick from a domestic horror film, how boring. Lin Chen, having experienced these things in his past life, did not find it frightening. He glanced at the time displayed on the system. 8:32. There were still half an hour until the beast tide at 9 o'clock. Lin Chen knew very well that the intensity of the beast tide increased daily. The first day's beast tide was relatively simple, and most teams could get through it. What Lin Chen needed to do before 9 o'clock was to slightly consolidate this team and also get to know the two randomly assigned teammates. Well, there was no need to understand Gu Shuerong. In his past life, Lin Chen had been forced to team up with her, so he was quite familiar with her abilities and personality. Although she was a bit crazy, her strength was indeed impressive. After all, it was a second chance at life. Gu Shuerong might not recognize him, so it should be fine. As for the other frail boy, his profession should be shadow assassin. However, from the looks of it, his personality probably wasn't suitable for this dungeon. The eerie apartment 13 was aptly named, as it was filled with all sorts of bizarre occurrences. There were plenty of things to be afraid of behind it, but it didn't really matter. The four of them were strong. Gu Shuerong, the strongest dazzling spirit mage from his past life, was no joke, and this kid could just coast through. So Lin Chen cleared his throat and said loudly, "You two, in this dungeon, we are teammates. The five of us are in a team together, so I hope you can cooperate with us to fend off the beast tide and complete the dungeon." The frail boy was so scared he could hardly speak, but it was clear he began to move closer to Lin Chen. On the other hand, Gu Shuerong snorted coldly. "Why should I cooperate with you? Why should I listen to you? To go to my death? Do you think having more people makes you strong? Do you believe I could take on all five of you by myself? Wait, 5 people? Ha 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 ha, you idiot can't even count the number of people right, and you want to command us?" Gu Shuerong laughed heartily as she sat up from the iron bed, wanting to mock the person who had just spoken. But as she got up, she was drawn to the shadowy figure of Lin Chen standing with a long bow. Why does he seem oddly familiar? And although she couldn't see clearly, Gu Shuerong felt that Lin Chen had a decent aura. He was a charming guy with a good vibe. But unfortunately, no one could surpass Yi Xin in the profession of Dark Hunter. He was her fiancé whom she had never met. Gu Shuerong looked at skills first, then aura, and finally appearance. As long as any of these three met her standards, her usually volatile temper would instantly subside. "Forget it, since you have the vibe of a charming guy, I won't hold it against you." Gu Shuerong waved her hand, intending to lie back down, but suddenly realized that there were indeed 6 people standing in front of her. Adding herself, that made 7, right? What was going on? Wasn't this team supposed to be assigned by profession? 6 people per team? Why was there 1 extra? Gu Shuerong quickly rubbed her eyes. Only then did she realize she wasn't mistaken. Could it be that some monster had mixed in? Gu Shuerong tightened her grip on her wand, watching Lin Chen and the others warily. Su Wanqing naturally knew that her presence might cause misunderstandings, so she stepped forward and said, "You don't need to be nervous, our team indeed has 1 more person. My name is Su Wanqing, and my profession is the strange evil spirit." When Gu Shuerong heard the words strange evil spirit, her mind went blank with a buzz. It is well known that there is only 1 strange evil spirit in the entire server. If she is Su Wanqing, then Gu Shuerong's gaze turned to the charming young man beside her, her expression gradually shifting from confusion to ecstasy, and finally to madness. Lin Chen sensed Gu Shuerong's gaze and suddenly had a bad premonition. This look felt somewhat familiar. The next moment, with a loud crash from the iron bed, a figure shot up and rushed to Lin Chen's front. You are my fiancé, you are the god of easy, right?" Gu Shuerong stood in front of Lin Chen with stars in her eyes, constantly examining his face. She had seen Lin Chen's photo on the forum. At that time, she was captivated by this man who was not only skilled, but also handsome, with an incredibly charming aura. She had become his mindless die-hard fan. She never expected to team up with her fiancé in this instance. Gu Shuerong really wanted to shout, "System, I love you." Lin Chen smiled wryly, subtly taking a step back, and awkwardly said, "That's right. I am." This made Gu Shuerong even more excited. "My name is Gu Shuerong. I am your die-hard fan. Back on the forum, I posted countless times. 1 person could fight 1,000 troops. Lin Chen hadn't really looked at the posts and had no impression of them. However, Tang Junren and Su Wanqing immediately remembered. Tang Junren scratched his head in surprise. "So, you're Gu Shuerong, your words are very, sharp. I remember you." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Gu Shuerong's face. That was hardly sharp. When she got angry, she could unleash a torrent of curses, and not a single ancestor of the opponent would be spared. It was rumored that a fan of Yan Hao had a verbal battle with her and ended up spitting blood, losing half of his health, nearly dying. If Manhwa's mouth was for bargaining, then Gu Shuerong's mouth was for burying you. Lin Chen interrupted Gu Shuerong's excitement, not giving her a chance to continue speaking, and quickly said, "It's getting late. The beast tide will start at 9 o'clock. We need to prepare in advance. Let's go." When the god of easy spoke, how could Gu Shuerong dare to disobey? Her eyes still sparkled with little stars as she followed Lin Chen closely. The delicate young man also looked at everything happening with surprise. He had naturally heard of Lin Chen's reputation. Now, seeing the luxurious equipment on these people, his fear of the instance had diminished significantly, and he quickly got up to follow. In the team, Tang Junren held the shield, while Yang Kailang walked at the front with his head down. Manhwa led the delicate young man in the center of the group. After all, Manhwa was a glory priest and needed to be protected. At the back, Lin Chen protected Su Wanqing, while Gu Shuerong followed Lin Chen like a sticky plaster, asking questions left and right. Although this formation was strange, they were ultimately ready to face the battle. The crowd huddled together as they walked out of the dim room. After stepping out, Lin Chen turned back to glance at the top of the doorframe. There, in bold letters, were the words "Security Room." Although Lin Chen had some impression of the entire instance, he hadn't been able to fully notice the finer details of the scene during his first participation. Observing it again this time might yield other information to help Lin Chen refine his strategy for clearing the instance. As everyone exited the security room, they were greeted by a spacious yet very dim hall. It wasn't pitch black, but rather a shadowy gloom. Lin Chen looked up at the ceiling where a worn chandelier hung, supported by a single thin wire, as if it could fall at any moment. The chandelier was still lit, but its faint light was clearly insufficient to illuminate every corner of the hall, adding an eerie atmosphere. To Lin Chen's right, there was also a faint light coming from that direction. He remembered clearly that it was the exit of the apartment, the place where everyone had to fend off the beast tide every day. To his left was a dark staircase. The stairs were covered in dust, with a few scattered footprints visible, indicating that it had not been cleaned in a long time. The end of the staircase was engulfed in darkness, making it impossible to see where it led. Tang Junren surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but gasp. "It's so quiet and eerie here." Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise of something falling echoed above their heads. The sound was quite jarring and startled everyone. Su Wanqing quickly grabbed Lin Chen's arm tightly. Gu Shuerong, however, seemed unfazed, still cheerfully examining the environment around her. Lin Chen was immune to such fears because he had experienced it once before. Gu Shuerong was truly bold. Lin Chen was looking around, seemingly searching for something. He knew that if he remembered correctly, there was a work manual that could be picked up in this hall. This work manual would provide many hints for clearing the instance, serving as a key item in the early stages. Soon, he spotted the work manual lying discarded in a corner. He decisively stepped forward to pick it up. The manual appeared to be stained with sticky blood. Gu Shuerong looked at the work manual and wrinkled her nose in disgust. So dirty. Lin Chen's action drew everyone's attention except for Yang Kailang. There were too many people and strangers, so that guy had started studying the floor again. If it weren't for Tang Junren pulling him along, he probably would have hidden in some corner by now. Manhwa asked in surprise, "Gu, what is this?" Before Lin Chen could answer, the system chimed in first. "Congratulations! Your teammate has discovered a work manual with bloodstains. You can now view this work manual at any time in the system." Indeed, in this instance, all items would be shared by the system. Lin Chen opened the work manual in his hand. Inside the cover, there was a ballpoint pen tucked away. He flipped to the first page and saw 4 large characters written neatly in standard script. "Security Diary?" Manhwa instinctively read the 4 characters aloud, and after finishing, felt a strange sense of humor. "I am the community security guard, and I love eating teddy bear biscuits." Manhwa's words elicited knowing smiles from the crowd, easing the tension among them. Lin Chen nodded. It seems this is not only the security guard's work manual but also one left behind by the previous guard. Tang Junren glanced nervously at the bloodstains on the work manual and muttered, "It seems the last security guard didn't have an easy time." Everyone nodded in agreement. In such a bizarre environment, it would be strange to have things go smoothly. Lin Chen continued to flip through the manual, and the next page was a hand-drawn map of the first floor of the apartment. From the map, it was clear that the layout of the first floor was very simple: an exit, stairs, and the security room. Next to the map was the security code handwritten by the previous guard. Security code 1. Ensure the safety of the residents. 2. Do not suspect the residents. 3. Working hours midnight to 2400 hours daily. 4. Must not leave the apartment during working hours. It must be said that these 4 security rules, the last 3 seemed very strange. Manhwa frowned. These working hours? Even a capitalist would cry, from midnight to 24? Isn't that all day? As a future capitalist, Manhwa immediately noticed the 3rd rule. Gu Shuerong, beside Lin Chen, noticed the 2nd rule. Look at the 2nd rule. Do not suspect the residents? But the task assigned by the system is to uncover the evil, right? This clearly conflicts with the requirement of the 2nd rule. Tang Junren scratched his head and pointed to the 4th rule. "I think this one is more important because it has 3 exclamation marks." Lin Chen didn't speak. He wanted to keep flipping but couldn't. He remembered that this work manual could only be flipped to the corresponding page after unlocking the respective floor. They hadn't been to the 2nd floor yet, so they couldn't turn to the next page. Lin Chen simply closed the work manual and quietly analyzed. "Actually, there's nothing wrong with these 4 rules. The first one goes without saying, it should be aimed at the beast tide. We must eliminate the beast tide and prevent it from entering the apartment. The second one seems controversial, but it can also be understood. The system has already stated that we need to expose the evil on the 6th day, so I suspect that something might change on the 6th day, allowing us to no longer be restricted by this rule. In other words, in the first 5 days, we must not suspect the residents. At least we can't let the residents find out that we are suspicious of them, or something might happen. The third and fourth rules limit one thing: we cannot leave the apartment. Lin Chen's analysis, combined with his past experiences, allowed him to roughly deduce the entire purpose of the security rules. The others, who had been questioning the security rules, realized after Lin Chen's analysis that indeed, the system's requirements did not actually conflict with the security rules in front of them. They had been overthinking it. Lin Chen continued, "Everyone, it's almost 9 o'clock. We need to head to the entrance of the apartment and prepare to fend off the beast tide." Although everyone was still a bit confused, they knew that following Lin Chen in this instance was definitely the right choice. Originally, there was a rebellious spirit, Gu Shuerong, who might not listen to orders, but now Gu Shuerong had long become Lin Chen's little follower, showing no signs of disobedience at all. The infatuated smile on Gu Shuerong's face had not disappeared since she recognized Lin Chen. Lin Chen had already led Su Wanning towards the apartment exit indicated on the map, and everyone hurriedly followed. The corridor was initially quite narrow, but it became wider as they walked further. Soon, the complete apartment door appeared before them. The original iron gate had vanished, leaving only 2 lonely metal pillars standing beside it. Manhwa looked at the spacious door in front of him and felt a slight sense of foreboding. This door is probably not easy to defend. Everyone quickly nodded in agreement. The reason was simple: this apartment door was really big. So big that even if all 7 of them stood side by side in front of it, they could not completely block the door. In that case, if the beast tide rushed in, it would be very difficult for them to completely stop it. The possibility of their formation being scattered by the beast tide was extremely high. Su Wanning glanced seriously at the width of the door, thought for a moment, and said, "I'm afraid this door is not our best battlefield." Lin Chen looked at Su Wanning in surprise. Su Wanning, unaware of Lin Chen's gaze, continued to analyze. Whether it's the system or the recent security regulations, they only mentioned resisting the beast tide and protecting the residents, without specifying where to kill the beast tide. In other words, our limit for killing the beast tide should be at the stairs. As long as we hold the stairs and prevent the beast tide from harming the residents on the 2nd floor and above, then we will have succeeded. Lin Chen, what do you think? After finishing her analysis, Su Wanning turned her gaze to Lin Chen. Having experienced this instance, Lin Chen naturally knew that what Su Wanning said was correct. The proper defensive position was definitely not at this door. What surprised Lin Chen was actually Su Wanning's quick reaction. Lin Chen smiled lightly and nodded. "I think your analysis makes a lot of sense, but just to be safe, we should try not to let the beast tide surge into the 1st floor. The end of this corridor is our limit. The 1st floor is complex. If any mutated monster is hiding somewhere and we don't notice, that would be troublesome." Everyone agreed. The 5-person team naturally had no objections to Lin Chen's plan. Gu Shuerong, the #1 fan, was even less likely to disagree. The frail boy was named Fu Nuo. Since the other 6 agreed, Fu Nuo certainly had no objections. It was clear that Lin Chen's leadership position in the team had become very solid. Thus, Lin Chen led his teammates back to the starting point of the corridor. Here, they could better arrange their formation. Still, Tang Junren and Yang Kailang were at the front as dual tanks, with some changes in the middle. This time, it was Manhwa, Fu Nuo, and Gu Shuerong fighting in the center. Lin Chen and Su Wanning were stationed at the back. This position allowed Lin Chen to maximize Su Wanning's safety while also better commanding the overall situation, making it the most suitable position for him. "Ishan, I want to stand next to you," Gu Shuerong said, holding her face with a pitiful expression. Lin Chen did not look at Gu Shuerong and directly said with a stern face, "No, the spell ball of the flashy mage is hard to control. Standing at the back can easily hurt teammates, so it's safer to stay a bit further away. Don't worry, with Tang Junren and Yang Kailang here, the beast tide won't be able to attack you." Gu Shuerong was unconvinced. "I'm not afraid of that." "Wait, then why can you stand at the back?" Lin Chen remained calm. "Because I can't miss." Gu Shuerong, I really can't refute that. Gu Shuerong was very familiar with Lin Chen's archery skills. She didn't know how many times she had watched those highlights of his amazing maneuvers. She never expected that Lin Chen would use the technique she admired the most as a reason to leave her speechless. Ultimately, Gu Shuerong reluctantly left Lin Chen's side, trudging toward the center with heavy steps. She had already made up her mind that she must improve her skill accuracy. One day, she would stand beside the archery god. Just as Gu Shuerong reached the center, Manhwa was still thinking about having a brief exchange with her. "Please give me your guidance." To his surprise, Gu Shuerong was like a bomb, igniting instantly. She coldly replied, "I'm just a noob, there's nothing to guide." Manhwa, does it have to be this real? It seems all of Gu Shuerong's good temper was reserved for Lin Chen. Su Wanning watched the scene and couldn't help but chuckle. This Miss Gu really knows how to distinguish love and hate. Lin Chen's expression was somewhat stiff and he didn't speak. It was more than just love and hate, it was simply a top-tier obsessive love brain. In his past life, Gu Shueron liked Lin Chen almost like a piece of chewing gum that couldn't be shaken off. Forget it, Lin Chen didn't want to think about this. It was already 8:59 and the beast tide was coming. Lin Chen solemnly reminded everyone, pay attention, they are coming. As soon as he finished speaking, boom, everyone began to feel the floor beneath them vibrating slightly. Manhwa's eyes widened and he quickly tightened his grip on his staff, trembling. Is it really that intense? Fu Nuo was so flustered he could barely speak, only able to grip his rookie dagger, standing there in a cold sweat. Gu Shueron, however, pushed aside her earlier displeasure and focused intently ahead. She wanted to show the archery god that this genius beauty was not to be taken lightly. In the front, Tang Junrin held his shield, his expression resolute. Yang Kailang was seriously studying the shaking floor. The tremors beneath everyone's feet grew stronger. Boom boom. The noisy sound of running was already coming from outside, echoing loudly in the empty corridor. Lin Chen gently squeezed the bow and arrows in his quiver, then knocked 2 arrows on the string, carefully listening to the approaching footsteps. Moments later, Lin Chen decisively shot the 2 crossbow arrows. At the same time, he shouted, "They're here." In the next moment, the 2 arrows that were originally aimed at the air collided head-on with a giant ant that suddenly turned into the corridor. Seeing this scene, Gu Shueron's eyes lit up and she instinctively turned to look at Lin Chen with admiration. Preemptive shot. Just this one arrow could immediately showcase Lin Chen's level. He was able to predict when a monster would appear based on sound, then shoot the arrows in advance, hitting the target accurately. This arrow seemed simple, but it contained an extremely profound foundation. The Eternal Night Arrow God. The name was well deserved. That big ant was actually the spiked soldier ant that Lin Chen and the others had killed the night before the storm. It seems the system got lazy, setting up a beast tide in this instance and directly utilizing all the previous materials. Even the level of this spiked soldier ant was still 1 to 5, just with slightly adjusted attributes. Spiked soldier ant level 1-5 health, 100 attack, power 30 at this level. Lin Chen could take it down with 2 arrows in an instant. The others hadn't even reacted when the spiked soldier ant turned to dust and vanished from sight. But this spiked soldier ant was just the beginning. Countless disaster monsters followed in succession. In an instant, 4 or 5 more spiked soldier ants surged out, charging towards the shield-bearing Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang. The moment Yang Kailang saw the spiked soldier ants appear, his expression changed instantly. He was no longer staring blankly at the ground. At this moment, he was gradually transforming into a war god. Several spiked soldier ants lunged at him, but Yang Kailang didn't care at all. He swung his large knife horizontally, unleashing a fierce assault like a meat grinder, continuously hacking at the spiked soldier ants in front of him. One spiked soldier ant that had leaped halfway was even sent flying by Yang Kailang's large knife midair. A 7-7 appeared above its head in an instant. Not only that, but the body of that spiked soldier ant was also tainted dark green by the passive effect of Yang Kailang's corrosive plague blade. It was evident that the speed of that spiked soldier ant had slowed down a bit. Without any hesitation, Yang Kailang made another sweeping strike and that spiked soldier ant was instantly killed. I must say, in close combat, the bloodthirsty warrior is truly strong. Not only was Yang Kailang starting the slaughter, but Gu Shuerong, not far behind him, also shouted sweetly flame melody. At the same time, the magic wand in Gu Shuerong's hand was swung down. A massive fireball instantly hovered in the air. Then, this fireball, still crackling with flames, broke apart, transforming into a sky full of fiery meteors, crashing down towards a group of monsters. What Gu Shuerong used was the level 5 skill of the Radiant Spirit Mage, Flame Melody. This skill has low mana consumption and a quick cooldown, making it a very practical area skill. However, while the area skills of the Radiant Spirit Mage are powerful, they are also filled with danger. The reason is simple. The area skills of the Radiant Spirit Mage can cause damage to teammates within the instance. Therefore, the skill level of a Radiant Spirit Mage is largely reflected in their control over area skills. At this moment, Gu Shuerong's performance was quite good. Not a single fireball landed on Tang Junrun or Yang Kailang. The spiked soldier ants, however, suffered heavy casualties. Lin Chen was also busy, his bowstring nearly smoking. The Dark Hunter class inherently has disadvantages when facing a beast tide. This class is neither like the Radiant Spirit Mage, which can cover a large area with one skill, nor like the Bloodthirsty Warrior, who can take down several monsters with a single strike. The Dark Hunter can only attack point by point. Fortunately, Lin Chen mastered the unique skill of firing 2 arrows simultaneously, which somewhat compensated for his output efficiency. Although the beast tide was fierce, with the team's skilled cooperation, there were currently no issues at all. However, the ease of Lin Chen's team did not mean that everyone could be so relaxed. Some teams failed to analyze the correct defensive positions and foolishly guarded the main gate. As a result, when the beast tide arrived, they couldn't retreat in time, and some members were directly devoured by dozens of spiked soldier ants. The remaining members trying to rush back to defend were also too late ultimately, leading to the beast tide flooding into the first floor and then climbing up to the second floor via the stairs. At this point, the system declared that all team members in this parallel instance had failed their challenges and would be immediately erased. The perspective shifted again, revealing a familiar face to Lin Chen in another parallel instance. It was Lu Rinjia, one of the owners of the 3 epic pieces of equipment forged by Lin Chen. At this moment, Lu Rinjia and his companions were also stationed at the corner of the corridor. The members of their team were the same friends who had been with him at the blacksmith's shop. Their skill level was clearly inferior to Lin Chen's team. The exiled knight in the team was so intimidated that he didn't dare to swing his shield, nearly holding it in front of him, frozen in place. The arrows shot by the Dark Hunter always missed and sometimes even hit the exiled knight. If it weren't for Lu Rinjia being in this team, they would have found it hard to hold on. At this moment, Lu Rinjia wielded his epic longsword, continuously swinging it among the monsters. As the number of monsters increased, he decisively unleashed his blazing flame skill. He swung the greatsword forward, and a dragon-like flame roared out, engulfing the narrow corridor. The monsters caught in the flames howled in agony, their health rapidly depleting, quickly clearing a path. The shadow assassin beside him brightened up. "So cool, Brother Lu. You've relieved a lot of pressure for everyone in one go." Lu Rinjia was equally thrilled as he stared at the greatsword in his hand. Truly an epic piece of equipment. This skill was simply terrifying. He had to survive this instance and then join the Ishin Guild. As long as he clung to the big tree that was Ishin, he would surely thrive in the era of universal job changes. With this thought, Lu Rinjia steeled himself, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he looked at the beast tide before him. He tightened his grip on the longsword and roared, "Come on! I'm going to kill 10 today." In other parallel instances, slaughter was also ongoing. For example, in the instance with Yan Hao and Wei Xiai, Deng Jia, clad in excellent equipment and bearing a shield, charged to the front, while Yan Hao fought valiantly among the beast tide with a great sword. He was visibly equipped with 2 pieces of epic gear. This was something Deng Jia had spent a fortune to acquire. Yan Hao's skills were already exceptional, and with the boost from the equipment, no monster could escape his crushing blows. Wei Xiai, like a ghost of the night, wielded a dagger, weaving through the beast tide, continuously harvesting the lives of the stabbing soldier ants. Those stabbing soldier ants that managed to escape from Yan Hao's grasp were all finished off by Wei Xiai. The Dark Hunter and the Shining Mage in the team kept bombarding with skills, providing their output. This time, Yan Hao and the others had a simple goal: to sprint for the first place in the instance rankings. Once the guild was established, Wei Xiai would make Lin Chen understand what true power was. "You, Lin Chen, no matter how many fans you have, what good is it? What benefits can you bring to your fans? You can't. But Deng Jia, with his vast resources, can." Lin Chen sneezed, but the arrow still accurately struck the stabbing soldier ant that was lunging at young Kailang. Gu Shuerom, seeing this, quickly expressed her concern. "Ishin, are you catching a cold?" Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, and once again knocked an arrow, drawing the string back to release 2 arrows simultaneously. "I'm fine, just maybe someone is cursing me." Lin Chen glanced at the system time. 9:55. "Everyone, hold on. There's only 5 minutes left. This beast tide lasts only an hour, so it's relatively short." While continuing to shoot arrows, Lin Chen reminded everyone not to slack off. Only 5 minutes remained. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the previously fatigued crowd regained their spirits. Yang Kailang, however, showed no signs of fatigue. As long as the monsters in front of him didn't disappear, he seemed to have boundless energy, crazily hacking away. Even Lin Chen felt a chill watching him. This kid had transformed into a different person when he started killing monsters. Finally, everyone could clearly feel that the newly appearing spiked soldier ants were decreasing, and the corridor, once crowded with them, gradually began to empty. When the last spiked soldier ant turned to ashes, Tang Junren finally let out a slow breath. It was over. At least the first day's beast tide was over. Among the entire team, aside from Yang Kailang, who was in a frenzied state beside Tang Junren, it was actually Tang Junren who faced the fear of the beast tide most directly. The others were safely outputting damage under Tang Junren's protection. Their impact was definitely not as great as Tang Junren's. In the back of the crowd, Lin Chen quietly walked forward with Su Wanning. Gu Shuarong thought Lin Chen was coming to find her, and just as she excitedly wanted to greet him, Lin Chen brushed past her and walked to Tang Junren's side. Lin Chen could naturally see the difficulties Tang Junren had faced. He gently patted Tang Junren's shoulder, wearing a relaxed smile. "Old Tang, you did great. Do you remember? Just a few days ago, you were terrified when you first saw the spiked soldier ants, and now you can face countless spiked soldier ants head on. You've really grown. You're no longer that old Tang who just stayed in the corner." Tang Junren turned to look at Lin Chen and nodded vigorously. Now, Tang Junren had discovered the joy of the exiled knight profession. When he held his shield at the forefront, he felt a sense of pride. It was a pride in protecting everything. Beside them, Gu Shuarong, hearing the conversation between Lin Chen and Tang Junren, quickly puffed out her chest and spoke up, eager for recognition. "I'm great too. My skills didn't hurt any of our teammates." Lin Chen chuckled and gave her a thumbs up. From this beast tide, Lin Chen could see that the special training had been quite effective. Whether it was Tang Junrun, Yang Kailang, or Manhwa, all three knew exactly what they needed to do, and their teamwork was quite harmonious. As for Gu Shuerong, in her previous life known as the strongest dazzling mage, she indeed had talent and integrated into the small team quickly. At first, Gu Shuerong was just fighting solo, but later she could start working as a team. Her firestorm melody combined with Yang Kailang's big sword made their killing efficiency incredibly fast. Moreover, she could perfectly control the landing positions of her fireballs. Setting aside her personality issues and the shadows of her past life, Lin Chen genuinely wanted to invite her into his team. So Lin Chen was really hesitant. Well, there are still 6 days left, no need to rush the decision. As for that Funhua, completely useless, just a waste. His courage was simply too small. As a young man, even with Tang Juanren's protection, he still hesitated to strike. One could only say that his personality was unsuitable for the era of universal job changes and even more so for the shadow assassin profession. Lin Chen had no interest in guiding such a newcomer. Moreover, he inherently had flaws that were difficult to change. If Funhua didn't have too much of an impact later on, letting him muddle through in the team would be fine. But if he showed any signs of dragging the team down, Lin Chen would not hesitate to abandon him. After finishing his thoughts, Lin Chen's gaze swept over the exhausted crowd. Everyone, our task is not yet complete. Resisting the beast tide is just the beginning of our daily mission. Next, we need to clean the second floor. At the same time, we also need to start contacting the residents of the second floor. The few people who were originally tired could only muster their spirits again and followed Lin Chen up to the second floor. The system's task of cleaning the second floor was actually about exploring it. In Lin Chen's memory, a woman and her husband lived on the second floor. Standing at the stairs leading to the second floor, Fu Nuo was clearly very fearful, but the others followed Lin Chen upstairs, and he couldn't stay behind either. He could only grit his teeth and follow. Upon reaching the second floor, everyone was surprised to find that the eerie atmosphere was noticeably less than on the first floor. At least the lighting on the second floor was bright, and the chandelier was not swaying precariously, illuminating the entire area. The layout of the second floor was not much different from the first, except that there was no spacious hall. The security room was gone, leaving only a corridor with several doors on either side. It was a standard hotel layout. Some of these doors were bare, while others had couplets pasted on them, but most were dusty. Only the innermost door not only had couplets neatly pasted but also had a doormat at the entrance, which was spotless. Manhwa sighed, "It's rare to find a normal place in this instance." Su Wanning, however, calmly replied, "In this instance, the more normal a place is, the more abnormal it becomes." Manhwa was momentarily taken aback, but then thought about it and realized Su Wanning had a point. If he let his guard down, it would play right into the system's hands. Thinking of this, Manhwa tightened his nerves again. Lin Chen listened to their conversation without speaking. In fact, both of them were correct. This was indeed one of the few normal moments in this instance, but soon, it would become eerie again. Since there was so much dust in front of each door, perhaps that was the task they needed to complete. Just to the left of the stairs, there was a storage room that happened to hold 7 sets of cleaning tools, clearly prepared for each team member. Lin Chen instructed everyone to take a set of cleaning tools and then start cleaning. Manhwa was the first to step forward and take a broom, then suddenly turned his back to everyone, standing still as he lowered his voice and slowly said, "Have you noticed?" Tang Junren, who was behind him, was somewhat surprised and patted Manhwa, asking, "What's wrong? Brother Ma, what did you find?" At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Manhwa, thinking he had made a new discovery. But old Ma's voice grew hoarser and his tone became increasingly anxious, his whole being even starting to twist inexplicably. "I suddenly feel like my breathing has paused, as if a pair of hands is choking my neck. Strange, why is there nothing? What is touching my face?" Tang Junren suddenly withdrew his hand that had been resting on Manhwa's shoulder, instinctively taking a few steps back. Even Su Wanning subconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Chen's arm, causing him to wince in pain. "Ah!" Manhwa suddenly turned around, but at that moment, his face was grotesquely twisted. Everyone's expression changed drastically. However, the next moment, Manhwa's face returned to normal, and, seeing everyone pale with fright, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. It was only then that everyone realized Manhwa had been deliberately making a scary face to frighten them. Tang Junren shivered. "Brother Ma, don't scare people." Manhwa laughed heartily. "Tang, you're so strong. How can you be so timid? Just trying to lighten the mood before we get to work." Su Wanning shot him an annoyed glance. "I didn't expect Brother Ma, this business genius, to have a hobby of scaring people." Yang Kailang was clearly startled, a big social phobic who didn't dare to stray too far from the crowd. Fu Nuo was so scared she could hardly catch her breath. Manhwa clearly underestimated the little joke in such a situation, and he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, everyone." Tang Junren and Su Wanning waved their hands, signaling Manhwa not to take it to heart. Lin Chen chuckled. Maybe no one expected old Ma to have such a childlike side. Manhwa scratched his head, a bit embarrassedly, looking somewhat similar to Tang Junren. After the brief farce, everyone began to clean up. During the cleaning process, nothing strange happened. The second floor wasn't very large, so it didn't take too long to tidy up. As they were finishing up, loud arguing sounds came from the innermost room, along with the sound of something breaking. First, a furious man's voice was heard. "I have nothing to do with her. Are you crazy? I'll kill you." Then came the woman's voice, breaking down. "I'm crazy. Yes, I'm crazy." Everyone stopped their work, exchanging glances, and then all turned their attention to the originally spotless door. Just when they thought there was more gossip to hear, darkness suddenly enveloped them. "Break time is over. Please close your eyes." Ding. 1400 hours has arrived. Work time resumes. Please open your eyes. Almost simultaneously, two system notifications sounded, and when everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves back in the security room on the first floor. Except for Lin Chen, everyone was confused about what had just happened. Tang Junren scratched his head, then got up from the ground, dusting himself off, and said in surprise, "I remember we should have been on the second floor just now. How did we end up back in this little room?" Manhwa slapped his thigh and said, "Right. It seems the system mentioned something about a break. This break really came at the right time. I remember we were about to hear some gossip, and then we took a break." Lin Chen said nothing, stood up, dusted himself off, and pulled Su Wanning up with him. After getting up, Su Wanning looked at Lin Chen and quietly asked, "Lin Chen, did you remember the time before the break?" Lin Chen nodded. "I remember. It should have been around 11:30. Su Wanning slightly nodded, noting this time point. "We actually took a break for 2.5 hours. Although she didn't know if it would be useful, Su Wanning decided to remember it. Having extra preparation was never a bad thing. When Su Wanning recorded the video earlier, she hadn't anticipated encountering the subsequent forum discussions. Coming back to their senses, everyone followed Lin Chen back to the second floor. As they stepped onto the stairs, nearing the second floor, Lin Chen quietly reminded everyone, "I have a feeling that this time the second floor will be very different, so be prepared." Manhwa was surprised. "Different? Isn't the second floor just fine? It changed so much after just a break?" "Ishin, you really know how to scare people. The price I just paid for scaring someone was quite high. I almost got hit, so you better be careful." Manhwa clearly misunderstood. He thought Lin Chen wanted to learn from him and scare everyone, so Manhwa took the lead and stepped forward, reaching the second floor before Lin Chen. However, the next scene directly startled Manhwa, causing him to take a step back. If it weren't for Lin Chen's quick reflexes, Manhwa might have fallen straight down the stairs. Even so, his eyes were still filled with fear. Hell. Manhwa murmured these two words. Tang. Junren swallowed hard. He turned to look at Gu Shuerong and Fu Nuwa beside him, trembling as he asked, "This time, Brother Ma should be pretending, right?" Gu Shuerong, bold as she was, stepped up the stairs directly, looking towards the second floor. "Let me see what's going on." The next moment, Gu Shuerong's voice stopped abruptly. A scene of crimson filled her eyes. At this moment, the lights on the second floor had turned a bloody red. The reason was simple. A thick layer of fresh blood had covered the chandelier in the corridor, and it was still dripping down. The light filtered through the blood, naturally presenting a horrifying red. And the blood was not only on the chandelier. Everywhere the eye could see, on the doors of each house, on the floor of the corridor, on the walls, and so on, there was splattered blood. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood. In the center of the corridor, a man's corpse lay in a pool of blood, like a marionette with its strings cut. Through the man's back, one could see the stark white bones. Besides the man's body, there was also a woman on the second floor. She stood quietly beside the man's corpse, hidden in the dim environment. The plain white dress she wore was now stained with splattered, steaming blood. Strangely, there was not a trace of fear or panic on her face. She simply looked calmly at the man's body. No wonder Manhwa said this place was hell. At this moment, Lin Chen had also come up, covering Su Wanning's eyes. Tang Junren took a deep breath and followed. But when he saw this scene, he almost turned back in anger. This bloody sight was indeed a shock for ordinary people like them. Gu Shuerong finally regained her composure and screamed, suddenly pointing at the woman, shouting, "You killed Wu!" Before Gu Shuerong could finish her words, Lin Chen quickly covered her mouth, stopping her from continuing. But at that moment, the woman's gaze had already been drawn over. The woman's gaze was extremely calm, so calm it felt terrifying. It seemed as if she were not in this hellish environment, but rather sitting on her own sofa leisurely watching a television program. "You are the new security guards?" Lin Chen quickly responded while the others had yet to speak. "That's right, we are the new security guards." The woman nodded slightly, then frowned with some displeasure, and said, "How did you clean this apartment? Can't you see such a large amount of garbage? Please clean it up immediately." Everyone thought she was referring to the corpse in front of them, but the woman extended her hand and pointed to a crumpled piece of paper on the ground. This was the paper that had not been cleaned up before the lunch break. Lin Chen wore a flattering smile and nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, we'll take care of it right away." It must be said that Lin Chen truly immersed himself in the scenario. His appearance now was almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary security guard. If it weren't for the bloody scene at the moment, the others might have laughed at Lin Chen. Unfortunately, in this environment, no one could manage to smile. The woman nodded in satisfaction, turned around and opened the door behind her, returning to her room without looking back. The room was filled with tranquility. From this moment on, there would be no more sounds of arguments coming from her room. Once the woman left, Lin Chen quickly circled around the corpse under the astonished gazes of the others. He was searching for items that could help him clear the level as well as various clues. Manhwa was still panting heavily while Tang Junran and Su Wanning tried their best not to look at the bloody scene. Fu Nuo, with his timid personality, could hardly handle such a scene. He was now in a semi-conscious state, slumped on the ground, and no one paid him any attention. The bravest among them, Gu Shuerong, had already regained her composure and looked at Lin Chen, who was searching around with surprise. Just as she was about to ask a couple of questions, Su Wanning beside her pulled her back again, making a should gesture. Don't say anything, stay silent. Gu Shuerong was taken aback but chose to follow Su Wanning's advice. At the same time, Gu Shuerong quietly observed Su Wanning beside her. She had a very good impression of Su Wanning. If it weren't for Su Wanning's efforts, Lin Chen would probably have been trampled in the mud by players on the forum by now. After spending some time together, Gu Shuerong could tell that Su Wanning seemed to have a special relationship with Lin Chen. Thus, Gu Shuerong became extremely curious about Su Wanning. She even began to imagine in her mind this Su Wanning must be her competitor in pursuing Lin Chen, right? She looked gentle and kind, indeed quite competitive. Yes, this young lady enjoys such challenging matters. Let us compete fairly and see who can win the heart of the god of ease. Lin Chen was clearly unaware that Gu Shuerong, with her top-notch romantic mindset, was still thinking about how to pursue him in such a terrifying environment. After a search, Lin Chen indeed found an important item. A blood-stained cane. The end of the cane seemed to be sharpened to a very fine point. Lin Chen put it into his backpack. At this moment, Gu Shuerong approached curiously and asked, "What was that cane just now?" Lin Chen replied, "It should be the murder weapon, right?" Gu Shuerong was taken aback, instinctively pinching her chin, then said seriously, "If we take it for DNA testing, won't we be able to determine who the murderer is?" Lin Chen looked at Gu Shuerong with a caring gaze, as if looking at someone slow-witted, and did not continue the conversation. Gu Shuerong was puzzled. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" At this time, Lin Chen had already walked towards the corpse. As he approached the corpse, the strong smell of blood assaulted his senses, nearly making it hard for him to breathe. Even though he had already experienced it once, he still found it hard to accept such a scene. Lin Chen forced himself to focus and carefully observed the fatal wounds on the corpse. In fact, it wasn't difficult to observe. It was obvious that the head of the corpse had suffered a heavy blow, and the back looked as if it had been smashed to pieces, blood and flesh a blur. After looking, Lin Chen had some thoughts in his mind and got up to leave. "Everyone, let's return to the first floor," Su Wanning said, suppressing her nausea, pointing at the bloodstains and corpses behind Lin Chen, and asked in a low voice, "Aren't we supposed to clean up?" Lin Chen shivered. "We can't clean this up, let's leave first." Hearing Lin Chen say they wouldn't clean up, everyone quietly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed Lin Chen back to the first floor. Cleaning the floor wasn't a difficult task for them, but collecting the bodies was completely different. Just looking at it was terrifying enough. If they had to handle it themselves, wouldn't that be risking their lives? Everyone fled back to the first floor. The first thing they did was take deep breaths of fresh air. The half-conscious Fu Nuo was also forcibly dragged back to the first floor. The heavy smell of blood had not yet drifted to the first floor. At this moment, Lin Chen finally looked at Gu Shuerong and explained his earlier actions. "Did you forget? The second rule of the security work code, you cannot suspect the owner. At least you can't let the owner know that we are suspecting her. Even if she kills someone in front of you, you can't say it out loud. Do you understand? If I hadn't stopped you, we would probably be dead by now." This was indeed not an exaggeration from Lin Chen. In other parallel instances, many teams instinctively pointed out that the woman was the murderer. The moment they finished their accusations, the woman's face suddenly twisted, her body transforming into a colossal beast, her stats completely surpassing the current player's abilities. Disaster woman on the second floor level, 10 health, 10,000 attack power, 10,000. There was no suspense at all. After the woman on the second floor transformed, the entire team was almost instantly wiped out by her. These players turned into a wisp of smoke and dust, disappearing from this world. All dead. This is the horror of the second disaster instance. "I'm sorry, it was my fault." Gu Shuerong, who had been reprimanded, lowered her head in some shame. In that moment, she had indeed blanked out, instinctively shouting out. Manhwa, feeling sorry for her, wanted to comfort her. "It's okay, we are all participating in this kind of instance for the first time. It's normal to forget things when you're nervous." But Gu Shuerong immediately reacted like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristling all over and showing her claws. "Nonsense. I wasn't nervous at all. Do you think such a small scene could scare me? Are we that familiar? Are you looking down on me?" Gu Shuerong's repeated use of "me" left Manhwa stunned. Lin Chen had long been accustomed to Gu Shuerong's crazy behavior. This was also one of the reasons Lin Chen hesitated to invite her into the team. It was just unfortunate for the well-meaning Manhwa. In his past life, Lin Chen had only seen Gu Shuerong speak nicely to him while she treated everyone else with this attitude. Manhwa, is the gap between people really that big? I should be under the car, not in it. Tang Junren scratched his head and quickly changed the subject. That man who just died was definitely killed by this woman, right? Is this what the system calls evil? Lin Chen was silent for a moment before speaking. No, it doesn't necessarily mean she killed him. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Tang Junren asked in confusion, but there was only her alive on the second floor, and she saw her husband die without showing any fear. Isn't that evidence she killed him? If that look in her eyes could kill, I think we would all be dead. Before Lin Chen could explain, Su Wanning seemed to suddenly think of something and asked Lin Chen, "Are you trying to say there were indeed only the two of them on the second floor? But don't forget, there are residents on the third floor above, and even residents on the fourth floor above the third?" Lin Chen nodded appreciatively. Exactly. As expected of Su Wanning, she could quickly follow his line of thought. Lin Chen continued, "Because we just took a 2.5-hour nap, we have no idea what happened during that time. And I feel that this instance is definitely not that simple. It can't let us find the evil on the first day. In the next few days, we should try to collect as many clues as possible. In the instance during the era of universal job change, we cannot overlook every word in detail from the NPCs. For example, just before our nap, we heard half of a man and woman arguing. Does everyone remember what they said at that time?" As soon as Lin Chen said this, everyone fell into silence. At that time, they were too busy watching the drama to remember anything. Lin Chen chuckled, not blaming them. In his past life, his performance hadn't been much better than theirs. The conflict in the NPC's dialogue had appeared so suddenly that many people hadn't even reacted before the system forced them to take a nap. Forgetting was normal. But at that moment, Su Wanning recalled for a moment and suddenly stammered, "I remember." The man seemed to say, "I have nothing to do with her," and then asked, "Are you going to kill me?" The woman was screaming that she was crazy. "That's all I can remember." Everyone immediately turned to Su Wanning with astonished looks. Manhwa's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "Wow, you could remember all that?" Tang Junren chuckled, scratching his head for what seemed like the umpteenth time, and introduced, "Su Wanning is the top student in our class. If it weren't for the arrival of the universal job change era, she would definitely have no problem getting into Tsinghua or Peking University." Manhwa and the others immediately looked over with amazed expressions. Goodness. Hidden dragon, crouching tiger. Lin Chen corrected a mistake made by Su Wanning. "Your memory is indeed good, but there's one thing wrong. The man didn't say, 'Are you going to kill me?' but rather, 'I want to kill you.'" The terrified gazes of the crowd instantly shifted to Lin Chen's face. He actually remembered? And even more accurately than Su Wanning? What kind of freak is this? Manhwa sighed, "Goodness, do we have 2 freaks in our team?" Tang Junren lamented, "We're all just here to make up the numbers." Gu Shuerong's eyes sparkled like peach blossoms. "Ishin is so handsome. Fu Nua. Oh, this kid is still unconscious. Huh, it seems like someone is missing? Found him. It turns out young Kailang is in the corner counting bricks. Is he really just socially anxious and not autistic? Just a little bit, right?" Su Wanning listened to Lin Chen's correction, tilted her head, and recalled carefully, realizing that it was indeed as Lin Chen said. She looked at Lin Chen with bright eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her gaze. It seems there is still a gap between her and Lin Chen. Manhwa attempted to analyze. Could it be that this man was cheating and his wife found out, then crazily wanted to kill him only to be killed in return? Lin Chen replied seriously, "It's not impossible, but I just observed the condition of the body, and I feel that this is not a strength a woman could possess. So I'm planning to go upstairs and ask. As security guards, it's not inappropriate for us to check on the residents, right?" Tang Junren scratched his head. "Isn't that something the police should do?" Lin Chen chuckled lightly, then straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, saying, "There are no police here, so as security guards, we must take on the responsibilities of the police." In the end, Lin Chen led everyone back to the second floor. Upon seeing that bloody scene again, the group's ability to accept it was indeed much stronger than before. They suppressed their fear, bypassed the body, and arrived at the woman's door. Lin Chen raised his hand first and lightly knocked on the door. A woman's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" Lin Chen cleared his throat and replied, "We are the security guards of the apartment, and we would like to consult you about something." Besides Lin Chen, everyone else was unsure whether this woman would actually open the door. They didn't even know what she would say if she did, or if she would kill them to silence them. Lin Chen was very certain she would definitely open it, because Lin Chen remembered that someone had discussed this scenario on a forum. In that discussion, he mentioned that he had safely knocked on this woman's door in the scenario and had asked many detailed questions. Lin Chen only had some vague memories, so he couldn't recall what those details were specifically, and he could only ask again himself. Before coming, Lin Chen had already instructed the others. "You must not show the slightest bit of doubt, not just in words but also in expressions. The best way is to maintain a blank expression and not speak." Young Kailang said, "That's easy." So now everyone was learning from young Kailang, maintaining indifferent expressions and speaking very little. Inside the room, the sound of the woman walking in slippers could be heard, and after a moment, the door opened, revealing the woman's face. However, at that moment, her face was eerily pale, to the point that it could be said to have no trace of human color. Her eyes and mouth were deep, dark pits, as if they were bottomless abysses that could not be seen clearly. Ah! The already tense Manhwa and the others instinctively screamed. 5 minutes later, Manhwa sat on the sofa in the room, his face full of embarrassment. He felt that today, in this instance, he had lost all the face he could possibly lose. His originally composed persona as a business tycoon had long since collapsed in a miserable way. It turned out that the reason that woman's face had looked so strange just now was because she was applying a facial mask. Damn it, who would have thought? An NPC in an instance would be applying a facial mask? Just as Ishin said, in the era of universal job changes, you can't treat instances as mere instances. At this moment, the woman on the second floor had taken off her mask, and her expression was no longer as cold and strange as before. Upon closer inspection, although the woman on the second floor wasn't particularly young, it was evident that she must have been quite attractive in her youth. If 10 is perfect, she would score a 7. She glanced in surprise at the large security team and remarked, "Our apartment's security is really strong." Lin Chen forced a smile and nodded. "That's right, our apartment always prioritizes the residents." The woman on the second floor smiled in satisfaction and praised, "I noticed when I opened the door that you've kept the corridor very clean, not bad. Much better than the previous security guard." The woman's words sent a chill down the spines of the people behind Lin Chen, cold sweat instantly breaking out. The corpse had clearly been lying there cruelly. Just moments ago, and this woman actually said it was very clean? This was truly bizarre. Only Su Wanning seemed to have noticed something, her eyes slightly cold, but she didn't speak. Lin Chen awkwardly smiled. "That's what we should do. The reason we came here is to understand the basic situation of the residents. Our team is new here and doesn't know much about everyone, so we took the liberty to come." The woman on the second floor showed no signs of surprise, casually sitting down on the sofa in front of Lin Chen and said, "I understand, it's happened before, you can ask." Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, there was hope. The gazes of the others looking at Lin Chen were filled with admiration. Ishin was right, it really worked. "May I ask your surname?" "Chang." "Hello, Miss Chang, do you live alone?" "No. I live with my husband." "Your husband? Is he out?" "Yes, he went on a business trip today, just left, and I don't know when he will be back." "I see. Do you have any relatives living nearby?" "I don't, but my husband's parents live in this building, I forgot which floor, and I don't have much contact with them." "Do you usually?" Lin Chen interspersed many casual questions among the key ones, aiming to prevent the woman on the second floor from noticing anything amiss. Moreover, he couldn't ask too many questions, or it would be easy to give themselves away. After about 10 questions, Lin Chen expressed his gratitude and then led everyone back down to the first floor. This time, Lin Chen noted all the answers openly in his notebook, no longer needing to test everyone's memory. In the security room, Lin Chen spread the notebook on the floor and looked at everyone. "What do you think?" Manhwa, who had been holding back all the way, finally dared to speak, quickly saying, "Isn't that woman just talking nonsense?" Putting aside other issues, how could she not see the large corpse in the corridor? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Regardless of whether she could see it or not, we can't show any suspicion right now. Su Wanning suddenly had a wild thought and asked, "Is it possible that the dead person isn't her husband at all?" Lin Chen shook his head. "I saw a photo in the room just now. The dead person is undoubtedly her husband." Everyone was taken aback. "Photo? Why didn't we see it?" Lin Chen explained, "It's not in the living room, it's on the bedside table in the room. I just used the excuse of inspecting the room for safety hazards, and I saw it. So at least now we know that man is indeed her husband, and his parents are also in the apartment." The group nodded, somewhat understanding. After finally waking up, Fu Nuo participated in the discussion for the first time. "But what use are these messages? Can we really leave alive?" Lin Chen was taken aback, looking at Fu Nuo's questioning gaze, and calmly explained, "Just because it's useless now doesn't mean it won't be useful in the end. The final conclusion is drawn from every detail. Of course, the information we have now is still too little, and the plot of the instance hasn't fully unfolded yet. We can only wait until tomorrow to explore the third floor. On the last day, that's when we really need to use our brains." Before Lin Chen could finish his words, everyone was plunged into darkness again, and the system's voice echoed in their ears once more. "Midnight has arrived, please close your eyes. Rest is over, please open your eyes. Current day, day 2, today's tasks are 1. Resist the beast tide from 9 to 10:30. 2. Clean the third floor." Upon waking up again, just like during the afternoon nap, everyone returned to the position they were in at the beginning of the instance. Everyone noticed that the time to resist the beast tide had increased by 30 minutes compared to yesterday. It seemed that the difficulty of resisting the beast tide was increasing every day. However, with yesterday's experience, everyone found their positions and lined up smoothly today. After chatting for a bit, the time arrived. This time, everyone clearly felt that the tremors from the ground at the start were even stronger than yesterday. In the next moment, massive iron-shelled beetles surged towards them like a frenzy. The Momentum was clearly aimed at tearing all the players to shreds. Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang stood ready, directly confronting the beast tide, serving as the first line of defense for everyone, steadily protecting the output behind them. Manhwa was tense, closely observing the health of the two, ensuring their safety at all times. Gu Shuerong waved her wand again, sending dazzling magic orbs towards the mutated monsters, crazily harvesting their lives. Lin Chen, of course, was not idle either, his arrows flying. In his eyes, each iron-shelled beetle had a slight weakness. This was Lin Chen's newly acquired weakness insight skill, coupled with the extremely powerful precision shooting skill from the cheat. Even though the iron-shelled beetles were moving rapidly, Lin Chen could still hit their weaknesses with every arrow. Although hitting a weakness did not guarantee a critical hit, based on Lin Chen's observations during this time, there was still about a 50% chance. It could be said that Lin Chen's output was already extremely off the charts. On the second day, the monster's strength had increased, but with the increasingly coordinated Lin Chen team, they could still easily navigate through the beast tide. After all, the many pieces of equipment they wore were not for nothing. It should be noted that their team alone had 4 pieces of epic gear. The overall strength of their team was at least several times stronger than that of other ordinary teams, and the difficulty of the dungeon was uniform. Regardless of the strength of the team, everyone faced the same intensity of the beast tide. If even Lin Chen's team couldn't get through, then the other teams would likely be completely wiped out. At 10:30, the beast tide receded. Lin Chen and the others didn't rest for long and directly prepared to ascend to the 3rd floor. They still needed to complete the task of cleaning the 3rd floor. As they passed the 2nd floor, Manhwa couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "Do you think the 2nd floor is still like it was yesterday?" Lin Chen, focused on climbing the stairs, didn't even glance towards the 2nd floor. Hearing Manhwa's words, he replied lightly, "If you're curious, Ma good, you can take a look." Manhwa quickly shook his head. "It's too scary, I really can't bear to look." Though he said that, Manhwa couldn't resist his curiosity and took a glance into the corridor of the 2nd floor. Sure enough, the 2nd floor still looked like hell. Corpses lay on the ground, the crimson blood had long since congealed, but the heavy stench of blood still lingered. Just one glance nearly made Manhwa's stomach churn again. He quickly turned his head away and hurried to catch up with the others, continuing up to the 3rd floor. They finally arrived at the 3rd floor. Upon first entering the 3rd floor, the corridors lighting did not reach the stairway, so it was quite dim when they first ascended. The silent hallway was filled only with the sound of Lin Chen and his companion's footsteps. Just as everyone reached the 3rd floor, a dull sound suddenly echoed from the dark ahead. Bang! 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 Su Wanning quickly tightened her grip on Lin Chen's arm. Gu Shuerong, behind Lin Chen, seemed inspired by Su Wanning's action and stepped forward to hug Lin Chen's other arm. "What is that? It scared me to death. It's just too terrifying." Lin Chen helplessly shot a glance at Gu Shuerong on his left. Her acting was simply exaggerated to the extreme. However, at that moment, no one besides Lin Chen had the leisure to pay attention to Gu Shuerong's performance. The dull sound was getting closer and closer to them. Eventually, it turned into a rolling sound that brushed against the ground. That sound was clearly not footsteps. Suddenly, a terrifying possibility appeared in Manhwa's mind. A round, blood-stained. He trembled as he spoke. "It can't be, that thing is rolling over, right?" As soon as Manhwa spoke, Tang Junren and Su Wanning quickly looked up and scolded, "Shut up! Don't scare people." Manhwa sulkily fell silent. Finally, that thing rolled to Lin Chen's feet and Lin Chen bent down to pick it up. "Everyone, don't be afraid, it's just a ball." The group immediately relaxed. This damn dungeon. Always setting up such plots to scare people. So annoying. But just as everyone was letting their guard down, a crisp child's voice suddenly rang out. "Brother, can I have that ball?" The hairs on everyone's necks stood up again. What the hell? A child? When did they come? How did they make no sound at all? Lin Chen held the ball, his gaze somewhat complicated as he looked down into the dimness before him where a 7 or 8-year-old child stood. The child's eyes were clear, and when they smiled, they revealed a pair of small tiger teeth, quite adorable. Then, a middle-aged man's apologetic voice sounded. "I'm really sorry, did I scare you? My son is a bit mischievous." The figure of the middle-aged man appeared under the light in the corridor. Lin Chen returned the ball to the child, then took the child by the hand and led everyone towards the bright part of the corridor. Only then did the others see the child's appearance clearly. The feeling of fear instantly vanished. The very cute child almost immediately attracted the attention of the girls, and the child, unafraid, happily interacted with Su Wanning and Gu Shuerong. The occasional childish remarks made everyone chuckle. Even Tang Junrun and Manhwa glanced over a few more times. It could be said that almost instantly, everyone grew fond of this adorable child. The man from the 3rd floor took the child from Lin Chen's hands and quickly thanked him earnestly. "Thank you very much. If you hadn't stopped the ball, this child might have fallen down the stairs. My son is quite mischievous and always loves to run towards the stairs. He fell down once before. You must be the new security guards in the apartment, right?" Lin Chen smiled kindly and nodded at the man from the 3rd floor. The man from the third floor extended his hand generously and introduced himself. My name is Chu Biao, and I live in this apartment with my son. I guess we'll be seeing each other often in the future. Lin Chen naturally did not refuse the man's kindness and also extended his hand to shake hands with him. During the handshake, Lin Chen could clearly feel the calluses on the man's hand. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the man's arms. Even though he was wearing a shirt, it was obvious that the man's muscles were well defined. He was a very strong and powerful man. Lin Chen made a mental note of this. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin Chen and the others, the man from the third floor took his child back into the house. The group then began to silently clean up. After what happened with Gu Shuerong on the second floor, everyone was hesitant to speak, and the task of communicating with the NPCs was entirely left to Lin Chen. The layout of the third floor was almost identical to that of the second floor. The majority of the residences were covered in dust except for the area in front of the third floor man's house, which was spotless. While cleaning the dust, Su Wanning kept an eye on the system's time. But strangely, the system time had already displayed 11:31, yet it still hadn't entered the lunch break. Could it be the lunch break was cancelled? Or postponed? Su Wanning instinctively looked at Lin Chen, only to find that he had no reaction, so she suppressed her doubts and quietly waited for the lunch break to arrive. Time passed second by second, and when the clock pointed to 11:59, the door of the third floor man suddenly swung open. The child excitedly hugged the ball and ran past Lin Chen and the others. While running, he excitedly said, "I'm going to play with my classmates." The man from the third floor helplessly followed behind the boy, loudly reminding him, "Be careful on the stairs." As the child ran past Tang Junren felt the child was running too fast and was about to help stop him when everything suddenly went black in front of him. In that moment before everything went dark, Su Wanning quickly glanced at the system's displayed time. It was exactly 12 o'clock. "The lunch break is over, please close your eyes." Ding! 2:30 p.m. has arrived, work time resumes, please open your eyes. As the lunch break ended, everyone opened their eyes and found themselves back in the familiar security room. Manhwa skillfully bounced up from the floor and chatted with Tang Junren beside him. "Old Tang, who do you think will die this time?" Hearing this question, everyone perked up their ears, eager to hear what Tang Junren would say. Tang Junren scratched his head. Clearly, this question troubled him. He had just spoken a few words with that child, and the child's lively and cheerful demeanor had touched him. The man on the third floor was also very generous and did not look down on them because of their identity as security guards. So Tang Junren did not want anyone to die, even if they were NPCs in the scenario. Maybe no one will die? After all, there hasn't been any conflict on the third floor today. The boy's father can't possibly kill his own son, right? The system didn't say that someone would die every day, right? No one could answer Tang Junren's question. Lin Chen knew the answer, but he couldn't say it. He could only quietly sigh and then perk up, saying to everyone, let's go back to the third floor and take a look." Soon, they returned to the third floor. Just as they reached the corner of the staircase on the third floor, Lin Chen suddenly felt like he had kicked something small. He quickly bent down to pick it up and found it was a piece of candy. At the same time, Lin Chen touched some warm liquid. Gu Shuerong beside Lin Chen also clearly noticed the slightly sticky liquid underfoot. She instinctively made a sound of disgust and was about to bend down to see what it was. "I suggest you don't look. If my sense of smell isn't wrong, this should be blood." Lin Chen's voice rang out just in time. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuerong quickly withdrew her hand and stood up. The others only noticed the bloodstains on the stairs after Lin Chen's reminder and hurriedly moved aside, afraid of stepping in the blood. Tang Junren's expression looked a bit sad. After all, someone had died. However, in the stairwell, there was only a small pool of blood. No one saw a body. "Let's go check the situation inside on the third floor first." Lin Chen returned to the corridor on the third floor. This time, there was no terrifying murder case. The spotless corridor looked refreshing. But because of the earlier bloodstains, everyone felt a bit down. Lin Chen knocked on the door of the man's room on the third floor again. "Coming!" Chu Biao's cheerful voice sounded, and soon the door was opened. At this moment, Chu Biao was wearing an apron, seemingly preparing dinner. Chu Biao still had a bright smile, but he looked slightly puzzled upon seeing Lin Chen and the others. "It's you guys, what's up?" Lin Chen wore a professional smile. "Hello, Mr. Chu, nice to see you again. We are here to check for safety hazards in the house. We need to inspect the aging of the pipes and wires, as well as the safety of the gas valve." Manhwa, behind Lin Chen, couldn't help but marvel at how proficient Lin Chen was becoming. No wonder he was Yixin, loving his job. If the era of universal job changes ended and Yixin became a security guard, he would definitely be the best smiling service employee every month. Chu Biao listened to Lin Chen's words without any doubt and quickly stepped aside to let everyone enter the room. As soon as they entered, a rich aroma wafted towards them. Tang Junren's stomach let out an untimely growl, causing Manhwa and Gu Shuerong beside him to chuckle. Chu Biao was still full of enthusiasm, quickly inviting Lin Chen and the others to eat at his home, but Lin Chen politely declined, citing work as the reason. Chu Biao did not insist. After all, he hadn't prepared enough for 9 people, let alone someone like Tang Junren who looked like he could eat a lot. Lin Chen pretended to check around the house. First, he went to the kitchen. Mr. Chu, why are you cooking so early? Chu Biao laughed heartily and explained, I cook slowly, so I prepare in advance. Besides, my little rascal went upstairs to play with his classmates, consuming a lot of energy, so he must be hungry soon. I'll start cooking now, and it will be just in time when he comes back. A twinge of bitterness flashed through Lin Chen's heart. That child might not come back. After checking the kitchen, Lin Chen also inspected the bathroom, the master bedroom, and the side bedroom. Strangely, he felt a faint fragrance in the master bedroom. This scent was definitely not something a normal single man's house should have. This room must usually have a woman visiting. After discovering this issue, Lin Chen paid close attention to the toiletries in the bathroom. Sure enough, there were 3 bath towels. Lin Chen didn't show any signs of concern, continuing to check while chatting with Chu Biao. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Chu. Your house is very safe, we will take our leave. With that, he directly left Chu Biao's room. The group remained silent until they returned to the 3rd floor, when they hurriedly voiced their doubts. That little boy, he won't be dead, will he? Why is there no body this time? Could his father be the murderer? What did you find in the room? There were too many questions, and Lin Chen didn't know which one to answer first. He first looked at Tang Junren. He could tell that Tang Junren's mood had not been good since they reached the 3rd floor. Old Tang, I know why you're upset and I can understand. The immersion in the copy during the era of universal job change can easily lead to this situation. Investing emotions and putting yourself into the copy is a good thing. It helps to better explore the side stories. But investing too much emotion can easily affect our final judgment. It's not just you, Old Tang. Everyone needs to be careful, and it's not just about this one copy. That boy most likely is dead. His body should be on another floor. We can't go to the 4th floor today, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Tang Junren nodded, his gaze dimmed, and he said softly, it's my problem. I've realized that I've invested too much emotion into this copy. Perhaps it's because Chu Biao and that boy represent the childhood I dreamed of. When I was young, my father always drank and abused my mom and me, so I've always wanted a kind father. So when I saw Chu Biao, I felt a bit envious. I will work on adjusting my mindset. Egu. The others were slightly moved when they heard Tang Junren talk about his past. Su Wanning stepped forward and gently patted Tang Junren's shoulder to offer comfort. Lin Chen remained silent. It turned out that old Tang's previous silence in class was due to this reason. Childhood shadows can affect a person for a lifetime. He stepped forward, opened his arms, and hugged Tang Junren, softly saying, don't worry, you have us as your partners from now on, we will always be with you. Tang Junren quietly wiped away his tears, scratched his head, and chuckled, Ego, why don't you tell us what you've discovered? Lin Chen patted Tang Junren on the back, didn't say anything further, and began to recount his findings. The first item he took out was a candy stained with blood. This candy didn't yield any useful information upon initial analysis. Everyone just glanced at it briefly and moved on. However, when Lin Chen mentioned that he suspected another woman frequently appeared in Chu Biao's room, everyone immediately became interested. Indeed, gossip was the easiest way to spark curiosity. Gu Shuerong asserted, this guy might have found a stepmother for his son, maybe this stepmother is also someone from the apartment. Manhwa's eyes darted around as he thought of a possibility. Do you think that woman on the 2nd floor could be her? Everyone was taken aback. Their first reaction was to think Manhwa was talking nonsense. That woman on the 2nd floor clearly had a husband. But then they recalled that she and her husband were arguing at the time. Perhaps their relationship was strained? What if her love train derailed? Su Wanning shook her head. When the couple on the 2nd floor was arguing, the man clearly said, I have nothing to do with her. If there was infidelity, wouldn't it be the man who strayed? Upon hearing Su Wanning's words, Gu Shuerong's eyes suddenly lit up, and she began to laugh to herself, he. This startled a few people. Those who didn't know might have thought Gu Shuerong was possessed. After laughing strangely for a while, Gu Shuerong, out of breath, voiced her speculation. What if the husband who strayed is actually Chu Biao from the 3rd floor? That image would be. With Gu Shuerong's description, everyone instantly visualized the scene. But that scene was quite shocking. Even Lin Chen hadn't considered this possibility. At that moment, Lin Chen looked at Gu Shuerong with even more horror. He didn't expect this girl to be a fujoshi. So, Lin Chen hurriedly stopped Gu Shuerong's imagination, explaining, I smell a woman's perfume. Don't let your imagination run wild. But it had to be said that from the conversation, the possibility of the man straying was indeed higher. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Chen. Perhaps the reason for the infidelity was the cause of the husband's death? However, it was still uncertain and required more evidence to support it. Just then, Fu Nuo, who had been watching coldly, suddenly said, can these fujoshi fantasies help us survive? We might as well analyze the situation quickly. Fu Nuo's words instantly provoked Gu Shuerong. With your little courage, how dare you question me here? You contribute nothing to the team, yet you still dare to shout here? Do you believe I'll beat you up? As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Shuerong pulled out her wand from her backpack. Seeing the situation turn dire, Manhwa and Tang Junren hurriedly stepped forward to stop the impulsive Gu Shuerong. Although Fu Nuo instinctively feared Gu Shuerong's display. His eyes were filled more with disdain. Lin Chen could see from Fu Nuo's behavior that he held himself in high regard. Such a person had little ability but looked down on others for no reason, which was quite amusing. Gu Shuerong, whose temper was already quite volatile, struggled desperately to break free from Tang Junran and Manhwa's restraint, even swinging her wand towards Fu Nuo, casting a spell. But an arrow suddenly appeared, shattering that spell. Enough! Everyone calm down. Lin Chen's reprimand rang out. Gu Shuerong immediately stopped struggling and flashed a bright smile at Lin Chen. Ishin is right. I shouldn't be so impulsive. Glared at Gu Shuerong but did not scold her. Instead, he looked coldly at Fu Nuo. At that moment, he truly harbored murderous intent. I warn you, since you can't make any significant contributions, then put away your pathetic pride. I don't want to see you sow discord among the team again. If it happens again, I won't hesitate to kill you. Fu Nuo looked at Lin Chen's icy face, slightly turned his head away as if avoiding Lin Chen's gaze, and whispered, I understand. Lin Chen's gaze remained cold, but he did not say anything further. With this little episode over, everyone continued their discussion and time quietly passed. Suddenly, darkness enveloped everyone again. The second day was over. The system's cold voice rang out. Once more. Midnight has arrived, please close your eyes. Rest is over, please open your eyes. Current day, day 3, today's tasks are 1. Resist the beast tide from 9 to 11 o'clock. 2. Clean the 4th floor. As expected, the duration of the beast tide was extended again. Today, the attacking monsters were a type called Steel Mantis. These monsters had extremely strong explosive power and speed, making the difficulty level rise again compared to the previous 2 days. However, this level of beast tide was still not enough to defeat Lin Chen's team. It is worth mentioning that, whether it was due to Lin Chen's scolding or not, this time Fu Nuo began to actively participate in the attack. He stood between Yang Kailang and Tang Junran, strenuously providing his output. Although the efficiency was not high, it ultimately helped alleviate the pressure on others. But what everyone did not notice was that Fu Nuo seemed to be secretly guiding Yang Kailang to shift away from his original position. This position is too narrow, I can't output effectively. That bloodthirsty warrior, could you give me a little more space? Yang Kailang was already socially anxious, and since Fu Nuo's request did not seem unreasonable, he did not object. At this moment, the beast tide was at its most ferocious, and Yang Kailang was desperately killing monsters. Just then, a low-health small monster fled towards the right rear, and Yang Kailang instinctively stepped forward, chasing it with a slash, killing it. If it had been his previous position, this step wouldn't have mattered. The gap between him and Tang Junran was still not enough for the monsters to slip through. However, at this moment, Yang Kailang forgot that he was no longer in his original position, and Fu Nuo seemed to have been waiting for this opportunity. Just as Yang Kailang took a step, Fu Nuo suddenly shouted, and as the steel mantis lunged at him, he fell backward. In an instant, a gap formed right in front of Fu Nuo. Even if Yang Kailang took just 1 second to return to his previous position and block the gap, that 1 second had already allowed 3 steel mantises to rush into the opening. And right in front of that gap was Gu Shuerong. At this moment, Gu Shuerong's mind went completely blank. As a dazzling spirit mage, she had never been so close to a disaster monster. The speed of the steel mantis was incredibly fast, and by the time Gu Shuerong wanted to dodge, it was already too late. She could only watch helplessly as the mantis raised its massive steel forelimb and lunged at her. Moreover, it wasn't just one that charged in, but 3. As a dazzling spirit mage, Gu Shuerong had chosen to allocate her points into intelligence and spirit. Of course, these terms referred to concepts in online games. Intelligence determined Gu Shuerong's spell strength, while spirit determined her mana. She hadn't increased her health points. Unlike Yang Kailang and others who had a terrifying forging master teammate like Lin Chen, Gu Shuerong was still wearing the initial novice light armor. 3 consecutive -65 numbers appeared above Gu Shuerong's head. In just this second, she lost 195 health points. To put it into perspective, her total health was just a little over 400. Gu Shuerong was instantly stunned, the shadow of death enveloping her, leaving her frozen in place. Although in her previous life, Gu Shuerong was the strongest dazzling spirit mage with extensive combat experience and strong self-preservation abilities, at this moment, she was just a newcomer participating in a national dungeon for the second time. No matter how much potential she had, when faced with such an unexpected situation, her brain would momentarily freeze. But Lin Chen reacted quickly. Wan Ning, find a place to hide. After quickly giving the command, Lin Chen rushed forward at top speed and pulled Gu Shuerong behind him. He faced the 3 steel mantises head-on. At the same time, the skill 100% skill precision release was triggered, and the level 10 skill soul pursuing arrow shot directly at the nearest steel mantis. It seemed that the luck attribute had come into play, as the shot of the soul pursuing arrow unexpectedly triggered the black mark effect. At that moment, the 3 steel mantises' attacks arrived. Invincible evasion technique activated. Lin Chen's figure moved like a ghost, dodging left and right successfully, avoiding the attacks of the 3 steel mantises. He quickly knocked an arrow and launched an attack at the steel mantis. Su Wanning heard Lin Chen's words and, without hesitation, immediately followed suit. Since she couldn't be of much help right now, she would protect herself and avoid causing trouble. She quickly distanced herself from the team and returned to the hall on the first floor, watching the situation from afar. It was at this moment that she noticed Fu Nuo lying on the ground. Fu Nuo's eyes were not filled with panic or fear. Instead, they were malicious. Su Wanning was taken aback. Could it be he did it on purpose? No wonder. Su Wanning recalled the strange action she had just seen from Fu Nuo and instantly came to a conclusion. Her expression grew serious. At this time, Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang also noticed the steel mantises that had intruded into their formation. The two of them were about to turn back to help when they heard Lin Chen's furious shout. Don't come over. Everyone return to your positions. Continue to fend off the beast tide. Don't move. Lin Chen remained calm. He knew that everyone absolutely could not panic at this moment. If Tang Junrun and the others abandoned their formation to turn back and help, that would truly be the end. It was important to note that only 3 had intruded into the formation, but outside the formation were countless others. If the formation was completely disrupted, they would be finished. Manhwa, take Gu Shuerong and hide a bit further away. Don't worry about me, heal them. Everyone, take your potions, don't hold back. Manhwa, give Gu Shuerong a bottle of Lotus Spirit Potion. Lin Chen methodically directed the other team members. While commanding, he was surprisingly also tugging at the mantis in front of him. Not only did the bow and arrow in his hands never stop, but his footsteps were also agile and varied. 3 mantises were attacking Lin Chen, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. This scene truly resembled a graceful dancer, except beside his stage were countless sharp blades and raging flames. This moment was all captured in the eyes of Manhwa and Gu Shuerong, who exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in each other's hearts. This operation was simply too cool, right? Although Manhwa had seen Lin Chen's impressive highlights and had heard of his great fame, it was still the first time he had experienced such a devastating blow from Lin Chen up close. Terrifying, frightening, unbelievable, not human. These were the adjectives that popped into Manhwa's mind. He now felt that being able to team up with the god of easy was truly a blessing he had earned from saving the galaxy in his past life. Gu Shuerong snapped back to reality from her shock, her gaze towards Lin Chen filled with intoxication. The god of easy saved me, Gu Shuerong murmured as she looked at the figure battling the steel mantis. At that moment her heart felt as sweet as honey. Manhwa was the first to regain his senses, quickly patting Gu Shuerong and reminding her, don't daze off, there are still 2 people holding off the beast tide here. Use this potion. After saying that, Manhwa first cast a small healing spell on Tang Junrun, helping him recover some health. Then he turned around and handed the potion in his hand to Gu Shuerong. Finally, he raised his staff and accurately infused his level 10 skill, Glory Baptism, into Lin Chen. Glory Baptism could enhance Lin Chen's attributes in all aspects, helping him to deal with the monsters in front of him more quickly. Gu Shuerong took the Lotus Spirit Potion, and when she saw its attributes, she was slightly taken aback. This potion seems very valuable. Manhwa was still waving his staff, but this time, he wasn't casting a skill. Instead, he shot out a magic ball, contributing a bit of his output. Hearing Gu Shuerong's words, he quickly said, the god of easy told you to use it, so use it. Your health is too low. If you encounter any more difficulties, won't you just be done for? Gu Shuerong thought about it and indeed found it reasonable, quickly taking the potion to start recovering her health. At this moment, Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang had also started taking drugs. Without Lin Chen and Gu Shuerong's support, they could only endure the beast tide's assault. Yang Kailang was able to fight back. His vampiric passive allowed him to sustain himself through battle. However, the amount of health he regained was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the monsters attacking him like a tide. His health continued to drop relentlessly. Fortunately, Gu Shuerong, having regained her composure, began to wield her magic wand and joined the fray. With her spells, the accumulation of the beast tide was noticeably reduced. With Manhwa present, their health wouldn't drop too low, greatly increasing their safety. Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang had managed to endure the most difficult time. With the enhancement of Glorious Baptism, Lin Chen's speed in killing enemies was extremely fast, especially with his arrows hitting weak points for critical hits. During this time, the Dawn Arrow triggered once, directly taking down a steel mantis. When the last steel mantis fell, the crisis Lin Chen and the others faced came to an official end. If it weren't for Lin Chen's quick reaction and calm handling, the outcome could have easily been a total annihilation. After killing the last steel mantis, Lin Chen coldly glanced at the still lying Funo, said nothing, and quickly began to help Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang clear the monsters. Su Wanning, seeing the crisis temporarily lifted, returned to Lin Chen's side. Like Lin Chen, Su Wanning glanced at Funo, then leaned closer to Lin Chen and whispered something. Lin Chen's expression grew even colder. Originally wanting to celebrate Lin Chen's resolution of the crisis, Manhwa and Gu Shuerong sensed the strange atmosphere, exchanged glances, and chose to remain silent. At this point, the beast tide was nearing its end, and a few minutes later, it completely subsided, allowing everyone to finally catch their breath. Phew, it's finally over. Thankfully it didn't lead to a disaster. Tang Junren propped his shield on the ground and let out a heavy sigh. Yang Kailang turned apologetically, bowing to everyone with guilt, stammering, "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I almost put everyone in danger." These few words were something Yang Kailang had rehearsed in his mind while killing monsters, gathering the courage to speak. Yang Kailang actually spoke. This instantly drew everyone's attention. Gu Shuarong was even more astonished, covering her mouth. "You can actually talk? I thought you were mute." Yang Kailang lowered his head, offering no response. Lin Chen slowly shook his head at Yang Kailang, then walked straight towards the still lying Funo. "The one who should apologize isn't you. It's him." Lin Chen squatted down and directly grabbed Funo by the collar, lifting him up. Funo clearly didn't expect Lin Chen to do this, nor did he expect Lin Chen to be so strong. Funo's originally fair face instantly turned bright red. Perhaps it was due to difficulty breathing, or perhaps it was from a sense of shame. "You have gone mad?" Funo barely squeezed out a sentence. From his throat, his eyes seemingly shooting fire as he glared at Lin Chen. Facing Funo's fierce expression and glaring eyes, Lin Chen remained unfazed. He continued to look at Funo with his cold gaze. "I'm not mad. You're the one who's insane. I told you to put away your pride, or I wouldn't hesitate to kill you. But I didn't expect you to be so despicable." Except for Su Wanning, the others were unaware of what had happened, and seeing this sudden scene, they all panicked. Although Lin Chen was famous, he had always given everyone the impression of a modest gentleman. Even when Shirhao slandered him on the forum, he didn't react with such rage. What exactly did Funo do? Fu Nua's neck was bulging with veins, and at that moment he displayed a ruthlessness that was different from his cowardly character. "How am I despicable? It was that mute who created the gap. I'm also a victim. What right do you have to treat me like this?" Fu Nua directly splashed dirt onto Yang Kairang. Even Yang Kairang thought it was his own problem. He believed Lin Chen had misunderstood something and wronged Fu Nua, so he hurriedly typed an explanation. "Yang Kairang, it was my fault for accidentally creating the gap. It shouldn't have anything to do with him." Su Wanning shook her head, signaling Yang Kairang to stop defending Fu Nua. "I noticed. At the time, it was he who made you give him space, right?" Yang Kairang instinctively nodded. Su Wanning continued, "Originally, with Fu Nua there, even if you shifted a bit, it wouldn't create a gap wide enough for the steel mantis to pass through. But he took advantage of your moment of weakness, pretended to fall to the ground, and created a gap that the mantis could traverse. And his purpose?" Su Wanning looked complexly at Gu Shuerong. "It should be to take revenge on Gu Shuerong, who had a conflict with him just now." After Su Wanning finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Fu Nua really did this on purpose? Just because Gu Shuerong had a few words with him, he wanted to deliberately attract the steel mantis to kill her? What a malicious heart. Fu Nua probably didn't expect that all his actions had been noticed by Su Wanning behind him, but he still stubbornly refused to admit it. "What? You say whatever you want? You just open your mouth and pin a crime on me? Do you have any evidence?" He firmly believed that as long as he refused to admit it, Lin Chen wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Kill him? Ha, Lin Chen definitely wouldn't dare. Fu Nua looked at Lin Chen with a face full of mockery and provocation. Lin Chen's expression towards Fu Nua gradually turned to pity. This kid really was beyond saving. "You're wrong." Lin Chen released his grip on Fu Nua's collar and directly threw him out. In the next moment, the bow of eternal night appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen knocked 2 crossbow arrows and shot them accurately at Fu Nua. The arrow struck him. Although there was no pain, it filled Fu Nua's heart with terror. This Lin Chen actually dared to make a move? Fu Nua hurriedly scrambled to his feet, trying to dodge Lin Chen's arrows. But Lin Chen's arrows were not so easy to evade. Even if Fu Nua used all his strength to dodge, Lin Chen's every shot still accurately predicted Fu Nua's position. Fu Nua went mad. He felt that Lin Chen truly intended to kill him. Fu Nua began to scream, "If you kill me, my brother won't let you go. No matter who you are, he will kill you." However, Fu Nua's screams had no effect on the arrows in Lin Chen's hands. Fu Nua then looked around at Tang Junren and the others. "Are you just going to watch him kill? Are you just going to stand by? Save me. I can give you many trading points." Unfortunately, no matter what temptations Fu Nua threw out, no one around paid him any attention. Everyone crossed their arms, coldly watching Fu Nua like a clown. Lin Chen's gaze was calm as he softly said, "No one will save someone like you who betrays their teammates." 10 minutes ago, Fu Qian waved the magic wand in his hand, which shimmered with a faint blue light as the terrifying fire dragon devoured all the steel mantises in front of him. His teammates beside him looked at Fu Qian's wand with envy. "Brother Fu, this is an epic wand, right? It's so powerful. If it weren't for Brother Fu, we wouldn't know how to get through this dungeon." Fu Qian smiled proudly, clearly enjoying the unrestrained flattery from his teammates. "Don't worry, with me here, these beast tides are nothing. I, Fu Qian, was born for magic. Ever since I changed my class, I felt a sense of ease, as if this magic is a part of my body. Controlling it is incredibly easy." Fu Qian's words made his teammates gasp in amazement. One of the girls even looked at him with a flirtatious gaze. Fu Qian secretly assessed the girl, giving her a silent score of 6.5, which was acceptable. It seemed that once this dungeon was over, he could enjoy some romantic fortune. Fu Qian winked at the girl and sent her a friend request. In Fu Qian's imagination, the next scene would be the girl actively clinging to him, and then he would pretend to be aloof a few times, making her completely devoted to him. This wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. However, Fu Qian suddenly thought of his younger brother. He wondered if his brother was having a smooth time in the dungeon. Just thinking of his brother, Fu Nuo, made Fu Qian feel a surge of anger, and the excitement of flirting with the girl faded considerably. That kid was angry and jealous because he had crafted an epic piece of equipment and they had a big fight. He even forcefully left the team before entering the dungeon, causing them to be assigned to different groups. Fu Qian understood his brother well. It was likely that Fu Nuo was upset because he felt useless, relying on Fu Qian for protection, which made him feel embarrassed. That kid's pride was as high as the sky, unable to stand anyone being even slightly better than him. This time, he probably went out to form a team alone to prove his strength, right? In fact, Fu Nuo's strength wasn't weak, but he had one flaw since childhood. He was timid. This dungeon was so terrifying. Could Fu Nuo handle it? Fu Qian sighed. Just as he was about to lead his team to explore the 4th floor today, he suddenly received a message. Fu Qian thought it was a flirty message from that girl, hurriedly clicked it open, only to find that the sender was actually his brother, Fu Nuo. A smile crept onto Fu Qian's lips. Could it be that the kid realized his mistake and came to apologize? At least this kid has a bit of conscience. Fu Qian clicked on Fu Nuo's message, but he was instantly stunned. Fu Nuo, brother, save me. Fu Nuo, brother, the person who wants to kill me is called Lin Chen. You have to help me take revenge. Fu Qian felt his mind crash in an instant. He felt his body trembling. He forced a laugh. This kid must be messing with me. Let's see how I deal with him. Fu Qian hurriedly tried to send a message to Fu Nuo, but found that Fu Nuo's name had turned gray. Sorry, the recipient you are trying to message has died. The cold words appeared before Fu Qian's eyes. Fear and anger surged in his heart, and tears uncontrollably streamed down his face. Fu Qian's sudden change startled those around him. He slowly raised his head, his fists clenched so tightly that the veins bulged, staring at the last message his brother had sent him on the system interface. Lin Chen, blood for blood. Lin Chen's last arrow pierced through Fu Nuo's body, taking with it Fu Nuo's pride and sins, leaving this world together. Manhwa, witnessing such a scene, for the first time fell silent, but his pupils constricted, clearly still greatly impacted. Although Fu Nuo deserved his fate, the loss of a vibrant life before his eyes was indeed a tangible shock. Lin Chen put away his bow and arrow, chuckling lightly at them, once again restoring the familiar image of the neighborly boy. Are you afraid? Gu Shuerong was the first to raise the banner of support. What is there to be afraid of? If it weren't for you, Gotti, I would be the one dead now. If you can kill this scoundrel, I will naturally be the first to give my full support. Gu Shuerong appeared very excited at this moment, as if she had killed the person herself. Lin Chen was not surprised that Gu Shuerong, with her personality, could say such things. He turned his gaze to Manhwa beside him and asked, what about you, old Ma? Do you think my handling of this situation is right or wrong? If he were in the position of the second party, Manhwa would surely flatter Lin Chen with a face full of praise. But at this moment, Manhwa had long regarded Lin Chen as a true friend, so he seriously expressed his thoughts. I am astonished, but to be fair, God Yi's handling is indeed the most correct method. This Fu Nuo absolutely cannot be left alive. Moreover, this instance has its peculiarities. If we let him go this time, once he goes upstairs, all he has to do is shout to the NPC, you are the murderer, and we might all die. So, while the process may be hard to accept, this is already the best outcome. Lin Chen nodded in agreement after hearing this. In his past life, he had experienced many similar situations. He understood well that sometimes one can leave a line for others, but at times one must eradicate the roots. Otherwise, it would be oneself who dies. Lin Chen considered himself decisive in killing, but certainly not a senseless killer. Whether it was his former classmates Lei Jingyi and Mei Lian, or now Fu Nuo, he genuinely wanted them to survive. However, the premise was that they could not threaten Lin Chen's existence. Having delayed for so long, we still need to hurry to the 4th floor. We have the task of cleaning the 4th floor today. Yang Kailang, who was drafting on the side, was taken aback. What? Just because I don't often speak, now you don't even ask for my opinion. Although my thoughts are pretty much the same as Manhwa's. In the blink of an eye, everyone had already reached the 4th floor. Is it you? Before everyone could clearly see the situation on the 4th floor, a boy's voice rang out. It was also a tender child's voice. Everyone was taken aback. Could it be that child from the 3rd floor? He didn't die? Immediately after, a gentle woman's voice rang out. Son, no, these are the security uncles. Quickly say hello to the security uncles. Lin Chen and the others passed through the dimness and walked into the corridor on the 4th floor, finally seeing the two people who had just spoken. Unfortunately, the boy was not the one from the 2nd floor. The woman beside him wore a mask, but from the eyes and skin that the mask did not cover, it was clear that she was absolutely graceful and beautiful. However, this woman on the fourth floor seemed a bit shy after the little boy greeted them. She hurriedly took him back home without any further conversation. One could vaguely hear her advising her child after closing the door, telling him not to open the door to strangers if mommy wasn't home. Besides that, there were some other safety education tips. It seemed this mother was very anxious about her child. Lin Chen began to clean the fourth floor as usual. At 12:30, he entered the nap time again. Nap time is up, please close your eyes. Ding! 1500 hours has arrived, work time resumes, please open your eyes. This time, Suan Ning could finally confirm that the nap time was gradually shifting. But why? After waking up from the security room, Suan Ning was still pondering this question. What exactly was affecting the nap time? After waking up, Lin Chen and the others rushed back to the fourth floor. But strangely, no matter how Lin Chen knocked on the door this time, there was no response from inside. Yet, through the peephole, it was clear that there was light on inside, indicating someone was there. But despite Lin Chen's efforts, even stating his identity and purpose as a property manager, it was of no use. No one opened the door. With no other choice, they had to leave the fourth floor. Just in the stairwell, Tang Junren wondered, why won't that woman on the fourth floor open the door? Manhwa speculated, could it be that we are too many and scared them? Clearly, there is light in the house. I felt that the woman was very guarded with her son. You all heard it too, right? She was just educating her son about those safety tips. Suan Ning discovered a key point and quickly shared her analysis. Right. It's those safety tips. Her mother kept telling that boy not to open the door to strangers when mommy isn't home, no matter who it is. Tang Junren scratched his head, but his mom is home. Lin Chen, who had been deep in thought, was suddenly awakened by Suan Ning's words. Yes. If mommy isn't home, he can't open the door to strangers. Lin Chen exclaimed, just because of the light, we can't be sure that his mom is definitely home. It could just be that little boy alone. He has always remembered his mother's warning, so he didn't open the door for us. At this moment, Lin Chen recalled that during the last part of the previous instance, only that little boy appeared on the fourth floor when the evil was finally pointed out. His mother never showed up. It was very likely that from this moment on, his mother had already died. But where did she die? There were no signs of a body on the fourth floor, and there were no bloodstains in the corridor. Although they hadn't found the body of the child from the third floor yet, as an inner side player, Lin Chen actually knew very well that the body of the child from the third floor would be discovered on the sixth floor. That is, it would be found on the fifth day. Moreover, the condition of the child from the third floor was very tragic. That's a story for later. Right now, Lin Chen was puzzled about where the body of the woman from the fourth floor had gone. Lin Chen's explanation plunged everyone into deep thought. But it must be said that Lin Chen's idea was the most plausible. Gu Shuirong attempted to join the analysis. So, the woman from the fourth floor is already dead? Su Wanning shook her head. Without a body, we can't be sure. The crowd discussed as they descended the stairs. At that moment, they had just reached the third floor. Lin Chen instinctively glanced at the dimly lit corridor on the third floor and suddenly remembered the fragrance from the man's room on that floor. Could it be that this scent came from the woman on the fourth floor? Lin Chen felt as if he had grasped some thoughts and details. Everyone wait a moment, let's go check the third floor again. In this instance, the unlocked floors could be accessed freely. Manhwa and the others were puzzled. Why did Ishan suddenly want to go to the third floor again? However, Su Wanning understood Lin Chen's thoughts and quickly followed him towards the third floor. Lin Chen ran the fastest, so he was the first to stop. Then, the others all saw the scene before them. Under the glaring lights on the third floor, a woman's clothes were torn to shreds, barely covering her body. From the mask that had been removed and thrown aside, it was clear that this was the woman from the fourth floor. Manhwa clenched his fists in anger, as if he had 1,000 words to say, but this was the corridor and he couldn't speak. Lin Chen had guessed correctly. However, this scene was clearly not what he wanted to see. Gu Shuirong, give me a blanket. Gu Shuirong was taken aback but quickly took a blanket from her backpack, the one she had used to cover the iron bed. Lin Chen took the blanket and used it to cover some of the exposed areas of the fourth floor woman, then began searching the surroundings. Aside from the torn pieces scattered around, there were no valuable items. While examining the body, Lin Chen noticed a distinct set of fingerprints around the fourth floor woman's neck. It seemed that this woman from the fourth floor had been strangled to death. Lin Chen extended his palm and compared it to the fingerprints. The width of the fingerprints was noticeably thinner than his palm. Lin Chen committed all these details to memory. Let's go back to the first floor. Just as they returned to the first floor, Manhwa could no longer contain his anger and spoke up. It must be that man from the third floor who killed the woman from the fourth floor. Who would have thought he looked so decent, yet was so ruthless? We really misjudged him. This time it's almost conclusive, right? This woman died at his doorstep, and she's in such disarray. He must have tried to assault the woman from the fourth floor, and when she refused, he killed her. Lin Chen shook his head, decisively denying Manhwa's speculation. This time I do have solid evidence, but the murderer is not the man from the third floor. Manhwa was taken aback and instinctively asked, if it's not the man from the third floor, then who could it be? Lin Chen displayed the photos he had just taken while examining the body in the system and explained, if I'm not mistaken, the woman from the 4th floor was likely strangled by the woman from the 2nd floor. These fingerprints are even more delicate than my fingers. Aside from the deceased woman from the 4th floor, I fear only the woman from the 2nd floor has such slender fingers. Lin Chen analyzed with reason and evidence. The others nodded in a daze, feeling that what Lin Chen said made a lot of sense. Only Su Wanning frowned slightly. Doesn't it seem wrong? We haven't met the residents of the 5th and 6th floors yet. What if there are slender-fingered women living on the 5th and 6th floors too? It seems we can't be certain it's the woman from the 2nd floor yet? Lin Chen was taken aback. Oh. No, he had let something slip. As a beta player who had been reborn, Lin Chen certainly knew that there were no suitable people on the 5th and 6th floors. But at this moment in their investigation, this was something he shouldn't have known. Truly, the more one spoke, the more mistakes one made. Lin Chen quickly pretended to realize something, awkwardly smiled, and deflected. Wan Ning is right. I forgot, sorry. Everyone. But at least we can rule out the suspicion of the man on the 3rd floor killing directly. Tang Junren rubbed his hair and asked with some confusion, but why would the woman on the 4th floor go to the 3rd floor? Gu Shuerong quickly answered, isn't that simple? There was a woman's fragrance in the man's room on the 3rd floor, it must be this woman from the 4th floor. Tang Junren nodded, looking thoughtful. The group continued to speculate based on the cases that had occurred on these floors. It was already the 3rd day, and 3 incidents had happened. However, most of their cases still had no leads, and everyone couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Only Lin Chen did not participate in the discussion. He dared not continue to discuss casually. However, Lin Chen was constantly combining his experiences from his previous life to deduce the answers. Lin Chen remembered that in his past life, their dungeon's completion rate was very low. So this dungeon definitely had details and hidden lines he didn't know. The cane and candy were clues he had also discovered in his past life, while the corpse of the woman from the 4th floor was something he found for the first time. The fingerprints on the corpse were a very obvious clue. But why? Why did the woman from the 2nd floor want to kill the woman from the 4th floor? And why did the woman from the 4th floor go to find the man from the 3rd floor? Lin Chen felt that the details he had were simply too few, and he needed to continue working hard over the next 2 days. Soon, the 3rd day came to an end, and the cold and eerie system announcement sounded again. Midnight has arrived, please close your eyes. Rest is over, please open your eyes. Current day, day 4. Today's tasks are 1. Resist the beast tide from 9 to 11:30. 2. Clean the 5th floor. Still 2 almost identical tasks. The duration of the beast tide had increased by another 30 minutes. The intensity of the disaster monsters had also increased. Without the interference of unsettling factors, this time Lin Chen and the others found it even easier to get through the beast tide than yesterday. Everyone cooperated in their respective roles, and progress was smooth. Gu Shuerong was also becoming more integrated into the team, having such a powerful dazzling spirit. Mage was indeed a good boost to the team's monster clearing speed. Today, while resisting the beast tide, Su Wanning leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, don't you think Gu Shuerong's cooperation with everyone is quite good? Lin Chen felt Su Wanning's warm breath brushing against his ear, his cheeks slightly flushed, and his thoughts wandered a bit. Su Wanning didn't notice this detail and thought Lin Chen hadn't heard, so she poked him with her delicate finger. Lin Chen, did you hear me? Only then did Lin Chen come back to his senses. Ah, indeed quite good, her area skills are well mastered. Su Wanning's eyes curved with a smile as she continued to whisper, that I think we can invite her to join our team. Lin Chen was still a bit hesitant about this issue. Su Wanqing seemed to have seen through Lin Chen's thoughts. Covering her mouth and looking at him with amusement, she asked, what's wrong? Afraid she might be too enthusiastic about you? I feel like her admiration for you is more of an idol worship, right? Girls your age just love your style. This age? Gu Shuerong was almost the same age as him and Su Wanqing, wasn't she? Thinking of this, Lin Chen instinctively blurted out, forgetting to lower his voice, what about you? Attracted by the sound, Manhwa and Gu Shuerong instinctively turned their heads and saw the intimate scene of Su Wanqing and Lin Chen close together. Manhwa naturally shot over a lewd yet congratulatory glance. He could tell that Lin Chen definitely had feelings for Su Wanqing. Gu Shuerong's first reaction was surprisingly not jealousy or anger, but rather a bit amazed by Su Wanqing's beautiful profile from this angle. After all, her type was universally appealing, regardless of gender. Hiss, she really is a competitive rival. But it feels like she and Ishin would also make a good couple. Just as this thought popped up, Gu Shuerong quickly shook her head, trying to kick it out of her mind. No. What kind of fan ships their own brother with someone else? Am I crazy? For a moment, among the 6 people, 2 were being intimate and ambiguous, 2 were watching the drama unfold, and only the 2 unfortunate ones were still fighting against the beast tide. At this moment, Yang Kailang and Tang Junren thought, good grief, we're fighting for our lives up front, and you guys are just enjoying the peace behind us, huh? Lin Chen and Su Wanqing, of course, were unaware of Gu Shuerong's little thoughts, but upon noticing the gazes on them, Su Wanqing quickly distanced herself from Lin Chen, a faint blush lingering on her cheeks. Su Wanqing stammered a couple of times but didn't continue. Lin Chen also realized that his voice had been a bit loud, quickly pretending that nothing had happened and continued to fend off the beast tide. Lin Chen forcibly pulled his drifting thoughts back. After all, this was in the instance. The long beast tide finally came to an end. Everyone climbed to the 5th floor with ease. Just thinking about climbing to the 5th floor, Gu Shuerong wailed, "Can I just lie downstairs and wait for you guys? I'm too tired." "Does this broken apartment even have an elevator?" Lin Chen said gloomily, "With how strange this apartment is, would you dare to take the elevator?" Gu Shuerong was instantly speechless. It is well known that one of the places where strange events are most likely to occur is the elevator. Gu Shuerong was indeed bold, but that didn't mean she wouldn't be scared. The bloody scene on the 2nd floor had frightened her a little. The group finally climbed to the 5th floor, but as soon as they arrived, they smelled a strange odor. Su Wanning sniffed again, feeling that the smell was both familiar and odd. The 5th floor had a significant difference from the other floors. The entire floor was very clean. They didn't even need Lin Chen and the others to clean it. Manhwa exclaimed, "Oh, someone did our work for us? How thoughtful." At that moment, a door creaked open. An old lady poked her head out, seemingly curious after hearing Lin Chen and the others' voices. "Who are you?" The moment Su Wanning saw the old lady, she immediately understood what the strange smell was. It was what people commonly referred to as old person smell. As people age, their metabolism slows down, dead skin accumulates, and elderly people, who are often frail and sick, usually don't bathe frequently, which is why this smell occurs. Su Wanning was somewhat familiar with this smell because she had elderly people at home. Upon seeing the old lady, Lin Chen instantly got into character, wearing a warm smile. "Elderly lady, we are the new security guards, here to clean your floor." The old lady seemed a bit slow to react. After a moment, she smiled kindly and replied, Oh. Security guards? I usually clean when I have free time. You don't need to trouble yourselves. When you get old, you just can't sit still. I can't stand this dust." The old lady clearly opened up, but at that moment, a stern voice came from inside the house. "Who is it? Didn't I tell you? Don't open the door for strangers." The old lady turned back to explain, "It's our building's little security guard, here to clean." The old man's tone remained harsh as he continued to shout, "Security guard? Just right, our water pipe is leaking a bit, let him come in and take a look." The old lady turned back, looking apologetically at Lin Chen and the others, clearly sorry for her partner's rude attitude. Then the old lady continued to shout, "The water pipe is no big deal, let's wait for our son to come back." Before she could finish, the old man interrupted, "Who knows when our son will be back from his business trip? Hurry up." Lin Chen was more than eager to enter the house and take a look. Moreover, after helping, he would be more likely to ask for other information. "Elderly lady, you don't need to be polite, we can help." After saying that, he led the group into the house, heading towards the kitchen. The old lady was taken aback and quickly invited them in, repeatedly thanking them. When she saw Su Wanning, she sincerely praised, "This girl is really beautiful." Gu Shuerong pouted slightly and quickly walked over. "Grandma, what about me?" The old lady smiled so widely that she could hardly close her mouth. "You're beautiful too." "Beautiful too." Gu Shuerong instantly beamed with joy. When the old lady saw Tang Junren, she patted him and remarked, "The child must come from a good family, right?" Tang Junren: "Thank you for the implication. High emotional intelligence, the child must come from a good family, right? Low emotional intelligence, you really eat a lot." At this moment, Su Wanning quietly nudged Lin Chen with her elbow and whispered, "Can you fix the water pipe?" Lin Chen, without changing his expression, replied, "No, just give it a try." With Lin Chen's efforts, he actually managed to fix the water pipe. Gu Shuerong, with a starry-eyed expression, exclaimed, "Ishan can handle both the living room and the kitchen." Manhwa: "Is this what they call a brainless fan? Is fixing a water pipe considered handling the kitchen?" However, having learned from experience, Manhwa refrained from commenting to avoid being scolded by this crazy woman. After fixing the water pipe, the old man sitting on the sofa clearly had a much better attitude and chatted with Lin Chen for a few moments. Lin Chen took the opportunity to check for other safety hazards and observed the entire room. The most important discovery was the photo displayed in the bedroom. It was a picture of the old man and his son. Indeed, from the earlier conversation, one could know and guess that these two elderly people were the parents of the man who died on the 2nd floor. Lin Chen talked a lot about everyday matters with the two elderly people, and eventually, the way the old grandmother looked at Lin Chen was probably no different from how she would look at her own grandson. Lin Chen also learned that the old grandfather seemed somewhat dissatisfied with his daughter-in-law. Just as the old grandfather was about to continue speaking, he was interrupted by the old grandmother, who signaled him not to speak ill of others behind their backs. However, this detail was still noted by Lin Chen. Another key detail was that the old grandfather mentioned that two boys from the 3rd and 4th floors often came to their floor to play football, frequently disturbing their rest. The old grandfather hoped that Lin Chen, as the security guard of the apartment, could intervene and stop them. Lin Chen nodded slightly in agreement. When saying goodbye, the old grandmother held Lin Chen's hand, hoping he would come again next time. Lin Chen looked at the old grandmother with a complex expression. He was very clear that the deceased on the 5th floor today was the old grandmother. But in his previous life, Lin Chen had not seen the old grandmother's body. Based on the situation of the woman on the 4th floor, Lin Chen deduced that on the last day of his previous life, everyone who did not appear had already died. On the last day of his previous life, only the old grandfather appeared on the 5th floor. So he speculated that the old grandmother probably also died. After bidding farewell to the two, it was just the right time for a lunch break. When Lin Chen opened his eyes in the security room, he did not explain too much to everyone. He was completely immersed in his own thoughts. I need to go to the 2nd and 3rd floors. You can stay in the security room. It should be very safe here. Old Tang, take good care of Wan Ning. Lin Chen dropped these 2 sentences and was about to leave, but Su Wan Ning insisted on going with him. Lin Chen did not refuse. Gu Shuarong also wanted to follow. Lin Chen directly rejected her. 3 people are too many. You can say it's late, but it's not personal, Lin Chen said. Gu Shuarong. The 2 first went to the 2nd floor, where Lin Chen casually found an excuse to enter the woman's home again. He continued with the pretext of fixing the kitchen pipe, got his hands dirty, and then borrowed the woman's bathroom. She did not refuse. Lin Chen closed the door, washed his hands, and quietly squeezed a bit of the woman's shower gel, carefully sniffing it. After finishing everything, Lin Chen immediately went to the 3rd floor. The man on the 3rd floor, Chu Biao, warmly invited Lin Chen into his home. Lin Chen once again carefully sensed the fragrance in Chu Biao's house and used the same reason to borrow the bathroom, checking the brand of Chu Biao's shower gel. At this point, Lin Chen already had his suspicions. Su Wan Ning had been following Lin Chen closely, watching his contemplative expression, seemingly aware of what Lin Chen was guessing. As they walked out of the 3rd floor, Lin Chen seemed to be muttering to himself. So, is that so? No wonder. After quickly handling these matters, Lin Chen ascended to the 5th floor and knocked on the door of the 2 elderly people. This time, it was the old grandfather who opened the door. Lin Chen smiled broadly. Grandpa, I just remembered, didn't you say the water pipe in your bathroom hasn't been checked? By the way, where's Grandma? The old grandfather let Lin Chen in while chuckling. She's taking a nap. It's strange today, she hasn't woken up yet. Maybe that child has changed her temperament, so she's sleeping soundly. Lin Chen walked into the room and saw his grandmother lying flat on the bed. He instructed Su Wanning to chat with his grandfather for a while. Su Wanning understood that this was to buy time and divert his grandfather's attention. She subtly nodded. Lin Chen approached his grandmother and reached out to check her breath. Sure enough, there was no breath left. Lin Chen sighed and began to search the surrounding items. Soon, a drink that clearly did not belong in his grandmother's household caught his eye. It was the cat milk that children loved, but it seemed a bit too sweet for an elderly person. Lin Chen picked up the cat milk and gently sniffed it. A strange smell wafted up. Lin Chen was sure this was not a smell that cat milk should have. After putting away the can of cat milk, Lin Chen pretended to fiddle around in the bathroom for a while, then walked out and casually asked, Grandma actually loves cat milk? His grandfather smiled at that was sent by the little boy on the 4th floor as an apology to me. I don't like that stuff, but my wife couldn't bear to throw it away, so she drank it. By the way, you really worked hard today. Here, take these 2 oranges as a thank you. Lin Chen did not refuse, forcing a smile as he reached out to take the oranges his grandfather handed over. Then he left with Su Wanning. He felt that, up to this point, he had roughly pieced together the situation. As for the 6th floor tomorrow, it was a very strange existence. In his previous life, Lin Chen's team had chosen the evil person from the 6th floor. But according to Lin Chen's current reasoning, this person from the 6th floor should be innocent. Why did they still pass the instance? Could it be that Lin Chen's reasoning was flawed? With a heart full of questions, Lin Chen returned to the security room. The others had clearly been waiting for a long time and quickly asked Lin Chen about the details they had just discovered. Lin Chen was still deep in thought, so Su Wanning helped him recount all their findings. Everyone listened in a daze as Lin Chen and Su Wanning shared everything they had discovered. What? The scent of the shower gel is the same as the scent in the man's room on the 3rd floor? So, the woman on the 2nd floor and the man on the 3rd floor are having an affair? Doesn't she have a husband? Don't look at me as just a sheep. The green grass smells better because of me. Everything was in the song. What? Grandma died? Boo-hoo, that's too sad. What? The little boy on the 4th floor gave Grandma a bottle of cat milk and you suspect the milk is poisoned? Then, doesn't that mean the little boy is the killer? Lin Chen and Su Wanning's discoveries kept impacting the minds of the others. In the end, Su Wanning did not provide any conclusive reasoning. She simply said softly, tomorrow there's still a 6th floor, so all of this might just be a fog egg. Everything will depend on tomorrow's situation. The others nodded slightly. Murder, death, evil, goodness. As this instance progressed, everyone began to feel a bit lost. Thus, the 4th day came to an end. Time moved to the 2nd to last day of the instance. Midnight has arrived. Please close your eyes. Rest is over. Please open your eyes. Current day, day 5. Today's tasks are 1. Resist the beast tide. From 9 to 12 o'clock. 2. Go to the 6th floor. Everyone was surprised to notice that this time, the tasks had actually changed. They no longer had to clean the 6th floor. Everyone was still a bit puzzled, only Lin Chen remained silent. Indeed, there was no need to clean, because it couldn't be cleaned at all. The beast tide was indeed getting stronger. Today, there were several times when young Kailang's health even fell below the warning line. When young Kailang was killing monsters, he was too reckless, making it easy for the disaster monsters to attack and reduce his health. The monsters in front were relatively weak and he could still rely on bloodsucking to recover. However, as the monsters gradually grew stronger, he often found himself in dangerous situations. Fortunately, Manhwa reacted quickly, and the timing of using healing spells along with the skill cooldown reduction potions Lin Chen exchanged before entering the dungeon was very precise. Everything was thrilling but safe. However, the other teams in the parallel dungeon were not so lucky. Over 10 million teams were wiped out under this beast tide. What does this mean? It should be noted that after the first dungeon ended, only a little over 10 million teams had perished. Just from this beast tide, so many teams had already fallen. This shows the terrifying difficulty of this dungeon. The reasons for the wipeouts of those teams were quite simple. Their levels were insufficient. Their equipment was lacking. These 2 points were crucial. In fact, skill was secondary. In this kind of tower defense battle, the technical requirements were not high. This dungeon truly made all the surviving players realize the importance of equipment. Lin Chen and the others were already climbing towards the 6th floor with heavy steps. Today was the last day for everyone to collect evidence and clues. It was also the last unlocked floor. As soon as they reached the 6th floor, a loud dog bark startled everyone. There was actually someone raising a dog in the apartment. When everyone stepped onto the 6th floor, they were completely dumbfounded. The 6th floor was almost completely different from the previous 5 floors. The 6th floor was not a normal corridor at all, but a moderately sized attic. However, at this moment, the attic was dimly lit, with a foul smell wafting everywhere, and various trash scattered around. Lin Chen vividly remembered the critical hits the 6th floor had brought him in his past life, so before going up, he instructed everyone not to act rashly. He would explore the 6th floor himself. Goo! Shui Rong immediately pinched her nose. This kind of stench was unbearable for most people. Can people even live here? Is the 6th floor a place for raising dogs? At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. What, do you look down on dogs? Besides, who says people can't live here? I'm right here, aren't I? The voice startled everyone, and Manhwa at the back almost fell down the stairs. No one expected that there would actually be someone here. They could barely stand being here for a while, yet someone could actually live here? We are the new security guards of the apartment, Lin Chen said loudly. But the hoarse voice did not respond immediately. There was a rustling sound from the darkness as someone turned over. Oh, security guards. Hello. If there's nothing going on, please leave, I still want to sleep. Lin Chen really wanted to find a reason to go in, but clearly, the reason of checking the safety of the house didn't seem applicable. At first glance, there was nothing to check on the 6th floor. It didn't even have a kitchen. Do you need any help? Lin Chen could only try his luck. Unexpectedly, the hoarse voice pondered for a moment and suddenly said, You need help, right? There is indeed something. My attic has a bit of a leak. Could you help me take a look? It drips on my head every time I sleep. It's so annoying. As the man spoke, he got up from the bed. At that moment, everyone was shocked to see that his leg was actually broken. The man skillfully groped around the bedside but couldn't find what he wanted. Ah, I just remembered, I lost my crutch, so I won't get up. You guys help me take a look. Kane. Lost? These 4 words exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder. Everyone instinctively thought of the discovery on the 2nd floor. That sharpened cane. Could it be that this man is the true culprit? Who killed the man on the 2nd floor? Lin Chen showed no signs of surprise and quickly walked into the 6th floor. As he passed by the dog cage, Lin Chen suddenly saw a bloodied corpse. This corpse was also the source of the foul smell in the room. The body had been gnawed to pieces by that dog. But Lin Chen knew this was the corpse of the little boy from the 3rd floor. In his previous life, it was because of this corpse in the cane that Lin Chen's team accused the man on the 6th floor of the heinous acts of killing the little boy from the 3rd floor and the husband of the woman from the 2nd floor. They then killed the transformed man from the 6th floor and successfully completed the mission. What is Yishan looking at? What's so interesting about that dog? Everyone followed Lin Chen's gaze and instinctively looked towards the dog cage. Don't! Lin Chen wanted to stop them, but it was too late. The screams of Su Wanning and Gu Shuerong suddenly rang out. This scene was absolutely shocking for them. Caught off guard, they simply couldn't bear the impact. Manhwa instinctively stepped back, missed a step on the stairs, and tumbled down. Tang Junren hurriedly rushed down to check. Fortunately, Manhwa was fine, but he lost 200 health points. Frightened, Manhwa quickly began to use a lotus spirit potion. As several people screamed, the man suddenly raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on them. Lin Chen noticed this detail and quickly pretended to scold them, saying, It's just a dog, and you all are scared like this? Didn't I tell you? As security, you need to stay calm. If you all go back like this, your wages will be deducted. After scolding, Lin Chen turned to the man and apologized. I'm sorry, these few are new. I'll reprimand them when we get back. The murderous look in the man's eyes faded and he casually waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had escaped a disaster. He didn't let this man discover any clues. At this moment, everyone seemed to have reacted and no longer dared to speak carelessly. Who knows which wrong word would make these NPCs suspect them? Lin Chen moved closer to the leaking area while quietly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. He saw 2 pieces of candy. They looked exactly like the candy Lin Chen had picked up in the corridor. The man seemed to notice Lin Chen's gaze. What's wrong? Do you like candy too? This candy was given to me by that old man downstairs. I haven't eaten it yet. You can take it if you want. Lin Chen was taken aback. Given by the old man downstairs? Wasn't that the grandfather from the 5th floor? Thank you, but we can't take the owner's things. The man glanced at Lin Chen and didn't say anything further. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and began to focus on helping the man check the leaking area. The reason for the leak should be the aging cement on the attic ceiling, which has reduced its water-holding capacity. We need to report this and find a professional to repair it. I'll help you move the bed first. Can you step aside a bit? The man nodded. Lin Chen waved and called Tang Junren to help him move the bed. The two easily moved the old wooden bed and the man remained sitting on it. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, he accidentally kicked an empty bottle and picked it up. Sleeping pills. The 3 words were clearly written on the bottle. Lin Chen shivered and quickly put the bottle into his backpack. After finishing everything, everyone hurriedly left the 6th floor. At this time, it was just entering the lunch break. When they woke up again in the security room, everyone was still shaken. It's him. It's him. Manhwa roared, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. It was him who killed the man on the 2nd floor and the little boy on the 3rd floor. His cane was left at the murder scene on the 2nd floor. The little boy's body was even used to feed dogs. This is simply a demon. The others were not much better off than Manhwa. Even the usually silent and socially anxious Yang Kailang had a face full of fear and anger. Su Wanning also had a new discovery. Did you notice? That man might have been malnourished for a long time. His fingers are very slender. I can't compare, but I feel like his fingers are almost no different from mine. Tang Junren was taken aback. So, you mean the woman on the 4th floor might have also been killed by this man? He's actually a serial killer? How terrifying. Then, what about the old lady on the 5th floor? Was she also killed by him? Tang Junren's questions silenced everyone. Indeed, there was currently no evidence that the man on the 6th floor had killed the old lady on the 5th floor. At this moment, Lin Chen silently took out the cat milk and sleeping pills from his backpack. I just sniffed it. The cat milk should have a large amount of sleeping pills added. So, it must have been used to kill the old lady. These sleeping pills were also found with the man on the 6th floor. Everyone was stunned, then quickly realized it was him. The man on the 6th floor was the true culprit behind all the evil. He had single-handedly killed 4 people. It was simply heinous. Gu Shuarong even jumped up from the bed. That's right, she had already been lying on the iron bed. Now she suddenly sat up and shouted, "We can't wait for tomorrow to come. We must expose this person's crimes to the public and thoroughly punish him." The others chattered excitedly about how they would definitely kill the man on the 6th floor for revenge tomorrow. But Su Wanning noticed that Lin Chen was still frowning, seemingly deep in thought about something. She quietly leaned over and whispered, "What's wrong? Didn't everyone already identify the murderer?" Lin Chen shook his head, remaining silent. Lin Chen felt that something was off. He never expected that the conclusion he painstakingly deduced would actually be the same as in his previous life. This was impossible. He had experienced this scenario once. He knew very well that this situation was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Lin Chen fell into doubt about himself. He even began to suspect that someone had lied, or that there were definitely things he had not yet noticed. So, Lin Chen decided to go back to each floor to piece together the clues again. This time, Lin Chen only called Su Wanning again. When it comes to brainstorming, only Su Wanning could truly help him. As for the others, they were just a bunch of dog-headed strategists. Moreover, having fewer people would make it seem less strange and abrupt. Lin Chen and Su Wanning ran through all the floors again, chatting with every resident. This time, Lin Chen's focus was on the man from the 6th floor. Of course, Lin Chen wouldn't ask directly. He used the guise of caring for the disabled in the apartment to subtly learn about the situation of the man on the 6th floor. To Lin Chen's surprise, everyone seemed to have a deep taboo regarding the man on the 6th floor and was unwilling to talk much. They only knew that he was a disabled person who had lived on the 6th floor for many years, had no job, and relied on welfare to get by. He liked to wander around the apartment in his free time, secretly observing the lives of each household. He was quite the oddball. But one person's opinion was different. That was the evaluation given by the little boy from the 4th floor about the man on the 6th floor. Under the patient persuasion of Lin Chen and Su Wanning, although the little boy still didn't open the door, he was willing to chat with Lin Chen and the others through the door. The first question the little boy asked was why his mother hadn't come back yet. Lin Chen and Su Wanning sighed and could only comfort him that she would be back soon. After a moment of consolation, Lin Chen got to the point and began to ask the little boy if he had any understanding of the man on the 6th floor. Unexpectedly, the little boy actually found the man on the 6th floor very interesting and was quite willing to play with him. Here, them referred to him and the little boy from the 3rd floor who had died. The two of them were classmates, so they often played together. Before the boy from the 3rd floor died, he was about to bring a ball to play with the little boy from the 4th floor. But that visit turned out to be a farewell forever. The little boy also said that the man on the 6th floor would often tell them interesting stories about the apartment. However, it seemed that his mother did not like him playing with the man on the 6th floor. She even publicly scolded the man, constantly insulting him, saying he was a pathetic parasite who could only live in darkness for his entire life. It wasn't just the little boy's mother who had conflicts with the man on the 6th floor. Through Lin Chen's investigation, almost everyone had had some kind of conflict, big or small, with the man on the 6th floor. But the man on the 6th floor still loved chatting with everyone. The little boy finally dropped a bombshell. On the first day Lin Chen and the others arrived, the little boy had seen the man on the 6th floor talking to the man on the 3rd floor. The little boy had also often seen the man on the 6th floor's figure on the 2nd floor. On the day his mother disappeared, he had also come to their house. After leaving the little boy on the 4th floor, Lin Chen continued up to the 5th floor. In the home of the old man on the 5th floor, Lin Chen confirmed that the candy was indeed given to the man on the 6th floor by him. But, you don't seem to have a good impression of him. Why would you give him candy? The old man stammered, saying it was to make the man on the 6th floor leave the 5th floor quickly. At this point, Lin Chen noticed the old man's eyes were somewhat evasive. The old man was lying. Lin Chen did not continue to question, as he already had his own suspicions. He quietly glanced at the 2 oranges the old man had given him in his backpack. This old man had a habit of giving something in return when thanking others. So, this candy was very likely a gift he gave to the man on the 6th floor as a thank you. But the old man chose to lie. This meant he couldn't tell Lin Chen the reason he was grateful to the man on the 6th floor. Lin Chen took a deep breath and continued to ask, "Do you remember how many pieces you gave him?" The old man thought for a long time and said, "2. Because I only carry 2 pieces in my pocket each time." Lin Chen nodded in silence. What he saw on the 6th floor at that time were indeed 2 pieces. The candy in the little boy's hand was not given to him by the man on the 6th floor. Then, there was only one person left. He had figured everything out. He had deduced it all clearly. All inquiries were over, and Lin Chen and Su Wanning stood in the shadows of the 6th floor, silently watching the 6th floor. From this angle, this position, the man on the 6th floor could not see them at all. Lin Chen and the others saw the man on the 6th floor struggle to get up, supporting himself on one leg, laboriously cooking a packet of instant noodles. In a small pot, a cold smile on his face. He tore open the packaging of a sausage and casually tossed it to the puppy in the dog cage, whispering, "No one will chase us away anymore." Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes, silent, and returned to the security room on the 1st floor. The next day, everyone woke up again in the security room. Current day, day 6. Today's tasks are 1. Resist the final beast tide and the beast tide leader. 2. Judge the evil in the security room and redeem the good. The evil landlords pointed out will instantly undergo a disaster transformation, becoming disaster monsters. Only by eliminating the disaster monsters can the evil be eradicated. When all evil is eliminated, you need to choose to take the good landlords away from the apartment to complete the instance. The last day had finally arrived. Today is the day we kill the man on the 6th floor. Such a demon, if not eliminated, is truly hard to resolve the hatred in our hearts. Gu Shuerong immediately exclaimed as soon as she woke up. Manhwa nodded in agreement. Tang Junren tightened his grip on the short sword in his hand. But Lin Chen suddenly spoke up. "We still need to resist the beast tide first. I have already deduced all the evils clearly. After we eliminate the beast tide leader, leave the judgment process to me." Gu Shuerong chuckled. "Ishan, we discussed everything clearly yesterday. But what did you and Su Wanning discover later? You hadn't returned, it ended yesterday." Lin Chen did not elaborate. "You'll know when the judgment happens." The others did not ask further and returned to the place to defend against the beast tide. But to everyone's surprise, today's beast tide could hardly be considered a beast tide at all. Each time, only 2 disaster monsters appeared, but these disaster monsters had become elite level. Their abilities were significantly stronger than the small monsters. However, Lin Chen and the others still found them easy to handle. In fact, the difficulty of today's beast tide was even lower than yesterday's. In no time, all 6 elite-level disaster monsters were eliminated. With a tremor like an earthquake, everyone finally welcomed the true leader of the beast tide. A massive, pitch-black round pocket watch struggled to make its way into the corridor. The walls of the corridor were even shattered by its body, and the entire apartment echoed with a booming sound. Tang Junrun and the others were clearly stunned. This, the leader of the beast tide, was actually a disaster pocket watch? When they saw the skill of this clock, everyone finally understood. Hypnotic Pocket Watch of Catastrophe Level, BOSS rank, 10 health, 4000 attack power, 150 skill 1, Hypnosis. The Hypnotic Pocket Watch of Catastrophe can cause other catastrophe monsters to lose their sanity and act according to the commands of the Hypnotic Pocket Watch. Skill 2 Pocket Watch Domain. The Hypnotic Pocket Watch of Catastrophe can create a virtual world where creatures within the virtual world will be blinded and unable to see the truth of evil. Rules of the Pocket Watch Domain. 1. The evil within the virtual world can nourish the pocket watch itself, but if the evil is too great, it will backfire on the watch. If the evil can no longer be controlled, destroy both the virtual and real worlds. 2. There are 2.5 hours of chaos time every day in the virtual world, during which everyone's dark thoughts will be infinitely magnified. When chaos time ends, memories will be sealed, and everyone will continue to disguise themselves. 3. Those who enter the virtual world later will not be affected, but chaos time will be forcibly skipped. 4. If the residents of the virtual world discover their own evil, it will cause them to instantly transform and gain 100-fold power. Suddenly enlightened. It turns out that whether it was the beast tide or the strange happenings in the apartment, it was all its doing. No wonder it initiated the beast tide. Because the evil of this enigmatic number 13 had already reached an unbearable level, if it did not destroy this apartment soon, it would be backfired upon. No wonder the woman on the second floor couldn't see her husband dying in front of her. Because the hypnotic pocket watch had long since hypnotized their eyes, making them unable to see this evil. No wonder Lin Chan and the others could see all the corpses and evil. Because Lin Chan and the others were the later entrants. No wonder they couldn't suspect the apartment owner in the first 5 days. This would easily violate the 4th rule of the pocket watch domain, leading to their catastrophe spiraling out of control. So that so-called security rule was likely also the work of the hypnotic pocket watch of catastrophe. Its appearance today probably also meant that the evil within the apartment had completely exceeded its control. Nourishing evil, indulging evil, will ultimately be backfired by evil. How ridiculous. As clever as Su Wanning, who had been following Lin Chen, how could she not guess the final answer? So at this moment, Su Wanning truly felt a mix of emotions. Lin Chen collected his thoughts and said solemnly, as a final boss, its data is not particularly strong. Everyone, cooperate as usual. Old Tang, Old Yang, go! With Lin Chen's command, the entire 6-person team sprang into action. The main tank, off-tank, mage, hunter, and priest all took their positions. Su Wanning also found a safe place, always protecting herself. Boom! The hypnotic pocket watch of catastrophe crashed down. The entire battle process was orderly, without any accidents. With a piercing scream, its massive body gradually turned to ashes. Lin Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. It was finally coming. The moment of final judgment. As the hypnotic pocket watch of catastrophe died, the entire enigmatic apartment seemed to be undergoing a tremendous change. The illusions before all the owners were instantly shattered, allowing them to see the most real world. The first to react were several screams. The woman on the second floor opened her door and saw a scene as bloody as hell. The man on the third floor prepared to go out to find his son but saw the woman from the 4th floor dead at his doorstep. The little boy on the 4th floor finally realized something was wrong. His mother might never come back. The old man on the 5th floor trembled as he reached out a tentative finger towards the seemingly peaceful sleeping grandmother. The man on the 6th floor saw that the dog did not eat the ham he threw, but instead kept gnawing on the fresh meat covered in blood. Where did this meat come from? The man leaned his neck toward the dog cage, nearly scared out of his wits. On the ground lay a human skeleton. At that moment, the old speaker in the apartment suddenly made a sound. All residents, please report to the security room on the 1st floor. 10 minutes later, when the man from the 6th floor limped into the security room with a makeshift cane made from a bed leg, all the survivors had gathered. The woman from the 2nd floor still looked terrified, unable to believe her husband had died before her eyes. Others had various expressions, but most were filled with fear. Seeing the man from the 6th floor arrive, Manhwa and Gu Shuirong silently surrounded him, afraid he would escape. Gu Shuirong tightly gripped her wand, waiting for the man from the 6th floor to unleash the disaster so she could eliminate this serial killer. Before the era of universal job changes, Gu Shuirong had been admitted to the police academy. Her dream was to punish evil and promote good. This also explained why she, a girl, had such courage. Even when she saw the bloody scene on the 2nd floor, she only froze for a moment. Yi Shen, let's begin. Judge the evil. Gu Shuirong excitedly waved her fist. Lin Chen slightly nodded, his gaze suddenly fixed on the man from the 3rd floor, Chu Biao. Chu Biao felt a bit scared under Lin Chen's stare and nervously said, Lin, why are you looking at me like that? I'm not the criminal. I want you to help me find my son. Lin Chen ignored his attempt to get close and directly said, you are the first person I want to accuse of committing a crime. As soon as Lin Chen said this, everyone except Su Wanning, who had already guessed the truth, was stunned. What was going on with Yi Shen? Wasn't the killer the man from the 6th floor? How did it turn into the man from the 3rd floor? Could it be a mistake? Ma Hua was about to remind Lin Chen but was stopped by Su Wanning. Trust him, let him speak. Seeing this, Manhwa and the others suppressed their doubts and listened to Lin Chen continue. The man from the third floor, Chu Biao, was stunned by Lin Chen's accusation, incredulously pointing at himself. What? Me? I killed someone? Lin, please don't joke around. Lin Chen continued with a firm voice. The one you killed is the husband of the woman from the second floor. You and the woman from the second floor are lovers. Her husband often abused her and you couldn't stand it, so you chose to kill her husband. Tang Junren finally couldn't help but ask, but how do you explain the cane at the scene? Shouldn't it belong to the man from the sixth floor? Why isn't it the man from the sixth floor who killed him? Lin Chen had long thought through this question. Do you remember the cruel wounds on the back of the corpse? The man from the sixth floor couldn't have done it. Not to mention how a disabled person could kill the able-bodied husband of the woman from the second floor. Just the wounds on the back of the corpse couldn't have been inflicted by the strength of the man from the sixth floor. That requires immense power. The man from the third floor, on the other hand, is muscular, with thick calluses on his hands, indicating he has a habit of working out. In the entire apartment, only he has that kind of strength. Everyone, after hearing this, truly felt that there was no problem at all. As Chu Biao listened to Lin Chen's analysis, his gaze grew colder. Finally, after Lin Chen finished speaking, he let out a cold laugh, no longer pretending. As a mass of black mist wrapped around him, seemingly coming from nowhere, the disaster transformation began. His data panel also appeared before everyone. Disaster level 3 man evil value 50 level 10 health 2000 attack power 180. This disaster monster could only be considered at the level of an elite monster. Tang Jun rushed forward immediately while Lin Chen knocked an arrow and drew the string, shooting 2 arrows towards the weak points of the level 3 man. Gu Shuerong and Ma Hua also reacted quickly, hurrying towards Lin Chen and the others. Yang Kailang instantly got into the zone, wielding his big knife as he charged at the level 3 man. After the disaster transformation, the level 3 man let out a roar, his muscles bulging instantly, making him look quite formidable. But unfortunately for him, he encountered the even more formidable Lin Chen's team. In just a few minutes, he was killed by Lin Chen and the others. The other residents stared blankly at this scene. When the level 3 man turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared in the security room, the other residents suddenly shivered and came to their senses. What was that just now? There are actually monsters in our apartment? Oh my god, this is terrifying. Thank goodness we have security, otherwise we would be living next to monsters every day. That's just horrifying. Among everyone, the reaction of the woman on the second floor was the most intense. He was actually a monster? I've been in bed with a monster so many times? The woman on the second floor's mindset collapsed, but Lin Chen ignored her. Breakdown, gripping his bow and arrow, his cold gaze fixed on the woman, his voice as chilling as ancient ice. Monsters are not just one. Feeling Lin Chen's gaze, the woman quickly waved her hands tremblingly, anxiously. Defending herself, although I cheated, I absolutely have nothing to do with the killing of my husband. It was that monster who did it. I am innocent. Lin Chen sneered. That's right, you are innocent regarding the killing of your husband. However, you have committed another crime. Ma Hua and the others were completely confused, and Tang Jun was scratching his head frantically, as if that would help him think quickly. How could the woman on the second floor have committed a crime? Why was Lin Chen's deduction completely different from theirs? Wasn't it said that the fingerprints belonged to the man on the sixth floor? Wait a minute. Lin Chen had already said that the strength of the man on the sixth floor was not enough for him to commit a crime. So excluding that possibility, the only remaining suspect was the woman on the second floor. Soon, another question arose in everyone's minds. Why did the woman on the second floor want to kill the woman on the fourth floor? Lin Chen quickly provided the answer. You killed the mother of the little boy on the fourth floor. And the reason is absurdly terrifying. Lin Chen fixed his icy gaze on the woman on the second floor, coldly stating, you were jealous. You were jealous that the woman on the fourth floor was more beautiful than you. Because the son of the man on the third floor and the little boy on the fourth floor are classmates, your lover inevitably had to interact with the woman on the fourth floor. So your jealousy gradually evolved into obsession. That day, the woman on the fourth floor simply came to ask the man on the third floor when his child would go to play with the little boy on the fourth floor, and you happened to see her. Under the influence of chaotic time, your jealousy reached its peak, and you finally couldn't hold back, strangling the woman on the fourth floor. All of this was due to your pathetic jealousy and possessiveness. Ridiculous. Almost the moment Lin Chen finished speaking, the woman on the second floor instantly underwent a disaster transformation. She let out a sharp scream, her sharp nails and slender fingers becoming her best weapons. Her attributes were basically no different from the man on the third floor. Lin Chen and the others easily killed her. But Lin Chen's judgment was still not over. His gaze shifted to the hunched old man. Whenever Lin Chen looked at someone, that person would be judged. Could it be that this old man? Ma Hua and the others felt their worldview collapse. Although the first time they saw this old man, he seemed a bit serious and irritable. After getting to know him, they found that he was actually quite lovable. Could it be that even he had committed a crime? Lin Chen's gaze fell on the old man, feeling a bit reluctant, but he could only harden his heart and continue. As for you, you killed the son of the man on the third floor. The reason is that in a moment of chaos you regained a moment of clarity, and from others you learned that the man on the third floor had killed your son, so you wanted him to suffer the pain of losing a child. So you extended your evil hand to the son of the man on the third floor. The son of the man on the third floor was running up to the fourth floor with a ball, and you lured him with candy, attracting his attention, then pushed him down. That child's body rolled from the fourth floor to the third floor, directly falling to his death. The candy you used to lure him and the bloodstains were left on the third floor. To draw attention, you even threw the little boy's body to the sixth floor, trying to frame the man on the sixth floor, because you also hated that man. As a result, the little boy ended up without even a complete corpse. Upon hearing this, the old man coughed a few times, not showing anger or panic at being exposed, but instead chuckled and asked, "An eye for an eye, I accept my old bones. But before I die, I want to ask, who killed my old partner?" Lin Chen fell silent and turned his gaze to the little boy on the fourth floor. This scene left everyone stunned. This little boy was actually the culprit who killed the old lady. But wasn't the sleeping pill from the man on the sixth floor? How did the little boy get it? Feeling Lin Chen's gaze on him, the little boy was more candid than anyone else, flashing a bright smile, revealing his delicate tiger teeth. "That's right, it was me who killed her. Who told the old man to kill my only companion? I saw it that day, so I put all the sleeping pills that the big brother from the sixth floor gave me into the Wang's eye milk. Didn't the old man and old lady always say I disturbed their rest? Now I let them sleep forever." The little boy's innocent words were even more chilling. At such a young age, in his ignorance of good and evil, all he could think of was using evil to solve evil. Truly tragic. After getting the answer, the old man sighed and then slowly straightened his originally hunched back, his once pale hair suddenly turning bright red. He also triggered a disaster. Not only him, but the little boy from the fourth floor, who actively admitted his guilt, also excitedly triggered a disaster. Two elite monsters charged towards Lin Chen and the others at the same time. Old Tang, Old Yang, one for each. Kill slowly. Everyone drinks potions directly when their health is below 2/3. Don't hold back. Gu Shuerong, you unleash your output. Focus on killing the disaster monster on Old Tang's side first. Old Ma, keep an eye on Old Tang's health. Yang Kailang, if your health drops below 1/3, retreat immediately and leave the monster to me. The team had to face two monsters at the same time, but Lin Chen remained calm and organized in his commands. Soon, there was no need for Lin Chen to replace Yang Kailang. The disaster monster on Old Tang's side was dealt with. Everyone immediately turned their firepower towards the disaster monster that Yang Kailang was holding back. The healthy Old Tang stepped forward to replace Yang Kailang, whose health had dropped below half, and everyone continued to unleash their firepower. Finally, the other disaster monster, filled with unwillingness and resentment, turned into a cloud of dust. In the once noisy security room, only the man from the sixth floor remained. At this point, all the murder cases had found their corresponding culprits. The man from the sixth floor seemed innocent. Ma Hua sighed. "I never expected that the person we had always suspected would turn out to be the only innocent one." Gu Shuerong echoed, "Thank goodness we have Ishen, otherwise, we might not have been able to clear this instance." But at this moment, Lin Chen did not put away his longbow. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the last survivor, the man from the sixth floor. Lin Chen slowly shook his head, his eyes growing colder. No, he is not innocent either. In this strange 13th apartment, everyone is a villain. In fact, the ability to deduce the man's guilt from the sixth floor was entirely due to Lin Chen's past experiences. Otherwise, Lin Chen might have thought that the man from the sixth floor was the only kind-hearted one. But if the man from the sixth floor were truly innocent, then Lin Chen's team in the past would have failed the challenge long ago due to wrong choices. So the man from the sixth floor also harbored evil. It must be said that the man from the sixth floor was the one who hid his true sins the deepest. The evidence that could be easily discovered was all the result of others intentionally or unintentionally framing him. Therefore, although Lin Chen's team in the past chose one of the guilty parties correctly, the reasons for their guilt were misidentified, leading to a very low completion rate. Gu Shuerong was already shocked speechless by Lin Chen's words. What? Everyone is a villain? No wonder even the disaster's hypnotic pocket watch couldn't suppress the evil of this strange apartment. Tang Junrun, however, was somewhat confused. No, there are no more murders for him to commit. What crime could he possibly commit? Lin Chen smiled coldly, his tone filled with hatred. Actually, besides directly killing someone, there is another way to kill. That is to incite murder. The reason the man from the third floor couldn't stand the domestic violence from the man on the second floor is that the man from the sixth floor was adding fuel to the fire with his descriptions. Even the weapon used for the crime was the cane he had sharpened in advance. He also constantly hinted to the woman on the second floor that the woman on the fourth floor was using her looks and closeness to the child to tempt the man from the third floor. So when the woman from the second floor saw the woman from the fourth floor approaching the man from the third floor, she broke down. What's even more terrifying is that he told the woman from the fourth floor that the son of the man from the third floor was looking for her. Without thinking much, she happily agreed to meet, only to run into the woman from the second floor. You could say he personally pushed the woman from the fourth floor towards death. The reason he did this was simply that the woman from the 4th floor once looked down on him and didn't let him play with the boy from the 4th floor. The old man from the 5th floor gave him candy out of gratitude, and the reason for that gratitude was that he told the old man the cause of his son's death. The old man was then blinded by hatred, using the same pain of losing a child to take revenge on the man from the 3rd floor. The sleeping pills that the boy from the 4th floor poisoned with were also given by him. He is the puppet master behind all the evils. He is the one who stirs the pot. Even this incitement to murder is more despicable than killing with one's own hands. He has allowed the seeds of evil to sprout in a once barren soil. He has pushed a person, a situation, into an utterly irreconcilable dead end. The man on the 6th floor, who had been silently observing everything in the security room, smiled. From the moment he entered, he had shown no expression. Not even when the man on the 3rd floor first transformed into a disaster monster did he display any fear. His gaze remained calm, leaning on his half-finished cane, standing quietly. It was only when Lin Chen spoke these words that he finally showed an expression. He slowly raised his head and looked at Lin Chen, whose eyes were blazing. I allowed them to sprout the flowers of evil? If there were no seeds of evil, how could they sprout flowers of evil? I just wanted to survive here, but what about them? Not a single person does not despise me, not a single person does not loathe me. As a result, they all appear glamorous on the outside, but behind it, they are thieves and prostitutes. Women who betray their marriages for fleeting pleasure. Men who never support their elderly parents even when they are right there. Those who are clearly violent inside but insist on pretending to be generous. Only indulging in pleasure and play, completely disregarding others like spoiled children. And that woman who publicly insulted me as a parasite. Ha ha ha, how noble she is. But the way she was choked to death was quite humble. They all deserve to die. At that moment, Gu Shuerong suddenly asked, what about the old man on the 5th floor? The man on the 6th floor? Why are you still asking? Interrupting my momentum? Them? Poor old man, but the pitiful must have their hateful aspects. It was their boundless indulgence that raised such a son. So, what is wrong with me killing them? The man on the 6th floor smiled sadly, and a surging black mist erupted from his body. His form began to twist, and even the cane in his hand exploded. He had transformed. Transformed 6th floor man, evil value 100, level 10 health, 5500 attack power, 250. Lin Chan's gaze sharpened. The transformation value was as high as 100. Most others had transformation values around 50 to 60, but he never expected this 6th floor man's transformation value to be so terrifying. And his stats had skyrocketed due to the explosion of the transformation value. Its numbers had far exceeded those of the recently transformed hypnotic pocket. Watch. It turned out that this 6th floor man was the final boss of this instance. The 6th floor man in his previous life was not this strong. Perhaps it was because the evils they pointed out in their past life were not comprehensive? But now was clearly not the time to dwell on these things. Lin Chen quickly scanned the team, and his heart sank slightly. Yang Kailang and Tang Junrun were both in poor condition. Yang Kailang's health had only recovered to about half. Manhwa clearly noticed the problem and anxiously looked at Lin Chen. If Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang approached this final boss recklessly in their current state, the pressure on him as a glorious priest would be immense. Tang Junrun, however, didn't care about anything else and raised his shield, ready to charge forward. Everyone, fall back. Lin Chen suddenly shouted. Tang Junrun halted abruptly, turning back in surprise, clearly not understanding Lin Chen's decision. Lin Chen slowly took out his Destruction Eternal Nightbow from behind, his expression calm and light, and said with a smile, let's take a break for a moment, this final boss is mine. With that, Lin Chen knocked an arrow and drew the string, 2 arrows shooting out with a thunderous roar, both undergoing a transformation. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Wow! The 2 arrows were as dark as ink, blending perfectly with the night. This arrow triggered the Black Seal. The other arrow was dazzling as daylight, like a meteor streaking through the deep night sky. This arrow triggered the Dawn Arrow. What luck! Could it be that his bravery and decisiveness had earned him such overwhelming fortune? The 2 arrows accurately shot towards the left leg of the man on the 6th floor. Some might wonder why not shoot the right leg? Because the man on the 6th floor had no right leg. This was a case of shooting the good leg of a cripple. Of course, Lin Chen wasn't that cruel. The reason he aimed for the left leg was simple. In his eyes, the left knee was the weak point of the man on the 6th floor. Boom! The man on the 6th floor let out a wail and involuntarily took a step back, nearly falling to the ground. Above his crimson hair, several numbers slowly floated out. -130, -130, -67, -120. Just from this attack, Lin Chen had unleashed a staggering 447 points of damage, leaving Manhwa and Gu Shuerong beside him in shock. The first 130 points of damage were from the initial trigger of the Black Seal, quickly followed by the damage from the Dawn Arrow. The second 130 points were the result of the 100% Black Seal damage after the Dawn Arrow's effect. The third was the damage from Lin Chen's first arrow's attack power. The fourth was a critical hit from Lin Chen's second arrow striking the weak point. The critical hit damage was 180% of the original damage. Just this one arrow from Lin Chen could match the damage dealt by other dark hunters shooting for half a day. Lin Chen saw the man on the 6th floor hopping on one leg for a moment before he managed to steady himself, glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. "Oh, your balance isn't bad." After a brief remark, Lin Chen began to keep his distance from the man on the 6th floor. After being attacked by Lin Chen, the man's aggro was locked onto him. As Lin Chen distanced himself, he shouted to Gu Shuerong and the others, "The flashy spirit mages can output damage. But be careful not to exceed my output, or you might draw aggro away from me. Old Tang and Old Yang, stay close to the mages and priest. Wan Ning, find the safest spot, don't stray too far from Old Tang." Tang Junrun nodded quickly, holding his shield, while Yang Kailang silently moved closer to Gu Shuerong, healing himself as he went. Having been with Lin Chen for so long, Tang Junrun had witnessed Lin Chen soloing monsters countless times, so he wasn't surprised. When Yang Kailang first met Lin Chen, he had seen him solo an elite monster, so he too felt no astonishment. As for Su Wan Ning, she was undoubtedly the one who understood Lin Chen the most now. But Manhwa and Gu Shuerong had never seen such a scene. Manhwa trembled as he asked Tang Junrun, "Is it really okay for Ishin to handle it alone? Could he be counting on me? If Ishin is cornered, my healing spells would only be a drop in the bucket." Gu Shuerong pushed Tang Junrun anxiously and said, "You need to go help. Ishin, we don't need you to protect us." But Tang Junrun's sturdy body was not something Gu Shuerong's small frame could budge. Even though Gu Shuerong was already quite strong among the girls, Tang Junrun chuckled foolishly, reaching out to scratch his head, but Gu Shuerong became even more urgent. "Stop scratching your head, brother Tang, go help Ishin, please." Tang Junrun felt a bit helpless and could only hurriedly explain, "Don't worry, Ishin can handle it. If I go, it would only cause trouble. Let me share a little secret with you. When teammates are around, Ishin can't unleash his full power. It's when the teammates are absent that Ishin is at his strongest. But, Brother Ma, your little healing spells might not even be needed." Su Wanning, who was behind the crowd, chuckled softly. Everyone can always trust Lin Chen. Gu Shuerong and the others were only half convinced by Tang Junrun's words. But at this moment, there seemed to be no better way. Regardless, Manhwa tightened his grip on his staff and potions, ready to cast healing spells at any moment. Gu Shuerong also began to wave her wand, providing long-range attack support for Lin Chen. When she didn't have skills available, she would still shoot out magic orbs. It must be said that her accuracy with the magic orbs was quite impressive in comparison, although Manhwa was very precise. With the timing of his skill releases, his accuracy with the magic orbs was far lacking. He either missed completely or shot off target. Eventually, Manhwa simply stopped shooting magic orbs altogether. It would be bad if he hit Lin Chen. Thinking of this, Manhwa couldn't help but ask Gu Shuerong in astonishment, "How do you do it? Every magic orb is so precise?" Gu Shuerong snorted coldly and replied irritably, "You think I'm like you? I'm a police academy student practicing shooting every day until I want to vomit blood. How could I not be accurate? Stop chatting with me and keep an eye on Ishin. If something happens, I'll kill you." Manhwa shivered and immediately shut up. He didn't expect this woman to be a police academy student. No wonder she was so fierce. She was not someone to mess with. At this moment, Lin Chen was easily toying with the man from the 6th floor. Due to his broken leg, the 6th floor man's movement speed was not fast and he could only keep hopping around. If Lin Chen were a flashy spirit mage, he wouldn't be able to kite so easily either. But Lin Chen was a dark hunter, and with the skill, Dark Envelop, the already slow 6th floor man found it even harder to approach Lin Chen. He could only be whittled down bit by Lin Chen. With Gu Shuerong's help on the side, the seemingly long health bar of the 6th floor man was continuously shrinking. Finally, the 6th floor man's health bar was down to the last sliver. At this moment, Lin Chen put away his longbow, turned around, and no longer looked at the 6th floor man, instead smiling as he walked towards the crowd. At the same time, a shot of soul-pursuing arrow flew towards the 6th floor man, taking away his last bit of health. The 6th floor man looked down in disbelief at the arrow embedded in his body, let out a painful howl, and then transformed into a cloud of black mist, dissipating in the dungeon. And Lin Chen never looked back at this scene. The swirling black mist became the coolest backdrop for him. A real man never looks back. I have to say, Lin Chen's show-off this time. No, this display of brilliance in front of others can be considered extremely successful. This scene made Gu Shuerong's eyes widen in an instant, and she unconsciously drooled, murmuring, "So handsome." Even Su Wanning couldn't take her eyes off him, closely watching Lin Chen as he walked over slowly. But soon, Tang Junrun's honest voice ruthlessly popped these pink bubbles. "Brother E, does that mean we've completed this instance?" Tang Junrun clearly didn't notice the hostile glances from Gu Shuerong and Su Wanning. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. "Not yet." Everyone suddenly froze. "Not yet? But everyone is dead." Lin Chen reminded them, "You haven't forgotten, right? When the system announced the task upon entering the instance. Only then did everyone recall the task details issued by the system today. Besides eliminating evil, there was another line. When all evil is eliminated, you need to choose to take the kind landlord away from the apartment to complete the instance." But Tang Junrun scratched his head. "The entire apartment is either dead or just executed by us. Where are the kind people?" At this moment, Su Wanning had already reacted first, looking at Lin Chen with excitement. Lin Chen returned her gaze with warmth, seemingly encouraging her to voice her guess. It's that dog. The one the man on the 6th floor raised. Indeed, there are no kind people left, but what the system referred to as the kind landlord. As long as that dog lives in this apartment, it counts as the landlord. Lin Chen added with admiration, that's right, I guess this is also a narrative trick set by the system. From start to finish, the system never said that the landlord had to be human. And in the eyes of the man on the 6th floor, the dog is his best companion and also his roommate. Soon, Lin Chen and the others ascended to the 6th floor again. At this point, the entire apartment had become eerily silent, looking quite dilapidated. However, fortunately, all the evil here had completely vanished. Inside the 6th floor, the lonely little dog was still lying on the ground in confusion. Nearby was the shocking corpse. But the little dog didn't understand that. It might still think this was fresh food given to it by the old man from the 5th floor. So eating the corpse wasn't considered evil. Just the dog's nature. Everyone suppressed their fear and disgust and released the dog. The cage opened, but the dog didn't immediately run out joyfully. Instead, it cautiously observed everyone. Lin Chen remembered that it wasn't like this when it was with its owner. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly noticed some wounds on the little dog, seemingly signs of having been beaten. I'm afraid the other residents in this building didn't like this dog and even abused it, which is why it's so afraid of people. In its eyes, only the owner is good to it. Only the owner can be trusted. To others, its owner might be a ruthless killer, but to it, he is its only salvation and hope. What a pity. Lin Chen sighed and picked a little dog out of the cage. The dog struggled a couple of times, but upon realizing Lin Chen meant no harm, it stopped struggling and lay down obediently beside him. Lin Chen held the dog and led everyone towards the apartment's exit. As they walked past the corridor that had been guarded for 6 days, looking at the scarred walls, it could be considered a mark of their struggle. When they stepped out of the apartment door, the instance finally declared its end. Congratulations to Lin Chen, Tang Junren, Su Wanning, Manhwa Shuerong, and Yang Kailang's team for completing the second nationwide disaster instance, the mysterious apartment. Number 13. Dungeon completion rate 100%. Rating S+ calculating dungeon rewards. Congratulations. Your team's dungeon completion speed ranking 3rd place. Now releasing dungeon completion rewards. Please wait for all teams to complete the dungeon before the final ranking is calculated, at which point the ranking rewards will be released again. Hearing the completion speed ranking, Gu Shuerong and Manhwa cheered, while Yang Kailang remained silent, only slightly clenching his fists. Tang Junren and Su Wanning were momentarily taken aback, showing a hint of disappointment on their faces. They weren't in first place? Back then, they had a significant lead over the second place. Had they fallen so far behind now? Don't be discouraged. Lin Chen chuckled. This time is completely different from the first disaster dungeon. In the eerie apartment dungeon, the higher the completion rate, the longer the time consumed. If we had only chosen one person and exposed their evil deeds, our completion speed would have certainly increased significantly. But correspondingly, the completion rate would be too low. The final overall evaluation is primarily based on the completion rate, and if the completion rates are the same, then the speed is compared. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone felt a bit more at ease. What they didn't know was that the team with the fastest completion speed was actually Fu Qian's team. Perhaps fueled by the anger of losing his brother, Fu Qian's output was off the charts as he bravely fought through enemies. The criminal they ultimately identified was the man from the 6th floor, and only the man from the 6th floor. Thus, they ranked first in completion speed. The second-ranked team was also familiar faces. It was Yan Hao and Wei Ci. They identified everyone except the man from the 6th floor, but they failed to uncover the evil behind him, so they chose to take him away from the apartment. Their final completion rate was only 80%. Their speed ranked second. When Yan Hao saw that they were second in speed, he was so furious he felt like his lungs would explode. It was Wei Ci who reminded him that in this dungeon, the higher the completion rate, the slower the speed. If the first place really was Lin Chen's team, then their completion rate could not possibly reach 80%. In their team, all 6 members were their own people, and their equipment was all top-notch, even epic, with a very harmonious cooperation. How could Lin Chen win with a ragtag exile knight and a bizarre spirit that only recorded videos? As for the other instances, their progress is still uneven at this time. The choices in each instance are also varied and diverse. However, while the instances seem fraught with danger, as long as you survive until the last day, you can choose anyone at random and still pass. It's merely a matter of completion rate. The most difficult part of this instance is actually the beast tied in the last 2 days, where the most people die. During the final judgment, most player teams chose just one person. There were exceptions. Of course. Among the hundreds of millions of parallel instances, there were also other clever individuals who deduced all the answers to the puzzles and identified all the guilty parties. Unfortunately, some teams were wiped out by the combined forces of the old man and the little boy's disaster monsters, while others were killed by the man on the 6th floor with a final sin value of 100. Currently, there is only one team that has survived. That is Lin Shen's team, the only team that possesses both wisdom and strength. On Lin Shen's side, as a golden light flashed, the experience rewards for completing the instance had already descended upon the 6 of them. Congratulations, you have received experience rewards 2000 points. Your completion speed bonus 10% total 2200 points. Adding to everyone's original experience, everyone's level instantly rose to level 12. Manhwa couldn't help but click his tongue. He remembered that when they completed the first instance, they only received 500 experience points but rose 5 levels. However, now the experience reward was as high as 2000 points, yet it only raised everyone by a little over 2 levels. It truly gets harder to level up as you go higher. At this moment, the system's announcement continued. Congratulations! Your team has received a large number of item rewards. The next moment, the familiar golden light sphere appeared before everyone again. The rewards inside this thing were quite generous. Everyone couldn't help but feel excited. The current item distribution mode is based on contribution points auction distribution. Contribution points can be freely traded or gifted. Contribution point rankings: Lin Shen 40 points, Tang Junrun 15 points, Gu Shuerong 15 points, Yang Kailang 20 points, Manhwa 10 points, Su Wanning 0 points. Lin Shen still had the most. The reason was naturally that Lin Shen dealt the most damage. After all, he caused over 60% of the damage to the final boss. The evaluation of contribution points is quite comprehensive, with output, damage taken, and healing each occupying their respective proportions. So aside from Lin Shen, everyone's contribution points were not too far apart. For example, Yang Kailang, who both tanked and dealt damage, naturally scored high. Tang Junren, who only tanked and did not deal damage, was slightly inferior. But the distribution of contribution points was not important, as everyone unanimously decided to transfer all their contribution points to Lin Shen. Lin Shen looked at the continuous transfer notifications with some surprise and glanced at everyone. Gu Shuerong giggled. Ishan is the captain. We all listened to Ishan's distribution. Manhwa quickly echoed. That's right, that's right. Lin Shen chuckled and no longer insisted. In that case, I'll handle the distribution. By the way, before opening the light sphere, I want to say something. Lin Shen cleared his throat, looked seriously at Gu Shuerong, and said, Gu Shuerong, I now invite you to join our team. What do you think? Lin Shen originally wanted to say do you agree, but suddenly realized that this phrase seemed a bit strange. He didn't want Gu Shuerong to have even the slightest misunderstanding. Lin Shen thought for a long time. He truly admired Gu Shuerong's skills, and he knew very well that Gu Shuerong would only grow stronger in the future. Having her in the team would definitely be a top-notch asset. If Lin Shen wanted to lead Su Wanning and everyone to survive longer in the era of universal job changes, Gu Shuerong was indeed a good teammate choice. Of course, he was already prepared to find a time to explain his feelings for Su Wanning to Gu Shuerong, so she wouldn't have to be so persistent. As for whether Gu Shuerong, who had been rejected, would still want to stay in the team, that would depend on her choice. When Gu Shuerong heard Lin Shen's words, she was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up a meter high. Yay! Really? God, you invited me to join your team? Gu Shuerong looked at Manhwa beside her frantically, excitedly asking, Did you hear that? God invited me. Manhwa waved his hand dismissively. I heard. I'm also a member of the team. Gu Shuerong excitedly asked everyone in a circle. Except for Yang Kailang. Yang Kailang had long since hidden away in some corner to study the universe. When Gu Shuerong was still excitedly wanting to hug Lin Shen, she was quickly stopped by him. Lin Shen stepped back a bit while holding the little dog in his arms, then awkwardly smiled. Alright, that's enough. Welcome to your joining. Let's end the celebration here. Let's unbox one at a time, except for me. Lin Shen was really hesitant to gamble on his unpredictable luck. Damn it, a whiteboard weapon from a 3-star elite monster chest? The odds were almost as good as getting a legendary item, right? Hey, guess what? Lin Shen encountered it. Knowing the reason, Su Wanning covered her mouth and chuckled, stepping forward first to reach into the golden light sphere. Everyone immediately held their breath, eagerly looking at Su Wanning. Swish! A blue light flashed before everyone. Their hearts raced wildly. It was an epic item. Staff of Desolation and Suffering quality, epic usable level, 20 spell power, 90-95 mana, 200 skill, overhealing. The healer's healing amount is increased by 50% and a temporary shield exists. The shield can stack, lasting for 5 seconds. Exchange price, 20 contribution points. Boom. Hua's eyes widened suddenly, staring intently at the staff in Su Wanning's hand. This. Manhwa was so excited he could barely speak, gesturing wildly to express his inner excitement. Su Wanning smiled sweetly and directly handed the staff in her hand to Manhwa. Of course, Lin Shen didn't forget to exchange the staff for 20 contribution points. Manhwa solemnly took the staff that Su Wanning handed over, hesitatingly staring at the staff in his hands, then looking at Lin Shen. Ishan, you should know what kind of price this staff could fetch if sold, right? Lin Shen's expression was strange. You don't want to sell this equipment, do you? Manhwa quickly hugged the staff tightly to his chest. How could that be? I wouldn't sell this staff even if I sold myself. The value of this staff is simply terrifying. Is this really a level 20 epic equipment? Manhwa excitedly rubbed the staff, and if his level hadn't been too low to equip it, he would have probably equipped it and started waving it around already. After getting a good start, everyone became even more excited. Since old Ma got the first good equipment, let him draw the next one too? Lin Chen suggested, and everyone agreed. The next item Manhwa drew was a level 15 fine light armor. This light armor, being level 15, was better than the previous level 10 light armor, so this light armor was also assigned to Manhwa. Seeing that Manhwa looked a bit disappointed, Lin Chen quickly patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. It's okay, don't be sad. Your luck has all been used up on getting this staff, so it's normal to draw something a bit more ordinary. The next item was drawn by Tang Junren. Buzz. Another green light flashed, and it was still a fine equipment. However, Tang Junren's luck was slightly better than Manhwa's just now. He drew a pair of level 20 fine boots. These level 20 boots had much better stats than the Wind Spirit boots Lin Chen was currently wearing, and although they lacked one skill, that skill was only optional for Lin Chen. So he planned to exchange the level 10 epic boots, the Wind Spirit boots, to Yang Kai Lang, who was more suited for the skill on the Wind Spirit boots. Next was Gu Shuai-rong. Gu Shuai-rong was rubbing her hands together, blowing a breath here and there, while chanting, luck come, luck from all directions come. After completing this whole process, Gu Shuai-rong solemnly reached out towards the light ball, her face full of pious anticipation for her result. An envelope was pulled out from the light ball. This time, it didn't even have a hint of glow. Gu Shuai-rong's face almost twisted in an instant. What the heck? I prayed so sincerely, and this is what I get. Before Gu Shuai-rong could finish her complaint, Yang Kai Lang, who felt it was almost his turn, was so nervous he was about to explode, reaching straight into the light ball without even waiting for everyone to see what Gu Shuai-rong had drawn. Seeing this, Gu Shuai-rong curled her lips in disdain and said, I prayed so sincerely and got this junk, and you're so casual. If you get something good it would be strange. And I suspect that it's not that I'm unlucky, but that there are no good items left in this light ball. Just as Gu Shuai-rong was still justifying herself, Yang Kai Lang had already pulled his hand out. A blue light quietly flickered before everyone's eyes. Gu Shuai-rong? Others. Yang Kai Lang. Yang Kai Lang had drawn yet another epic equipment. At this moment, Gu Shuai-rong's previous words, there are no good items left in the light ball, seemed to linger in the air. But the next moment, Yang Kai Lang's extremely simple method of opening the box slapped Gu Shuai-rong hard in the face. Everyone was stunned. Manhwa couldn't help but hum, just keep it simple, a simpler way to open the box. His sarcastic humming immediately earned him a big eye roll from Gu Shuai-rong. Just as she was about to scold, Manhwa quickly changed the subject and instinctively shouted, look at this equipment. Gu Shuai-rong immediately turned her attention to the equipment in Yang Kai Lang's hands. Wand of Ancient Judgment quality, epic usable level, 20 spell power, 90-105 mana, 100 skill purification, passive all. Skill mana costs reduced by 20%. Exchange price, 20 contribution points. Wow, it's mine. This is so beautiful. Gu Shuai-rong screamed, and in her excitement, she snatched the exquisite wand from Yang Kai Lang's hands. Strangely, Gu Shuai-rong's delight was not about the wand's stats, but its appearance. Is this what they call being a beauty control? Lin Chen was skeptical. If a stunning plain wand and an incredibly ugly legendary wand were placed before Gu Shuai-rong, which one would she choose? When Gu Shuai-rong grabbed the wand, her fingers accidentally brushed against Yang Kai Lang's palm. Almost instantly, Yang Kai Lang's face turned red. It seemed he had never experienced anything like this before. After a moment of daze, he suddenly turned around and ran away like the wind. The crowd, who had been focused on the wand, did not see this scene. Moreover, it was common for Yang Kai Lang to disappear from sight, and everyone was used to it. If one day Yang Kai Lang suddenly became very close to everyone, that would probably be terrifying, right? Although Gu Shuai-rong preferred the wand's appearance, she had to admit that it was an excellent piece of equipment. Lin Chen gave his evaluation, a wand with a high upper limit and a low lower limit. If luck is on your side and it bursts to 105 spell power, that would be terrifying. Of course, conversely, if it's 90 spell power, that would be really unfortunate. As for the skill, it's a standard mana-saving passive, which is usable. By the way, what did Gu Shuai-rong just open? At this moment, Gu Shuai-rong realized and quickly displayed the envelope she had just obtained from the box. Land Grant Document Category. Item with this document, find the Lord of Shenyuan City in the main city to create a guild. Actually, Lin Chen recognized the envelope the moment it appeared, but of course, he couldn't say it directly, that would raise suspicion. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Tang Junren scratched his head. This thing seems a bit like that recommendation letter from before. Gu Shuai-rong's face lit up with joy, and she quickly said, so, does this mean this thing isn't actually worth that little? Still immersed in his own self-praise, Lin Chen instinctively nodded and casually said, well, it's okay, at least worth 50,000 trading points. Su Wanning frowned in confusion and asked, why is it 50,000 trading points? Lin Chen had not yet realized. Because if you don't have the document, you can only pay 50,000 trading points to apply for creating a guild. Suddenly, Lin Chen had a moment of clarity. Oh no, he said too much. This information could only be known after completing the dungeon and asking the system interface how to create a guild. He just revealed it. Wasn't that a disaster? Sure enough, a hint of suspicion flickered in Su Wanning's eyes as she questioned, "Where did you find out about this? I clearly read all the system introductions and it didn't mention this step at all." Lin Chen felt a cold sweat running down his back. He awkwardly chuckled and deflected, "Huh? No? Then maybe I mixed up the memories from somewhere else. Hey, since you all have drawn, I'll draw one too." At that moment, Lin Chen hurriedly stepped forward, reaching his hand into the glowing orb. He even hoped to draw something extremely useless so that Su Wanning would immediately forget what had just happened. Su Wanning looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression, not knowing what to think, but she didn't press further. It must have just been a memory error, right? Lin Chen couldn't possibly have participated in the nationwide job transition era, could he? Su Wanning scoffed and quickly dismissed that unrealistic thought from her mind. Lin Chen's hand fumbled in the orb for a while before slowly pulling out an item. Good news, it was equipment. Bad news, it was green light. Manhwa and Tang Junren immediately cast sympathetic glances at Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen was stunned as he looked at the equipment in his hand. "Don't be disheartened, bro, we're all fine, it's just luck that's so unreasonable." Manhwa thought Lin Chen was upset because he drew something of good quality. But Lin Chen's attention was already fully on the equipment in his hand. It was another cloak. And it was another cloak that enhanced life professions. What the heck? His luck was finally turning around. The others saw Lin Chen's expression suddenly turn ecstatic and their worries deepened. Could it be that he was driven mad by a piece of equipment? Shock. The legendary arrow god of eternal night was ruined by a piece of good quality equipment. But the next moment, Lin Chen directly displayed the equipment in his hand. Cloak of the Alchemy Emperor type, accessory rating, good quality, usable level 15, passive skill, when refining elixirs, increases energy limit by 50. Everyone was no longer clueless novices, and they could naturally see how outrageous this cloak of the Alchemy Emperor was. An increase of 50 to the energy limit. That meant Lin Chen could refine 15 bottles of elixirs in a day, 5 more than other alchemists. Refining 5 more bottles would mean gaining 5 more proficiency points, and over time, wouldn't Lin Chen's proficiency be much higher than that of other alchemists? The team would be able to stockpile even more potions. Moreover, everyone knew from using the Lotus Elixir that the potions sold in stores were simply trash compared to those refined by players. Just speaking of this dungeon, if it weren't for these Lotus Elixirs, they definitely wouldn't have been able to clear it so smoothly, especially during that wave, when they were backstabbed by Fu Nuo. Without the Lotus Elixirs, Yang Kai Lang and Tang Junren would have found it hard to withstand the long beast tide. "Looks like my luck has returned. I'm no longer a blank slate," Lin Chen said excitedly, then happily stored the cloak in his backpack. As for the earlier incident that almost exposed him, Su Wanning no longer brought it up, and Lin Chen naturally thought he had gotten away with it. Lin Chen had drawn something good, and under everyone's flattery, he continued to open boxes. This time, there was no equipment, but everyone should be satisfied. They had drawn a total of 5 pieces of equipment, which was definitely not a small number. This time, Lin Chen took out a level 15 heavy armor blueprint. It might come in handy, so he stored it away. Lin Chen continued to draw. The next 2 were both equipment blueprints. One was a level 20 dagger blueprint, and the other was a level 15 boot blueprint. Both were rather ordinary, with no special features. Lin Chen then gave the opportunity to Su Wanning, who stepped forward and also drew a blueprint. "It seems my good luck has come to an end." When Su Wanning saw that she was also a blueprint, she displayed the blueprint while chuckling softly. But when Lin Chen saw the equipment blueprint, his eyes widened in surprise. The reason was simple, it was because of the 2 words on the blueprint. Fusion, Bow of Annihilation and Silence, Blueprint, Rating. Unforged level requirement, 20 materials required for forging, Iron Stone times 50, Wind Spirit Stone times 5, 9 Dragon Spirit Stone times 5. Contribution points required, 5, that's right. It was the 2 words before the Bow of Annihilation and Silence fusion. Lin Chen knew all too well what these 2 words meant. Before the equipment could be successfully forged, one piece of equipment could be in the final step. Of course, it had to be of the same type. There was no level restriction. Then, once the new equipment was forged, at least one skill would appear. Yes, the skill of the equipment before forging would be replicated on the newly forged equipment. If the newly forged equipment was of epic quality or above, it might even have 2 or more skills. This was the terrifying aspect of fusion equipment. Blueprints. For Lin Chen, the appearance of this fusion blueprint was simply timely. He was enamored with the skill of the Bow of Annihilation and Night. However, as a level 10 equipment, the attributes of the Bow of Annihilation and Night were simply too poor, and after everyone switched to level 20 equipment, the gap in attributes became even more apparent. But now, with the appearance of the fusion equipment blueprint, this issue was well compensated. With this in mind, Lin Chen slowly raised his head. and looked seriously at Su Wanning. Wanning, it's so good to have you. Su Wanning's pretty face instantly turned red. Manhwa immediately began to tease. Gu Shuerong looked pale as she turned to Lin Chen, her face full of disbelief. Tang Junrun also started scratching his head. Su Wanning hurriedly said, "What are you talking about?" Lin Chen remained serious and said, "The blueprint you created is simply amazing. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to come up with a blueprint of this level. TCH. So it wasn't a confession." Lin Chen's words instantly shattered the anger of the moment, and Manhwa turned his head in boredom, while Tang Junrun reluctantly put away his scratching hand. Only Gu Shuerong showed a smile. Su Wanning was a bit puzzled and looked closely at the blueprint again, only to discover the two words fusion. Having read the introduction to the era of universal job change, Su Wanning naturally knew the meaning of fusion. Lin Chen then began to explain to everyone, and they finally understood the wonderful use of this blueprint, filled with excitement. After all, the strength of the Easy God determined the upper limit of their entire team. At this moment, the golden light sphere began to dim, but it did not completely disappear, and everyone continued to open boxes. After another recipe and a large bag of trading points were taken out, the light sphere finally vanished from sight. The gains from this dungeon run for Lin Chen's small team came to an end. There's nothing much to say about the trading points. On average, each person has over 100 trading points, which isn't too little after all. As for the other prescription, it was produced by another lucky member of the team, a big shot. That's right, it's Yang Kailang. The prescription is quite practical. Return Essence Pill prescription effect can be used to quickly restore mana during battle, total of 50 points, affected by quality. Consumes 2 seconds in normal state, 5 seconds in battle state. Drinking cooldown, 600 seconds, affected by quality. Crafting requirement, level 15 crafting materials, Tianyuan grass times 15, Muling grass times 8, Heishuan grass times 5. Although currently, both the flashy mage and the glorious priest have enough mana for their level. After all, there are only 2 skills in total, and with cooldowns, they can't use much anyway. However, as they progress and acquire more skills, mana will become increasingly tight. So preparing some mana potions in advance is definitely a good idea. Just after Lin Chen learned the prescription, the system's voice rang out again. Attention! Players, S+ rating rewards are now being issued. Tang Junrun and Su Wanqing perked up. The others, having never experienced this stage, were momentarily confused. Manhwa murmured, "Is there still an S+ reward? Is this the benefit of hugging a big leg?" S+ rating reward. Please choose one of the following rewards. 1 piece of level 20 equipment of epic quality or above, type random. 2 ownership of the spirit dog. Can take this spirit dog obtained in this dungeon back, current potential and attributes unknown. When everyone heard this choice of rewards, they all froze, their gazes unconsciously turning to the gentle little dog in Lin Chen's arms. It is actually a spirit dog? Lin Chen was also quite surprised. He hadn't even heard of this thing in his past life. Gu Shuerong almost immediately put on a pitiful look after hearing the system announcement and said to Lin Chen, "Ishan, this little dog is so pitiful, why don't we keep it?" After all, Gu Shuerong was a girl, and she had an innate affection for such pets. Lin Chen ignored Gu Shuerong's coquetry and looked at Su Wanqing beside him, asking, "Wanqing, what do you think?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing frowned in thought and quickly gave her answer. "I think we should definitely keep this spirit dog. An epic piece of equipment. To be honest, it doesn't really enhance us that much, so why not take a gamble?" The system said the potential and attributes of this spirit dog are unknown, which means it's very likely to have combat power. Perhaps its future value far exceeds that of a level 20 epic equipment? Hearing Su Wanqing's words, Gu Shuerong eagerly nodded in agreement. Manhwa then added, "It's epic or above. Theoretically, it's possible to get a legendary piece of equipment." Gu Shuerong immediately shot him a fierce glare, and Manhwa instantly shut up. Lin Chen chuckled, stroking the slightly messy fur on the little dog's back. "Then let's choose it. Even if it has no potential, it might still provide us with some warm companionship during the era of universal job changes." With that, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and gently selected the second reward on the system interface. "Congratulations, selection successful. Your team has fully unlocked the Spirit Beast interface. Everyone can check the Spirit Dog status at any time in the Spirit Beast interface. The group immediately felt a sense of novelty and hurriedly opened the Spirit Dog interface mentioned by the system. Spirit Dog job status. Not transferred level, 1 health, 80 attack power, 5 magic power, 5 mana, 5 agility, 20 wisdom, 10 skills, not learned yet. Wow. Everyone gasped in unison. There really are attributes, and there's even a level to upgrade. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly realized that they might have stumbled upon a treasure. At least from the current level 1 attributes, this spirit dog's stats are not much worse than theirs, and once it levels up, it might become even stronger. Perhaps in the future, this spirit dog will be a great asset to the team. Suddenly, Lin Chen became aware of a fact. If the spirit dog could grow to have attributes similar to those of a transferred player, then wouldn't that mean Lin Chen's team would have 8 members? Once Su Wanning successfully transferred, the entire team's strength would skyrocket. they would truly become the strongest team in the entire server. At least in terms of numbers, they would dominate the server. Lin Chen looked at the spirit dog with increasing fondness. How about we all give the spirit dog a name? Gu Shuiron's eyes immediately lit up. Let's call it Little White. This little dog is white, although its fur is a bit dirty and messy. You can still see its original color. This name was immediately met with unanimous opposition. It was too ordinary. This isn't Crayon Shinchan. Tang Junren scratched his head and offered his suggestion. How about calling it a wang? Lin Chen slowly shook his head. Anything else? Su Wanning pinched her chin and suddenly thought of a name. Since it's white, how about we call it Tang Yuan? Lin Chen quickly nodded. That's good. The others? Is Ishin's double standard behavior a bit too obvious? But to be fair, this name is indeed quite cute, and everyone settled on it. At that moment, the system announcement for the rankings finally rang out. Congratulations! All surviving players have completed the second nationwide disaster instance. According to statistics, the number of teams that were completely wiped out in the second nationwide disaster instance is 37.95 million, with an additional death toll of 25.98 million. Hiss! Everyone who heard this news gasped in shock. Over 30 million teams. This number is simply terrifying. Everyone felt even more fortunate for their lucky survival. Many secretly resolved to work hard to improve their strength on this safe day. The era of nationwide job transfers refuses to allow anyone to slack off. The system announcement continued. Now announcing the top 3 instance scores, the complete list of the top 100 can be viewed in the system leaderboard. Second disaster instance completion team score leaderboard. First place Lin Chen, Tang Junren, Su Wanning, Gu Shuiron, Yang Kailang, Manhwa team. Instance completion time 6 days 1 hour 04 minutes 12 seconds. Side quest completion rate 100% rating S+. Second place Yan Hao, Wei Xi, Deng Jia and other teams. Instance completion time 6 days 0 hours 59 minutes 04 seconds. Side quest completion rate 80% rating A. Boom! Lin Chen. Again seeing Lin Chen? When all the players in the server witnessed this scene, they were all momentarily stunned. Countless fans of Lin Chen were even happier than if they had achieved first place themselves. Indeed, Ishin is still as powerful as ever. Many people noticed Ishin's completion rate. This time, 100%. Although it wasn't the astonishing 120% completion rate from the first disaster instance, Ishin was still the only one in the entire server to achieve 100% completion. When Su Wanning's video was first released, there were still some voices of doubt. Some said that Lin Chen reaching 120% completion was purely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. But this time, Ishin's 100% completion can be said to have easily slapped those doubters in the face. Moreover, the mental challenge of this second instance was far greater than the first. The forum was once again buzzing with excitement. Haters are shouting, "Haters! Ishin is forever a god." Among the posts, one was particularly popular. Did you notice? The second place is again Yan Hao and his team. They have been trampled by Ishin twice in a row now. They must be feeling utterly frustrated. This post quickly attracted a flood of players joining in on the jokes. Why live if Ishin exists? Eternal second place. Ha ha ha. Yan Hao is so miserable. Deserved. Who told them to hate on my Ishin before? Indeed. At this moment, Yan Hao's face was ashen, and the atmosphere in the entire team was extremely low. Yan Hao never expected that with a speed ranking of second and a completion rate of 80%, he still couldn't surpass that damn Lin Chen. What made Yan Hao even angrier was that Lin Chen's team's speed was even slower than his own. This made Yan Hao furious, and he directly went to the forum to retort some of Lin Chen's fervent fans. Why don't you say my speed is much faster than that damn Lin Chen? When Wei Xi discovered Yan Hao's post, it was already too late. Are you stupid? The higher the completion rate, the more sins that need to be punished, so their speed will definitely be slower. Are you trying to get laughed at by saying this? The team with the fastest speed didn't even make it into the top 5. They must have only targeted one sin and killed a single disaster monster, so their speed was definitely fast. Can't you figure this out? Wei Xi scolded, rubbing his temples in frustration. He was practically driven to madness by Yan Hao. Yan Hao, in a fit of anger, acted without thinking. Wei Xi urged Yan Hao to delete the post, and although Yan Hao was somewhat reluctant, he ultimately did so. But this couldn't redeem Yan Hao from this somewhat foolish display. Pfft, ha 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 ha. I seriously suspect how this Yan Hao managed to achieve an 80% completion rate. His IQ was exposed all at once. By the way, Ishin's 100% completion speed was only a few minutes slower than Yan Hao's 80% completion. Ishin is still strong. Indeed, Yan Hao's actions sparked a wave of ridicule on the forum. Wei Xi scrolled through the information on the forum, unable to help but curse Yan Hao's stupidity in his heart once again. It seemed that this guild absolutely could not have Yan Hao's name as the guild leader. Once that name was revealed, wouldn't it make the guild look foolish? This was something Wei Xi could not tolerate. To take down Lin Chen, Wei Xi felt he needed more reliable allies. Lin Chen was not surprised by the ranking. With their team's cooperation and his Dawn Arrow's explosive damage at level 10, even if others achieved 100% completion, their speed wouldn't be faster than theirs. Moreover, Lin Chen was well aware that in his previous life, the first place was Yan Hao's team's 80% completion. Lin Chen was able to remain calm, but others could not, especially Manhwa and Gu Shuerong. Even the usually silent Yang Kailang had a slightly flushed face, clearly due to excitement causing his blood to surge. Congratulations! Your team has achieved the first rank among all teams that cleared the instance. Item distribution method, contributor highest. Distribution mode, reward item, mysterious item, part 2, rating, unknown, function, unknown, it's here. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had successfully obtained part 2. The job change lock that would determine Su Wanning's ability to change jobs was already 2/3 complete. Now there was only the last instance left. It seemed he still had to keep pushing forward. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Ma Hua frowned. What is this? Why is it still part 2, and the rating and function are both unknown? Are they messing with us? Tang Junren scratched his head as if recalling something and quickly looked at Lin Chen. Good, didn't we get a part 1 during our first disaster instance? Lin Chen nodded slightly. Ma Hua suddenly realized, so it means we need to keep collecting parts, and in the end, we might assemble a truly terrifying item? But the requirement to always be first is quite harsh, isn't it? As he spoke halfway, Ma Hua suddenly reacted. Now their team already had 6 members in 5 professions. There was no need to mention Ishan's strength in forging equipment. He could probably prepare a decent set of gear for everyone before each instance. In that case, with extremely advanced equipment combined with coordination and operation, plus Ishan's terrifying mind for deducing side storylines, they were certainly capable of achieving this, right? Indeed, clinging to a strong ally brings many benefits. Congratulations to all players. The second nationwide disaster instance has officially ended. In 5 seconds, everyone will be teleported to their respective main cities. Newly opened function in the main city, Guild. The third nationwide disaster instance will open in 7 days. The next instance was actually still 7 days away, and many people breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this message. Each instance was truly exhausting. Having 7 days of safety to recuperate was excellent. In the next moment, everyone's figures vanished from the spot. Gu Shuerong was still excitedly waving goodbye to Yi Shen. They had all added each other as friends, and once they returned to the main city, they would meet up to train together. The scene before Lin Chen transformed once again into his cozy little house. Everything remained unchanged, as if the instance they had just experienced was merely a vivid dream. Only the Tang Yuan in his arms could prove that everything that had just happened was real. At the same time, a row of brand new tasks suddenly appeared before Lin Chen. The first to bear the brunt, of course, is the mainline leveling task that comes up every time. You have successfully accepted the task mainline task Path of the Strong. Please continue to level up 12/13. Task reward, trading points times 50. In addition, there will be some tasks to help players familiarize themselves with the side quests in the main city, which are generally completed by interacting with NPCs and fulfilling their requests. The rewards are quite meager, usually consisting of some materials and trading points. For example, this one, side quest, Wang Dazue's request, please go to the blacksmith shop and help Wang Dazue find his lost hammer. Task reward, 9 Dragon's Spirit Stone times 1, trading points times 20. Previously, Lin Chen had never completed any side quests. After all, the last safety day only lasted 3 days, which was quite tight, and he had to spend his time wisely. However, this time the safety day lasts 7 days, so he could complete some side quests and increase his favorability with the NPCs, which would be useful later on. Just as Lin Chen was about to close the task interface, a new task suddenly popped up. Congratulations! You have triggered a hidden task, Spirit Dog Job Change. Please go to the city zoo, find the dog trainer Hachi, and negotiate with him to complete the first job change for the Spirit Dog. Task reward, None Hachi? When Lin Chen saw this name, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Goodness, isn't that the loyal dog Hachi? How did he become a dog trainer here? But that wasn't important. What truly caught Lin Chen's attention was the phrase job change. Surely the attributes of Tang Yuan would receive a certain boost after the job change, right? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited about Tang Yuan. Lin Chen opened the system interface and then noticed that it was already 11 o'clock at night. He pulled the other 5 people into a group chat, making it easier for everyone to communicate in the future. As for the group name, Lin Chen thought about it seriously. Now their team only had 6 people. If that's the case, then this name seemed quite interesting, right? Lin Chen chuckled and directly settled on the group name. Thus, a chat group named Old 7 Stuck in the Gourd appeared. Lin Chen, it's getting late. Everyone has been working hard in the dungeon for several days, so let's rest well tonight and gather tomorrow morning to level up. Gu Shuerong, got it. Su Wanning? What kind of group name is this? Ma Hua, this group name is really unique. Excuse me, Ishan, are we the Gourd babies? Tang Junren, see you tomorrow morning. Everyone, I'm off to rest. Yang Kailang, Lin Chen, by the way, Tang Yuan has unlocked a hidden job change task. Let's complete that task together tomorrow. Gu Shuerong, wow, Tang Yuan can really change jobs? That's great. Gu Shuerong, QAQ. After sending the message, Lin Chen didn't pay attention to the discussions of the others. He still needed to exhaust all his alchemy and forging energy for the day. As for equipment forging, although he had many level 15 or 20 equipment blueprints, Lin Chen didn't plan to forge them right now. If he forged them now, he wouldn't be able to equip them anyway. It would be better to wait a few days until his proficiency increased, which would make it more likely to produce good items. Lin Chen opened his life profession attribute interface to check his proficiency status. Forging Apprentice 935/1000 Energy 100 Alchemy Apprentice 800/1000 Energy 150 Equipment bonus. The proficiency in alchemy was over 100 less than that in forging. After all, he had transitioned to an alchemist a day later than a blacksmith, resulting in 100 less proficiency. The additional 30 proficiency on the blacksmith side was due to the bonus from crafting epic equipment. The level of forging is about to be upgraded, not bad. Lin Chen closed the life profession attribute interface, opened the team warehouse, and found that only 6 blueprints were left, but he still had plenty of materials. 6 blueprints are just 6 blueprints. Let's finish forging them first. Maybe I can help others forge some equipment and use up today's energy. As for the materials for the Lotus Spirit Potion, I have enough. I can definitely refine 15 bottles. I don't have enough materials for the Return Yuan Dan, so I won't refine it for now. After making a simple plan, Lin Chen chose to teleport. Just then, a message from Su Wanqing suddenly came through. Lin Chen was a bit surprised to open Su Wanqing's message. Su Wanqing, are you going to refine pills and forge? Can I join? Hiss, did Su Wanqing set up surveillance in her room? How? Did she know what he was going to do? However, Lin Chen was naturally happy that Su Wanqing wanted to join. Lin Chen, blacksmith shop number 042. The next moment, Su Wanqing's smiling face appeared beside Lin Chen. I knew you wouldn't waste today's energy, you'd definitely use it up. Lin Chen chuckled, when did you get to know me so well? What? Have you fallen for me? One had to admit, science boys were so straightforward. His words made Su Wanqing's face turn red, and she lowered her head without answering. Who asks so directly, right off the bat? Lin Chen temporarily let Su Wanqing hold the Tang Yuan in his arms and walked up to the forging table. Next, Lin Chen skillfully completed the forging of the 6 blueprints. However, he did not identify the equipment. His team no longer needed level 10 equipment, so he planned to give these items to Manhwa to sell in blind boxes. If they didn't want them, someone else would. After all, not everyone could afford level 20 or 15 equipment. Lin Chen had seen in his previous life someone in their 30s still using level 5 equipment. Moreover, selling blind boxes could still earn some trading points. Who would complain about having too few trading points? The era of universal job changes had not yet stabilized, and once it reached the mid to late stages, the trading in life of the entire universal job change era would stabilize, and the items that could be bought with trading points would increase. After putting away the 6 semi-finished products, Lin Chen began to survey the surrounding players to see if anyone needed equipment forged. Su Wanqing noticed Lin Chen had stopped moving and asked in surprise, what's wrong? Lin Chen briefly shared his thoughts. Su Wanqing raised an eyebrow and said, the trading market has opened a new bounty market this time. I saw that there are people offering prices to find someone to help them, but there are requirements. As soon as Su Wanqing reminded him, Lin Chen suddenly remembered the bounty market. It had opened right after the second dungeon. It had been too long, Lin Chen couldn't remember clearly. Since there was a bounty market, Lin Chen didn't need to work so hard, he directly opened the bounty market. Sure enough, many people had posted requests for help. A high-priced bounty immediately caught Lin Chen's eye. Looking for a master to help forge a weapon. Materials are already prepared. Requirements, proficiency greater than 800, bounty price 150 trading points. Oh, 150 trading points, that's quite a lot. I can take this job. Lin Chen rubbed his chin and unhesitatingly chose to accept the job. Li Hua was also a blacksmith. However, his proficiency was only 450. At that moment, he was browsing the bounty market, hoping to forge a few pieces of equipment to improve his proficiency and earn some trading points, as he was running low on them. But after looking around, there were hardly any big orders. Some people's bounties even offered just 1 trading point. This made Li Hua feel quite frustrated. Suddenly, he spotted a bounty with a reward of 150 trading points. In an instant, his eyes nearly popped out. 150 trading points. It was the first time he had seen such a huge bounty. There was a big spender. Li Hua used all his speed to click the Accept Order button, but the system's pop-up left him stunned. Sorry, your proficiency does not meet the requirements. Li Hua was taken aback and then noticed that the requirement for this order was a proficiency of over 800. Damn, what a joke. 800 proficiency? How is that even possible? If someone can accept this order, I'll eat Before Li Hua could finish his sentence, he saw that the order had been accepted by someone. Li Hua's eyes were about to pop out. What the hell? 800 proficiency, did someone really achieve that? Is this a cheat? Fine. I, Li Hua, will wait right here today to see what kind of astonishing weapon this 800 proficiency person can forge. The attributes of the equipment forged from the bounty would be displayed if the person who posted the bounty agreed. If the 150 trading points only resulted in a plain piece of equipment, Li Hua would truly revel in it. Thinking of this, Li Hua immediately opened a post on the forum and uploaded a screenshot. Sky-high bounty price, extremely high. Proficiency requirement, is it a tax on intelligence or worth the value? By the way, Li Hua used to do evaluations. At this moment he noticed that he was not the only one paying attention to this bounty, many others were also waiting for the outcome. Lin Chen was unaware that his actions had attracted quite a bit of attention. After Lin Chen accepted the bounty, a blueprint for equipment and a pile of materials appeared in his backpack. However, the ownership of these items did not truly belong to Lin Chen, he could only forge them and could not sell them. It was a blueprint for a bow, indicating that the person who posted the bounty was also a dark hunter. The equipment's level was 15. Lin Chen did not hesitate and began the forging process immediately. Soon, a semi-finished bow appeared in Lin Chen's hands. He then submitted the bounty task as completed, and once the player who posted the task confirmed it, he would receive 150 trading points. Just as Lin Chen finished submitting, the mechanical voice of the system suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations! Your blacksmith level has increased. Current level, Junior Blacksmith 1010/10,000, Junior Blacksmith bonus, Fine quality plus 5%, Epic quality plus 1%. Not bad, the bonus effect of this title is quite good. It's just that next upgrade requires 10,000 proficiency, which is terrifying. Lin Chen opened the bounty interface again. He still had 3 chances of energy left. Unfortunately, there were no bounties with such high rewards this time, so Lin Chen selected 3 relatively decent orders and accepted them all at once. After completing the forging, he headed straight to the herbal shop. Next, Lin Chen skillfully completed the 15 Lotus Spirit Elixirs forging. However, this time Lin Chen seemed to be incredibly lucky, as he actually forged 2 bottles of celestial grade Lotus Spirit Elixirs. After finishing all the forging, Lin Chen bid farewell to Su Wanning, and the two returned to their respective small houses. It must be said that being able to spend time alone with Su Wanning feels quite wonderful. Before bed, Lin Chen used 50 trading points to buy Tang Yuan a simple doghouse, along with 2 bowls and a large bag of dog food. Strangely, the system really could buy dog food. Raising a dog in the era of universal job changes was something Lin Chen had never expected. He also carefully gave Tang Yuan a wash. After the wash, Tang Yuan's appearance had improved dramatically. The previously sneaky and pitiful look was completely gone. Lin Chen looked at the freshly cleaned Tang Yuan with satisfaction, took a shower himself, and then went straight to bed to rest. A good night's sleep. What Lin Chen didn't know was that the 4 orders he had taken at the blacksmith shop had unexpectedly caused a huge stir on the forum again. Chang Lin was the one who spent 150 trading points to find someone to craft equipment. At this moment, she was still unaware that her equipment had been accepted and completed. She was leisurely browsing the forum. Suddenly, a post caught her eye. Sky-high bounty price, extremely high proficiency requirements. Is it an IQ tax or worth the value? Ha! Isn't this the bounty task she posted? It was actually shared on the forum? So idle? Chang Lin then realized that her bounty had been accepted. What IQ tax? I call this pursuing quality. Chang Lin muttered, quickly taking the unfinished product out of her backpack and pouring identification potion on it. Chang Lin naturally had high expectations for this piece of equipment. After all, it cost her 150 trading points. Moreover, the blueprint and materials were all prepared by her. If it turned out to be a blank, she would really be at a loss. In fact, Chang Lin had also changed her job to a blacksmith, but her proficiency was too low. After 3 or 4 attempts, she only got blanks. This blueprint was already her last one for a level 15 longbow, and she didn't dare to waste it anymore. So she could only use a high price to attract high-proficiency blacksmith players to craft it for her. In her thoughts, the identification potion fully came into contact with the unfinished longbow in her hand. The next moment, a dazzling purple light suddenly illuminated Chang Lin's entire room. 5 minutes ago, Wei Ci was busy forging equipment in the blacksmith shop, the sound of clank-clank echoing around him. He was extremely frustrated by Yan Hao today, unable to sleep at night, so he could only come out for a stroll. He also wanted to finish off the energy points he had for the day. At this moment, Wei Ci was intently staring at the weapon rankings in the heavenly rankings. Lin Chen's lofty name was making Wei Ci feel extremely uncomfortable. Today, Wei Ci had brought 5 level 15 blueprints and 1 level 20 blueprint from the dungeon, hoping to try his luck. What if he surpassed Lin Chen? That would be incredibly satisfying. Surpassing Lin Chen had become an obsession that haunted Wei Ci's mind. As he coldly laughed, he continued to forge equipment in his hands. He had already forged 8 level 10 pieces of equipment. The results of the identification were quite good. Surprisingly, 4 of them were of fine quality. The probability of fine quality was as high as 50%. This made Wei Si's spirit surge. So for the 9th piece, Wei Si took out a level 15 blueprint. Forging complete. Identification. At the moment the identification potion fell, Wei Si held his breath and focused. The next moment, blue light flickered. It's epic quality. Awesome. Wei Si couldn't help but exclaim. He ignored the detailed data in front and immediately looked at the final score. Equipment score 15, level score plus 39, evaluation score equals 54 points. Current ranking on the equipment list 1. Wei Si was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Awesome. Wei Si simply couldn't find words to describe his current feelings. He really did it. He actually surpassed Lin Chen's first place. Although the evaluation score was still not as high as Lin Chen's piece, the level score was a full 5 points higher. No matter what, Wei Si really did it. He kicked Lin Chen off the pedestal. He quickly opened the heavenly rankings, admiring his name high up. Forged by Wei Si. He believed that Lin Chen would be furious when he saw the scene. Just as Wei Si was about to take a screenshot of this image, a system announcement suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Surprise! The sky suddenly darkened with clouds and a thunderbolt descended. This is a sign of celestial soldiers descending. Congratulations to player Dark Hunter Lin Chen for forging the first legendary quality equipment in the entire server. Boom! This announcement jolted countless Night Owl players awake. Just a note, players who were already asleep would not receive system announcements. What did they just see? Was epic quality equipment no longer enough for Lin Chen? It turned out to be a piece of legendary quality equipment. Insane. Truly insane. Ishin was indeed amazing. Almost instantly, the forum erupted in heated discussions. The person involved, Chang Lin, was completely stunned in bed. The dazzling purple light of the legendary quality equipment was almost blinding her eyes. Unyielding Bloodfang Bao quality, legendary, usable level 15, attack power 100 to 105, agility 5, health 50, skill 1, advanced bloodsucking, passive. The wielder can gain 20% of damage dealt as lifesteal. Skill 2, Arrow of Destruction, cost 50 mana, cooldown 3 hours, actively releases an arrow of destruction that does not deal damage but reduces the targets, including the final boss. All attribute values by 20% for 15 seconds. Forged by Lin Chen. Equipment score 15, level score plus 67, evaluation score equals 82 points. Current ranking on the equipment list 1. It must be said that this equipment had too many highlights. Chang Lin was momentarily at a loss for where to begin her shock. Just the increase in attack power was simply terrifying. It had directly broken the 100. This is simply worlds apart from the meager 12 attack power added by the exquisite longbow in her hand. Moreover, this longbow not only increases attack power but also boosts some health and agility. Although the increases are small, at least it's better than nothing. Perhaps that little bit of agility allowed you to dodge an attack, or perhaps that little bit of health helped you survive. After all, there are cases where a comeback was made with just 1 drop of health. As for the 2 skills of the legendary quality equipment, Chang Lin had no idea how to evaluate them, other than saying they were impressive. But when Chang Lin's gaze fell on the last line of text, she was completely stunned. The forger, Lin Chen? The one who took her order was actually Lin Chen. In that instant, Chang Lin felt as if she were floating in the sky. She was filled with an unreal sense of buoyancy. Lin Chen, that's the god of easy. She herself was a fan of the god of easy, and she had envied Lu Ringjia fiercely when she saw him flaunting the equipment crafted by the god of easy on the forum. She never expected that so soon the god of easy would actually forge an item for her too. And it was the first legendary equipment in the entire server. Chang Lin snapped back to reality and immediately remembered the post she had just seen. Could there be anything more exhilarating than this? Without a second thought, she took a screenshot of the equipment and sent it to the bottom of the post. This is the equipment I crafted with 150 trading points. Why don't you come and see if it's worth it? Below, the attributes of this legendary weapon left everyone in shock and envy. The post exploded instantly. The word envy had been worn out by everyone. The shock brought by this legendary quality equipment was not over yet, as 3 more people posted their screenshots of being accepted by the god of easy below. 1 epic and 2 exquisite. So far, a total of 4 people had posted screenshots, and none of them were novices. Observant people noticed that these 4 individuals had one thing in common. Their bounty prices were all higher than others. Look, the equipment for 150 trading points is legendary quality, while the one for 80 trading points is only epic, and the 2 for 50 trading points are just pitiful exquisite quality. God of easy, the gifts of fate all have their own prices. You get what you pay for. As long as you dare to go all out, the god of easy dares to give you a weapon that ranks first on the leaderboard. Comments like these were countless. Lin Chen's forging had completely matched his skills. When the name Lin Chen was mentioned, aside from the title of the god of eternal night archery, people would immediately think of the god of forging. Terrifying. The only 2 words that floated in the minds of everyone who saw this post. The poster, Li Hua, already felt as if his face had been slapped swollen. However, he couldn't care less about that now. He glanced at a level 15 equipment blueprint. He had originally planned to keep hidden and immediately opened the bounty task interface to post a bounty task. Seeking the god of easy to flip my card. This is all my wealth in life. Requirements: designated forger Lin Chen, bounty price 179 trading points. Li Hua was indeed quite sincere. The posted bounty price was a mix of odd and even numbers, because this was truly all his trading points. But after Li Hua posted it, he realized he had still underestimated the reaction speed of this generation of netizens. At this moment, the orders specifying Lin Chen as the forger were so numerous that they were impossible to count. The lowest was 150 trading points, and the highest even reached a staggering 2,000 trading points, nearly dropping Li Hua's jaw in shock. Crazy, simply too crazy. Li Hua jumped up from his bed in a single motion. Sleep? What sleep? Fight monsters, farm money, strive to earn trading points for crafting equipment as soon as possible. At this moment in the blacksmith shop, Wei Ci stood dazed in place, staring at the system interface in the void. He watched as his name on the weapon leaderboard was pushed down to second place again, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Lin Chen! He howled in anguish, but his screams did nothing to alleviate his anger, even scaring the other players in the blacksmith shop. Those players glanced at the dazed Wei Ci, silently thinking he was an idiot, and then teleported away. They didn't want to be in the same blacksmith shop as this madman. What bad luck! Wei Ci was trembling with rage. He simply couldn't accept it. Yes, he had indeed reached the top. But Lin Chen quickly slapped him back down. He didn't even leave Wei Ci time to take a screenshot before being knocked down again by Lin Chen's legendary weapon, ranked first in the entire server. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a level 20 equipment blueprint in his backpack. At that moment, his mind was filled with the desire to surpass Lin Chen once more. So, Wei Ci, almost possessed, took out the level 20 equipment blueprint and began forging. Originally, he had planned to save this level 20 blueprint until his proficiency was higher before crafting it. It was a piece of level 20 light armor which he could use perfectly. But now, he couldn't care less. This level 20 blueprint was his only hope for a comeback. As Wei Ci forged, he fantasized about the scene of climbing to the top again. Lin Chen! I refuse to believe it. How could I always be trampled underfoot by you? Murmuring his declaration of revenge, Wei Ci didn't pay attention to the light armor in his hands. At this point, the light armor had already taken shape, and according to the normal operation process, Wei Ci should have stopped forging. But lost in thought, he swung the hammer down again. By the time Wei Ci realized what he had done, it was already too late. Crack! The light armor's prototype was smashed into pieces. Wei Ci stared in shock at the system prompt indicating the forging failure. He didn't have time to mourn his blueprint. He hurriedly checked his energy value. Energy value 0. Collapse. Completely collapse. He lost both the woman and the soldiers. This level 20 blueprint was considered scrapped, his energy wasted, and his plan to reclaim first place had failed. Wei Ci felt he had only one thought now: to destroy the world. Damn it! They all deserved to die. But the last shred of remaining rationality made him teleport back to his room instantly, instead of smashing things in the blacksmith shop. Otherwise, Wang Dachui would not let him off lightly. Soon, the sounds of banging and crashing, along with angry roars, echoed from Wei Ci's room. All of this was unknown to Lin Chen, because he had long since fallen into a deep sleep. He had no idea how many people were restless last night because of a weapon he had made. Lin Chen slept very well last night. If Tang Yuan hadn't jumped onto the bed and licked him awake at 6 in the morning, it would have been even better. Lin Chen, still dazed, opened his eyes just in time to see a pair of dog eyes staring back at him. It seemed Tang Yuan was really adapting well to life here. Since he was awake, Lin Chen had no intention of going back to sleep. He spent some trading points to buy breakfast and poured a little dog food for Tang Yuan. While eating, he opened the forum. Just like in his previous life, eating while looking at his phone was no different. At first glance, Lin Chen noticed the post ranked first in popularity. The first legendary quality weapon in the entire server is born. Attributes are outrageous. Values are explosive. Upon seeing this title, Lin Chen was instantly wide awake. What the hell? Which badass crafted a legendary quality weapon? Lin Chen quickly opened the post. The first floor of the post was a screenshot of that legendary weapon. Lin Chen looked at the data while clicking his tongue in amazement. It's actually a bow, and the name of this bow sounds familiar. This attribute, impressive. What the heck? This skill? It's actually the arrow of destruction. This is a powerful tool for fighting map-level bosses. Really nice. Lin Chen unexpectedly felt a twinge of envy. Although this equipment isn't mine, the owner of this equipment can still try to join my guild. It would be very useful in the boss battle. Lin Chen continued to look on, but when he saw the list of forgers, he was stunned. Lin Chen? Isn't that my name? Lin Chen was dazed for a moment. Finally, Lin Chen remembered that bounty task worth 150 trading points. He couldn't help but chuckle. So it turns out it was made by himself? The first epic equipment and the first legendary equipment in the entire server actually came from his hands? Lin Chen also found the post from the weapons owner, Chang Lin, and after memorizing her name, he closed the forum and had a good meal. As it approached 7 o'clock, everyone gradually woke up. Naturally, they also saw the top of the forum hot list. Old 7 stuck in the gourd. The group chat instantly became lively. Gu Shuerong. Congratulations, Ishan. Tang Junren, Ego, awesome. Manhwa, what the heck, how much is this piece of equipment worth? Too bad she's not our teammate. Su Wanning, we might be able to reach out to this player. Manhwa, and then ask for the equipment back? Su Wanning, of course not, we can invite her to join our guild. With this equipment, her combat power will definitely be strong. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Su Wanning's thoughts were closest to his own. Lin Chen, everyone get ready. Today we'll first complete the guild task. Then we need to finish the class change task for the spirit dog Tang Yuan. There was no rush for Tang Yuan's task. After all, that 8 dog shouldn't run away. Lin Chen still wanted to complete the guild task first. After all, the speed of completing the guild task determines the guild number. But if you ask what use this guild number has, well, it's not really useful. If you had to say, it would only be for the prestige. After all, ordinary players generally believe that the higher the guild number ranking, the stronger the guild's power. However, the first team to create a guild will receive a title. This title is definitely not weaker than the first blood that Lin Chen is currently wearing, and it is awarded to the entire team. Absolutely a great tool for enhancing team strength. Lin Chen was determined to obtain this title. After completing the guild creation and the spirit dog's class change task, Lin Chen still had to take everyone to level up. After all, leveling from level 12 to 20 is quite difficult. But to get the first evaluation for the next dungeon, reaching level 20 is a must. After everyone finished their breakfast, Lin Chen and the others set off directly with the land deed. Tang Yuan was temporarily left at home by Lin Chen. Its strength was still too weak, making it easy to be accidentally harmed. It would be better to wait until it completed its class change before taking it out for adventures. The land deed had already introduced that to create a guild, one needed to find the NPC Xian Yuan, city lord in the main city, and after talking to him, one could accept the task to create a guild. This Xian Yuan city lord was easy to find. On the map, there was a location called the main city lord's castle. Xian Yuan city lord was waiting there for the arrival of players. Lin Chen brought everyone to the outside of the lord's fortress. As they stood outside, they immediately spotted Lord Xian Yuan, who was gazing into the distance from a high vantage point. Lord Xian Yuan was clad in magnificent armor, with sharp brows and bright eyes, presenting a rather imposing figure. The group entered the fortress and ascended to the higher ground as well. Others were somewhat timid, unsure of what to do at that moment, but Lin Chen was very clear. He held the land grant document in his hand and stepped forward, saying, Lord Xian Yuan, I want to establish a guild. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lord Xian Yuan slowly turned his head, surveying Lin Chen with a look of surprise, and chuckled, Young hero, do you know what it means to establish a guild? Besides needing to have exceptional strength, you also need a land grant document. Of course, if you don't have a land grant document, you can spend 50,000 trading points to buy one from me. Hearing this, Su Wanning raised an eyebrow slightly but did not speak. Lin Chen directly handed over the land grant document in his hand. Lord Xuan Yuan's demeanor noticeably brightened upon seeing the document. I didn't expect this young hero to really have a land grant document. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Although with this land grant document, I can agree to grant you territory to establish your guild. However, Lord Xuan Yuan's expression turned difficult. Lin Chen looked at this NPC's performance with a cold, indifferent gaze. But there is a terrifying disaster monster in that territory, and with our current abilities, we cannot resist it. If you truly want to establish a guild, you must defeat this disaster monster in the territory. Can you accept that? Lin Chen decisively replied, I accept. Lord Xuan Yuan's previously troubled face instantly filled with smiles, and the land grant document Lin Chen had given him was quickly put away, replaced by 4 cards. Each card bore one of the characters for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Now I have 4 territories here, and I must remind you that the strength of the monsters in each territory varies, but the stronger the monster, the larger the territory. Which one you can choose depends on your luck. Before Lord Xian Yuan could finish his introduction, Lin Chen's finger was already pointing to the card on the far right marked with the character for winter. Others might not be aware, but Lin Chen had seen strategies on the forums in his previous life. Among the 4 territories of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the winter territory had the strongest disaster monster, but it was also the largest territory, capable of providing the highest territory blessing. After Lin Chen made his choice, Lord Xuan Yuan's expression stiffened, but he said nothing, only showing a hint of pity in his eyes. He picked up the winter territory card and handed it to Lin Chen, saying earnestly, you all must be careful. At the same time, a new quest window popped up in front of Lin Chen and the others. Congratulations! You and your team have successfully accepted the quest, establish a guild. Establish a guild. In progress. Please proceed to the extreme north territory and defeat the disaster monster within the territory. Please note, the maximum number of people entering the extreme north territory is 10. If exceeded, the disaster monster will enter a berserk state. After successfully accepting the quest, Lin Chen and the others opened the map. At that moment, the area of the extreme north territory indeed appeared on their map. Extreme North Territory held difficulty recommended entry level 20. In addition to the extreme north territory, 3 gray areas appeared, indicating regions that could not be teleported to. They were Spring Welcoming Territory, normal difficulty recommended entry level 10, Blazing Flame Territory, hard difficulty recommended entry level 15, Maple Leaf Territory, hard difficulty recommended entry level 15. The markings on the map left the group in a daze. Tang Junren scratched his head, a bit worried, and said, "We actually drew the most difficult territory." Su Wanning nodded slightly, suddenly realizing, no wonder, the way Lord Xianyuan acted just now was so strange. His expression towards us gave me the feeling that he was pitying us. Manhwa comforted everyone, saying, "But Lord Xianyuan also mentioned that the harder the monsters are to kill, the larger the territory scale, so that's a good thing." Gu Shuerong then asked, "So should we level up first? Put this guild quest on hold? We can talk about it after we reach level 20? Lin Chen shook his head. "No need to level up to 20, level 15 is enough, or we might not even need level 15, provided we contact someone first." Saying this, Lin Chen opened his friend interface, typed in a name, and sent a friend request. Indeed, this person was Chang Lin. Su Wanning immediately reacted, "You want the owner of that legendary quality equipment you crafted to come?" Lin Chen nodded. "If we have the skill Arrow of Destruction from that equipment, the difficulty of defeating the boss in this extreme northern territory will be greatly reduced. So I need to contact her now and invite her to join our guild." The next steps went smoothly. Chang Lin was already a fan of Ishin, and since this equipment was crafted by Ishin, how could she possibly refuse? Soon, Chang Lin excitedly teleported to Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen also called on Lu Rinjia, who had an epic piece of equipment and decent strength. Lu Rinjia had already agreed to join the guild, and now that Ishin needed help, he naturally stepped up. Thus, a total of 8 people were in place. Lu Rinjia also brought in 2 trusted friends with good strength, quickly rounding up the team to 10. Lin Chen briefly introduced the new members to the task, and their eyes were filled with excitement and curiosity. They had no idea such tasks existed. Now everyone's primary task is to get Chang Lin to level 15 first, so let's team up to kill small monsters, while Chang Lin can solo for the last hit, allowing her to gain 50% experience as quickly as possible and level up faster. Regarding Lin Chen's arrangement, everyone had no objections. However, Chang Lin felt a bit embarrassed. Didn't this require 9 people to help her level up? What merit did she have to deserve such an honor? Chang Lin waved her hands in a bit of panic and hurriedly said, "Let's have Ishin do it. My skills are just average. It's better to let Ishin reach level 15 first, and then let Ishin take this legendary quality weapon so we can all go hunt monsters together. I think this method should have a higher success rate than if I were to do it." Lin Chen was taken aback. Chang Lin was quite sincere, actually willing to give this opportunity for quick leveling to someone else. But Lin Chen felt he should make things clear. "This method is fine, but you need to think carefully. If I really don't want to return the weapon to you, you won't have any way to get it back." Chang Lin waved her hand grandly, her eyes filled with clear trust. "It's okay, I believe in Ishin, you would never do that." At that moment, Manhwa suddenly asked, "May I ask, what were you doing before the era of universal job change? Were you a university student?" Chang Lin was taken aback and turned to look at Manhwa. How did you know?" Manhwa smiled wryly and quickly waved his hand, not continuing to speak. Indeed, university students, having not experienced the harshness of society, often displayed a naivety that didn't belong to their age, making them very trusting of others. This situation usually disappears quickly after entering society. Lin Chun understood the implication in Manhwa's words, stifled a laugh, and looked at Chun Lin again. "In that case, you can rest assured, I won't betray your trust." Thus, the plan changed, and the solo team members shifted from Chun Lin to Lin Chen. The group directly teleported to the leveling area on the map for levels 11 to 15. "Congratulations, you have arrived at the first floor of the hospital, levels 11 to 15. I must say, hospitals have an inherent sense of horror, coupled with the dimness of all maps during the era of universal job change. This eerie feeling was heightened to the extreme. On the first floor of the hospital, the small monsters were mutated syringes. Mutated syringe level 11-15 health for 50 attack power, 60 according to the plan. The 10 of them focused fire on a small monster until it had only a sliver of health left, then Lin Chen would deliver the finishing blow. I must say, watching Lin Chen do the finishing blow was truly a sight to behold. Lin Chen's arrows even blended with everyone else's attacks, just slightly slower, completing the finishing blow and directly taking 50% of the experience. At first, everyone thought they should take care of Lin Chen a bit, but later they realized that even if they didn't want to, they simply couldn't outpace Lin Chen. Lin Chen calculated damage at an astonishing speed. Moreover, he could even control the speed of his arrows. If he calculated that the 9 people's attack would kill the small monster, he would increase the strength of his draw, speed up the arrow, and finish off the monster just before the last person's attack landed. Chang Lin and Lu Rinjia were left speechless. Their belief in sticking with Yi Shun grew even stronger. With such a strong ally, when else would they hold on if not now? While Lin Chen and the others were leveling up, Wei Ci was suppressing the anger in his heart. The source of his anger was still Yan Hao. Wei Ci had originally planned to go to the Lord's castle in the main city early today to receive the task of establishing a guild, but he couldn't get in touch with Yan Hao for a long time. Wei Ci could only take Deng Jie with him to knock on Yan Hao's door. After a long while, Yan Hao finally opened the door. Wei Ci immediately saw the messy room and Ji Ba sleeping on the bed. Wei Ci truly felt his temples throbbing. That damn Yan Hao! What time is it? Are you still here enjoying yourself? You really deserve to be trampled underfoot by Lin Chen. Yan Hao clearly didn't know what Wei Ci was thinking. He yawned, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and asked in surprise, "What are you up to?" "I was so tired last night, I wanted to sleep a bit longer." Wei Ci's expression was cold. "You can, but if that's the case, I don't think you'll last long in the next dungeon." Seeing Wei Ci's frosty expression, Yan Hao snapped back to reality and quickly chuckled. "Don't be in such a hurry, I was just joking. Wait for me a moment, I'll get dressed." With that, Yan Hao walked directly into the room, reaching under the blanket for something, not knowing what he was doing, which startled the still sleeping Ji Ba awake. "What are you doing?" Yan Hao had a mischievous grin. "Get up, we have a mission to complete." Only then did Ji Ba notice Wei Ci and Deng Jie at the door, and he immediately felt a bit embarrassed and flushed. Wei Ci turned around with Deng Jie, giving the two of them time to get dressed. Soon, the two were ready. Yan Hao was fixing his hairstyle while saying, "By the way, someone named Fu Qian added me as a friend yesterday, saying something about collaborating. I was busy at the time, so I ignored him." Wei Ci frowned slightly, immediately recalling the name Fu Qian. He had seen it on the weapon leaderboard. Fu Qian had crafted a flashy mage wand that made the list. Collaborate? What did Fu Qian want to collaborate on? Wei Ci was too lazy to scold Yan Hao. After all, this wasn't the first or second time Yan Hao had caused delays. Wei Ci directly opened the friend interface and added Fu Qian. Fu Qian accepted almost instantly. Wei Ci, hello. Fu Qian, are you from Yan Hao's team? Wei Ci, that's right. I heard you were looking for Yan Hao to collaborate yesterday? May I ask what you want to collaborate on? Fu Qian, I contacted him yesterday and he ignored me. Now you're coming to negotiate with me? What does that mean? Wei Ci frowned. He didn't like Fu Qian's tone. However, Yan Hao's actions were indeed disgusting, so he could only explain. Wei Ci, don't mind him. He's got issues. I'm the strategist of our team, you should be talking to me. Fu Qian, interesting. My collaboration is simple. I've seen your rivalry with Lin Chen on the forum. I think you must hate Lin Chen, right? Wei Ci, that's right, we hate him to the bone. Fu Qian, then that's easy. I hate him to the bone too, he killed my brother. I want blood for blood, so I want to collaborate with you to kill Lin Chen. Wei Ci didn't expect that Fu Qian was indeed targeting Lin Chen. At this moment, Wei Ci really needed more reliable teammates. He was too lazy to talk about Yan Hao, and Deng Jie was just Yan Hao's shadow, having no use other than being wealthy. In Wei Ci's eyes, these two were completely unreliable. But Fu Qian, on the other hand, needed to be evaluated further before a decision could be made. Wei Ci, okay, let's meet and discuss in detail. Soon, the group met. Fu Qian's first impression on Wei Ci was sharpness. Wei Ci could tell that this person was very confident, but not as arrogant as Yan Hao. Wei Ci felt in his heart that Fu Qian could indeed be a very good partner. Fu Qian didn't say much and directly began to showcase his skills. It had to be said that Fu Qian's control over his skills was indeed smooth and fluid. Wei Ci immediately welcomed Fu Qian's addition and introduced him to the other teammates, along with Wei Ci's plans. Moving forward, Fu Qian could guess that Wei Ci and the others were quite strong. After all, they had been second place twice. But Deng Jie's financial and manpower resources were beyond Fu Qian's expectations, making him feel even more that collaborating with Wei Ci and the others was the right decision. During this time, Yan Hao had been idly whispering with Ji Ba beside him, occasionally getting a little touchy. When Wei Ci saw this, his gaze was sharp, but he said nothing. So what are we going to do next? Fu Qian asked. Wei Ci chuckled lightly, pointing at the Lord's castle on the map. Let's create our own guild and continue to expand our influence. No matter how strong Lin Chen is, he ultimately can't fight against 4 hands with just 2 fists. After 3 or 4 hours of leveling up, Lin Chen finally reached level 15. He also successfully equipped the first legendary quality weapon in the entire server. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that he had a level 15 cloak that he hadn't identified yet. Since he was already level 15, Lin Chen directly purchased an identification potion and identified the cloak. He didn't have high expectations for this cloak. After all, his proficiency at the time wasn't very high. But when the identification potion was sprinkled, the cloak shimmered and it was blue. What the heck? This is possible? Another epic item? Moreover, when Lin Chen saw the skill of this cloak, his eyes widened in surprise. Victory Silver Serpent Cloak Quality, Epic Usable Level 15 Health 150 Skilled Victory Roar. Passive increases the trigger chance of all probability-based skills by 10%. It was actually the passive skill Victory Roar. This passive skill is one of the most suitable for Dark Hunters. Among all professions, only Dark Hunters have the highest probability judgments in their skills. Don't underestimate this 10% if you add Lin Chen's luck attribute points. His various skill trigger records can be said to surpass other Dark Hunters. Lin Chen conservatively estimated that his current black mark trigger probability was at least around 45%. Of course, it still needed to be tested. Lin Chen directly put on the cloak. As for the other two cloaks, he could wear them when forging or refining potions. There was still time. After changing the two pieces of equipment, Lin Chen's attributes skyrocketed, completely different from when he was level 10. Lin Chen, wearing the first blood title, level 15 health, 1199 attack power, 193-198 magic power, 83 mana, 440 agility, 74 luck, 16. Lin Chen's health was even higher than Tang Juanren's. After all, the two pieces of level 15 equipment gave him an additional 200 health plus the title boost. At this moment, Lin Chen was definitely not the fragile ranged character in the traditional sense. Want to get close and kill Lin Chen? It's uncertain who would die. Lin Chen looked at his stats. And now he was even more confident about killing this territorial boss. After everyone took a short break, they directly teleported to the Extreme North Territory. Warning! Detected that you are about to enter Extreme North Territory number 001, which is extremely dangerous. Your level does not match. Do you still wish to enter? This prompt appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone immediately looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded slightly and said seriously, "Don't worry, everyone. With me. Here, nothing will go wrong this time." During the short break, Lin Chen had already devised a battle plan. The first step of Lin Chen's plan was to shock Chang Lin and Lu Runjia. In a moment, I will attract the aggro of the disaster monster. All of you, except me, should fight according to the normal configuration. Remember, you must stand behind the disaster monster. No matter how I move, you must always ensure you are behind the disaster monster. Lin Chen couldn't explain the reason directly, because it involved spoilers. Last time, he accidentally let something slip which made Su Wanning suspicious, so this time he dared not say more. Brother Ma, your task this time isn't very heavy. The boss is unlikely to hit me, and others shouldn't get hurt if nothing unexpected happens. But you must cast the level 10 skill Glory Baptism on me every time. The Dazzling Mage and Dark Hunter can attack freely. With my current attributes, you should not be able to surpass me. It is worth mentioning that during the break, Su Wanning suddenly private messaged Lin Chen. Su Wanning, thank you for not stopping me from going. I know it might be very dangerous this time, but I will take good care of myself and not cause trouble for everyone. Lin Chen was taken aback when he saw this message but quickly reacted. Logically speaking, this trip to the Extreme North Territory was not a mandatory mission, and it seemed so dangerous that Lin Chen should have directly stopped Su Wanning from going. However, Su Wanning probably overthought the reason, believing that Lin Chen respected her thoughts and feelings, which is why he did not actively suggest she shouldn't go. This way, Su Wanning could feel that she was the same as everyone else, not a special case. In reality, Lin Chen was just confident from his past life experience that Su Wanning would not be harmed at all. Moreover, if Su Wanning did not participate in this mission, she would not be able to earn a title. Of course, Lin Chen was not foolish enough to speak the truth. Let this beautiful misunderstanding continue to be beautiful. Lin Chen, because I think you wouldn't want to wait alone in your room for us to come back and tell you the good news, right? Lin Chen, I also hope you can personally be part of every good news I have. Su Wanning looked at the two messages Lin Chen sent, her eyes gradually becoming a bit dazed. Lin Chen and the others stood outside the map. Lin Chen looked at everyone and asked, "Is everyone ready? Do you remember the plan I mentioned?" Everyone recalled Lin Chen's instructions and nodded seriously. "We remember." "Good, let's go." Everyone simultaneously chose to confirm. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery changed, and the howling wind echoed in everyone's ears. They noticed the temperature around them had dropped by about 10 degrees. Manhwa gasped and complained, "No wonder it's the Extreme North Territory, it's really damn cold." Su Wanning helplessly said, "Ma good, don't you ever study the system functions? There's a temperature adaptation feature in there." Only then did Manhwa realize, quickly turning on that feature in the system, and immediately felt warm again. The others also silently activated this feature, thanking Manhwa for his remark. After all, not everyone studied the various functions of the system as carefully as Su Wanning did. Lin Chen did not join the discussion. He was seriously staring ahead, instructing, "Everyone, keep your distance from me. That disaster monster is coming. From now on, all actions follow my command. When I say attack, you attack. When I say stop, you must stop immediately. This concerns all our lives, understand?" Hearing Lin Chen's serious tone, everyone put away their joking smiles and responded earnestly, "Yes." Yi Shen. Ahead was a vast expanse of white, with snow swirling and falling. The sky and earth seemingly merging into one, making visibility unclear. Although Tang Junren did not see the position of the disaster monster, he immediately raised his shield, leading the others to move aside, gradually increasing the distance from Lin Shan. His trust in Lin Shan was already ingrained in his mind, requiring no further explanation from Lin Shan. Chang Lin and Lu Rinjia, among others, were fighting alongside Ishin for the first time and couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. They tightly gripped their weapons, their eyes fixed ahead, ears perked up, closely following Tang Junren. Sure enough, shortly after Tang Junren and the others moved aside, they felt a slight tremor underfoot and a grayish outline slowly appeared in the white view. Soon, a massive grayish-white figure broke through the snowstorm, coming into view. The figure's white whiskers were wildly blown by the wind, its enormous fangs exposed, seemingly frozen with some frost. Its eyes were a chilling ice blue. What was most astonishing was the weapon of this monster. In its huge claws, it held a massive longbow carved from ice. Opposite it stood Lin Shan, his robe billowing in the wind. Lin Shan also held a longbow shimmering with a faint purple light. The scene of this man and monster facing off left Gu Shuerong in awe. A duel of double bows. This is so cool. Especially Ishin's expression, so calm and unflappable like a mountain collapsing before him. I love it. Manhwa glanced at Gu Shuerong, wanting to complain but held back. Su Wanning frowned slightly. This monster actually attacks from a distance. This seems dangerous. Gu Shuerong then realized. Usually, monsters were melee attackers, and Ishin could kite them like that man on the 6th floor in the dungeon. But now, this monster's weapon was arrows. This meant that simply kiting was no longer effective. Gu Shuerong anxiously asked, "Is it still possible for us to retreat now?" Manhwa gently shook his head. "I don't think Shin has any intention of backing down." When the snow monster fully appeared before everyone, they could finally check its attributes. Extreme Cold Snow 8 level, Elite level Catastrophe Monster Health 30,000 attack, 500 skill 1 Ice Arrow. Passive: the arrows of the Extreme Cold Snow Ape will freeze the body of the target, reducing their movement speed by 10% with each hit, stacking up to a maximum of 100% to trigger freezing. Skill 2 Frenzied Rapid Fire. The Extreme Cold Snow Ape instantly shoots 10 arrows at its target of hatred, dealing 80% of its own attack power along with the passive effect of Ice Arrow. Everyone gasped. Manhwa even swallowed hard, extending a finger to confirm carefully. 1, 10, 100,000. What the hell? 30,000 health? Can we really kill this thing? Gu Shuerong's face had turned pale, and this guy's attack value is so high, even Tang Junren can't withstand 3 attacks from this catastrophe monster. And this monster is ranged. Tang Junren's gaze was firm as he said seriously, "Don't worry, as long as Ishin says it's possible, then it's definitely possible." Su Wanning also nodded affirmatively. "That's right, we must trust Ishin, and we must trust ourselves." Seeing that the 2 veteran teammates who had been following Ishin said so, the others could only suppress their fear and wait for Lin Chen's command. Would Lin Chen risk his life? The answer is of course not. He had already known in advance that this monster's weapon would be an ice bow, and he also knew that this monster's attributes would be extremely terrifying. But Lin Chen still dared to come. His greatest confidence was naturally his superb operational skills. Before entering the map, Lin Chen had spent 900 astonishment points to upgrade his invincible evasion technique to the 4th level. This 4th level had a 90% evasion probability against attacks from level 20 elite monsters, which was enough for Lin Chen. So the concerns of others were completely unfounded. For Lin Chen, ranged attacks were much easier to evade than melee attacks. In melee, every inch closer is a risk. The closer the distance, the shorter the evasion window. But ranged attacks are different. The time it takes for arrows to fly is enough for Lin Chen to dodge. In addition to the invincible evasion technique, Lin Chen also spent 1500 astonishment points to upgrade the weakness insight technique. Fortunately, Lin Chen had gained enough astonishment points from the last dungeon. The dungeon rankings and forging legendary quality equipment had brought him considerable astonishment point income. After exchanging for these 2 techniques, he still had over 1,000 astonishment points left. Lin Chen planned to exchange some skills from other professions later to guide Tang Junren and the others. After upgrading the weakness insight technique to the 4th level, he could now identify the weaknesses of all catastrophe monsters at level 20 and below. For example, the weakness of the massive extreme cold snow ape in front of him was the center point of its forehead. Lin Chen pulled back the bowstring in his hand, and 2 pitch-black arrows shot out instantly, heading straight for the center of the extreme cold snow ape's forehead. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Both arrows triggered the black mark? Unfortunately, the black mark effect cannot stack, so even if both triggered, it only counts as one. However, this shows that his triggering probability has indeed increased significantly. Lin Chen was already looking forward to reaching level 30. At that time, the Dark Hunter would undergo a tremendous transformation. Lin Chen focused his mind and concentrated on the battle before him. As 2 arrows pierced through the biting wind and snow, Lin Chen shouted loudly, "Everyone, start attacking!" Thud! The 2 arrows struck simultaneously into the forehead of the extreme cold snow ape, and horrifying crimson numbers floated above its head. -342, -195, -25. One of the arrows landed a critical hit while the other dealt normal damage. As 4-25, that was the damage per second inflicted by Lin Chen's Black Mark skill. The extreme cold snow ape staggered back a step, its icy eyes suddenly locking onto Lin Chen not far away, letting out an angry roar. The entire territory echoed with the shrill cry of the extreme cold snow ape. Everyone trembled in fear but still slowly approached the ape from behind. Chang Lin and Gu Shuirong, among other ranged classes, had already begun their attacks. The extreme cold snow ape shook its head, ignoring the attacks from behind. Its icy gaze fixed firmly on Lin Chen. It extended a large claw and pulled the arrow from its forehead. Then it suddenly raised its ice bow. As it drew the bow, the swirling snow transformed into arrows that sparkled with a pure white brilliance. Roar! In the next moment, the icy long arrow shot through the air. The hearts of the crowd tightened in fear. To them, this icy long arrow seemed to come with great force and a terrifying momentum. But in Lin Chen's eyes, the moment the icy long arrow was fired, he had already calculated its landing point. He didn't even need the help of the invincible evasion technique. Lin Chen dashed 2 steps to the right front and then stood still, drawing 2 arrows from his quiver and pulling back the bowstring once more. This scene nearly scared Gu Shuirong to death. From her perspective, Lin Chen's position was clearly in the path of the icy long arrow. "Be careful, Yi Shun," Gu Shuirong hurriedly called out. But Lin Chen paid no mind, focusing solely on pulling the bowstring to its limit, then gently releasing his fingertips to shoot another arrow. This time, another arrow transformed into black. At the same time, the icy long arrow whistled past Lin Chen, creating a gust of wind that lifted his robes but did not harm him in the slightest. This scene left Gu Shuirong and the others in awe. Manhwa opened his mouth in astonishment, a hint of envy in his voice. "This is so cool, just like that amazing highlight reel. Yi Shun's moves are so graceful. I wish I could be as cool as Yi Shun. Truly, one should be like Yi Shun." Gu Shuirong waved her wand while slowly exhaling in relief. It seemed she had underestimated Yi Shun. With his judgment, how could he possibly miss those arrows? Lu Renjia and Chang Lin were even more stirred, having never witnessed such a high-energy scene. Tang Junren and Su Wanning, the experienced seniors, remained calm. Basic operations were all in place. Hey, you there? Move your hand away from 6. The extreme cold snow ape let out another frustrated roar and continued to draw its bow and shoot arrows. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. After firing a dozen arrows in succession, none even grazed the hem of Lin Chen's clothes, while every arrow Lin Chen shot hit its mark with terrifying precision that left everyone in awe. Initially, the crowd behind the extreme cold snow ape was anxious, but later they realized that no matter how they attacked the ape, it would not turn around, only shooting arrows at Lin Chen. And yet, it still couldn't hit. Only then did everyone understand that this extreme cold snow ape was so easy to kill. Before long, the extreme cold snow ape's health had been whittled down by a third by the group. The extreme cold snow ape seemed to be enraged, wildly swinging its ice bow. At the same time, the swirling snowstorm was gathered around it. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Here it comes. This extreme cold snow ape is about to unleash its skill. Lin Chen quickly shouted to the people behind the extreme cold snow ape, "Everyone stop attacking. It's about to release its skill." Lin Chen had instructed this before entering the dungeon. When a monster is about to unleash a skill, they must not attack it, or the monster's aggro would change. This had been mentioned when Lin Chen killed the statting soldier ant. After shooting 2 arrows from his bow, Lin Chen immediately stowed away the unyielding bloodfang bow, his eyes fixed on the ice and snow longbow in the extreme cold snow ape's hands, ready to dodge. At this moment, what the extreme cold snow ape held was no longer a longbow, but more like a crossbow, with a massive amount of wind and snow gathering on it, causing the ape's arms to tremble slightly. In the next moment, an ice and snow arrow suddenly shot towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen instantly activated the active skill light shield of the radiant ring. A small section of gray shield appeared on Lin Chen's health bar, and his movement speed increased by 20%, allowing him to leap forward. He successfully dodged the first ice and snow arrow's landing point. But it wasn't over yet. Before the first arrow even landed, the second one shot out explosively from the extreme cold snow ape's ice and snow longbow. Lin Chen quickly assessed the landing point and began to evade again. However, as time went on, Lin Chen's reaction time grew shorter. The extreme cold snow ape seemed to consciously predict Lin Chen's dodges, even starting to block his escape routes. Each time Lin Chen barely dodged one arrow, the next one would come rushing in. With such speed and intensity, no matter how fast Lin Chen calculated, he simply couldn't keep up. Fortunately, Lin Chen had the invincible evasion technique. As the last 2 arrows approached, Lin Chen bent down directly. Just as his waist bent, an arrow whizzed past above his stomach. That wasn't the worst part. Almost in less than a second, the final arrow, accompanied by a sharp wind, whistled past under Lin Chen's legs. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced back at the landing point of that last arrow. It was so close. Dangerous. It was truly too dangerous. Although even if he had been hit, it wouldn't have hurt. Lin Chen still felt a mental pain. If it had been someone else, they would have found it hard to dodge the extreme cold snow ape's frenzied rapid fire and would have had to endure it. That's why the system suggested trying after level 20. But Lin Chen was not an ordinary person. After dodging the skill, Lin Chen began to press the extreme cold snow ape again, attacking it. Witnessing this scene, Gu Shuerong and the others broke into a cold sweat. Manhwa forced a bitter smile, instinctively covering his vulnerable parts, murmuring, "I suddenly don't envy Yishin anymore, this is too terrifying." Even the usually taciturn Yang Kailang chimed in. Yang Kailang, indeed. Tang Junran also reached out, scratching his butt. Su Wanning looked at this group of clowns and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. "Stop joking around, we should be able to continue the attack now." Sure enough, Lin Chen, who had regained his composure, began to issue orders. "Everyone, continue the attack." Just as they resumed their assault, Lin Chen's mind was suddenly filled with the system's announcement. "Congratulations, your recent actions have been selected for the highlights of Outstanding Operations Interface, rated A+. You can go to the interface to view it." Ha! He was actually selected for the highlights again? Lin Chen felt like it had been ages since he was chosen. After all, the last dungeon didn't have any particularly difficult disaster monsters, most of it was just brainwork. The final boss had also been kept under control by Lin Chen, leaving no room for any spectacular maneuvers. Indeed, the closer one is to death, the more outstanding the operations. Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter, then focused his mind and continued attacking the extreme cold snow ape in front of him. The extreme cold snow ape, without releasing skills, was like a tiger with its teeth pulled. It posed no threat. Lin Chen guessed that it would likely release its skills when it had only 1/3 of its health left. Then it would enter a berserk state. This so-called berserk state typically triggers when around 10% of health remains. Once triggered, the attributes of the disaster monster would slightly increase and its attack methods might change. This berserk state only occurs in elite monsters of level 20 and above, marking the last struggle of these creatures. Many teams could barely hold on at first, only to be wiped out by the elite monster's berserk state in the end. However, Lin Chen wasn't worried. Don't forget, he still had that legendary quality weapon, the Arrow of Destruction. Berserk? Not a chance. The following script indeed went as Lin Chen had arranged. When the extreme cold snow ape's health dropped to 1/3, it released its skills again. With the previous experience, Lin Chen was not as flustered this time. He dodged 10 arrows with ease and continued to output damage. The extreme cold snow ape's health continued to decline, soon reaching around 10%. When Gu Shuerong's fireball struck down, the extreme cold snow ape's health officially fell below 3,000. In an instant, the extreme cold snow ape's icy eyes turned blood red and its body swelled up. It no longer drew its bow but smashed the ice bow it held down onto the ground, creating a sharp tip. The extreme cold snow ape swung the shattered ice bow around and suddenly charged at Lin Chen. That's right, the berserk extreme cold snow ape had directly switched to melee mode, and its attributes had changed. Extreme cold snow ape, berserk state, level, elite disaster. Monster health 2985/30,000, attack 650. A system prompt appeared before everyone. Warning: the extreme cold snow ape has entered berserk state. Before anyone could react, Lin Chen decisively released the Arrow of Destruction skill. He suddenly pulled back the bowstring and countless gray energies gathered on it, gradually forming the shape of an arrow. Lin Chen watched the extreme cold snow ape charging towards him, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Go! Arrow of Destruction. The gray arrow spun wildly, even the surrounding wind and snow were instantly crushed, swept up in its wake. The flight speed of the gray arrow was slow, but it exuded an irresistible majesty. Boom! The extreme cold snow ape collided with the gray bow and arrow. Just as it was about to rise up, the extreme cold snow ape instantly wilted. Its stats plummeted by 20% in an instant, and its speed visibly slowed down, even less than Lin Chen, who had triggered the light shield again at that moment. While Lin Chen distanced himself from the extreme cold snow ape, he continuously drew his bow and shot arrows. The already dwindling health of the extreme cold snow ape gradually reached its limit. Finally, with a painful roar, the extreme cold snow ape crashed to the ground, looking weak and on the verge of death, but it did not die. Until the end, the longbow wielded by the extreme cold snow ape failed to hit Lin Chen even once. After falling, the extreme cold snow ape entered an invincible state and could no longer attack. What's going on? Everyone was still in shock, but Lin Chen knew that a storyline was about to unfold. The blood color in the extreme cold snow ape's eyes faded, returning to an icy hue. It trembled as it waved its broken claws, softly whimpering, "Don't kill me. Woo woo woo." As if trying to make amends, the extreme cold snow ape waved its claws, and the swirling snowstorm suddenly coalesced. At first, everyone didn't understand what this meant, but as the snowstorm gradually calmed, they were astonished to discover that the extreme cold snow ape had actually built a massive villa out of ice and snow. The entire villa was crystal clear, entirely forged from ice and snow, exuding grandeur. Gu Shuerong gasped in surprise. "My goodness, an ice and snow kingdom. This is so beautiful." Manhwa and Tang Junran nodded in agreement. Su Wanning also excitedly examined this miraculous villa. "Is this Going to be our guild from now on? After the villa was completed, the extreme cold snow ape struggled to stand up. The snowstorm gathered around it, gradually transforming it into an ice sculpture which settled in front of the newly built villa. Guardian Beast. From today onward, it would be the guardian beast of this villa. Just as the guardian beast raised its head, the system announcements sounded. Ding! Congratulations! You and your team have successfully completed the task guild establishment. You have obtained the number 1 guild number, which will be recorded in the annals of the era of universal job change, earning the admiration of thousands. Congratulations, your team. The 10 participants in the battle has received the title First Lord. First Lord. The territory blessing received by the bearer is increased by 50% now. Please give your guild a name that you like. The continuous announcements left everyone a bit stunned. What is a guild number? What is a title? But soon, the naming session instantly captured everyone's attention. Gu Shuerong excitedly raised her hands and quickly said, how about we call ourselves the Easy God Alliance? Manhwa couldn't hide his disdain. You brainless fan, what kind of name is that? Easy God is so embarrassing. Gu Shuerong rolled her eyes, albeit late, and coldly huffed, looking at Manhwa with disdain, sneering, I want to hear what brilliant idea you have. Manhwa raised his head, confidently stating, let's call it the War God Pavilion. Put. Gu Shuerong couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. I thought you had some culture, you crack me up. Hey, Yang social anxiety, you tell us whose name sounds better? Gu Shuerong casually patted the nearby Yang Kailang, laughing as she asked. Yang Kailang, who was originally just a bystander, didn't expect to be suddenly called out, and his face turned red. He quickly typed, Yang Kailang, I think. Gu Shuerong seems a bit better. Gu Shuerong pointed at the text bubble above Yang Kailang's head, mockingly laughing at Manhwa even more. Manhwa huffed, you all have no taste. Everyone laughed and enthusiastically discussed. However, the names everyone came up with seemed to lack a bit of depth. Su Wanning looked at Lin Chen beside her and softly asked, Lin Chen, do you have any good suggestions? Lin Chen rubbed his chin, his gaze drifting towards the direction of the towering sky tower. The sky tower reaches the heavens. How about we call it Lingxiao? I believe that one day we will ascend to this sky, rising above the 9 heavens. Everyone heard Lin Chen's words, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Manhwa reacted the fastest, immediately flattering, Lingxiao. This name is great. No wonder it's from the god of easy. It's way better than my War God Pavilion. Gu Shuerong sighed, I feel this name has such a poetic meaning. The others nodded in agreement. Tang Junren scratched his head. It's hard to imagine that the god of easy could come up with both Lingxiao and Old Seven stuck in the gourd. Lin Chen. If everyone has no objections, shall I confirm this name? Of course, everyone had no objections. So Lin Chen entered the name Lingxiao into the dialog box and selected confirm. This time, the announcement echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations to the number 1 guild in the server, Lingxiao, for successfully establishing. All players can apply to join the guild in the system interface. The Heaven ranking function opens a new list, guild ranking. 15 minutes ago, Lin Chen's highlight video had just been uploaded not long ago, and players quickly discovered it and shared it all over the forum. God of Easy's new work, Dancer on the Blade, it's not just bragging. What the heck? After watching the video, I suddenly feel a breeze blowing through my pants. Strange. Can you recognize which map this is? Why is it all snowy? Netizens began a flood of discussions about this video. Deng Jia was following behind Wei Ci and others while browsing the messages on the forum. At this moment, they were in the Lord's castle, where Wei Ci and Fu Qian were chatting with Lord Shen Yuan. What? Land grant documents? Otherwise, it's 50,000 trading points? Why don't you just rob it? Hearing Lord Xuan Yuan's words, Fu Qian frowned and directly scolded. This price was absolutely unacceptable to him. He currently had only about 500 trading points in his pocket. Wei Ci, however, lightly laughed and patted Fu Qian's shoulder. It's okay, we have cash flow here. 50,000 trading points is nothing. If we can create the guild early, we can attract quite a few players first. After all, there are still very few players who can create a guild now. Fu Qian stared at Wei Ci in disbelief. What? 50,000 trading points? Nothing? What kind of rich person is this? At this moment, Deng Jia heard Wei Ci's call, quickly closed the forum interface, stepped forward, and directly paid the Lord 50,000 trading points. Almost instantly, Lord Shen Yuan revealed a brilliant smile and then took out 4 cards. Deng Jia was about to step back but suddenly caught sight of the 4 cards in the Lord's hand, which represented spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Winter? Deng Jia recalled the video he had just watched. Lin Chen was killing monsters in a place filled with snow. Coincidentally, the Lord was just introducing that there was a disaster monster in each territory. Deng Jia instantly confirmed his guess and blurted out, Lin Chen chose winter. Wei Ci was taken aback and asked in confusion, Lin Chen? Are you saying Lin Chen and the others are also establishing a guild? Fu Qian frowned slightly, no way. Is there a top rich second generation in their team? Can they afford 50,000 trading points? Deng Jia didn't know how to explain and could only let Wei Ci watch the video himself. After watching, Wei Xiai and Fu Qian fell into deep thought. It seemed that Lin Chen had really started establishing the guild and had even begun killing monsters ahead of them. Wei Xi's expression was very grim. That damn Lin Chen, why is he everywhere? Fu Qian also looked furious and asked Wei Xiai beside him, what should we do now? Wei Xiai pondered for a moment, then stood up directly, selecting the winter card from the city lord's hand, and said coldly, since they chose this, then we will choose this too. However, we need to hurry up. Fu Qian nodded, we can only do this for now, so let's set off quickly. Everyone stood up, and as they opened the map to prepare for teleportation, Wei Xiai noticed that Yan Hao had been completely oblivious to what they were saying. At that moment, Yan Hao was still flirting with Ji Ba. Wei Xiai took a deep breath, desperately suppressing the rage within. Seeing this, Deng Jia quickly tugged at Yan Hao beside him. Yan Hao interrupted. In his good mood, shot a glare at Deng Jia, and only then did he notice that everyone was ready to teleport. Wei Xiai snorted coldly and said, Extreme North Territory, begin teleportation. In the next moment, all their figures appeared outside the Extreme North Territory. Of course, the one they came to was not the same Extreme North Territory as Lin Chen's, but a completely identical parallel map. As Wei Xiai prepared to enter the map with his carefully selected team of 9, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. Everyone looked at the system's warning, somewhat at a loss, and turned to Wei Xiai. With a dark expression, Wei Xiai said, if Lin Chen can fight, why can't we? Everyone, get in. The figures of 10 people vanished outside the Extreme North Territory. But when they saw the attributes of the extreme cold snow ape inside the territory, they were frozen in place. Even Wei Xiai was stunned. How could Lin Chen and the others possibly defeat such data? Could there be some change later? Or was this extreme cold snow ape particularly foolish? Gritting his teeth, Wei Xiai directly ordered, all exiled knights, charge in. The ideal was beautiful, but reality was harsh. Soon, when all 3 exiled knights were brutally killed before Wei Xiai, he finally panicked. If it weren't for Deng Jia reacting quickly, he might have also met his end inside. Yan Hao's face changed dramatically as he screamed frantically, retreat! Retreat! If we don't retreat now, we're all going to die. This is simply not a monster we can fight. The 7 survivors gasped for breath outside the extreme northern territory. The terrifying scene they had just witnessed lingered in front of them, refusing to dissipate. Yan Hao's eyes were filled with fear. Absolutely impossible. That kind of monster is definitely not something we can kill right now. Even the exiled knights couldn't withstand 2 or 3 arrows from that creature, and its health was still so high. If we hadn't run fast, we would have all died in there. I absolutely don't believe that Lin Chen, that useless person, could kill this monster. This was the first time Yan Hao had been so close to death since the era of universal job changes began, and he found it hard to accept. Deng Jia, panting heavily, spoke up, but in the video, Lin Chen managed to dodge 10 arrows in one breath. That seemed to be a skill of the extreme cold snow ape. Deng Jia's words instantly made the atmosphere a bit heavy. Wei Xi's face darkened. Fu Qian stood beside Wei Xiai, his expression equally gloomy. This failure was indeed a significant blow to them. Could it be that the gap between them and Lin Chen was this vast? After a moment, Wei Xiai spoke coldly, let's go level up. This monster is definitely not something we can kill at our current level of 12. In that video, the extreme cold snow ape still had 2/3 of its health left. Lin Chen and the others might not even be able to clear it. In the video, he was the only one struggling to dodge. Perhaps all his teammates had already fallen. Wei Xiai wanted to comfort everyone, but before he could finish, the system's announcement suddenly rang out. Someone successfully created a guild. Wei Xi's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears. Lin Chen succeeded? How could that be? Wei Xiai quickly opened the guild interface. At that moment, the guild interface only displayed the solitary name, Ling Xiao, and the president of Ling Xiao was none other than Lin Chen. Damn! Wei Xiai couldn't help but curse. He really couldn't accept it. How many times had Lin Chen gotten ahead of them? That was a monster with 30,000 health. How on earth did Lin Chen and the others manage it? Deng Jia and the others cautiously watched Wei Xiai, who was in a furious state, not daring to speak. Yan Hao's mouth dropped open in astonishment, clearly unable to believe what he was seeing. Fu Qian furrowed his brows tightly. It seemed that Lin Chen was a much stronger opponent than he had imagined. Wei Xiai took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and spoke through gritted teeth, we need to level up. I want to claim that number 2 guild number. By the way, did that recommendation letter sell yesterday? If it hasn't sold, then don't sell it yet. Wei Xiai suddenly remembered something and asked Deng Jia beside him. Deng Jia paused, I already sold it, why shouldn't I have sold it? Wei Xiai casually replied, because I saw a lot of people on the forum asking for recommendation letters today. They all realized the value of the recommendation letter. And it seems that monsters above level 10 don't drop recommendation letters. I was thinking of holding onto it as a rare item, but whatever, if it's sold. 5,000 trading points is still acceptable. Deng Jia stumbled, his face filled with guilt. Wei Xiai noticed the problem, raised an eyebrow, and quickly pressed on, did you give them a discount? Deng Jia lowered his head, slowly nodding, not daring to look up at Wei Xiai. Wei Ci felt like his head was about to explode. He forced himself to control his emotions and continued to ask, "How much did you sell it for? 4,000? 3,000? Deng Jie's voice was barely audible. 500. What? Wei Ci was taken aback, not hearing clearly. Deng Jie repeated, 500. Wei Ci suddenly felt darkness cloud his vision. Bought for 10,000. Sold for 500? Blood loss. This life really can't go on. Even if Deng Jie has money, he can't let people cheat like this? At this moment, Lin Chen and the others have already started to set up their guild's villa. Manhwa was assigned to be in charge of procurement. After all, he is the most sensitive to prices. Manhwa excitedly accepted the task and began to browse the system store with enthusiasm, muttering to himself, "We need to have a table, right? We need it for meetings. What the hell? A table. Costs 1,000 trading points, why not just steal one? We need chairs too. Chairs are so expensive? No way." The more Manhwa looked, the more he felt the pain in his wallet. It seems that he really needs to speed up his money-making endeavors. These trading points are just not enough. Since returning last night, Manhwa has already started to create a buzz on the forum. Under his hype, the demand for recommendation letters has gradually risen. Many people have started posting asking for recommendation letters. However, Manhwa believes that now is not the best time. Speaking of recommendation letters, one must mention the story from last night. Last night, Manhwa was lying in bed, bored, and wandered around the trading hall, coincidentally discovering someone selling recommendation letters. The person's name sounded somewhat familiar to Manhwa, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it. What was it? Deng Jie. Never mind, the name isn't important. What matters is that Deng Jie's recommendation letter was priced at 5,000 trading points. Could Manhwa indulge such a habit? Naturally, he decisively took action. After a barrage of chatter, Manhwa managed to snag that recommendation letter for just 500, a real blood profit. If this Deng Jie knew that just one night later, the lowest bid for recommendation letters was now 3 to 4,000 trading points, and that it would be even higher in the next couple of days, what kind of expression would he have? Everyone was doing their part, and after several minutes of arrangement, the Ice Palace finally started to resemble a guild. Chang Lin and Lu Rinjia successfully joined the guild, becoming the first batch of members. Lin Chen checked the guild's data at this time. Lingxiao Guild ID, number 1 guild level, 1 members, 13/200 guild experience, 0/1000A. Level 1 guild can accommodate a maximum of 200 members, but as the guild level increases, it will be able to hold more members. Besides this basic information, what Lin Chen was most concerned about was the value of the territory blessing, as it directly relates to everyone's combat power enhancement. Territory Blessing, Extreme North Territory, Level 1 provides free attribute points. 2. Hell Difficulty Reward, Health Bonus, 100 Attack Power Bonus, 10 Agility Bonus, 10 Mana. It seems that these 2 free attribute points are the extra rewards for Hell Difficulty, and Lin Chen directly allocated these 2 points to Constitution and Luck. The level of the Territory Blessing is the same as the guild level, and as the level of the Territory Blessing increases, various bonuses will gradually improve, making it one of the key ways to become stronger in the later stages. Coupled with the bonus from the title of First Lord, having the Territory Blessing is equivalent to having a few more pieces of equipment than others. Quite terrifying. Ultimately, what decides life and death in the dungeon may very well be these extra values. Lin Chen opened the guild task interface. There were still many tasks available in the task interface, and none of them were particularly difficult. Most involved submitting various random materials, as well as donating 10 trading points daily to build the guild, all of which could increase the guild's experience points. Once the guild reached level 3, the guild dungeon would be unlocked. It could be participated in once every 3 days, and winning would yield a large amount of guild experience. But that was a matter for later. Their guild was still only level 1. The application list in the guild backend had long since exploded, with over 100,000 applications added every minute. After all, there was only this one guild on the entire guild list, and it was created by Ishin. Of course, countless players were eager to join Ishin's guild. Members couldn't be admitted casually, positions were already scarce, so they should be selected carefully. This was a big project. Lin Chen decided to find a capable person to help him share the burden. His gaze swept around and finally landed on the obsequious-looking Lu Rinjia. Yes, he was the one. Lin Chen immediately set Lu Rinjia as an administrator and called him over. "Brother Lu, can you see the guild backend? Do you see these over 100,000 applications? Now we need to recruit new members, but I need you to help filter them out a bit first and then evenly distribute the various professions, bringing in 180 members. For now. That means 30 for each profession, got it? Prioritize those higher on the level leaderboard or those with epic weapons. Once they come in, let everyone complete the guild tasks. After we accept 180 members, temporarily don't agree to any more players joining until I conduct the first round of reviews. That's about it. We'll talk about the rest once we reach level 2. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Lu." Lu Renjai immediately nodded vigorously, his face full of surprise. He didn't expect Ishin to entrust him with such an important task as reviewing members. This feeling of being trusted made Lu Renjia a bit excited. Moreover, it was trust from his idol. Ishin still called him Brother Lu. This made Lu Rinjia feel he had another experience to boast about at gatherings. When Lin Chen was about to leave, he didn't forget to find Chang Lin and return the legendary quality weapon he had in hand. Thank you, and welcome to join my Ling Xiao. Chang Lin felt a bit shy and chuckled. No need to be polite, Ishin. Is there anything else you need my help with in the guild? Seeing Chang Lin's sincere demeanor, Lin Chen chose to satisfy her. Actually, there is. So, I'll also give you a management position, and you can work with Lu Rinjia on member reviews. Thanks for your hard work. With that, Lin Chen left with the others. Chang Lin looked at the administrator next to her name and couldn't help but smile foolishly. Ishin is really nice. Brother Lu, I'm here to help you. In the guild, Lu Rinjia and Chang Lin were left to be responsible for selecting guild members, while Lin Chen and the others casually picked a map to level up. Su Wanning couldn't help but lean over to Lin Chen and complain. Isn't it a bit irresponsible for you to be a hands-off manager? Lin Chen chuckled. I won't let them work for nothing. I'll provide rewards for the management. Seeing that Lin Chen had it under control, Su Wanning didn't say more. After everyone finished the guild tasks, it was already nearing evening, so Lin Chen decided to postpone the Tang Yuan job change task until tomorrow. After all, everyone was quite tired from killing the extreme cold snow ape all day. Now, Tang Jun and the others had all reached level 13. Lin Chen noticed that everyone was showing signs of fatigue, so he let them go back to rest early and continue leveling up tomorrow. Of course, Lin Chen also didn't forget to exhaust all his forging and alchemy energy for the day. Today, Lin Chen crafted 10 pieces of level 15 equipment. Some were blueprints bought from the trading market, some were dropped by minor monsters, and a few were selected from the bounty market. When Lin Chen opened the bounty market today, he was completely stunned. What the heck? Why are there so many items designated for himself as the crafter? And the price for each one is higher than the last. Soon, Lin Chen understood. It was probably because he helped Chun Lin and others craft items yesterday, right? Everyone wanted to take a gamble on epic or even legendary quality equipment. Lin Chen was thrilled he could improve his proficiency and earn trading points. He didn't even have to prepare blueprints or materials. After successfully exhausting his energy, Lin Chen returned to his safe house to rest. Dragging his weary body to the small house, Lin Chen was immediately taken aback. His room was in complete disarray. At that moment, Tang Yuan had even bitten the mattress apart, tearing it to shreds. When it noticed Lin Chen had returned, it awkwardly let go and quickly curled up in the corner. Tang Yuan, Lin Chen scolded, but he had no way to deal with it. Hit it? He couldn't bring himself to do that. He could only drag Tang Yuan's paw and take it to the crime scene, pointing at the shredded mattress, and scolded, Tang Yuan, look at the mess you've made. If you do this again, I might cut your dog food. Tang Yuan's gaze darted around, not sure if it understood. Lin Chen helplessly released Tang Yuan's paw. Fortunately, this was the era of universal job changes, so Lin Chen could only painfully pay 80 trading points to replace everything that was destroyed. Before going to bed that night, Lin Chen pointed at Tang Yuan and warned, Tang Yuan, you are not allowed on the bed at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Do you hear me? Tang Yuan curled up in its dog bed, shook its head, ears drooping, looking innocent. The next morning at 5 o'clock. Slurp, slurp. Lin Chen felt his face was extremely wet. As he opened his eyes, sure enough, it was Tang Yuan again. If you say Tang Yuan is smart, it doesn't understand Lin Chen's command not to get on the bed. If you say Tang Yuan is dumb, the moment it saw Lin Chen open his eyes, it immediately slipped away, leaving Lin Chen to vent his morning grumpiness alone. 5 o'clock. Tang Yuan, you really are something. Lin Chen angrily rolled out of bed, skipped breakfast, and directly picked up Tang Yuan, teleporting to the city zoo. You want to wake me up? You want to destroy the house? I'm taking you to change jobs now, to give you some intelligence. So you won't understand my words. Tang Yuan shrank its neck, seemingly still not understanding what was happening. I listened to my master. I didn't wake him up at 6. Why is he still so angry? Humans are really strange. City Zoo level 16 to 20. The City Zoo is actually a leveling map, and it just happens to match Lin Chen's current level. Lin Chen, holding Tang Yuan, had just teleported to the location when he saw the zoo's entrance standing before him. Before the era of universal job changes arrived, Lin Chen had visited the zoo as a child. However, the zoo now was completely different from the one he remembered. The current zoo looked extremely dilapidated, the iron fences had long since disappeared, and the once glamorous ticket booth was now in tatters, with several bloody claw marks on the walls, making it seem quite dangerous. This task only says to come to the zoo to find the dog trainer Hachi, but it doesn't specify where. The zoo is so big, how am I supposed to find him? Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit troubled. Well, it seems that spending too much time with Tang Junrun has influenced him. Lin Chen could only walk further into the zoo. As soon as he entered, Lin Chen was surprised to see that it was still early, yet there was someone leveling up inside the zoo. So diligent? Lin Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances at that person. The person was a shadow assassin. When the shadow assassin saw Lin Chen holding a dog, he was clearly startled as well. Lin Chen ignored him and walked straight into the zoo. However, the shadow assassin furrowed his brows tightly, staring at Lin Chen's back as if confirming something in the void, and finally whispered, "Boss, I actually found him." Lin Chen was still wandering around the zoo. At this point, the cages that once held the animals had long been destroyed by an unknown force, and the scattered debris seemed to still showcase the intensity of the battle that had taken place. Without the cages, various mutated beasts roamed freely. There were monkeys, tigers, giraffes, and everything in between. Lin Chen chose not to provoke these small monsters but instead walked around, trying to find the whereabouts of the dog trainer Hachi. Finally, Lin Chen noticed a partially damaged sign on the ground. Dog training house. Looking at these words, memories from Lin Chen's childhood slowly surfaced. He seemed to have really seen a dog training performance in the zoo. Lin Chen hurriedly led Tang Yuan in the direction indicated by the sign. Sure enough, behind the morning mist in the distance, a wooden house was faintly visible. The door of the wooden house was half open, and he could vaguely hear barking coming from inside. Upon hearing the barking, Tang Yuan suddenly lifted his head and instantly broke free from Lin Chen's control, dashing wildly towards the wooden house. Tang Yuan. By the time Lin Chen reacted, Tang Yuan had already sprinted several meters away. Lin Chen could only hurry to catch up. Just then, the door of the wooden house creaked open. An old man with a head full of white hair staggered out. "Be careful." Just as Lin Chen thought Tang Yuan was going to knock the old man over, he was astonished to see Tang Yuan affectionately rubbing against the old man's pant leg. The old man was also slightly taken aback upon seeing Tang Yuan. Spirit dog? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Could this old man be the Hachi he was looking for? "Excuse me, are you the senior Hachi?" The old man slowly raised his aged face, looking at Lin Chen with slightly furrowed brows, appearing somewhat displeased. He neither denied nor confirmed Lin Chen's question but instead asked, "Human? What do you want?" Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Human? This Hachi's choice of words is quite strange. However, Lin Chen had seen even stranger NPCs in his previous life, so he wasn't too surprised. But Lin Chen did have some doubts about the mental state of the person who designed these NPCs. Lin Chen could only brace himself and continue. "I have a task regarding Tang Yuan, that is, the spirit dog's job change." Task. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the old man squinted his eyes slightly. Lin Chen felt that this old man was becoming increasingly wary of him for no apparent reason. After a moment, the old man waved his hand and turned around with a staggered gait, coldly saying, "I advise you to give up. The task of promoting a spirit dog is something you cannot accomplish. A dog is just a dog, it's enough to be a pet, there's no need for them to undergo promotion. And have you asked this little guy if it's willing?" As soon as the old man finished speaking, Tang Yuan began to bark excitedly, as if trying to say something. Hearing Tang Yuan's barking, the old man paused and looked back at Tang Yuan in surprise. "Are you sure? Promotion is not a good thing, you know. There's a saying that goes, with great power comes great responsibility." Woof woof woof. Tang Yuan interrupted the old man's words. Seeing this, the old man sighed helplessly and said to Lin Chen, "Since you want the spirit dog to promote, then you should head deeper into the zoo. There's a tiger king there. If you can defeat it, I can help your spirit dog promote." Lin Chen was overjoyed. This NPC-triggered quest actually required Tang Yuan's cooperation? Although Lin Chen couldn't understand what Tang Yuan had just said, it seemed that it really communicated a few words with the old man. Truly a dog trainer. Alright, I accept. Is its name really Tiger King? Lin Chen quickly nodded in agreement, just about to ask for more details when he suddenly felt a cold sweat break out all over his body. The invincible evasion technique unexpectedly activated, and it began to send Lin Chen commands to dodge to the side. Lin Chen had never encountered such a situation before. He reacted a moment too late and then instantly dodged to the side. In the next moment, 10 cold lights suddenly flashed behind Lin Chen. Even though Lin Chen had foreseen the danger and dodged in advance, 3 daggers still grazed his body. -150, -176, -191. Lin Chen instantly lost 517 health points. His health bar was nearly halved. Warning: you are being attacked by the team of Li Zue, Li Tang, Chen Feng, and others. In an instant, Lin Chen understood one thing. Someone was ambushing him. Lin Chen had no time to turn around. He desperately lunged to the side, then rolled on the ground and turned around to see the enemies that had appeared behind him. It was actually 10 shadow assassins. Lin Chen recognized one of them at a glance. It was the person he had just seen at the zoo entrance. This sudden turn of events left the old man and Tang Yuan stunned, momentarily unsure of what to do. The old man and Tang Yuan could be stunned, and the 10 shadow assassins could be stunned, but Lin Chen could not. If even 2 or 3 of them got close, he would probably be done for. Having experienced similar situations in his past life, Lin Chen's mind reacted instantly. His first action was not to grab his bow, but to quickly take out a bottle of celestial-grade lotus spirit potion from his backpack and drink it to restore his health. Immediately after, Lin Chen activated the light shield skill of the radiant ring to accelerate, combined with the passive skill that provided acceleration after being attacked from his wind spirit boots. These two accelerations caused Lin Chen's speed to surge, quickly creating distance while the shadow assassins were still in a daze. Damn, he actually dodged it? How is that possible? The leader of the shadow assassins exclaimed in frustration, his face filled with disbelief. But he knew this was not the time to be dazed. Everyone, chase! His health must be low. The leader of the shadow assassins shouted, then took off at full speed after Lin Chen. According to the current mainstream strategy for Dark Hunters, the usual focus is on strength and agility, which enhances their damage output and kite ability. These two aspects are fundamental to a Dark Hunter's existence. Given that, even with equipment, a normal Dark Hunter would have at most a little over 600 health points at this time. He had just noticed that the health that burst out in that moment had already exceeded 500. Therefore, the leader of the shadow assassins concluded that Lin Chen must have very little health left. The others reacted and followed the leader in pursuit. Damn, how is he so fast? Lin Chen was running ahead at high speed, quickly creating distance between himself and the shadow assassins behind him. At this moment, Tang Yuan by the wooden house finally understood the situation. Its master was in danger. Although Tang Yuan usually got scolded fiercely by Lin Chen after waking him up in the morning or after destroying furniture at home, it knew very well that Lin Chen had taken it out of that unwanted apartment. Lin Chen was different from the others in that apartment. He treated it well. Even when it tore Lin Chen's mattress, he never laid a hand on it. Back when Tang Yuan was with the man on the 6th floor, it was constantly disliked, but with Lin Chen, it truly experienced love and tenderness. Tang Yuan had long regarded Lin Chen as its new master. Now that its master was in danger, how could Tang Yuan not rush in? Woof woof woof. Tang Yuan bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at the group of shadow assassins, completely shedding its usual obedient demeanor. But those shadow assassins had no time to pay attention to a mad little dog beside them. They continued to chase after Lin Chen. Tang Yuan extended its sharp claws and, with a whoosh, darted out, chasing after the shadow assassins. It was incredibly fast. Seeing this, the old dog Bagu wanted to stop Tang Yuan. But at his age, he couldn't match Tang Yuan's agility. Bagu could only anxiously shout from behind Tang Yuan, "Are you crazy? You're too weak now. You'll die. Come back." But Tang Yuan ignored him, crazily increasing its speed and charging forward. Tang Yuan was fast enough to actually catch up to one of the shadow assassins. It bared its sharp teeth and pounced directly at the enemy. The shadow assassin was knocked to the ground by Tang Yuan, and health deduction numbers floated above his head. However, the health value was very small. Tang Yuan was still too weak. Caught off guard, the shadow assassin instinctively kicked out at Tang Yuan's abdomen. "Oh whoa!" Tang Yuan howled in pain and was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. "Damn you, stupid dog. What bad luck!" The shadow assassin who had been knocked down felt his heart racing. Although Tang Yuan's attack hadn't caused him to lose much health, it had indeed startled him. The shadow assassin Lin Chen had encountered at the zoo entrance also noticed the dog and said viciously, "That dog belongs to Lin Chen, kill it quickly." The knockdown shadow assassin nodded and waved his dagger, approaching Tang Yuan. Lin Chen heard Tang Yuan's howl and quickly turned around. Just in time to see the shadow assassin raising his dagger towards Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan's current health could definitely not withstand any blow. If this knife strikes, Tang Yuan will undoubtedly die. Lin Chen still remembers the scene of Tang Yuan cowering in the cage. He absolutely did not want Tang Yuan to endure that kind of fear and pain again. "No!" Lin Chen roared, his eyes wide with rage. Suddenly leaping forward, turning in midair, two arrows almost dazzlingly knocked on the string and shot out in an instant. "Stop!" The two arrows, carrying the sound of slicing wind, flashed with brilliant white light, shooting straight at the shadow assassin. It was the dawn arrow, and it was two dawn arrows. At this moment, Lin Chen's luck was off the charts. His luck attribute finally kicked in. Just as the shadow assassin who had been knocked down had not yet reacted, the two arrows pierced into his body. Above his head, for terrifying numbers floated up. -250, -250, -92, -95. These two arrows had unleashed nearly 700 damage. And this shadow assassin had maxed out his strength, which led to one thing. His health was only 600. These two arrows directly took his life. The shadow assassin, who was walking towards Tang Yuan with his knife, had not yet realized what had happened. He only saw the terrified gaze of his teammate and heard the system announcement by his ear. What happened? His own health was instantly reduced by 700? How is that possible? There was no time for him to think further. His body turned to nothingness, gradually dissipating in the air. Old Li. This scene almost instantly scared the shadow assassin beside him, named A Gang, to the point of wetting himself. But now he felt he could no longer be brave. Two arrows had directly taken away a living person? Those two bright arrows, piercing through the darkness, also took away a vibrant life. In A Gang's understanding, wasn't the Dark Hunter focused on sustained damage? How could he have such explosive power? Moreover, at such a distance, Lin Chen was even in the process of fleeing. How did he manage to shoot so accurately? Cold sweat almost instantly soaked A Gang's back. This was simply terrifying. Everyone be careful of Lin Chen's arrows, his damage is just too high. Gang shouted, giving everyone a warning. Many people still didn't know that someone had fallen. 8 Gong watched the scene and his murky eyes seemed to change slightly as he looked at Lin Chen. He risked danger to save that spirit dog? That's right, because Lin Chen turned back to shoot arrows, he could have created some distance. But now he was about to be caught up by the shadow assassin behind him. Tang Yuan might not have realized that it had just escaped death. At this moment it rolled over and got up from the ground, a bit unsteady, but it wasn't a big problem. It had been injured before and this little pain didn't affect Tang Yuan much. What it was more concerned about was how its master was doing now. Then Tang Yuan saw a scene that made its eyes widen in horror. Lin Chen was gradually being caught up and several daggers were about to stab into his back. Woof woof woof. Tang Yuan didn't understand why these people wanted to kill its master, but Tang Yuan knew it had to protect its master. Ignoring the pain all over its body, Tang Yuan charged forward again. Lin Chen looked at his health. The effect of the Lotus Spirit Potion had ended, restoring a total of 400 health points, and since Lin Chen had also used a basic combat recovery potion, his health had been restored to a total of 450 points. His total health was now 1221 points. After recovery, his health was 1154 points. These shadow assassins would never have expected his health to be so high. Perhaps he could withstand a few blows and try to counterattack. Lin Chen made up his mind and directly pulled out 2 arrows from his quiver, knocking them on the bowstring. While continuing to run wildly, he shot 1 arrow forward. Lin Chen did not turn around. This scene almost made the pursuers behind him laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, how could the mighty god of eternal night be scared to this extent? Who are you trying to shoot by firing forward? Don't you know that the action of drawing a bow affects your speed? Idiot. The arrogant laughter echoed throughout the zoo. But the next moment, their laughter came to an abrupt halt. The 2 arrows shot forward suddenly, changed direction and shot towards the shadow assassins behind. That's right. It was a curved shot. This was a sudden idea Lin Chen had just thought of. This way, he could save the time of turning around and control the trajectory of the curved arrows, achieving a surprise attack. Unfortunately, neither of the arrows triggered the dawn arrow effect, but one did trigger the black mark effect. The 2 arrows shot towards the 2 shadow assassins closest to Lin Chen. The 2 shadow assassins were caught off guard and couldn't react in time, getting hit directly by the arrows. The shadow assassin hit by the arrow with the black mark effect was named a Chang. A Chang saw his health drop and cursed his bad luck, then sneered, "With your little damage, you would have died 100 times before you could wear us down." Just as a Chang finished his provocative words, a cloud of black mist enveloped him. Then a Chang's speed suddenly dropped. That's right, it was Lin Chen who, after waiting for his cooldown to finish, shot the dark envelope directly at the closest a Chang, which immediately slowed a Chang's speed. Unfortunately, this dark envelope crit. The 30% slow effect caused a Chang to fall behind instantly. The gap in the team formed right where a Chang had been. Damn, how infuriating. A Chang saw himself getting further away from Lin Chen, even falling behind the team, and he let out an angry roar. Then he simply stopped in his tracks. This damn skill is really disgusting. But what does it matter if I'm one less? The rest can still stab you to death. What a pity, I probably won't get many trading points now. A Chang muttered viciously. At that moment, the sound of Tang Yuan running reached a Chang's ears. Ha! A dog? A Chang turned his head and saw Tang Yuan charging towards him. A cruel smile appeared on a Chang's face. "You damn stinky dog, how dare you ruin our good deed." In a fit of rage, a Chang directed the dagger in his hand towards Tang Yuan. At the same time that he had his eyes on Tang Yuan had also set his sights on the man in front of him, Ah Qiang. This person looked extremely sleazy, and Tang Yuan didn't like him at all. With a roar, Tang Yuan completely ignored the dagger in Ah Qiang's hand and prepared to pounce on him. Ah Qiang's mouth curled into a cruel arc. "You're just a mantis trying to stop a car. Stupid dog." Ah Qiang raised the dagger in his hand and lunged fiercely at Tang Yuan. But in the next moment, a tremendous force hit him, and Ah Qiang's body was suddenly knocked away. At the same time he was sent flying. 2 arrows flew towards him. One of them was the dawn arrow, shining with a brilliant light. Don't forget, Ah Qiang still had a black mark hanging on him. Under the explosion of the 2 black marks, over 600 damage instantly turned Ah Qiang into the second fallen shadow assassin. That's right, the one who knocked him away was Lin Chen. After Ah Qiang was slowed down and fell behind, Lin Chen instantly took advantage of that gap, changing direction and using the acceleration of the light shield to perform an extreme maneuver against the shadow assassins chasing him. What the hell? This caught everyone completely off guard. After all, who would have thought that Lin Chen would dare to turn back at this moment? In everyone's calculations, Lin Chen's health was already at its lowest. Just one strike could send him to his end. Although caught off guard, 2 people instinctively swung their blades, hitting Lin Chen. 160, 173. Ha ha ha, this idiot. He actually delivered himself to death. The shadow assassin who struck Lin Chen laughed maniacally, thinking he was about to achieve the feat of killing Lin Chen. But, to everyone's shock, Lin Chen was actually unharmed. The 300 points of damage that hit Lin Chen vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. Lin Chen charged out of the encirclement. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? How much health does he have? After breaking through the gap, Lin Chen maintained his fastest speed, knocking arrows while directly crashing into Aqiang, who was preparing to strike at Tang Yuan. Then, 2 arrows swiftly dealt with Aqiang. Lin Chen quickly picked up Tang Yuan from the ground and continued to run wildly. Thank you, Tang Yuan, now it's my turn to protect you. You're still quite weak. Don't be reckless, Lin Chen said while running, rubbing Tang Yuan's head. Tang Yuan affectionately nuzzled against Lin Chen's chest. Its master was safe and it was very happy. All of this unfolded before the eyes of Bagong. The frown that had been on Bagong's face slowly relaxed. At this moment, Lin Chen also noticed Bagong, who had been standing at the door of the wooden house, and rushed over, placing Tang Yuan into Bagong's arms. Please, help me look after Tang Yuan for a moment, I'll take care of these people. Bagong took Tang Yuan without saying much, just staggering a few steps forward, perfectly blocking behind Lin Chen. The shadow assassins, who had just been toyed with by Lin Chen, were already seething with rage, and now seeing an old man daring to block their way, they were instantly furious. Damn it, good dogs don't block the way, get out of my way. The moment he saw Hachiko, the shadow assassin immediately shouted, even brandishing the dagger in his hand. At that moment, blinded by anger, he clearly forgot one thing. They were in youth mode. This old man was obviously an NPC. Azuo, don't attack. Azuo's teammates wanted to remind him, but it was too late. Just now, Azuo saw that this old man in front of him was completely unfazed by his threat. And in a fit of rage, he wanted to show him a thing or two. The dagger slashed directly at Hachiko. 1. A faint number floated above Hachiko's head. Azuo stared at the number in a daze. Are you crazy? Isn't it obvious this is an NPC? Do you dare to attack an NPC? The furious roar of his teammates snapped Azuo back to reality. At that moment he realized he had probably made a huge mistake. He, Azuo, had truly become a sinner. All the shadow assassins also forgot about chasing Lin Chen. They looked at the attacked Hachiko in panic, and some were so scared they turned to run. Hachiko, who had been attacked, looked at the wounds on his body that were gradually disappearing, chuckled softly, rubbed the Tang Yuan in his arms, and said gently, look closely, I will only teach you once. Dogs, don't attack like you do. As Hachiko spoke, he set the Tang Yuan down. Boom! Hachiko's originally frail body suddenly swelled, robust muscles bulging out, and yellow-white fur sprouted. Instantly, that once old and kind face also bulged out, transforming into the appearance of a giant dog. At that moment, Lin Chen was drawn by the sound and turned around, only to find that the pursuers behind him were already too preoccupied with their own troubles. And the Hachiko that had just been human had now turned into a dog. Lin Chen suddenly understood. No wonder it had such a strange name. No wonder Hachiko's choice of words had been so abrupt and odd. No wonder he could communicate smoothly with the Tang Yuan, because he was a dog transformed into human form. Loyal dog. Hachiko level 100 health 10,000,000 attack power 10,000,000. Looking at Hachiko's stats panel, Lin Chen gasped. Meanwhile, Azuo and the others facing the transformation were already scared. Out of their wits. I was wrong. I didn't mean to. Azuo trembled, his legs shaking, a foul liquid continuously flowing from between his legs, dripping onto the ground. Some shadow assassins behind Azuo rolled and crawled away, while others, like him, were frozen in place from fear. Azuo wanted to run, but his legs were already out of control, utterly limp. Thud! Azuo fell to his knees. But this plea for mercy had no effect at all. Vicious humans! The dignity of the Tower of Heaven cannot be violated. No mercy in killing. Roar! Hachiko opened his crimson maw and roared at Azuo. The massive sound wave sent Azuo flying. In the next moment, Hachiko extended his enormous paw, sharp claws extending like blades, and with lightning speed, he lunged at Azuo. Unsurprisingly, one claw. Instant kill. Roar! Hachiko roared again, sweeping his paw horizontally, sending the remaining 4 shadow assassins before him away. Those who were crawling and trying to escape also did not escape their fate. Hachiko's body arched, his claws digging fiercely into the ground, allowing him to gain the fastest starting speed. Whoosh! The yellow-white figure transformed into a blur, chasing after the fleeing crowd. In just a second, all 4 remaining escapees were killed. Hachiko took less than a minute to eliminate these 8 people. Lin Chen was already dumbfounded. This Hachiko was simply too fierce. Lin Chen marveled as he slowly stopped his frantic pace. His crisis seemed to have been resolved by this Hachiko, but did this Hachiko still have its sanity? Would he be eliminated as well if he approached? In his previous life, Lin Chen had never dealt with such non-human NPCs, and he was somewhat unsure of their behavior. Tang Yuan, however, had no such concerns. At this moment, its eyes were filled with admiration as it looked at Hachiko, excitedly rushing towards it and affectionately rubbing against its side. Hachiko also affectionately raised its paw and rubbed Tang Yuan's little head. Then, Hachiko slowly lifted its head and looked at Lin Chen, who was hiding at a distance. Come here. Since he had been called over, Lin Chen could only brace himself and walk forward. Thank you, Hachiko Sr., for saving my life. Hachiko let out a loud snort and said proudly, I did not help you out of kindness. If that blind fool hadn't attacked me first, I wouldn't have intervened. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. He had heard of people attacking NPCs without thinking, but NPCs usually only killed the attacker and wouldn't wipe out an entire team. It seemed that this Hachiko had helped him out of consideration for Tang Yuan. Lin Chen picked up Tang Yuan, Hachiko Sr., then I'll go complete the task you mentioned. Since the threat of a surprise attack had been lifted, Lin Chen planned to wait for his teammates to arrive before continuing the task. Moreover, he needed to figure out why he had been suddenly ambushed. If it weren't for the hint from the invincible evasion technique, he would have likely been instantly killed by the 10 shadow assassins in the first wave. But Lin Chen didn't expect Hachiko to slowly shake its head. Its gaze towards Lin Chen was now quite appreciative. You no longer need to complete that task. That Tiger King has a grudge against me. If it senses my aura on this spirit dog, it will ignore your presence and attack the spirit dog madly. So I asked you to kill the Tiger King merely to see whether you would choose to abandon the spirit dog and flee or vow to protect it at all costs. Your performance just now has given me the answer. So you have passed my test and I can help your spirit dog change its class. Lin Chen was dumbfounded upon hearing Hachiko's words. It could actually be like this. He had indeed turned misfortune into fortune, avoiding the troublesome battle with the Tiger King. After Hachiko finished explaining, it leaped back into its wooden house, and when it came out, it had already returned to its human form. In its hand, it held a misty white stone. This is the spirit stone that can allow the spirit dog to change into a holy dog. Hachiko gently stroked the stone in his hand, his expression serious as he introduced it to Lin Chen. The current spirit dog is in its untransformed state, relatively weak, and has low intelligence. However, once they transform into a holy dog, their strength will greatly increase, and their intelligence will likely grow to the level of a few years old child. From spirit dog to holy dog, this is their first transformation. Once the holy dog reaches a certain level, it will hit a bottleneck, and only through a second transformation can it continue to improve. A spirit dog can undergo a maximum of 3 transformations in its lifetime. Lin Chen earnestly memorized everything Hachiko said. Then, Senior Hachiko, can I still come to find you when Tang Yuan undergoes its second transformation? Hachiko smiled and shook his head. I'm only at the second transformation stage myself. If you want a second transformation, my help won't be very useful. You need a stronger dog to assist you. Lin Chen was taken aback. The Hachiko in front of him could already transform into human form, yet he was only at the second transformation? If he really helped Tang Yuan complete this legendary third transformation, what kind of extraordinary change would Tang Yuan undergo? Lin Chen was truly looking forward to it. Hachiko gently rubbed Tang Yuan in Lin Chen's arms and said kindly, well then, shall we begin? You just need to hand it over to me and wait on the side. The transformation needs to be completed independently by the spirit dog. After hearing this, Lin Chen lowered his head and softly said to Tang Yuan, do your best. After receiving Tang Yuan's response, Lin Chen handed Tang Yuan over to Hachiko. Hachiko gently placed Tang Yuan on the ground and then brought the misty white spirit stone to Tang Yuan's mouth. Good, eat it. Tang Yuan cautiously sniffed the spirit stone in front of him. The spirit stone emitted a scent that Tang Yuan found extremely appealing, and he immediately became eager, gnawing at it with enthusiasm. Hachiko stood up, his gaze still kindly fixed on Tang Yuan, and softly explained to Lin Chen, the process of it swallowing the spirit stone is actually its transformation process. How many spirit stones it can swallow will determine its strength after the transformation. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This method of judgment was indeed quite unique. Lin Chen instinctively asked, how many spirit stones did you swallow back then? After all, it was a long time ago, and Hachiko pondered for a moment. More than half of 1 1/3. Just then, old 7 is stuck in the gourd suddenly chimed with a message alert. Gu Shuerong, damn. Gu Shuerong, these people are all crazy. Gu Shuerong, Yishin, are you awake? You must be careful. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock, so it wasn't surprising that Gu Shuerong had woken up. Lin Chen, what happened? Gu Shuerong, Yishin woke up so early? Gu Shuerong, no, that's not what we should be talking about right now. Yishin, quickly look at the bounty market. Lin Chen frowned slightly, confused as he opened the bounty market. To his surprise, the first thing that caught his eye was his own photo, and below his photo was a high bounty. Bounty. Target, Dark Hunter Lin Chen. Requirements, anyone can accept this task and the final completer will receive the bounty. Bounty amount, 1 million trading points. Number of people currently accepting the task, 562 his. 1 million trading points. Isn't that 1 billion cash? What kind of wealthy person is this? At this point, Lin Chen finally understood why he had been inexplicably targeted for assassination. Someone was actually putting a bounty on his life. Lin Chen hurriedly wanted to check who the bounty issuer was, but the person had set it to anonymous, and Lin Chen couldn't see the name of the bounty poster. However, Lin Chen already had some guesses in his heart. It's most likely Yan Hao and Wei Ci and a few others. For someone who hates themselves to the bone and has such financial power, there's probably no one else besides them. The others were also drawn in by the information in the group chat, and out of curiosity, they all opened the bounty market. In an instant, everyone in the group was furious. Manhwa, this is simply too much. Openly offering a bounty for a killer to commit murder. Tang Junren, doesn't that mean Ego is in danger now? Can Ego still go out to level up? Manhwa, it's indeed dangerous. My suggestion is to hide for a while. 1 million transaction points, that number is simply insane. There will definitely be no shortage of people willing to take risks for this money. Gu. Shuaron, but Ishen has so many fans. Everyone won't let anything happen to Ishen. Sitting at the table eating breakfast while looking at the group chat messages, Manhwa frowned slightly and shook his head. Too naive. Gu Shuaron still underestimated the temptation of profit for a person. The saying that money can make the devil push the mill is definitely not an exaggeration. Lin Chen, I'm currently at a dog training house in the zoo completing the Tangyuan job transfer task. I encountered a wave of people this morning. Lin Chen briefly described what had just happened. His wording was very simple and plain. However, his phrasing still couldn't hide the thrilling experience at that time. Lin Chen's survival was filled with luck. If it weren't for his instinctive dodging, Lin Chen's excuse for his description, and if the other party hadn't foolishly provoked the NPC, whether Lin Chen could survive would still be an unknown. As everyone watched Lin Chen casually describe the process, the more they watched, the more they felt a chill down their spines, cold sweat soaking their backs. 10 Shadow Assassins ambush. How could Ishin survive such an ambush? Everyone fell silent. Until Lin Chen finished telling the story, there was no response in the group. This left Lin Chen a bit puzzled. What's going on? Is the internet lagging? It shouldn't be. Why is no one speaking? Shouldn't someone praise me for being awesome? Lin Chen simply closed the chat interface and focused on watching the Tangyuan job transfer. Of course, he was also on guard against the movements around him. Although the Shadow Assassin's passive skill of invisibility made them indeed invisible, it didn't mean that they completely disappeared from this time. So as long as one observes carefully, they can still notice some small details that indicate an invisible Shadow Assassin is approaching. For example, the strange rustling of the grass, the sudden appearance of footprints on the ground, and the loud footsteps. With careful vigilance, it's not impossible to discover them. Since he already knew he was being targeted, Lin Chen would naturally be more cautious. What Lin Chen didn't know was that outside the zoo gate, 5 figures suddenly appeared. It was Su Wanning and the others. They didn't use pale words in the group chat to comfort Lin Chen, but rather chose to teleport directly to outside the zoo. This was the reason everyone fell silent after Lin Chen finished his story. The 5 exchanged glances and smiled brightly. At this moment, they truly felt like a team with a shared understanding. Ishin was not only their leader in battle but also the Phi they loved and respected the most. In each person's heart, Lin Chen was their most trusted partner. So how could they sit idly by when their partner was in trouble? Soon, Su Wanning and the others found Lin Chen squatting outside the dog training house, tightly pressed against the wall. Ishin, we're here. Gu Shuarong jumped up excitedly, waving her hand at Lin Chen with a beaming face. Tang Junren waved the shield in his hand, grinning widely. Gu, we're here to protect you. Yang Kailang didn't speak, but this time he didn't lower his head. Instead, he silently watched Lin Chen to express his support. Lin Chen, who was always on guard, immediately noticed the figures of the group. At that moment, he also understood what the earlier silence in the group chat meant. Lin Chen smiled with relief, stood up, and waved back at them. From a distance, Su Wanning saw Lin Chen squatting in front of the dog training house and couldn't help but let out a laugh. Lin Chen, why are you squatting here? At first, Lin Chen thought Su Wanning was genuinely confused, so he quickly explained seriously, because if I lean against the wall like this, no one can sneak up on me from behind. Su Wanning waved her hand, but you squatting at the door of the dog training house is like. Su Wanning covered her mouth and didn't continue. However, someone as clever as Lin Chen certainly understood what Su Wanning meant. Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Now that Tang Yuan is already in the process of changing jobs, it should be ending soon. At this time, Manhwa asked. In confusion, Ishan, why aren't you sleeping in the morning and secretly brought Tang Yuan to change jobs? Aren't you too competitive? Lin Chen smiled bitterly, his face written with 2 words, helpless. Do you think I wanted to? Tang Yuan jumped on my bed at 5 o'clock to wake me up. I was so annoyed that I brought him out to change jobs. Everyone laughed. Lin Chen's eyes rolled. Since you all like Tang Yuan so much, why don't you take him to your place for a few days? The smiles on everyone's faces instantly stiffened, and then they hurriedly changed the subject, no one daring to respond. Lin Chen. Liking a puppy and actually raising one are 2 different things. The troubles encountered in raising a dog are definitely not few. Lin Chen didn't press the issue. After all, his relationship with Tang Yuan was good, and after today's events, they could be considered life and death friends. Lin Chen just hoped that after Tang Yuan changed jobs, his intelligence would increase and he wouldn't wake him up so early anymore. Everyone watched Tang Yuan's job change process while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. At this point, Tang Yuan had already consumed half of the spirit stones but showed no signs of stopping, still gnawing away, tearing the spirit stones apart and swallowing them. The nearby Bagon looked quite astonished, stroking his white beard and sighing. This little guy seems to have quite a bit of potential. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. At this moment, Su Wanning leaned closer to Lin Chen and asked seriously about the bounty. Do you already have a suspect in mind? Upon hearing Su Wanning speak first, the others also gathered around, eager to hear Lin Chen's thoughts. After all, everyone else was quite angry when they saw that bounty. Lin Chen shrugged. With so much money and such childishness, it's probably that group of Yanhao, right? Su Wanning nodded slightly. Lin Chen's guess was the same as hers. This matter was definitely the handiwork of Yanhao and his group. Gu Shuerong, who was beside them, looked puzzled, blinking her big, confused eyes, and asked, "But why? What's their reason?" Manhwa spoke up to clarify for her, this future female police officer. "You're looking at the problem too simply. From your perspective, perhaps Yanhao and Ishin don't have any major conflicts, and as defeated subordinates, they should bow their heads in submission, right?" Gu Shuerong instinctively nodded. She indeed held that thought. If it's true for ordinary people like us, it might indeed be so. After all, we have seen too many outstanding individuals in our lives, and we know our own ordinariness, allowing us to humble ourselves, but some people cannot. They are born at an extremely high level, possessing the best conditions, the strongest abilities, and the wisest minds. They have never experienced failure, always looking down from above. However, the emergence of the universal job change era has flattened their class advantages, and the god of ease has almost ruthlessly risen above them, which makes it hard for them, who have been proud since childhood, to accept. I have looked into the backgrounds of Yanhao and his group. They belong to what I just described. When a person is pushed to the brink of collapse, they are prone to act irrationally. After listening to Manhwa's analysis, everyone's reactions varied. For instance, Gu Shuerong was already stunned, nodding in a way that seemed to understand yet not understand. Lin Chen, on the other hand, felt as if he had been enlightened. He slightly nodded to express his agreement. It must be said that Manhwa's insight into human nature is actually sharper than Lin Chen's. After all, as a businessman, he must understand the timing and read the room. Lin Chen's guesses about Yanhao and their actions were not as accurate. Manhwa had one last sentence. Such people will probably not rest until they are dead. Their pride will not allow them to make any concessions. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Lin Chen, however, smiled lightly. "Don't worry, if I can find an opportunity, I certainly won't let them off. The universal job change era is all about the survival of the fittest. I certainly won't let such enemies celebrate the new year." Su Wanqing slowly asked, "So, how do you plan to resist this bounty?" Lin Chen chuckled. "It's simple. When the investment in something far exceeds the returns, even the greatest temptation will make everyone wary. It won't be so easy to take this 1 million trading points." As Lin Chen spoke, he opened the forum, inputting the names of the enemy team as displayed by the system. 1 million. Death list. Soon, a rather unremarkable post quietly appeared on the forum, and its poster's name was Lin Chen. Many fans of the God of Ease immediately noticed this post. Death list? Everyone was instantly drawn in by this sensational title. The matter of the 1 million trading points bounty had already been discussed on the forum this morning, and unexpectedly, the God of Ease responded so quickly. At this moment, Zhuge Daming was browsing the forum and immediately noticed the post made by Lin Chen. Zhuge Daming was exactly 30 years old this year, one of the oldest among the players on this server. Perhaps due to his age, he often liked to analyze these trending events and offer his own opinions. Regarding the bounty on the God of Easy, there were many opinions among the players on the forum. Some fans of the God of Easy expressed their outrage, while others stirred the pot, enjoying the chaos, and there were also rational analyses. Zhuge Daming considered himself to belong to the rational analysis category. He believed that the bounty market platform had no restrictions set by the system. In this era of complete job transitions, there were no legal constraints, so what was the problem with putting a bounty on a life? Of course, while there was no problem, it did indeed go against Zhuge Daming's own moral views, and he certainly would not do it. Therefore, he was quite curious about how Lin Chen would respond. Would Lin Chen directly express his anger, just like his straightforward reply to the term idiot back then? Or would he offer a higher price to find someone to protect himself? Lin Chen had recently helped forge equipment, and with the gear he had crafted before, he probably had quite a bit of gain, right? Or would he admit defeat and apologize? After all, in just a few hours, over 500 people had accepted the task. With such a massive crowd, not to mention the God of Easy, even a deity would struggle to withstand it. Zhuge Daming took a shallow sip of the coffee in front of him and eagerly opened the post. The first thing that caught his eye was a long list of names. "Oh, this is..." Zhuge Daming counted, and there were exactly 10. Behind the last name, there were even 4 big characters. "To be continued." Wow! Not only Zhuge Daming, but everyone who opened this post was shocked. Zhuge Daming murmured in astonishment, as expected of the God of Easy. So bold? Now, Zhuge Daming had also realized the list in this post was likely those who had accepted the task and wanted to kill the God of Easy for the bounty. The title of the post, Death List, probably already gave a hint. These people had most likely already died. From the appearance of the bounty task until now, it had only been a few hours and 10 people had already died? Was it really that terrifying? Could it be that Lin Chen was just making it up? Zhuge Daming frowned and opened the system's friend interface to search for these names one by one. The results shocked him again. All 10 of these people were, without exception, dead. Even more astonishing was that 2 of them died just a few minutes apart, but 8 of them had death times that differed by no more than 2 seconds. Wasn't that a consecutive instant kill? Lin Chen's strength was too terrifying, right? Zhuge Daming stroked his chin, habitually beginning to think. Before he could gather his thoughts, Lin Chen posted again. This time, there were over 500 names, a long string that left people somewhat bewildered. What is the god of easy doing? Zhuge Daming randomly picked a name to search and found that this person was alive. Zhuge Daming tried several times and the results were the same. He quickly flipped to the end of the list and at the end of these 40 or so names, there was a message left by Lin Chen. He silently read through the message and inexplicably felt a surge of heroic spirit. As expected of the god of the eternal night arrow, most people would probably choose to fear, evade, or back down in such a situation, but the god of easy did not. This feeling of blood boiling in his chest, Zhuge Daming once thought he would never experience it again in his life. Even if it's just words, Zhuge Daming can feel Lin Chen's anger and determination. What a youthful spirit. It really makes this old man feel quite emotional. I, Lin Chen, along with Ling Xiao, will indiscriminately attack the players on the above list. I'm not one to be passive. Since you all have taken off the task and want to kill me, I don't mind taking the initiative. That's right. Lin Chen showed no fear at all. He even directly expressed his intention to take the offensive, because at this moment he was no longer alone. Almost instantly, Su Wanning replied under Ishan's post. Killers are always killed. Then came Manhwa. Money can make the devil push the mill. But can money make ants kill gods? Ridiculous. I, Manhwa, swear to stand with Ishan. Gu Shuerong even crazily wrote a small essay, her mad persona vividly coming to life. For the sake of passing the review, I won't share that essay. Yang Kairang's response was much simpler compared to Gu Shuerong's. He had only one word, perfectly fitting Yang Kairang's taciturn image, kill. Tang Juanren's reply was rather unique. If you want to kill Yi Gu, you'll have to step over my corpse. Even when facing thousands of troops, Su Wanning and the others would stand with Lin Chen, let alone just these mere 500. Alright, it seems there are already over 700. Now, there are still many who are not afraid of death. Besides a few from Lin Chen's team, Lu Renjia and Chang Lin, along with more than 30 new guild members they had selected overnight, also replied powerfully under Lin Chen's post. Ling Xiao is here, who dares to act recklessly? Lin Chen. When Lin Chen saw the rows of replies from Ling Xiao's new members below the post, all he felt was embarrassment. Forget it, let it be. But Lin Chen still made a comment in the guild channel to thank everyone for their support. While leveling up, Wei Ci waved the dagger in his hand and scrolled through the endless support posts, sneering coldly. Interesting. Fu Qian frowned and complained, those big idiots, I really can't believe it, 10 people attacking one and still getting counterkilled? Now everyone must be scared, right? And Lin Chen's reaction is surprisingly tough. This is something we didn't expect. Unexpectedly, Wei Ci appeared indifferent. No worries, scared? Then let's add some trading points. After all, they can't take these trading points away. Besides, I never expected these people to kill Lin Chen. If he were that easy to kill, he wouldn't be giving me such a headache. I just need to delay Lin Chen's progress. Now that his guild has been successfully created, I can't let him continue to grow. He wants to counterattack? Then let him counterattack. This way, he won't be able to level up in peace and our goal will be achieved. Wei Ci waved the light blue dagger in his hand and the high damage instantly wiped out the small monsters in front of him. At this point, Fu Qian suddenly realized the drunken man's intention was not in the wine at all. Lin Chen thought he was on the 3rd level, but Wei Ci was already on the 5th level. This move was simply brilliant. Fu Qian was increasingly glad he chose Wei Ci as his teammate. He continued to wave the magic wand in his hand, and dazzling magic fell from the sky, smashing into a group of small monsters. Is Lin Chen on the 3rd floor? The answer is of course not. At this moment, Su Wanning had already guessed Wei Ci's thoughts. In terms of IQ, Su Wanning could definitely outsmart that self-righteous Wei Ci by a mile. What if they are deliberately trying to drain your energy? Su Wanning looked at Lin Chen and asked hesitantly. Lin Chen smiled lightly, as if he had already come up with a solution. The guild is not just a decoration. Without experiencing real battles, guild players won't truly grow. Compared to the tedious monster hunting, battles between players are always the best way to hone one's skills. Even if the NPCs or small monsters in this era of universal job changes are smarter, they can't compare to the unpredictability of humans. Hearing Lin Chen discuss NPCs, Ba Gong raised an eyebrow. His gaze fixed on the eloquent Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately noticed this not-so-friendly look and quickly changed the subject. After all, not all NPCs are as wise as Senior Ba Gong, right? Ma Hua and Su Wanning immediately agreed. Both of them had noticed Ba Gong's expression. The others were still confused. Gu Shuirong even had no idea that Ba Gong was an NPC and only realized it when Lin Chen mentioned it, exclaiming in surprise, "This old man is actually an NPC?" Everyone. Ba Gong pondered for a moment and suddenly looked at Lin Chen, saying, "I have to admit, I agree with the diversity of humans." Everyone fell silent, trying to suppress their laughter. Only Gu Shuirong still hadn't grasped what Ba Gong meant. Just then, Tang Yuan had actually finished devouring all the spirit stones, and the job change finally announced its completion. Tang Yuan's body suddenly began to twitch abnormally, which startled Lin Chen and the others. "Tang Yuan." Ba Gong gestured for them not to panic. "Don't worry, this is a necessary stage of its job change, just like the process of a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. For us animals to complete a transformation, we always need to pay some price." Although Ba Gong said this was normal, Tang Yuan's performance was truly too painful to watch, and everyone quickly turned their heads away. After a moment, Tang Yuan's wailing stopped and its body began to undergo a dramatic change. The first thing to change was Tang Yuan's fur. Although it remained predominantly white, it seemed to shimmer with a faint golden hue under the light. Not only that, but Tang Yuan's fur also became smoother and more flowing, making the whole dog look more noble. Ba Gong noticed the confusion in everyone's eyes and chuckled as he explained, "The job change can make its lineage more pure, which naturally makes it look more advanced. Moreover, its job change completion is extremely high and its potential is very strong. You must cultivate it well." Besides its fur, Tang Yuan's claws became sharper and the dog's muscles became more robust. The previous Tang Yuan had looked somewhat malnourished, but now it had completely transformed into a majestic figure. Gu Shuirong's obsession with looks flared up again. "Tang Yuan is so handsome." Everyone. Finally, after completing its job change, Tang Yuan let out a joyful howl and energetically dashed towards Lin Chen, jumping straight into his arms. Woof woof woof. At this moment, Tang Yuan's stats panel was also updated. Holy Dog job change status. First job change level, 1 health, 550 attack power, 65 magic power, 65 mana, 200 agility, 60 intelligence, 65 skill. Crisis sensing. Passive. The spirit dog can keenly detect hidden units and impending dangers around it and immediately issue a warning. Everyone gasped when they saw Tang Yuan's stats panel. This Tang Yuan is only level 1 and its stats are already so terrifying? Su Wanning hurriedly asked Ba Gong, "Senior Ba Gong, how can we upgrade this Tang Yuan?" Ba Gong smiled kindly and began to explain to everyone in detail. "It's very simple. The small monsters hunted by the master of the spirit dog and their team have a chance to drop experience stones. Once the spirit dog eats the experience stone, it can level up. Experience stones are also divided into levels. The higher the level of the monster you kill, the higher the level of the experience stone that may drop. The level of the experience stone is classified by color. White is the most common, followed by green, blue, purple, and so on." Everyone suddenly understood and expressed their gratitude to Ba Gong. It must be said that Ba Gong truly shared everything he knew with them. Ba Gong then looked at Lin Chen and thoughtfully said, "Do you remember the Tiger King I mentioned to you? Now you can go and kill it. It has a high probability of dropping a blue experience stone." Lin Chen shifted his gaze from the Tang Yuan, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Didn't you say that I might not be able to defeat that Tiger King?" Ba Gong raised his head. "You have so many partners, can't you handle one Tiger King? By the way, in your human terms, that Tiger King seems to be an elite monster." In the next moment, Lin Chen, who was in front of Ba Gong, seemed to transform into a different person. His eyes looked as if they were about to burst into flames. Not only that, but the others also had the same look in their eyes. After expressing his gratitude to Ba Gong again, Lin Chen quickly led his team deep into the zoo. They were all too clear about what an elite monster meant. Moreover, this elite monster could drop experience stones, which was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Ishan, how many stars do you think this Tiger King is as an elite monster?" Manhwa asked while on the way, still dreaming. Gu Shuirong curled her lips. "Having an elite monster is already good enough. Are you being picky? I haven't even seen what an elite monster is." Manhwa. Lin Chen and the others arrived at the depths of the zoo that Ba Gong mentioned and indeed encountered an elite monster. Unfortunately, it was only a 2-star elite monster, not a 3-star elite monster. If they could kill a 3-star elite monster, the rewards would be comparable to the next dungeon. Who wouldn't love that? But Gu Shuirong was right. Having this free elite monster was already good enough. Why ask for so much? The Tiger King was indeed powerful, but under the superb cooperation of Lin Chen's team, the once proud Tiger King met its end. It transformed into a huge golden light ball, allowing the players to ravage it. The rewards from the Tiger King were quite standard. 1 level 15 epic equipment, 2 level 20 equipment blueprints, and the blue experience stone mentioned by Ba Gong also arrived as expected. The 5th person to go up and touch the equipment was Su Wanning. So far, only 4 items had been revealed, and according to the normal reward quantity for a 2-star elite monster, there should at least be 2 or 3 more items. But to everyone's surprise, after Su Wanning pulled out a scroll, the light orb flickered twice and then disappeared. "Is that it? Just this?" Manhwa exclaimed in disbelief. He had heard Tang Junrun recount the various rewards that Lin Chen and The others had obtained from killing elite monsters all along the way, and now that he was finally here, he didn't even get a chance to open any equipment before it ended? How unlucky could he be? Lin Chen was also somewhat astonished. There are generally two possibilities in such situations. First, pure bad luck, meaning the quantity is low. Second, they opened something so excellent that it was worth 2 or 3 items. But the first 4 items clearly did not meet that standard. Could it be this last one? Lin Chen's gaze turned to the scroll in Su Wanning's hand. He recognized it as a recipe. Su Wanning first checked the recipe, then paused for a moment, a look of astonishment washing over her delicate face. It seems it's a good item, Lin Chen thought to himself. Su Wanning's expression piqued everyone's curiosity. Tang Junren scratched his head, unable to help but urge, "Sister, Su, what did you get? You look so surprised." In his anxiety, Tang Junren almost called her by a different name, but thankfully he realized it and quickly corrected himself. Although Lin Chen and Su Wanning had not made their relationship public yet, Tang Junren had long believed they were a perfect match in his heart. Once Su Wanning came to her senses, she immediately displayed the recipe in her hand. Rare Radiant Rewind Pill Recipe. Effect: reduces all skill cooldowns by 60s, affected by quality. Within 30 minutes after taking the pill, all cooldowns are reduced by 30%, affected by quality. Cooldown for consumption: 24H crafting level. 15 crafting requirements: Tianyuan grass times 40, Muling grass times 12, Heishuan grass times 10, Zuling grass times 1. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Rare. Cooldown reduction. These 2 words excited Lin Chen's eyes. Among various potions, this cooldown reduction pill definitely ranks among the most precious. If used well, it could really save lives at critical moments. Just like when Tang Junren faced the Terracotta Warrior. What was even more terrifying was that during the half hour after taking this pill, the cooldown time for using skills could also be reduced. This pill was absolutely overpowered. Lin Chen blurted out, "My goodness, this recipe is definitely worth 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. If we could craft a celestial radiant rewind pill, that would be a huge profit." However, Su Wanning was not so optimistic. She frowned, her gaze fixed on the last item in the materials. This Zuling grass, we seem to have never seen it before. Other herbs have dropped from various small monsters to some extent, but this Zuling grass, I have never heard of it. Gu Shuerong was quite optimistic. Maybe it's because our levels are not high enough? Or maybe we just had bad luck? If we explore a few more leveling areas, we will definitely encounter it. And we only need 1 Zuling grass, the requirement isn't too much. Lin Chen didn't have much impression of this Zuling grass either. After all, when he changed his class to an alchemist, he was already over level 30, long past this stage. That's right, let's pay more attention in the trading market these days. Besides the trading market, we can also post acquisition announcements within our guild. We can make high-priced purchases or exchange for equipment. Let's leave that to Brother Ma, Lin Chen instructed. Manhwa quickly pulled himself out of his sorrowful mood and took on the task assigned by Yishen. While everyone was discussing, Tang Yuan was staring intently at the blue experience stone in Lin Chen's hand, saliva dripping from his mouth. It was evident that this experience stone held great allure for Tang Yuan. Seeing that Lin Chen and the others were engrossed in discussing that broken prescription, Tang Yuan could only stand by anxiously. Woof woof woof. In his urgency, Tang Yuan was almost about to speak human language. But Lin Chen and the others were still seriously discussing the so-called Su Ling grass. Unable to bear it any longer, Tang Yuan suddenly dashed out. This scene immediately caught Gu Shuerong's attention and she exclaimed, "Tang Yuan." Only then did everyone react and hurriedly chase after the direction Tang Yuan had run. But soon, Tang Yuan stopped beside a patch of weeds, continuously barking at them. Gu Shuerong held Tang Yuan in her arms, gently soothing him. Yet, Tang Yuan continued to bark at the weeds. At this moment, Lin Chen sensed something was off, brushed aside the weeds, and was astonished to find a very peculiar herb among them. Almost as if guided by fate, Lin Chen reached out and plucked the herb. "Congratulations, you have discovered wild herb Su Ling grass ×1. Lin Chen? What? Wild herb? This is possible?" Lin Chen's gaze towards Tang Yuan instantly changed. This was the first time he had heard of herbs being wild. Thinking about it, it made sense. Normal people wouldn't be looking for wild herbs on the ground, right? If it weren't for Tang Yuan's constant barking, making Lin Chen feel suspicious about this patch of weeds, he wouldn't have thought of it at all. At that moment, Lin Chen understood. It turned out that Tang Yuan wasn't trying to run away, he had simply had enough of these people standing by the Su Ling grass discussing how to obtain it. More importantly, it was affecting Tang Yuan's ability to eat the experience stone. This made Tang Yuan unable to tolerate it any longer and act decisively. One must say, Tang Yuan was indeed everyone's lucky star. This time, Lin Chen didn't forget and quickly fed Tang Yuan the blue experience stone. Tang Yuan joyfully wagged his tail, leaping out of Gu Shuerong's arms and pouncing on the blue experience stone. He looked as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights, swallowing the blue experience stone in a few bites. Immediately, golden light began to flicker around Tang Yuan. Just this one blue experience stone actually allowed Tang Yuan to level up a whole 5 levels. and Tang Yuan's stats had improved significantly compared to when he was level 1. Level 6 health, 800 attack power, 85 among these stats. The attack power made Lin Chen gasp in shock. 85 points. Lin Chen's base attack power at level 15 was only 75 points. Now Tang Yuan had already surpassed him? If it weren't for Tang Yuan's inability to wear equipment, he might really be able to crush Lin Chen and the others. No wonder that 8 Gong was so strong. It turned out to be due to bloodline reasons. After finishing the blue experience stone, Tang Yuan's belly became round and bulging, leisurely wagging its tail, clearly very satisfied. Lin Chen squatted down, rubbed Tang Yuan's little head, and tentatively asked, Tang Yuan, do you still have that spirit grass? Tang Yuan squinted its eyes and looked up at Lin Chen. Woof! Lin Chen's face lit up with joy as he turned to the bewildered crowd and exclaimed, it says there is. Everyone was filled with questions. This easy god can even talk to dogs? Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Lin Chen didn't notice everyone's astonished expressions. Instead, he quickly turned back, excitedly looking at Tang Yuan, speaking gently, urging it to help find more. Tang Yuan looked at Lin Chen's sincere expression, wagged its tail, twisted its body, and stepped forward in a specific direction. This time, Tang Yuan chose not to run. After all, there was no rush, so why run? Soon, Tang Yuan stopped in front of a patch of grass and barked at it. Lin Chen hurried over and found a spirit grass among the weeds. But that wasn't all. Tang Yuan found 5 more spirit grasses within a few hundred meters nearby before finally stopping and barking at Lin Chen again. Woof woof! Lin Chen sighed. Is that it? A total of 7, which can only refine 7 radiant reversal pills. Well, that's still pretty good, better than nothing. Everyone? It understood again? This Tang Yuan really can only be raised by an easy god. Looks like I can take Tang Yuan with me when leveling up in the future to scour the nearby herbs. Lin Chen stroked his chin, already planning for what was to come. Lin Chen put all the gains from this time into his backpack and decided to level up nearby with everyone. They practiced until nightfall, and everyone's level finally rose to 15, while Lin Chen reached level 16. When Manhwa leveled up to 15, the first thing he did was release his level 15 skill, Junior Guardian Puppet. This skill had been mentioned before. The effect of the Junior Guardian Puppet is that all invisible units within 3 meters of the Guardian become visible. It is extremely effective against shadow assassins. Lin Chen had just been ambushed by a shadow assassin, so Manhwa immediately released this skill, allowing the easy god to feel a bit more at ease. It must be said that Manhwa really thought seriously about others. The most detailed part was that Manhwa's Junior Guardian Puppet followed Lin Chen's every step, never leaving his side. Manhwa was able to heal while moving the puppet thanks to the dual-tasking technique Lin Chen had taught him. It was truly useful at this moment. It's so hard to level up now. Gu Xuerong rubbed her sore arms, looking at the seemingly endless experience bar, and couldn't help but complain. Lin Chen chuckled, there's no way around it. The further you go, the more experience you need, so leveling up naturally becomes more difficult. But we must reach level 20 in the next few days. Even being level 19 and 20 in the next dungeon makes a world of difference. Lin Chen paused, looking at Ma Hua, and continued with a smile, especially you, old Ma. Because the level 20 Radiant Priest unlocks our advanced Guardian Puppet skill. This is a qualitative change for the Radiant Priest. Upon hearing this, Ma Hua immediately nodded with motivation. I'll work hard. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at Ma Hua's passionate and striving appearance. Effort can wait until tomorrow. Everyone should head back to rest early today. In the era of universal job changes, resting is also very important. Balancing work and rest applies here as well. See you tomorrow. At this moment, Tang Yuan also jumped out and barked twice. Lin Chen immediately translated, it's saying goodbye to you all. Everyone laughed, and after reminding the easy god to stay safe, they each teleported back to their rooms. Only Su Wanning remained still. She knew that Lin Chen's mission was far from over. For some reason, she had been thoroughly enjoying the time spent alone with Lin Chen lately. It seemed that her body and mind were the most relaxed during these moments. At this point, Su Wanning could no longer hold back. She squatted down beside Tang Yuan, rubbing the dumpling's head while looking up at Lin Chen and asking, can you really understand what Tang Yuan is saying? Lin Chen was also a bit puzzled. I don't know why, but ever since it changed its job, it can understand some. Well, being able to communicate is a good thing. At least I should be able to get a good night's sleep tomorrow. Let's go. We need to craft equipment and refine pills. Today was still about clearing level 15 blueprints and looking for jobs in the bounty market. This time, while looking for jobs, Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to the prices. He was focused on finding level 20 equipment to fight. Because level 20 equipment gives a high proficiency, he needed to raise his proficiency as much as possible and then replace everyone's level 20 equipment. As for the pills, Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to refine the Radiant Reversal Pill. After all, that was a rare recipe. The probability of rare recipes producing pills of celestial rank or above is higher than that of ordinary recipes, so Lin Chen planned to wait until his proficiency increased before refining. Lin Chen thoroughly enjoyed the time spent every night refining pills and crafting equipment. It was one of the few times he could be alone with Su Wanning. Although they didn't talk much, Lin Chen was mostly focused on forging or refining. However, the increasingly tacit understanding between them made Lin Chen happy. After bidding farewell to Su Wanning, Lin Chen, along with Tang Yuan, finished a busy day and returned to the small house. After bathing together, just as Lin Chen was about to go to bed, he suddenly received a message from Lu Rinjia. Lu Rinjia, Ishan. Chang Lin and I have completed all the guild member selections. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, so soon? After all, that was over 100,000 applications. These two really were full of energy. 180 guild members. This was the first wave of the Iron Legion Lin Chen wanted to build. In his view, relying solely on his small team during the era of universal job changes would probably still not be enough. No matter how strong he was, could he take on 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 people? No. So his Iron Legion was absolutely indispensable. 180, neither too many nor too few, was just the right number Lin Chen could control at the moment. After all, Lin Chen wasn't just bringing people into the guild and calling it a day. His ultimate goal was to ensure that everyone in the guild possessed the strength of the strongest from their past lives. Lin Chen's confidence in achieving this goal naturally came from the ultimate teacher's teaching skills granted by the most outstanding cheat. Lin Chen, thank you for your hard work. Tomorrow morning at 9, gather everyone to our guild's extreme northern territory. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. However, this time Lin Chen finally did not find himself staring into the pair of dog eyes belonging to Tang Yuan first thing in the morning. Today, he woke up on his own. Lin Chen got out of bed and looked towards the dog bed. At that moment, Tang Yuan was still sound asleep. It seemed that taking Tang Yuan to complete the job change task yesterday had worn him out. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed Lin Chen's mind. He tiptoed out of bed and approached Tang Yuan, suddenly rubbing his face. Tang Yuan, who had been lost in dreams, instantly stood up, bewildered, and exchanged a glance with Lin Chen, who was wearing a mischievous smile. Good morning, Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan instinctively looked at the clock in the room. Soon, an angry bark echoed throughout the room. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the safe house in this era of universal job changes was good enough, otherwise, Lin Chen would have been disturbing the peace too much. Half an hour later, Lin Chen had finished breakfast, while Tang Yuan occasionally howled in anger. Lin Chen secretly complained, "You really curse a lot, Tang Yuan. I just woke you up once, and you're this angry. Now you understand the pain I went through a couple of days ago, right?" After washing up, Lin Chen took the angry Tang Yuan and asked in the group chat who was awake, wanting to see if anyone else was ready to level up together. After all, he had made plans with Lu Rinjia and the others for 9 o'clock, and there was still time until then. Might as well level up a bit. To his surprise, someone was indeed awake at 6:30. The first to reply was Gu Shuerong. Gu Shuerong, me. I'm awake. Gu Shuerong was overjoyed when she saw Lin Chen's message. At such an early hour, aside from her, who was used to waking up early, there shouldn't be anyone else awake, right? That meant she could level up with Ishin. When Lin Chen saw that only Gu Shuerong had replied in the group chat, he suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. He didn't want to level up alone with Gu Shuerong. He had experienced her clinginess in his previous life, and he didn't want to go through that again in this life. Just as Lin Chen was about to backtrack, Su Wanning suddenly chimed in. Su Wanning, I'm awake too. Shall we all go together? Lin Chen immediately deleted the message he was about to send to refuse Gu Shuerong. Lin Chen, okay, see you at the zoo. Gu Shuerong pouted at the sudden appearance of Su Wanning, feeling a bit disappointed. Forget it, 3 people is fine. Just as Gu Shuerong finished speaking, another message popped up in the group. It was actually Yang Kailang, who hadn't said a word in ages. Yang Kailang, in fact, Yang Kailang had seen Ishin's message first. But as someone with social anxiety, he would rather level up alone. How could he possibly take the initiative to level up with Ishan? Just as he was about to close the interface and lie down for a bit longer, he suddenly saw Gu Shuerong's message. For some inexplicable reason, Yang Kailang typed out on hesitating whether to add an ellipsis. He was preempted by Su Wanning. He didn't even know why he suddenly did that. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that 3 people would be up early in the morning to level up. Everyone was really eager. So the 4 gathered at the zoo and began today's leveling session. Perhaps due to the shadow of yesterday, everyone was very cautious this time. Since Manhwa wasn't around, they could only rely on Tang Yuan's alertness to protect everyone. By 7:20, Manhwa and Tang Junrun woke up one after the other, quickly had a simple breakfast, and then joined the leveling team. The leveling process was somewhat dull. They encountered no elite monsters and dropped no rare items. Until 8:40, Lin Chen finished grinding monsters with everyone and directly teleported to their territory, Lingxiao. The territory was still swept by fierce winds, but under the protection of the system, no one felt the slightest bit of cold. When Lin Chen and the others were teleported down, the scene before them startled Su Wanning and the others. They saw that the guild territory was already crowded with a dark mass of people. Lin Chen noticed that these people all wore a badge belonging to the Lingxiao Guild on their chests. This symbolized their membership in the Lingxiao Guild. Tang Junren paused, scratched his head, and sighed, so many people. The leader, Lu Rinjia, noticed Lin Chen's arrival and immediately called out. To all the new members, everyone, welcome our president Ishin. In the next moment, the words Ishin echoed loudly from 180 voices, resounding in the snow-laden northern territory, lingering for a long time. Lin Chen had never seen such a scene, but at this moment, he had to adopt the demeanor of a president. Although Lin Chen had never eaten pork in his past life, he had seen pigs run. Naturally, he displayed the aura and appearance of a superior. Hello everyone. Lin Chen, along with Su Wanning and a few others, walked through the path opened up by the crowd, under the gaze of over 100 pairs of eyes, towards the large stage in the center of the territory. Lin Chen had spent a lot of effort designing this stage. Its structure was comparable to that of a top-tier superstar concert before the era of universal job changes. Several large screens projected the central stage, allowing everyone to clearly see Lin Chen on stage from anywhere. Lin Chen stood in the center of the stage, looking at the crowd. The rest of the team remained at the foot of the stage, standing together with all the guild members. Of course, except for Yang Kailang, who had long since disappeared to some corner. Everyone, I am Lin Chen, welcome to join Ling Xiao. In this era of universal job changes, the greatest benefit I can offer you is to help you survive and build a steel legion that belongs to us, Ling Xiao. I hope that today, standing here are 180 Ling Xiao members. And after dozens or even hundreds of disaster dungeons, these 180 Ling Xiao members can still stand before me. Survival is our common goal. Lin Chen's few simple words directly ignited the passion of the crowd, and many were shouting the name Ishin. They had seen too many myths surrounding Lin Chen. They hoped that after joining Ling Xiao, they could continue to survive alongside Ishin. In the era of universal job changes, today, I called everyone here for a very simple purpose. I want to guide you on various skills for the era of universal job changes and help you quickly become strong. Inside the Tower of Babel, Long Yangqiu and the other survivors had finally managed to get through this particular dungeon, dragging their weary bodies back to the floor. The most prominent spot on the big screen still displayed Lin Chen's image. Long Yangqiu and his team had performed quite well in this dungeon, earning a good amount of points, which temporarily secured Huaxia's third position. However, there had also been casualties in this dungeon. Although it was regrettable, death was ultimately unavoidable. It's been so long, I wonder how that little guy Lin Chen is doing now. Long Yangqiu chuckled lightly, joking as he returned to his seat. In the corner, Lu Jinan raised an eyebrow, snorted coldly, but did not speak. In this dungeon, he had made a mistake that nearly cost a teammate's life. If it hadn't been for Long Yangqiu's timely intervention, Lu Jinan would have truly caused a disaster this time. Because of this incident, Long Yangqiu had scolded him mercilessly. Lu Jinan couldn't say he held a grudge, but his relationship with Long Yangqiu had definitely worsened. Although they were survivors and could easily handle most dungeon situations, the strength of the monsters within the dungeons was constantly increasing, and the notion of being forever safe simply did not exist. Survivors from various countries could not unite either. Not just Huaxia, but every country had its own factions among survivors. After all, survivors were the elite of each parallel world, and it was normal for them to be at odds with one another. The vice-captain, Yuan, quickly reviewed Lin Chen's records from this period and briefly recounted the events that had occurred during their completion of the dungeon. The expressions of the survivors were somewhat astonished. Especially when they saw the presence of Tang Yuan, everyone was even more taken aback. The reason was simple: the situation of pets being adopted was not unique to Huaxia. The Grey Bear Nation had one too. Moreover, that pet's combat power later on was quite impressive. The priestess of the Great Path chuckled. Tang Yuan is much prettier than that big dog from the Grey Bear Nation, and the name sounds nice too. The male assassin added, and Tang Yuan's potential is actually higher than that of the one from the Grey Bear Nation. Huaxia has really struck gold this time. Long Yangqiu waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the screen, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, interrupting the noisy crowd beside him. That's all in the past. You all look at what Lin Chen is doing now. It's simply unbelievable. He's actually in class? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, all the new members were taken aback. The 180 people present had been carefully selected by Lu Rinjie and Chang Lin according to Lin Chen's ideas. 80% were players ranked high in various professions, while a small portion were slightly lower in level but possessed powerful epic weapons. Most people chose to join Ling Xiao primarily out of admiration for Lin Chen. Additionally, many were curious about the guild. After all, Ling Xiao was the only guild at the moment. Many even still did not understand the purpose of a guild. But now Lin Chen was actually telling them that he would help them grow stronger together? This was not as easy as Ishin had said. Was this just a pipe dream? Ishin had talent, but they did not possess such terrifying talent. How could they grow stronger? Lin Chen did not give everyone much time to doubt and directly prepared to start the explanation for the first class. The first skill he wanted to teach all the new guild members was the simplest and most practical one: dodging. That's right. It was the invincible dodging technique that Lin Chen used to cheat. Last night, Lin Chen had carefully studied the strongest teacher's teaching technique, and decisively chose to spend 500 astonishment points to upgrade it to the second level. The strongest teacher's teaching skills, second level 1. When players impart skills, to others and guide their operations, increase others' comprehension ability by 65%. 2. Continue to unlock certain external skills. Note, the higher the level, the more skills are unlocked, and the higher the tier. After unlocking, the host will automatically acquire the theoretical content of the skills, allowing other players to learn external skills through theoretical knowledge and practical training. The level of mastery is related to the player's talent and comprehension ability, with most only able to achieve about 80%. Upgrade to the next level. 800. Lin Chen was stunned. Lin Chen now realized that the reason he couldn't guide those skills before was that his strongest teacher's teaching skills level was not high enough. In other words, could he teach skills like curved arrow and double arrow shot, which were incredibly powerful? That was terrifying. Unfortunately, the remaining astonishment points were insufficient to continue upgrading, otherwise, Lin Chen would have kept leveling up. Lin Chen immediately checked all the skills he currently mastered. Unfortunately, skills like curved arrow could not be taught for the time being, but soon, Lin Chen was astonished to find that the invincible evasion skill could be taught. However, it was only at the first level, and its effectiveness against high-level monsters was not very high, probably around a 50 to 60% success rate, but that was already astonishing. I think everyone has seen my highlight reel, right? The video where I just took a small step to dodge the charge of the soldier ant. As soon as Lin Chen said this, many new members quickly nodded and responded loudly, "I've seen it. That was really cool." Many people became fans of Lin Chen because of that elegant and stylish dodge. Now, I'm going to teach everyone this skill. The crowd erupted in an uproar. How could this be possible? Ranged classes might not have much concept of it, but melee classes knew very well how difficult it was to dodge attacks from small monsters up close. Those small monsters had all sorts of bizarre attacks and were extremely fast. It was too hard to judge the landing point of the small monsters' attacks when up close. But now, Ishin was actually going to teach everyone how to dodge the attacks of small monsters? Wasn't that a bit too far-fetched? Many people couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt in their hearts. Ishin, we don't have your talent, I'm afraid. We can't do it. Yeah, my reaction is a bit slow. How could I dodge such swift attacks from small monsters? What about someone like me who gets scared when monsters get close? What? You ask me what class? I'm a bloodthirsty warrior. Do I, as a ranged class, not need to learn? Discussions erupted among the audience. This scene immediately made Lu Rinjia furrow his brows. Lu Rinjia felt that as Ishin's right-hand man in Lingxiao, it was time to help Ishin control the situation. Just like when he was a discipline committee member in school, Lu Rinjia turned around and sternly scolded, "Quiet. Listen to Ishin." Unfortunately, no one gave Lu Rinjia any face. Many people just glanced at Lu Rinjia and continued their enthusiastic discussions with the person next to them. Who is this person? I don't know, probably just an eyesore? At this moment, Lin Chen on stage gently clapped his hands, signaling everyone to quiet down. The sound of clapping was not loud, but strangely, as soon as everyone saw Ishin clap, they immediately stopped their discussions and continued to wait for Ishin to speak. The previously noisy venue suddenly fell silent. Lu Rinjia? Are they all bullying me? Just wait. In the future, I'll make sure to give you all a hard time. Lin Chen looked at the now quiet crowd, a brilliant smile on his face, and continued, "Whether it works or not, you'll only know after learning. No matter what profession it is, learning is necessary. Even for ranged professions, you can't guarantee that you will never encounter a situation where someone gets close. Now we will start the teaching." In this era of universal job changes, avoiding attacks from small monsters is actually very simple. The audience suddenly had strange expressions. What a very simple thing. What we need to do first is observe. Observe the range and speed of the small monster's attacks, and then through simple calculations determine the landing point of the attacks. Lin Chen vividly explained to the 180 new guild members present, along with Su Wanning and Lu Rinjia, using the theoretical knowledge provided by the system in his mind, combined with his own understanding. Lin Chen naturally didn't just explain theoretical knowledge, he also found people to come on stage to cooperate. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Ishin had built a large stage in the territory. At first, everyone was guessing whether Ishin was preparing to hold a concert in the territory to let everyone relax. It turned out that Ishin was doing this for the convenience of teaching. At this time, the large screen on stage captured and magnified every movement of Lin Chen, allowing everyone to see every angle and detail clearly. At first, everyone was worried that they wouldn't be able to learn. But as they watched, they suddenly discovered a terrifying fact that shocked them: they actually learned it. Those difficult and obscure theories actually entered their minds. I never thought that in this era of universal job changes I would still need to learn formulas, and they are so useful. Hey, how strange. When I was in school, I could spend an entire afternoon trying to remember just this one formula, but now Ishin said it once and I understood. Do you have this feeling that you can instantly calculate the answer in your head? Turns out I'm a genius? This was the effect of the strongest teacher's teaching technique. You should know that it can enhance comprehension ability by 65%. What does 65% mean? Perhaps the only difference between you and Yen Dekingawa is this 65% comprehension ability. If Lin Chen were a high school teacher, all the students in his class would definitely be able to easily get into the top universities. Using numbers to represent it seems more direct. The IQ range of an ordinary person is about 90 to 110, and a genius's IQ is generally above 140. An IQ of 90 raised by 65% becomes 148, surpassing the IQ of a genius. So, under the strongest teacher's teaching technique, everyone is a genius. Those originally obscure theories and formulas can now be easily absorbed by everyone. Of course, with theory, there must be practice. Lin Chen had everyone form teams to practice with each other. At first, everyone was a bit worried during practice, as Ishin's teaching methods were somewhat difficult, and they didn't know if they could make judgments in the moment of being attacked. The results of the practice left everyone astonished. They predicted a success rate of up to 70%. Of course, there is still a gap between the current experiment and a real life and death battle. But at this moment, the new members believe that their survival rate is definitely higher than that of themselves an hour ago before class. Among the team, Yang Kailang listened the most attentively. His fighting style was all about close combat, emphasizing a fearless advance. If he could dodge some attacks during this process, his offensive efficiency would be even more terrifying. He also discovered that sometimes he could add attacks while dodging, improving the efficiency of his evasion, truly turning defense into offense. This scared Tang Junrun, who was coordinating with Yang Kailang. Clearly, it was Yang Kailang who was supposed to dodge, but instead, he swung a large knife back at Tang Junrun's face. If Tang Junrun hadn't reacted quickly and raised his shield, that knife would have really struck him in the face. However, it was fine. The two had already teamed up and activated damage. Immunity. Yang Kailang then realized he had made a mistake and quickly typed an apology. Tang Junren scratched his head and chuckled. It's okay. But why do I feel you're stronger than before? Yang Kailang felt a bit embarrassed by Tang Junren's sudden compliment and quickly typed, let's continue. Tang Junren nodded seriously, swinging his short sword while being on guard against Yang Kailang's counterattack. In fact, Tang Junren didn't know, and even Lin Chen, who had lived again, didn't know, that the reason the strongest bloodthirsty warrior in the previous life was Yen Hao was that Yang Kailang had already died at the hands of that 2-star elite monster. Otherwise, Yen Hao might not have been able to hold the title of the strongest bloodthirsty warrior. Now, Yang Kailang was saved by Lin Chen, and his fate was rewritten. With Yang Kailang's talent and Lin Chen's almost cheat-like guidance, the future Yang Kailang on the battlefield would be a crazy neat grinder. Evasion techniques were not everything for today. Lin Chen's course schedule was extremely rich. In the next 3 hours, everyone felt their strength had increased by a huge margin again. These 3 hours could definitely be called packed with valuable content. The various techniques taught by Lin Chen were comprehensive and practical. Some of these techniques were experiences and skills summarized by the great players from the previous life, while others were basic techniques exchanged by Lin Chen in the most skillful operation sheet. Although the required astonishment value for these techniques was cheap, the sheer quantity consumed all of Lin Chen's remaining astonishment value. Lin Chen didn't mind at all. His own skills weren't flawless either, and these techniques could not only make Lin Chen's strength more comprehensive but also be taught to everyone through the strongest teacher's teaching techniques. Why not? Lin Chen also guided many unique techniques for various professions. For example, the precision shooting technique that Dark Hunter players needed the most, and the shield charge technique he had taught Tang Junren before, and so on. The entire extreme north territory had seemingly become a sea of knowledge. By the end of the lesson, everyone's gaze towards Lin Chen had changed. At first, their eyes resembled those of fans looking at an idol, a gaming expert, or a handsome guy. But now, everyone's gaze was like that of worshippers looking at a deity who sowed hope among mortals. Their loyalty to Lin Chen had reached a terrifying height. Their feelings for Lin Chen were no longer mere admiration, it was more like a form of faith. If I were to return to that dungeon now, I definitely wouldn't be hammered so badly by the final boss. I feel like I could solo that boss. Ah, what a pity. If I had learned this technique yesterday, I probably wouldn't have missed that 1-star elite monster. Before, I felt like having this epic gear was a waste. Now I feel like I'm the strongest. Ishin is YYDS. In this life, I have no regrets following Ling Xiao, worshipping Ishin for 1,000 lifetimes. No one held back their praises. In just 4 short hours, Ishin had completely conquered all the players in today's extreme North Territory. Lin Chen stood on the stage, surveying the excited crowd below, and instructed, "This is just the first lesson of today. I hope that after class everyone will continuously practice all the techniques learned today. When the time is right, I will start the next class." Biting off more than one can chew. All the techniques taught today were carefully selected by Lin Chen. If they could master all the techniques he had guided them through today, their strength would definitely rise to a new level. Now, the 180 of you present will form teams, creating 30 fixed 6-person squads. You will need to level up together every day, and in the future, every time there's a disaster dungeon, it will be your 6-person team entering. From now on, you 6 will be the closest of partners. I hope you can become partners who can trust each other with your backs. Lin Chen had chosen to select new members from various professions evenly for this very moment. Fixed teams could form better synergy and cooperation, increasing their chances of survival in disaster dungeons. After Lin Chen finished speaking, everyone began to look for their partners. Choosing teammates here hardly required consideration of being a burden. After all, everyone was a student of Ishin and would undoubtedly become outstanding in their respective professions. Soon, the 30 teams were formed. Lu Renjia's friends also joined Ling Xiao as an extra quota specially approved by Lin Chen. Coincidentally, their team was short one Dark Hunter, so Chang Ling joined them to form the 31st team. Including Lin Chen's team, there were now a total of 32 teams in Ling Xiao. In the future, these 32 teams would each have their own legends. Seeing that all the teams were integrated, Lin Chen instructed Lu Renjia and Chang Lin to tally the members of all the teams and then assign numbers. Lin Chen's team was number 0, Lu Renjia's team was number 1, and the subsequent teams were numbered in order. The theoretical teaching part ends today. I believe everyone feels that communicating with guild teammates lacks some excitement and realism. Next, I have arranged practice targets for you. When Lin Chen finished the sentence, everyone looked a bit confused. Practice targets? Where? Small monsters? I believe everyone has seen the death list I posted, right? Seeing the realization dawn on everyone's faces, a smile appeared on Lin Chen's calm face. That's right, everyone on the death list is our Ling Xiao's hunting target. The phrase resist to the end is certainly not something I say lightly. This battle will be the one that establishes Ling Xiao's name across the entire server. Of course, I won't let everyone waste their time practicing with those who have ulterior motives. Within our Ling Xiao guild, we implement a points system. Completing tasks or making contributions will earn you corresponding points. Killing someone on the death list rewards each person with 10 points. The purpose of the points is simple: to exchange for equipment and potions. Upon hearing this, many people's breaths began to quicken. Many present already possessed epic equipment or had seen the might of epic gear. They understood the importance of equipment all too well. As you all know, I, Lin Chen, also know a bit about forging. Lin Chen's next words instantly amused everyone. A bit? The first and second epic weapon forger in the entire server. The first legendary weapon forger in the entire server. The probability of forging weapons of fine quality or above can reach 60%. You call that knowing a bit? That's a bit too much, isn't it? The crowd's suppressed laughter couldn't interrupt Lin Chen's words as he continued. I will continuously forge some quality equipment to provide for everyone to exchange with points. Not only finished equipment, but you can also spend points to obtain blueprints and materials for me to help refine. Of course, there will be a daily limit on this. Lu Renjia. As Lin Chen spoke, he suddenly called out Lu Renjia's name. Lu Renjia jolted as if electrified, then raised his hand and shouted, "Here!" Lu Renjia's elementary school student-like response instantly amused everyone. Lin Chen also laughed, waved his hand, and said with a light chuckle, "No need to be so formal. I just wanted to say that we will focus on recruiting some forgers and alchemists for the vacant positions in the guild, prioritizing those with high proficiency." Upon hearing this, Lu Renjia realized that Ishin had assigned him a task again and quickly replied seriously, "Understood. I will ensure the task is completed." Lin Chen did not forget the hard work Lu Renjia and Changlin put into reviewing players and continued, "For this member selection, you and Changlin have worked hard. Each of you will receive a reward of 50 points. Once my equipment is ready in the next few days, you can exchange them first. Other outstanding members may also be selected for management positions, so everyone work hard. That's all for today. Everyone should level up as a team and strive to reach level 20 before the third disaster instance arrives. That will be a qualitative change." After saying this, Lin Chen waved goodbye to everyone and teleported away with his team members. They searched for another map to level up. The other members of the guild also teleported to level up, but this time their goal was no longer just leveling up. There was also killing those who had accepted the bounty tasks. The 32 teams of Ling Xiao gathered like a fire, scattered like stars in the sky. They were leveling up in various areas while searching for the targets on their hunting list. Some teams, not wanting to search aimlessly, began to rely on their connections to gather information. After all, there is a theory called the 6 degrees of separation. Note, it's not the 7 degrees of space. The 6 degrees of separation theory states that in this world, any person can connect with any other person through 5 or 6 intermediaries. So many people were using their connections to find those on the hunting list. But sometimes, luck is more useful than any theory. An hour later, Team 12 indeed encountered a group of people. First, a full 8 individuals, all players on the death list. Their encounter with these 8 people was purely luck. Their team had initially planned to level up properly before searching. Unexpectedly, the flowers they intended to plant did not bloom, while the willows they did not intend to plant flourished. At that moment, the members of Team 12 had their eyes shining with excitement. They struck gold. This was a huge win. At this time, Du Zitong was leveling up and killing monsters while looking at a post on the forum that Lin Chen had sparked heated discussions about, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, look, we actually made it onto Lin Chen's death list? This kid is too funny, right? Is he suffering from a secondhand syndrome? The man beside him had a cold expression, with a noticeable scar on his right cheek fierce enough to scare 10 children with just a glance. He was smoking and glanced at the screenshot Du Zitong was showing, snorting coldly. This brat really thinks of himself as a god descending to earth? In such a vast land of Huaxia, there are countless capable individuals, but not everyone is as eye-catching as he is. When I was out on the streets, he was still at home nursing from his mother. Now he dares to be so arrogant in front of me? As soon as the cold-faced scarred man finished speaking, many voices behind him began to flatter him. This man was called Brother Dao. He had been a street thug since childhood, a small-time hoodlum. Although he had some wits, he never used them in the right way, always thinking about fighting and seizing territory. But it must be said that because of his daring and combative nature, he had indeed gathered quite a few loyal followers, like the 7 people behind him now. In fact, there had originally been more, but many had perished in the previous 2 dungeons. Only these 8 remained. Brother Dao really liked the current world. Originally, if he wanted to fight and kill, he had to be wary of being caught by the police, but now killing had become the norm. Brother Dao had even turned on innocent teammates in the dungeons. The reason was simply that the teammate had looked at him a few more times. This time, Brother Dao took on the bounty, also aiming for the high trading points. Hearing Brother Dao's words, Du Zitong quickly laughed awkwardly and said, exactly, if Brother Dao makes a move, how could Lin Chen have any chance of survival? That kid is just good-looking and has been hyped up. He really has no strength at all. If we find out where that kid is, 1,000,000 trading points would be ours. What's with the death list? I really don't know who's going to die. Du Zitong was well-versed in the ways of being a lackey. When he praised Brother Dao, his words were sincere, his tone earnest, and his smile flattering. When he slandered Lin Chen, his gaze was fierce, his expression grim, and his tone contemptuous, wishing he could trample Lin Chen into the dust. It must be said that Du Zitong's performance greatly satisfied Brother Dao, who reached out and patted Du Zitong heavily on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Good. You have a bright future. Just as Brother Dao was laughing wildly, the Dark Hunter from Team 12 made a move, accurately snatching the small monster from Brother Dao and his group. Damn it! What the hell are you doing? Looking for trouble? Why are you picking on us when there are so many small monsters around? Brother Dao and his group had always been used to bullying others, whether before or after the era of universal job change, and encountering such a situation would inevitably ignite their tempers. The younger brothers raised their weapons, their expressions arrogant, glaring at the one who struck first. Leading Team 12 was an exiled knight, and coincidentally, his identity before the era of universal job change was that of a police officer. From a distance, he didn't recognize them, as Brother Dao and the others were dressed somewhat differently than before. But as they got closer, he suddenly realized, isn't this the bunch of unemployed drifters, Pin Dao and Du Zitong? Pin Dao was Brother Dao's original name. It's you, the police knight shouted loudly. He had dealt with them before his job change, and he never expected to encounter them again in the era of universal job change. What a fate! At this moment, Brother Dao also recognized the familiar face in front of him, first stunned, then filled with rage. This police officer had made him suffer quite a bit in the past. Now that killing was no longer illegal in the era of universal job change, he had to take revenge. Brother Dao grinned maliciously, gripping his large knife tightly. I didn't expect that now even the police are engaging in robbing wild monsters. Truly fallen. In that case, I shall rid the world of you. Brothers, charge! With that, he took the lead in attacking. After all, they had a full 8 people on their side, and each one was skilled in fighting. In contrast, the police knight's side had only 6 people, and they all looked rather refined, not at all like fighters. No matter how you looked at it, this battle was clearly in Brother Dao's favor. However, Brother Dao did not expect that he was about to experience the darkest period of his life. The 6-man team of the police knight actually had the upper hand against Brother Dao's 8. Their coordination, though still a bit clumsy, was impressive. Compared to Brother Dao and his half-baked crew, they were worlds apart. After this battle, all members of Team 12 felt their growth more vividly. If it weren't for the guidance of the God of Easy, they might not have won this fight. But now, they could easily dodge the arrows of the Dark Hunters, and the area spells of the dazzling mages struggled to keep up with their changing steps. 10 steps, 1 kill, not a leaf touched. Brother Dao watched helplessly as his younger brothers fell one by one before him, turning to dust and disappearing from this world in such a desperate manner. And next, it would be his turn. The 8 of them hadn't even managed to take down 80% of any one of their opponent's health. This was nothing short of a massacre. Brother Dao looked at these people as if he were staring at demons. At this moment, the knife in Brother Dao's hand had somehow fallen to the ground, and he himself, paralyzed by fear, collapsed. His face no longer bore the arrogance from earlier, it was now filled with terror and tears, desperately trying to distance himself from those people. No, you can't kill me. You're a police officer. The police knight's expression was indifferent. It's precisely because I'm a police officer that I must kill you, not to mention, I am acting on someone else's orders. Brother Dao was completely bewildered. Who was it that wanted him dead? Seeing Brother Dao's confused expression, the police knight smiled. That would be the god of easy. If you want to blame someone, blame the death bounty you just received. The police knight suddenly raised the short sword in his hand. In the group chat of Lingxiao, 8 kill screenshots instantly ignited the entire chat. Lu Runjia, goodness? So fast? It's only been an hour and you've already killed 8? Changlin, you guys are amazing. Team 3, so envious. Congratulations to Team 12 on their successful first battle. Team 7, where is this? It seems like we just teleported away from here. I'm crying, we missed out on 80 points. The chat was filled with words of blessing and envy. Team 12's account immediately gained 80 points. Lin Chen stipulated that the ownership of points belongs to the team, not to any individual. This would be more beneficial for team cohesion. The distribution of team points is also prioritized to maximize team strength. This can enhance the overall survival ability of the team while avoiding unnecessary internal strife. The news of the successful first battle naturally reached Lin Chen's ears, and he specifically praised Team 12 in the group chat. This motivated the other 30 teams to search even harder. Lin Chen, everyone, while hunting, don't let your levels fall behind. You must ensure leveling up while practicing. Lin Chen, killing is not the primary goal, improving strength is. Everyone, remember that. Lin Chen also timely reminded everyone. This made many teams suddenly realize and quickly began to level up seriously. Lin Chen's team certainly would not slack off either. While leveling up, Lin Chen also took a few people to review various skills. Tang Junren, Yang Kailang, and others had talents that were already stronger than ordinary guild members, and under Lin Chen's guidance, their strength improved by leaps and bounds. 2 days of leveling quickly passed. During these 2 days, 50 players on the kill leaderboard were killed by various teams of Lingxiao. Many players on the kill leaderboard finally began to feel fear. Many even posted apologies on the forum. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's response was very simple. If apologies were useful, what use would Lingxiao have? Many things cannot be resolved with a light apology. Once the flower of malice sprouts, it will eventually bloom. The hunting continued. However, the situation of Lingxiao Guild standing alone was finally broken yesterday evening. To the astonishment of all players in the server, this guild turned out to be an all-female guild, named Thorny Rose. The reason they were able to be faster than Yan Hao and the others was simple. They chose the relatively easy spring territory. With just level 15 strength, they could easily defeat the final boss of the spring territory, allowing them to surpass Yan Hao and Wei Ci, earning the title of number 2 guild. Upon hearing this news, Wei Ci couldn't help but feel a wave of impotent rage. Unfortunately, he had no way to change it. Every time they leveled up, they would attempt to challenge the extreme north territory. Unfortunately, every attempt ended in failure. Now they could only have 10 people leveling up day and night, striving to reach level 20 as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's level remained firmly at the top of the leaderboard, reaching level 19, just one step away from level 20. After all, Lin Chen had reached level 15 first with the help of others. The second place was Yan Hao and the others. After days and nights of leveling, they were all around 18 level 50%. Su Wanning and others had just entered level 18. There were still 3 days left, and everyone had to work hard to level up. Lin Chen also showed no signs of slackening. Every day he fought monsters to level up, forged equipment, and refined pills. Manhwa had also been busy these days. Due to his efforts, the price of recommendation letters had skyrocketed. Now the price of recommendation letters was far higher than Manhwa had anticipated. This was certainly thanks to the anxiety Manhwa had created on the forum. Manhwa changed his initial idea and shifted the marketing focus of the recommendation letter to the elixir master. He posted screenshots of the effects of the lotus elixir, the recovery pill, and the radiant reversal pill, which directly caused a stir in the forum. The difference between the pills crafted by players and those purchased from the system was too great, right? If one were to take a bottle of lotus elixir at a life and death moment, it could really save a life. Many teams pooled together 5 or 6 people to buy the recommendation letters. There was no choice. They had to buy them. Equipment can be crafted by someone, but no one would complain about having too many life-saving pills. Therefore, there were very few players selling the pills they crafted. Even if there were, the prices were sky-high. The cost-effectiveness was certainly not as high as directly buying the recommendation letters. Once all players realized this, the price of the recommendation letters naturally soared. At this point, Manhwa had already accumulated over 50 recommendation letters. He didn't release them all at once, he only put out 1 or 2 at a time, making players think there were very few left, which naturally increased their bidding power. Of course, the players weren't fools. By the later stage, the price of the recommendation letters had stabilized, roughly around 5,000 trading points. There wouldn't be too much fluctuation. Even so, it was enough for Manhwa to make a fortune. After deducting the cost of purchasing the recommendation letters just from this wave of hoarding, Manhwa earned 300,000 trading points. He became instantly wealthy. When Manhwa was about to hand over all 300,000 trading points to Lin Chen smiled and refused. I told you, you need to build your own business empire. This 300,000 trading points is just your starting capital. Keep working hard. Manhwa was so moved that he was in tears, remembering all of Ishin's kindness. From childhood to adulthood, Ishin was the person who trusted Manhwa the most to succeed. Of course, Manhwa couldn't keep all 300,000 for himself. He set aside 50,000 for the team and guild, while the remaining 250,000 would serve as the fund for the next step. Now, reselling recommendation letters wouldn't earn too many trading points, and to continue earning, he could only look for new opportunities. Manhwa didn't feel anxious. Making money is all about timing. As the saying goes, when standing at the right moment, even a pig can fly. But how to predict or even create that moment is the real challenge. The 5th day of the safety period. On this day, Yanhao and the others had not yet reached level 20, but they had acquired quite a few level 15 quality equipment, and Wei Ci had crafted a level 15 epic dagger himself, significantly enhancing his output capability. Finally, after sacrificing the life of one player, they barely managed to defeat the final boss in the extreme north territory. In online games, players' levels are generally assessed by several standards: novice, noob players, ordinary players, skilled players, top players, elite players, and professional players. Yanhao and the others' skills were still considerably stronger than those of ordinary players, placing them between skilled and top players. So even though they hadn't reached level 20, they successfully defeated the final boss. Of course, compared to the members of Ling Xiao, personally guided by Lin Shen, they could at most be considered on par. Moreover, this was only the first lesson of guidance, yet it was enough to elevate the members of Ling Xiao from ordinary players to top players overnight. This efficiency was terrifying. Tang Junrun and the others currently belonged to the peak of top players, but they were not yet at the level of elite players. As for Lin Chen, he was a player with cheats. When Yanhao and the others were establishing their guild, a small incident occurred regarding the position of the guild leader. Wei Ci, against the majority opinion, directly chose to hand the position of guild leader to Fu Qian. In Yanhao's eyes, this was nothing short of betrayal. Wei Ci actually gave such an important position to an outsider like Fu Qian. This was an act of eating inside and digging outside. Because of this matter, Yanhao threw a huge tantrum. Wei Ci's patience with Yanhao was already wearing thin, and this time, after Yanhao's outburst, Wei Ci was too lazy to say much to him, simply throwing out a sentence: "With your current reputation, what positive impression can you bring to the guild? A defeated opponent of Lin Chen? Or a perennial second place?" Hao was left speechless, clenching his fists, but unsure how to retort. Ji Ba trembled beside him, not daring to speak. Wei Ci ignored him and continued organizing the guild. Thus, the number 3 guild, Avengers Alliance, was officially established. This name was also jointly decided by Fu Qian and Wei Ci. First of all, they indeed aimed to be an alliance for revenge against Lin Chen. Secondly, in the Marvel movies, every member of the Avengers is a powerful, extraordinary being, which also aligns with Wei Ci in their view of themselves. From its inception, Avengers Alliance had a strong appeal. Deng Jia, in order to recruit new guild members, offered extremely enticing guild benefits. As long as one joined the guild, the starting reward was a piece of quality equipment. Deng Jia was really putting in the effort. The goal was to quickly build up the popularity of Avengers Alliance and rapidly increase the guild's level. Not only that, but Wei Ci also instructed Deng Jia to poach members from the first 2 guilds. Deng Jia naturally complied. In the number 2 guild, Thorny Rose, Deng Jia indeed managed to poach quite a few people, and they were all top-notch beauties, which also served as a promotional tactic for their guild. However, what surprised Deng Jia and Wei Ci was that no matter how enticing the conditions Deng Jia offered, not a single person from the Ling Xiao guild agreed to switch. In fact, they scoffed at the conditions Deng Jia provided, stating that no guild could compare to what Ling Xiao offered them. Moreover, most of the people in Ling Xiao had witnessed Lin Chen's methods. Just by taking on bounty tasks, they could end up on the kill list, so those who betrayed the guild would surely face the entire guild's pursuit. Would there still be a place for them in this era of universal job changes? Therefore, no matter how attractive the conditions for switching were, no one wavered. Wei Ci and the others' business of digging people out was something Lin Chen was aware of, but he couldn't be bothered to care. If you can dig someone away, then good for you. At this moment, Lin Chen and his group were about to teleport to the extreme north territory. The reason was a message from Lu Rinjia. Lu Rinjia, Ishin, didn't you ask me to recruit some blacksmiths and herbalists? I did. Managed to recruit a few, all coming for your reputation, but their skill levels aren't top-notch. Lu Rinjia, today, I finally got in touch with a blacksmith who has forged multiple epic equipment on the weapon rankings. His skill level is over 1500, and the equipment ranked 3rd, 6th, and 35th on the weapon list were all crafted by him. But Lu Rinjia suddenly became a bit hesitant and didn't continue. Lin Shen saw the skill level of over 1600 and was quite satisfied. He even suspected that this might be the highest skill level besides his own. Lin Shen's current skill level was around 2000, while other blacksmiths generally hovered around 1200. Having a skill level of over 1600 was already quite impressive, and such talent should be retained with effort. At that time, Lin Chen was grinding monsters and replied directly, "Lin Chen, what's wrong? Just say it, it's fine. Only then did Lu Rinjia respond. Lu Rinjia. But he has a request. He wants to have a forging contest with you. If he wins, you have to post on the forum acknowledging him as the #1 blacksmith. Lin Chen was taken aback and then smiled, asking, Lin Chen, if I win, he joins the guild, right? Lu Rinjia confirmed, then continued, Lu Rinjia, that's right, this guy is really too arrogant. If he Shen, you're not happy, then no matter how high his skill level is, he's nothing. I'll refuse him right away. Lin Chen, no need, tell him I agree. Let him join the guild first, then go to the guild's forging room and wait for me there. I'll be there soon. Only guild members could enter the guild's forging room, and even if Lin Chen lost, that person could leave the guild at any time without any impact. After saying that, Lin Chen prepared to kill the small monsters in front of him, but suddenly remembered something and sent another message to Lu Rinjia. Lin Chen, by the way, what's his name? Lu Rinjia replied quickly. Lu Rinjia, Lu AGI. Seeing this name, Lin Chen smiled. It was indeed him. It seemed he really had to show some real skills to win against Lu AGI. The reason was simple. Lu AGI was indeed the #1 blacksmith in the entire server just in his previous life. In his past life, Lu AGI was the first to forge legendary quality equipment. This time, Lin Chen had just gotten ahead of him. If such talent could be brought into the guild, it would definitely be a great asset. Wait. Lin Chen suddenly thought of something and instinctively stopped in his tracks. This pause caused him to be hit by the small monsters. Attack, taking a direct hit. Su Wanxing and Manhwa were stunned. What happened to Yishun? He couldn't even dodge the small monster's attacks? This small monster would have something to brag about to its friends in the future. I hit Yishun. The reason Lin Chen was lost in thought was, Lu AGI hadn't forged any legendary quality equipment in this life yet. Would he have forged legendary quality equipment during the contest with Lin Chen? How would he win then? In the extreme north territory. Thanks to the efforts of all the guild members over the past few days, the guild has now been upgraded to level 3. Lingxiao Guild ID, #1 guild level 3 members. 201/500 guild experience, 2678/15,000. Although the number of members the guild can accommodate has skyrocketed, Lin Chen is not planning to recruit new members just yet. He intends to wait until all 180 of the current members become top players before considering expanding the numbers. Besides the increased capacity, upgrading the territory also unlocks various new features. For instance, there are now dedicated forging and herbalism rooms within the territory, eliminating the need to teleport to the blacksmith or herbalist and crowd with others. A trading market has also been established within the guild, accessible only to guild members, facilitating resource exchanges among players. With the guild level raised, the values of the territory's blessings have naturally increased. Territory Blessing, Extreme North Territory, Level 3 Health Bonus, 150 Attack Power Bonus, 15 Agility Bonus, 12 Mana. When Lin Chen arrived at the forging room in the Extreme North Territory, Lu Rinjia and Lu AGI were already waiting inside. Not only that, but several guild members had also gathered to join the excitement. The newly recruited blacksmiths and herbalists that Lu Rinjia had just brought in were all present, eager to witness the prowess of the god of forging. As soon as Lin Chen arrived, Lu AGI's intense gaze turned towards him. God of forging, it's truly been a long time since we last met. You are indeed full of vigor and youthful charm. Lu AGI laughed heartily, walking directly towards Lin Chen with outstretched right hand, signaling friendliness. Lin Chen smiled politely and shook Lu AGI's hand. Lu Rinjia, standing nearby, was extremely nervous, fearing that Lu AGI might lose his composure and clash with the god of forging. If that happened, it would all fall on him, the one who brought Lu AGI here. Fortunately, Lu AGI's character was quite refined. This was a stark contrast to his appearance. Lu AGI had a full beard but was bald on top, giving an illusion of misplaced hair. During the handshake, there were no cliched power struggles. After their polite greeting, Lu AGI spoke. I've wanted to spar with the god of forging for a long time, but I tend to be lazy and arrogant, so I'll say this up front, if I lose this match, I won't stay in Lingxiao. I do have some insights into forging, and I've crafted quite a few epic items, so I believe I'm not inferior to the god of forging. Although I haven't yet forged legendary equipment, I believe I will soon. Lu AGI was quite straightforward, saying whatever came to mind. His words, though arrogant, carried a breezy confidence without an attacking tone, allowing one to sense both his self-assurance and his restraint. In his previous life, Lin Chen had only heard of Lu AGI's great name but had never met him. He didn't expect Lu AGI to have such an interesting personality. Alright, if I win, I will definitely welcome Master Lu's joining. How does Master Lu want to compete in this match? Although Lu AGI found the title Master Lu a bit strange, he still readily agreed. He also considered himself a master. Very simple. How much energy do you have left today? Lin Chen replied, I still have 100 energy left for today. Lu AGI nodded in satisfaction. I also have 100 energy. Then it's simple. We each prepare our own blueprints and forge 4 weapons, 2 pieces of armor, 2 pairs of shoes, and 2 accessories. We will sum up the scores of the 10 pieces of equipment for the competition, and the one with the higher score wins. How about that? Lin Chen had no objections, but after thinking for a moment he said, I agree with the competition method, but I have a small request. Regardless of the outcome of our match, if Master Lu creates any equipment that is to be sold or exchanged, could you consider me first? In case Master Lu crafted something suitable, Lin Chen naturally wanted to help his team or guild members acquire it. Luigi saw Lin Chen's straightforwardness and readily agreed to this small request. After all, he often sold equipment he didn't need. Selling to anyone was still selling, right? Once the process was settled, they didn't dawdle and each took out their blueprints to prepare for forging. At this moment, Lin Chen noticed that half of Luigi's blueprints were level 15, while the other half were level 20. Luigi also noticed Lin Chen's gaze and explained with a light laugh, the probability of producing a premium item from a level 20 blueprint is lower than that of a level 15 blueprint, but the score of a level 15 blueprint is 5 points lower than that of a level 20 blueprint, so it balances out. You can choose freely between the level 15 and level 20 blueprints. Lin Chen understood this reasoning. All 10 blueprints he prepared were level 20. In fact, even without today's competition, Lin Chen would forge level 20 equipment on the 5th, 6th, and 7th days. These 30 blueprints were all usable by Lin Chen's team members, because they were about to enter the 3rd dungeon soon. This dungeon was absolutely crucial for Lin Chen and Su Wanning. The two stepped onto the forging platform. The sound of clanging echoed continuously in the forging room and everyone held their breath, waiting for the results to be announced. Lin Chen's forging speed was slightly faster than Luigi's. After all, Lin Chen possessed the mastery skill in forging. However, even so, it was the first time Lin Chen had seen someone with such proficiency purely based on skill. No wonder he was the strongest blacksmith in his past life. Luigi must have been quite skilled in the forging industry even before the era of universal job changes arrived. Wait a minute, his surname is Lu? No way, a descendant of Lu Ban? Although the system explained that the speed and proficiency of the forging method do not affect the quality of the final product, Lin Chen remained skeptical about this point. Could it really be that forging was entirely a matter of luck? The forging speed of Lin Chen and Luigi made the other blacksmiths nearby feel utterly ashamed. Outsiders watched the excitement, while insiders see the essence. These blacksmiths could naturally tell that, just in terms of the speed of the forging process, there was an absolute gap between them and the two at the forge. As everyone marveled, Luigi also completed the crafting of all the equipment. When he put down his hammer and realized that Lin Chen had finished forging before him, his eyes narrowed slightly and his gaze towards Lin Chen became a bit more serious. However, this did not affect his confidence. To ensure fairness, all completed semi-finished products could not be stored in their backpacks to prevent them from being secretly swapped for other semi-finished equipment. Therefore, after all the equipment was crafted, they had to be placed on the table in front of the forge for appraisal. Just as Luigi turned around holding the equipment, Lin Chen noticed the cloak he was wearing. This cloak, this style, why does Lin Chen feel that this cloak is exactly the same as his cloak of the god of forging's luck? Of course, Lin Chen knew that in the era of universal job changes, equipment was not unique. Throughout the entire server, who knows how many cloaks of the god of forging's luck were out there? No wonder. Based on his proficiency in the forging process, the initial evaluation he received for the king's hammer probably wouldn't be low. Coupled with this cloak, it was no surprise that Luigi had such a high probability of producing excellent or better equipment. It seems this competition is truly a match of equals. Although Lin Chen's proficiency was higher, it wasn't overwhelmingly so. Therefore, there was still suspense in this competition. Lin Chen and Luigi had already arrived in front of their respective equipment, taking out appraisal potions to prepare for the identification. The process of identifying forged equipment was undoubtedly the most anticipated part. At this moment, many guild members wanting to watch had even squeezed out of the forging room, only able to sigh outside. Shouts of inquiry occasionally rang out. How's it going? Is there a live stream of the whole process? Don't push from the outside, I'm about to be squished into a meat pie. Who's touching my butt? Don't be sneaky, just tell me, I'm not stopping you. Unfortunately, the one saying this was a burly man. Almost the moment he finished speaking, a space suddenly opened up around him. Luigi saw this scene, looked at Lin Chen, and chuckled as he asked, the friends of Ling Xiao are quite enthusiastic. I just saw a big stage in your territory's courtyard. Why don't we go there? Let everyone see it clearly. Lin Chen naturally had no objections. Then thank you for your understanding, Master Lu. The two of them each carried 10 semi-finished products and directly teleported to the center of the stage. Now it was no longer crowded. Everyone could even take out chairs and comfortably sit while waiting for the results to be announced. It really felt a bit like a concert. Go, God of Forging. Some even started cheering for Lin Chen. Hearing this, Luigi looked at Lin Chen. It seems you are quite popular in the guild. This puts a bit of pressure on me. What if I win? You won't let me leave, will you? Lin Chen laughed heartily. Master Lu is joking. It's just the members supporting me as their president. As for your safety, you can rest assured. Of course, Luigi wasn't genuinely worried. It was just a playful joke to lighten the atmosphere. The two turned their heads and officially began the appraisal. The first to be appraised were 2 pieces of armor. As the first equipment to be appraised. This result would definitely have a significant impact on morale. Everyone held their breath, intently watching the two semi-finished products. Whoosh! As the appraisal potion dripped, light flickered. Blue. Both pieces are blue. All are epic. The detailed attributes of the two pieces of equipment were simultaneously displayed before everyone. Dragon armor, heavy armor, quality, epic, usable level 20. Health 900, armor 45, skill, dragon's shield, mana cost 200, cooldown 45 minutes. The wearer can enter a still state lasting up to 3 seconds, during which they gain an additional 50% damage reduction. Blacksmith, Lin Chen score 20 plus 47 is equal to 67 points. Current ranking on the equipment list. 4. Caesar's armor, heavy armor, quality, epic, usable level 15, health 520, armor 25, skill, Caesar's gaze, mana cost 50, cooldown 5 minutes. Gazing at a target unit can increase that enemy unit's damage taken by 10%, lasting 5 seconds. Blacksmith, Luigi score 15 plus 45 is equal to 60 points. Current ranking on the equipment list. 10. Looking at these two pieces of equipment, many people drooled with envy, especially Lin Chen's piece. Luigi was the first to look at Lin Chen's equipment, and when he saw the score of Lin Chen's equipment, he knew he had lost with this first piece. To have a score of 47, this score is definitely considered very high. I wholeheartedly admit defeat with this first piece of equipment. In terms of skills, your equipment is more suited for the exiled knight profession. If the dragon's shield skill is used at the right moment to block a high damage skill from the final boss, it might just influence the entire battle. Luigi could analyze at a glance how well the skills of the two pieces of equipment matched their wearers. Lin Chen still appeared calm and collected. Thank you. At this moment, someone in the audience asked in confusion. The data of these two pieces of equipment clearly differs so much. Why is the score difference only 2 points? Lin Chen heard this question, chuckled lightly, and clarified. The evaluation score is based on the level. This piece of equipment in the realm of level 15 is worth a score of 45. But a level 20 piece of equipment is already a watershed compared to a level 15 piece, which is why the attribute gap between the two pieces is so huge. This is also why I suggest everyone must grind to level 20. A fine piece of equipment at level 20 might be worth as much as an epic piece at level 15. Everyone suddenly understood. While explaining to everyone, Lin Chen's gaze lingered on that level 15 epic equipment. In Lin Chen's eyes, this level 15 epic heavy armor was at least above the passing line. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen spoke. Master Lu, your profession is shadow assassin, so this heavy armor is of no use to you. I wonder if Master Lu could part with it and sell it to me. Luigi nodded. Sure, Ishin, please make an offer. Lin Chen turned directly to Manhwa in the audience. Brother Ma, give Master Lu a fair price. As a savvy businessman, Manhwa naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Chen's words. The so-called fair price actually meant a price that neither loses nor takes advantage, preferably a little higher to show gratitude to Luigi. After all, if this equipment were to be auctioned off, it would definitely fetch a much higher price. If it were someone else, Manhwa would probably start with 1,000 trading points and then slowly raise the price using his sales tactics. If the other party were a novice, the final transaction price would likely be around 1,800 trading points. But since Luigi was likely to be an ally in the future, after some consideration, Manhwa offered a suitable price. The current price for a level 15 epic equipment should be 2,000 trading points. Luigi was also a decisive person and directly traded the equipment to Lin Chen, who promptly handed over 2,000 trading points. The two completed the transaction in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen, holding the newly acquired equipment, chuckled softly and placed it directly into the guild warehouse. This equipment is priced at 40 points. Any team with sufficient points can exchange it in the guild warehouse. This action sent the guild members into a frenzy. This was epic equipment. 40 points wasn't too much. Even the teams with the least points had at least 20 points. After all, with 7 or 800 hunting lists, that was 7 or 8,000 points. And an epic equipment costing only 40 points? What was the difference from giving it away? Ishin is amazing. The moment the equipment was listed, it was snatched up by the police knight team number 12, who had completed the first kill. Cheers erupted from a corner of the crowd. It was team number 12. The teams that didn't get the equipment looked ejected. Luigi in front of Lin Chen was stunned, his eyes narrowing in surprise as he looked at Lin Chen. What? The equipment worth 2,000 trading points was directly confiscated by Ishin? So extravagant? Luigi couldn't help but feel curious about the seemingly young Lin Chen in front of him. He clapped his hands and sincerely said, the Lingxiao Guild is truly impressive. Even if I really win today, I might consider joining Ishin's side. Such generosity is something ordinary people cannot possess. Lin Chen slightly bowed. It is an honor. Let's continue with the identification. Luigi laughed heartily. Alright. With that, the two dropped their identification potions again. Their second piece of armor was quite ordinary. Shin's was fine equipment, while Luigi's was simply a blank. This made the confident Luigi feel a bit embarrassed as he patted his head. It's rare to have a blank. This time was unexpected. Luigi felt a bit awkward. Lin Chen then eased the situation. It's normal to get a blank. I often get blanks too. Perhaps it was a self-fulfilling prophecy, as Lin Chen's next identified pair of shoes was indeed a blank. Leingi, on the other hand, turned out to be fine equipment. The two exchanged smiles, feeling somewhat amused. The tides had truly turned. The fine equipment that Leingi couldn't use was directly given to Lin Chen, who also priced these two fine pieces of equipment and placed them into the guild warehouse. Some might think that Lin Chen's actions are nothing but endless sacrifices, potentially dragging down his own team. However, that's not a case. Lin Chen's current behavior is an investment. After the third dungeon ends, the guild will unlock new gameplay, which involves accepting quests at the Lord's Castle to eliminate outdoor disaster monsters. The stronger the power, the more monsters can be defeated, and naturally, the rewards from the Lord's Castle will be higher. The trading points invested now will multiply into rewards returned later, along with countless rare items. Of course, that's a matter for later. At this moment, the equipment identification is still ongoing. So far, 4 pieces of equipment have been identified. Lin Chen's total score is 137 points, while Leingi has 130 points. Lin Chen is temporarily in the lead. Next, starting from the 5th piece of equipment, they will identify accessories. Lin Chen has crafted 2 level 20 amulets. The reason is simple: Lin Chen still doesn't have a decent amulet, so he plans to take this opportunity to forge one. Leingi has a ring and a cloak. The two begin the identification. This time, it seems Lin Chen's worries have come true. As the identification potion drips, Lin Chen's peripheral vision suddenly catches a glimpse of a purple glow. No way. Lin Chen quickly turns his head. He sees that the ring in front of Leingi is actually flashing with a purple light. Legendary quality. The entire venue is shocked. The second piece of legendary quality equipment in the entire server has appeared right before them. Luigi's expression shifts from confusion to ecstasy. Legendary. It's actually legendary. I did it. I really did it. Leingi cannot describe his feelings at this moment. His hands tremble as he holds the purple ring. At this moment, no one cares about the epic amulet in Lin Chen's hand. Everyone is fixated on the dazzling purple ring. Spirit Ring of the Seraph quality, legendary, usable level 15 health, 200 attack power, 30 spell power, 30 mana, 150 agility, 15 skill, 1 blessing of the Seraph. Passive: all friendly units within a 10-meter radius of the wearer will receive a random bonus, one of the attributes of this ring, chosen from 5, lasting 10 seconds with a cooldown of 3 seconds. The bonus content will refresh after each cooldown. Skill 2: Curse of the Seraph. Passive attacks from those blessed by the Seraph will carry the Seraph's curse, deducting 1% of the target's maximum health with each attack, up to 200, triggering a maximum of once per second. Forged by Leingi. Equipment score 15 plus equipment score 15, level score plus 69, evaluation score equals 84 points. Current equipment ranking 1. Lin Chen, who had dominated the equipment leaderboard for a long time, has finally been pushed down by Leingi, and it happened right in front of him. After seeing the attributes of this equipment, everyone gasped in awe. This equipment is simply too comprehensive, right? Lin Chen blurted out, "This is the strongest team support equipment I've ever seen." Indeed, as a team support equipment, the amplification this ring can provide is simply too overpowered. Team auxiliary equipment generally belongs to aura-type equipment. The so-called aura-type equipment is actually quite easy to explain. Lin Chen's level 10 epic ring, the Ring of Radiance, is also an aura-type equipment. It not only provides attribute bonuses to the wearer but also grants bonuses to allies within a certain range. The more people it can accommodate, the stronger the attributes of the aura equipment. This Spirit Ring of the Seraph has a range of 10 meters. It can accommodate hundreds of people without any problem. This means it can provide bonuses to over 100 people simultaneously. The total amount of this bonus is truly terrifying. This equipment has been rated as legendary quality, and there is absolutely no doubt about it. Leingi could not suppress his ecstatic feelings and directly equipped the ring, laughing wildly and waving his arms in appreciation. Legendary quality. Is this the legendary quality? It's simply too tempting. The joys and sorrows of people do not connect. At this moment, all the members of Lingxiao below fell silent. Tang, Junren and the others felt their hearts tighten. Manhwa sighed. It seems that Ishin is going to lose, not just losing face, but our guild has also missed out on a master blacksmith. It's really too regrettable. Tang, Junren looked at the equipment on stage, puzzled, and whispered, "I don't mean to be jealous, I'm just curious. The attributes of this equipment seem quite ordinary. It doesn't seem to compare to the legendary bow and arrow crafted by Igu. Why is the rating so high?" Gu Shuerong said fiercely, "It must be the system targeting our Ishin. Even the system is jealous of Ishin. It's simply too despicable." Su Wanning, however, calmly analyzed, "This ring is an accessory, and it's still an aura-type auxiliary equipment. Having these attributes is already extremely impressive, and it's very comprehensive. In fact, the epic talisman that Lin Chen crafted is not weak either, but unfortunately, it encountered a legendary quality equipment." At this moment, the dumpling in Su Wanning's arms suddenly barked twice. With Lin Chen absent, no one could understand what a dumpling was saying. Gu Shuerong, however, was somewhat exasperated, pointing at the dumpling's tail. This ungrateful little rascal. Ishin is about to lose face and it's still wagging its tail so happily? Su Wanning chuckled lightly, gently stroking the dumpling's smooth long fur, and comforted everyone. The situation is still uncertain and it's just a legendary quality. Lin Chen has crafted legendary quality before, he might not necessarily lose. Manhwa was dumbfounded. So it turns out you, Su Wanning, are Ishin's biggest fan. You actually think Ishin can craft another legendary quality equipment? Manhwa's words instantly offended Gu Shuerong. Gu Shuerong was already feeling impatient, and Manhwa's words directly ignited her anger. What are you saying? I'm the biggest fan of Ishin. Did you hear that? Gu Shuerong was angry, and Manhwa naturally retreated, hurriedly saying, yes, you're the biggest fan, you're the biggest fan. Su Wanning watched the two bicker like clowns, chuckling, and her gaze continued to focus on Lin Chen on stage. Lin Chen still appeared confident and calm, but Su Wanning noticed Lin Chen's right hand, which was constantly fiddling with his nails. Su Wanning recalled that when they were deskmates before, Lin Chen would almost always scratch his nails during every exam except for math. Lin Chen said this was his way of relieving tension. It seems Lin Chen is under a lot of pressure inside. After all, the higher he stands now, the less he can withstand any failure. Even a failure in forging equipment, which relies on luck. Su Wanning's gaze grew increasingly gentle as she looked at the seemingly invincible boy, the one who had protected her countless times during the era of universal job changes. She murmured in a voice only she could hear, "Keep going. I will always be with you." On stage, Luigi was excited, but he still remembered that the competition was not over yet. With a beaming smile, he looked at Lin Chen and said, "Sorry, Ishin, now it's my turn to take the lead." Luigi's score was now 214 points, while Lin Chen had only 197 points. The 7-point lead Lin Chen once had vanished, and Luigi had pulled ahead by 17 points. Luigi did not feign regret, he simply expressed his excitement genuinely. Lin Chen smiled slightly and offered his congratulations, well deserved. Luigi waved the identification potion in his hand and said, "Then let's continue." The two continued with the identification. 2 pieces of fine equipment. Because Lin Chen had level 20 gear and Luigi had level 15 gear, Lin Chen pulled back 5 points, reducing the gap to 12 points. Continuing. 1 piece of level 20 fine equipment and 1 piece of level 20 blank. Lin Chen's equipment evaluation score gained 4 points, while the blank equipment had no evaluation score, so Lin Chen pulled back another 4 points. The gap shrank to 8 points. This gave the audience below a glimmer of hope for victory. Gu Shuerong was even more excited, her face flushed as she waved her little fists and exclaimed, "Ishin still has a chance." Because Ishin's blueprint level is higher than Luigi's, if Ishin can match the quality of Luigi's forging each time, he could very well win again based on small points. Ishin is amazing. But beside her, Manhwa sighed. Winning by small points isn't really a satisfying victory. In the end, what people will talk about isn't that Ishin won this match, but that Luigi forged a piece of legendary quality equipment. Actually, regardless of the scoring result of this competition, Luigi is the real winner. Unless, Manhwa's eyes darkened slightly as he continued, unless Ishin can really forge a legendary quality weapon again, otherwise it will be hard to turn the tide. Everyone fell silent. Gu Shuerong wanted to refute, but she knew Manhwa was right. The identification on stage continued. Lin Chen's 8th and 9th pieces were 1 fine and 1 epic. Luigi, on the other hand, had the opposite, his 8th piece was epic and his 9th was fine. Lin Chen's epic equipment evaluation score was 2 points lower than Luigi's, but his level score was 5 points higher, resulting in a net gain of 3 points. The gap between them was now 5 points. And there was only 1 piece of equipment left. Luigi took a deep breath and looked at Lin Chen, saying, "It's the last piece, Ishin. How about I go first? Today, being able to forge a piece of legendary quality equipment in front of you, I have no regrets." With that, he dropped the identification potion onto the equipment. A flash of green light passed. It was an ordinary fine piece. Luigi's identification ended here, and his expectant gaze turned to the last piece of equipment in Lin Chen's hands. The last item was the shield and short sword of the exiled knight. Lin Chen did not forge his own fusion blueprint this time. After all, his level was still below 20, and even if he crafted it, he wouldn't be able to equip the new gear. His old gear had already been fused, making it impossible to level up. Moreover, the rating of the fusion blueprint would likely be raised, considering he had an extra skill, and Lin Chen did not want to compromise the fairness of the competition. Lin Chen looked at the shield and short sword in his hands, took a deep breath, and instinctively raised his head to look in the direction of Su Wanning and the audience. At that moment, Su Wanning was also gazing gently at Lin Chen. That gaze made him pause for a moment. What was he so nervous about? Afraid of losing? But this was just a trivial equipment forging competition. Wasn't his primary goal after being reborn to help everyone survive? Even if he lost this competition, would he die? No. So why should he be afraid? Lin Chen didn't realize when he had started to cherish his own feathers, even to the point of being afraid to accept failure. When had he begun to stray from his original intention? What would happen if he lost? Lin Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly and directly poured the identification potion over the items in his hands. But the next moment, a flash of purple light burst into Lin Chen's eyes. After a second of silence, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Manhwa was stunned. Gu Xuerong was in tears of joy. Tang Junren scratched his head. Yang Kairang silently clenched his fists, his face full of excitement. Tang Yuan wagged his tail even more excitedly, barking twice, full of pride. Su Wanning smiled brightly. Lin Chen didn't even look down to check the attributes of the equipment. In that instant, his gaze pierced through the boiling commotion and the writhing, jumping crowd, landing on Su Wanning. Their eyes met. Su Wanning opened her mouth, but her voice was drowned out by the cheers of all the players in the guild. But Lin Chen knew that Su Wanning was saying, "You really can." Endless. Shield and short sword of the loyalist quality, legendary usable level, 20 health points, 200 shield defense, 85-90 short sword attack, 40 skill 1 endless, passive the size of the loyalist's endless. Shield is 30% larger than other shield stat. Skill 2 Loyalist's Protection, mana 200, cooldown 1h. The shield emits a resonance that can instantly attract the hatred of up to 3 enemy units. Forged by Lin Chen. Equipment rating 20 plus 69 equals 89. Current equipment ranking 1 legendary equipment. Back to first place. No one expected that just a few minutes after Lin Chen's first throne was taken away, he would forcefully reclaim it again. As soon as the attributes of this shield were displayed, Manhwa congratulated Tang Junren. "Old Tang, with this equipment, you are now the most solid front line in our team. My healing pressure might be significantly reduced." Tang Junren just smiled foolishly and didn't say anything. As soon as this shield appeared, anyone with eyes could immediately see the compatibility of this shield with the Exiled Knight class. There were no complex effects or high damage skills, just two very simple and fitting skills. The first skill seemed useless, but the larger the shield, the more people it could protect, and the larger the area it could defend, which was a tremendous boost for the Exiled Knight. The second skill was even more outrageous. This was a true life-saving skill. In team battles against bosses, what is the most feared and dangerous situation? It's the transfer of hatred. Those fragile damage dealers simply cannot withstand the output of various bosses. After all, not everyone can allocate points like Lin Chen. Therefore, hate control is particularly important. But with this skill, at a critical moment, it can completely save the entire team. For example, during the second disaster instance, that monster specifically placed in the middle of the team by Funo. If Tang Junren had this skill at that time, those monsters would not have caused any chaos at all. Even if they entered the back row, as long as the hate was drawn by Tang Junren, the monsters would have no choice but to attack him and not anyone else. At this point, no one was calculating those scores anymore. 2 legendary pieces of equipment. They witnessed the birth of 2 legendary pieces of equipment. It was worth it. Luigi also widened his eyes, staring at the shield in front of him, almost unable to believe his eyes. As an experienced forger, he could naturally see the strengths of this equipment. Lin Chen actually never expected that this last piece of equipment would really appear in legendary quality. Suddenly, Lin Chen glanced at his luck attribute. 20. The luck attribute has a significant increase every time it reaches an integer. Even without mentioning this legendary quality equipment, Lin Chen's other 9 pieces of equipment today were also extremely impressive. Among the 9 pieces of equipment, there was only one blank. There were 3 epic pieces. This probability was simply astonishing. This battle, for a long time afterward, remained a talked about story throughout the entire Lingxiao. In this competition, 2 great gods were born. One was Lin Chen, who once again solidified his position as the god of forging, and the other was the forging master Luigi, who was not far behind Lin Chen. The two would also be key figures in Lingxiao's future dominance over the entire server. After a moment of shock, Luigi smiled freely, showing no intention of being unreasonable, and directly cupped his hands towards Lin Chen, saying earnestly, "I've met the president." Lin Chen chuckled, mimicking Luigi's gesture in return. "Welcome to Lingxiao." At this moment, someone in the audience suddenly started to cheer and shout, asking Shin to refine a few more potions, hoping for another competition. Unfortunately, no alchemist dared to compete with Lin Chen at this time. However, Lin Chen still happily went to the herb room to refine 15 potions. It was just right to put these 15 potions into the guild warehouse for everyone to exchange with points. These 15 potions covered the 3 formulas Lin Chen currently possessed. Among them, the Yao Tian backtrack was the first time Lin Chen refined it. Because potions do not have a semi-finished state, as long as the refining is completed and bottled, the quality of the potion will be displayed. Therefore, everyone once again rushed into the herb room, instantly crowding it to the brim. Lin Chen's potion refining level was also not low. In fact, his proficiency in potion refining was even higher than that in forging now. As the alchemists of the Lingxiao Guild witnessed Lin Chen's astonishingly skilled refining techniques, each of them felt an overwhelming sense of luck. What a relief! Thankfully, no one had stepped up to compete with the god of medicine and herbalism. Otherwise, they would surely be slapped in the face right now. The first bottle was completed, bottled, and a dazzling light flickered. A blue glow. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The first bottle is celestial grade, truly worthy of the god of medicine. What a great start! Unlike the excitement of everyone else, Lin Chen remained calm, the flames in the cauldron still churning. He showed no signs of stopping and chose to continue refining. 10 bottles of elixirs were quickly completed. A total of 4 bottles of celestial grade, 5 bottles of spirit grade, and 1 bottle of mortal grade. This result was quite impressive. But what astonished everyone was that Lin Chen did not stop. He continued to refine. All the alchemists were dumbfounded. Hadn't he already made 10 bottles? How could the god of medicine still be refining? Only Luigi's eyes flickered as he looked at the cloak behind Lin Chen, murmuring, "I fear the god of medicine's cloak can reduce or increase energy limits." As soon as he said this, all the alchemists cast envious glances. The more times one refines, the higher the proficiency. No wonder the god of medicine could produce so many spirit and celestial grade elixirs. Starting from the 11th bottle, Lin Chen was refining the Radiant Heaven Reversal Pill. Moreover, since the Radiant Heaven Reversal Pill belonged to a rare formula, it would not produce mortal grade elixirs. The lowest would be spirit grade. Lin Chen worked quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the last bottle. He skillfully tossed the herbs into the cauldron, igniting flames to roast the herbs inside. The herbs churned, melting into liquid medicine under the intense heat, and finally solidifying into a pill. When this round pill fell into the jade bottle, a dazzling purple light suddenly illuminated the entire herbal room. Purple again. Buzz. Everyone's minds buzzed, and they lost consciousness for a moment, mouths agape, yet unable to make any sound. Shock. The striking deep purple stimulated everyone's pupils. Another purple. Someone murmured. They had already been illuminated by purple light 3 times today. This time, however, it was not equipment but an elixir. The result left even Lin Chen himself stunned, holding the jade bottle in disbelief. It was actually holy grade? Radiant Heaven Reversal Pill. Quality: holy grade. Effect: reduces all skill cooldowns by 300s. Within 30 minutes after taking the pill, all cooldowns are reduced by 50%. Drinking cooldown 24h. Refiner Lin Chen. Score 15 plus 54 is equal to 69 points. Ranked first on the spirit medicine list. Reduces cooldown by 300s. Subsequent skill cooldowns reduced by 50%. The effect of this elixir was simply terrifying. With this pill, at least all skills could be instantly reset in the early stages, absolutely turning the tide in critical moments against enemies. Just as everyone was still immersed in shock, the system announcement suddenly resonated in everyone's minds. No matter how the world changes, a single pill can determine 1,000 springs. Behold the fragrant elixir. This is the scent of a holy pill's birth. Congratulations to player Dark Hunter Lin Chen for refining the first holy grade elixir in the entire server. Congratulations to the holy grade Radiant Heaven Reversal Pill for topping the spirit medicine list. Congratulations to player Lin Chen for completing all leaderboard achievements. Awarded the title the first person of Huaxia. Note, this title is not permanent and will transfer upon the next person topping all leaderboards. Boom! The entire server of players erupted. In just a few seconds, the amount of information was overwhelming. The first holy grade elixir in the entire server. The same person topping all leaderboards. The god of medicine dominated the Huaxia rankings in a single day. Such honor, I fear, can only be achieved by the god of easy, right? Countless people immediately opened the heavenly rankings. The current heavenly rankings consists of 4 lists. First is the level ranking. First place, Lin Chen, level 19, 35%. Equipment ranking. First place, Legend Endless Shield and Short Sword of the Loyalist Forger Lin Chen. Herb ranking. First place, Holy Rank Radiant Heaven Reversal Pill Alchemist Lin Chen. Guild ranking. First place, Lingxiao, level 3, President Lin Chen. Lin Chen, Lin Chen, Lin Chen. Everywhere you look is Lin Chen. The members of Lingxiao present looked at the rankings in front of them, feeling an immense pride in their hearts. This is our president. This is our boss. The first person in Huaxia, personally certified by the system. They believe that there will never be another person to top all 4 lists. Lin Chen's legend is irreplaceable. Lin Chen looked at the newly unlocked title in front of him, clearly a bit taken aback. In his previous life, no one had awakened this title, so Lin Chen had never heard of it. Do you want to equip the title First Person of Huaxia? Looking at the option in front of him, Lin Chen decisively chose Confirm. The title types of First Person of Huaxia and First Blood Conflict and cannot be equipped simultaneously. It has been automatically replaced with First Person of Huaxia. First Person of Huaxia, all attributes of the wearer increased by 20%. Hiss. A 20% increase in all attributes. That's equivalent to double the First Blood title. Truly terrifying. Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen looked at the crowded members of Lingxiao in the herb shop. Everyone's faces were filled with joy and envious smiles. But among this envy, there was no hint of jealousy. They were genuinely happy for the god of easy. After all, the god of easy was not only their president but also their teacher, their guide. Without Lin Chen's guidance, they wouldn't even know where they would die in the next perilous dungeon. One could even say that the god of easy saved their future selves. They felt immense gratitude towards Lin Chen. A brilliant smile blossomed on Lin Chen's originally calm face. In his previous life, Lin Chen had never smiled like this. The members of Lingxiao were grateful to Lin Chen, and how could Lin Chen not be grateful for the support of the Lingxiao members? Everyone, today I will put all 15 bottles of pills into the warehouse and you can exchange them with points. Lin Chen's words left everyone stunned. Today's 15 bottles? That includes a bottle of holy rank pills. God of Easy, will that bottle of holy rank also be put into the warehouse? Lin Chen smiled lightly and nodded. Of course, it will be put into the warehouse. However, I don't recommend everyone exchange for the holy rank right now. Our skill cooldowns are relatively low before level 20, and the immortal rank is already sufficient. The holy rank would be somewhat wasteful. In addition to these 15 bottles, I will personally add another 20 bottles, 10 of which are Lotus Spirit Elixirs, and the other 10 are recovery pills, totaling 35 bottles. Old Ma set the point amount, then handed over to Lu. Runjia, let brother Lu put it on the shelves. At this moment, another herbalist stood up. He had just joined Lingxiao today. I'll personally provide 5 bottles. When one person stood up, a second and third would follow. Lin Chen's exemplary behavior made everyone's sense of belonging to Lingxiao unprecedentedly strong. Me too, I have 7 bottles. I'll provide 3 pieces of fine equipment. I was originally planning to sell them, but now I've decided to donate them to the guild. Lin Chen looked at the enthusiastic crowd and felt a slight sense of comfort in his heart. This was precisely the purpose of establishing Lingxiao and providing unwavering support to its members. Only through mutual assistance and unity could they thrive in the era of universal job changes. He turned to Lu Rinjia beside him and said, record everyone who contributes elixirs or equipment. Once the elixirs or equipment are sold, regardless of whether it's points or trade points, all of it will go to the person who provided the equipment. Next, all the new players who joined today stay behind. The other players can go level up on their own. Everyone, do your best, we must reach level 20 before the 3rd dungeon. At this moment, the members of Lingxiao were completely obedient to Lin Chen's words. Lu Rinjia and the others immediately set off to complete their tasks. The guild warehouse gradually filled up. That holy great elixir hung high at the top of the warehouse, shining like the sun, and illuminating the entire guild warehouse. It was considered the treasure of the guild. This further fueled everyone's motivation to earn points. At that moment, the players on the kill list, hiding in various places to level up, suddenly felt a chill down their spines, as if they were being targeted by a pack of hungry wolves. A bone-chilling cold. Lin Chen kept those new members behind to guide them. His strongest teacher's teaching skills only worked in person. Neither recorded videos nor live streams could enhance the comprehension ability of the survivors from the Tower of Heaven. There were a total of 16 new members. Unfortunately, their classes were somewhat uneven, making it impossible to form a perfect team for now. They could only temporarily split into 3 incomplete small teams. Even so, they still had one more shadow assassin. This was actually easy to handle. Lin Chen directly invited Luigi to join his team. His team was currently missing a shadow assassin position. To be honest, Luigi's skills and talent did not meet Lin Chen's requirements, but for now, it was still barely acceptable. The strength of Lin Chen's team was not lacking because of one shadow assassin's output. After forming the teams, Lin Chen began to guide the operations of these 16 people. In just 3 short hours, these 16 individuals underwent a complete transformation. The way they looked at Lin Chen and their sense of belonging to Lingxiao surged once again. Born as a Lingxiao person, dead as a Lingxiao ghost. Luigi was extremely grateful in his heart. Wow! This time, the loss was simply too worthwhile. What kind of heaven-defying guidance was this? Luigi's forging skills were indeed good, but as a shadow assassin, his basic techniques were a complete mess. However, under Lin Chen's guidance for just a few hours, Luigi felt he had made a tremendous leap in improvement. After the guidance ended, Lin Chen went to join his teammates and continued leveling up. He should be able to reach level 20 in no more than half a day. During the leveling process, Lin Chen and his group encountered a team of players on the kill list. The team consisted of 5 people, 4 of whom were on the list. Unsurprisingly, they were swiftly eliminated by Lin Chen and his team. No matter how those people pleaded, Lin Chen showed no mercy. To show mercy to such enemies would be cruel to Lin Chen himself. If they were to attack Lin Chen, he wouldn't be too afraid. What Lin Chen feared more was them attacking his teammates. Therefore, Lin Chen had to be ruthless. He had to make them fear. The 5th day quietly passed. On the morning of the 6th day, Lin Chen finally reached level 20. At this point, Lin Chen's stats underwent a tremendous change. Lin Chen, wearing the title of the first person in Huaxia, level 20, health 1824, attack power 162 to 168, magic power 138, mana 690, agility 112, luck 22. These stats are still under the condition that Lin Chen hasn't changed his equipment. Now that Lin Chen has reached level 20, the Bow of Eternal Night, which is a level 10 epic equipment, can finally retire. Next, Lin Chen and the others need to upgrade their gear from bird guns to cannons. Not to mention having a full set of level 20 epic equipment, at least they should have a full set of level 20 fine or above, right? However, they still need to level up the others to 20 first. Currently, Su Wanning and the others are around level 19, just a step away from level 20. On this day, Lin Chen and his team did almost nothing but focus on leveling up, and finally, at noon on the 6th day, everyone reached level 20, including Luigi, who joined the team last. The first thing everyone did after reaching level 20 was to equip a few pieces of level 20 gear they had prepared. For example, Tang Juanren's legendary Endless Shield and Short Sword of the Loyalist, and the epic heavy armor Dragon Armor. Also, the level 20 epic Staff of Desolation and Suffering, and the level 20 epic Wand of Ancient Judgment obtained from the dungeon, and Luigi's level 20 epic Dagger. This was forged by Lin Chen during their forging competition with attributes that were quite standard, and Luigi was relatively satisfied. In exchange, Luigi gave Lin Chen the level 20 light armor he forged. This light armor, with its additional mana regeneration attribute, was relatively more suitable for the flashy spirit mage, so it was ultimately assigned to Gu Shuerong. This made Gu Shuerong very happy for a long time. These few pieces of level 20 equipment were enough to boost the stats of the three of them by several tiers. After leveling up, Lin Chen and the others hurried back to the guild's forge to continue forging equipment. This time, in addition to Lin Chen, there was also a master forger, Luigi. The two forged a total of 20 pieces of level 20 equipment. Among them, the most special was naturally Lin Chen's fusion blueprint. In the roaring flames, Lin Chen threw the bow of eternal night, which had accompanied him for a long time, into the furnace, watching it slowly melt into a pool of liquid and merge with the new semi-finished longbow. This can be considered a kind of inheritance. Although it is no longer here, its skills can still accompany me. Lin Chen chuckled softly, feeling emotional. Having never seen such a scene, Luigi was naturally full of curiosity. Su Wanning and the others beside him explained the characteristics of the fusion blueprint, and Luigi suddenly understood. If Ishin had taken out this blueprint during the last competition, he probably could have scored much higher than me. Su Wanning chuckled lightly. He must have thought it would be unfair. Lin Chen would rather lose than do that. Luigi immediately held Lin Chen in higher regard, as expected of Ishin. Once Lin Chen finished forging the last fusion blueprint, Luigi immediately stepped forward. How about we identify Ishin's longbow first? Luigi rubbed his hands together, clearly looking forward to the attributes of this longbow. Lin Chen, however, was not in a hurry. Even if this longbow has ordinary attributes, I will still use it. I have no other choice. Its skill is too important to me. I can't give it up before level 30 at least. So, the attributes of this bow are not urgent. Let's identify the others first. Currently, in terms of weapons, the only thing missing was Yang Kailang's level 20 big knife. Lin Chen and Luigi each forged a level 20 big knife, and if there were no epic level ones, they would continue forging tomorrow. In terms of armor, only Gu Shuerong and Tang Junrun had level 20 epic equipment, totaling 4 pieces missing, and this time the two of them forged 6 pieces in total. As for shoes, everyone had none at all. Besides that, the 3 major accessories were also pitifully few. Regarding accessories, Lin Chen's requirements were not high. Having them was enough, and he didn't insist on their level. After all, the power of accessories ultimately depended on whether the skills were compatible. Simply pursuing level and quality did not necessarily mean it was the best. After sorting all this out, everyone began the exciting unboxing session. In the end, out of 19 pieces of equipment, there were as many as 8 usable epic pieces. There was even one extra epic piece. Ishin was assigned a pair of level 20 epic light armor and epic shoes. The skills of both pieces were quite standard. The light armor added shields, while the shoes had a 50% slow immunity effect. The so-called slow immunity is easy to understand. Ishin, wearing these shoes, would ignore 50% of the slow effects. Manhwa was also assigned a piece of light armor and shoes. Gu Shuerong also completed the shoes among the 3 iron pieces. Unfortunately, out of the 6 pairs of shoes, only 4 were of epic quality, so Tang Junrun and Yang Kailang did not have any for now. As an assassin, speed was quite important for Luigi, and he was assigned the last epic shoes, which had the highest increase in movement speed. It is worth mentioning that both of Yang Kailang's big knives were actually forged to epic quality, but Luigi surprisingly forged a passive skill that Yang Kailang needed the most: skill, intermediate bloodthirst. Passive: the wearer can gain 10% lifesteal from attacks. Thus, Lin Chen decisively assigned this big knife to Yang Kailang. As for the extra one, it was naturally thrown into the guild warehouse with a point requirement set, waiting for guild players to exchange. The equipment discarded by guild players would be prioritized for circulation among guild members. If no one wanted it, it would be sold at a low price in the trading market. Finally, there was a level 20 epic ring and a cloak, which were assigned to Yang Kailang and Gu Shuerong according to their compatibility. After all the equipment was distributed, it finally came to the main event: Lin Chen's fusion equipment. Luigi's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to know what quality of equipment this fusion blueprint could create. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly looked at Luigi and asked a question. Master Lu, what do you think? Is it during the forging of the equipment that its attributes are determined, or are they finalized during identification? This question instantly left Luigi stunned. This question, Luigi clearly had no answer. At This moment, Lin Chen had already raised the identification potion in his hand, but after thinking for a moment, he suddenly put it down and looked at Tang Yuan, who was lying nearby. Tang Yuan? Why are you looking at me like that? What do you want to do? Tang Yuan sensed something was off and was about to run away when Lin Chen grabbed him and picked him up. This time, let Tang Yuan help me with the identification. Saying this, Lin Chen stuffed the identification potion into Tang Yuan's paw, signaling him to pour it out. Tang Yuan was quite smart and understood Lin Chen's meaning. With a flick of his paw, he directly spilled the identification potion into the nearby forging furnace. Lin Chen. Tang Yuan, not that, this. Lin Chen took out a new bottle of identification potion and handed it to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan barked twice, looking confident, and with a paw, confidently poured it out. It directly spilled all over Tang Junren. Tang Junren, thank you. Fortunately, on the third try, Tang Yuan finally came through, accurately pouring the identification potion onto the semi-finished longbow. The next moment, a dazzling purple light flickered in the forging room. That's right, it was legendary quality again. Luigi was dumbfounded. The others were even more bewildered. Now, is legendary quality so common? Even a dog can identify legendary quality equipment? There was no time to complain. Everyone immediately looked at the attributes of this equipment. Bow of Annihilation and Silence quality, legendary usable level, 20 attack power, 135-140 skill 1 Arrow of Dawn. The user's arrows have a chance to transform into the Arrow of Dawn. Arrow of Dawn effect, 100% adds a black mark effect and detonates instantly. Skill 2 Annihilation, cooldown 200s, consumes 100 mana. The arrow shot by the wielder will split into 3, fanning out in range, each arrow possessing 40% of the original arrow's power and can carry attack effects lasting 30s. Skill 3 Silence, cooldown 200s, consumes 80 mana. The next 3 arrows shot by the wielder can siphon 5 attack power from the attack target, including the small arrows after splitting, lasting 8s. Bonus, Infinite Quiver forged by Lin Chen rating, 20 plus 75 equals 95 current equipment ranking. 1 hiss. The entire room gasped. It actually has 3 skills. This value, this skill. This bow is simply terrifying. Su Wanning analyzed quickly and immediately spoke up, excluding the skill Lin Chen fused. The remaining 2 skills seem to be combinable? Lin Chen's eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at the equipment in front of him, eagerly rubbing Tang Yuan's head and nodding, saying, that's right, this time Tang Yuan really made a great contribution. These 2 skills, Silence and Annihilation, directly fill the gap of the Dark Hunter's lack of AoE, area of effect, damage. I can shoot 2 arrows at the same time, which means I can split into 6 small arrows, and with Silence S attack power siphoning, my attack power can surge by 90 points. This way, my output capability will instantly skyrocket. Even if it's only for 8 seconds, it should be enough to wipe out a team.